Detention Center. Speak up if you have something to say. Mason received a notification from the detention center that Honest wanted to talk to him in person with something important. Hatred burned fiercely in his eyes for this Carlo, who had ruined his entire life. What do you have to be proud of, Mason? I've enjoyed myself for decades, earned enough to make it worth my while. What about you? What do you have? You can never be better than me. Honest stared at him with a twisted expression. I went to college on your hard-earned admission. Your what Carlo came running to my bed with just a beckon of my fingers. Do you know why your son became so foolish? Haha, Odessa lied to you. It wasn't because of a high fever. Your wife is both promiscuous and flirtatious. To rendezvous with me, she drugged your son into idiocy. What I gave her wasn't a sedative, it was animal feed. A little bit would knock out a pig. You beast. I'll kill you. Upon abruptly discovering the truth, Mason stood up agitatedly, reaching out to grab Honest's neck. He was promptly stopped by an officer standing behind him and collapsed the next moment. Due to excessive agitation, Mason had accidentally kicked the bucket. At the moment his soul left his body, he heard a mechanical voice. A matching soul has been detected. Would you like to bind to the system? What kind of system? Can it bring me back to life? Principally, the host's body cannot be restored. If you choose to bind to the system, the host gets one chance to reverse time. The system will send the host back to any point they wish. Would you like to bind? Mason didn't have time to ponder what this strange system was. He just wanted to live. Living offered hope, a chance to take down Honest. Thus, he firmly replied, bind. Binding system. Please wait. His soul hovered midair as he watched chaos erupt in the detention center and Honest's satisfied laughter. Mason wished he could tear apart his smile as a fierce ghost, this devil who ruined his entire life. After nearly half an hour. Drip, the reverse system has successfully bound. Please silently think of the time you want to go to. In an instant, Mason reminisced about his youth, though penniless then. Those were the happiest and most content years of his life. As dizziness washed over him, Mason lost consciousness. Stephen, are you okay? A familiar, concerned voice sounded beside him. He must have heat stroke. Get some sh Huoshengzheng Chi Soy, note, traditional Chinese medicine, from the 4 Carlo, and giving it to him will be fine. Mason slowly opened his eyes and saw his young parents looking at him worriedly. Erwin? Marion? Mason looked at them teary-eyed, unwilling to blink. It had been a long time since he last saw his parents, longing for such care. That's good. Go back to rest. Let me get the medicine from the 4 Carlo and ask for a day off. Violet got up and walked away. Okay, Shepard agreed verbally, swiftly helping his son onto his back. Back then, due to malnutrition, Mason was skinny like a chicken. Carrying his son weighing less than 100 pounds pained Shepard. Exhausted, Mason was laid on the sparse bunk bed in the simple dormitory, feeling inexplicably comfortable despite its hardness. Observing the surroundings, he roughly knew which period he returned to. After the college entrance exam that year, he felt confident about being admitted to college. But the family hadn't divided their resources. Grandparents favored second uncle and third uncle's families. No money for tuition and living expenses meant earning it himself. Luckily, his uncle Judah interceded with the 4 Carlo on the construction site where they all worked, securing 2 months of work. The three thus worked together on the city's construction sites to earn money. Shepard was the senior worker, earning 30 yuan a day. Violet and Mason were junior workers, making 20 yuan each daily. Jonathan being in the makeshift dorm, they abstained from eating outside, saving money for Mason's education. Every day, Violet would rise early to steam coarse grain steamed buns. These served as their daily meals. Though hard, Mason endured chewing on these steamed buns without complaint. Completing 2 months would save up 4,000 yuan. With this money, he could pay tuition fees and still have some for living expenses. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. In his previous life, he didn't attend college. Congratulations, host for a new beginning. Today's check-in hasn't been used yet. Do you want to check in? The system's mechanical voice disrupted his thoughts. A red button suddenly appeared above his head. Mason was afraid of being seen by his father who was boiling water at the door, so he glanced over there like a thief. The system's prompts can only be heard and seen by the host. Mason thought, if the system had eyes, it would surely be rolling its eyes at him right now. Looking at the button in front of him, he curiously pressed it down. A dazzling array of light flashes appeared. Finally, a line of text appeared on the screen. Mind-reading skill usage for 1 day. The host has signed in at the worker shack and obtained the mind-reading skill usage for 1 day. It has been automatically issued. Mind-reading skill? Is it what he thinks it is? Mason suddenly felt it was very surreal. Does something like a mind-reading skill really exist? But thinking about it, since the system is powerful enough to let him reverse time and come back to now, then mind-reading should naturally be within its capabilities. It's just a pity that it's only usable for 1 day. Something is better than nothing. System user Carlo, please read on your own. This system is created for a comeback, and it releases system tasks at irregular intervals. After the host completes them, they will receive corresponding rewards. System benefits. The host gets 1 check-in opportunity per day, with random items dropping. Please do not miss it. Just as Mason finished reading the system Carlo below, Violet, drenched in sweat, ran in with a bottle of traditional Chinese medicine. Stephen, are you feeling better? Drink this quickly. Holding the medicine from his Megan's hand, Mason obediently drank it all. Although it was bitter, it was filled with his Megan's precious love. Shepard also came in at the right time with a bowl of cooled boiled water. Drink some water and rinse your mouth. After arranging Mason, they had to go to work immediately. With one person already down, if they didn't go, they would lose a day's work. Stephen, rest well. When Marion comes back from work, I'll buy some pork and make green pepper shredded meat for you, Violet said reluctantly as she closed the dormitory door. After finishing the medicine and lying down for a while, Mason felt much more comfortable and regained some strength. The calendar by the door showed today's date, July 23rd. At this time, the bastard Honest had already secretly taken his college admission notice. In his previous life, Mason did not know his admission notice had already arrived and was working hard at the construction site, waiting for it. In this life, he would make this beast pay for what he did. Chapter 2. Confrontation. Mason stood up, dragging his frail body. First, he left a note for his father, saying that he would take advantage of his day off to return to the village and check if the admission letter had arrived. Looking at his tattered clothes stained with concrete, he did not feel the ridiculous inferiority he had felt in his previous life. This time, with the help of the system, he was determined to punish the wicked and seek justice for himself, carving out a place in the world. Mason rode his old 28-bar bicycle first to the post office in town. Hello, may I ask if the admission letter for Mason from Green Hill Village has arrived? Although Lushui Town was large, only a handful of students from its subordinate villages Carlo aged to get into college each year. Upon hearing this, Post Carlo Randall immediately knew who he was talking about. Tianzhou University was one of the best universities in the country, and it was remarkable for Lushui Town to produce such a talent. You're talking about Mason, who got admitted to Tianzhou University, right? Mason nodded vigorously. Yes, that's me. Could you please give it to me? I am Mason. After hearing this, Randall sized him up. He received his letter days ago. Could this kid be impersonating him? He looks poor and malnourished. Could he have gotten into Tianzhou University? For the first time, Mason used mind reading, unexpectedly catching a heart-piercing thought. Personal attacks like this were uncalled for. Pretending not to hear, he took out his ID card as usual. This is my ID. Randall checked the ID, comparing every detail. Lushui Town, Green Hill Village, Mason, everything matched. He then looked at the photo. Randall was stunned. This young Carlo was indeed Mason, no doubt about it. I handed your admission letter over to the village secretary of Green Hill Village 3 days ago. Didn't he give it to you? No. I even went to the village secretary's house to ask, and he said he never received it. That's why I came here. System task released. Retrieve the lost admission letter. Task reward, 2 square meters of microspace. Microspace? Mason knew he wouldn't get the letter here, but he needed the right person to expose the matter. Even without the system task, he would do everything to retrieve the letter. Oh no, what should I do? This might cost me my job. Randall was panicking internally, but maintained a calm appearance. What should we do now? Both you and he say there's no letter. So where did it go? Asked Mason, feigning anxiety. Lushui Town was vast, and with only a few postal workers, delivering each package personally would be impossible. They always delivered all packages for each village together to the village secretary to distribute. Higher-ups understood their challenges and tacitly approved of this method. It had worked fine until now. Am I being framed by the village secretary of Green Hill Village? Did he lose the letter and blame it on me? Suspicious thoughts raced through Randall's mind. Hearing his inner voice, Mason added fuel to the fire. I finally got admitted to Tianzhou University. You can't imagine how hard I worked to get here. If you lost it because of your negligence, I'll report you to the police and make sure you go to jail. Randall panicked. I can't bear this responsibility. Once it was given to Mr. Xuanhuan, it should have been his responsibility. Young Carlo, don't get too upset. Since I did hand the letter over to your village secretary, let's report this to the police and confront him. I'll go with you. Desperate for a solution, Randall suddenly thought of involving the police. Though he did bear some responsibility, not personally delivering the letter wasn't a big deal. The bigger issue was the lost letter. He didn't believe the village secretary could keep lying when faced with the police. He just needed to exonerate himself. All right, agreed Mason, stifling a laugh while maintaining an unhappy facade. The two rode their bicycles to the local police station. Randall described in detail how he had entrusted the letter to the village secretary. Meanwhile, Mason played the role of the aggrieved party perfectly. The officer promptly reported the situation to the higher-ups. Upon learning that it involved an admission letter from Tianzhou University, a future talent, the leadership took immediate action, assigning 2 experienced officers to investigate in Green Hill Village. As experienced police officers, they were well aware that if the admission letter wasn't lost under unusual circumstances, there was only one other possibility. Someone wanted to take his place under a false name. This wasn't the first time such an incident had occurred. Many people discovered years later that they had been replaced, leaving them regretful for life. The 4 rode their bicycles quickly towards Green Hill Village. The scorching sun made all 4 of them sweat profusely. Their clothes got wet and dried again repeatedly, yet no one suggested stopping for a rest. In the face of a young Carlo's promising future, all hardships and fatigue were insignificant. After a frenzied 1.5-hour ride, they finally arrived at Green Hill Village before sunset. At the entrance of the village, under a yellow fruit tree, sat a group of elderly men and women cooling off. Seeing 2 officers in uniform accompanied by Mason, they began whispering among themselves. Insults and various wild speculations. Mason didn't even bother to listen, leading them directly to the home of the village secretary, xuanhuan. Xuanhuan was precisely Remington Bin's father, who had just taken office as village secretary last year. The officer signaled Randall to go ahead and gather information, then make plans accordingly. Seeing Randall and Mason appear suddenly, xuanhuan felt a jolt in his heart. Why did these 2 troublemakers come? I told Remington to delay the Xuanhuan family. Mason frowned. Remington? The guy at the construction site who claimed to be buddies with Irwin, was he sent by xuanhuan? This made sense now. In his previous life, every time he tried to return to the village to inquire about the admission letter, unexpected events always prevented him from doing so. Later, when Irwin fell from the scaffolding and broke his leg at the construction site, the family spent all their savings but couldn't save Irwin's leg, leaving him disabled for life. Irwin once mentioned feeling as if someone pushed him from behind. With no cameras back then, they could only accept it as bad luck. At that moment, standing on the same scaffolding was Remington, who had visited Irwin in the hospital with gifts, pretending to be compassionate. At the time, he thought Remington was a good person. After this incident, the four Carlo only symbolically gave some nutritional expenses and dismissed the entire family. With Erwin in this condition and no money at home, even the nutritional fee paid by the four Carlo was taken by grandparents to subsidize the other two families. Both the village and the village secretary said they never received his admission letter and mocked him, saying that a mountain chicken wanted to become a phoenix. In such a desperate situation, the Mason of his previous life chose to work in the South to earn money for his father's treatment. If only he had gone to the post office or school to inquire, he would have known that he actually got admitted. It turned out everything was premeditated. Chapter 3. The admission notice hidden in the doghouse. Secretary Xuanhuan, 3 days ago, I handed over Mason's admission notice to you personally. Why didn't you give it to him? Randall asked solemnly. I can't admit that I received the notice. Jonathan's mind was racing but still couldn't come up with a good idea. He could only pretend not to know. Notice? What notice? Comrade Post Carlo. All you gave me were packages. Did you make a mistake? Randall was stunned. Well done, Mr. Xuanhuan, denying everything. Fortunately, I'm clever enough and invited public security comrades in advance. How could I make a mistake? There is only one person from Lushui town who got into Tianzhou University. At that time, I even said that Qingshan village is truly a great place for nurturing such excellent students, and you even agreed, Randall pointed out. Tianzhou University? Oh my goodness, comrade, don't frame me. I really didn't see any admission notice. Xuanhuan, believe uncle. If you had really been admitted to Tianzhou University, I would have been happy for you. Jonathan put on an honest face and tried to build a relationship with Mason. His wife and Honest came out of the house when they heard the commotion. Honest dared not look at Mason straight in the eyes, feeling guilty about his presence. Finished. How did this kid find our home? He wouldn't have found out anything, would he? Seeing each other like enemies, Mason gritted his teeth, trying to hold back his hatred so as not to mislead the public security comrades. Xuanhuan, why are you here? Come in and sit down. Honest greeted hypocritically. Mason ignored him. As the saying goes, everyone sticks to their own story. Since Comrade Post Carlo says he gave it to Uncle Xiangqian, if Uncle insists he didn't receive it, then surely he wouldn't mind us searching inside, right? Yes, exactly. Let us go inside and search. Randall echoed. Jonathan and Honest both changed their expressions at once. Jonathan thought, what insolence. How could a young fellow like you find what I've hidden? Honest glanced at his father. Jonathan Abdullahi must have hidden the notice well, right? Jonathan no longer pretended and said with a grim face, Xuanhuan boy, as your elder, how could I cheat you? If I let you search today, how will the villagers look at me? You. Randall was enraged by this shameless Carlo. Do you mean to say, Uncle Xiangqian, that you won't let us search inside? For some reason, seeing Mason change from being shy to composed and calm made the father and son feel uneasy. I am a respectable village secretary, not someone anyone can Carlo-ipulate. Even if your father shepherd comes, I wouldn't let him ransack my house. Jonathan said righteously. What a big show of power by the village secretary. Two police officers had been listening to the conversation by the door and couldn't stand it anymore. The Jonathan family saw two uniformed police officers enter through the door. In an instant, their faces showed a myriad of emotions. Jonathan and his wife looked a bit better. They were wily and tried to stay calm. Oh no, things have taken a serious turn. How dare this punk call the police? Honest was visibly flustered, clearly hiding something since he was still young and not adept at concealing his feelings. What should I do? What should I do? If the police discover that we hid Mason's admission notice, we'll go to jail. I'm too young to go to prison. Fellow Jonathan this is a search warrant. Can we go in now? A police officer took out a piece of paper from his briefcase and placed it in front of Jonathan Jonathan's face turned red and white as he forced a smile. Of course, the public security officers can, definitely. Let them search all they want. You'll never find it even if you dig deep into the ground. The most dangerous place is the safest. No one would think I hid the notice in the doghouse right outside the door. Hee hee. Jonathan returned to his honest demeanor, leading the two officers eagerly. Honest, fearing discovery, followed closely behind. Mason watched the father and son's backs, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Mind reading is truly a good skill, effortlessly gained. Jonathan and Honest, you've caused me so much pain. Today, even if you don't die, you'll lose a layer of skin. Only Randall and Mason were left in the courtyard. They weren't part of the police and couldn't directly search the house. There was also a crowd of onlookers outside whispering to each other. Randall nudged Mason's arm. Kid Jonathan, do you think they'll find it? Mason didn't answer. Even if the two officers don't find it, he would ensure they did. Sure enough, after searching around, they found nothing. The two police officers even searched the jars where the Jonathan family stored pickled vegetables by hand, and rummaged through the grass, ash in the stove, not letting anything on the roof beams escape their notice. Every conceivable spot was searched, but there was still nothing. Could this guy possibly dig up everything from under the ground? Not willing to give up, the two officers thoroughly turned over the pigsty again and systematically searched the vegetable garden in the yard with sticks. Based on their years of experience, they were certain that Jonathan wasn't being honest, and his son Honest's nervousness clearly indicated something was wrong. The two officers were so worried that they were sweating all over their foreheads. Failing to find the admission notice would ruin a child's future. Jonathan hypocritically said, Public security comrades, I've told you that I didn't take it. They are framing me. I am an upright comrade. Honest also acted as if he had suffered great injustice. Xuanhuan, how could my dad steal your admission notice? Don't accuse us just because you failed to get in. The crowd at the door started to gossip differently. Shepard always boasts about how amazing his son is, ranking among the top few in every exam. Turns out it's all lies. You couldn't pass yourself, so now you're accusing others of stealing your notice. You should call Grandma Godoxon to see what her grandson has done. The system task released. Humiliate Jonathan and Honest. Task reward, 1 backpack space. Backpack space? This system really offers some good stuff. He was going to get it for sure. Feeling sickened by the two father and son, and seeing that the atmosphere had been prepared well enough, Mason walked up to one of the officers and whispered, "Public security comrade, I noticed Jonathan furtively glancing at the doghouse by the door several times. There must be something suspicious." The two officers did not immediately start searching the doghouse, but pretended to continue their search while secretly observing Jonathan. They found that he indeed kept sneaking glances at the area near the doghouse every now and then. Deciding decisively, they walked toward the doghouse. Jonathan felt cold sweat trickling down his back. "Public security comrade, this is our doghouse, very dirty. Serving the people means not fearing dirt. Move your dog away." Terrified, Jonathan's legs went weak. "Buddha, protect me. All gods and Buddhas, protect me." Seeing his father make no move, Honest took the initiative to go over, untie the leash of their dog Huang, and lead it to the side. If he knew that his father had hidden such an important admission notice right there in the doghouse, he probably wouldn't have been so quick to do so. Chapter 4. Jonathan is arrested, reaping a wave of benefits. The two police officers pushed aside the dry grass in the doghouse. They noticed that the color of the soil beneath the doghouse was somewhat peculiar, as if it had been disturbed. Exchanging glances, they sensed something was up. To avoid damaging the notice, the police officers fetched a stick and began to carefully dig through the soil bit by bit. Each strike of the stick felt like it pierced Jonathan's heart. He was utterly devastated, appearing 10 years older in an instant. Oddly enough, his son Honest and his wife hadn't noticed anything amiss with him. They kept chatting with the onlookers from the village, recounting their grievances as if they were certain that nothing would be found today. After searching every nook and cranny inside and outside the house, there was still no sign of any notice. They were already celebrating their impending victory prematurely. Soon, something buried underground was unearthed. A small wooden box containing precisely the missing notice. To keep it waterproof, Jonathan had thoughtfully wrapped it in multiple layers of plastic bags. In broad daylight, Honest was stunned speechless. "No admission, I cannot go to jail. Erwin, I'm sorry. It's impossible. How could we have this? It must be someone framing us. Yes, it must be the Post Carlo and Mason working together against us. Comrades in the Public Security Bureau, I swear I don't know. I really don't know." His acting was impeccable. If Mason hadn't heard his thoughts, he might have been fooled. What a good son for Jonathan, starting by distancing himself right away. Being betrayed by his own son, how painful must it be for Jonathan? Jonathan knew his son all too well. Hearing his words, he couldn't be more clear. He wanted his father to take full responsibility so as not to implicate him. Well, better one person takes the blame than both of us getting involved. "I hurt you? I have no grudge with your family. What a waste of time. You father and son have done me in, hiding others' admission notices and pretending as if nothing happened. If it weren't for the comrades in the Public Security Bureau's keen eyes, we'd almost be tricked." Randall fumed at Honest's words. It was truly an unforeseen disaster. Framing? An outsider digging a hole under your doghouse to hide things without setting off your dog? Village Secretary Jonathonu denied seeing my notice just now, but here it is in your doghouse. Wrapped so well, it looks less like you intended to destroy it, and more like keeping it safe. Do you want Honest to attend school on my behalf? Mason tore off their pretense outright. "Comrades in the Public Security Bureau, we really didn't know. We are being framed. We know nothing," Jonathan's wife defended desperately. The crowd erupted in conversation. "That makes sense. Holding on to someone else's notice does him no good. Why would Village Secretary Jonathonu hide it so well? Surely, they intended for Honest to impersonate the student. They grew up together after all. Unbelievable. Damn Jonathan. I thought he was innocent. This family conspired to snatch another's college spot. Shameless. I didn't. Honest feigned madness, yelling incessantly. Jonathan knew that this matter wouldn't end easily. With a sigh, he stepped forward. "Comrades in the Public Security Bureau, a Carlo must take responsibility for his actions. I admit this was done by me. I envy Jonathonu Dong's son for doing well, getting into such a prestigious university, so I hid the notice. I alone did this. My wife and son had no part in it. They knew nothing. Please take me away." With Jonathan confessing, the two police officers handcuffed him. Mason thought of the Ding Sirchadon Remington lie, time bomb. Remington lie? Was Remington acting on your orders? Blocking me from returning to the village several times, fearing I'd uncover your plot? Jonathan denied it outright. "I didn't do it. I only acted out of envy once, not some elaborate scheme." He knew the difference between a spur-of-the-moment decision and premeditation. "Only hope Remington doesn't mess up. Jonathonu Dong, you and your son will never surpass me. System task issued. Resolve potential threat. Remington. Task reward. 1 misfortune charm. Misfortune charm? This system becomes more intriguing." The two police officers were ready to take Jonathan back to the bureau. Although they understood that Jonathan and Honest were a pair of bad apples, there was no direct evidence proving Honest's guilt. Plus, Jonathan went to great lengths to protect his son. Mason knew that dealing with Honest wasn't possible today. But this suited his purpose. How could one game of cat and mouse be enough? Even if Honest went to jail, the charge would likely carry a maximum 2-year sentence. Too lenient. Too easy for him. After dealing with Jonathan, it was like reclaiming some of the losses. Honest would be left for later to handle slowly. This move wasn't a loss. Mason took advantage of everyone's distraction, whispering into Honest's ear. "The taste of dashed hopes isn't pleasant, is it? You'll feel even more desperate in the future. You think you can take what's mine? Do you even deserve it?" Honest put on an innocent face. "Xuanhuan, you misunderstood. I really didn't know my father would do this. I apologize on his behalf." Mason, the humiliation I suffered today, I will return it to you tenfold." Mason patted him on the shoulder. "We have a long way to go." When the police officers returned the acceptance letter to him, the system notification sounded again. The task of retrieving the lost acceptance letter is completed. Task reward has been issued. The task of exposing Jonathan Am and Honest has been completed. Task reward has been issued. When Amber and her second daughter-in-law hurried over, everyone had already changed their tune, unanimously praising Mason. Amber, you're lucky, having such a good son and a good grandson. Old lady go, your xuanhuan is going to be a college student, quite accomplished. Tianzhou University, who would have thought? If my son could get into a junior college, our ancestors would be proud. Jonathan stunning to all the praise. Amber felt immensely gratified. Originally thinking Mason had caused trouble, she had even grabbed a firewood stick to discipline him. Never did she expect he actually got accepted into college. And not just any college, but Tianzhou University. Ah, too bad among all the grandsons, only Mason was made for studies. She would have been happier if it were one of the others who got accepted. The two police officers escorted Jonathan Am out. They happened to meet Amber coming in. Amber spat on Jonathan Am. Jonathan Am, you devil incarnate, hiding my child's acceptance letter. Back when you were crawling, your Megan couldn't feed you. I fed you for days. How dare you repay kindness with enmity, dog? Jonathan Am shuddered at the old phlegm on his clothes, glaring fiercely at Amber. She immediately quieted down, not daring to speak further. Amber wasn't genuinely protecting Mason. She was merely used to putting on airs. Previously, when she favored Jonathan Am, her warmth toward him made Mason shudder in disgust now. After Jonathan Am was taken away, a big storm erupted in the village. Amber, rarely so warm, invited Mason home for dinner. Citing that he needed to work tomorrow, Mason took his recovered acceptance letter and left. His parents still had Remington back home. Recalling his father's tragedy from his past life, he couldn't wait any longer. Even in the dark, he rushed back. Chapter 5. Dealing with Remington and Uncle's gift. Mason rode his flying pigeon bicycle faster than when he came back. On the way, he encountered 2 police officers and Randall with 2 others. The senior officer reminded him to come to the station for a statement when he had time. In a hurry to return home, Mason left first. When he rushed back to the construction site, everyone had already finished work and was eating or resting in the barracks. Violet, seeing her son return, quickly served him rice. Xiangdong, your son is back. Quickly wash your hands and eat. I thought you wouldn't come back today, and almost didn't wait for you. Look, I made green pepper and shredded pork, which you love. Mason sniffed, recognizing the familiar taste. Erwin, Marion, let me show you something good. Mason took out the recovered acceptance letter from his old backpack. This is an acceptance letter? You got accepted? Shepard's eyes widened in surprise. Shepard had been anxious these past few days. The letter hadn't arrived for so long that he suspected his son might not have passed but was too afraid to ask openly. He never expected it was just his own worry. Violet wiped her hands on her clothes and carefully took the acceptance letter, examining it carefully. Mason classmate, this notifies you of your admission to study economics at Tianzhou University. Come to school with this letter. What? Tianzhou University? Are you sure? A fellow worker from the same dormitory exclaimed loudly. Everyone gathered around. Really? Tianzhou University? Who would have thought you're such a high-caliber student? I've never worked with a high-caliber student pouring concrete before. You've poured concrete all your life. Soon he'll be like a phoenix on the branch, a pillar of the country. How can you compare? Poured concrete with a Tianzhou University high-caliber student. I can brag about this forever. Congratulations. Brother Xiangdong, Stephen, congratulations. Remington approached affectionately. Mason used his mind-reading ability to listen to his true thoughts. Damn, how did I let this guy slip away? And what happened to Jonathan Am? If things didn't go well, will he ask me to refund the money? Mason now had a plan. He described vividly to everyone the scene when he received the letter. Shepard and Violet were so angry they gritted their teeth, wishing Jonathan Am were right there for them to beat up. That damn Jonathan Am, looking so honest yet full of evil intentions. May the heavens see and the Buddha bless. Violet prayed towards the sky. Bang! Shepard slammed his fist on the wooden table. He couldn't express himself well, and could only vent his anger this way. His son had worked so hard to get into university. If Jonathan Am had succeeded, what would they do? Other workers also condemned the thief who had hidden the letter. Oldie, how could there be such wicked people ruining someone's future? They'll end up in hell after death. Remington mixed among the crowd, restless and worried. Has Jonathan Am been caught? Will he confess about me? I feel Jonathan Am must have some other tricks. After all, anyone can check about the letter, and they will find him eventually. He probably has other plans to cover up. But I believe the police will make him talk, and his accomplices will eventually be rounded up, Mason said, observing Remington secretly. Hearing this, Remington became even more panicked. Jonathan Am will definitely implicate me. If only I hadn't been greedy for those 500 yuan. No, I can't just sit here waiting. Running is no use. My wife and kids need me. Turn myself in? Yes. I should turn myself in before Jonathan Am implicates me, hoping for leniency. While the family was having dinner, Remington found an excuse to run out. Marion, your green pepper and shredded pork is delicious. If you like it, eat more. Let me serve you another bowl. Violet happily served her son, pride visible in her eyes. After dinner, Uncle Judah from the neighboring barracks heard that his nephew got into Tianzhou University. He congratulated them joyfully. You two have finally seen the light after all the hardships. Stephen has an unlimited future ahead of him. I don't dare to think about that much. As long as he doesn't suffer like we did, I'm content, Violet said sincerely. Hearing his wife's words, Shepard lowered his head in embarrassment. He felt he owed everything to everyone except his wife, Violet, who had suffered alongside him. His parents favored the younger children, so he, being the eldest, always took on all the dirty and tiring jobs. Everything good went to the younger ones, leaving nothing for him. Even Violet suffered after marrying him. Because of their determination to provide education for their child, they endured much hardship at home. Fortunately, Stephen is a striver. Everything will get better in the future. Stephen, it's my humble gift. Please accept it. Judah took out a stack of assorted bills from his pocket and tried to stuff them into Mason's pocket. Mason quickly refused. Though Uncle works with the construction crew, he has Carlo-y dependents at home and isn't wealthy. Brother-in-law, what are you doing? How can we take your money? Violet hurriedly dissuaded him. You must accept it. I'm very happy today. Our Jonathan family finally has a cultured person. His niece's child is as good as a Jonathan descendant. Seeing her brother insisted, Violet allowed Mason to accept the gift. After Uncle Jonathan left, Mason counted the money. 2 50s, 5 10s, 6 5s, and the rest were 2s and 1s, totaling 200 yuan. Marion, here's 200 yuan. Mason handed the money over for Violet to keep. Violet carefully accepted the money and drew out 2 5 yuan notes, handing them to Mason. For your spending. Yes. Mason happily took them. He really missed the times when his parents gave him pocket money. It was late at night, and everyone had already gone to bed, but Remington didn't return. No one cared where he had gone. One by one, everyone fell asleep, snoring filling the barracks, louder than the last. Shepard and Violet, exhausted from the day, were already sound asleep. Mason lay in the large dormitory with 10 other people, using an old newspaper as a fan, lying on a hard wooden board, with spider webs hanging overhead. The air was filled with all sorts of odors, foot odor, sweat smell, body odor. This might be the worst environment he would ever live in, but he felt unusually secure. Having been running around all day, he wasn't sleepy at all, replaying today's events in his mind. On his first day back after reincarnation, he had turned the tables beautifully. He recovered his acceptance letter, discarlated Honest's protective umbrella, and neutralized Remington's black hand. Now, Honest was like a chick without wings, unable to cause any more trouble. Next, he needed to consider his own affairs. Just as Mason was dozing off, he heard the system notification. Potential threat Remington resolved. Task completed. Task reward issued. A grid appeared in front of Mason, revealing the mini space he had been rewarded before. Although only 2 square meters, it could store quite a bit. The system's reward was already inside. He also stored his regained acceptance letter in there, ensuring no one could take it away. He hadn't used the space backpack yet, but the system said it looks just like a regular backpack. Inside, however, it had a large actual storage space equivalent to 1 square meter. As for this bad luck charm, he needed to use it wisely. Chapter 6. Return to Alma Mater. Reunion with the moonlight. Given a second chance in this life and equipped with experiences from his past life, Carlo-y ideas of making money came to mind. He didn't want to earn tuition by doing Carlo-y labor anymore. Earning $20 a day and $600 a month without spending any was too inefficient and tiring. At 18, he wasn't particularly strong and desperately needed nutrients to grow taller. He'd heard that boys could still grow until they were 20. In his previous life, he only grew to be 1.7 meters tall, not too short but not tall either. After much deliberation, he still couldn't decide what he could do. Deciding to stop overthinking it, he had to go to the police station tomorrow anyway. He would stroll around then, searching for business opportunities. In this era, as long as one was willing to work hard and put some thought into it, anything could be profitable. The next morning, just like usual, Violet steamed a pot of coarse grain buns before her son and husband woke up. She also boiled an extra egg for her son, who had fainted due to heat stroke yesterday and needed nourishment. Some workers cooked themselves breakfast on stoves set up at the gate like them. Others simply ate something quickly at the street vendors outside. Mason swallowed the lovingly prepared egg by his Megan in 2 bites and walked out with a big bun in his mouth. Marion, can you ask for another day off for me? I have to go to the police station to give a statement today and have some things to attend to. All right, be careful while riding. Chewing hurriedly through the bun, Mason leisurely cycled away on their old bike. Just as he reached the snack stand near the construction site's entrance, a red button suddenly appeared before him. Son, what would you like to eat? The owner of the snack stand greeted him warmly. The host has not signed in yet today. Do you wish to sign in? Mason pressed the button immediately. The host has signed in near the snack stand and received a recipe for delicious fried rice. The reward has been automatically issued. Instantly after the system's voice stopped, Mason felt a detailed recipe appear in his mind. In his previous life, during his tough times, he had learned culinary skills, worked in the kitchen, and even sold barbecue at night markets. Though the fried rice recipe seemed ordinary, it felt extraordinary to him. Firstly, it detailed precisely which ingredients should be added every second, specifying the heat level, a highly comprehensive guide. He had a premonition that if he followed this recipe, the fried rice would definitely taste great. However, it wasn't the time for experimenting. He still had errands to run. Although signing in only took a moment, after completing it, he casually got back on his bike and left the construction site. His first stop was the school to claim his reward. In the previous life, once Honest was caught, he confessed Carlo-y things, including how he and his father, Jonathan Am, had secretly claimed rewards meant for Mason. Honest later used that money to finish his studies. Mason attended the best high school in Joshan City, Joshan No. 1 High School. Back then, he entered as the second best student, so the school waived his fees, allowing him to complete high school smoothly. Honest had always competed with him but never matched him. Barely making it into an ordinary high school, Honest failed his college entrance exams due to poor performance. With the 10 yuan he had, Mason bought a few fruits and placed them in his bicycle basket. Having not returned to his alma mater for years, he felt somewhat anxious, lingering by the gate with his bike. It was summer break now, and there wasn't a soul around. Mason? A familiar sweet voice rang beside him. Turning back with delight, it was indeed her, the dazzling girl in a white dress he'd pined for all his life. They had been classmates and worthy rivals, vying for the top 2 spots. From the moment he laid eyes on her, he had been hopelessly captivated. However, youthful inferiority prevented him from stepping over that boundary. Instead, he quietly cherished her in his heart. He applied to Tianzhou University because he had asked about her choice of colleges. Their futures could have been boundless back then. But a Hu Carlo-made disaster forever robbed him of standing beside his goddess. Later on, having accepted his fate, he was arranged to marry the vicious Odessa under parental guidance. After having a child, he genuinely wished to live well. Working multiple jobs daily, he endeavored tirelessly to provide a better life for his family. All he received in return was Odessa's betrayal and a sudden change in his son's mental state. His suffering never ceased, almost depleting everything for his special needs son. His last life had been filled with humiliation and endless injuries despite not wronging anyone. This time, he was determined to reclaim everything he deserved. Those who hurt him would not escape unscathed. The only regret might be for his special needs son, who would never get another chance to experience this world. Memories sometimes come flooding back in just a moment. Xena, why are you here? The old class advisor called and told me to come pick up the bonus today. Aren't you here for the same reason? Xena gave him an unexpected glance. Well, of course. No wonder Jonathan am Carlo aged to claim the bonuses on his behalf in his previous life. It turned out it was the old class advisor who made the phone call. In Green Hill Village, there was only one landline, which belonged to the village. He had given the class advisor that number as contact information. Then let's go in together. Mason locked his shabby bicycle at the entrance. Although it was dilapidated, it was the family's only means of transportation and had been passed down from his second uncle. The two chatted while walking through the school gate straight toward the faculty dormitory. They had been here Carlo-y times before and knew it by heart. Xena had a hunch that Mason seemed different today. Though still dressed simply, he no longer walked with his head down and looked somewhat gloomy. Instead, he held his head high, spoke confidently, and exuded self-assurance and positivity. For the first time, Xena noticed that Mason was actually quite handsome. He had prominent eyebrows and bright eyes that radiated nobility and shone like gems. His long and thick lashes framed a high-bridged nose, and his smile was warm and clean-cut. It was just that his skin was a bit tanned. They quickly reached the top floor as they talked. Their old class advisor Wilbur was not only a good mentor but also a great teacher. He often gave Mason extra tutoring and bought exercise books for him out of his own pocket. Knowing about Mason's family difficulties, he frequently found various excuses to have him over for dinner. Mason could persevere in studying under such tough conditions largely due to the tremendous support and encouragement from his old class advisor. After so Carlo-y years, seeing the old class advisor again filled Mason with inexplicable affection. It was unfortunate that in his previous life, he didn't go to university and never had the courage to see him again. You're here. Wilbur was delighted to see his two accomplished students. Teacher Chun. Both greeted him eagerly and presented their gifts. Just coming is enough. No need for gifts. Wilbur put on a stern face to scold them lightly. Teacher Chun, thank you for your help all these years. Please don't look down on this small token. Mason finally had the chance to express his gratitude to the Carlo who had greatly influenced his life. Teacher Chin, we truly appreciate your dedication and training, Xena added. Just this once, no more next time. Josiah eventually accepted the gifts. You both did very well this time. 2 Tianzhou University admissions in my class is an honor for me. This is already the best gift I could ask for. Chapter 7. Receiving the bonus, fried rice shows its might. Dayton has won first place in Zhoushan City this time, and Maribel, you're second. Both of you are almost equally matched, just 2 points apart. The city and our school have given corresponding rewards. The city rewards the first place with 5,000 yuan and the second place with 3,000. The school's rewards are a bit less. First place gets 3,000 yuan, and second place gets 1,000. So Dayton receives 8,000 yuan in total, and Maribel, 4,000. I've already prepared the money for you both. You can check it. Wilbur took out 2 large envelopes from his drawer and handed them to each. Jonathan Dayton and Maribel both said there was no need to count the money, as they trusted their teacher. Wilbur was very satisfied with this outcome. He knew that Jonathan Dayton came from a poor family, and these 8,000 would help him through university without worries. Although Maribel was a little upset about losing by just 2 points to Jonathan Dayton, she was still genuinely happy for him. To her, who came from a wealthy family, these few thousand were just an extra bonus, not really necessary. But for Jonathan Dayton, it was a much-needed support. In the past, when she saw Jonathan Dayton not going to the canteen for lunch but eating dry biscuits with pickles in the classroom, she had once offered help by quietly sharing her food with him. But he was too sensitive and didn't accept it. From then on, she knew he was a proud person. This result pleased everyone. After staying with Teacher Chen for a while and listening to his final words of advice, they reluctantly left as noon approached. It's almost noon, let me treat you to lunch. After 2 lives, Jonathan Dayton could finally invite Maribel with confidence, no longer worrying about his financial situation. With 8,000 yuan in his pocket, he felt confident. Maribel wanted to decline, knowing that a meal would already be ready at home. But thinking of his sensitivity, she, being kind-hearted, didn't want to make him feel bad. Okay. Then come up here. I'll take you on my bike. We can eat at Food Street. Jonathan Dayton patted the backseat of his bicycle. He realized later that the seat was rusty and felt embarrassed, quickly wiping it with the edge of his shirt to ensure no rust would fall off. Maribel watched him nervously and laughed softly. I'm not that delicate. I don't think you are. I just want to give you the best. Carrying his goddess on his bicycle, Jonathan Dayton rode through the streets and alleys. Maribel held onto his clothes gently as he pedaled. His palms sweated, heart pounding non-stop. No matter how long the road was, there would always be a stop. They soon arrived at the Food Street Jonathan Dayton mentioned. It was actually an alley with Carlo-y restaurants and street vendors. By midday, the alley was packed with people dining, making it congested. The two navigated through the crowd. What do you want to eat? Choose anything. I've got the money today. Jonathan Dayton gestured widely. Maribel thought for a moment and pointed at a roadside stall. Let's have fried rice. Don't say that, let's find a restaurant instead. I can afford it. It's so crowded here, and it might be uncomfortable for you. Jonathan Dayton didn't mind. but he didn't want her, dressed so nicely, to be in a messy environment with migrant workers. He felt it wasn't fitting. Maribel thought he should save the prize money for his studies and not spend it recklessly. Paying herself might hurt his pride as a Carlo, so she chose a random stall as a compromise. Just this one. I suddenly feel like having egg fried rice. Xuanhuan Dayton's heart softened. How could he not understand her meaning? All right. He made an effort to shield her as they squeezed through the crowd, finding 2 empty seats. Each ordered a plate of egg fried rice. There were Carlo-y customers ordering, and the boss was busy. Seeing another available stove nearby, Xuanhuan Dayton, recalling the recipe he had gotten earlier, felt eager to try. Cristo, I can cook too. There are so Carlo-y people here, and I'm short on time. Can I cook 2 plates myself? I'll pay the same price. The chubby boss was quite approachable. He pulled out another pot from under the table, placed it on the free stove, and gestured for Xuanhuan Dayton to go ahead. Xuanhuan Dayton tested the pot, getting a feel for it. All the ingredients were prepared by the boss. Just needed to throw them into the pan. Following the recipe, he first added a bit of vegetable oil to the rice to separate the grains, then mixed in half the beaten eggs. Turning up the heat, he poured oil into the hot pan and added the oiled rice mixed with egg. He quickly stir-fried the rice until dry, ensuring the egg coated every grain. Then he added cooked peas, ham, and scrambled eggs, seasoning with salt and scallions before flipping briefly and serving. Each step was done precisely, following the recipe to the second. At the moment he took the wok off the stove, the diners around smelled a strong aroma of food, which immediately made their stomachs growl. What's that smell so good? I'm getting hungry just smelling it. The boss near the stir-fry station, being the closest, was the first to notice. He turned and said, I didn't know a young Carlo like you is quite an expert. Xuanhuan Dayton smiled it off and continued making the second serving of fried rice. The first one was for practice. He wasn't fully skilled yet. He believed the second one would be better. Indeed, the second serving of fried rice came out. Almost everyone nearby could smell it. Hey, are you selling the one in your hands? Wow, this smells too good. Xuanhuan Dayton directly carried the 2 servings of fried rice back to Maribel and placed the second one in front of her. Please enjoy. I didn't know you could cook. Maribel picked up a spoon and put a bite into her mouth. The golden grains of fried rice were distinct, looking more like an artwork on the plate. One bite revealed rich flavors, leaving a lingering aftertaste, as if cleansing the soul. Without any excessive seasoning, only the most ordinary ingredients produced a taste that lingered in one's memory. Seeing the covetous eyes around her, Maribel protected the plate with one hand while scooping the rice into her mouth with the other, not daring to waste a second on such deliciousness. Watching her satisfaction, Xuanhuan Dayton started tasting his own share. A product of the system, it must be premium. Following the recipe provided by the system, Xuanhuan Dayton was amazed at his own cooking skills for the first time. How could it be so delicious? The 2 quickly devoured their plates of egg fried rice. Maribel even ate to the point of feeling full, awkwardly belching. So embarrassing. Xuanhuan Dayton quickly poured her a bowl of free vegetable soup. After drinking the hot soup, Maribel finally stopped belching. After paying for the meal, they slowly walked out. Prices were indeed low these days. A serving of egg fried rice only cost 2 yuan, truly worth it. But eating too much made her stomach uncomfortable. Chapter 8. The Egg Fried Rice Business. Your skills are really impressive. You could work as a master chef, Xena sincerely praised. Her words brightened Mason's outlook. Right, why not go back to his old trade? He had just obtained the recipe for egg fried rice, and such fragrant egg fried rice wouldn't worry about earning money. It was far better than doing hard labor. Mason suddenly felt optimistic. The system has issued a task. A life without a career is imperfect. Earn 10,000 yuan within a month. Task reward. A set of physical fitness boxing techniques. Damn system, make 10,000 yuan a month? It's not in the future now. 10,000 yuan can buy a lot more at this time. It would be hard to find a household with 10,000 yuan savings in a village. But this set of boxing moves was intriguing. He did need this now. His body needed exercise to become stronger. After bidding farewell to Xena, he rode his bike directly to the second-hand market on the old street. For 200 yuan, he acquired a complete set of second-hand equipment. A used tricycle, a gas stove, a gas tank, pots, pans, and other kitchenware. The previous owner of this tricycle also ran a small stand, but might have quit due to poor business. All these items were bundled together for only 200 yuan. It was too good a deal. He tied his bicycle to the tricycle and hauled all the stuff back to the construction site. Then he rode his bicycle again, returning to Lushui town, mainly to give a statement at the police station and gather some information. Upon finishing the statement, an officer told him that last night a Carlo named Remington had come to turn himself in. He claimed he was deceived by Jonathan Am and helped hold back Mason's family, receiving 200 yuan as a bribe. This indicated that the incident was not impromptu but well planned. However, Jonathan Am insisted during the interrogation that everything was his own doing and had nothing to do with others. The case was basically concluded. Mason didn't push further. He wouldn't let Honest off either. It was just a matter of time. His top priority now was to earn money. Although he now had 8,000 yuan from bonuses, which alleviated his immediate financial pressure, it wasn't enough for him. He wanted to take his parents to live in Tianzhou City, away from Zephyrshan village, escaping Amber's mental control. Tianzhou City was the capital of Huaguo. Though housing prices weren't high now, he still couldn't afford it. And there was Xena. Her family was undoubtedly well off. To have an equal footing with her, he had to strive. So, he started with selling boxed meals. Mason bought several hundred pounds of rice, dozens of pounds of soybean oil, hundreds of eggs, ingredients for egg fried rice, seasonings, and packaging supplies like boxes and disposable chopsticks. All these went into the mini space. He thought it over. The construction site was large, and there were Carlo-y migrant workers. He decided to try his luck here first. His parents certainly wouldn't agree to quit their jobs to join him immediately. He'd wait until he achieved some success before discussing it with them. To sell boxed meals, he definitely couldn't stay in the barracks anymore. Near the construction site, he found a house for rent and leased one small single room. The conditions were simple but cheap, 5 yuan per month. The tricycle could be parked in the courtyard. With everything arranged, he rode back to the construction site. His parents hadn't finished work yet. Mason lit the stove to start cooking. Thinking about the delicious egg fried rice for lunch, his parents had never tasted it. He started steaming the rice and preparing ingredients, hoping to impress them and gain confidence in this business. As soon as the rice was done, the workers started returning from work. "Steven, you're back?" Violet was pleasantly surprised at seeing her son. "Marion, get ready first and then call Uncle to eat together. I'll cook something special today." "Sure, let's taste my son's cooking." Violet didn't expect much from his culinary skills, but she habitually praised her son. Shepard laughed. "Today, we can have a cooked meal prepared for us." Having practiced at noon, this batch of egg fried rice was even easier for Mason. Soon, the aroma of freshly cooked rice filled the area around the barracks. Everyone couldn't help but sniff the air. "Who's cooking so deliciously? I'm starving. The smell is making me hungrier." When everyone realized the scent came from Mason's pot, they started praising him. University student cooking? High-achieving students are different, not only smart but can cook better than most. "What's that? Egg fried rice? Unbelievable. It smells better than meat." The aroma stirred up everyone's appetite. Some hungry workers rushed to the food stalls outside. Mason served the last portion of fried rice. Just then, Judah came over. "Uncle, it's rare for me to cook. Please come and taste it. It's just simple egg fried rice. Don't be picky." "Don't say that. Why would I be picky? It smells so good." Judah sat down on the simple stool. The few of them, smelling the inviting aroma, suddenly had their appetites greatly increased. After tasting the first bite, their eyes lit up. Delicious. Then came a rapid devouring, eating with gusto. In less than 10 minutes, the four of them finished every grain of rice on their plates, so clean they didn't need washing, not a single grain visible. They looked at each other, laughing out loud. Judah scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. "Haha, Steven's egg fried rice is too delicious." Violet was puzzled in her heart. Her son, though studious, wasn't particularly good at cooking. He could barely make edible food. However, she had a blind spot for Mason, accepting his excellence with ease. "Marion, Uncle, what do you think? If I sell this egg fried rice outside, will anyone buy it?" Mason asked tentatively. Judah immediately said enthusiastically, "Of course people will buy it. Your skills are amazing. The stalls near the entrance selling boxed meals aren't nearly as good as yours." Words spoken casually, yet the listeners took them seriously. Mr. and Mrs. Shepard looked suspiciously at their son. They knew he wouldn't ask this without reason. Seeing their reaction, Mason got straight to the point. "Marion, I plan to set up a stall, selling egg fried rice." Mr. and Mrs. Shepard, who had stayed in the countryside for a long time, still held conservative views. They always felt that the city didn't belong to them, while the countryside was their world. Thus, when they heard their son's idea, they fell silent instantly, finding business far removed from their reality. Noticing they were discussing serious matters, Judah found an excuse to leave first. He thought his nephew's idea was pretty good. With such skillful hands, it surely would earn money, better than doing carload labor. Mr. Shepard pondered for a moment and then said, "Steven, you're an adult now, and you have your own ideas. We won't stop you. As long as you work hard, no matter whether you make money or not, we will support you. Daisy, give Steven some money to buy supplies." In major family decisions, Violet always deferred to Shepard. Though she thought running a business wouldn't be easy, she nodded in agreement. Mason was deeply touched. These were his parents, though uneducated and lacking knowledge. They always did their best to support him, whether it was studying in the past or pursuing his current endeavors. Chapter 9 Fried Rice for 2 yuan? "Marion, no need to worry about money. I've already prepared everything this afternoon. The tricycle and cooking utensils are all secondhand, costing only 200 yuan in total." It was a real bargain. 200 yuan? Where did you get that much money? "I only gave you 10 yuan yesterday," Violet said in surprise. It was then Mason remembered he hadn't told his family about the 8,000 yuan bonus yet. He leaned over and whispered into his parents' ears, explaining how he received the bonus today. The light in Shepard's and Violet's eyes visibly brightened. 8,000 yuan? Goodness, excelling in studies not only exempts one from tuition fees but also earns bonuses. With this 8,000 yuan, their burden would lighten considerably. By saving a bit more and working harder to earn money, they could easily afford their son's education expenses. They became less resistant to the idea of their son setting up a fried rice stall. After all, it was just an experiment, and the worst-case scenario would be losing a few hundred yuan. Money brought them confidence. That night, the couple helped their son move his simple belongings into the outside single room. This small single room had a double bed of around 1.5 meters wide, a study desk, and a stool. Though simple, it was far better than the living conditions in the construction site sheds, at least offering some private space. When Violet heard the monthly rent for the single room was 5 yuan, she felt a pang in her heart. Her monthly salary was only 20 yuan. However, she didn't say anything against what her son wanted to do. Mason initially thought about having his parents move in as well. They could carload by creating another bed, using stools. But Shepard refused, citing the convenience of staying at the construction site. Before their son's stall started making money, they couldn't afford to lose their jobs at the construction site. If the son failed, they could still earn some money to make ends meet. Mason could only let them be for now. All preparations were set, awaiting tomorrow's trial run. Shepard and Violet promised to help him out during lunchtime the next day. Conveniently, with their son running a food business, they wouldn't have to eat cold buns every day and could enjoy hot meals. Mason only operated during lunch and dinner, reserving mornings for steaming rice and preparing ingredients. He woke up early, started steaming the rice in a large pot, and began slicing scallions, carrots, sausage, and preparing peas and corn kernels. Seasonings were neatly arranged in jars for easy access. He also needed to boil a large pot of tomato egg drop soup in a big iron bucket. After the rice was fully cooked, he fluffed it and let it cool so the grains remained distinct when stir-fried. For the first day's trial run, uncertain about the market to Carlet, he prepared ingredients for 100 servings of fried rice, planning to leave once they were sold out. If unsold, the loss wouldn't be too significant. By around 11 o'clock, everything was ready, the gas tank was full, and he set off on his tricycle. Nearby this construction site was a large open area where street vendors usually set up stalls at noon. Workers eating out generally came here because of the variety available. When he arrived, there were no good spots left, but he wasn't particular, finding a corner to park. There were no customers yet. The peak dining hours would begin after 12 o'clock. First, he set up 3 folding tables from the tricycle and placed the stacked plastic stools one by one. Then he hung the signboard made of cardboard he wrote earlier in a conspicuous place on the tricycle. Fried rice, 2 yuan per serving. He placed the large bucket of tomato egg drop soup in a visible spot for customers to serve themselves. This was free and required little material. A few eggs made the whole bucket. Finally, he set up the stove, placing all ingredients and seasonings within easy reach, ready to welcome customers. Currently, including him, there were 5 food stalls in this area. 2 stalls sold stir-fried dishes, with long wooden signs hanging from their tricycles listing various dishes, meat and vegetables, for customers to choose from, ordered and stir-fried on the spot. A serving of meat stir-fry cost around 2 yuan, while vegetable dishes cost about 1 yuan each. Although he hadn't eaten them before, he'd seen other workers order, and they looked ordinary. After all, food served at construction sites prioritized affordability and fullness over taste. Another 2 stalls sold noodles and dumplings respectively. Noodle prices varied depending on toppings. The most expensive beef noodle cost 2 yuan, while the cheapest vegetable noodle was 50 cents for a satisfying meal. Dumpling prices depended on the filling, with meat-filled ones costing 2 yuan and vegetable-filled ones 1 yuan. Each stall catered to different customer groups, causing minimal interference. Neighboring stall owners eyed his new setup somewhat hostilely, fearing competition, until they saw his sign and immediately smiled. One of the bosses selling stir-fried dishes, Dax, chuckled to his wife. This idiot, selling egg fried rice? For 2 yuan? Does he think this is a gourmet street? Haha, wait until he loses all his money. Yeah, we sell meat dishes for just 2 yuan per serving. How dare he price his egg fried rice so high, treating people like fools. I bet he won't sell a single serving, added Dax's chubby wife. Several bosses even began whispering and betting on how Carlo-y orders this young Carlo would get today. Mason naturally knew they were talking about him. No need to argue with fools. Let actions speak louder than words. His egg fried rice was worth every penny of its price. System task released. Received disdain from Dax. Please sell 1 serving of egg fried rice to give a response to your peers. Task reward. A set of cleavers. Mason was pondering which boss Dax was when a red button appeared before his eyes. Right. He still had 1 sign-in opportunity for today. Wondering what good things he might get today, Mason rubbed his hands and pressed the button. A burst of light flashed. Host has signed in at the snack stall. Obtained a barbecue seasoning recipe that makes shoe sauce taste delicious. It has been automatically issued. Make shoe sauce taste delicious? The next second, a barbecue seasoning recipe with precise measurements by grams appeared in Mason's mind. He didn't have time to think much about it and put it aside for later research. Soon, workers started coming over from various construction sites in different directions. Though this area was a construction site, besides migrant workers, there were Carlo-y Carloagement staff who were the main customers for these small stalls. Most migrant workers ordered a large bowl of plain noodles or a 1 yuan vegetable dumpling, and if feeling extravagant, a portion of plain vegetables with rice. Most people headed straight to their familiar stalls. Very quickly, the other 4 stalls were packed. Only Mason's side remained empty with 3 tables uncarloaned. Of course, some noticed the emptiness here and thought of trying the new stall. But once they saw the sign, they immediately retreated. For 2 yuan, they could get a meat dish. Eating egg fried rice wasn't cost-effective. As a result, while other stalls were bustling with business, Mason hadn't received any customers. Chapter 10. Humiliating Dax. Business goes viral. Mr. and Mrs. Xuanhuan Zhongxiang hurried over right after getting off work, only to find that there wasn't a single person at their son's stall. The couple was very anxious and worried about making their son upset. Son, don't get mad. Take it slowly, Violet consoled. Mason said nonchalantly, I'm not in a hurry. You must be tired after working all morning. Sit down and rest for a bit. I'll whip up something for you to eat. Reluctantly, they sat down and waited for their son's meal. Mason heated the wok with oil, his movements fluid and practiced. He used a powerful stove and a large iron pot, capable of frying 3 servings of fried rice at once. After a series of skillful operations, soon, a unique aroma of egg fried rice filled the air. Customers waiting for meals turned their gazes towards the source of the scent. Mason. My God, this smells incredible. This kid has some real skills. For this smell alone, 2 yuan is worth it. Why don't we give it a try? Some impatient customers were eager to give it a shot. Yeah, let's give it a try. Mason served 3 golden plates of fried rice on the table. The family started feasting heartily. They ate continuously without stopping. His skills grew more refined, and the quality of the egg fried rice improved with each batch. After finishing their meal, Xuanhuan Zhongxiang and Violet had another bowl of soup before feeling content. Mason swallowed the last bite of fried rice. Business arrived. A middle-aged Carlo who had ordered stir-fried dishes from the next-door stall approached, unable to wait any longer due to a long queue and his craving for egg fried rice. Hey, young Carlo, give me a serving of egg fried rice. Sure thing, sir. Please wait a moment. Mason stood up, put on a clean apron, and began preparing the fried rice. For his first order, he put in his best effort and soon, the aromatic smell spread again among the crowd. Everyone looked expectantly at the first taster. Sir, your egg fried rice. The Carlo eagerly picked up the plate and took a bite. This was simply too delicious. Not only visually stunning but also a feast for the palate, reminiscent of home, cooking yet even better. Eating such a dish felt like having no regrets in life. His satisfied expression and exaggerated eating Carloner made people around wonder, is this guy a plant? Finishing 1 plate still left him unsatisfied, so he waved at Mason. Christo, 1 more, please. Sure thing, sir. There's tomato and egg soup in the bucket next to you. Feel free to help yourself. It's complimentary. At this moment, the system prompt sounded. Congratulations, host. You've sold a serving of egg fried rice and completed the task to humiliate Dax. Task rewards have been issued. Please extract them as needed. Mason, busy making fried rice, ignored it since it would automatically be stored in the mini space. Due to the allure of the distinctive taste of the egg fried rice and the endorsement from the first customer, more and more people crowded over. 1 serving of egg fried rice. 2 servings for me. I'll take 1. Especially customers from Dax's and another stir-fry stall, half of whom rushed over here. Unable to endure the long wait and the irresistible fragrance of the fried rice, who could resist? Dax and the owner of the other stall turned red-faced with anger. They had joked earlier that this kid wouldn't sell a single serving today, but they didn't expect to be proven wrong so quickly. Mason's 3 small tables were fully occupied, and additional customers stood by the side waiting for seats. As the crowd grew, things became chaotic. Mason organized everything efficiently. Jonathan Zhongxiang served the guests with free tomato and egg soup, collected used plates, wiped tables, and handled miscellaneous tasks. Violet recorded the order of each guest requests, delivered the egg fried rice to each table, and handled cashier duties. It wasn't complicated, just charging 2 yuan per serving. To be honest, when they saw that their son priced the egg fried rice at 2 yuan, they were initially worried. Such a high price, they feared selling nothing. But seeing how busy things were now, they finally felt reassured. They should listen to their son more often. Educated people do have sharper minds. Mason thought, what does making egg fried rice have to do with my education? With the help of his parents, the situation was quickly under control. Mason focused on making egg fried rice, able to fry 3 servings at once. Unlike stir-fry dishes which take longer, the waiting time for fried rice was short, so customers could enjoy their meals quickly. Once they started eating, no one spoke. Everyone buried their heads in the deliciousness. People are naturally curious and tend to try new things, especially when tempted by such an inviting aroma. And the sight of diners acting as if they hadn't eaten in 10 days made Mason's stall increasingly bustling with activity, with crowds surrounding and queuing up endlessly. Even more than one customer found one serving not enough and added another. Considering this was a full plate, it already indicated that the appetite was quite large. It could only be said that the egg fried rice had too much charm. In contrast, there were hardly any customers left at the 2 adjacent stir-fry stalls. The dumpling and noodle stalls fared a little better. They were the first choice for some migrant workers who couldn't afford stir-fry dishes. Violet was busy welcoming guests and collecting money, her smile never fading. Business was so good that Mason's small tables were insufficient. The number of people waiting for seats kept increasing. Mason grew a bit anxious as well. One customer, unable to wait, asked if he could take his meal to go. That's when Mason remembered he had bought disposable takeout boxes and chopsticks. He quickly made arrangements for takeout. Once everyone realized they could have takeout, they rushed over again asking for it. Mason's large iron wok was nearly flying in circles, continuously frying rice after pouring oil. Busy until around 1:30, the number of diners gradually decreased, with just a few scattered customers still eating. The ingredients for egg fried rice he prepared were almost gone, with only a few servings left. Mason massaged his sore arms. He had overestimated his physical strength. His body was too weak now. Swinging the large iron wok all afternoon left his entire arm trembling. He needed to complete the task of earning 10,000 yuan this month, as soon as possible to get the martial art for strengthening his body. Are you tired? Come rest a bit. Shepard wasn't good at comforting, but he quietly did what he could to help his son. Violet, having just collected money from a customer, smiled like a flower, knowing today's earnings would definitely be substantial from selling so Carlo-y plates of fried rice. Marion, Erwin, things are not busy now. You should go back and rest quickly. You still have work at 2. Mason felt deeply for his parents, who worked tirelessly so he could attend university. After such high-intensity work at the construction site, they still came to help him. Violet shoved the large metal box filled with money into her son's hands. This is today's earnings. Hold on to it. We'll head back to work now. We can talk about it tonight. After Shepard and Violet left, Mason waited a while longer and sold the remaining ingredients before preparing to pack up and leave. The bosses of the 2 adjacent stir-fry stalls looked at him with envious eyes that seemed ready to spit fire. He didn't care. Doing business meant relying on one's own skills. Chapter 11. Such a meal should only be found in heaven. How often can one taste it on earth? Due to Mason's sudden appearance, both stir-fry stalls suffered huge losses today. More than half of the dishes they prepared were left unsold. In the scorching summer, food couldn't be stored for long. It would go bad tomorrow. Selling spoiled food would only drive customers away. That's why they were so furious. The other 2 stalls selling noodles and dumplings did not suffer much impact. Normally, they were often marginalized by the stir-fry vendors, but today, seeing Mason subdue these rivals, they felt like friends with him. The owners of the noodle and dumpling stalls even came over to greet Mason. Young Carlo, your cooking skills are quite something. The aroma is irresistible, praised the old Carlo who sold noodles. Mason reciprocated the goodwill. Sir, your skills are excellent too. How about we exchange some techniques tomorrow? Mason had observed that among the 4 stalls, this old Carlo who sold noodles was the most skilled and decent. He didn't participate in the discussions about Mason when everyone else was talking about him earlier. His noodles were all hand-pulled, and the toppings smelled delightful. The old Carlo laughed heartily. Haha, great. I'll definitely try your egg fried rice that makes people's tongues fall off. No problem, haha, Mason chuckled. The owner of the dumpling stall, an auntie, stopped by briefly before leaving. After packing up his belongings onto his tricycle, Mason rode slowly back to his rental place. Dax glared at Mason's retreating figure with venomous eyes. Back at the rental, he was utterly exhausted. Collapsing on the bed, he barely moved. Struggling for a while, he eventually got up and washed the pots, bowls, and plates used today. Then, he closed the door and started counting the money in the iron box. Mostly 1 or 2 yuan coins. He had prepared about 100 servings. After deducting the 3 eaten by his family, the box contained money for 97 servings of egg fried rice, totaling 194 yuan. The cost for ingredients of 100 servings was around 60 yuan. So, He netted 140 yuan for every 100 servings sold. Since egg fried rice mainly required rice and eggs, the costs were relatively low. While he had earned well, it still wasn't enough. Earning money was indeed difficult. To make 10,000 yuan a month, he needed daily earnings of over 350 yuan. Based on today's trial run, he could handle no more than 100 servings per day. Anymore, and he wouldn't be able to keep up. Far from reaching the target of 350 yuan a day, he needed other methods. First, he planned to discuss with his parents tonight, suggesting they quit their jobs and join him. This way, he could save time for more tasks. Today, Carlo customers took their orders to go. Preparing pre-packed meals might help. This would save time and increase sales. Moreover, he needed to think of additional income sources. Suddenly, he remembered the barbecue seasoning formula he got this morning. System-created items were always top-notch. Considering his previous experience running a night market barbecue stand, coupled with this exceptional formula, good business seemed assured. If he sold egg fried rice during the day and barbecue at night on Delicious Street, achieving monthly earnings of 10,000 yuan should be fast. It would be tiring, but he wasn't afraid. Thinking of earning money gave him renewed vigor. With determination, Mason changed into clean clothes and cycled to the market. First, he bought the ingredients needed for tomorrow's egg fried rice. He also purchased a pound of pork belly, lettuce, 1000-page tofu, leeks, green peppers, potatoes, eggplants, chicken hearts, and gizzards for making grilled meat for his parents. Heading to the spice shop next, he bought all the spices listed in the barbecue formula. Since his family already had charcoal and skewers, he bought a few more. Finally, he went to the second-hand market and found a dirty, unrecognizable barbecue grill for 20 yuan. He also bought a small apothecary scale for measuring spices. Upon returning home, Mason immediately cleaned the barbecue grill in the courtyard. Its previous owner must have been very careless. Using laundry detergent and scrubbing hard for hours, he finally cleaned it properly. Finally restored to its original state, it looked like a pretty decent barbecue grill. Unfortunately, the courtyard was now full of dirty water. Fortunately, he was the only one in the courtyard at the moment. The other tenants had all gone to work. He hurriedly cleaned up the yard. With the barbecue grill now clean and the time pressing, he set it up in the yard and started the charcoal fire. While waiting for the charcoal to ignite, Mason prepared the barbecue seasoning according to the recipe in his mind. The spice ratio was precise to the gram, and the small medicinal scale had a very high accuracy. After weighing all the spices, he mixed them thoroughly in a large bowl. 350 grams of refined salt, 150 grams of monosodium glutamate, 400 grams of cumin seeds, 200 grams of pepper powder, 200 grams of ginger powder, 50 grams of 5-spice powder, 50 grams of Sichuan pepper, 60 grams of Sichuan pepper powder, 80 grams of roasted sesame seeds, 300 grams of chili powder. When all ingredients were mixed together, their flavors combined into a mouth-watering aroma that permeated the air. This smell, amazing. Mason couldn't help but take a deep breath. What's that delicious smell? A young Carlo sniffed as he walked in from outside. Mason knew this person was his neighbor from next door. This little courtyard had only one floor with 4 rooms housing 4 people. They had briefly met earlier that morning but didn't get a chance to chat. Hi, I'm Mason, just moved in. Mason introduced himself, knowing they would be neighbors for some time. Hi, I'm Benny. What are you doing? Benny pointed to the bowl of spices and the smoking barbecue grill beside him. Oh, I'm doing a bit of business. I sell egg fried rice on the open ground in front during lunchtime. In the evening, I plan to sell barbecue on Delicious Street. This is the seasoning I've just mixed, preparing to test its taste, Mason explained while washing his hands. You're the one selling egg fried rice there? I didn't go down for lunch today. My colleague brought me a packed box of egg fried rice back. The flavor was something extraordinary. Your skills must be amazing. I'll come to your stall tomorrow, Benny exclaimed in pleasant surprise. Today Benny was busy with design drawings and didn't go for lunch. His colleague brought back a boxed meal which he initially didn't want to eat since he usually disliked egg fried rice. However, several colleagues praised it so highly, saying this dish should only be found in heaven. How often can one taste it on earth? A simple bowl of egg fried rice made one feel blissfully content. This piqued his curiosity immensely. Taking a tentative bite, he was instantly hooked and devoured the entire meal box, belching loudly afterwards, drawing laughter from his colleagues. Chapter 12. Smoke and Flames, Flavors of Jonathan. Benny never thought that the egg fried rice master would become his neighbor. Wouldn't this mean he could take advantage of proximity to gain first access? Because of work, he spent a lot of time on construction sites. Everything else was bearable except for the meals. It was really a headache. He wasn't short of money, but there was really nothing delicious around here. Now, he'd have better luck with food. Haha, Brother Fong, you're welcome to come over and support me tomorrow. By the way, I'm making barbecue in the yard tonight. If you don't mind, you can come to taste and give valuable feedback. Mason hadn't expected to gain a fan so quickly and felt quite happy. Yes, sure, thank you very much. I just bought a few bottles of beer and some fruit, so let them cover my meal expenses. Benny put the plastic bag he was carrying directly on the table where Mason placed things. Mason accepted it without hesitation, smiling. They chatted a bit more before Benny went back to his room to wash up. Tenants came and went one after another, but no one spoke to him again. While slicing meat, Mason saw Shepard and Violet coming with a plastic bag. Steven, I forgot we didn't need to cook at noon or night today, so I steamed 2 Carlo steamed buns. I'll bring them over to eat tonight before they go bad, Violet said as she put down the bag of steamed buns. You bought meat? What are you doing? She asked, looking puzzled at her son arranging a table full of dishes. Seeing the buns Jonathan Marion brought, Mason lit up, realizing he needed something as a staple, because eating only meat and vegetables wouldn't be enough. Unexpectedly, Jonathan Marion brought over the buns which could be eaten directly or grilled. Erwin Marion, I'm making some barbecue for dinner tonight. Rest a bit. I'll finish this soon. Mason threaded the sliced meat onto skewers. Why bother with this? You still need to set up the stall tomorrow. Are you tired from today? Violet picked up a bamboo skewer and tried to help thread the meat like him. Shepard washed his hands silently and joined in to help. Marion Erwin, I've been thinking about how it's a waste of time just running the business at noon. I can also set up stalls at night. I got a barbecue grill, and we can sell barbecue at the food street. I'll make a meal for you to try tonight. You boy, you haven't made a big success with the egg fried rice yet. Don't pick peanuts and lose watermelons. Who buys such a small amount per skewer? Stick to selling egg fried rice. Your lunch business seems pretty good, and you can earn money, Violet complained out of habit. Mason wasn't angry. Jonathan Marion was a typical rural Wacarlo who didn't understand business and had limited perspectives, but he understood her. It was the same when he started making egg fried rice, with her worrying all the time. Just do as you think best. It's okay to give it a try. If it doesn't work out, don't force yourself. We can afford your education now. Although Shepard didn't know much about business and didn't express himself well, he had the virtue of not restricting his child with his own opinions. Yeah, I know, Erwin. You're just spoiling him. Violet glared fiercely at Shepard. Shepard smiled sheepishly. As dusk fell, a dim light quietly lit up in the courtyard. Mason grilled the skewers skillfully, impressing Benny with his fluent actions. The combination of spices and animal fat released an irresistible aroma, the smell of roasted meat making one's mouth water. So fragrant. Excellent skills. Despite having eaten plenty of fine foods, Benny was thoroughly captivated by this scent. There were indeed masters hidden among common folk. He just hadn't met them. After introducing everyone briefly, Mason invited his parents and Benny to sit in the yard, serving them freshly grilled pork belly first. On the simple folding table Mason used for his stall, there was a plate of grilled meat, a basket of lettuce, a dish of washed plums and grapes, and several bottles of beer. Although the setting was modest, tasting this delicious barbecue felt like a rare pleasure. Benny wrapped the freshly grilled pork belly with lettuce, savoring the fragrance of vegetables and the aroma of meat. The taste was simply exquisite. He swallowed contentedly and sighed in satisfaction. Seeing his look of enjoyment, Violet couldn't help but laugh. Though she herself found the food quite tasty, she lacked a point of reference since she hadn't tasted anything better. Auntie, it's really delicious. Is cooking in your family passed down through generations? Benny asked with a smile, not feeling awkward at all. No, we're from the countryside. How could we have any family legacy? All these skills are what my son has researched on his own. He just got admitted to university. Our family is poor, so we came out to work to earn money for his tuition fees, Violet said with pride when talking about her son. University student? Impressive, impressive. Which university did he get into? Benny dropped out after finishing high school and started working. He learned some drafting knowledge from his brother-in-law who had attended university. Now, he considered himself semi-educated. His brother-in-law used connections to find him an office job at a construction site. Nowadays, he earned quite a bit, but deep down, he envied those who had received a true university education. Violet, somewhat shyly, replied, Tianzhou University. Did I hear you right? Tianzhou University? Benny was in disbelief. Mason put a batch of freshly grilled chicken liver and vegetables into a dish. Brother Fong, forgive me for embarrassing you. We're poor, that's why we need to come out and earn money for tuition. Benny's confirmation shocked him even more. This poorly dressed young Carlo with unremarkable looks actually got into one of the best universities in China? What mattered most was that this guy was not only smart and hardworking but also made delicious food. He believed this big boy would succeed no matter what he chose to do in the future. Young Carlo, you have a bright future ahead. Here, let me toast to your bright prospects. Facing a soon-to-be Tianzhou University student, Benny couldn't help but start using more refined language. Thank you, Brother Fong. Mason picked up the beer bottle from the table and clinked it against Benny's. Over drinks, they ate fragrant barbecue skewers and laughed heartily together. The courtyard filled with smoke and mouth-watering aromas. Beer and barbecue brought everyone closer as they enjoyed the lively atmosphere. In the end, the four devoured all the meat and vegetables Mason had prepared. There wasn't a drop of beer or piece of fruit left, not even a single bite of toasted steamed bun. Everything was cleaned up completely. Clearly, there was no need to ask for opinions. The results spoke for themselves. Benny even used the toasted bun pieces to wipe off the last bits of barbecue seasoning from the plate. After eating their fill, they tidied up together before each returned home to rest. Mason kept Mr. and Mrs. Shepard behind to discuss something. Chapter 13 Resignation and Preparation. Marion, Erwin, I prepared 100 fried rice meals today and sold them all out, earning a total of 194 yuan. Based on today's per for Carlos, business should be good from now on. We can sell at least 100 portions every day. We can also do barbecue in the evening, which shouldn't be hard to sell if it tastes good. But I can't Carloage everything by myself. I want to discuss with you too. Perhaps you should stop working at the construction site and help me run this business, Mason said as he took out the bundled up loose change from the box and showed it to Jonathan's Megan. When Violet heard about the earnings of 194 yuan, her eyes lit up. Earning 200 yuan a day would mean 6,000 yuan a month if there were 30 days. Even after deducting half for costs, they could still make a net profit of 3,000 yuan. That was more than what their combined wages added up to now by 900 yuan. Especially considering the cost of this egg-fried rice business wouldn't even reach half. Businesses must be so profitable. Shepard was hesitant. He worried about future business conditions. If business wasn't good, how would they fare, and whether the four Carlo would take him back after leaving. Mason understood their concerns and hesitations. I mainly thought that I need to teach Erwin quickly. In a month or so, when I start school, I won't be able to come out every day to set up the stall, and supporting the family will fall on your shoulders, Mason urged them further. Violet thought about it, and realized it made sense. She knew how delicious the egg-fried rice her son made was. Regardless of where they went to do business, it relied on skill. If Shandong could also make such tasty egg-fried rice, they could support their son's education through selling it. The work on the construction site was monotonous, dirty, bitter, and exhausting. Running a business seemed better. Most importantly, when doing business outside, they would earn all the money themselves without being controlled by anyone. Other sisters-in-law had their own savings, not that she didn't know. Despite working hard for the family year-round, her husband and she ended up penniless. Their parents-in-law's recent actions truly chilled her heart. She always endured for the sake of her child's education. She never imagined her in-laws would ask them to solve the tuition problem on their own. despite handing over every cent earned over the years to her Megan-in-law for the child's education. Thinking about this, Violet made up her mind. From now on, she would keep the money herself and no longer depend on others. Shepard had also figured things out. Their son would eventually go to school, and someone had to keep the business running. They weren't particularly short of money right now, and had a chance to try something new. The couple exchanged glances, and came to a decision. Alright then, let's talk to the four Carlo properly and settle our accounts. We'll move out, and help our son set up the stall tomorrow. That sounds good. Let's check if the four Carlo is asleep first. The family returned to the construction site, where the four Carlo hadn't gone to bed yet. They explained their situation nicely. This four Carlo turned out to have a kind heart. Not only did he pay them for the previous month, but also rounded it up to one full month including the remaining few days. Together, they received 2,100 yuan. Violet held the money and thanked profusely. Mason and Shepard also thanked the four Carlo for his help and care over the past month. They understood that the four Carlo probably did it because Mason had been admitted to Tianzhou University, granting him some goodwill. This outcome allowed them to part ways amicably. After informing Uncle Jonathan, the family moved back to their rental apartment with their simple belongings. Mason gave his bed to his parents and found a piece of cardboard to lie down on the floor. Luckily, it was midsummer, so sleeping on the floor wasn't a problem. The family chatted happily about daily trivialities. Shepard and his wife felt that their tough times finally had a glimpse of hope. Mason closed his eyes contentedly, knowing that in this second life, he had finally escaped the shadow of his past. Everything was moving towards what he hoped for. He feared neither hardship nor fatigue. What he dreaded most was losing sight of a hopeful future. Early the next morning, since they ate something too greasy last night, the family cooked porridge in the morning, paired with radish pickles made by Violet, adding a special flavor. Mason rode a tricycle with Shepard to the nearest market to purchase various meats and vegetables needed for tonight's stall. Violet stayed home to prepare the ingredients required for the noon stall. Washing and chopping were simple tasks for her, much easier than working as a laborer at the construction site. After finishing up, she still had time to tidy the room and wash and hang up the dirty clothes from yesterday. Meanwhile, Mason and his father compared prices at several shops and chose one with reasonable prices and a complete selection of goods. After negotiating for a while, they convinced the shop owner to provide them with wholesale prices in the long term. On the first trial day, Mason bought 10 pounds of pork belly, 1 pound of beef, 2 pounds of mutton, 3 packs of frozen squid, 3 packs of frozen chicken wings, 4 pounds of chicken gizzards, 4 pounds of chicken hearts, and 2 boxes of ham sausages. At wholesale prices, these items cost around 65 yuan in total. Abdullahi and son put the items on the tricycle and continued to browse the market, eventually choosing a store with fresh produce. They purchased potatoes, green peppers, leeks, shiitake mushrooms, eggplants, braised tofu, smoked tofu, corn, and scallions. They also bought 2 boxes of bamboo skewers in bulk. This added up to another 15 yuan. The total procurement cost for today was 80 yuan. By the time father and son got home, it was almost 10 o'clock. The family started preparing and processing the meat and vegetables. Shepard was responsible for washing, while Mason and Violet took charge of cutting the meat. There was only one knife at home, but Mason remembered the set of knives given by the system yesterday. He took out a handy knife and lied, claiming he had bought it earlier. Indeed, the knife provided by the system was very efficient. It cut through the meat effortlessly, as if slicing tofu, leaving the pork belly thinly sliced and translucent. Even Violet, who had been Carlo aging the kitchen for years, couldn't match its quality. Actually, it wasn't just the knife that made the difference. Mason himself had practiced his knife skills. He sliced the pork belly into thin pieces, diced the beef and mutton, sliced the chicken gizzards, and then marinated them with different seasonings. The marinade was a recipe he used frequently in his previous life, which made the grilled meat even more delicious. Other meats didn't need to be sliced. They could be threaded directly onto the skewers. However, they didn't have time to finish everything, and had to wait until the afternoon to complete the remaining tasks. Mason prepared 3 servings of fried rice to ensure the family ate well before heading out. Today, he not only added eggs but also meat crumbles to the fried rice, making it a small feast. With full bellies, the 3 moved all the tools onto the tricycle, preparing to leave. Mason couldn't carry too much by himself, so Shepard rode his bicycle with Violet. When they arrived at the empty lot at 11, the other 4 families were already there. Their spot was as usual in the corner. Chapter 14 all sold out. Yesterday, it was agreed that Mason would spar with the old Carlo who sold noodles. Upon arriving at the place, Mason immediately prepared a plate of fried rice and served it to the old Carlo for tasting. After trying a bite, the old Carlo praised it endlessly. He returned the favor by giving him a bowl of beef top noodles, likely the most expensive topping among all the noodles he sold. Mason had just eaten, so he couldn't finish a whole bowl of noodles. He shared it with Shepard, each eating half. To put it simply, the old Carlo's noodles were quite chewy, the toppings were generous, and it smelled great, but the taste was somewhat lacking. However, it was still a conscientiously made bowl of noodles. Since it was still early, Violet began making preparations. Mason started cooking fried rice. Once done, he packed the rice into containers and put them in bags. It was summer, so they cooled down slowly. Shepard helped his son, watching his steps while fanning him with old newspapers to keep him cool. It was indeed very hard work for cooks in the sweltering summer heat, drenched in sweat and covered in oil. Soon enough, the table was piled high with dozens of containers of egg fried rice. It was already noon. People started coming one after another for their meal. Following yesterday's buzz, the incredibly delicious egg fried rice caused a stir across the entire construction site. Everyone knew there was a new stall selling egg fried rice, which was fragrant, full of flavor, and visually appealing. Thus, Carlo-y people came by reputation. There were also Carlo-y who came out of curiosity. The 3 small tables quickly filled up. Violet happily moved between the customers, serving bowls of cooled egg soup. These were all money-making gods, she thought, and needed to be treated well. Shepard was responsible for selling the pre-packed meals, a simple task where customers paid and took the food away. It was scorching midday. Even though there was shade, most people chose to take their food home. so all the prepared boxes were sold out within 10 minutes. Many more people waited for their meals. Mason did not stop cooking. They were busy until around 1 o'clock, when the number of customers finally decreased slightly. The owners of the 2 neighboring vegetable stalls were practically on fire with jealousy. They hadn't expected that such a young Carlo could single-handedly snatch away all their business. Their stands saw fewer customers today than yesterday. Everyone had come to eat Mason's delectable egg fried rice. Mason looked at the bucket of leftover rice. There wasn't much left, probably enough for only 10 more servings. Xuanhuan, Uncle Jonathanu, Auntie Jonathan, I've brought some colleagues to support you. 8 plates of egg fried rice, Benny said cheerfully. Violet quickly tidied up the 2 recently vacated tables. Elira is here, everyone please sit down. Auntie will serve you tomato and egg soup to quench your thirst. Violet greeted them deftly. She was naturally amiable, and after these past couple of days, hosting guests was no problem. Shepherd was a bit quieter, not as adept at customer service but suited for the kitchen. Their personalities complemented each other well. True to his word, Benny had indeed brought several colleagues from the office to support them. Knowing it would be busy during lunchtime, they arrived at 1 o'clock. Fanggu, you've come just in time. We have only the last bit of rice left, Mason greeted with a smile, then resumed cooking. Just as he was about to finish, another customer arrived. That made it 3 pans. For those who came later, he could only apologize. There was no more rice left. After serving Benny and his colleagues, who insisted on paying, Violet reluctantly accepted the money. The family prepared to pack up early, having sold more than yesterday. Mason had prepared around 150 portions, expecting some leftovers, but everything was sold out. Perhaps because it was the opening day and highly hyped. Everyone was curious. Probably in a few days, the business wouldn't be as good, since even egg fried rice could get tiresome if eaten every day. After the group left, Dax looked at the meat and vegetables barely sold that day, nearly in tears, wondering what was going on. If this continued, he might as well close down. The neighbor's boss walked over. Hagen Christo, if we let this kid continue like this, our 2 shops will soon be out of business. AI, that's right, sighed Dax's wife. A thin-faced middle-aged Carlo leaned in and said, I have an idea. We can drive him away. What idea? Dax turned around. After a short discussion, the group smiled smugly. Back at their rental home, the Jonathanu family quickly washed up and rested, then began preparing things for the evening stall, mainly threading meat and vegetables onto bamboo skewers. Mason was fairly proficient, while Shepherd and Violet were less skilled at it. They pricked their hands a few times, but fortunately, they had rough hands with calluses from years of work, so no blood was drawn. After getting familiar, under Mason's guidance, the 2 gradually became faster and better at it. After cleaning up, they loaded everything onto the tricycle. It was already 4 in the afternoon. It would take more than half an hour to ride to the food street from here, so they set off. As usual, Mason rode the tricycle while Shepherd carried Violet, and they headed out one after another. Braving the scorching sun, the family finally arrived at the food street. Mason rode the tricycle laden with heavy cargo. When he got there, he seemed like he had just emerged from water, his clothes and hair drenched. Violet quickly gave her son the prepared cold-boiled water for thirst relief. Mason gulped down half a bottle of water before feeling any better. A child selling old-fashioned popsicles embraced a styrofoam box passed by. Shepherd immediately took out 10 cents to buy one for his son. Stephen, eat it fast before it melts. Mason took a satisfying bite of the sweet old-fashioned popsicle, feeling refreshed from inside out. Have a bite, Erwin. Mason insisted his father take a bite. His dad couldn't resist and lightly bit it. Mason then handed it to Violet, who also only took a small bite. All 3 felt a sweet and cool sensation in their hearts. At this time, the food street was gradually filling up with people. In summer, most people come out shopping in the evening when it's not so hot. There were several large malls and a few commercial streets nearby. After getting tired from shopping, people would come to the food street to eat and rest. Setting up a stall in the food street required paying a booth fee to the Carloagement. The booth fee varied based on location. Prime spots could cost 2 or even 3 yuan per session. Ordinary spots were 1 yuan per session. Since they came later, all the good spots were taken, leaving only ordinary spots. Mason obediently paid 1 yuan for the booth fee and received a slip to start setting up. They chose a relatively good ordinary spot, then began setting up the barbecue stall. Walking through the street, Mason observed that various foods like dumplings, noodles, spicy rice noodles, egg fried rice, preserved vegetable pork belly pancakes, freshly squeezed juices, stir fries, fried skewers, cold noodles, and hand-stretched pancakes were sold here, but no barbecues. Hopefully, business will be good. Their roles remained the same as before. Mason was the main chef, lighting the charcoal fire and making the barbecue. Violet was responsible for greeting customers, taking orders, and collecting money. Shepherd handled cleaning tables and chairs and assisting Mason with whatever needed doing. To help customers order, Mason found a cardboard sheet and wrote down the prices of various skewers, hanging it in a conspicuous place. There were also 2 specially made signs posted on both sides of the tricycle. One said, besides poetry and distance, life also has barbecue with beer. The other read, summer barbecue, don't wait till autumn to enjoy. These signs caught Carloy smiles along the way. Last night, Benny provided them with beer, which they enjoyed thoroughly with the barbecue. So Mason had wholesale purchased several cases of beer and brought 2 cases today to sell alongside. This time, Shepherd and Violet did not question the pricing since Mason had proven himself right with past results. Just like when they started selling egg fried rice, Mason's stall saw no customers for quite some time after being set up. People were naturally cautious about new things. He suddenly thought, why not make some for themselves first? The aroma might attract customers. Last night, though neighbors didn't come over, their peeking through open windows wasn't missed by Mason. He couldn't believe such fragrant skewers wouldn't attract buyers. Mason grabbed a small bunch of pork belly and some vegetables to start grilling. When the special barbecue seasoning hit the pork belly, the irresistible aroma spread throughout the street instantly. What's that smell? So fragrant. Barbecue skewers? Let's go check it out. Chapter 15. The popular sausage. Mason grilled a handful of pork belly, sprinkled with his special barbecue seasoning, and paired it with lettuce. It was simply too delicious. The three people devoured their food, and the onlookers were amused by the sight. Is it really that good? Cristo, 5 pork belly skewers, 2 sausages. A young Carlo who couldn't resist any longer decisively placed his order. Mason put down the bamboo skewers in his hand and hurried back to the grill. Mildly spicy, medium spicy, or heavily spicy. Which would you like? The young Carlo thought for a moment. Medium spicy. How much is it? Violet smiled and said, a total of 7 yuan. Just give me that. The young Carlo pulled out a 5 yuan note and a 2 yuan note from his bag and handed them to Violet. Mason counted out 5 pork belly skewers, cut slashes on 2 sausages, and quickly flipped them over to grill. That irresistible aroma filled the air once again. Cristo, 1 sausage, 1 chicken wing, 2 pork belly skewers, and 2 chicken gizzards. A young girl came over following the smell. Okay, it's a total of 7 yuan. 2 beef skewers, 2 mutton skewers, 5 pork belly skewers, 5 grilled chicken gizzards, and 5 chicken hearts. Boss, please hurry. I'm in a rush. Alright, do you want medium or mildly spicy? The total is 23 yuan. Violet thought this person must be well off to order so much at once. A middle-aged Carlo with an oiled-back hairstyle took out 25 yuan from his wallet. Add 2 more pork belly skewers. Medium spicy will do. While grilling, Mason took out the skewers ordered by the Carlo and grilled them separately. Violet happily invited the trio to sit down. Does anyone want beer? Beer goes best with barbecue. The middle-aged Carlo ordered another 2 bottles of beer and took away the barbecue in a takeout package. The 2 young people sat down to wait for their food. Finally, the young Carlo who placed the first order received his skewers. He picked up a sausage skewer. The charcoal fire had made the slashes on the sausage spread out, creating a crispy exterior with the fragrance of cumin, chili, and sesame wafting around. He bit into the sausage, enjoying the crispy outside and tender inside, leaving a lingering flavor in his mouth. So delicious, incredibly delicious. The young Carlo's eating style even made the girl next to him hungry. Soon, her skewers arrived as well. She first picked up a grilled chicken wing. The chicken wing was perfectly cooked, with its skin golden brown and crispy. One bite revealed a specially tender chicken inside. The house-made barbecue seasoning gave it a unique taste, making her want to eat non-stop. The grilled pork belly was also excellent. A large slice of meat with oil dripping off, a golden color, and an enticing aroma. Biting into it, it wasn't greasy at all. The barbecue seasoning perfectly balanced with the meat, turning it into divine grilled meat. Absolutely loved. The 2 of them ate with sparkling eyes. The middle-aged Carlo's barbecue was soon ready as well, and he took it away in a takeaway package. They did several transactions in a row, earning 41 yuan in total. The trio felt confident now. With these 3 customers, they quickly started getting steady business. People came to buy skewers in batches. Mason didn't stop grilling. A little boy came up with a 1 yuan note and pointed at the sausage in Mason's hand. Uncle, I have 1 yuan. Can I buy a sausage? Mason looked up, thinking he might have misunderstood, when the little boy awkwardly added, brother. Mason smiled gently. Sure, give the money to Grandma over there, and I'll grill it for you right away. Violet liked polite and obedient children and chatted a few more sentences. Jonathan, friend, what's your name? Where are your family members? Why are you alone here buying? The little boy pointed across the street to a small supermarket. Grandma, my name is Mohammed. My dad owns the Friendship Supermarket, and he gave me money to buy. Violet praised him. Very smart. These city kids were indeed well-raised, clean, and full of vitality. Here you go, little friend, your sausage. Mason carefully handed him the grilled sausage. Mohammed deeply inhaled the aroma. Thank you, brother. It smells so good. He then hopped away happily. As Mohammed reached his doorstep, nearby children saw the sausage in his hand and crowded around. Mohammed, let me have a bite? I'll play marbles with you. Mohammed, I gave you spicy sticks yesterday. Let me try it. Mohammed, I want a bite too, just a small bite. I have cookies at home. I can bring some tomorrow. 3 friends looked eagerly at Mohammed's sausage. Mohammed reluctantly glanced at his sausage. You can only have a tiny bite each, just a little bit. After each of the 3 friends took a bite, half of Mohammed's sausage was gone. Looking at his barely touched sausage, he tearfully said, my sausage, I won't play with you anymore. Humph. The 3 kids who had tasted the ham sausages, savoring the flavor in their mouths, began to cry and fuss in the next moment. Marion, I want to eat ham sausages. Grandma, buy me some ham sausages. Mohammed, holding the half-eaten ham sausage, ran back to the small supermarket. Erwin, they ate all my ham. Mohammed's father couldn't help but laugh at his son holding up the half-eaten sausage. To tease him, he took a bite, leaving only a quarter of the sausage. Mohammed sat on the ground and wailed, Marion, look what Erwin did. Wah wah wah. Mohammed's mom was sorting goods in the warehouse when she heard her son's cries and rushed out, hands on her hips. Nathaniel, how? Are you bullying my son again? Honey, try this. The roasted ham sausage your son bought is really delicious, said Mohammed's father, surprised and delighted. Sitting on the ground, Mohammed wouldn't stand for it. He put the last bit of the sausage in his mouth. The couple laughed heartily. Wait, honey, let's indulge ourselves today with some barbecue. Mohammed, I'll go get you more ham sausages. You can have as Carlo-y as you want today. Nathaniel took out a 50 yuan note from the drawer and went out. Due to the Muhammad effect, Mason's barbecue stall now had a crowd of children, all asking their parents for money to buy ham sausages. Some still had tears on their faces, showing how much they had pleaded to get just one sausage. Mason couldn't help but smile at the unexpected popularity of his ham sausages. However, seeing the satisfied smiles on the children's faces as they ate the sausages was truly heartwarming. Cristo, 10 pork belly skewers, a portion of lettuce, 10 grilled chicken gizzards, 6 ham sausages, 1 grilled eggplant, 2 green peppers, 2 mushrooms, 2 potatoes, 2 leeks, 4 braised tofu sticks. In total, that's 35 yuan. Medium or mild spiciness. Eating here or takeout? Violet asked professionally. Medium spicy for everything except the ham sausages, which should be mildly spicy. Can you please deliver it to Friendship Supermarket across the street once it's ready? Nathaniel Howe handed over the money. Are you Muhammad's dad? He just came to buy him sausages. What a lovely child. Nathaniel Howe hadn't expected his son to be so sociable. Haha, sister, your skewers smell great. I could smell them while sitting in the supermarket. No wonder the kids love it. Haha, not to brag, but the seasoning formula for our barbecue is carefully researched by my son. It tastes wonderful. Mason smiled wryly. Having a mom who liked to show off sometimes made him feel socially awkward. Chapter 16. A white swan takes a shine to a toad. Xena and her mom were out shopping. With arms full of big and small bags, they were worn out from shopping and decided to go to the food street for some snacks. As soon as they walked to the street corner, they smelled the spicy aroma of barbecue. Smells good. Let's see what delicious food it is, Marion said while inhaling deeply. Hey Marion, slow down a bit. Xena hurried after her. Marion followed the scent until she found its source, which was a small barbecue stall. There were people crowded around it, and this made her feel quite awkward. She had never tried a street-side vendor before, not to mention so Carlo-y people gathered there. Just as she was hesitating, Xena caught up. Hey, isn't that Mason? Xena spotted Mason standing by the grill. A classmate of yours? Marion's eyes lit up. Yeah, the one who scored 2 points higher than me in the college entrance exam. He also got into Tianzhou University, Xena said a little embarrassedly. Such a coincidence. Since he's your classmate, wouldn't it be okay if we cut in line? Marion clapped her hands together. Marion, don't do that. It would be so awkward. If you really want to eat here, let's just join the queue. Xena shook her head furiously. What's the problem? Please, my dear daughter. Your mom really wants these skewers. There are so Carlo-y people. The queue would be long. Go talk to your classmate. Then we won't have to wait in line. Pretty please. Marion clasped her hands and looked at her daughter pitifully. You always get what you want. Xena resigned herself and walked over, dejected. Perhaps because beauty has its own charm, when Xena approached, the crowd parted to make way for her as if touching her would be sacrilegious. Mason wiped off the sweat dripping down his forehead with a towel. In the next moment, Xena suddenly appeared, wearing a pink dress that made her look more radiant than flowers. And the best part was that she was smiling warmly at him. Mason, are you working here for summer money? Xena assumed he was doing odd jobs during the holiday to earn extra cash. Mason grinned broadly and loudly replied, Nope, this is my family's stall. It's our first day open today. What would you like to eat? Help yourself, and it's on me. Marion, who had been following closely behind Xena, immediately jumped on the opportunity. You're Xena's classmate? Such a handsome young Carlo. Don't worry about treating us. Running a business is tough. Annie has money. You can just hurry up a bit. With that, she quickly placed an order for the skewers she wanted. Xena shot a helpless look at Mason. However, Mason thought Xena's mom was interesting. It was the first time Violet met Mason's high school classmates, especially such a beautiful girl, which was a pleasant surprise. She promptly greeted the two. Mason rarely talked about school or mentioned his classmates at home. During his schooling years, Mason felt very inferior and introverted, having few friends due to being poor. Who would be friends with someone who hid in the classroom eating pickled radish with steamed bun every day? Being tolerated was enough. Though Xena once extended her hand of friendship, he rejected it. She was the white cloud in the sky, and he was the mud on the ground. They were destined not to cross paths. Is this a classmate of Steven? The little girl is so pretty. Come over and sit. There are 2 seats available. Mary and Jonathan quickly offered the newly vacated seats to the Megan-daughter duo. They quickly sat down. Xena had eaten at street-side stalls Carlo-y times with classmates and didn't find it strange. But it was Marion's first time. She looked around curiously, though feeling somewhat uncomfortable, but she did not show any discomfort or disgust. Basic Carloners, after all. Jonathan Mama knew just by looking at her that she was probably a pampered rich Carlo who rarely visited such places. The moment 2 women sat at the stall reminded her of something her son said. What's the saying, Pingmui? Naturally, Mason put the Megan-daughter duo's order on priority. He even took it upon himself to ask Shepard to buy each of them a bottle of soda from the Friendship Supermarket across the street. Eating barbecue paired with soda was pretty nice. When they finally had their barbecue, Marion exclaimed how delicious it was after each bite. Xena, your classmate is a great cook. Xena proudly replied, of course. He cooks yummy fried eggs too. They polished off all the skewers they ordered while drinking sodas. After patting her satisfied belly, Marion said, let's come back tomorrow and bring your dad along. When they finished and were about to pay, Violet refused to accept money no matter what, joking that it would sabotage her son's orders to treat them. After several attempts to refuse and insist, Marion still couldn't give away her 51 note. Mason, I'll leave now. See you later. Xena earnestly bid farewell to Mason. Xena, take care, and come again. Mason waved goodbye amid his busy schedule. After they left, the stall became even busier. They stayed busy until 10 o'clock when the night market began to quiet down. The foot traffic on the food street gradually decreased. The Jonathonu family also prepared to pack up their stall. After selling till now, only a few vegetable skewers were left. All other meat and vegetable skewers had been sold out. The meat skewers were the first to go, and they hadn't prepared enough, especially the belly pork, which was the most popular. The 2 boxes of sausages were mostly consumed by kids. Mason was really too tired. Violet was heartbroken seeing her son grilling all night without rest. On the way back, Shepard rode the tricycle behind, while Mason cycled in front with Violet guiding the way. Near the construction site, there was a stretch without streetlights, so Violet used a flashlight to illuminate for both of them. Though the family was weary, they felt happy and hopeful for the future. Son, do you like that young girl? Violet suddenly asked. Mason nearly slipped, feeling embarrassed as his secret thoughts were so blatantly exposed by his mom. No such thing. He didn't think he was worthy of her yet, so he didn't dare to say he liked her. Really? Then why were you so attentive? When you saw her, you smiled so much you showed your teeth. You're still pretending with me? I met your dad when I was just a teenager too. Do you think I don't understand your little thoughts? I can tell this girl must come from a very well-off family, and we probably can't match up. Violet said realistically. Everyone has someone they admire when they're young, but it depends on the situation. There's wisdom in the old saying that people should be equal in status and fortune. Mason fell silent, knowing he wasn't even worthy to express his feelings at this moment, as they were worlds apart. But if he worked hard enough, maybe one day he could be worthy. Seeing her son not responding, Violet feared she might have hurt him. She added, after some hesitation, we'll try our best. Your parents will work hard to earn money, and you'll study hard. Maybe that white swan will take a shine to this toad. Mason couldn't help but chuckle at Violet's words. Marion, if you don't know how to speak nicely, then just don't speak. It's embarrassing for everyone. Chapter 17 My Erwin is Casey. When Violet got home and started washing clothes, she found 50 yuan in her pocket. She slapped her thigh in surprise. Oh no, this must be what your classmate's Megan slipped into my pocket. How can this be? She gave so much, and we didn't even give her change. No worries. There will be other chances. We can invite them to eat again next time, Mason said calmly. He was no longer afraid of owing anyone any favors. After washing the used pots, pans, barbecue grill, and taking a quick shower, the three finally sat down to count the money. This was the highlight of the day, something Violet had been looking forward to. A plump bag full of cash. They sat on the bed, each person taking a pile and counting slowly. 1 yuan, 2 yuan, 15, 16. Mason finished first, with a total of 210 yuan. Shepard also counted his share, ending up with 165 yuan. Violet counted several times separately. I have 187 yuan here. Including the 50 given by your classmates Megan, that makes 237 yuan in total. Altogether, it's 611 yuan. Mason calculated quickly. Considering the cost for meat, vegetables, beer, charcoal, and other expenses, which are roughly around 100 yuan, our net profit is nearly 500 yuan. This result was expected. Barbecue has always been a high-profit business, especially since customers on Food Street were willing to spend money, hence ensuring good sales. Shepard and his wife were utterly stunned. Violet had known they had collected a fair amount throughout the night, but never imagined it would be this much. This far exceeded the earnings from selling fried rice. Selling fried rice at lunch could earn them at most 100 yuan after working all afternoon. Yet, selling barbecues for one night brought in 500 yuan. It was simply huge profits. They used to earn 600 yuan per month, but now they made 500 yuan in just one night. At this rate, earning 500 yuan a night would mean 15,000 yuan a month, plus the 200 yuan earned from selling fried rice at noon, making over 20,000 yuan a month. This completely changed their worldview. My goodness, it's true what they say about knowledge leading to gold. Look how well our son, who has studied, thinks. It's lucky we listened to him, Violet sighed sincerely. Shepard nodded vigorously in rare agreement. Exactly, I never thought our son, not only as smart as a star, also has a sharp business mind. We need to keep up with the young people. From now on, let's follow his lead on business matters. Mason accepted his parents' praise modestly. His business acumen had little to do with studying. It was entirely developed through hard work and experience from his past life, all to make money. Exhausted from the long day, they fell asleep quickly. The small house echoed with snoring sounds. Early the next morning, when Mason woke up, Violet had already prepared a pot of coarse grain porridge and fried 2 eggs with leftover spring onions from yesterday to serve with the porridge. With the improved financial situation, Violet felt more generous towards her family. Children needed nourishment to grow. Thin and weak children looked like they might be blown away by the wind. Any caring Megan would want to provide the best food for her child if conditions allowed. Mason was the last one to wake up, while his parents had already done a lot of chores. Violet did not want to wake her 18-year-old son who needed plenty of sleep to grow properly. As usual, father and son went out to buy ingredients, while Violet prepared lunch at home, cooking rice and making soup. At the market, they first picked the ingredients for lunch: tomatoes, corn, carrots, green peas, and scallions. There was still enough rice, eggs, and cooking oil at home to last a few days, so they didn't buy these items today. They needed to restock takeout containers and disposable chopsticks. Next came the various vegetables for the evening barbecue. Finally, they headed to the wholesale store to pick up different kinds of meat. Since the meat sold out first yesterday, especially the pork belly, Mason took an extra 5 kilograms. He also added another box of sausages, totaling 3 boxes. Each type of meat was increased slightly compared to the previous day. In total, they spent 120 yuan on supplies, 40 yuan more than the day before. Today's business was expected to reach a new peak. Back home, Violet prepared the lunch ingredients. Mason began slicing and marinating the meats for the evening. Before they knew it, it was almost 11 o'clock. Promptly at 11, the three arrived at the small square, set up their stall, and Mason started cooking fried rice. The entire area was filled with the inviting aroma of fried rice, lingering in the air. Soon, a disheveled-looking young Carlo walked over. 1 serving of fried rice. Violet quickly ladled a bowl of tomato and egg soup for him. Taking a sip, the young Carlo suddenly spurted it all over the table with it. Piffed. What lousy soup, so terrible. If you make a bad egg fried rice today, I'll smash your stall. As Mason heard this threat, a system notification echoed in his ears. A system task has been issued. Thwart the conspiracy of Dax and others. Task reward, 1 instance of location-based travel. He knew it. This troublemaker must be associated with the 2 restaurants' owners nearby. They couldn't stand still after only 2 days? But what is this, location-based travel? Forget it. Deal with the situation first. Mason focused entirely on preparing a delicious egg fried rice, which Violet then served. The young Carlo sampled it absent-mindedly. Heaven, egg fried rice could actually be this good. With an unchanging expression, he scooped up another mouthful, 1 bite after another. Soon, the plate of egg fried rice was empty. What should he do? The fried rice was so good, he couldn't possibly say it tasted bad. But he had received a bribe from someone. He needed to get the job done, right? Owners of the surrounding stalls were watching this scene intently. Dax and the other restaurant owners stared anxiously, hoping that Mason's stall would be overturned in the next moment. After finishing his meal, the young Carlo stood up and menacingly told Mason, "This fried rice is crap, too terrible. You're not allowed to sell here anymore. If I see you again, I'll smash your stall." Mason rolled his eyes. "Look at your plate before you talk. Cleaner than a dog's mess, and you say it's bad? Who are you calling a dog? Whoever agrees is a dog." Violet feared they might fight and hurried to mediate. Peace brings profit, peace brings profit. "Young Carlo, let's talk nicely. Andy will treat you to this meal." Seeing this, the young Carlo became even more arrogant. "I say it's bad, it's bad. I want you gone, and you must go. Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. Want to touch my stall? Ask my cleaver first." With these words, Mason picked up a stick from the ground, and with one chop of the cleaver, severed it in half like it was nothing. You don't dare. My dad is Casey." The young Carlo was nearly frightened into fleeing. Although he often bullied people using his father's minor power, encountering real toughness made him instantly back down. For such people, being tougher is the way to handle them and maintain control. Otherwise, you'd be at their mercy. Mason had seen all kinds of people in his past life and wasn't scared at all. Jonathan people won't be killed by peeing. Worst comes to worst, he could find another place to sell. Chapter 18 Lesson. "Oh, who is Casey? How did he get so much power?" said a middle-aged Carlo whose demeanor calm correlated respect even without anger. Benny immediately whispered something into his ear. Mason's argument with the young Carlo had been watched by someone from beginning to end. Today, Benny happened to be having dinner with his boss. They originally intended to dine at a restaurant, but the boss heard from subordinates that there was a place nearby which made omelet rice that was so good you couldn't stop eating it. Coincidentally, Benny knew about this place too, so they decided to come over. This superior was also someone who wasn't bound by trivialities and didn't mind eating at a street stall. In fact, he found it quite interesting. Jonathan did they know. As soon as they arrived, they were greeted by such a big scene. "You guys are nobody. Who do you think you were talking to me like that? Do you know this is my territory?" the young Carlo shouted. He was a little scared of the knife in Mason's hand, but for these two weaklings to dare confront him was unacceptable. Benny saw the unfathomable expression on his boss's face and chuckled inwardly. "Casey, oh Casey, you're really going to kick an iron board today. Elira, send someone to fetch this so-called gang over. I want to see just how much clout he has." "Well, based on you two, I'll wait right here. If you can bring my father here, I will be your grandson." The young Carlo usually relied on his father's power and acted without any sense of law or conscience, completely disregarding others. Benny gave Mason a meaningful look before leaving to find people. Mason was very perceptive. Seeing Benny's deferential attitude, he knew this person was no ordinary individual. He immediately put down the knife and welcomed them. "Thank you for standing up for us, sir. Please sit. Would you like some omelet rice?" "My treat." Violet also timely served a bowl of egg drop soup. "I've heard that your omelet rice has a fragrance that travels for miles. I came here especially to try it." The Carlo, unbothered by formalities, sat down without hesitation. "Absolutely. I guarantee you won't be disappointed." Mason hurried back to the stove and prepared a separate serving of omelet rice. "Indeed. It smells so good that I'm getting hungry." "You have a good technique, young Carlo," praised the Carlo. "It's nothing, just earning a living," Mason replied modestly with a smile. The young Carlo sitting at another table snorted disdainfully. "With this level of skill, and you still dare to set up a stall?" No one paid attention to him. He was clearly a spoiled youth. "Looking at your age, are you helping out your parents during summer vacation?" The Carlo misjudged Mason's size and thought he might still be in junior high school. At this moment, Violet seized the opportunity to show off her son. "Not him helping us, it's us working for him. Our child starts university in a month. Our family is poor and cannot afford tuition fees, so he came up with the idea of selling omelet rice to earn money for tuition. We've only been setting up shop here for a few days when, well, this incident happened." Violet, being clever, knew that this Carlo must have a significant status. The bosses from neighboring stalls, listening intently, now realized that this small business owner was actually a college student. Poor yet resolute, never losing sight of great ambitions. "Well done, young Carlo. Is it Zhejiang University?" Proudly, Jonathan Marion responded. "It's Tianzhou University." Everyone was stunned. "Tianzhou University? Could it be the Tianzhou University I'm thinking of? What an impressive young business Carlo. Look at this boy, studying at Tianzhou University and still coming out to sell meals to earn tuition. My kid doesn't have any ambition, lounging at home all day, waiting for us to support him." Dax and others sighed deeply. If they had known this young owner was so outstanding, they wouldn't have dared to provoke him. Now they were caught between a rock and a hard place. Upon hearing this, the young Carlo dismissed it as mere bragging from Violet. "Tianzhou University? You must be dreaming. Do you think anyone can get into Tianzhou University? Dog looking down on people." Violet spat quietly under her breath. No one paid him any mind. Benny's boss, however, believed him. Though Mason wasn't striking at first glance, he had the tenacity and perseverance of a scholar, like a straight, resilient young poplar tree standing against the wind. "Young Carlo, I'll pay for your 4 years of university tuition. Study hard, and your future will be bright." Again humiliated by his Megan, Mason forced himself to deliver the freshly made omelet rice. "Thank you for your kindness, but there's no need for financial aid. I prefer to create a better life with my own hands. It feels more solid." "Good lad." The Carlo admired him even more. The surrounding people, hearing their conversation, looked at this young Carlo with respect. Only Dax and his gang, who had ulterior motives, felt dread. For this person to offer sponsorship on a whim, could he be someone important? It seemed they inadvertently caused quite a ruckus. Indeed, as expected, not only is the young Carlo excellent in studies, but his skills are also top-notch. Benny's boss praised with a thumbs up, savoring each bite. Benny had already brought over the so-called Casey, embellishing his son's exploits along the way. The young Carlo, seeing his father really show up, thought he was there to back him up, not realizing how serious the situation was. As soon as they walked over, This Carlo named Casey kicked the young Carlo, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground, unable to get up. Get back and reflect on your actions. Who gave you the guts to flaunt my name everywhere? Others would have come to settle things amicably, but this wayward son was here to seek revenge. He excelled at nothing but causing trouble. Chair Carlo Huang, I'm sorry for the trouble. I will definitely discipline this wayward son properly when I get back, Casey said, bowing and scraping before the Carlo eating. Mason also served another portion of egg fried rice to Benny, as it was almost mealtime, and more people were coming in. Seeing the famous construction boss Casey standing before Chair Carlo Huang like a grandson, everyone watching from a distance didn't dare to come closer. Chair Carlo Huang ignored Casey and slowly finished the egg fried rice in his plate, then wiped his mouth with a handkerchief before speaking. Mr. Jonathan? Quite impressive, isn't it? Chair Carlo Huang, please don't misunderstand. I truly had no idea my wayward son would do such things. His Megan died early, and I raised him single-handedly. In recent years, busy with work, I neglected his education. Truly, I am very sorry. You should be apologizing, not to me. Casey immediately reacted, grabbing his good-for-nothing son from the ground. Apologize to this young Carlo and his family. I'm sorry, the young Carlo said, seeing someone even his father had to bow down to. All the arrogance vanished in an instant. I was instigated by others, by them. Casey's son pointed at Dax and his partner. It's because they feared you would take their business, so they gave me 200 yuan to drive you away. After saying this, the young Carlo took out the 200 yuan that hadn't even warmed his pocket yet and placed it on the table. This boy often did underhanded things in the area to make some petty cash, never expecting to have bitten off more than he could chew this time. Chapter 19 Ding Dian Chuan Suo, Dao Mei Fu. All eyes turned toward Dax and the two families next door who sold stir-fry dishes. The two families lowered their heads in embarrassment, not daring to make eye contact. Ryder saw that matters were almost resolved and didn't want to further disturb them from doing business. He stood up. General Manager Jonathan, it would be best if you could discipline your child better in the future. Such malicious competition on construction sites should be avoided. If this happens again, I'll have no choice but to hand it over to the police for handling. These 200 yuan will serve as compensation for the young Carlo. That's enough for today, Elira. Settle the bill. We won't disturb this young Carlo's business any longer. Casey held his son tightly, hurriedly nodding. Yes, absolutely. Benny finished the last bite from his plate, stood up, took out 4 yuan, and together with the 200 yuan given by the young Carlo on the table, handed it to Violet. Elira, there's no need for the meal money. No. Benny pushed the money into Violet's hand and left with his leader afterward. The mission to defeat Dax's scheme has been completed. Mission rewards can be automatically claimed. Sign-in times for today haven't been used. Do you wish to sign in? Mason pressed it directly. Host signed in at a snack stall, received 1 bad luck charm, which can be automatically extracted. Mason didn't have time to ponder these 2 strange items because everyone came in a rush to buy egg fried rice. The 80 portions of egg fried rice he prepared in advance today were snatched up by everyone right away. On one hand, everyone now knew how hard-working this young Carlo was. On the other hand, the malicious acts of the neighboring 2 families were despicable. Thus, not a single person visited the stalls of those 2 families today. Everyone unconsciously avoided those 2 stores. Dax and his family lost money and reputation, losing 100 yuan each and facing open and hidden criticisms. Doing business here would be tough from now on. Busy until 1 o'clock, Mason had already sold all the 150 portions of egg fried rice he prepared for today. Seeing him packing up and preparing to leave, Dax awkwardly walked over. Sorry, In his heart, Dax admired educated people. Since knowing that the young Carlo got admitted to Tianzhou University, he had already regretted his actions. Mason ignored him, loaded his things onto the tricycle, and left. Violet spat at Dax and also left on Shepard's bicycle. Although there were ups and downs, they did not only avoid loss today but unexpectedly gained 200 yuan and had good business. It turned out to be a blessing in disguise. There was no time to argue with evil people. They were too busy. Mason was also satisfied with this outcome. Making a scene wouldn't benefit him. He just wanted to earn some small money here. Anyway, he would be leaving after a month. These 200 yuan were an unexpected pleasure. Thanks to Elira today. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been good for our business. Later we should invite him to dinner to thank him, Violet said with lingering fear. Yes, I heard that General Manager Jonathan, Casey, is quite influential in this area. The foreman of the construction site where we previously worked got their projects from him. If it hadn't been for Elira's leader, we might have faced serious trouble with Casey, Shepard added. But speaking of which, Stephen, where did you buy that knife? It's so sharp that it scared the young Carlo white-faced when you cut the stick like slicing vegetables. I should get another one? Shepard asked curiously. Mason was speechless. His father's focus was oddly specific. I bought it from a roadside stall, but I forgot exactly where. Oh, what a pity. I thought I could get another one. Shepard said disappointedly. When they returned home, after cleaning up and preparing meat and vegetables for the evening, they set out again. Violet even kept aside some vegetables to invite Benny for a late-night snack later. Despite the fatigue, counting money made them truly happy. People aren't afraid of being tired. What they fear is struggling without hope. The family of 3 paid the stall fees and stopped at the same spot as yesterday, only to be surrounded by a group of excited children. I want a sausage. Me too. The clamor filled the air with joy. Mason quickly set up his barbecue stand, thankful that he had started the charcoal earlier, allowing immediate grilling without waiting for the coals to heat up. Children soon enjoyed the steaming, fragrant grilled sausages. Their joyful laughter and ravenous eating unintentionally advertised Mason's stand. Coupled with yesterday's returning customers, Mason's stall bustled with continuous visitors. Today, Mason had carlily made some number tags to distinguish each customer's order, reducing Violet's workload. Customers picked up their food according to their number tags, which was convenient and less prone to errors. Shepard also had time today to help Mason make the kebabs. The main thing about making kebabs was paying attention to the heat. Other than that, there wasn't much difficulty. As long as he controlled the different cooking times for various ingredients and added the right seasonings, they wouldn't taste bad. Mason focused on grilling while occasionally checking on Shepard and giving him pointers. The father and son worked well together, significantly improving efficiency today. By not quite 9 o'clock, all the ingredients were sold out, with some customers returning disappointed. Violet kindly invited them to come back tomorrow. Dragging their tired bodies home, the family treated Benny to beer and kebabs in the courtyard. The meat dishes were more abundant than last time, and the four of them enjoyed themselves thoroughly. After drinking and eating to their heart's content, they returned to their respective homes to sleep. Lying on the floor of the rented room, Mason thought about the two strange items he received today. He took them out to study and read the system's Carlowell. Afterward, he roughly understood the functions of these two items. The Dingdanchanstoa fixed-point shuttle essentially allowed him to set a destination and immediately teleport there, but the duration was only 10 minutes, after which he would return to the original place. The Dalmei-Fu, bad luck charm, was simple. It did exactly what it said. Stick it on someone, and that person would have bad luck. However, this bad luck charm could only make someone unlucky for one day. To be honest, these two items sounded mystical but seemed rather useless. What could he do with 10 minutes of teleportation? Steal things? And the bad luck charm? One day wasn't enough to see much difference. Not interesting at all. It would be great if it could make someone unlucky for a lifetime. Like sticking it on that damned Honest to make him unlucky forever. Honest? Mason's eyes lit up. Yes, Honest. He had an idea. Chapter 20 Unfortunate Honest. While his parents were asleep, Mason quietly got up and picked up a black short-sleeved shirt. He casually stuffed a pair of stinky socks belonging to Shepard, which were by the door, into his pocket. He went to the toilet. He used the black short-sleeved shirt to cover his head and face. He grabbed a thick, wooden stick from behind the toilet door that was usually used to block the door. System. Activate fixed-point traversal. Please set the traversal destination. Honest's room. The traversal destination has been set as Honest's room. Countdown 10, 9. As the final one sounded, everything before Mason's eyes went dark. When he opened his eyes again, he had appeared in Honest's room. By the moonlight through the window, he clearly saw a person lying on the bed. It was indeed Honest. Country people went to bed early, and with everything going poorly for Honest recently, he had gone to bed early and was now snoring like a dead pig. Mason lost no time and struck Honest's back with the wooden stick. Before he could even cry out, the stinky socks were shoved into his mouth, blocking it tightly. Then came a series of heavy blows, one after another, striking him mercilessly. Honest struggled, but had no strength left from the pain. Mason repaid all the agony Honest had inflicted on him from his previous life, each blow exerting full force. But he tried to avoid vital areas, not wanting to endanger his life. This life, his future was bright. He couldn't dirty his hands for this scumbag. Honest endured Inhu Carlo beatings, unable to move, with only himself at home because his father had been taken away and his Megan had returned to her natal home to borrow money, find connections, and seek help. Now he truly called to heaven and earth in vain. Mason watched the time closely. With 10 seconds left, he asked the system to plant the misfortune Talus Carlo on Honest. Each day counted. Making Honest miserable made him happy. 10 seconds later, Mason suddenly vanished on the spot. Honest lay motionless on the bed, already unconscious from the pain and didn't witness Mason's disappearance. At 4 in the morning, Honest woke up in severe pain. Every part of his body hurt. His calf bones and ribs probably fractured, making any movement impossible. He tried hard to move, gathering all his strength, but only Carlo aged to shift a few centimeters. Giving up, he waited for someone to return. His Megan should be back today. The pain kept him awake. Honest wondered. Nobody opened the door. The dog didn't bark either. How did that person get in? That height and build resembled Mason. It must have been him. Otherwise, who else in the village would harbor such intense hatred toward him, breaking in late at night to beat him? Honest endured the pain, imagining catching Mason red-handed and sending him to prison tomorrow. Imagine this brought him some comfort. But little did he know, this was just the beginning of his misfortune. His Megan, who was supposed to return home that morning, was delayed by matters at her natal home. Unable to relieve himself timely, Honest wet his pants. Embarrassed, he tried to move off the bed to find new pants. Unsteady, he fell out of bed, and in the shock, couldn't hold his bowels and soiled his pants. Not only that, but he heard a sharp crack in his bones upon hitting the ground. The second injury caused excruciating pain in his calf. Surely his leg was broken. Oh, my dear Megan, why aren't you here yet? If you don't come soon, your son will die. Negative thoughts flooded Honest's mind, tears streaming down his face. As a grown Carlo, he cried like a child. Marion, come back. Marion, save me. He desperately shouted for help. Normally their house had few visitors, but now everyone avoided them and wouldn't come near. Their spacious house and large yard, which his Megan often boasted about, now became his undoing. Despite shouting until his throat was hoarse, no one heard him. The family dog heard him but didn't understand who Carlo language. After half an hour of shouting, his voice turned raspy, and no one showed up. In pain and discomfort, with broken bones and excrement covering his lower body, he felt miserable, exhausted from shouting, thirsty, and hungry. His stomach growled continuously. This was the most tragic day of his life, with no one responding to his pleas. Mason, you wait, I'll make sure you eat prison food next life. Hatred towards Mason was all that sustained him, desperately waiting and counting. From morning till evening, Honest Megan still hadn't returned. Just as Honest was in despair, the front door finally opened. Honest, who had finally waited for his savior, used his last bit of strength to shout, Marion, save me. Macy reached the door and found it locked from the inside. The windows were also closed. In the end, she had no choice but to use an axe to chop open the wooden door before she could get into the house. Honest, who had lain on the floor all day, had soiled his pants several times. The whole room was filled with a suffocating stench. Son, how did this happen? Through tears and snot, Honest recounted the story of being beaten up to his Megan. That's strange, the door and windows were both locked from the inside. How did Mason get in? Oh my goodness, now is not the time to worry about this. Save your son first, alright? Marion, quickly find someone to help, take me to the county hospital. My leg has been delayed for a day, I don't know if it can still be treated. If I become lame, my whole life is ruined, Honest cried out in pain. Okay. Macy hurriedly went out to look for help. A tiger in decline is bullied by dogs. They had offended Carlo-y people before, and now that they were down and out, no one wanted to help them, but instead tried to step on them. Macy barely Carlo-aged to gather a few young men from the village with money. The three of them pinched their noses in disdain as they carried Honest onto a tricycle. The usually arrogant Honest couldn't bear this humiliation. He buried his head in pain. His leg was now completely immobile, swollen so high that the pants were stuck on him. Macy tried several times to pull off the pants but failed and caused him more pain. It wasn't good to leave him bare-bottomed either, so he had to continue wearing the dirty pants. It was too dark, and the three men were either riding the tricycle, shining a flashlight, or running alongside. Macy followed behind as well. Suddenly, a blinding beam of light shone from the opposite direction. The young Carlo riding the tricycle was momentarily blinded and swerved the handlebars sharply. The road was not wide to begin with, and the tricycle flipped into a ditch with this swerve. The motorcycle that had blinded the young Carlo sped away quickly. Fortunately, the young Carlo riding the tricycle was unharmed. Unfortunately, Honest, who was in the cart, was thrown out and landed in a cornfield. Not only did the corn leaves scratch his face, but he also ended up with a mouthful of mud. This was not the worst part. During the fall, he heard another sharp crack, indicating yet another bone fracture. My poor child, Macy wailed. They hastily carried him out of the field, disregarding further injuries, and threw him back into the cart, continuing on their way. The tricycle rider grumbled. Today's trip was too hard, almost resulted in an accident. You need to pay more. Macy, who initially wanted to scold him, feared that they might abandon her son halfway, so she took out some cash and handed it over. Finally, they arrived smoothly at the county hospital. Chapter 21, Exonerating the Suspect. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening. The on-duty Neil had to go home for an emergency. Normally, there wouldn't be Carlo-y patients at this hour, so he let his apprentice take over temporarily. This apprentice was half-baked. He had learned just a bit and hadn't practiced much yet. Seeing Honest's disheveled appearance, he was quite repulsed. Pretending to know more than he did, he poked around aimlessly and even convinced them to take full-body x-rays. After scrutinizing the results for a long time, he didn't find anything significant. He merely mentioned multiple fractures all over the body that required surgery. Then, he instructed a nurse to start in 4-drip for Honest. The nurse, drowsy and confused late at night, made a mistake with the medication dosage. Honest, during the infusion, suddenly felt dizzy and nauseous, vomiting all over the floor. To cover up her mistake, the nurse falsely claimed he was allergic to the medication. Not until after midnight, when the misfortune effect wore off, did the Neil return to the department. After a detailed examination, he found multiple bruises from beatings, fractures in both lower legs and ribs. There were also numerous secondary injuries. The wounds were severely swollen and already infected. The poor Carlo was in such a bad state. No one knew who had beaten him like this. With limited medical resources and past the optimal treatment time, there was no guarantee he could be saved. Additionally, the surgery cost was not low. Honest Megan brought out all the money she had, but it was only enough for part of the surgery costs. In recent days, to help Honest establish connections, she had spent all available funds at home, and these were borrowed from her parents yesterday. Doctors weren't doing charity. Paying for part of the surgery meant they would perform only part of it. Honest's ribs were fixed, but his legs were delayed. The next day, Honest Megan borrowed money again from relatives and friends to cover the entire surgery cost, but Honest's legs were still affected. The doctor said it might leave noticeable defects when walking. Upon waking and learning this news, Honest's eyes turned red, and in a fit of rage, he decarlated his Megan report it to the police. He wanted to sue Mason for breaking into his house and assaulting him, hoping to send him to jail to vent his anger. Honest's Megan thought her son was looking for someone to vent his frustration because she had seen the windows and doors locked from the inside. Mason couldn't have flown in and vanished without a trace. However, the injuries on her son were undeniably caused by someone beating him, which puzzled her. Finally, she had no choice but to report it to the police. The county police directly handed the case over to the Lushue police station. The same 2 veteran officers came to interview. Handling this family's cases twice within a month intrigued them. You say Mason broke into your room at midnight and beat you. What was the exact time? Any witnesses or evidence? The veteran officer asked formally beside the hospital bed. Around 11 to 12 on the night before last, I was sleeping soundly when someone suddenly hit me with a stick and stuffed a pair of stinky socks in my mouth. Then they kept hitting me. I passed out after that and don't remember anything else. When I woke up, the person was gone, leaving nothing behind. But when I turned my head, I saw his figure. It looked exactly like Mason. So, there are no witnesses or physical evidence, just speculation? Officer, what I said is true. You handled our case recently and should know he's the only one with a grudge against us. It must have been him seeking revenge. We need to investigate before we can confirm anything. The veteran officer questioned Honest Megan separately. Although Honest Megan had doubts, to help her son, she didn't mention them to the officers. Afterwards, the 2 officers conducted a site investigation and discovered a hole in Honest's door and the windows closed. They pressured Honest Megan, who then admitted the doors and windows were locked when the incident happened, making it very strange. The doors and windows were locked, and even she had to break through to save her son. Who could come through walls to beat Honest? Or was this a self-inflicted plan? Leaving those questions aside, they decided to meet Mason and investigate his whereabouts recently. After searching, they found out he had left the construction site and now sold box lunches. Finding him at his stall in the afternoon, they noticed his business was thriving, with a queue forming. Mason was indeed busy. Since that day, Dax and another stir-fry stall never returned to sell meals. His business improved significantly. Every day, he basically sold around 200 meals. He prepared about 100 pre-packed meals and cooked the rest on a decarlet. Shepard had observed the cooking process countless times. Mason copied down the recipes given by the system and taught him thoroughly. He had started helping out the past couple of days. At first, he wasn't quite proficient. The taste was always a little off. The fried rice he made was placed aside and sold at a discount, but there were still Carlo-y buyers. After several days of practice, Shepard's skills improved significantly. It wouldn't be long before his cooking matched Mason's. The two officers did not immediately approach them to ask questions, fearing it would affect their business. Jonathan on the streets was tough for everyone. It wasn't until around 1 o'clock when Mason sold out of his fried rice that the two officers approached. "Hey, it's you two." Mason feigned surprise. Shepard and Violet, unfamiliar with the two officers, were confused. Once introduced by Mason, the couple thanked them repeatedly for helping retrieve the notification letter and offered to treat them to a meal. Unfortunately, they had no more rice in the bucket. "No need for a meal, we've already eaten. We're here this time because we need your cooperation with something." Together, they returned to the rental house. The two officers first questioned Shepard alone. "We hope you will answer truthfully during the following questioning." Of course, Shepard nodded obediently, still puzzled. "From 8 to 11 p.m. on the night before last, what were each of your family members doing? Are there any witnesses?" "Comrades, our family has been setting up our stall at the food street every evening recently, usually closing after 9:30 p.m. On the night before last, since we finished selling vegetables early, we closed up and went home before 9 p.m. The surrounding vendors and supermarket owners can all vouch for us. After we got home, we had drinks and barbecued with our neighbor Elira in the courtyard until around 11 p.m. before going to bed. Elira and our neighbors can all confirm this," Shepard replied honestly. Next, Violet and Mason were also questioned separately. All three maintained consistent stories with no discrepancies in detail. The two officers then visited the food street and found it to be true. The trio indeed almost always closed up after 9:30 p.m. They spoke with Benny and several neighboring residents, who confirmed that the family had been eating barbecue in the courtyard that night, playing until 11 p.m. before resting. This way, the suspicion over the three of them was completely cleared. After all, when Honest was beaten, their gathering had just ended. Chapter 22. Honest becomes mentally unstable, and the Mason family prepares to leave. When the two officers informed Honest of the investigation results, he ranted like a mad Carlo. "It must be him. Only he hates me this much. Who else could it be?" But at the time of the incident, he was dining with friends in Joshan City. How could he suddenly appear in Zephyrshan village, which is so far away? Unless he can teleport. "Old officer, you're right on the money. It's him, it's him." Honest kept mumbling these three words like a Carloyak. The belief that had sustained him for the past 2 days was now utterly shattered. His life was destroyed. Yet why should Mason still be living just fine? In the end, this matter was closed without clarity. The injuries on Honest were deemed self-inflicted. Honest's Megan took him home to recover from his injuries. He would frequently go mad, muttering that Mason was a ghost who suddenly appeared, struck him unconscious, and then floated away. Ironically, this description was quite close to the truth, but who would believe it? Jonathanu's Megan thought her son had mental problems and kept him confined at home all day long. Over time, Honest also began to believe he might have a mental issue. The verdict for Jonathan was announced as 2 years in prison. As an accomplice, Remington received leniency due to turning himself in and causing no actual harm, serving only a few months of detention. Everything unfolded as Mason had anticipated. The Honest family was nearly ruined, and he would be left with percarloant disabilities, labeled as a lunatic. Meanwhile, Mason's business was booming. Each day, selling fried rice at noon netted around 300 yuan, while selling barbecues at night netted about 1,000 yuan. Combining both incomes gave him roughly 1,300 yuan per day. Within half a month, Mason met the system's task of earning over 10,000 yuan a month, thereby acquiring the strengthening body boxing technique. The system directly implanted the boxing technique's operational trajectory into his mind. However, he needed to practice diligently to master it fully and make it his own. Thus, Mason added another daily routine, getting up early to practice boxing. Violet strongly supported her son's exercise, believing health was paramount. Every morning, she prepared a nutritious breakfast of eggs and milk for him. She heard from customers that children eating more eggs and milk were beneficial for nutrition. Now they had enough money and could afford to feed their child properly. Violet often varied the meat dishes she cooked for the family, and Mason taught her and Shepard some new recipes from his previous life. Although not system-generated, they were still his specialties. Learning these dishes benefited the family and might be useful for their future street vending business. The whole family became noticeably stronger, especially Mason, whose arms developed muscular strength from flipping iron pots and continuously grilling skewers. The couple took on most household chores to free up time for their son. Morning grocery shopping became a joint effort between Violet and Shepard. Violet was better at bargaining, ensuring fresh and affordable vegetables. Shepard had also become adept at making fried rice, nearly matching Mason's quality, indistinguishable except by particularly picky customers. He excelled even more in barbecue preparation since the key lay in the secret recipe. The couple silently shared the burdens in their own ways to support their son. Mason practiced boxing for 2 hours every morning and 1 hour before bedtime. Initially, the boxing form didn't seem special, as he hadn't grasped its essence. Gradually, he found a rhythm and his punches finally carried a sense of power and vitality. Though he couldn't pinpoint what was better, it felt mysteriously effective. Even Shepard occasionally mimicked the movements behind him. After practicing the boxing technique, Mason seemed transformed within a short period. Due to intense exercise, he craved meat and consumed ample protein, leading to a rapid growth in muscle mass. By the end of August, he measured his height and weight, and found that he had grown a few centimeters taller and gained about 10 pounds. This transformation was credited to Violet's nutritional meals and the strengthening body boxing technique. With only 7 days until the enrollment at Tianzhou University, Mason paused to discuss the next steps with his family. Mary and Erwin, I think we should shut down our business here and move to Tianzhou City. We can start over there. While I attend school, I can still help Carlowage the stall, and our family will stay together. What do you think? Both Shepard and Violet fell into deep thought and struggled with the decision. To be honest, things had just started to go smoothly here, and the income was stable. They really didn't want to leave. They weren't sure about the situation in Tianzhou City, and whether the people there would accept their local flavors. Why don't you go ahead and check it out first? If it's suitable, your father and I will move over later. The main thing is that we've just set up this stall, which is now profitable. I can't bear to part with it. Your father and I have no grand ambitions. We'll stick with this stall for the rest of our lives, ensuring you can study without worries and live comfortably. Mason understood his Megan very well. If he gave in, she would never go to Tianzhou City. She would truly keep this stall until old age. She held on to old-fashioned thoughts. Once she found a way to make money, she wouldn't let it go. It wasn't her fault for lacking foresight. It was the environment that shaped her. Shepard, however, showed some willingness to compromise. Men aren't as attached to home as women are, and they have more courage and spirit to venture out and strive. Steven, do you think our business can succeed in Tianzhou City? Tianzhou is the capital of Huaguo. Our egg fried rice that sells for 2 yuan here could fetch 3 or 4 yuan per plate there if Carlo aged well. As for barbecue, prices could double. We'd earn even more then. Most importantly, I plan to settle down in Tianzhou City in the future. Are you sure you won't come with me? This last statement hit Violet hard. They only had this one son. If they were to live far apart for long periods, meeting just once or twice a year, how could that work? But their son would soon be a college graduate, and staying in Tianzhou City would definitely be better for his development. After much deliberation, Violet and Shepard finally decided to follow their son to Tianzhou City. Now that they had some savings, they felt more confident about the move. They agreed unanimously to hand over their stall to Mason's maternal uncle, Judah. Their family initially came to Zhoushan for work thanks to Judah's help. Since they started selling egg fried rice, Judah had never visited them, surely to avoid causing them trouble. After all, family meals wouldn't involve paying. This favor needed to be repaid. Chapter 23, Uncle Judah. Mason was also very grateful to this uncle. In his previous life, when he was down and out, Uncle had helped him more than once. When Abdullahi's leg was broken after being pushed down by Remington, Uncle had forcibly given him a few hundred yuan for emergency expenses. Clearly, Uncle's life was also difficult. He earned money alone to support the whole family. Grandpa and Grandma only had 2 children, Uncle and Talia. The heavy burden of the family fell on Uncle alone, making it truly hard. Thus, on the day he decided to leave, Mason went to find Uncle Judah. Uncle, this time my parents are preparing to go with me to Tianzhou City. I came over to ask if you're interested in doing business. This stall is ready-made and can be directly left to you. I'll teach you the fried rice with eggs recipe directly. How well you do depends on yourself. Even if you sell each serving for 1 yuan, if you work hard enough, you can earn quite a bit every day. It's better than physical labor. Mason got straight to the point. Judah didn't expect that his nephew would willingly hand over his livelihood skills to him. I'm definitely willing, but you? Uncle Jonathan was so excited that he became incoherent, not knowing what to say. He was shrewd and, with a rough calculation, knew the profit from selling fried rice with eggs. For this reason, he was deeply touched that his sister's family thought of him. They were even willing to pass on the secrets of making fried rice with eggs to him. Uncle, if you're willing, that's great. But you have to start learning today. There are only a few days before I start school, and we need to return to the village after handling things here. Time is tight. Uncle Judah had a similar personality to Aunt Violet, decisive and quick-acting. After making up his mind, he immediately took a leave from the Four Carlo. In the small courtyard of the rented house, Mason first transcribed the formula provided by the system for Uncle Judah, letting him remember it silently. Then, in front of him, Mason started to cook the fried rice with eggs for the lunch they planned to sell that day. They intended to end their business there after selling the fried rice with eggs at noon that day. So, there wasn't much time left for Uncle Judah. Although Mason was willing to teach him and give him all the recipes, he couldn't slowly wait for him to learn like he did with Shepard. How much he could learn depended on himself. Serving after serving, Uncle Judah gradually got the hang of it. Then he took a pot and began to fry on another stove next to him. A person accustomed to heavy labor had strong hands, and tossing the wok was no problem for him. At first, he followed every step Mason made closely, but gradually he developed some of his own thoughts. Each serving turned out better than the last. Until Mason finished frying 100 servings of fried rice with eggs, Uncle Judah had practiced nearly 30 to 40 times. The entire process became much smoother. As long as he continued to practice and formed muscle memory, he would get better and better. The three tasted the fried rice with eggs he made. Although it still had some distance from Mason's, it was far better than Shepard's first attempt. His fried rice with eggs could currently be sold for between 1 and 1.5 yuan per serving without any problem. If he could sell 100 servings a day, he could make several dozen yuan, and over a month, about 2,000 yuan, which was enough to support himself. Mason gave him advice. He could teach his older nephews and nieces so that they could set up 2 stalls in the future, thus earning even more. Uncle Judah had 3 children. The 2 elder ones were already adults. The eldest nephew worked in a factory but hadn't married due to poverty and lack of dowry. The niece had been married for 2 years, but reportedly was not living happily in her in-laws' home. There was still a younger nephew who was about to start high school. It was because of Mason that Uncle Judah gritted his teeth to cultivate this youngest son's education. However, his grades were only mediocre, barely enough to enter an ordinary high school after the entrance exam. But as long as he was willing to study, Uncle Judah was willing to support him. Uncle Judah thought it was logical. Earning a few hundred yuan a month in the factory was less profitable than this. Even if it was harder and involved traveling further places, as long as it earned money, it was worth it. Today was the last day they would be setting up their stall here. Mason specially asked Aunt Violet to buy some pork bones to stew a large pot of seaweed and bone soup, rich and fragrant. Today's bone soup would still be free to drink, as a thank you to these customers for their support over the past period. Then they introduced Uncle Judah to everyone, who would take over from now on. The young Carlo does things clearly and brightly. This bone soup is stewed well. Uncle Judah observed the coordination of the family throughout, planning to bring his wife along to help. One person might not Carloage alone. Mason demonstrated the preparation of fried rice with eggs again, allowing him to continue observing. He must have learned at least half of it. The rest would require extensive practice. After closing the stall, Mason prepared to move out and pack up to return to the village. During lunch, they had already bid farewell to Benny. Benny was quite reluctant to see them go, but he understood that all good things must come to an end. With high mountains and long rivers ahead, we may meet again if fate allows. Uncle Judah, planning to start a business, also needed to rent a place, so he directly took over their small single room. Elder sister, you've taught me everything, the tools and the recipes. I will remember your family's kindness for the rest of my life. Here are 500 yuan. This is all I can afford right now. I hope you won't refuse it. After saying that, Uncle Judah put the money into Aunt Violet's hand. Brother, what are you doing? These tools didn't cost much. They were all second-hand items bought by Stephen. You have always genuinely helped us. We're family. No need to be so formal. You and elder sister work hard and try to get our nephew married as soon as possible. Aunt Violet pushed the money back. Mason also said, Uncle, take it back. You gave me 200 yuan before, which is enough to cover the cost of these tools. In the end, after much pushing back and forth with neither side willing to give in, Shepherd made the decision. They would accept 200 yuan, and only then did Uncle Judah stop. He didn't want to take advantage of his own sister. Taking the money made him feel better. Mason did not give the barbecue recipe to Uncle Judah. On one hand, 2 Carlo-y things might overwhelm them. Carlo-aging just the egg fried rice stall was already good enough for them. On the other hand, he did not want to reveal the barbecue recipe yet. It was his trump card. Mason secretly packed the barbecue tools into his mini space, lying to his parents that he had sent the tools to Tianzhou City. The family, with simple luggage, set off on the journey back to the village. Speaking of luggage, it was actually just some old clothes and used kitchen utensils. Aunt Violet couldn't bear to throw anything away. Although they now had 30,000 yuan saved up, they still couldn't shake off the habit of being frugal. Even a worn-out toothbrush that Shepherd could barely use, Mason found both funny and sad. Mason originally wanted to take them around the city to buy some new clothes and daily necessities. But thinking about the intense battle awaiting them back in the village, he gave up the idea of buying anything. Chapter 24 Those Sad Memories. The 3 family members squeezed onto a dilapidated bicycle, with Mason and Shepherd taking turns pedaling while Violet sat on the front crossbar. The handlebars were laden with all kinds of bags, making them look extremely disheveled. The overloaded bicycle groaned under the strain, and Mason genuinely feared it might give out at any moment, leaving the family to walk back to the village. Thankfully, despite its old-fashioned creaks, the bicycle held up remarkably well and successfully brought them all back home. Wobbling, they finally arrived. Waiting for them was Amber's scolding tirade. You've been gone for 1 or 2 months, dead to the world. All the work in the house fell on my shoulders, an old Carlo. Are you trying to kill me? Shepherd and Violet had long been accustomed to being submissive before Amber. Backtalking would only lead to chaos and upheaval in the household. Over the years, countless compromises had been made regarding their son's education, making them feel perpetually inferior in her presence. Shepherd silently pushed the bicycle into the courtyard. Elder brother-in-law's wife Jana glanced over and noticed only a heap of old junk on the bicycle. She promptly turned around and went back to her room. Her daughter, Dominique, came out from the kitchen and greeted them quietly. Uncle, aunt, second cousin, you're back? Seeing Dominique, Violet finally Carlo-aged a smile. Xiaoya. From Uncle Fritz and Sterling's homes, both stared at the bicycle expectantly but found no food. Sterling whispered, poor ghosts, while the 2 brothers were munching on red dates. Mason recalled how in his previous life, Grandma Amber controlled the household finances and dictated every aspect of their lives. Once, when he tried to taste just 2 red dates, she snatched them away, berating him as a starved ghost and debt collector. Being young and sensitive at that time, such humiliation was unbearable. Nothing good ever seemed to come his way, yet the children of his uncles enjoyed the household's bounty freely. The differential treatment by his grandmegan made him deeply uncomfortable in his past life. But not this time. He resolved to obtain what he wanted through his own efforts. Reborn into this same old residence, Mason's mindset had completely changed. His perspective on everything was different from his last life. Previously, he always felt guilty for focusing solely on his studies without contributing much to the family, swallowing grievances and enduring silently. Ultimately, these so-called relatives offered no help or affection. Everything he had came from his parents' hard-earned efforts, not from these leeches. In this life, he lived for himself and vowed that no one would bully him or his parents again. His grandfather Zoltan was a simple Carlo, dominated by Grandma Amber throughout his life. They had 3 sons and 1 daughter. Eldest son Shepherd, father to Mason, married Violet and had only 1 child, Mason. Second son Jonathonu Xiangxi, married Jana, had a daughter named Dolores and a son named Jonathonu Clayton, who was older than Mason and worked in a factory. Daughter Dominique, the only relatively kind-hearted girl in the family, dropped out after middle school to do odd jobs at home. Third son Jonathonu Xiangnan, married far away, returned home once a year but always acted arrogantly, suggesting her husband was quite successful. Fourth son Carver, married Chanel, had 2 boys, Fritz and Sterling, who dropped out early and stayed home, unwilling to work in factories due to the tiring labor, preferring to freeload off their parents. Shepherd and Violet had once been the mainstay of the family's farming, along with Zoltan. 3 of them were excellent laborers, while Amber hadn't worked in the fields for years, spending her days Carlo-aging household affairs from the comfort of her home. Second uncle Jonathonu Xiangxi was a habitual drinker, socializing constantly with his friends. Jana used the threat of divorce to control Amber, who prized family reputation and adored her 2 sons, thus couldn't bear the idea of divorce for her second son. Therefore, Jana avoided hard work and seldom participated in household chores, preferring shopping and mahjong. Despite being born to a lazy Megan, Dolores turned out well. Jonathonu Clayton, the weak-willed, earned his own living. Dominique was often treated like a servant by Amber, shouldering much of the household workload. The worst was third uncle's family. Carver and his wife Chanel took the money secretly compensated by Amber and quietly opened a sundry shop in Lushuit Town, which did quite well. Since the family hadn't split up, any earnings should logically be handed over to Amber for unified carloagement. Amber disliked anyone challenging her authority, so they kept it secret even from Amber, deceiving the whole family into thinking that the shop was run by Chanel's elder brother from her natal home, with them working as employees. They symbolically gave Amber a few dollars each month, leading her to frequently praise her youngest son for making a good income every month. As a result, she treated Fritz and Sterling better than the other grandchildren. Openly and subtly, she always mocked Shepard and Violet for only scratching out a living from the fields, saying they were the least accomplished. She never considered that everything she ate was grown through their hard work. Even during farming off-seasons, Shepard and Violet had to work part-time in town, turning over all their earnings to Amber without keeping anything back. There was no way to hide it. The house was so small that any hiding place would be found once someone left and Amber searched around. Mason remembered when he was little, decarlating a candied hawthorn skewer. Violet, returning from part-time work in town, had secretly bought one and hidden it for him. But Amber found it, immediately confiscating the skewer and giving it to Fritz and Sterling, while making Violet and him kneel under the eaves to reflect on their actions, forbidding them from eating dinner. It was Shepard who saved some of his own dinner for them, each getting half. At that time, Violet cried bitterly, feeling that life was too miserable. Mason also clung to his Megan's leg and wept. They cried together. After crying, Mason told Violet, "Marion, I won't ask for anything anymore." He never forgot the look in Violet's eyes then. Bitter, helpless, indignant, and finally turned into sighs. Because of these Inhu experiences from childhood, Mason knew from a young age that only by becoming successful could he ensure his parents lived well and free from insults, which is why he studied diligently without ever slacking. He wasn't naturally gifted. Everything he achieved came from investing more time and effort than others. Chapter 25. Am I your biological child? This time, he had no intention of letting anyone off. Whoever made him miserable would face his retaliation. Mason and the couple returned to the room they hadn't stayed in for a long time. For Shepard and his wife, it had been just 2 months, but for Mason, it felt like an entire lifetime ago. It should be unheard of that a child as old as their son still had to live in a cramped small room with his parents. Both Fritz and Sterling had their own rooms. Even the chickens, ducks, and pigs at home each had separate spaces. However, the three of them lived together in this tiny, shabby room for over 10 years. The family had long built larger and more comfortable houses, into which the whole family moved, while they were left forgotten in this earthen house where they had lived since getting married over a decade ago. Though they were still in the same yard, living conditions between them were worlds apart. Gooddaisy said there was no need to arrange a separate room for Mason because he would mainly stay on campus during school days and only return home for a few days a month. No one in this household had spoken up for them, accustomed to their sacrifice and compliance. Unused sign-in times today. Would you like to sign in? Mason pressed the button. The host signed in at the dilapidated old house and received a treasure-seeking rat. Please retrieve it. A treasure-seeking rat? The system's rewards for sign-ins had been unimpressive lately. Teaware, mooncakes, tea leaves, spoons, and other trivial items. Unexpectedly, he got a precious item today. According to the Carlowol, this treasure-seeking rat could smell out hidden treasures, being more attracted to valuable items. Mason decided to test its abilities. The Carlowol mentioned that the treasure-seeking rat loved eating rice, and fortunately, he still had some unused rice in his microspace. While changing clothes, Mason studied the rat, while Rochelle and Shepard tidied up the room. The small room was partitioned by Rochelle using old cloth curtains, dividing it into 2 parts. One side had a bigger wooden bed for Shepard and Rochelle, while the other housed a small wooden bed and a simple desk for Mason. The bed and desk were crafted by Shepard himself from the wood he cut down. Having been uninhabited for 2 months and being an earthen house, the room accumulated a lot of dust and cobwebs. Rochelle went out to fetch water to clean up. Amber's loud voice came from outside. Coming back and not helping with cooking. Waiting for me to serve you? Don't think your son going to university is so great. After such a long trip, where's the money you earned? Hurry up and hand it over, or do I have to look for it myself? There was a crisp sound. Rochelle, upon hearing Amber's words, dropped the chipped enamel basin she was holding, looking astonished at Gu Daixin. Marion, wasn't it agreed that we'd use the money we earned these past 2 months for Steven's tuition? Why do you still want us to hand it over? I did say that, but you also need to turn in the money for me to distribute fairly. The money due for him will surely be given. I've calculated it. You both earned 4,200 yuan over the 2 months. Hand it over. Gu Daixin reached out arrogantly and imperiously. Old hag, she didn't even consider their living expenses, treating them like money-making machines who don't need to eat or drink. Rochelle knew well what kind of person she was. Once the money went into her pocket, expecting it back was impossible. Many times before, she promised them that she would save the money for Steven's education, tricking them into giving all their earnings to her. Yet whenever they needed money, she claimed it was inconvenient to favor them as the family hadn't divided assets yet, and urged them to earn their own if they wanted to study, threatening that they shouldn't study if they couldn't afford it. Among the grandchildren, only Steven was frail, even weaker than broken. If she had known things would end up like this, why would she endure this old Wacarlo, suffering unnecessarily with her child? All the hard-earned money her husband and she made ended up subsidizing the second and third sons' families. She knew very well about it. The second son often went out drinking and playing cards. Where did he get the money? The third son sent only symbolic amounts to the family while working outside. How much did he privately hoard? Only their family suffered the most. Recently, following her son, Rochelle gained more exposure and confidence backed by money. She was no longer timid and hesitant as before. At worst, they could openly confront the old Wacarlo. After all, the old lady never treated her kindly anyway. Shepard stepped out of the room the moment Gu Daixin spoke. He stood in front of his wife and calmly told his Megan, Talia, this is the money for our child's education. I can't give it to you. Shepard, Are you defying me? Has my word become powerless? Where's my firewood stick? Gu Daixin searched around for the stick she used to discipline people. Sterling and his brother were initially watching with amusement, but as soon as their Grand Megan started to assert her authority, Sterling quickly fetched the burning stick from behind the hall door for her. This burning stick, which was supposed to be Amber's tool for disciplining people, had in fact only been used on Shepard and his family. Others were her darlings. How could she bear to hit them? Grandma, it's right here. Sterling chuckled. Dominique hid by the kitchen door, looking at the courtyard nervously. Janice stood blatantly at the doorway of her room, watching the commotion. Amber took the thick burning stick and raised her arm to strike Shepard. Shepard looked at Amber with disappointment, but did not dodge. At the last moment, Mason reached out and caught the burning stick mid-air. The recoil made Amber's arm go numb. Mason was no longer the weak boy who couldn't lift a chicken. Do you want a rebel? Amber glared, surprised by the boy's strength. What's going on here? Ernst Zoltan pushed open the door, carrying a hoe, just in time to witness this tense scene. Shepard's eyes turned red, his fists clenched tightly. This was not the first time he had been humiliated and beaten in front of so Carlo-y relatives. In the past, with his helpless son, he could only endure. Now, with his son grown up, he didn't want to simply laugh it off anymore. He wanted an explanation. Abdullahi, am I your biological child? Zoltan avoided his eyes. What do you mean by biological? If you're not biological, were you adopted? Mason noticed the obvious evasion of Amber and Zoltan, along with the complexity in their eyes. Could there really be some hidden truth? Upon closer inspection, Shepard indeed bore little resemblance to Amber and Zoltan. Though Shepard's skin was tan dark, his large double eyelids made his eyes bright and piercing, with a prominent nose bridge. If properly groomed and lighter skin, he would be a strikingly handsome young Carlo. Amber had almond-shaped eyes and a flat nose, while Zoltan had squinty eyes and a bulbous nose. Uncle Jonathonadahi and Uncle Sterling, on the other hand, shared Carlo-y features with their parents. Mason wished that Shepard wasn't biologically related to the Jonathanus. Perhaps that would make it easier for his father. Chapter 26. Amber, I say we should separate the family. Shepard stared at Zoltan and Amber and asked, since I am your biological child, why did my bowl always have watery porridge while they had dry porridge when we were little? I always wore the old cotton-padded jacket that Abdullahi discarded. Talia didn't even bother to alter it for me. Yet, the three younger siblings all had new clothes and new shoes. Talia started worrying about the marriages of the two younger brothers long ago, providing ample dowries. And you, Talia, knew I liked Daisy ever since childhood. Just to save on dowry money, you wouldn't help arrange the marriage for me. Finally, Daisy, not wanting to put me in an awkward position, proposed no dowry, and only then did we finally get married. By then, the eldest son of the second brother was already 1 year old. The second and third brothers' families all lived in spacious houses, while we still resided in the earthen house built more than a decade ago. Have I not contributed to this family? I worked the hardest and endured the most, but you ignored it all and showed endless favoritism. Talia, ask yourself, hasn't our couple earned the most for the family over these years? I only have this one son. He finally has a bright future. Can you please give us a way out? Shepard, a grown Carlo, spoke with tears streaming down his face. He would rather not be a biological son than feel such disappointment. Violet silently wept, thinking of the Carlo-y hardships she experienced with Shepard over the years. Mason also recalled his childhood. Though he studied diligently and aced every exam, his grandparents still favored Clayton and Girardi. During the new year, other kids received new clothes and red envelopes, but he got nothing except hand-me-downs from Clayton. Many times he heard others mock him as a scrap collector. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Zoltan's face, standing there at a loss. Amber shamelessly said, you're the eldest, shouldn't you yield to the younger siblings? I raised you, shouldn't you earn money for the family? I should have drowned you in a chamber pot as a baby, you ungrateful brat. Knowing further argument would be futile, Shepard understood Amber would never listen to reason. Parents, since we've come this far today, let's lay everything bare. Daisy and I have decided to go to Tianzhou City with Steven. Before leaving, let's separate the family once and for all. If you prefer, we can separate just our part, Shepard asserted, unusually firm. He knew his son's future would be brighter away from such a family, which would otherwise drag him down. Better to cut ties now, no matter how messy. Even if it led to a bloodbath today, he must divide the family. Violet looked at her husband in surprise. She had suggested separating the family Carlo-y times before, but Shepard always hesitated. It seemed he had finally made up his mind. What Shepard said resonated with what Mason wanted to do. This time he came back to resolve all these issues cleanly, so they wouldn't pester his family later. You think again. As long as I'm alive, you won't split the family. Amber leaped up like an irate cat. Who would do farm work and household chores after the family separated? Who would she vent to when upset? How could she let go of Shepard, her reliable cash cow? And soon Mason would become a college student. There would be Carlo-y occasions when they would need him. Who wants to separate the family? Carver and his wife Chanel, hearing this at the door, felt a flicker of joy. Separating the family would mean they could earn money openly. They came back today to take their two sons to help in the shop in town. They were old enough to be helpful. Third son, you're back. Talia is almost driven mad by them. Seeing her most understanding son, Amber immediately complained. Talia, calm down. Who dares upset you? I'll teach him a lesson. Elder brother, don't tell me you upset Talia again. Go apologize now, Carver said soothingly, making her feel much better. System task released. Humiliate Carver and his wife. Task reward, truth charm. As the system task announcement sounded, Uncle, that's wrong. Abdullahi doesn't have the ability. You are more capable, Mason implied subtly. Carver, facing his dramatically changed and outspoken nephew, felt tongue-tied, sensing something wasn't right. Chanel rushed to support her husband. Stephen, I heard university classes have already started. Why haven't you gone to school yet? Did you fail the entrance exam? My niece has already set off to study in Jonathan City and got into a teacher's college. Chanel mocked Mason while showing off her own relative. However, after she finished speaking, she did not receive any envious glances. Instead, the expressions of everyone in the courtyard became oddly subtle. Archie and Brogan awkwardly scratched their heads. Mason smiled slightly. It seemed they were a bit out of touch with the news, but it made sense. No one in the family would specially inform them of this matter. After all, his getting into university wasn't exactly good news for them. Wife, give Steven some face. How can he be compared to Shangsheng, Chanel's nephew? Carver continued in a mocking tone to support his wife. Indeed, there's no comparison. They are on different levels. He's not worthy, Mason said with a smile. An enemy's enemy is a friend. Jana, though not fond of the eldest son's family, also didn't like the third son's family. Ha 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 ha, Chanel, are you alright? Ignorance is truly terrifying. What's a teacher's college? Our Steven got into Tianzhou University. Do you know what Tianzhou University is? The best university in all of China. Chanel laughed heartily, feeling quite cultured having completed junior high school. Carver and Chanel's faces alternated between red and white. They hadn't expected that this usually quiet boy could get into the best university in the country. Was it a dream? So embarrassing. The task to humiliate Carver and his wife has been completed. Rewards can be claimed at any time. Mason glanced at the truth charm, understanding its effect. If planted on someone, they would answer all your questions honestly and follow your calm carlets. Zoltan watched this farce, lost in thought. Recalling Shepard's gaze earlier, he felt ashamed. He had genuinely loved this child back then, but, well, let's help him one last time. Since the elder wants to separate the family, let's do it. Since everyone is here today, the second and third can decide if they want to separate as well, and we'll settle everything once and for all. No separation. I disagree. Zoltan, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? Amber absolutely couldn't tolerate losing control over family carloagement and the continuous income. Amber, I say we should separate the family. If you keep causing trouble, go back to your parents' house. Zoltan shouted loudly, startling everyone, including the grandchildren. Growing up, none of them had ever heard their grandfather speak so loudly. Chapter 27. Amber had lived with him for half her life and rarely saw him in such a temper. She didn't dare provoke him anymore. A quiet dog can bite. When a usually mild-tempered person flares up, it's most troublesome. Just split it if you want. Why all the noise? Amber whispered. After all, the money was in her hands, and she decided how to handle it. If the eldest son's family wanted to separate, they wouldn't get a single coin. Zoltan asked Sterling to invite the newly appointed village secretary and a few respected elders from the village. As night fell, the whole family sat hungry in the yard waiting for the division of the property. The new village secretary and several elders sat at the head table. Zhuzi, are you really going to divide the family? One elder asked. Yes. The kids have grown up. It's better to divide early. Fine. How do you plan to divide this family? There's nothing much to discuss. All the land, houses, and money should be equally divided into 4 parts. I keep 1 part, and the rest goes to the 3 kids, Zoltan counted on his fingers. What? No way. The second and third sons don't need a share. Only divide the eldest separately. They can have the house they're living in now, and those 2 mu of land by the river. As for money, there isn't any. They still owe me some. Amber said unreasonably. Jonathan knew Shangxi hadn't returned yet, so Jana represented the second family alone. She had been longing for a separation and almost went mad thinking about it. She finally waited until someone brought up the topic again. Who knew when it would come up next? After 10 years as a daughter-in-law, she was ready to become a matriarch. She didn't want her son's wife to put her under her Megan-in-law's rule. She also wanted to enjoy the status of a matriarch. Carver and his wife even more urgently wanted to separate because they were hiding a huge secret from the family. Dividing sooner would make them feel safer. Marion, why don't we just settle everything today? Carver cautiously suggested. Carver, didn't you say you'd take care of us? Do you also want to separate? Amber suddenly looked pitiful, like being abandoned by her son. Separation doesn't mean I won't take care of you, Marion. Rest assured, I will definitely look after you in the future. Carver sweet-talked her. Yeah, Marion, Shangxi and I will also support you in the future. Since everyone is here, let's just get it over with today? Jana added. Seeing this, Zoltan knew that all his children had long wanted to separate but hadn't voiced it. Alright, let's settle it today. He made the decision. Divide it all. Amber feared authority but dared not challenge Zoltan after seeing his anger today. She could only comply. Go bring out the family savings, Zoltan ordered. Amber went into the inner room and lingered for a while before coming out. Here you go. Only these few $100 left. Divide them. Divide clean. Everyone understood that Amber had hidden something. With a large family working together, how could they have only saved a few $100s? Marion, that's not right. How can our family only have this much? Jana questioned bluntly. Amber gave her a nasty look. Want money? Ask the eldest son. He has $4,000 in his pocket. Make him give it out. Everyone turned to Shepard. I've already said, this money is for Steven's tuition. There's no way I'll take it out. Secretary, respected elders, Steven was just admitted to college this year. And you know this money was earned by the 3 of us in the past 2 months to pay for his tuition, Shepard said sternly. Violet added. All the money we earned regularly was handed over to Marion. Now we're told there's no money for the child's education, and we have to find a way ourselves. Finally earning some money, you want to take it away again. Are you who, Carlo? The atmosphere became heavy, followed by endless silence. The new village secretary stepped forward and spoke. It's a good thing that your child has prospects. Steven is the pride of Green Hill Village. Education cannot be delayed. This money must not be divided. Other elders chimed in. Education is a matter of bringing glory to the family. Carlo, we hope for their children's success. Yes, the education fund must be preserved for the child. Amber pouted unhappily as everyone sided with Shepard's family. Do you really need that much for tuition? Daoxin, what kind of talk is that? Don't the kids need some spending money too? I'm making the decision today. This money can't be touched, Zoltan retorted, emphasizing his stance. Amber felt dizzy and frustrated. Mason decided to push further. He secretly cast a truth spell on Carver and then stood up. Grandma, there's still undivided money in our family. With everyone puzzled, Mason directly asked Carver, third uncle, I heard you opened a grocery store in town and earn quite a bit every month, don't you? Carver thought to himself, I'll tell you the truth? Not a chance. But when he opened his mouth, he uncontrollably said, it's okay. Making 2,000 yuan a month is not a problem. Wow, you make 2,000 every month. How much do you give me? Mason asked loudly in pretended surprise. Carver was internally terrified, but his mouth kept spilling the truth. That old hag of a Megan of mine, at her age and she still wants to control the family finances. Giving her money would be like sending meat buns to a dog. It'll never come back. Chanel nearly wet herself seeing her husband suddenly blabbing out family secrets like he was mad. No, we are just working. Xiangbei, don't talk nonsense. However, any of her explanations now seemed utterly futile. Carver's words were all too real. Amber gnashed her teeth, glaring at the third son and his wife as if ready to bite them. Jana, Violet, and others were surprised. They couldn't believe this juicy secret. Carver actually called his own Megan an old hag. Third uncle, aren't you the boss then? Mason continued. Carver tried covering his mouth with his hand, but it didn't help. I'm definitely the boss. Could your third aunt's brother-in-law even open a shop looking like that? Heaven was going to destroy him. These weren't the words he wanted to say. So if that's the case, since we haven't separated yet, shouldn't your shop technically belong to the family? Could you please bring out the money you've earned over the past 2 years for us to split? 2,000 a month means 24,000 a year, so 2 years would be 48,000 yuan. Divided into 4 parts, each family could get 12,000 yuan. The crowd, who had been watching from the sidelines, gasped at Mason's calculation. Such a large sum of money? Wouldn't they instantly become 10,000 yuan households after dividing it? Chapter 28. You were picked up by us. Carver would never agree. Who dares to touch my money? This King money was earned penny by me. None of you can get it. Carver, the family hasn't divided yet. Why should you be the only one to keep private savings, and we all have to hand over everything to Marion? Today, you'll give it up, whether you like it or not. Jana stepped forward and said. The village party secretary and a few elders didn't expect such a big issue would arise when dividing the family property, and they looked at each other in dismay. Third uncle, where did you hide the money? Carver tried hard to keep his mouth shut, but couldn't resist the power of telling the truth. I put them in the bank. The passbook is in the inner pocket of my clothes. Upon hearing this, Amber immediately rushed over and took out the passbook from his inner pocket. Carver had no idea what was wrong with him today, always speaking the absolute truth, leading to such an outcome. His money, hard-earned money, he did not want to share it with everyone else. This money clearly belonged to him. Amber couldn't read, so she opened the passbook in confusion. She called her granddaughter Dominique, who was closest to her. Take a look. How much is there? Everyone stared intently at the green book in Dominique's hands, as if they were hungry wolves eyeing their prey. Dominique counted several times before she was sure. Grandma, third uncle has saved 45,000 yuan. Suddenly, the immense joy stunned everyone, especially Amber and Jana. They had suddenly acquired a huge sum of money. But in the next second, Amber wasn't happy anymore. On the one hand, her beloved son had secretly saved so much money without her knowing, while she controlled the family finances for years but hadn't saved more than her third son. On the other hand, she thought about having to distribute the money, even to her most disliked elder brother's family. At the thought of 10,000 yuan, her heart ached. The third branch of the family felt even more heartbroken. Carver felt like he had seen a ghost, slapping his own face again and again. Chanel was anxiously pacing back and forth. Archie and Brogan, thinking that this money originally belonged to their family, now having to be shared, felt deeply pained. Old 3, you two are really sly, deceiving us for so long. The money must be equally divided, said Jana, somewhat reveling in the misfortune. No matter how well hidden, it still ended up serving the family. Since that's the case, the family should be divided sooner. In the future, each will pursue their own destiny. No one will hold each other back. Zoltan sighed. The family house will allocate 2 rooms to elder brother's family, and the rest will be evenly divided. The land will also be divided evenly, 2 paddies and 2 fields per family. As for the specific locations, let's decide by drawing lots. Whichever piece you get is yours. Now there is a total of 45,500 yuan here, which should be divided into 4 parts, each getting 11,375 yuan. Is this distribution acceptable to you all? Grandpa Zoltan was being quite fair. Each household nodded in agreement. Free money, who wouldn't love it? Only Amber shook her head desperately. I disagree. Elder brother cannot take away a single cent from the family or any piece of land. If we're dividing, you'll leave with nothing. You won't take anything. Why not? Violet disagreed. Zoltan knocked on the table, signaling her to stop talking nonsense. Elder brother, didn't you ask your father if you were our biological child? As soon as these words came out from the old lady, it seemed a juicy secret was about to be revealed, and the whole family looked on nervously. Shepard clenched his fists tightly, while Violet silently held his hand, giving him strength. Mason didn't expect that wealth could sway people's hearts so easily. Under the lure of benefits, Amber finally spoke the truth. He found it ironic. Amber truly schemed meticulously, only revealing the truth when it served her interest. But once she saw so much money might be taken away, she quickly turned honest. Amber, shut your mouth. The veins on Zoltan's forehead bulged. Why not? I just have to say it. Elder brother, you are indeed not biologically mine or your father's. You were picked up by us, so you cannot take away a single cent from the family. Immediately after Amber spoke, she received a slap from Zoltan. Why do you hit me? What I said is the truth. He is an outsider. Why should he divide our money? Amber kept scratching Zoltan, unwilling to let go. The onlookers were stunned. However, the few elderly villagers in the village remained calm. In fact, experienced parents could see through it clearly. If he were their biological child, there would never have been such obvious favoritism. Shepard's heart felt indescribable at that moment, a mixture of flavors. Finally, he understood the reason for years of neglect and lack of affection. He didn't feel particularly sad but rather relieved. Without expectations, there would be no disappointment. From now on, this parasitic family would no longer be his unshakable responsibility. Zoltan seemed to have aged 10 years, looking at Shepard with guilt on his face. Early on, he and Amber had been married for 3 years without having a child. Hearing that there was an enlightened high monk in the neighboring county, they traveled a long distance to seek his help. They were fortunate enough to meet the high monk. He said that their fate did not include having children. If they adopted a child who had siblings, it might help. On their way down the mountain, with heavy hearts, they suddenly heard the cry of a baby and indeed found one in the woods. And when they opened the swaddling clothes, it turned out to be a boy. Boys were rarely abandoned then, mostly girls. Incredibly, the boy's blanket contained 3 gold bars, some gold and silver jewelry, and a stack of money, hundreds of dollars. It seemed he must have come from a wealthy family, and his parents probably had no choice but to leave him in the wilderness. The couple fell in love with this chubby baby who brought good fortune, raising him secretly for over a year before bringing him home, falsely claiming he was their own child. Because there was an embroidered dong character on the corner of his blanket, Zoltan named him Shepard. Believing they would never have more children, they cherished him deeply. Unexpectedly, after coming home, Amber became pregnant, which delighted them both. Perhaps this was what the high monk meant about a child destined to have siblings. At first, they treated Shepard well, but as their own children grew, they gradually neglected him. Zoltan was still decent, but Amber treated Shepard like hired help. He received the worst food, clothing, and care while doing the most work, and if he failed to look after his younger siblings properly, he would be beaten or scolded. After growing up, she was even unwilling to help him find a wife. Luckily, Violet agreed to marry him without dowry. Over the years, they really lived worse than the livestock at home. Everyone in the courtyard had their own thoughts. Shepard led his wife and children to Zoltan, kneeling slowly. Abdullahi, I'll give you one last bow. Our father-son bond is ended. Thank you for these years. Tears streamed down Zoltan's old face. Though not biologically related, over the years, he had seen that this eldest son was the most filial. But now, due to Amber's outburst, all feelings of kinship were gone. Uncle Ution, please help write a separation agreement. I, Shepard, voluntarily sever all ties with Amber and Zoltan today, leaving empty-handed, with no further connections, neither living nor dead. Son, have you thought this through? Uncle Ution felt very sorry for Shepard. I have. Shepard nodded firmly. Chapter 29, finally freed. With Uncle Tion's help in drafting the written agreements, 3 copies were made, one for Shepard, one for Zoltan, and one for the village secretary. Shepard carefully put away his copy. The agreement essentially stated that Zoltan had raised Shepard to adulthood and that over these years, Shepard had tirelessly contributed significantly to the Xuanhuan family. They were now settled with each other. Shepard voluntarily left everything behind, severing all ties with Zoltan and Amber, thereby not having to shoulder any responsibilities of support or burial. Zoltan pressed his fingerprint with a tearful eye. Amber and Jana were delighted to save more than 10,000 yuan, happily calculating how much more each could get. Carver was caught off guard by this sudden turn of events and felt particularly heartache over the money that was about to be split from him. Yet he was smart enough to realize that fewer people would mean thousands more per household. Mason did not mind the 10,000 yuan. It was the revelation of Carver's petty cash which troubled him that made him content. Now being able to cleanly exit this vampiric family, he was thoroughly satisfied with this outcome. What should have been his still remained so, and he intended to take it back. Grandma, don't be too happy yet. Last time the police officer mentioned that the town's reward of 1,000 yuan, plus another 1,000 yuan from the police leadership, are both in your possession. Can you give it to me now? Mason mimicked Amber's Carlonerisms as he reached out his hand. The 2 policemen who handled the case mentioned that these rewards had already been delivered to his home. However, despite their long return, no one had brought up the 2,000 yuan bonus. Did they think he wouldn't notice? Did they really believe they could hide it? What rewards? I don't know anything. Amber started acting unreasonable again. Even small gains counted when entering her mouth. She wasn't about to let go easily. Then we'll see you at the police station. Misappropriating government-issued rewards, let's see how long you can withstand imprisonment. Mason shot back without hesitation. Dare to bully Grandma? See if I don't beat you to death. Sterling, that lackey, grabbed Amber's firewood stick, aiming to strike him. Seeing this, Shepard hurriedly stepped forward to protect his son. Unexpectedly, Mason didn't need protection. With one punch, he sent Sterling flying 2 meters away, landing on the ground moaning. Everyone in the courtyard was stunned. When did the usually timid Mason become so powerful? Sterling was visibly larger than him, yet was sent flying by a single blow. Gadaisheng rushed over with concern. Oh my poor grandson, are you alright? The devilish Mason, I won't spare you if something happens to Xiaohai. It took a moment for Carver and his wife to react and check on their son. Just self-defense. I'm going to report Sterling for attempted assault. By the way, I forgot to mention, you've got another grandson, right, third uncle? I heard Widow Hagen from the town gave birth to an 8-pound boy recently. No one expected this juicy gossip after learning that Shepard wasn't biologically related to them. Today must be rumor day. Chanel looked suspiciously at her husband. Instinctively, Carver covered his mouth. Third uncle, feeling happy about getting such a big grandson? Mason raised an eyebrow. Carver clamped his mouth shut, but still blurted out, Of course I'm happy. What a bizarre day. Carver felt cursed, speaking truths today. Everyone understood what was happening now. So it was true. This Carver played quite a trick. Mason knew this due to his memories from his previous life. In that lifetime, the child was discovered by third Aunt Chanel when he was 5 years old. Estimating from that, the baby should have just been born. I'll beat you senseless, you shameless hussy. While I work hard every day, you go find women, even have children. I don't want to live anymore. I want to die together with you. Chanel picked up the firewood stick and swung it at Carver, dodging while retorting. You crazy old Carlo, ugly and bad-tempered, far worse than Widow Hagen. I'm divorcing you. Chanel was so angry she nearly fainted, sitting on the ground sobbing and rolling in dust, looking like a mad Carlo. Gu Daixiong and the sprawled Sterling were dumbfounded. Inside was chaos. Zoltan looked at Mason with dissatisfaction, seemingly blaming him for stirring up trouble and ruining everyone's peace. But Mason couldn't care less about his cheap grandfather's gaze. He intended to upset them further. These past years, watching Gu Daixiong abuse them, old man Jonathan never said a word. Had he stood up for them once, Gu Daixiong wouldn't have dared to mistreat them so badly. Deep-seated affection comes too late, like grass that is trampled underfoot. Establishing a fatherly figure now is too late. Then Zoltan bellowed loudly, putting an end to this farce. Old Carlo, give the money to Stephen. Lauer and Lausen will divide it as just discussed. The house we're currently living in will remain with us. Each family gets an extra mu of land and 15,167 yuan. Tomorrow, Lausan will withdraw the money and distribute it to everyone. As for Lausan's issues, you must find a way to handle them yourselves. I'm old and can no longer intervene. Chanel sat on the ground, crying her heart out, because earlier Gu Daixiong had favored Carver and pinched her multiple times. The Carlo had cheated on her and even had a child. Yet she was the last to know. Her in-laws didn't reprimand their son but instead took his side. Was there any justice left? Despite being extremely reluctant, Amber still feared imprisonment and went into the house to fetch 2,000 yuan, tossing it to Mason. Mason took it and had Violet count the money to confirm there were no mistakes. Afterward, they prepared to leave. Since there was nothing valuable in this house, they decided not to take anything and start anew. Shepard and Violet were somewhat reluctant to part with things they had used habitually, but at this moment, they didn't want to be looked down upon. They had agreed to leave empty-handed and meant to stick to their word. All important belongings, including bankbooks and valuables, were kept by Mason. As for petty cash, they already carried it with them, but there wasn't much worth taking anyway, just old clothes and mended items. The three only took the household registration books, IDs, and most importantly, Mason's college acceptance letter. Erwin, take care, we're leaving. Shepard looked at Zoltan. Zoltan waved his hand, not stopping them, despite knowing it was late and the journey home would be difficult. They hadn't even had a drink of water since returning. Indeed, those who are not blood-related don't truly care. Taking advantage of everyone's focus on dividing assets, Mason used a ploy to go relieve himself and took Treasure Mouse to do some work. The family of three didn't even want the dilapidated bicycle, walking out with light steps and ease. Amber thoroughly checked everything and found that indeed they had taken nothing except for documents in plastic bags and worn-out clothes. Only then did she let them leave. The moonlight illuminated their path, and their hearts felt lighter than ever before. None of them had expected it to turn out this way, but this was the best outcome. From now on, no one could control their family anymore. Chapter 30 Grandpa and Grandma. Stephen, how do you know so much? Violet found it amusing to think of the usually haughty and ostentatious Chanel sitting on the ground in a pitiful state, crying and making a fuss. An unexpected discovery, Mason said with a mysterious smile. Violet did not press further. Donga, don't be upset. It doesn't matter if they're not biologically related to us. Anyway, they haven't been kind to us either. Now without that responsibility weighing on our shoulders, I feel so relieved, Violet consoled Shepard, who was silent. Yes, Erwin, let's just live together as a family. That's better than anything else. We will settle down in Tianzhou City and buy a big house with a large garden. Mason felt that everything now seemed too beautiful to be true. This was something he dared not dream about in his previous life. Sure, as long as we're all together, that's better than anything, Shepard replied. In his previous life, Shepard and Violet worked tirelessly for the family. When Zoltan and Amber grew old, Violet was the one who took care of them, brewing tea, cooking meals, cleaning up after them, and asking after their warmth and well-being. The other two families always talked nicely, but never helped practically. Eventually, both families bought houses in the city and settled far away, afraid of having to support the elderly. None of their grandchildren were filial. They were all selfish, deceiving Amber out of her money and leaving the couple for Shepard and his wife to take care of. Despite all this, Shepard and his wife never received a word of thanks from Amber and Zoltan, who believed they had done all this because they raised Shepard. All they could talk about every day was how successful their other children, Clayton, Gerard, and Xiaohai, were, how much money they earned, and how Carlo-y great-grandchildren they had. Violet got tired of hearing this. They really became senile and didn't realize who was supporting them. Out of kindness, she persisted in taking care of them until they passed away. This time around, he would never let his parents suffer like that again. They finally got rid of that crazy old Carlo Amber. There would be no good outcome for them in the future, as the second and third brothers were raised to be selfish and self-serving from childhood. He sat back and waited to see Amber and Zoltan's miserable later years. After some small talk, Shepard felt much better. Great. Let's work hard to earn money, buy a big house, and find a fairy-like wife for Stephen, Violet joked. Speaking of fairies, Mason thought of Xena, whom he hadn't seen for days. He wondered if she had come to Tianzhou City yet. She had visited the barbecue stands several times before, but because he was busy with work, they hadn't really had a chance to talk. Having lived through one lifetime, Mason's thoughts had matured. He understood that young love, to last until old age, couldn't rely solely on feelings. If you want to attract butterflies, first grow good flowers. He wanted to become the best version of himself, presenting the best face to welcome the best person, rather than speaking empty words while being worthless himself, which he wouldn't even respect, let alone Xena. The three walked along the dirt road for about 20 minutes and arrived at Mason's grandparents' house. They planned to stay there for the night and go to Zhoushan the next day. On the way here, Violet also wanted to visit her parents. There was no longer a home for them in Zephyrshan village, and it was uncertain when they would return. Mason's grandparents were surprised to see their daughter, son-in-law, and grandson show up suddenly. Knowing they hadn't eaten dinner, Grand Megan hurried into the kitchen to make noodles for them. Jonathanu's aunt had already rushed to Zhoushan this afternoon after receiving a call from Judah to the village. At home, only Ernst, Grand Megan, and a little grandson named Jonathan Wu, who was about to start school, remained. Since Mason arrived, his cousin looked at him with admiration. Xiaowu, why are you staring at me? Mason touched his face, wondering if there was anything dirty on it. Jonathan Wu's eyes sparkled like those of an eager puppy. Duncan, did you really get accepted into Tianzhou University? Can I see your admission notice? Students were especially sensitive to such news. The whole Lushui town was talking about a Jonathan Wu student from Zephyrshan village who got into Tianzhou University. Jonathan Wu thought about it. In Zephyrshan village, the only Jonathan Wu student in grade 3 was his cousin, whose academic performance was consistently top-notch and who was specially admitted by the best high school in Zhoushan City. It had to be him. His cousin getting into Tianzhou University was something he could brag about for a lifetime. Thinking about all the hardships his cousin endured for studying and how brilliant he was, yet the Jonathan Wu family wouldn't even pay the tuition fees. Jonathan Wu felt indignant for Mason. Getting into Tianzhou University was such a glorious achievement. If it were him, his father would likely throw a feast for the whole village and rewrite the family genealogy. Mason took out his admission notice from a plastic bag and handed it over. Here, take a look. Jonathan Wu carefully took it over. So beautiful. This is the admission notice from Tianzhou University, he murmured to himself. Shepard's father-in-law, who had been talking to him, hurriedly came over, excitedly looking at the admission notice. Great. Stephen has made something of himself. In the future, you must be filial to your parents. They have worked so hard for your studies. His grandfather, eyes glistening with tears, firmly held Mason's hand. I know, Grandpa. Grandpa wiped away the teardrops at the corner of his eyes with his sleeve and pulled out a wrapped handkerchief from inside his shirt. Opening the handkerchief revealed neatly stacked coins, not a single wrinkle on them. Stephen, take it. This is a little token of my and Grandma's appreciation. Grandpa must have prepared this money well in advance, waiting for him to come. Grandpa, I don't need it. I can earn my own money now. It's not easy for you to make money. Put it back. Mason pushed his hand back. Uncle Jonathan Dejiu had called that afternoon, roughly explaining the situation. They knew that Mason was doing small business and had Carlo age to gather enough tuition fees, but they were unaware of the exact amount. Take it. The journey ahead will be long, and Grandpa can't give much more. Don't look down on it. Grandpa insisted, shoving the money into his pocket. Shepard also came over to persuade him to accept it. The elder's face turned red from insistence, determined to give the money, thinking otherwise would be disrespectful. Mason had no choice but to accept the heavy love, feeling for the first time that money could be burning hot, yet warmly touching. After they finished looking at the admission notice, Talia, Jonathan, and Aunt Violet brought out 3 bowls of noodles. Shangdong, Stephen, hurry up and eat your noodles. Time is tight. I made some simple tomato and egg noodles. You must be hungry, right? Grandma's voice was very gentle. I am Grandma. It smells great. Mason accepted the bowl without reservation and began to eat heartily. Eat more if you're hungry. There's still more in the pot. Grandma will cook some more if it's not enough. Although there were no extra seasonings, the tomato and egg noodles made by Grandma carried a flavor of love, full of taste. Chapter 31. Past, my treasure. The 3 of them devoured their meal hungrily. They had last eaten at 11 in the morning, and only now Carlo aged to have a meal after all the commotion. Their stomachs had been growling emptily for hours. After the meal, Mason offered to wash the dishes. Violet briefly told her parents about what had happened at home that day. Jonathan's Megan held her daughter's hand tenderly, tears misting her eyes. Back then, she originally did not agree with her daughter marrying Shepard. Although their family wasn't wealthy, she had but one daughter, Jeanne, and naturally wished her future to be comfortable. When Violet was young, she was a beauty renowned for miles around, and also a skilled worker. Many suitors came forward when it was time for her marriage. Jonathan's Megan was intent on finding a reliable family for her daughter. However, Violet fell for the simple-minded Shepard. They met in the literacy class at the commune, where Shepard's diligence and hard work caught her attention. The two developed mutual feelings and secretly dated as they reached a suitable age. Year after year passed, but the Jonathan family never proposed formally. Amber complained about being poor, claiming there was no money left as he needed it for his second son's wedding. Shepard planned to save up dowry money privately and propose to the Jonathan family. Unexpectedly, after 2 years of hard saving, he barely Carlo aged to accumulate several dozen yuan before Amber discovered it. Not only did he take the money, but he beat Shepard severely with a firewood stick, leaving him bedridden and unconscious. Violet was frustrated by Shepard's weak character, and her Megan advised her not to risk her future happiness on the Jonathan family, warning her that how they treated Shepard now would reflect how they would treat her in the future. Violet had already decided to stop waiting for him when this incident occurred. She visited Shepard at the Jonathan residence and found that nobody cared for him. They even failed to invite a barefoot doctor to treat him. Beaten savagely by Amber, Shepard's back and legs were swollen. Violet felt deep sympathy for him and invited a barefoot doctor to treat him. After returning home, she told her parents she would marry Shepard without dowry. Jonathan's father and Megan vehemently opposed the idea, but Violet, having a fiery temper, insisted that if she could not marry Shepard, she would remain unmarried for life. Jonathan's Megan, out of despair, eventually agreed. Violet married Shepard during his illness, with no one to receive her except her elder brother who carried her luggage. The two of them went to the Jonathan residence. The Jonathan family did not provide any proper ceremony for them. Times were tough, and every household struggled for food. Hearing that their son-in-law was not biologically related, but adopted explained everything. Shepard had endured hardships over the years, struggling to make ends meet. Perhaps it was better this way. He could finally be free from that family and earn money for himself. Now, they even had an accomplished grandson. Everything turned out fine. Fine indeed. Shepard understood his Megan-in-law's feelings. He solemnly said, Marion, rest assured, I will never let Daisy suffer again. I've burdened her for too long. I am truly sorry. You're not to blame, my child. You've been bullied enough. Fortunately, heaven has eyes. You've worked tirelessly for them for so Carlo-y years. You've repaid your debt to them long ago. Don't feel weighed down. Focus on living well, wherever you are. As long as you're happy, I'll be content. Jonathan's Megan wiped away her tears. Thank you, Marion, I understand. Marion, you don't know how capable our Stephen is in business. We've earned quite a lot these past 2 months. Violet took out 300 yuan from her pocket. I returned suddenly and didn't bring anything else for you. Take this money. Use it with Erwin. Jonathan's Megan pushed it away. You need more money for travel expenses. Keep it for yourself and buy some new clothes. Her daughter used to be very beautiful and elegant, looking like a fairy maiden. After becoming a Megan, she never wore fine clothes again. Please accept it. I don't know when I'll return. Consider this my act of filial piety. All these years, you and Erwin have always supported us. I've never given you a penny. I'm sorry, Marion. Violet, thinking of the past years, felt guilty towards her parents and couldn't help but shed tears. Years ago, she insisted on marrying without a dowry and became a cautionary tale in the village. People said she was obsessed with men, calling her shameless. Her parents suffered along with her, facing ridicule and criticism. Each time she returned to her parents' home, Amber refused to provide anything. Others brought gifts in large and small bags, while she returned empty-handed. Even tuition fees for the children's education and daily expenses were borne entirely by her and Shepard, often borrowing from her parents when they had no money. As a result, her parents faced constant scolding from their sisters-in-law. This was the first time she had surplus money to give her parents openly. Don't cry. I'll take it, all right? My daughter has finally made it through. The days ahead will be better, don't cry. The Megan and daughter hugged each other tightly. Jonathan's father was also happy for his daughter. In the evening, Mason slept in the same room with his cousin Jonathan Wu. Violet shared a room with Jonathan's Megan. As they were about to part, they talked intimately. Shepard and Jonathan's father spent the night in Jonathan Wynn's, the eldest cousin, room. Jonathan Wu, that boy, had a good sleep. He started snoring within a minute of lying down. Snore, snore. Mason couldn't fall asleep easily. So much happened today, making his heart racing. After confirming that Jonathan Wu was sound asleep, he took out the treasures found by the treasure-seeking rat from his microspace. At that time, the situation was urgent, so he didn't have time to check them. The treasure-seeking rat brought back 3 treasures. A wooden box covered in dust and 2 cloth bundles. Mason opened the wooden box first. On top was a thick stack of money. Underneath the money were 2 gold bars, a pair of green bracelets, and 2 jade pieces. Mason counted it, and there was a total of 18,000 yuan. Without any doubt, this box belonged to Amber. Except for the old third family, only she could have saved up so much money. He didn't hesitate to take the money because it was the hard-earned blood and sweat money of Shepard and his wife over the years. However, the 2 gold bars and jewelry didn't seem like something Amber would possess. At the bottom of the box was a layer of velvet fabric, slightly yellowed but of high quality. Mason examined it and found that this piece of fabric seemed to have been cut from something else, with uneven edges. On the backside of the fabric was an embroidered character, the traditional Chinese character dong, which looked like it might have been sewn with gold thread. Mason had an immature guess. Could this piece of fabric be from what Zoltan's parents had when they found his father? And these gold bars and jewelry probably belonged to his father too. Amber and Zoltan's ancestors were all poor families, so they couldn't have such items. Well, it seemed his father's original family wasn't ordinary. If his name was embroidered with gold thread and he still had gold bars and jewelry, it seems they abandoned him for some unspoken reason. But since they haven't come looking for him all these years, it might be difficult to see them again. If his father's parents were still alive, they would be around 60 years old. Chapter 32. Discovering the money gone, dogs biting each other. There were still 2 handkerchiefs. Upon opening them, they all contained money. However, there was less than in the box. One wrapped 2,000 yuan, and the other contained over 350 yuan. It was unknown whose petty cash this was, but there were only so Carlo-y people in the house. Jana, Chanel, Fritz, Sterling, whoever it belonged to didn't matter. Now it was his. Today was truly a joyful day, with earnings of 22,300 yuan, 2 gold bars, and several pairs of jewelry. Mason put the money from both handkerchiefs into the box, then tucked it away into the microspace. He happily drifted off to sleep. Mason slept soundly, while on the other side, the Jonathonu family wasn't as content. They debated through the night before finally reaching an agreement to completely divide the household. Jana and Carver fought bitterly over the ownership of a few plots of land, which they weren't usually so enthusiastic about when farming. During the division, every detail mattered. The ownership of Carver's shop was also an issue. Carver believed it was something he built up himself, unrelated to Lao Heir's family, and should remain under his own carloagement. Jana, however, considered it joint property before the division and insisted it should be split evenly, or that Carver compensate her family with 1/3 of its value. The village party secretary and several elders could only shake their heads in dismay. Of the entire Jonathonu family, perhaps only Shepard was decent. Neither Jonathonu Xiangxi nor Carver were good people. For a bit of money, Amber lost such a good son, and she would surely regret it in the future. Perhaps it was a good thing for Shepard to be free of these entanglements. Otherwise, he'd be dragged down by them sooner or later. After completing the division documents, they left. The Jonathonu family continued arguing incessantly, both the second and third families feeling they got too little. Carver's truth-telling charm had finally worn off. He deeply regretted revealing the truth at that time. Chanel, after crying, chose to temporarily align with Carver. Regardless of future disputes, unity against outsiders took precedence in matters of interest. The quarreling lasted deep into the night. Amber couldn't hold out any longer and returned to her room to sleep first. Every night before bed, she would take out her treasures for inspection. But this time, when she pried out the wall brick, the box inside had vanished without a trace. Amber instantly sobered up. A sharp, piercing scream erupted from the courtyard. Ah, my box. Who stole my things? Zoltan entered with a basin of water for washing. What's wrong? My precious box is gone. All the good stuff was in there. Amber turned, still shaken. You look around carefully. Maybe you just forgot where you put it? Zoltan hurriedly set down the wash basin and joined in the search. It's impossible. I always kept it here. Someone must have taken it. Only you and I knew where I hid my money. No. There's also Xiaohai. Once he saw it too. Amber jumped up and went to find Sterling. Sterling was sleeping soundly when he was abruptly woken by being yanked by the ear. Upon hearing his grand Megan say the money was missing, his drowsiness vanished immediately, nervously looking around, stammering that he didn't take it. Having spent a lot of time personally raising him, Amber could tell he was lying at a glance. Sure enough, he did take it. You brat, give the money back? Amber smacked him on the head, furious. Sterling was on the verge of tears. Where could he possibly get the money from, having already spent it long ago? Actually, Sterling had indeed stolen small sums before, just a few dollars at a time, which Amber never noticed. Sterling thought Amber had discovered his theft of small amounts of loose change. If he knew Amber was talking about all the money, he would definitely shout about being framed. Chanel, look at your wonderful son, spending my retirement savings. Amber dragged Jonathan Xuanhuan by the ear and threw him into the courtyard. Carver, Chanel, and Jana were still fiercely arguing over the shop. What's going on with Ma? What? Your son stole my money, what are you going to do about it? Involving money made grandchildren no longer feel close. Sterling, did you take your grandmegan's money? Quick, return it. Carver grabbed his son to lecture him. I can't return it, I've already spent it. Heaven, what sins have I committed? Amber sat on the ground and wept loudly. Carver picked up a firewood stick from the floor and gave Sterling several harsh strikes on the buttocks. Erwin, stop hitting me, it hurts. Sterling grimaced in pain. It serves you right. Let's see if you still dare to misbehave. Carver glared at him angrily, then spoke gently to Amber. Marion, how much did this kid take from you? I'll pay it back for him. Carver thought that no matter how naughty this boy was, he would only have the courage to take 100 or 80 yuan. Better to compensate his Megan to stop her from making a fuss. Amber stood up with a whoosh. This is what you said. There was over 18,000 yuan in my box, plus a few pieces of jewelry. I'll take a loss and count it as 20,000 in total. Although Amber doted on Lao San, today they were all eager to split the household and leave her, which upset her. She liked the feeling of having power and controlling the family's financial lifeline. Now both Lao Er and Lao San wanted to go against her, so she wouldn't blame herself for being harsh. Who cared about sons and grandsons? It felt best when the money was in her own hands. And she had indeed been lenient. Those 2 gold bars were worth quite a bit of money. She hadn't even asked for their price yet. Marion, didn't you say you had no money? How did you suddenly have 20,000? This money must be divided. Jana immediately seized on this, shouting for the division of assets. What a wonderful day this was. Everyone's petty cash seemed to surface today, and Jana was very pleased. What? I didn't. Carver, Chanel, and Sterling spoke together. This figure indeed shocked the couple, nearly causing them to faint. I didn't. I only took a few dozen yuan. Sterling, enduring the pain, jumped up to speak for himself. A few dozen yuan? You took everything in my box and still deny it. Amber led everyone into the house to search. Feeling wrongly accused and anxious, Sterling searched frantically but couldn't find the box. He kept muttering, I really didn't. I only dared to take a few yuan each time. Carver believed his son, though he sometimes acted clever and might steal a few yuan to buy things. Saying he stole all his grand Megan savings was too much even for him. Chapter 33, Leaving Zhoushan, departing for Tianzhou. For a moment, the whole family began to theorize in their minds. Carver knew his Megan very well. Selfish, greedy, and controlling. He suspected it was highly possible that she had hidden the money herself and was now trying to take back the share he just received. Amber wondered if the third brother had instructed his son to steal the money. She wrongly accused Carver. Sterling never told his father how much money Nana had saved. He always thought this money was left for him by Nana, and sometimes he wanted to ask for some more. Jana didn't care. The old Carlo hoarded so much money but only gave out a few $100s. How stingy she could be. This night would certainly be sleepless. Amber and Carver fought like dogs, engaging in an unprecedented Megan-son battle. One refused to give the money, accusing her son of false accusation. The other accused his son of ill intent, even stealing the old Megan's funeral savings. Jonathan Ujuezi ignored the quarrel and went to sleep, checking his own stash as soon as he entered the room. Gone. Jonathan Ujuezi was stunned. He had Carlo aged to save over 300 yuan behind Amber's back, and now it was all gone. Worse, he could only lament in silence, not daring to raise a fuss. If Amber found out, heaven knows what would happen. Jonathan Ujuezi guessed the money must have been taken by his grandson Sterling. Unable to accuse openly, he rushed angrily and slapped Sterling, declaring he return his grand Megan's treasure box or else face severe punishment. Sterling felt helpless. He truly did not take it. Why wouldn't they believe him? Outside, the commotion continued while Jana proudly took Dominique back to rest. Today she was the biggest beneficiary, having received a large sum without lifting a finger. She decided to deposit the money at the post office the next day, in fixed-term deposits, otherwise, her gambling husband would blow the money sky high. Talia and daughter lay down happily and slowly drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, Jonathan Ushangshi was still sweating it out at the mahjong table. The next morning, Jana discovered her private savings were missing. She quickly woke up her daughter Dominique for questioning, but got no answers. Jana suspected Sterling, who had a record of stealing in the past. Once a thief, always a thief. Anytime something went missing, people would suspect him. Jana hesitated to confront Sterling, fearing her secret stash might leak out, causing bigger trouble. In the end, she swallowed her pride, just like Jonathan Ujuezi. Thinking of the imminent 15,000 yuan, her frustration eased a little. Years of saving had netted only 2,000 yuan, which was now stolen. She vented her anger on Carver's family. Early in the morning, she even got into a fight with Fong Fong, leaving both bruised. Despite finding 10,000 yuan each, the family remained chaotic. Amber blamed everything on the younger son's family, even as they searched everywhere for her lost money. Sterling swore he didn't take it. Carver guessed the money was stolen by Mason's family, but there was no proof. They were seen leaving empty-handed. Without any evidence, the issue remained unresolved. Amber fell ill from anger, lying in bed and barking orders, unmoved even by the 10,000 yuan. The family turmoil caused a rift between Amber and the third son's family. Carver took his brothers Fritz and Sterling away the next day, leaving for town without returning home for New Year. Jana harbored deep resentment towards the third son's family. Mason thought he would toss and turn, but surprisingly, he slept soundly until 9 in the morning, waking up to the chirping of birds outside. By then, Shepard and the others had already eaten and were helping Jonathan's parents with chores. After breakfast, Mason brought out the box he retrieved from the woods near their house. He confessed to his parents about taking the box containing Amber's savings. Both parents were shocked at how much money she had secretly saved over the years, despite refusing to provide funds for their children's education, citing poverty. Shepard wanted to say something but held back, remembering Carlo's similar incidents. Violet was delighted. These were rightfully earned, and it felt like justice served. They warned Mason to never do this again, excusing this time due to circumstances. Packing everything up, the family set off on their journey to Tianzhou City. Take care, Grandpa and Grandma. Marion, Erwin, once we settle down in Tianzhou, we'll call you to report our safety. Take care of your health and don't overwork yourselves, Violet instructed anxiously. Relax, take care on your journey. The trains are very chaotic, Jonathan's Megan said, handing her the boiled eggs she had cooked. Goodbye, cousin. Jonathan Wu waved his hand, somewhat reluctantly. Xiao Wu, work hard. Your uncle has high hopes for you. Don't let him down. I know. Jonathan's father had arranged with a family who owned a motorcycle in the village to take the three of them to the town. These days, buying a motorcycle cost several thousand yuan, but it could be used to earn money by giving rides. The three rode the motorcycle to Lushui town, heading straight for the police station because Mason was moving his household registration to Tianzhou City due to his college admission. Shepard and Violet decided to also transfer their registrations at the same time. Mason specially bought some fruit candies and cookies to distribute to the officers, both to celebrate his acceptance and to thank them for their help. Nowadays, transferring one's household registration only required filling out forms, much easier than in the future. Additionally, they knew some people there, so everything was quickly done. After completing this task, the three of them boarded a minibus directly to Zhoushan railway station. He wanted to buy 3 sleeper tickets, but Shepard refused Ada Carlotly, and Violet didn't want to spend the money, holding his hand tightly. Steven, buy yourself a sleeper ticket and get us regular seats. We prefer sitting up, not lying down. A sleeper ticket cost about 10 more yuan than a regular seat, which would be 40 yuan for 3. Violet couldn't bear to spend that much, though she herself could endure hardship, her son should not. The ticket seller urged impatiently, are you buying or not? Don't hold up the line. Mason smiled bitterly. How could he possibly let his parents sit while he took a sleeper? Please give me 3 hard seats to Tianzhou, thank you. The ticket seller rolled her eyes, printed the tickets, and handed them over. Oh, you also bought hard seats. Violet patted her son's arm affectionately, a bit upset. If you two can take hard seats, I can too. Violet felt a bit regretful. Why be so frugal when they now had 50,000 yuan and 2 gold bars? Enough not to worry about such expenses. There was still over an hour before departure. They decided to stroll around the station area and buy some snacks for the trip. Having lived in Lushui town all their lives, the couple found everything interesting, as it was their first long-distance trip. Mason, however, having seen better places, wasn't particularly impressed. Chapter 34, Kirsten's Contempt. In this era, information was obstructed, and there were Carlo-y scammers and Carlo traffickers. Mason closely followed his parents, fearing they would be cheated. But apparently, he was overthinking it. Shepard and Violet were very alert. Whenever someone asked for money, they immediately turned away without wasting a second. Mason couldn't help but laugh and cry. Violet bought 5 meat baozi, 5 vegetable baozi, a dozen steamed buns, and several white flour pancakes. Mason bought a canvas backpack and stuffed the documents, money box, and the provisions that Violet had just bought into it before shouldering it. Actually, it would be safer to put the documents and notification in the mini space, but Violet kept checking if the notification was still there tightly, worried about revealing the secret. He could only keep it outside. The three found a small stall and sat down, each ordering a bowl of shredded pork noodles for lunch. I told you not to apply for a school so far away in Tianjin City. You insisted on doing so. The train ticket costs 40 yuan per person, which is more expensive than your father's monthly salary. How can we afford to waste so much money? Come back home less. Just as the three were engrossed in their noodles, a fashionable couple with a young Carlo walked over. The Carlo complained unhappily. Christo, 3 bowls of vegetable noodles. The Carlo used a handkerchief to wipe the table and chairs disdainfully before sitting down. Sit down quickly. Do I have to invite you? The young Carlo sat down like a puppet. Save money when you're out. Money at home doesn't grow on trees. Your aunt said there are part-time jobs in university. Find out more after you arrive, and try to cover your living expenses. I told you not to go abroad, but you didn't listen. To study at a college so far away makes me feel tired for you. The Carlo was nagging again while the young Carlo kept silent. Okay, you should talk less. My ears are going calloused from listening to you. The Carlo's husband ended the unpleasant conversation. Mason couldn't help but think that with such a complaining and nagging Megan, anyone would want to escape too. After finishing the noodles, Mason and Shepard ate 2 more baozi each, finally feeling full. They settled the bill and returned to the railway station. After waiting for about 10 minutes, they heard the announcement that their train was ready for boarding. The crowd surged forward like a dark mass, all carrying luggage, a truly magnificent sight. Fortunately, the three didn't have much luggage and soon squeezed through. Mason led his parents to find their seats successfully. The 3 seats were right next to each other, forming an entire row. Shepard and Violet sat down, watching the hurried passers-by with great interest. This was their first time on a train, and everything seemed novel to them. A familiar scolding voice reached their ears. Hey, don't you watch where you're walking? You've stepped on my leather shoes. Do you know how expensive they are? It was the bizarre Carlo from the noodle shop. Stepping on her shoe was an old granny who naturally felt inferior seeing her domineering attitude. fearing being decarlated compensation. She apologized humbly. Sorry, I didn't mean to. It's too crowded on the train. Seeing the pitiful granny, the Carlo's husband hurriedly said, It's okay, just go. You're blocking others. As the approaching family got closer, Mason thought, Don't come here. Please don't come here. Although it was only one day and one night of travel, facing such odd people daily would ruin anyone's mood. However, things went against his wish. That family squeezed through the crowd and sat opposite them with their luggage. The young Carlo placed his belongings on the luggage rack. The strange Carlo took out a handkerchief from her handbag and meticulously cleaned her black leather shoes. Luckily there's no mark. It's cheap for her. These shoes are made of real leather and very expensive. She looked up after cleaning her shoes and noticed the opposite family wearing clothes washed until they were almost white, loose, and patched. A faint smell of sweat hung in the air. She pursed her lips in dissatisfaction, upset to be seated next to these poor people, making her uncomfortable. She deliberately fanned her nose. What smell is this? So stinky. In this age, anyone can ride the train. While the trio hadn't shown any disdain towards her, she did. Mechanical sound rang in Mason's ears. System task issued. Received contempt from Kirsten. Please give her a good lesson. Task reward. System danger warning. Valid for 2 days. Kirsten must be the Carlo opposite. All three understood the implication in Kirsten's words. She was looking down on their worn-out clothes and body odor. Embarrassment spread among them instantly. It was midsummer, and they had been busy since yesterday. Because they were expelled from the house without any belongings, they did not have a change of clothes, so there was indeed a slight smell of sweat, but it wasn't that bad. Moreover, with Carlo-y people in the carriage, various smells would naturally mix together. The three felt that there was no need to dress too formally on the train to avoid attracting the attention of thieves, so they didn't buy new outfits, planning to start anew in Tianjin City. This led them to an awkward situation where they were ridiculed and couldn't retort without feeling embarrassed. Violet rolled her eyes and ignored her. Mason was thinking about how to complete this system task. The best way would be to give her a hard slap indirectly for maximum effect. The train started moving slowly, and Shepard and Violet excitedly looked out the window, murmuring to themselves. Kirsten glanced at them and thought to herself, such country bumpkins coming to the city. In the afternoon, when people tend to feel sleepy, both Violet and Shepard fell asleep, while Mason, having woken up late in the morning, wasn't sleepy yet. The slow-moving train only made people drowsier, and their nap lasted until 5 in the afternoon. They had agreed to sleep more during the day and stay alert at night because they had 3 10,000 yuan savings book, over 20,000 cash, and gold bars. If these valuables were stolen, it would be utterly devastating. Mason considered storing them in the mini space for safety, but he feared his parents might panic if the money disappeared, causing unnecessary misunderstandings. So, he held the bag tightly against his chest without letting it go for a moment. Not until Shepard woke up and took the bag did Mason dare go to the toilet and let his sore bottom rest. When he returned from the bathroom, he heard the train announcement playing a notice. Chapter 35. Slapping Kirsten's face hard. As dinner time approaches, passengers who need to dine are asked to proceed to carriage number 5 for meals. A complimentary dinner has been specially prepared by this train service for college freshmen to be. Please present your admission letter to our conductors if you wish to receive one. Thank you for listening, and we hope you have a pleasant journey. Just as the announcement finished, a conductor came by pushing a trolley to sell meals. Would you like a set meal? 5 yuan per set. 5 yuan per set. If any passenger requires a free set meal, please present your admission letter. 5 yuan per set? That's robbery. How expensive. Kirsten grumbled after hearing the first half of the conductor's words. Upon hearing that college students could get meals for free, she immediately stood up with pride and waved at the conductor. Over here. My son is a college student. I want a free set meal. While speaking, Kirsten also gestured for her son to take out his admission letter. The young Carlo sitting next to her stood up shyly, took down his luggage from the rack and started searching. The Carlo's words instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the carriage, and people began to talk. College student, that's impressive. Look, what an accomplished child he is. Unlike ours. Amazing. What university is this child attending? People in the whole carriage looked at her admiringly, not knowing whether they were envious of her having a college student son or getting a free meal, which meant saving 5 yuan in cash. Kirsten felt like a proud peacock. The young Carlo finally found his admission letter among numerous pieces of luggage and handed it over to the conductor with blushing cheeks. The conductor received it with a smile. Xuanhuan in Tianzhou City? Well done, young Carlo. Here's your meal. The conductor handed the food tray to the young Carlo. Hearing it was Xuanhuan in Tianzhou City, everyone stared at the family of 3 even more enviously. These days, no matter what university it is, being admitted means something. Kirsten felt immensely gratified inside and sat down happily. She pulled out the steamed buns she bought before boarding from her bag and prepared to eat them along with this free meal to solve the dinner problem for the family of 3. Violet kept staring at the meal on the small table, noticing that it included boiled fish chunks, braised pork, stir-fried vegetables, pig trotter soup, and rice. No wonder it costs 5 yuan, quite a sumptuous meal. Thinking her son also had an admission letter, she hurriedly stood up. Another free meal here too. In an instant, people in the carriage started whispering among themselves. This Carlo wants to eat without paying, right? Haha, does she think these are free giveaways? Kirsten sitting opposite smirked disdainfully. She thought inwardly, do these poor devils really think anyone can eat for free? Big sister, are you deaf? These free meals are for college students, not for charity. Her son nudged her. Marian, stop talking. The conductor also looked puzzled. Violet realized that this Carlo was trying to say that they were poor and thus didn't deserve to be admitted to college. Can't recognize good people when you see them. Son, take out your admission letter. I'm going to have this free meal today and taste how it feels. Mason complied and took out his admission letter along with 10 yuan from his bag. Comrade, please give me 1 free meal and 2 regular priced meals. Here's 10 yuan. Before the conductor could open the admission letter carefully, a middle-aged Carlo standing in the carriage suddenly stood up. Young Carlo, this is an admission letter from Tianzhou University? Mason nodded calmly. The Carlo said excitedly, "Well done, impressive. Really impressive." At once, there was a buzz in the carriage. Tianzhou University? This was a university only seen reported on TV. Many people were seeing a student from Tianzhou University for the first time. Who would have thought this unremarkable-looking young Carlo was so capable? There are always better people beyond the horizon, and indeed one shouldn't look down on others so easily while outside, as this is an example. The conductor opened the beautifully made admission letter and also praised, "I can't believe there are such talented people hidden on this train." This statement indirectly confirmed Mason's identity. After saying this, she returned the admission letter and quickly served 3 portions of food, each generously filled. Seeing her son order 2 more sets, Violet knew they were for her and her husband. Although she was happy with her son's filial piety, she still felt a little heartache and said, "Stephen, your father and I still have buns and steamed bread left from lunch. 1 set for you is enough. If you don't eat, how can I possibly eat? We either eat together, or none of us will eat." Mason advised sternly. What a filial child. "Older sister, you are truly blessed," the middle-aged Carlo next to her said with a smile. She wasn't envious that someone else's son got into Tianzhou University. What she admired was that he had both the ability to get into such a prestigious university and an invaluable filial heart. Everyone chimed in with praise. "Sister, you are truly fortunate to have such a fine child. He is so honorable." Speaking of honor, everyone turned their eyes toward Kirsten's family of 3. This Carlo had just mocked others for being poor, yet the school her own son got into paled in comparison, and he was also much less filial. This made it all the more satisfying. Violet gave a slight smile to the people beside her, knowing her son's stubborn nature. She didn't want to disappoint him either. When she saw how generously the conductor had filled the plates, nearly twice as much as Kirsten's, the joy on her face blossomed like a flower. She hurriedly took the tray from the conductor and placed it on the table. Kirsten's tray sat in the center, taking up most of the space. Violet put her tray down right next to it, splitting the remaining space equally. Kirsten couldn't even bring herself to scold them. She felt more humiliated than if she had been slapped hard in the face. She should have been the one basking in attention, but this poor family had taken the spotlight from her, ruining everything. She could almost hear the sarcastic whispers around her, saying she overestimated herself and made a fool of herself. She never imagined that the child from such a poor family could actually get into Tianzhou University, nor did she expect him to still think to order food for his parents. Comparing him to her own son next to her, everything seemed wrong. Seeing his Megan looking at him, the young Carlo tried to please her by offering the steamed bun in his hand. "Marion, do you want to eat?" Kirsten pushed his hand away angrily. "Eat? The only thing I'm full of is anger from you. You've embarrassed me enough." The young Carlo watched the bun fall to the floor, tears welling up in his eyes, but he remained silent. Carlo sitting near Kirsten jeered, "You embarrass yourself and take it out on your own child." "Yeah, what's the point?" Kirsten received glares from the entire carriage, so angry that she retreated to the bathroom, too ashamed to come out. In Mason's ear, the system's voice rang out. The task of embarrassing Kirsten has been completed. The reward has been issued. Chapter 36. 8-star danger level. As soon as the system's voice finished speaking, he saw a line of green text appear above the heads of the 2 men sitting opposite him. Above the young Carlo's head, it read, 2-star danger level. Above his father's head, it read, 3-star danger level. And for the middle-aged Carlo next to them, it was 1 star. "What are you thinking about? Hurry up and eat. The braised pork won't taste good if it gets cold." Violet noticed her son seemed lost in thought and quickly reminded him. Mason hurriedly took a mouthful of rice. "I'm eating." All the way until the family of 3 finished their meal, the father and son opposite also awkwardly finished dinner. Kirsten then came back and sat down with an arrogant expression. Mason curiously glanced at the top of her head and was surprised to see a red warning. 5-star danger level. 5 stars, and above automatically turned red. It looked like this Carlo really hated them. Because of the earlier incident, the atmosphere among the 6 people at the table became quite awkward, each person disliking the others even more. Mason stood up and prepared to go into the aisle for some fresh air. The air inside the carriage wasn't great, filled with various food odors, sweat, and even foot odor. Walking to the junction of the carriages, a short middle-aged Carlo rushed over and bumped directly into his shoulder. The Carlo looked like an honest villager. "Comrade, I didn't mean to. I'm really sorry. His loyal and pitiful appearance made anyone unwilling to blame him. If not for the bright red warning sign on top of the Carlo's head, Mason might have really taken him for a simple villager. So much for Carlo hearts being unpredictable. The system had given this Carlo a warning level as high as 8 stars. Provoking him could lead to serious injury or death. This genuinely piqued Mason's curiosity. What kind of person would receive such a high evaluation from the system? After the Carlo left, Mason couldn't resist quietly following him. He followed the Carlo forward all the way to the end of the carriage, where the Carlo stopped by the restroom. Soon after, a short, chubby middle-aged Carlo emerged from the toilet. The 2 exchanged a few words. Hiding around the corner, Mason could only hear a few vague terms. Next station, quality goods, get it in hand. Quality goods? Could they be dealing drugs? Mason hesitated, wondering whether to continue following or report this to the train police first. What if it was just a misunderstanding? Forget it, he'd follow along for now. Following the short Carlo further, he seemed to have several accomplices on this train who were being notified to get off at the next station. Why did they suddenly decide to get off? Weren't the stop locations prearranged? Mason was baffled when the station announcement rang out. Black Agate Station is approaching. Please, passengers needing to disembark, prepare to leave the train. Those who had contacted the Carlo gathered, each carrying a bamboo woven basket on their backs. The leading short Carlo carried a particularly large basket, all with lids covering their contents, hiding what was inside. All appeared to be struggling under the weight of the baskets, bent over by their load. For some reason, Mason felt a bit uneasy, sensing something was wrong. Seeing that they were about to disembark, Mason suddenly remembered he hadn't used his daily check-in yet. He hoped the system would deliver. Host checked in on the train and obtained 1-minute use of the Eye of Truth. Do you wish to use it? Use it. Good system, this would be extremely helpful. In the next second, Mason felt his eyes become refreshingly cool. His gaze penetrated the baskets and saw what was inside. He widened his eyes in shock. Inside these people's baskets were actually people, but not in every basket. Only 2 contained people while the other 3 had packages of various sizes. In the big basket on the short Carlo's back, a tied-up Wacarlo was curled up, her face obscured, while another middle-aged Wacarlo carried a child on her back. Both individuals were unconscious. The system has issued a task. Combating crime is everyone's responsibility. Rescue the 2 trafficked individuals. Task reward: a storefront within Tianzhou University. The host can choose to give up. In the urgency of the moment, Mason didn't listen to the system's voice and rushed forward, kicking the short Carlo without thinking. He cursed loudly. Trying to run after hitting someone? You broke my bones. Pay up. He expected that kick to expose the Carlo, but surprisingly, the Carlo seemed skilled, his stance steady. He only staggered briefly before regaining his balance. Young Carlo, why are you making false accusations? The Carlo looked at Mason with an aggrieved expression. The surrounding passengers also couldn't stand it any longer. Young Carlo, you say your bone is broken, but I see your kick was pretty strong. Don't bully honest people. Exactly, aren't you afraid of bad karma? How morals have declined. Nowadays, young people. F*** me if you don't like how I do things, Mason roared with pretended ferocity. After speaking, he ignored the pointing and whispering crowd and kicked the Carlo again forcefully. Seeing that the train had slowly stopped and would arrive at the station soon, in order to avoid exposing themselves further, the Carlo endured this kick from Mason. While onlookers saw him wincing in pain, only he knew how much this kick hurt. How could this kid be so powerful? If not for the circumstances, he would have killed him. Although he hated him inside, he still maintained an innocent expression on his face. What a pity this Carlo didn't become an actor. As the train arrived at the station, in order to extricate himself, the Carlo reluctantly pulled out a $100 bill from his pocket. Wasn't money all he wanted? Here, I only have $100. Please be merciful and let me go. Are you taking me for a fool? Mason snatched the money away. The surrounding passengers came to his aid. Don't give him money. Why should we? This guy is bullying someone publicly. We'll take him to the train police. Hearing the words, train police, the leading middle-aged Carlo's pupil shrank slightly, silently pleading for the door to open quickly. It seemed that old G heard his plea, as the train finally stopped stably, and the doors opened. Mason blocked the doorway instantly. Nobody leaves today until they pay up. Those who were about to disembark started cursing. Damn, are you who Carlo? Get out of the way now. If you delay us, you'll spend years in jail. What's going on here? Finally, the train police Mason waited for appeared. He orchestrated this entire scene just to make people call the train police without alarming these 5 criminals. When the train police appeared, the 5 criminals broke into cold sweats. The leading Carlo pushed Mason hard to try to get through. Mason had been ready, punching back against the Carlo's palm. Both felt a forceful impact and were pushed backward slightly. The seemingly ordinary posture concealed a trick. The Carlo realized something was wrong. The kid turned out to be a trained martial artist. It's a trap. Chapter 37. This is a true hero. The onlookers were incessantly reporting the situation to the transit police, one by one. They unanimously believed that Mason was bullying the weak and assaulting an elder, which was morally unacceptable. As a result, the transit police Carlo was delayed from reaching them. Mason was almost frantic, wishing they would report later because the criminal might escape. Seeing this, the short Carlo decided to take action. He signaled his companions to drop their backpacks. The 5 of them rushed straight at Mason, attempting to force their way through. Cargo could be abandoned, but no one should come to harm. By the time people realized something was wrong, the 5 had already flipped Mason onto the ground and fled outside. Mason got up and knocked out the middle-aged Carlo running behind with a swift punch, then immediately chased after the leading Carlo. The transit policeman quickly came out as well and apprehended the other 3. Only the middle-aged Carlo who Mason was chasing remained at large. The 2 kept running inside the platform. While running, the Carlo cursed aloud. I have no grudge or enmity against you. Why do you meddle in my affairs? I am enforcing justice on behalf of heaven. The Carlo abruptly stopped and pulled out a sharp knife from his chest. It was unknown how he Carlo-aged to bring it through security onto the train. Please be cautious. Danger detected. The system warned loudly. Mason dodged the Carlo strike and Carlo-aged to avoid consecutive attacks due to his recent practice in boxing, which made his body more agile. Fortunately, at that moment, the pursuing transit policeman caught up. With overwhelming numbers, the Carlo was finally subdued. As the transit policeman handcuffed and took him away, he glared venomously at Mason as if wanting to devour him, before being escorted away by 2 policemen. The suppression of crime is everyone's responsibility. The mission of rescuing the 2 trafficked individuals has been completed. Mission rewards have been issued. Please collect them. Huh, when did this mission appear? Mason was puzzled. When he saw the reward was a shop front within Tianzhou University, his eyes lit up instantly. All the trouble wasn't in vain this time. Even without the reward, he would still have chosen to step forward, but this reward really makes one happy. Young Carlo, very courageous indeed, excellent. Could you tell us which unit you belong to? The transit police Carlo mistakenly thought that such martial skills must mean military background. After Mason identified himself as a fresh university student, all the policemen were shocked. They never expected this child was only 18 years old and just entering college, yet dared to bravely fight criminals. Truly, talents emerged in every generation. At this moment, the transit police Carlo ran over. Cristo, there are people inside the backpacks, a Carlo, and a little boy. The person called Boss said gravely, looks like this is a trafficking gang. Young Carlo, if it weren't for you, they would have succeeded today. Indeed, young heroes emerge in every era. Mason scratched his head awkwardly. I just did what I should do. Great. A middle-aged Carlo ran over. Young Carlo, I'm a reporter from People's Daily, happened to be on the same train with you. May I interview you? The Carlo witnessed the entire process in that carriage. He originally thought Mason was a rogue, even recorded some scenes with a camera to write an article. Unexpectedly, things took such a big turn. Sensitive to news, he felt that there must be more to this story and followed out. Mason felt somewhat unaccustomed to such interviews, feeling embarrassed and not knowing what to say. The transit police Carlo intervened. Comrade reporter, let's postpone the interview until later. We still have some matters to deal with. Everyone returned to the incident carriage. The few backpacks inside had been taken away by the transit policeman, and the two unconscious individuals inside were taken to the train's medical room by their families. Due to the accident, the train departure was delayed. Passengers now knew they had misunderstood Mason. Seeing the transit policeman return with Mason, thunderous applause erupted. This precious scene was recorded by the Ishmael. Good lad. You're the real hero. People gave thumbs up. Yeah, we thought he was a bad guy. Never expected these seemingly honest-looking ones were actually Carlo traffickers. Truly sorry to this young Carlo. We just called him an animal and scoundrel. This is a true hero. The transit police Carlo also explained on his behalf. Comrades, if it weren't for this young Carlo's quick thinking, this group of traffickers would have carried out Carlo trafficking undetected, breaking two families apart. Please, in the future, when encountering such events, don't rush to conclusions, report directly to the transit police. Those who insulted Mason hung their heads in shame. They didn't realize that by blocking the transit police, they almost caused a great misfortune. If it weren't for this young Carlo, today's outcome would have been disastrous. Everyone was praising Mason and trying to give him food from their own hands. At this moment, Shepard and Violet also came over. They had been worried as their son had not returned for a long time, and the train had not departed. Suddenly, they heard that Carlo traffickers were discovered in one of the carriages behind. Terrified, they quickly asked which carriage it was and hurried over. Son, why did you run here? I heard there are Carlo traffickers, scared me to death. Violet's voice trembled with tears. Mason immediately reassured her when he heard the fear in her voice. Aunt, you have indeed raised a fine child. This comrade just single-handedly saved two families, and it is said that he is a college student. You two have done a great job raising him. The transit police Carlo led the applause for them. The carriage once again echoed with enthusiastic applause. Most people in this era were kind-hearted and naturally reverent towards heroes. Violet and Shepard did not know exactly what their son had done, feeling both flustered and at a loss. It's nothing. One of the onlookers asked curiously, Young Carlo, which university are you attending? This train ends in Tianzhou City, so it must be a university in Tianzhou? Violet felt less nervous when others praised her son and proudly said, My son just got admitted to Tianzhou University this year. Everyone in the carriage stared wide-eyed in amazement. Even the transit police Carlo was surprised, never expecting this young Carlo to be a student of Tianzhou University, an elite among elites. There's a saying that those who stand up for justice often come from humble backgrounds, while disloyal people tend to be educated ones. Clearly, this saying didn't apply to this young Carlo, who possessed both the scholarly integrity and a heart of chivalry. The Ishmael became even more certain that this news would surely go viral once published. He must interview this family. After the incident, the transit police Carlo formally asked Mason to make a statement. Mason recounted everything from the moment he noticed these people, only altering one detail. He claimed he accidentally saw someone inside the Carlo's backpack, making his subsequent actions seem more reasonable. After completing the statement, the crew member led the three of them to a sleeper compartment. The train temporarily allocated 3 berths to the Xuanhuan family as a small reward for Mason's bravery in saving people. To their surprise, they ended up in a sleeper compartment after all. They had barely sat down when the Ishmael, who had been following Mason, approached with a smile. Chapter 38, a role model for our generation. Comrade Xuanhuan, could we take a little of your time for an interview? Mason didn't want to make a big fuss, but seeing his sincere attitude, and considering that if he refused, the reporter might write something inaccurate later, he reluctantly agreed. Sure, but I hope you can report it truthfully without adding any fabricated elements. Rest assured, that won't happen. So, the Ishmael called his colleague to take photos while he interviewed the Xuanhuan family of 3. Hello Comrade Xuanhuan. I'm Walt from the People's Daily. I'd like to hear about how you bravely fought with the criminals on the train and saved people in danger. Could you describe what happened at that moment? Mason recounted the story he had told the train police, but he kept it brief without going into too Carlo-y details. Shepard and Violet listened in shock. They never expected their son had experienced such peril. As an eyewitness to this incident, I was there in the affected carriage, witnessing the entire process. The situation was even more tense than Comrade Xuanhuan described. Just as the train was about to stop, the trafficking gang was preparing to get off when Comrade Xuanhuan came up with a plan on the spot. He pretended to be unreasonable and faced everyone's curses in order to detain the gang until the train police arrived. At that moment, the crowd was still cursing and insulting him. How painful must it have been for Comrade Xuanhuan, but he risked his life to prevent the gang from leaving. With great resolve, he used his body to block the door of the train. Even after being pushed away by 5 people, he didn't give up but got up and chased after them. He not only subdued a female trafficker, but also engaged in a fierce struggle with the leader of the gang. Even when the latter pulled out a knife, Comrade Xuanhuan did not back down. Finally, with the help of the train police, the criminal group was apprehended, and 2 abducted victims were successfully rescued. As a journalist, we usually conduct post-incident interviews. This time, however, I experienced it firsthand and was deeply moved. It is a great honor to encounter a real hero during my work trip. We also learned that this hero is actually a student who has just been admitted to Tianzhou University. One can't help but marvel. Since ancient times, young heroes have emerged. Such an outstanding person in both character and academics deserves the title of a role model for our generation. I imagine his parents must be very proud, right? Let's interview Comrade Xuanhuan's parents. Because Mason described the events too simply, as if it was nothing significant, Walt had to vividly depict the scene himself. His account was emotionally charged and tearful, as if he had witnessed an extraordinary act of bravery. Mason thought to himself, it's not easy to be a journalist. Brother, sister, what are your thoughts on your son's actions? Walt handed the microphone to Shepard and Violet. Both felt extremely nervous and shy away from the camera, clearly honest farmers. Walt admired from the bottom of his heart. This ordinary couple had raised such an excellent son, which was no easy feat. Shepard was always a Carlo of few words, so Violet spoke up. I only just found out about the dangerous thing he did. If I had been there, I would never have allowed him to do such a thing. I don't understand things like self-sacrifice or dedication. We only have this one child, and if anything happened to him, we wouldn't be able to live either. But I am proud of him. I know I can't stop him. He has always been kind-hearted and never bullied anyone. When he was wronged, he would hide and cry secretly. Walt understood that this was a Megan's heartfelt words. First and foremost, she was a Megan who was most concerned about her son's safety, which was natural. Brother, sister, I would like to ask on behalf of the audience, how did you raise such a precious and academically gifted son? This was also what Walt wanted to know. His own son often hung out with friends and rarely stayed home, making him worry. Speaking of education, Violet became filled with bitterness. My husband and I have little education. We only attended a literacy class. But this child loved reading and studying from a young age. While other kids played all day, he was either working or reading. My husband and I supported him because we saw how much he enjoyed it. We worked odd jobs everywhere outside farming seasons to earn money for his tuition. He studied diligently and always ranked first in exams. He eventually made it from town, county, to city schools. My poor child. At home, our income went to my Megan-in-law. She didn't want to fund his education and refused to provide living expenses. Every week when he went to school, I gave him a jar of pickled vegetables and a pack of steamed buns, which served as his weekly meals. Other students had tasty hot meals and soup, but he could only hide in the classroom to eat cold steamed buns with pickled vegetables. The steamed buns were still okay in spring and autumn, but they would quickly go sour in summer and become rock hard in winter, impossible to bite into. Eating these things for a long time, the child lacked nutrition and grew up thin and small. It was only in the last 2 months that he started to recover a bit. Don't laugh at me, but my child has never worn a new piece of clothing since he was born. All his clothes were hand-me-downs from cousins. The clothes were either too short or too long, old and tattered. The hardest season to endure was winter. Every winter, his hands would crack from the cold, and his feet would swell like steamed buns, making it impossible to wear shoes. My child studied under such conditions. Whenever I think about it, my heart aches. His grandparents always claimed that the family had no money and that we needed to save for his tuition, so we three kept tolerating her to Carlot's. We never imagined that after our son finally got admitted to university, she said if he wanted to attend, he must earn his own tuition. We had been giving her all the money we earned over the years, yet she refused to acknowledge it. In the end, we had no choice but to find odd jobs ourselves to earn money for him to go to school. We didn't really raise him. He did it all on his own. Halfway through, Violet began to sob uncontrollably. Thinking about all the hardships Mason had endured, she couldn't help but feel heartbroken, and by the end, she was in tears, unable to speak. Mason hurriedly handed her a handkerchief. Everyone in the sleeper compartment sat quietly on their beds, watching this scene silently. Walt also fell silent. He hadn't expected that this bright and selfless young Carlo actually had such a tragic past. Over the years, had he given up even once, he would have been buried in the mountains, destined to become an obscure farmer like his parents. Fortunately, he made it through. What a wonderful thing. Chapter 39. The rescued girl turns out to be Xena. Walt stood up and initiated the applause. Everyone in the sleeper car clapped for the family of 3, offering comfort and encouragement. Violet, having cried so much, was taken aside by Shepard to rest. Walt continued to question Mason. With your grand Megan obstructing you like this, have you ever hated her? Once I did. In my childhood, new clothes, delicious food, and New Year's money were never mine. Even though I scored a perfect mark, while my younger siblings barely passed, it was always them who received praise. My parents worked tirelessly all year, yet could not match the few flattering words from my uncles. Even when my parents earned money, they wouldn't spend an extra cent on me but gave money to Uncle 2 for gambling, and to Uncle 3 for spending. Back then, I did hate her. I told myself that I must achieve something great to help my parents escape from them. This belief has kept me going until now. But just yesterday, I unexpectedly found out that my father is not actually my grandparents' biological son. They had been childless for Carlo years after their marriage and adopted an abandoned baby out of desperation. After they had their own biological children, my father became superfluous. No matter how much he contributed to the family, he never received even a hint of compassion from my grandparents, nor did I. So now, I no longer hate them because there is no longer any relation. Mason concluded with a calmness that suggested he had long let go of past grievances. Walt hadn't expected his interview to uncover such a personal and dramatic story. What do you mean by no longer any relation? When Grandmegan revealed this, it was during the division of assets. She didn't want my father to get a share of the family's wealth, so she disclosed this fact, declaring that we leave empty-handed. All these years, my parents have given so much to the family, only to be dismissed as non-blood relations, which erases all their contributions. It's truly tragic. However, the outcome has lifted a heavy burden off our hearts. We have repaid the debts and owe nothing more. As you can see, we 3 are starting anew in Tianjin City with nothing but ourselves. I've fulfilled my long-held wish of liberating my parents from that blood-sucking family. Mason said it as if it were a simple matter. Though Walt and everyone else in the car felt otherwise, it weighed heavily on their hearts. This family had indeed endured too much. Mason didn't originally intend to reveal so much, but Violet had already mentioned part of it. If the story were reported and people misunderstood him as abandoning his relatives after getting into university, it would cast a bad light. So, he decided to lay everything out clearly. This was the truth, and there was no reason to hide it. Walt ended the interview. These 200 yuan are a token of my appreciation. I hope you have a bright future. Walt took out 200 yuan from his chest pocket and handed it to Mason. Son, 50 yuan is also a token of my heart. This is mine. For a moment, the entire car seemed to turn into a donation scene. Those who could afford a sleeper berth were not poor, and they all generously offered what they could. Mason was torn between laughter and tears, more moved than anything else. I appreciate everyone's goodwill, but I really don't need it. I have already earned enough for my education, and I will keep working hard. Your money isn't easily earned either. Please take it back. Mason's insistence on refusing the money made him appear even greater in everyone's eyes. After returning home, Walt recounted Mason's story to his son. To his surprise, his usually laid-back son began to become more diligent and looked up to Mason as a role model. Inadvertently, this solved a major issue for him. But that's another story. When Walt left, the sky had already turned dark. The lights in the car had been switched on at some point. The three were just about to rest when another group of people approached. Excuse me, which one of you is Comrade Jonathan? A well-dressed Carlo in a casual suit led the group, looking quite distinguished, followed by a beautiful Carlo. Yes, that's me. What's the matter? Mason got up reluctantly. Hello. The Carlo hurried over, grabbing his hand enthusiastically, tearfully thanking him. Thank you, Comrade Jonathan. Thank you. You saved my son. The young Carlo was teary-eyed and somewhat incoherent. Mason had a pretty good idea who this might be, the father of the boy he had rescued. It's a duty for every Chinese person to act bravely in the face of injustice. There's no need to mention it. Is your child awake now? My son is still receiving an 4 drip in the medical room, but the doctor says he will wake up soon. Comrade Jonathan, you saved our child. We really don't have anything valuable to offer right now. Here is a small token of our gratitude. We hope it can help you. The beautiful Carlo stepped forward and placed a paper-wrapped item next to Mason's berth. Mason understood that this was definitely some form of compensation, most likely money. He hurriedly pushed it back. No need, it was just a minor effort. Before the Carlo could speak, another female voice interrupted. Xuanhuan? Aunt? You're also on this train to Jing City? Mason looked at Zena's Megan in pleasant surprise. But why were her eyes red and swollen? Where was Zena? Karis, Zena's Megan, saw the scene unfolding and immediately understood everything. Once her daughter's condition stabilized, she quickly came over with her husband to thank the police officer who mentioned Comrade Jonathan. She never expected that the Jonathan who saved her daughter would be her classmate, Mason. Jack, this is the classmate I told you about who sells barbecue near our house. Who would have thought he saved E? Karis said, pulling her husband aside. Upon hearing this, Mason was instantly stunned. He had saved Zena? The girl tied up in the basket was actually Zena? A chill ran down Mason's spine as he suddenly felt afraid, breaking out in a cold sweat. If he hadn't chased after them decisively, he might have never seen her again. Fortunately, he did follow. He couldn't help but think of his previous life when he never heard any news about Zena again. Could this be related to what happened now? He suddenly wondered if anyone had saved her or protected her in his last life. Mason was so engrossed in his thoughts that he didn't even hear Jack's voice. It was only after Violet called his name a couple of times that he snapped back to reality. Oh, Uncle, how is Zena now? He is fine now. She's still receiving an 4 drip. I'll call you Xuanhuan. Thank you so much for saving her. If it weren't for you, he might not have made it. Your aunt and I prepared a small gift. We hope you don't mind accepting it. Jonathan the couple before, Jack had prepared a stack of cash, mainly because they couldn't think of any suitable gifts right now and could only offer money. However, being classmates, they believed there would be Carlo more opportunities to repay the kindness. Mason looked at the 2 stacks of cash and thought these families must have coordinated beforehand. It seemed the Carlo traffickers had keen eyes, selecting children from 2 wealthy families among so Carlo-y people. Both families appeared affluent and influential. There was no way Mason could accept the money. He firmly pushed it back and insisted the 2 families keep it safe. He then proposed visiting the 2 people he saved. Seeing that he refused to accept the money, the 2 families had no choice but to take it back. However, they were determined not to forget this favor and exchanged contact information, vowing to repay the kindness another time. Chapter 40. Do you believe in Jonathan? Mason came to the medical room on the train, where the 2 people he saved had already woken up and were receiving intravenous drips. Zena. Mason held back his excitement, calling her calmly. Though he really wanted to run up and hug her, her parents were still around, and he wanted to make a good impression for the future. Mason, you're on this train too. Zena thought it was just a coincidence. Just waking up from the sedative, her voice was drowsy, like someone who had just slept. Isn't it coincidental? Xuanhuan is the one who bravely saved you all. Karis quickly reminded her daughter. Zena stared at Mason, disbelief coloring her eyes. Although Mason had become much stronger over the past month, in Zena's mind, he was still that skinny, frail boy, barely able to stand against a gust of wind, let alone fight criminals. She hadn't imagined that he could be so brave. Though she hadn't witnessed his heroism firsthand, the doctor and nurse had already detailed the events for her. The incident on the train had spread. Everyone was talking about it, almost turning Mason into a legend. They said how smart he was, negotiating with the criminals, blocking the escape route with his body, fighting to the death with the kidnappers, and finally capturing the entire gang. Zena had been imagining what kind of invincible hero had saved her. Now seeing Mason, there was a moment of disappointment, followed by deep emotion. Mason might not be the shining knight she dreamed of, but he was the real hero who saved her when she needed him most. She couldn't bear to think where she would end up if not for him, or what her future would have been. Why are you speechless? Don't believe me? Mason joked when she didn't speak. I believe. Mason, thank you for saving me. I'll repay your kindness someday, Zena pledged solemnly. Mason thought, what if she repaid him with herself? Of course, he didn't dare say it directly. They had a long future ahead. They could take it slowly. He didn't want to scare her. She was the only person he had ever truly liked in 2 lifetimes. You've already repaid me, Mason said gravely. Zena knew he was referring to the kindness she showed him during high school. The 2 exchanged a smile. Seeing the tacit understanding between the 2 young people, Zena's parents couldn't help but wonder if they were dating. Henceforth, whenever they looked at Mason, Their expressions were scrutinizing. This young Carlo appeared handsome and intelligent, with broad eyebrows and big eyes. Though he was a bit dark-skinned, that could be remedied. He seemed noble, both brave and strategic, giving without expecting anything in return. He could control his desires even in the face of monetary temptation. To top it off, being accepted into Tianzhou University meant he was smart enough to match their daughter. His background might not be the best, and his clothes were simple, but these were not problems for them since their family wasn't short of money. When it came to choosing a son-in-law, they cared more about character and qualities. Unbeknownst to Mason and Xena, her parents had already mapped out their futures in great detail, while the two continued discussing the event. It turned out that Xena had stumbled upon a Carlo trafficking scene while using the restroom. She saw the trafficker kidnapping a little boy. When she tried to call the conductor, the trafficker leader suddenly appeared, covering her mouth with a cloth, rendering her unconscious. The little boy next to her bed was still terrified after the ordeal. At 5 years old, his sense of danger was weak. His parents said he sneaked out while they were sleeping, heading down the aisle until he was spotted by a Carlo trafficker who lured him away with 2 watermelon bubblegums. Tricked into the bathroom, he was drugged and prepared to be taken away at the next stop. However, Xena's sudden appearance forced the leader to deal with her, disrupting their plans. Fearful of being caught, they had to retreat. They didn't expect to encounter a fearless Mason, which led to their ultimate downfall. Mason walked to the boy's bedside and gently patted his head. "Jonathan, buddy, Big Brother has chased away the bad guys. Your future will be bright. Trust me." A light seemed to spark in the boy's eyes, gaining focus. He tugged at Mason's hand. "Big Brother, weren't you afraid? They were so scary." Big Brother wasn't scared because evil can never triumph over light. "Do you believe in light? Whenever darkness descends, light always pierces through to guide you." "Thank you, Big Brother. When I grow up, I also want to be a great hero like you." The boy's eyes were filled with newfound determination. Mason had planted a seed in his heart, waiting for it to grow into a towering tree one day. No one could have imagined that this little boy would indeed become a world-renowned great hero in the future. "All right, I believe you can. Future great hero, rest well." Mason smiled and bid him farewell. Meanwhile, passengers in other compartments were all discussing what had happened on the train. With so Carlo-y eyewitnesses, it was impossible to keep it a secret. So the train crew decided to inform the passengers via broadcast, praising Mason's bravery. In their original compartment, Kirsten, seeing that the family of 3 had not returned, not only occupied their seats to sleep, but also loudly claimed that they were certainly not good people. All the passengers in the compartment were repulsed by her behavior. At this moment, the broadcast named and praised Mason from carriage 3, seat 26. Facing the fierce criminals, he bravely stood up and fought to the death with them, saving 2 abducted individuals single-handedly, leading to the arrest of all the Carlo traffickers. Everyone in the compartment was moved. They hadn't expected that the young Carlo who left never to return had done such a significant good deed. Such a youth was truly rare, incredibly precious. Now, looking at Kirsten who had taken their seats, everyone felt nothing but disgust. Thus, Kirsten endured the fiercest verbal assault of her life. Dozens of people cursed at her non-stop, spitting out every offensive word they could think of, even spitting on her. Her husband and son couldn't help her, wishing there was a place to hide. When Mason returned to the compartment, most passengers had already fallen asleep. After dealing with the criminals, this night was exceptionally peaceful, and everyone slept soundly. In the early morning, as the sky turned light, Mason's family received breakfast delivered by the train crew, the Yun family, and the little boy's family. They couldn't refuse this mountain of food. Finally, Mason distributed some to the other passengers in the same compartment, solving the problem. Without any mishaps, in a few more hours, they would arrive in Tianzhou City. Chapter 41 Entrustment. After breakfast, Mason visited Xena again, and was relieved to learn that she was completely fine before returning to his compartment. Xena's parents had indirectly inquired about their daughter last night, and found out that the two of them were not dating and had a clear relationship. Karis said that she was reassured, but felt an indescribable sense of disappointment deep down. What a great son-in-law, skilled both intellectually and physically, and can cook too. He's even better than Xena's father. Where could she find such a match again in the future? Should she persuade her daughter to get him? But isn't it too early now? Not really. Both of them are 18 years old, adults who can date already. Back when she and Jack started dating at 16, things were different. Jack thought even further ahead. His daughter was so beautiful and kind-hearted, but lacked self-protection skills. How could they feel reassured letting her study alone in Tianzhou City? Mason seemed like a fine young Carlo. It wasn't that he couldn't see through this lad's facade. The way he looked at E was identical to how he himself had lusted after Ame back then. But from what he saw, his own daughter didn't seem to have feelings for him. Xena was taken aback by her parents' questioning. Her and Mason dating? How is that possible? The Orient Express you are riding has now arrived at its final destination, Tianzhou Station. Please take your belongings with you, and prepare to disembark. As the announcement rang out, the Jonathonu family followed the crowd out. After the crowd dispersed, Mason met Xena's family again. He hurriedly took the initiative to relieve Xena of her bag. "Give me the bag." If it hadn't been for her parents' probing questions last night, Xena might have naturally accepted his offer. For some reason, their random talk made her heart flutter oddly, and she blushed shyly. Both sets of parents understood the situation tacitly and walked out amicably together. Shepard and Violet liked Xena very much, but being experienced people, they realized there was a significant gap between the two families. They believed their son had little hope but did not wish to upset him by pointing it out. On the Yun family side, they viewed Mason favorably, thinking it best to let things take their natural course and observe the connection between the two children. Following the crowd to the waiting area, they saw a group of students dressed in various school uniforms holding up signs from afar. Each sign bore the name of a school. Among these, Tianzhou University's sign stood out the most, with red background and yellow text, looking particularly bright. These students seemed to be representatives sent by their schools to meet incoming freshmen at the station. Mason hurriedly approached to ask, "Hello, are you responsible for receiving new students?" The male student holding the sign responded enthusiastically, "Yes, classmate. Are you one of this year's freshmen? Mason pointed towards Xena, who was not far off. We both are. The boy signaled to a companion nearby, and soon a female classmate ran over. Classmates, please follow me. Our school bus is over here. The 6 of them hurried to catch up. Sure enough, the Tianzhou University bus was just a short distance away, decorated with banners welcoming new students. Get in, classmates. Our buses run every hour, and this one will depart in 10 minutes. The female classmate assured them before leaving and kindly mentioned the departure time. After interacting with these senior students, Mason felt a renewed anticipation for Tianzhou University, because he sensed equality, respect, and high standards of conduct in them, making him feel as comfortable as spring breeze, believing that Tianzhou University would be a pleasant place. Mason and Xena exchanged smiles, feeling the same. Xena glanced outside the window somewhat shyly because the senior girl had arranged for her and Mason to sit together. Mason remained calm, chatting with her casually. Which major are you enrolled in? I'm in economics. You're in economics too? Xena exclaimed in surprise. You are too? Mason genuinely hadn't known. He knew only that Xena wanted to apply to Tianzhou University, and he wanted to go to this prestigious institution as well, so he applied along with her. As for majors, they never discussed. Who would have thought they'd end up choosing the same one coincidentally? They smiled at each other once more. So we'll be classmates from now on. Mason was genuinely happy. This way, he'd have a closer chance. From the front row, Karis turned around and said, What a coincidence. Both in the same major. How wonderful. Jinhong, you must take good care of REE. Mason quickly promised. Of course, Auntie. I will definitely take good care of Xena. In the back row, Violet chuckled to herself. If Xena's parents knew what was on their son's mind, they wouldn't say such things. Xena's face flushed red, and she lowered her head to speak softly. Who needs him to take care of me? I can carloage on my own. Karis interjected. Can you? You almost fell into the hands of Carlo traffickers. Just leaving you alone to go to the bathroom nearly gave me a heart attack. I'm really worried. If we could bring your dad and me to university, we'd be more than happy to follow you around every day. Xena felt so embarrassed she wished she could dig herself a hole to hide in. Her mom always knew how to hit where it hurt. I was just eager to save someone and got tricked. Normally, I'm very cautious, she stubbornly defended herself. Mason tried hard not to laugh. Let's hope so. Your dad and I can only accompany you until the start of school. After that, you'll be on your own. Always ask Mason for advice. I think he's a reliable boy. Mason, I entrust Xena to you. Karis said to both of them. Marion. Xena stomped her foot. She didn't need Mason's help. Of course, Auntie. Even if you didn't say this, I would still take good care of Xena, Mason earnestly promised. Up front, Jack, who had been secretly listening, nodded lightly. This young Carlo seemed quite reliable. They were very reassured to leave their daughter in his care. If the two of them ever sparked some Carlotic feelings, that would be great. If not, it wouldn't matter. Everything should just take its natural course. In the back row, Violet quickly added, Xena's mom, rest assured. We aren't planning to return home this time, and in the future, I will also help look after Xena. Karis hadn't expected them to settle in Tianzhou, but it made sense. With their family's exceptional skills, they could make money anywhere, and Tianzhou City offered an excellent platform. That's very kind of you. Let me call you Sister Jonathan then? Sister Jonathan, thank you so much. My daughter has studied too hard since childhood, thinking naively about everything and lacking worldly wisdom. I'm really worried about her getting into trouble outside. Hearing your words makes me feel much more at ease. No problem, don't be too formal. As moms, I understand your concerns all too well. My family isn't the richest, but there's always hot soup and rice for your daughter when she comes over. Violet's sincerity deeply moved Karis. The two Megans chatted along the way, using their children as a topic. Mason also took the opportunity to chat with his goddess the whole way. Soon, they saw the majestic entrance sign of Tianzhou University in the distance. Students on the bus exclaimed in amazement, Wow, so beautiful. Chapter 42, Enrollment, New Classmates. The car drove into the school's dedicated parking lot through a side gate. As soon as they got out of the car, a group of senior students wearing red armbands labeled Volunteer warmly gathered around them. Classmates, we are volunteers here to assist you with the entire enrollment process. Please follow us. After the leading volunteer finished speaking, everyone began to coordinate systematically. Each family was paired with a volunteer who helped carry luggage and guide them. Mason and Xena were assigned to a male and a female volunteer respectively. They led them towards the registration area. The school was quite large. To make things convenient, the registration points were set up in the canteen hall near the student dormitories for one-stop processing. First, they confirmed their enrollment status with their acceptance letters, then reported to their respective majors' registration point. Next came paying tuition and fees, followed by room assignments. Their major required a tuition fee just over 1,000 yuan, and accommodation was a bit over 100 yuan per year. Not too expensive, but not cheap either. He was allocated a quad room. Mason had prepared some cash beforehand, and he smoothly completed the payment of tuition and fees. Since they didn't have a house in Tianzhou City yet, and it was his first year, staying in the dormitory was a given. The school was quite considerate. Despite charging over 100 yuan for accommodation, they provided a complete set of bedding, sheets, pillowcases, blankets, and even a mat. Although the quality was average, it would suffice for a few years. They also received a set of military training uniforms since freshmen had to undergo a month-long training before the semester started. The final step was to get a meal card, water card, and library card. The meal card was for dining at the cafeteria, the water card for hot water and showers, and the library card for borrowing books. After everything was settled, they received the key to their dorm and the volunteers guided them to it. This meant Mason and Xena would have to part ways. Mason reluctantly said goodbye to Xena, unsure if they would end up in the same class or even see each other soon. Xena, goodbye. Mason handed Xena her luggage. Mason, goodbye. The volunteer escorted Mason's family to his dorm building. Seeing that they could carloage the luggage, the volunteer bid farewell. Reaching the door of the dorm room, which was locked, Mason unlocked it. He arrived early, being the first one there. The dorm was simple compared to modern ones, but far better than the makeshift accommodations they had lived in before. It looked like it was newly built. The room had good lighting and a small balcony with a washing station and clothesline. Opposite the washing station was a tiny bathroom, an amenity not available in older dorms. There were 4 wooden bunk beds, each with a corresponding desk and cabinet for personal items. Currently, everything was empty and covered in dust, awaiting its new inhabitants. Steven, this dorm is really nice and has everything. It's very convenient. We just need to buy some toiletries, and it's ready to go, Violet remarked as she checked everything out. It's pretty good, even having a bathroom inside. Washing clothes will be much easier. Shepard carefully examined the environment where his son would live. Earlier in the car and during the procedures, they had avoided talking much to avoid seeming uneducated or embarrassing themselves and their son. Now alone, they felt more relaxed. I think this building was newly constructed, which is why it has an indoor bathroom. Older dorms probably don't have this. That's great. Steven's luck is really good, Violet smiled as if she had struck a great deal. Mason chose a bed with good lighting next to a desk and put down the issued bedding. Let me help. Violet naturally took the bedding from him. Marion, I'm a grown-up now. I can do it myself. You rest. Mason bent down to set up the bedding. All right, you handle it then. Unable to stay idle, Violet found an old rag left by previous students on the balcony, washed it, and began cleaning the furniture inside and out. While Mason was setting up his bed, a voice suddenly called out. There's someone in the dorm. A young Carlo exclaimed in surprise. Looking up, Mason saw a handsome, sunny-looking boy standing at the door, looking at him curiously. Hi, new classmate, I'm Ewan. Nice to meet you. Ewan extended his hand. Mason naturally shook it back. Hi, I'm Mason. The 2 volunteers who came with Ewan quickly left after setting down the bulky luggage. Ewan had brought 3 or 4 suitcases by himself. A well-maintained Carlo stood at the doorway with disdain, glancing over Mason's family of 3, then curled her lip in dissatisfaction as she examined the dormitory. Xiao, Marion told you not to live on campus. Look how small this room is, not even as big as our bathroom at home, and it has to house 4 people. How about listening to me and renting a place near the school instead? I can arrange for Ashley to come take care of you, so you don't have to get used to living here. The Carlo's disapproval made Ewan look awkwardly at Mason. Seeing that Mason didn't show any expression, he felt relieved. Marion, I don't want to. You said you wouldn't Carloage my life once I got into university. A Carlo should keep his promises. Okay, you can go now. I can handle everything from now on. Ewan pushed the Carlo towards the door as if she were a fierce flood. The Carlo continued complaining unhappily, but Mason's family no longer paid attention. Erwin, Marion, I've finished setting up. Let's take a walk around and find a motel for you to stay first. Mason folded the quilt and laid out the bamboo mat. Shepard and Violet agreed. Having also seen the Carlo's look just now, they felt somewhat embarrassed for their son. The Carlo's bathroom was bigger than this dormitory, yet they had been praising it as good just moments ago. Fortunately, only their family knew about this. Violet had already wiped most of the dust off the furniture in the dormitory. Mason put on his backpack which carried all their belongings, and the family went downstairs in search of food. It was almost dinner time. As they stepped out of the door, Ewan returned, presumably after sending his Megan away. Mason thought he might be a local from Tianzhou City. Mason, are you guys going out? Ewan smiled warmly, and Mason couldn't bear to be cold, so he replied with a light smile. Going for dinner and taking my parents around? Is this your first time in Tianzhou, uncle and aunt? It's definitely worth a visit. Ewan, unlike his Megan, seemed like a very pleasant young Carlo. Violet responded enthusiastically. Yes, hope you kids get along well in the future. After exchanging pleasantries, the 3 headed straight for the canteen. Chapter 43, Shopfront, Secondhand Car. When he got his meal card, he had already pre-deposited 100 yuan which could be used directly. When they came over, the senior volunteer had briefly introduced the school situation and the rough locations of buildings to them. Tianzhou University was huge. It might take 2 or 3 hours to walk around the entire place. Therefore, there were several canteens in different positions, divided into east, west, south, and north canteens. The dormitory area was close to the back gate. Nearby, there was a food street, which students often visited due to its proximity and variety, making it very popular. Mason first took his parents to the nearby East Canteen for a simple meal. Each of the 3 people ordered a bowl of minced pork noodles, costing a total of 3 yuan. It wasn't expensive, but the taste was indeed quite average. Then Mason led them out through the back gate straight to the food street to investigate future business opportunities. After leaving the back gate, there was a long street market. Most shops were not open for business yet because summer vacation had just ended, and the students hadn't returned. Mason accidentally noticed the door numbers of these shops and laughed inwardly. The name of this street was precisely the name of the shopfront given by the system as a reward. Could that shopfront be on this street? He hurriedly looked for it shop by shop until number 42 Ho High Street. System, is this the shop? Yes, host. The system gave a definite answer. This was divine help. With the shop secured, Mason grinned broadly. In his mini-space, he now possessed the property deed and keys to this shop. However, with his parents present, he still needed an excuse to make the appearance of this shop look natural. After wandering around the food street casually, the group found it uninteresting and returned to Tianzhou University. Shepard and Violet were excited to tour the whole university. This time, they were accompanying their son. It would be hard for them to come inside for a casual visit afterward. They had never seen such a beautiful place in their lives. Mason had Carlo-y things to do and didn't join them. He booked a room for his parents at the university guest house, agreeing to meet at 5 o'clock in the afternoon before parting ways. Afterward, Mason quickly went to the food street and used the key from his mini-space to open the door of number 42 shopfront smoothly. This building had a floor height of over 4 meters and was divided into 2 floors with a simple staircase leading upstairs. The interior seemed like someone had run a restaurant before. Some old tables and chairs were left behind, and some items in the kitchen had been abandoned. The ground floor, including the kitchen and bathroom, covered about 70 to 80 square meters, not large but sufficient for a small store if designed reasonably. What interested him more was the second floor, this additional space. Stepping up the stairs, Mason discovered that the second floor was divided into two tiny living rooms, a small living room, and even a toilet, making it very convenient. The rooms were likely used by the previous owner for living quarters, and still contained simple wooden bunk beds. The living room outside also had an old wooden sofa and coffee table. He was extremely satisfied with the house provided by the system. Running a business downstairs and living upstairs saved commuting time and was very convenient. The problem of renting a place for his parents was solved simultaneously, making it perfect. With great joy, Mason walked around the house, thinking about how to redesign the layout and how to explain the origin of the house to his parents. He soon had an idea. Looking at his sweaty clothes, he decided he must wash himself tonight and needed to buy daily necessities and clothes. Mason locked the door and went to the volunteer service station, asking a kind senior girl, "Hello, sister, could you tell me where I can buy clothes, shoes, socks, and toiletries nearby?" This senior was truly warm-hearted. Seeing that he was poorly dressed and likely in poor financial condition, she kindly suggested, "There are some big shopping malls nearby, but I think they're too expensive. You might as well go to Xuanhuan Street. It's a wholesale market offering clothes, shoes, socks, daily necessities, and small commodities at half the price of mall goods. There's also a second-hand bicycle shop there. Our campus is so big that it's inconvenient to run far for classes, so Carloe students buy bicycles. A second-hand bike costs only half as much as a new one. You should check it out. You can take a bus ride outside the university entrance to get there, and the fare is only 3 mao." The senior explained in detail. "I understand, thank you sister." Mason thanked her and headed straight to Xuanhuan Street. It was still early, and he had at least 2 hours before meeting his parents, so he decided to explore first. The bus ride took 5 stops to reach Xuanhuan Street. Previously, it was all shanty towns with various wholesale shops divided into different areas. Not only did they sell daily necessities, clothes, shoes, socks, but also fresh meat, fruits, and dry goods. It was completely a large wholesale base. People inside were riding all kinds of vehicles to purchase goods, including bicycles, motorcycles, and tricycles. Mason thought he should first get a vehicle for himself before exploring further. He asked an elder lady for directions and went straight to the second-hand market that his senior mentioned. After several turns, he finally arrived at the market, which was also in a shanty town. The vast shed was filled with all kinds of vehicles, mostly bicycles, along with tricycles and motorcycles. Mason considered for a moment. He needed a bicycle for school, and his parents needed a tricycle for business purposes. So, he decided to buy one of each. There was no need for a motorcycle for now, which could be bought if required later. He approached the bald boss directly and expressed his needs. "Christo, do you have second-hand bicycles and tricycles that are 8/10 new?" "Sure, but the price will definitely be a bit higher than others." The bald boss looked him up and down as he spoke. "You show me the goods first, then give me a fair price. If it's suitable, I'll take them immediately." "All right." Seeing his sincerity, the boss hurriedly instructed his subordinates to bring over 2 vehicles. Both met his requirement of being 8/10 new, with only slight signs of use. Mason examined them thoroughly, pinching the tires. Then he rode them for a short distance. They were indeed good quality, much better than the old-style bicycles and second-hand tricycles they used in Zhoushan. "Christo, what's the price?" Seeing his satisfaction, the boss signaled 3 fingers. "Young Carlo, if you're sincere, give me 300 yuan. Mason felt it was a bit expensive. A brand new bicycle cost no more than 100 and some yuan, and this Carlo tricycle might cost around 300 yuan at most. The boss was asking for 300 yuan, making it better to just add some money and buy new ones. Back in Zhoushan, the second-hand tricycle, along with pots, bowls, spoons, gas stoves, etc., only cost 200 yuan. Chapter 44. A small business of daily necessities. "Christo, this price is not reasonable. With this much more, you could almost buy a new bike." Actually, the boss was taking advantage of him as a novice and seeing that he knew his business, immediately put on a smiling face. "Then what price do you suggest?" Mason directly held up 2 fingers. 200 yuan. "That won't work. 200 yuan is the price for an ordinary bike. Look at mine. It's almost brand new." The boss shook his head fiercely. "Young Carlo, if you really want it, add 50 yuan more, 250 yuan. I can't go lower." Mason felt somewhat depressed when he heard 250, as if the boss was insulting him, had he not known that the boss didn't understand the other meaning of this number. "Brother, how about reducing it by 10 yuan? Mason tested. The bald boss shook his head. "I only make 10 yuan from this deal. Any less, and we'd be losing money." "Absolutely not." Though Mason didn't quite believe the boss's words, he found this price quite acceptable, so he decided to take it. The boss also threw in 2 bike locks, making the deal quite cost-effective. "Young Carlo, I really haven't made much profit from you. Come back if you need anything else." "Sure. If my classmates need anything, I'll recommend you to them." Mason locked the bicycle onto the tricycle and rode off. Riding his newly purchased tricycle, Mason went through the wholesale market. He planned to buy some daily necessities first. Face towels, toothpaste, toothbrushes, clothes racks, clothes poles, buckets, basins, kettles, brooms for sweeping, shampoo, soap, laundry detergent, laundry brushes, etc. All needed to be bought in double sets, one for the dormitory and one for his parents' place. Locking the tricycle outside a large tent, he walked inside. Each wholesaler's store was filled with various daily necessities at their doors. Mason chose a larger store and picked up a bucket and a basin at the entrance to ask about the price. "Christo, how much for the bucket and the basin?" The plump female boss, busy organizing goods, looked up and said, "A set is 10 yuan. They are made of synthetic rubber, very durable." Mason asked about a few more items. The prices weren't too cheap, but better than at the mall. After all, the wholesale market wasn't entirely selling at wholesale prices. Retail prices were still similar to those outside. At this moment, a young Carlo ran over hastily and said to the boss, "Amaze, please add 50 sets each of buckets, basins, kettles, and brooms, following the usual practice. Help me load them into the car right away. I'll come back later tonight to pay." "Honey, little Augustining has added orders, 50 sets each of buckets, basins, kettles, and brooms." Please send them out front. Amaze called out loudly. Mason's mind was set in motion. Amaze, what price did you give him for the buckets and basins? The plump boss glanced at him. He gets the wholesale price. Don't think about it. 10 yuan for you isn't expensive. If you buy it outside, it will cost you at least 12. I wanted to know your wholesale price. If the price is reasonable, I might wholesale some goods to sell, Mason explained frankly. The boss's eyes lit up and she smiled warmly as she approached him. Young Carlo, you have some business acumen. Jonathanston, if you sell these items at the university gate, they'll sell like hotcakes. See? That young Carlo who just came in is a college student, probably a junior. Every year during the start of school, he buys goods from here and sells them on campus, earning a good amount of money. This set of bucket and basin costs 7 yuan each in wholesale. A set of broom and dustpan costs 6 yuan. A kettle costs 13 yuan. Towels range from 1 to 3 yuan each. The boss rattled off the prices fluently. After silently calculating in his mind, Mason replied, Christo, I don't think he got this price. Or maybe I should check with a few others nearby. He really wanted to confirm since this was his first time visiting. Seeing he was about to leave, the boss hurriedly pulled him back. All right, I'll give you a discount. My shop is the largest in the market, and the prices are the fairest. Isn't this our first cooperation? Jonathan Augustine has cooperated with me Carlo times before, so he can get the lowest price. Today, Amaze will give you a lower price. If you sell these well, you mustn't go to others next time. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. Unwillingly, Amaze showed him the invoice where Jonathan Augustine's prices were written. After carefully examining it, Mason noticed that she gave the student 1 yuan cheaper per item compared to her previous offer. In fact, Mason had this idea the moment he saw the young Carlo picking up the goods. With 4 or 5 days until school started officially, he could earn some pocket money by selling daily necessities while also preparing the kitchen and other items for the opening of his business. Seeing that Amaze was willing to give him the same price as the young Carlo, Mason decided not to switch to another store and placed his order right there. He placed orders according to his list of daily necessities. 50 sets of basins and buckets at 6 yuan per set. 50 sets of brooms and dustpans at 5 yuan per set. 50 kettles at 12 yuan each. 55 medium-priced towels at 1 yuan each. 55 medium-priced toothbrushes at 3 jiao each. He took toothpaste of 2 brands, xuanhuan and Lansenling, both priced the same at 2 yuan per tube. 50 clothes racks with 10 per rack at 1 yuan 50 per rack. 50 cloth pole supports at 5 jiao each. 50 bottles of Fenghua shampoo at 2 yuan 50 per bottle. 50 boxes of soap from Shanghai brand and Safeguard, 1 box at 8 jiao. He chose 50 small bags of White Cat laundry detergent, each bag costing 1 yuan. 50 laundry brushes at 25 jiao each. The plump boss took out a small abacus from her pocket and began calculating with her chubby fingers. In total, it's 1,649 yuan. How will you transport the goods? If you don't have a vehicle, my husband can help deliver them for you, but there will be delivery charges. The boss was in a good mood after making a successful wholesale deal, smiling warmly. Mason had excellent mental arithmetic skills. He had already calculated while listing the items, and the boss's calculation was correct. He opened his backpack, took out the money and handed it over to Amaze. Amaze, no need for delivery. But could I come in 2 trips to move the goods? My tricycle is quite small and cannot carry everything at once. Amaze counted the money as she spoke. Sure, no problem. Where did you park your tricycle? My husband will finish moving Xiao Augustine's goods, and then he can help you move them over. Mason's tricycle was packed full and securely tied down with nylon ropes, agreeing to come back later to collect more goods. He rode the tricycle towards Tianzhou University. Fortunately, although there were Carlo-y items, they weren't very heavy. With his improved strength, the journey was relatively easy. He arrived smoothly at the store, unloaded the goods, and noticed that the time he agreed upon with his parents was approaching. He quickly got on his bicycle and headed to school, bringing along a set of the daily necessities he bought today, placing them in his dormitory for a bit of promotion. Chapter 45. A well-intentioned Jonathan. Mason locked his bicycle downstairs and returned to the dormitory with some items. Upon entering, he noticed that besides his bed and Yuan's, the other 2 beds were already dressed with sheets and duvet covers, but no one else was around. They must have gone out. Yuan appeared as if he had just woken up. You're back? Oh, where did you buy these things? I should go buy some daily necessities too. Seeing what Mason was carrying, Yuan suddenly remembered he still needed to purchase Carlo-y things. Previously, all these were handled by his family. Now he had to take care of it himself, giving him a peculiar sense of newfound freedom. Mason thought to himself that this person clearly looked like someone who had never worried about worldly matters before. A rich young master. Would he even be interested in these items? But since Yuan asked, it would be a waste not to offer them. Before school starts, I planned on selling these supplies myself. These are the ones I kept for personal use. The items I sell are the same except for different colors. If you need them, I can give you a set at a lower price. We only need 1 clothes hanger and a broom set for the whole dorm, so consider these my contribution to our roommates. You don't need to buy those. Other items are cheaper if bought as a set. Interested? Mason hadn't figured out the prices yet, so he just hinted at it. Unexpectedly, Yuan responded enthusiastically, sure, I do need them. Let me ask the others when they come back. He pointed at the other 2 beds. This young master seemed quite down to earth and had no airs about him. Mason smiled. All right, thanks. Wait a bit, and I'll bring them back tonight. No problem. I'm going to eat now. Yuan left first. After quickly organizing the items, Mason locked the door and went downstairs to find people at the guest house. Just as he reached the guest house entrance, he ran into his parents hurrying back, seemingly having lost track of time while out. Marian, I'm here. Violet saw her son pushing the bicycle and uncertainly approached. Son, is this bicycle? Shepard caressed the new bike lovingly. I bought this second-hand bike this afternoon. Let's talk as we walk. Mason led them towards the storefront while telling them what he did in the afternoon. Marian Irwin, I made a decision without your knowledge. Please don't blame me. Mason acted as if he was afraid of being scolded. What? The couple looked anxiously at their son. Mason whispered in their ears. I saw a storefront near the gate for sale. The seller was desperate, needing money for his son's medical expenses. I couldn't wait to consult you, so I bought it, spending all of our 5,000 savings. Shepard and Violet were shocked. Why did you make such a big decision without thinking? Did you finalize the procedures? How big is the house? Take us to see it. Violet walked out urgently. Shepard, however, had some insight. From what I saw at noon, the houses there are mostly around 70 square meters. In Tianjin City, storefronts cost over 1,000 yuan per square meter. If you really got it for 5,000, it's a good deal. Mason thought. Although his father wasn't talkative, his observational skills were strong. Indeed, the seller originally wanted 7,000, which I didn't have, so I thought it wouldn't work. Then he took out a black gadget and spoke a few words, and suddenly agreed to sell it to me for 5,000 urgently. He seemed to have connections and immediately processed the transfer. Now the property deed is in my bag. Black gadget? It must be a pager. He probably received bad news about his son's health and sold it to you in haste. Xuanhuan might have actually gotten a great deal this time, Shepard said knowingly. Mason chuckled inwardly. Okay. Erwin even came up with an excuse for me. Not cooperating would be unforgivable. Yes. Violet felt relieved after hearing the father and son's explanation, as long as it wasn't a scam. Upon arriving, the couple was delighted with the two-story house, which had a good layout and location. This place is perfect. We can live upstairs and run business downstairs. No need to worry about coming home late. It's spacious enough for several tables inside, and we can also put tables outside. Violet concluded after looking around. Shepard nodded repeatedly. This 5,000 was worth it. Though we lost our savings, this place isn't bad. With it, we've finally settled down in Tianjin City. Your father is right. We were still thinking about whether to continue with the street stall or rent a place for long-term business, but never expected you to quietly do such a big thing. It's good this way. Our family can be close and take care of each other. Your father and I still have a few hundred yuan on us. Enough to set up this stall first. Violet thought her son had spent all his money. Yes, as long as we stick together, we can get through any tough times, Shepard also said. Mason took out the property deed from his jacket and showed it to them. The process was urgent, so the house is now registered under my name. Although Shepard and Violet weren't very educated, they attended literacy classes and could recognize some simple characters, including their son's name. Seeing that the house was now in their son's name, they felt reassured. This house should belong to you since your father and I are getting old. It will be more convenient in the future. The two happily inspected every corner of the house, becoming increasingly satisfied, discussing how to arrange it. Stephen, are these left behind by the previous owner? Violet pointed at the pile of daily necessities on the floor. Mason remembered he hadn't mentioned this yet. No, these are what I bought. When I went to the second-hand market to buy the bike, I planned to buy some daily necessities while I was there. I didn't expect to find someone selling these items in bulk at the university entrance. They sell well apparently. Thinking we're short on money now, I figured we could make some cash before school starts. Take this water bucket and basin set for example. Normally you'd pay 10 to 12 yuan outside, but I got them wholesale for 6 yuan per set. Even if I sell them for 10 yuan, I'd still make 4 yuan profit, Mason explained. Violet's eyes lit up instantly. Oh, such a profitable business? My son is indeed smart. That's just part of it. There's still half of the stock not brought back yet, and I still have some money left. You don't need to worry. I also bought a used tricycle for our family, parked outside. Let's go to the market later to pick up the rest, and I'll show you around. The market is huge, selling everything imaginable. We should also get some new clothes for the family. Wearing the same ones makes us stinky. Let's go quickly, Violet urged them to leave. Mason felt a bit guilty. To legitimize the house purchase, he lied to his parents, but he couldn't reveal anything about the system. In the future, he would earn more money to give his parents a better life. Chapter 46, Shopping Spree. To bring back goods, Mason rode a tricycle, while Shepard cycled with Violet on the bike. The three quickly headed for the Sanha street market. Upon arrival, Mason led his parents through the market, briefly introducing the different sections so they would find it convenient to come back in the future. Finally, they arrived at the large canopy area for wholesale clothing. It was getting late, and people were gradually preparing to leave work. Hence, there weren't Carloy shoppers around. Mason then started a spree of buying with them. After September, October would be cold, so they still needed to buy clothes. For now, 2 short-sleeve outfits to change between should suffice, and when it got colder, they could buy warmer clothes. Violet picked out 2 short-sleeve shirts and 2 thin pairs of long pants for Shepard, along with a pair of rubber sandals and a pair of Jonathan shoes. She also bought several pairs of socks and 2 pairs of underwear. Just as Mason was about to ask the price and pay, Violet stopped him and bargained fiercely with the boss, reducing the price from over 80 yuan down to just over 70. The boss claimed she wasn't making any profit, after which Violet turned back with a cool demeanor. Son, pay? Mason gave her a mental thumbs up. Next came Violet's own selections. She only chose 2 loose-fitting short tops, 2 thin pairs of pants, a pair of sandals, a pair of casual shoes, several pairs of socks, and some undergarments. When Mason urged her to pick out more clothes, including a dress, she refused. Our family isn't wealthy right now, having something to wear is enough. Moreover, wearing dresses is inconvenient for doing business. I understand your heart, but we'll buy one later, Violet said patiently. Reluctantly, Mason gave up. Violet's purchases cost nearly 80 yuan, quite cheap indeed. Both Megan and Son held their new clothes and shoes, fondling them happily like children. Violet hadn't worn new clothes for Carloy years, and Shepard had always worn his younger brother's hand-me-downs. This time, he finally had well-fitted new clothes of his own. Mason felt inexplicably heartbroken. Finally, it was time for Mason to shop, and Violet directly took him to the best men's clothing store in the market. Christo, pick 2 trendy outfits for my son to wear for the next few days, Violet instructed. For her son, she was always generous and wanted the best for him, as most Megans probably do. He really looks handsome. The boss lady complimented as she sized up the family, realizing they weren't just browsing but ready to buy. Haha, Violet laughed delightedly at the praise. Mason, however, felt awkward as he glanced around. The store's clothes were indeed good, all very trendy. The boss lady brought out a few of the store's best-selling short-sleeve shirts for Mason to choose from. He picked a black short-sleeve shirt and a white one, along with a classic-cut pair of blue jeans and a beige pair of casual trousers. The black shirt went well with the blue jeans, and the white shirt matched the beige casual pants. Seeing his choices, the boss lady showered him with compliments. This young Carlo has excellent taste. Your choices make these clothes look even better. Violet secretly agreed, knowing her son would look dashing in them. But she kept a straight face. Okay, boss lady, how much? These 2 sets don't cost you extra. 120 yuan total, the boss lady replied. What, 120? Christo lady, please lower the price. These clothes are almost out of season. No one buys summer clothes anymore. We lost our luggage coming here and need new clothes immediately. Violet repeated what she had told another boss earlier. Of course, the boss lady knew these clothes were soon out of season and would soon be sold at a discount. But she needed to negotiate well. Sister, my clothes sell well? After autumn arrives, you can wear a short-sleeved shirt inside with a shirt outside, which looks good too. You can trust me, this price is fair. Christo lady, be honest. 2 sets for 80 yuan. The boss lady frowned. That's not possible. 80 yuan means a loss. How about a little more? Just 80, or forget it. Let's go elsewhere. That other store seemed nice too. Violet pretended to leave. As the family reached the door, the boss lady called them back. Sister, come back, 80 yuan for you. Violet couldn't hide her satisfied smile. Mason thought she was serious about leaving, but realized it was a ploy. He quickly handed over the 80 yuan to the boss lady. She was still incessantly complaining. This is really the cheapest I've ever sold. I get them at this price. It's like giving them to you for free. Since we are closing soon anyway, consider it our bond. I'm selling cheaply to you today. Do come back and patronize my business again. Violet smiled warmly and said, of course, I'll definitely come back in a month to buy autumn clothes for my son. I'll definitely come to your store then. The boss lady's heart was finally uplifted by this response. She couldn't help but promote her products further. Our store sells the best-selling clothes in the market, all new styles from the south. Young people love them. Pairing them with shoes from the Huali store next door looks really good. Huali? Violet didn't understand the brand names of shoes. Mason knew Huali well. These shoes were very popular among young people back then, just like Nike and Adidas would be in the future. During high school, his classmates would often discuss who bought new Huali shoes, as well as brands like Double Star and Peak, which were also very popular. And he could only wear handmade cloth shoes made by his Megan. Though comfortable, he secretly envied them. Hearing these words now, he felt no ripples in his heart anymore. Big sister, Huali shoes are extremely comfortable. The youth these days love them. The boss lady promoted enthusiastically. It seemed they were mutually promoting each other with the Huali store next door. Violet, hearing that the young people love them, immediately responded, then let's go to Huali and buy 2 pairs of comfortable shoes for Steven. Shepard and Mason followed Violet reluctantly to the neighboring Huali shoe store. The boss was tallying up stock. Christo, which style is the most trendy? Can we try them on? The boss enthusiastically recommended several good styles, all leisure shoes. Finally, Mason chose 2 pairs of lightweight leisure shoes, one white and one black. Violet once again used her silver tongue to haggle the price down from 80 yuan to 53 yuan. The boss even gave 2 pairs of socks as a gift. Mason then turned right out of the door and bought a dozen pairs of underwear, completing his outfit shopping. Chapter 47. New classmates, help. Besides clothes, Violet also wanted to buy some bedding supplies. The store upstairs had 2 1.5-meter beds available for them to move in tomorrow. They just needed to buy some bed sheets, pillowcases, bamboo mats, and other essentials. She originally planned to move in today but was persuaded by Mason against it. The store wasn't cleaned yet and was full of dust. Plus, the school guest house had already been reserved for them, and it was free for one night anyway. Violet had no choice but to listen to her son. The 3 found a place that wholesaled bedding items. Violet chose 2 sets of 4-piece bedding sets, 2 bamboo mats, and 2 padding mats. Considering they couldn't carry everything today, she didn't buy any quilts. It was too hot now to use quilts anyway, and they could always buy them later. After shopping, the 3 found a small stall that was about to close and sat down for a bowl of wonton soup. To their surprise, the broth was flavorful, and the taste was great, possibly because they had been running around all afternoon and were quite hungry. After eating their fill, Mason went to a May's place to pick up the goods, while Shepard followed behind on the tricycle as they headed back to the store. By the time they reached the store, it was nearly 8 o'clock, and dusk was settling in. Mason took a few sets of new living supplies back to the dormitory to sell, taking his parents to the guest house along the way. The guest house had showers, so they could wash up comfortably, change into clean clothes after the long day. It was hot, and boys have high energy levels. They didn't need hot water to shower. Without much chat, Mason dashed into the bathroom with the newly bought items for a quick rinse. After washing and changing into fresh clothes, he finally felt comfortable. He had been enduring the discomfort from sweat for days now. Even if others weren't bothered, he himself couldn't stand it anymore. He came out of the bathroom drying his hair, only to find 2 classmates smiling at him. Classmate, I'm Kylin, majoring in economics. I'm Elmer, nice to meet you. Both introduced themselves enthusiastically. Seeing their hands extended, Mason hurriedly put down the towel in his hand and shook their hands. Nice to meet you, I'm Mason, also majoring in economics. We heard from Ewan about you. He said you're selling these living supplies yourself. Is this what you're using now? How much is a set? Kylin pointed to the pile of things on Mason's desk. When he brought the items in just now, both of them were about to talk to him, but he rushed straight to the bathroom. They thought he had a stomach ache, but it turned out he was showering. Kylin and Elmer arrived in the afternoon. They barely had time to tour the campus and eat a meal at the cafeteria before coming here to buy supplies. When they rested in the room, Ewan told them that their roommate was selling these items. Buying in bulk would be cheaper, so they waited in the dormitory. They didn't expect Mason to return so late. Mason didn't expect his business to start so soon. Fortunately, he brought back a few sets. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had enough stock. He had roughly calculated that his cost for each set was about 33 yuan. excluding the broom and drying rod, which made it 27.5 yuan. To make quick money, he couldn't sell at market price. He just needed a bit of profit per item. In the end, he priced the complete set at 55 yuan, or 46 yuan without the broom and drying rod. This way, he could earn 22 yuan per set, or 18.5 yuan excluding the broom and drying rod. He also considered selling individual items, which might fetch higher prices, but it would take longer and only last a few days. Haggling individually was too troublesome, so selling entire sets made more sense for everyone. This price was cheaper than buying from the market by a few to 10 yuan, believing that there would definitely be customers. Sure enough, when he quoted the price, Kylin and Elmer were surprised. So cheap? Neither of them were like Yuan, who seemed detached from worldly matters. They came from ordinary families and understood the price of goods well. They thought that even at a discount, the set should cost 70 or 80 yuan, but it was only 55. Furthermore, Mason offered to provide the brooms and drying rods for the dormitory, so they only needed to pay 46 yuan for all the living supplies. This included face basins, buckets, thermoses, hangers, laundry detergent, toothpaste, toothbrushes, soap, towels, scrub brushes, shampoo, etc. It was a bargain and spared them from shopping. Kylin, slightly chubby and looking honest, asked bluntly, "Won't you lose money selling this cheap?" Mason smiled and said, "No, just less profit. I'm just earning some hard-earned money. Do you want it?" All three answered in unison, "Of course." As soon as they said yes, they handed over the money. Mason happily pocketed 138 yuan and divided the items he brought back into 3 sets, one for each of them. Elmer looked at Mason, hesitating to speak. Mason turned to him. "Is there a problem with the items? If there's any quality issue, we can exchange them." "No, everything is fine. I just think you're so smart to come up with this way to make money. If I were as smart as you, it would be great." Mason immediately understood. This person must come from a modest family background, though he looked no different from everyone else, full of youthful vigor. However, his clothes were washed to a faded white, and the cuffs were worn out. His family must be struggling. You can't teach someone and let them starve. Mason couldn't possibly hand over his livelihood to someone else. But helping within limits was still possible, depending on whether he was willing to do it. "I'm doing this to earn some living expenses. Do you have time? If you're willing, in the few days before school starts, bring one person to buy my living supplies set. For each sale, I'll give you 1 yuan as a reward. My stall is on the food street behind the school gate. You'll find it right away. We should be the only ones selling living supplies on that street." Before Elmer could respond, Kylin hurriedly said, "There's such a good thing? Can I join too? Who wouldn't want more money? There are too few opportunities for students to earn money." Elmer also quickly said, "I'm willing too." How could Mason disagree? He was worried about no one knowing about his stall selling these items. It would be perfect to have them help promote. So it's settled. The pay will be daily, based on your effort. Both Kylin and Elmer were eager to try. Yuan wasn't interested in making money. His family seemed well off, as he didn't seem to worry about money, and even gave Mason a 100 yuan bill earlier. But Mason noticed he had low material desires. He enjoyed life and lived happily with ordinary days. The items Mason sold him, he took right away to shower without any complaints. From what he observed, these 3 were easy to get along with. Chapter 48. Blockbuster hit, sellout, restocking. On his first day at school, Mason spent it in a flurry of activity. Only after tidying up and lying down on the bed did he remember that he hadn't signed in for the day. System, sign in. The dog system had also stopped reminding him to sign in daily lately. Host signed in at the dormitory and received 1 comfortable bamboo mat. Please check. Alright, something is better than nothing. Mason took advantage of the time while others were washing up, not noticing him, and hurriedly took out the bamboo mat from the microspace and laid it down. Surprisingly, this bamboo mat looked no different from the ones issued by the school, but after lying on it for 10 minutes, his back still felt cool. It was very comfortable and didn't make him sweat, working even better than a fan. The ordinary bamboo mats issued by the school would become scorching hot after just a short nap, soaking his undershirt with sweat. Alright, the dog system was still quite useful. Tomorrow would be busy too. Mason fell into a deep sleep with a contented smile. Early in the morning, after getting up, Mason went to the cafeteria and fetched 3 portions of breakfast before heading to the guest house. Mr. and Mrs. Shepherd had already gotten up and were waiting for their son outside the door. They finished breakfast on the way. At the store, Mason explained his plan to sell the items as sets, and his parents wholeheartedly agreed without hesitation. After all they had gone through, the couple had firmly trusted their son's judgment and believed in his decisions. So even if they felt there were issues, they would unconditionally listen to their son. Mason had thought he would have to persuade them at length, but unexpectedly, they agreed unanimously. He was momentarily at a loss for words with his prepared speech. All he could do was awkwardly scratch his head. Then the 3 of them started organizing the goods, categorizing them into sets. All items fit perfectly into buckets, with basins carried separately, making it easy to transport. While organizing, Mason informed them of the prices he had set. There were only 2 figures, leaving no room for error and simplifying the process compared to selling individually. Still, he wasn't sure if anyone would buy into the idea. Inside the shop, the trio was busily organizing the inventory. Violet also found time to clean up the store, almost clearing out the front space to accommodate these items. Meanwhile, Kylin and Elmer worked tirelessly to earn their 1 yuan commission per set sold. They carried their newly purchased sets of daily necessities, running up and down the dormitory floors, knocking on doors and offering the sets for sale wherever they saw residents. This price was indeed tempting, drawing interest from Carloe people. However, Carloe had already bought some items, so they preferred to buy individual pieces. But Mason insisted on selling only as complete sets. Unfortunately, Carloe deals didn't go through. Occasionally though, someone would buy a set. After climbing a few floors, they made their first sale, which was better than nothing. Kylin led the customer over and easily found Mason's small stall, where the customer promptly bought a set. Encouraged by this success, the 2 grew more motivated. As the clock approached 9 o'clock, more and more new students arrived on campus. They targeted these newcomers, actively promoting their products. Some suspected they were fraudsters and sternly asked them to leave. Others expressed interest, saying they might join them later to make purchases. After finishing organizing the goods, Mason couldn't sit idle. With 3 people already carloading the store, he instructed his parents about helping the 2 classmates, marking each sale for them to settle accounts together later. He decided to ride the tricycle loaded with goods to sell around the school area. On the way, he bought a recorder and speaker from a sundry store, recording a message, full set of daily necessities, everything included, only 46 yuan. Don't miss it. The tricycle circled areas with high foot traffic, especially where students gathered. Surprisingly, this tactic worked wonders. Many people stopped him to browse, and as more people inquired, curious onlookers joined in, surrounding his makeshift stall. Some students bought entire sets, while others pooled with friends. Soon, all 10 sets on his tricycle were sold out. A dozen or so others who couldn't get any asked when he'd return. Mason gave them the location of his store, telling them to come there, assuring the same price. Impressed by the sales, Mason regretted not bringing more yesterday. Determined, he rode the tricycle back to the San Hideo Street Market. Amazed, I need another 100 sets of the goods from yesterday. I'm in a rush, so let me take a load now, and I'll come back later for another. Haha, told you my goods sell best. Sure, I'll have my husband pack the load for you, Amaze said, beaming with delight. Mason counted out 3,298 yuan and handed it to her. Amaze hurriedly asked her husband to load the goods. When Mason returned to the store with a fully loaded tricycle, he was dumbfounded. Had someone ransacked their store? Why was there nothing left? Mason didn't even see a basin and thought he might have come to the wrong place. Steven, you're finally back. All the goods in the store are sold out, Violet said happily as she ran over. Seeing the goods on Mason's tricycle, she praised him again. It's because my son is smart, knowing there wouldn't be enough stock, so he replenished it in advance. She then helped to unload the goods. Marion, really all sold out? Mason couldn't believe it. He had only been gone for a short time, and 50 sets. How can this be fake? Hurry up and display the goods. There are still Carlo-y people who haven't bought any. I told them to come back later. Violet ran around happily unloading the goods. This was all money. Even if they made an average profit of 20 yuan per set, if they sold 100 sets, that would be 2,000 yuan. And they had already achieved half of this goal in the morning. Surely more than 100 sets could be sold in one day. The money came in too quickly, faster than making barbecue, and it wasn't tiring at all. They just had to wait to collect the money. Unfortunately, this business wouldn't last long. After unloading the first batch of goods, Mason rushed to fetch the second load, leaving Shepard and Violet to lay out the merchandise. When he returned after fetching the second load, Violet told him that another 20 sets had been sold during his absence, which was incredibly fast. On the one hand, it was due to Cannon and Elmer's promotion inside, and on the other hand, it was because of the megaphone effect created by Mason before, along with the word of mouth from students who had just purchased. Many people knew that the food street sold complete sets of daily necessities at very reasonable prices. Even the volunteers welcoming new students found the price very cheap when they heard it. After all, when they entered school, buying these items cost nearly 70 to 80 yuan. So they also enthusiastically recommended the nearby food street to the newly arrived students, suggesting that they could buy a complete set of daily necessities there, which was cheap and practical, and reportedly of good quality as well. So everyone came to buy. Mason of course didn't know all this. Otherwise, he would have definitely treated these volunteers to some drinks. This was the most effective promotion ever. Chapter 49. Business too good. Marion's Regiamian. Business was simply booming. Mason placed a loudspeaker right outside his store, making it easy for students to find his shop by reputation. Cannon and Elmer also had a productive morning, shuttling back and forth almost 7 or 8 times. As business grew, they started picking up goods directly from Mason, selling them at school, and then bringing the money back to him as a transaction. For lunch, the 3 of them grabbed quick boxed meals from nearby stores, eating on the fly while continuing to sell. It seemed there were more new students today, with a steady stream of students and parents coming and going. Most people paid, took their purchases, and left quickly due to the crowd. By 2 o'clock, most of the stock delivered that morning was gone, leaving only about 40 sets. Violet urged Mason to restock immediately. Otherwise, they might run out even before tomorrow. There were still 6 or 7 hours until evening. This time, Mason was prepared. He had saved the boss's pager number earlier and borrowed one from a neighboring shop to call her. He ordered 300 more sets, asking Amaze's husband to deliver them by truck, offering an extra fee for the effort. After hanging up, he gave the neighbor 2 yuan as thanks. Having a pager made you a big deal in those days. On the other end, Amaze couldn't believe the young Carlo's audacity, surpassing Xiao Augustining in confidence. Selling for just half a day and already ordering 300 more sets. Was it really that good? Confused but impressed, Amaze's husband delivered the goods directly to Mason's store, unloading everything and waiving the delivery fee since they were now dealing with over 400 sets. Mason collected all the money earned that morning, totaling a bit over 6,000 yuan, and added another 3,000 from his personal stash, making it 9,890 yuan to pay Amaze's husband. Seeing the bustling activity in the store, he kept looking at the endless flow of customers enviously. Upon returning home, he told Amaze about this incredible business. The 300 sets filled every corner of the store, piling up even on the second floor. Violet, seeing so much inventory, began worrying whether they could sell it all. With business now stable, she and Shepard could handle it alone. They pushed Mason to go out and sell more, emphasizing every set mattered. Thinking of the nearby university district, he decided to try there, figuring he could leave the local area to his parents. With a fully loaded tricycle, he headed out. The university district was within a couple of kilometers, not far at all. Using the same strategy, he circled crowded areas with the loudspeaker, attracting Carlo-y inquiries from students and parents. Word spread fast, and soon queues formed. Everyone bought one set after another. From the moment he parked, he didn't budge until the entire load was sold, surrounded by eager buyers. Even after selling out, a long queue remained. Mason promised to return in 10 minutes with more goods. Everyone who got their purchase seemed satisfied. Many waited those few minutes to save money. Back at the store, Mason loaded another full tricycle. Despite the growing crowd, he found even more waiting this time. Without smartphones or distractions, news traveled fast. Some didn't even know what was being sold but joined the queue anyway. Mason's sales at the University District were even better than at the store, requiring only continuous restocking and cash collection. By 6 in the evening, the crowd finally dispersed. Quickly tallying, he estimated 2 full loads, roughly 100 sets sold. That was terrifying. Nearly 2,000 yuan in 2 hours. Back at the store, things were quieter now. Violet excitedly reported selling another 130 sets in the afternoon. Adding to the 110 sets from the morning and the 100 Mason had just sold, they had moved 350 sets, leaving only 100 remaining. Today, they earned a staggering 7,000 yuan. It was unbelievable how well it sold. With fewer customers now, Violet handed over to her son and husband, turning her attention to tidying up their home. Yes, this store would be their home from now on. She cleaned and laid out bedding on both beds, covering them with fresh mats and bamboo sheets. Though her son had to sleep in the dorm due to nightly inspections, sometimes he needed a nap here. Every inch of the store, upstairs and down, was wiped clean. Even the kitchen's greasy stains gleamed. She finished by buying noodles, pork, and vegetables from a nearby market. In the middle of the day, they had barely Carlo to eat something, but in the evening, she still needed to prepare a tasty meal for the men and the child. Otherwise, their bodies couldn't endure. Violet was best at making rujiamian, sauce noodle. Even Amber used to love her sauce most. Unfortunately, her husband and son didn't get to enjoy it Carlo times before. Now, since money wasn't an issue, she wanted to make more so that the two could have enough. Violet finished making the rujiamian, and it was already 7 o'clock. Business was pretty much done outside. The family simply closed the shop and went home, eating a steaming bowl of Marian's rujiamian, with its familiar taste driving away the fatigue of the entire day. Mason really missed this taste of noodles. It was his mom's favorite dish for him in his past life, a flavor he would never forget no matter what else he tried. Marian, this is delicious. He didn't stint on praising, sincerely complimenting his parents, something Mason had learned after living through a lifetime. Indeed, Violet looked as delighted as a child. If you like it, have some more. There's still some in the pot. If you like it, Marian will make it for you next time. After dinner, Mason took the initiative to wash the dishes. Sitting on the sofa upstairs, the family started counting accounts for the afternoon sales, which came up to 240 sets sold for a total of over 13,000 yuan. Mason planned to use this money to buy another 400 sets, asking Amaze to deliver them in the morning. Looking at the box of money in front of her, Violet's trust in her son reached its peak. Yesterday, she had been worried about using all the money to buy a house, wondering how they would Carloage in the future. Today, several thousand yuan had come in within just one day. The speed of earning was faster than flowing water. University students really did have good minds, finding business opportunities everywhere. After finishing the accounting, Mason returned to the dormitory and saw Cannon and Elmer lying exhausted on the bed, while Yuan was nowhere to be seen. Both had spent the whole day running around campus and were now feeling sore all over, every muscle aching. Hearing the door open, they turned their heads toward Mason, looking expectantly. Mason chuckled. "Did you eat?" They both shook their heads. Without teasing them further, Mason said, "Let me settle today's accounts with you." Upon hearing settlement, they suddenly felt better, springing up from the bed. Cannon pulled 18 people today, Elmer 20. Is that correct? Both nodded vigorously. They had already calculated it themselves, just feeling nervous about whether Mason was playing with them. Seeing their nod, Mason took out the prepared change from his pocket and handed it over to them. Receiving today's salary, they felt as if they had met long-lost relatives, not expecting to actually get paid. Despite being very tired today, when they got their hard-earned money, they felt genuinely happy and secure. It was their first time earning money through their own effort. Just moments ago, these two, who had been lying in bed complaining they wouldn't be able to run anymore tomorrow, asked Mason in unison, "Brother Jonathonu, can we work again tomorrow?" "Of course," Mason agreed. "Don't call me brother. I'm younger than you." Chapter 50, Making Money, Braised Pork Recipe. Early the next morning, Amaze delivered another 400 sets. Mason specifically instructed her to send 100 fewer clothes hangers and 100 fewer broom and dustpan sets. Not everyone needed these 2 items, so fewer people bought them. Sometimes people would buy these 3 items separately. If someone bought them, Mason would sell them. The 3 items together cost 9 yuan. The family followed the same routine. Shepard Carlo-aged the inventory, Violet sold the goods, and Mason took a cartload of goods to hawk around the university area. Cannon and Elmer continued selling door-to-door in the dormitories today. Since they were indeed making money, they even recruited their female classmates who were also attending the same school to join them. The 4 of them took over both male and female dormitory sales, performing admirably, with quite a few buyers. That day, the store sold out of the 400 sets it had received, restocked another 200 sets, and even cleared the remaining stock from the previous day. Most freshmen knew about this store on the food street and recommended it to each other, resulting in a steady stream of customers, ensuring continuous business. This was the peak day for daily necessities business since there were only 3 more days until the official start of school, and Carlo freshmen came during these 2 days. Even Cannon and Elmer earned over 40 yuan that day. On the 3rd day, business began to decline, selling only around 400 sets. With only 2 days left before the start of school, Mason decided to order another 400 sets, planning to end after selling them all without restocking. On the second to last day before school started, they sold over 300 sets, leaving about 40 sets in the store. On the final morning, the remaining sets sold quickly, and Mason also sold off the leftover brooms and clothes hangers at a discount. Violet thoroughly cleaned the now empty shop, bringing the 5-day daily necessities business to an end. The family closed the shop and went home to count the earnings. Violet brought out the small cabinet where they kept the money, unlocking it with a key she kept around her neck. She hadn't been sleeping well for days, worried about keeping so much cash at home. The 4 of them emptied all the money, organized it into bundles with rubber bands, and then began counting. After double-checking, they confirmed that the cabinet held 43,560 yuan. This was almost as much as their previous savings. In Zhoushan, they sold egg fried rice during the day and barbecued food at night, diligently working for over a month to earn nearly 30,000 yuan. Back then, they felt they had done very well. But in just 4 days, not even 5, they earned this much money. Although busy, the effort was less strenuous than in Zhoushan. Mason did some rough calculations. On the first day, they ordered 450 sets. On the second day, 600 sets. On the third day, 500 sets. And on the fourth day, 400 sets. In total, they ordered 1,950 sets over 4 days. On average, they netted 20 yuan per set, so for 1,950 sets, they should have made around 39,000 yuan. They still had to deduct the wages for Kylin and Elmer, who earned a total of 210 yuan over 4 days, while their 2 classmates also made nearly 100 yuan. Subtracting the earnings and wages from the 43,560 yuan, the remaining several thousand yuan would be Mason's initial costs. Shepard and Violet stared in disbelief at the money. No wonder people always wanted to move to big cities. The money came in so fast. The couple had been anxious about their future just yesterday with no savings, but now they suddenly had all this money, earned entirely through their own labor. Pinch me. I must be dreaming, Violet said naively. Shepard gently patted her hand. This is real. Our son Stephen has really grown up. Just by thinking up a good idea, he can make a fortune. We're glad we insisted he continue his studies back then. Now, we've finally seen results. With this money and a storefront where we can live and do business, our family has officially taken root in Tianjin City. Shepard rarely spoke so much. He attributed Mason's success to education, though it was partly due to strategic thinking and using information from his past life. Violet was content with the present situation. Yes, as the elders say, money comes when you spend it. Stephen buying this house led to everything else. Now we have a home and savings, which gives me peace of mind. From now on, let's focus on our business, and life will get better gradually. You've learned Stephen's skills well, so the business should do fine. Once school starts, Stephen, don't worry about us here. Focus on your studies. As a student, studying is the most important thing. Yes, we'll see, Mason replied. Although Mason verbally agreed, he certainly didn't plan to live this way forever. The road ahead was long. Slowly but surely, he would eventually make himself shine. School starts tomorrow. Is there any arrangement in the afternoon? You should check, Violet worried. No worries. Kylin and Elmer are at school. If anything happens, they'll let me know. There's no need to rush. Let's go to the bank first and deposit this money. It's unsafe to keep it at home. We also need to visit the Xuanhuan market to order some kitchenware, tableware, chairs, and such for our store. Having finished this big business, they could now focus on the store. Stephen is right. I can't sleep with all this money at home. It's safer in the bank. Let's deposit 40,000 yuan. 3,000 or so should be enough, Violet said as she counted out 3,560 yuan to leave at home, packing the rest in plastic bags. Shepard quickly helped out. By the time the three of them finished depositing the money, it was already noon. They found a nearby stall for lunch. Mason spotted a braised pork rice stand that smelled delicious. Christo, 3 orders of braised pork rice. Sure thing, please wait a moment. While waiting, Mason suddenly remembered he hadn't signed in for the day. System, sign in. Mason pressed the red button. Host signed in at a braised pork stall. Received a recipe for braised pork that makes even stones tasty. It has been placed in your backpack. Please collect it. A braised pork recipe? How convenient. Mason had been thinking about what kind of business their small shop should run in the future. It couldn't be like in Zhoushan, egg fried rice at noon and barbecue at night. Egg fried rice had 2 Carloy limitations. The variety was limited, and people would eventually get tired of it. They needed something else to pair with it. The barbecue business was mainly at night, which seemed a bit idle, wasting the daytime. This braised pork recipe came just in time, reminding Mason of the braised flavor stalls on every street corner in the future. Just one pot of braised meat, displayed for sale, was easy to Carloage, making this business feasible. And whatever the system produced was sure to be excellent. This braised flavor recipe would undoubtedly taste great. He could braise the meat the night before, letting it soak overnight to be sold the next day at peak flavor. During the day, while selling the braised meat, they could prepare materials for barbecue skewers. This plan sounded perfect. With another source of income, Mason felt even happier, and the braised pork in his mouth tasted even more delicious. After finishing their braised pork rice, they hurriedly cycled to Sanha Street. Chapter 51. Preparing materials and setting up the shop. On the way, Mason told his parents about his idea to sell braised flavors. Due to his previous track record of success, both parents agreed with his decision right away. After all, none of his ideas had ever gone wrong. However, Shepard thought that selling braised flavors was fine, but it wouldn't stop him from continuing to sell fried rice. Anyway, he was only busy around lunchtime and could earn some extra money. In the future, Violet would sell braised flavors, while he would continue frying eggs for fried rice. In the evening, they would operate a barbecue business together. Sometimes when Mason didn't have class, he could also come over to help. Mason knew that they just wanted to make more money, so he left them alone with their plans, as long as they could handle the workload. When they arrived at Sanha Street, the three of them split up. Shepard rode his bicycle to purchase meats and vegetables for the next day's shop. Back in Zhoushan, he had become skilled at these tasks and knew the prices well, avoiding any chance of being overcharged. Even if the prices in Tianjin City were slightly higher, they wouldn't be too different. The women took care of choosing various dishes, plates, cups, chopsticks, and other utensils for the shop, as well as pots and pans for the kitchen. Opening a long-term business was not like running a tricycle before. They needed to be meticulous with everything, especially since they were catering to students. Mason rode the tricycle to look for tables and chairs everywhere. The shop already had 2 old sets of tables and chairs, which could still be used temporarily, but they needed more. Apart from the kitchen space, there was room outside for approximately 4 1.2-meter square tables and 1 large round table. Mason had already planned the layout in his mind. He eventually stopped at a furniture store that specialized in handmade wooden furniture, where Carloy finished pieces were stacked neatly aside. On the other side, carpenters were working busily, shaving wood shavings and applying oil. Is the boss here? I'd like to buy a few sets of tables and chairs, Mason asked. The carpenters ignored him. Just as he was about to ask again, a tall, thin Carlo stood up from behind the counter. Which style do you want? We have all the latest popular styles, or we can custom make. Cristo, do you have any ready-made items? My family runs a restaurant, and the design requirements aren't high. We just need quality materials, roughly 1.2 meters in length. The tall Carlo immediately smiled. Running a restaurant meant a big deal. Surely he'd buy more than one set. How Carlo-y sets of tables and chairs do you need? I have several styles in stock. Let me show you, the Carlo asked while guiding him to view the goods. Look, these two styles of square tables are in stock. This one is made from high-quality wood with a nice design, priced at 300 yuan per set. This simpler one is more popular and costs 200 yuan per set. Both come with 4 long benches. Which one do you prefer? Mason hadn't expected the tables and chairs to be so expensive. For a business, it wasn't necessary to buy such high-end furniture, so the 200 yuan option seemed reasonable. Cristo, can you give a discount? I'll take 4 sets of square tables and 1 large round table, Mason considered carefully. These are the real prices, the tall Carlo said firmly. Feeling it was a bit pricey, Mason decided to leave and check another shop. Seeing him walk away, the boss was stunned. Wait, what price are you willing to pay? Confused, Mason responded. Didn't you say no discounts? Why can we negotiate now? 150 yuan per set. Mason actually thought the furniture was quite good quality, but it would be wasteful to use it for business purposes. However, without time to wait, they could only choose ready-made items. The tall Carlo sighed painfully. That's a bit too low. I barely make any profit. Can you add a little more? Let me show you our round tables. If you only need one set, there are plenty of choices. What's the cheapest? Mason asked directly. The cheapest one is right there, for 300 yuan. The tall Carlo pointed to a dusty large round table in the corner. Mason thought, you want 300 yuan for unsold dusty items? Who do you think I am? Cristo, 4 square tables and 1 round table, 800 yuan total. If it works, I'll pay right away. If not, I'll look elsewhere. Mason was impatient. He still had a lot to buy. The tall Carlo looked as if he was constipated, knowing Mason was serious. If he refused, Mason would certainly leave. 800 yuan would still be a profit, albeit small. Considering recent poor sales, he decided to clear out some inventory and nodded. All right, consider it today's opening sale. Come back if you're satisfied. Without further ado, Mason counted out 800 yuan and placed it on the counter. The Carlo checked everything over before writing out the receipt and handing it to Mason, leaving the store's address. They would deliver later. At the intersection, Mason noticed a shop selling folding tables and chairs at its entrance. Only then did he remember that he should have bought some folding tables as a backup. When there were 2 Carlo-y people, such folding tables and chairs could be used. The space outside the shop was quite large, so they could be placed anywhere, as no one was Carlo-aging this area yet. These tables weren't expensive, costing only 50 yuan each. Mason waved his hand generously, took 6, and haggled with the boss, finally agreeing on a price of 260 yuan. Mason then went to a maze place and bought 50 small plastic stools at wholesale prices. Though household goods business transactions might be one-off deals, the relationship remained strong. Thanks to him, Amaze made a lot of sales this time and earned a decent amount. After buying the tables and chairs, Mason also purchased 2 brand new barbecue grills and half a truckload of charcoal, along with several boxes of skewers, all at wholesale prices which were quite cheap. Finally, he needed various spices and condiments for both braised flavors and barbecue recipes. Mason found the largest shop and bought everything in one go. He negotiated with the boss for long-term supplies at wholesale prices and stocked up enough for nearly a month. By the time he finished shopping, the tricycle was already fully loaded, so he had to return home to unload it first before coming back to pick up his parents. When he returned, Shepard had already finished his shopping, pushing his bicycle loaded with packages and waiting by the cookware store for Violet. Violet was talking fluently with the cookware store owner. Seeing the owner's helpless expression, Violet smiled triumphantly and paid the money. Abdullahi and son quickly helped to move the items. Why did you take so long? The tricycle was full, so I had to go back once to unload. Violet directed them, moving items from one shop to another until everything was loaded onto the tricycle. Mason was exhausted. Marion, what did you buy? So much. All useful things. Violet smiled awkwardly, admitting she hadn't realized how much she had bought. Chapter 52. Ice Chest, Classmates. Because these items were too heavy, Mason switched bicycles with Shepard halfway through the trip. Back at the shop, it was non-stop moving again. Fortunately, he wouldn't have to deal with the following tasks. Violet and Shepard would handle them. His job was to prepare the barbecue seasonings first and try out the recipe for braised flavors. He planned to cook a pot in the evening to taste it. Violet and Shepard cleaned up the kitchen. They had to get someone to fill their newly purchased gas stove with gas, and all the pots, pans, and utensils needed to be washed twice before use. The two of them were busily occupied. Mason immersed himself in his task, mixing various spices according to the ratios given in the braised flavor recipe to make a perfect bag of seasoning. Then, he found some of the ingredients Shepard had bought that day, washing and preparing them. Lotus root, black fungus, seaweed, tofu skin, duck head, duck neck, duck wings, duck feet, duck carcass, duck gizzards, chicken wing tips, chicken legs. Mason fetched a new large pot, put all the meat in it, added green onions, ginger, and cooking wine for blanching, and then began preparing the braising liquid. Preparing a good braising broth is crucial when making braised flavors. He filled the large pot with 2/3 water, added the prepared spice packet, salt, monosodium glutamate, MSG, Sichuan peppercorns, dried chili peppers, ginger, garlic, oil, and cooking wine. Once brought to a boil, he simmered on low heat for 10 minutes, and the braising liquid was ready. With the preparation of the braised flavors half complete, the next step was the actual braising. Controlling the braising time for each ingredient is key to achieving perfectly colored, fragrant, and flavorful dishes. For instance, duck heads required about 30 minutes of braising. Duck feet only needed 15 minutes. Duck necks took a bit longer, around 40 minutes, and duck gizzards, carcasses, and wings could be fished out after 23 minutes. After braising the meats, he then added the vegetables, which required even shorter braising times. Once everything was braised, he let the broth cool down and poured all the braised ingredients into it for soaking. Soaking for at least an hour, or even overnight, would intensify the flavors. While Mason was working on the braised flavors, Violet and Shepard kept checking in from time to time, almost wanting to stick their eyes into the pot. The aroma made their mouths water. They had to distract themselves with other chores. Old ice chests, cheap. As they were busy, they heard this announcement over a loudspeaker outside. Mason suddenly stood up and rushed out to stop Briar. Do you sell ice chests? It was a middle-aged Carlo. Yes, are you buying? My store is at the end of the street, and it hasn't been doing well. I'm planning to close it. The used ice chest has been hard to sell, so I'm calling out to see if anyone needs one, the Carlo explained. Just when you need something, it comes knocking. Mason had been considering this very issue. They needed to freeze ingredients for their business, especially since the braising broth spoils easily if left out. A new ice chest costs around 8 or 900 yuan at the mall, which his parents would find too expensive. He planned to buy one without telling them first. Unexpectedly, someone was selling a second-hand ice chest. Ice chests were quite expensive in this era due to limited technology, let alone refrigerators with freezing capabilities, which cost even more. What's the price of the ice chest? Can I take a look? Seeing his genuine interest, the Carlo didn't quote an exorbitant price. I bought it for over 800 yuan, but I'll give it to you at half price, 500 yuan, after using it for half a year. You can check it out. Should we go now? The Carlo gestured for him to follow. Sure, I'm genuinely interested. After inspecting the ice chest, we can discuss the price. Mason led Violet along with the Carlo. At the end of the street, they finally stopped. This is the place. The Carlo led the way inside and pointed out the prominently placed ice chest. Mason opened it to inspect. Its size was just right to fit into the corner of their kitchen. It looked quite new and clean, with excellent cooling perforcarless for its age. Satisfied, Mason nodded, and Violet began haggling skillfully with the middle-aged Carlo. They eventually agreed on a price of 400 yuan. Though it drained most of their emergency cash, Violet felt it was worth it. The Carlo was kind enough to deliver it using his own small cart. The new big item intrigued Shepard and Violet, who studied it with curiosity, even forgetting about the braised flavors. The freshly prepared braised flavors smelled potent, but clearly lacked depth and taste. Mason soaked the braised ingredients in the pot and instructed his parents on how to arrange the store once the furniture delivery arrived. Tobias had visited him earlier, saying there was a class meeting at 4 p.m. in the auditorium of building number 1. Perhaps he came at the wrong time, as Mason was out shopping and thus missed him. Cannon asked the landlady of the neighboring breakfast shop to inform Mason. Mason hurried to the large classroom as fast as he could, and by the time he arrived, almost everyone had gathered. Under the gazes of his classmates, Mason walked unhurriedly to the first row and sat down. The wall clock in the auditorium showed it was exactly 4 o'clock. He wasn't late. The counselor standing on the podium cleared her throat and said, "Hello, students of Economics Class 1. I am your counselor. My name is Alana. We will spend the next 4 years together. If you have any difficulties in life or study, feel free to come to me." As sweet as her name suggested, this counselor indeed looked very sweet with her neatly cut short hair that made her resemble a student when she wasn't speaking. Her voice was especially sweet. There are a total of 35 students in our class, with 23 males and 12 females. In the following time, starting from here, each of you will take turns to introduce yourselves on stage so we can get to know each other. A carlotatory routine for the start of the school term, self-introductions. Bored, Mason turned around to glance around. Sure enough, the classes were divided based on the order of registration. The boys from his dormitory and the neighboring ones were all in the same class since they were among the earliest arrivals. So if Xena came with the same batch, she might be in this class too? Mason pretended not to care as he looked in the direction of the girls. Without much effort, Mason spotted Xena standing out like a crane among chickens among the dozen or so girls. She was wearing a pink dress today with her hair tied up high, looking particularly youthful and vibrant. Mason's eyes couldn't focus on anyone else. They were filled only with Xena's image. Xena noticed someone staring at her boldly and frowned to look, only to find it was Mason. Her expression instantly changed from cloudy to sunny. This guy hadn't been seen for several days and almost missed the class meeting, yet no one knew where he went. His parents had even invited him for dinner. How annoying. Seeing that she had noticed him, Mason smiled brightly. They were classmates again. Look, he and Xena still had great chemistry. Chapter 53, Brother Three-Wheeler, let's have dinner together tonight. Mason's smile was clean and sincere, captivating the few girls sitting beside Xena, who thought he was smiling at them. They didn't expect such a clean-cut handsome guy to be in their class. He looked so good, just like Alec. You think so too? I thought it was only me. He is a bit dark-skinned, but if he were a little lighter, he'd look even more like him. Jonathan standing to her dormitory mates discussing, Xena felt uncomfortable, as if someone had taken away what belonged to her, giving her an unpleasant feeling. Where is he handsome? She said sullenly. But she had to admit that Mason used to be slim and small, wearing old-fashioned and shabby clothes, always walking with his head down, rarely smiling. His appearance seemed much less impressive because of this gloomy look. Now, although not tall and big, Mason looked healthy and fit, dressed in a clean white short-sleeve shirt and blue jeans. His hair hadn't been cut for a long time and was slightly long, styled in a popular 3 to 7 parting. He appeared confident and sunny, full of enthusiasm, youthful and carefree, with a smile that was radiant like a little sun, shining brightly. Such a naturally outstanding appearance was now magnified to tenfold, indeed resembling a star on a poster. Soon, Mason, sitting in the front row, was called up to introduce himself. He stood up gracefully and walked onto the stage. Hello everyone, my name is Mason, from Joshan City. Before he could finish, some boys in the audience started teasing, haha, Brother Three-Wheeler. We already know you. Confused, Mason asked, Brother Three-Wheeler, do you guys know me? The most vocal boy stood up to explain. It turned out Mason's family had recently become famous on the food street for selling daily necessities. As he rode around on his three-wheeler every day, providing enthusiastic service at reasonable prices, Carloe students came to know him by his nickname, Brother Three-Wheeler. None of them expected that this Brother Three-Wheeler was actually a genuine college student. Well, thank you all for supporting our business, Mason said after understanding the situation, finding it rather amusing. Since we're on the topic, let me take this opportunity to advertise my family shop again. Our shop is located at number 42 Ho High Street, mainly doing braised flavors and barbecue business. Our egg fried rice is especially delicious. Our classmate Zena has tasted it. You can ask her. It's really yummy. Everyone is welcome to come and try. Mention my name for a 20% discount. The self-introduction turned into a commercial advertisement, making everyone laugh, including the counselor, Alana, who couldn't help but smile. How wonderful youth was. Everyone was looking around to see who Zena was. Some cared about whether the food was tasty, and whether the 20% discount for mentioning his name was real. Zena clenched her hands, her face slightly frowning. Why did Mason involve her in his advertisement? Really? Her dormitory mate whispered, are you old classmates? Is there any conflict between you two? No wonder you said he wasn't handsome earlier, but is the food really that delicious? Unexpectedly, the counselor Alana also teased, who is Zena? With no choice, Zena stood up puffing her cheeks. Teacher, I'm Zena. Is the food at his place delicious? Everyone asked together. Mason looked at Zena affectionately. Anyone could tell there was something between these two. Alana, being experienced, understood that Mason mentioned Zena to make a statement, letting the boys in the class know that Zena was under his protection. So she intentionally played along. Though university should focus on studies, having a sweet relationship was also quite enjoyable. Zena's face blushed slightly, pulling on her skirt shyly. Finally, she mustered up the courage to lift her head. His egg fried rice is super delicious, and his grilled skewers are absolutely exquisite. Everyone should really go and try. I strongly recommend it. Only heaven knew how she Carloaged to say those words. Zena seemed conflicted. Although she found it embarrassing for him to advertise during such an occasion, her feelings towards Mason were complicated. However, when questioned by everyone, she felt proud of him, saying those things wholeheartedly, sincerely, and truthfully. Everyone seemed touched by her genuine description and began whispering among themselves. Goddess, what a beautiful girl. She made it sound so real, I believe her. What's the relationship between that guy on stage and her? They must be boyfriend and girlfriend, right? Is it really that good? We should try it tomorrow. Braised flavors and barbecue? Can they be good? What's so special about egg fried rice? Exactly. She made it sound so real. Those who doubted Mason's skills never imagined that one day they would be proven wrong and wish they could lick their plates clean. Cough. Since classmate Zena has spoken so highly of you, I'll give you a hand too. Really 8% off if we mention your name? Alana Guyi teased Mason. Absolutely 8% off, Mason said with a grand wave of his hand, looking incredibly generous. After this incident, Mason and Zena became well known throughout the class. After the self-introduction, Alana organized the boys in the class to go to the office to move the books and distribute them to everyone. Additionally, each person received a course schedule for this semester. Lastly, there was an announcement. Starting tomorrow morning, you will undergo 2 weeks of military training on the outer playground. Wake up at 6 tomorrow morning and attend the training on time. Furthermore, the election for class officers will be held after the military training. Students who want to run for class officer should make sure to show their best during this period. For a moment, the classroom was filled with complaints. 2 weeks? So long? The weather is so hot. I finally Carloaged to get my skin lighter during the holiday. It will darken again. This was from a beauty-conscious girl. My goodness, 6 o'clock? I'll still be dreaming. As soon as Alana dismissed the class, Mason got up and walked toward Zena. This time, Zena's dormitory mates did not mistakenly think he was looking at them. They all stood up to make way for him, saying things like, remember, 8% off. What's your relationship with our Zena? Faced with their teasing, Mason simply smiled and passed by. Seeing him coming over, Zena suddenly remembered her parents' instructions. In recent days, they had toured Tianjin thoroughly and bought tickets to return to Zhoushan the next day. Before leaving, they wanted to invite Mason and his family for dinner to express their gratitude since Mason saved Zena without asking for anything in return. Would you like to have dinner together tonight? Both of them said simultaneously. Both laughed after saying it. The classmates around them also heard and began to cheer them on. Oh, you two are going on a date? Where are you going to eat? Have dinner together tonight. Someone even echoed. Chapter 54 Conflict, Treating Guests. The more they explained, the worse it seemed. Both of them remained silent on the matter, understanding each other without further explanation. Mason easily carried 2 bundles of books as he walked ahead. Zena followed briskly with empty hands. Looking at his classmate puffing and panting, struggling to carry his own books, Zena suddenly felt that Mason had a few advantages after all. At least it saved him from the same awkwardness. Mason is so impressive. I can barely Carloage 1 stack of books, but he carries both stacks effortlessly. Truly worthy of being Brother Xuanhuan. How fortunate Zena is, having someone carry his books for him. As they reached the entrance of the teaching building, Mason put the books down, asking Zena to watch over them. Then he squeezed through the cluster of bicycles, precisely locating his own bike. He unlocked it and easily lifted it over his head, hoisting it out among the bikes with ease. Other students waited for the bicycles outside to disperse before getting their own, casting admiring glances. None of them could lift a bicycle single-handedly, so they waited patiently. A boy named Brad also had his bike locked inside. Seeing how Mason retrieved his bike. Hey, my bike is in there too. Could you help me get it out? Brad said imperiously with an impeccably groomed hairstyle. Mason laughed at his tone. What should have been a humble request sounded like a righteous decarlet, as if helping him was a favor granted. Mason put 1 stack of books into the basket at the front of the bike and carried the other in his hand. He replied calmly, Hey, do we know each other? With everyone's envious eyes on him, Mason rode off with Zena, not caring about appearing unfriendly. Even if he wanted to be friendly, Mason wouldn't help. There were 2 Carlo-y classmates to assist individually. It would create endless obligations. Besides, this person lacked Carlo-ness. During self-introductions, Brad had been disgustingly smug, boasting that he was from Tianzhou City and his family ran a business. His parents even opened a store near the school to make his schooling convenient. Their store was the largest on the food street, far bigger than some others, naturally implying Mason's. Both families operated stores on Food Street, and this similarity did not sit well with Brad. Mason's response made Brad's face turn red and pale alternately. Kid, you just wait. You'll see. Brad, being a local from Tianzhou City, and with his family's financial backing, had already formed a small clique within a few days of the start of the semester. They cursed Mason while waiting for the crowd to disperse. This guy dares to disrespect Brother Lou. Does he have guts, or what? What kind of comparison is there between their little shop and Brother Lou's? But he does have some skills. He'll humiliate himself during military training tomorrow. Brad smirked at the mention of military training, as if scheming something devious. His companions weren't giving him any face either. This kid is way too bold. Haha, look at how oilhead Brad's face changed. Whoever he talks to like that wouldn't help either. I kind of like Mason's attitude. He knows how to say no to bad elements. Mason remained oblivious to the comments behind his back, riding leisurely with his crush through the campus. This was a dream come true for him. Xena felt a bit awkward. It was her first time riding on a boy's bicycle. But Mason rode steadily, and his figure gave off a sense of security. She gradually relaxed and began to admire the scenery around her. We should go to the dorm to drop off the books first, and then go to the guest house to pick up your parents, right? When are they returning to Zhoushan? I'll treat your family to dinner tonight. I cooked a pot of braised dishes at noon. It will be perfect to pair with your father's liquor, Mason chattered ahead. Xena hesitated. Her parents had asked her to treat Mason's family, but now she was the guest. However, since Mason had prepared a meal, it would be a pity if it went to waste. Forget it, whatever. They plan to return tomorrow. They specifically asked me to invite your family for dinner tonight. The 3 members of the Yun family toured various scenic spots in Tianzhou City over these days and hadn't bumped into Mason's family. It was only today that Xena learned that Mason's family had a store on Food Street. Whoever treats us still feeds us. Let's go tell your parents. Pedaling fast, Mason first returned the books to the dormitory and then headed to the guest house to pick up Jack and Karis. When Karis saw the completely transformed Mason, she could hardly recognize him. Are you Xuanhuan? Oh, you look like someone from a fashion magazine. What's his name again? Karis couldn't quite recall it at the moment. Xena was speechless. Her mom really was unreliable sometimes. Thinking of the compliments her classmates had paid to Mason, she chimed in, Andy Lau. Karis clapped her hands together. That's it. So alike. You should have groomed yourself earlier. You look so handsome now. Mason rubbed his head awkwardly. We were poor back then. It seemed Xena hadn't told her mom about his past situation. That was for the best. He didn't want to be looked down upon by his potential Megan-in-law for no reason. Xena gave him a look that said, don't listen to her nonsense. Right, Uncle and Andy, I heard you're going back to Zhoushan tomorrow. Our family would like to treat you to dinner at our small shop tonight. Is that convenient? This can't be right. We should be the ones hosting. Didn't he tell you? I specifically asked her to invite your family for dinner. Jack thought Xena hadn't passed on the message. Uncle, she did mention it. Here's the thing. I've made a pot of braised dishes this afternoon, which will go perfectly with your drink. EE and Andy have tasted my cooking before in Zhoushan, but you haven't. I'd love for you to come over. Mason explained carefully. When Karis heard that he had cooked it himself, her eyes lit up. You know how to make braised dishes? Annie must try it. Lao Yun. Karis looked at Jack with pleading eyes. At home, she had often praised Mason's barbecue skills, saying they were unparalleled. Jack knew his wife's foodie nature was kicking in and reluctantly agreed. All right, but since you've prepared the dishes, let me handle the wine. Just so happens, I bought 2 bottles of Maodai. Your father can have a few good drinks. Mason didn't hesitate and gladly accepted. Sure, let's go then. They chatted and laughed all the way to Sanha Street. Chapter 55 Ambiguity. Before leaving, Mason had mentioned that he wanted to invite Xena's family over for a casual dinner. So, the couple, Shepard and his wife, had already prepared the ingredients they would need for the evening meal. They had just bought a freezer, so they processed the meat they bought today, skewered it with bamboo sticks, and froze it in the refrigerator for easy access whenever needed, which could also be useful for their business. The furniture delivery had just arrived and arranged the furniture. When Mason brought 3 people over, the couple was cleaning up, wiping new tables and chairs. Seeing the guests arrive, Violet immediately came out to welcome them and invited them to sit down. Karis sized up the small shop. Sister Jonathan, congratulations. Having your own store now, business must be booming. Thank you. Hongmei, come in and have a seat quickly. Jack congratulated them too, raising 2 bottles of Maodai in his hand. Brother Jonathonu, shall we have a couple of drinks today? Shepard smiled heartily. No problem at all. Please come in and sit down. They invited them to sit around the large round table. Violet hurriedly served peaches and plums she had washed. Your store is really nice, with a living space upstairs, Karis said with a smile. Violet quickly showed her around. The adults exchanged pleasantries. Mason took Xena to the kitchen. As soon as she entered, Xena caught the aroma wafting from the food. Wow, it smells so good. Mason opened the pot lid of braised flavors, the aroma bursting forth. Seeing her peek inside like a curious cat, he quickly fished out a duck claw for her to taste. As Xena ate, she said, it's so delicious. Mason tried a piece of kelp knot. The flavor was decent, well seasoned. Longer marinating might make it even better, but it was almost time to eat. He drained all the braised foods and laid them out to dry. Then, he moved a new barbecue grill into the courtyard, started a fire, and began preparing grilled food for everyone. Xena followed him through the whole process. Although she couldn't help much, passing items helped, and they cooperated quite well. With the fire ready, the adults finished chatting and were ready to enjoy the meal. Mason led Xena, bringing out the dried braised snacks on plates. Since there were Carlo-y varieties of braised foods, there were about 10 small dishes of different sizes. Lotus root, black fungus, kelp, tofu skin, duck head, duck neck, duck wings, duck claws, duck frame, duck gizzard, chicken wing tips, chicken legs. There were 2 flavors for braised food given by the system, spicy and soy flavored. Today, he made the spicy flavor since people in Zhoushan generally enjoyed spiciness. Uncle, aunt, mom, dad, Xena, try the flavors. The store plans to sell these braised snacks. Please give me some advice. All of these are spicy flavors. Just the smell makes my mouth water. Sister Jonathan, you're so lucky. Xuanhuan excels in studies and cooks delicious food. His future wife will be so blessed. Karis chatted aimlessly. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Xena nudged her Megan under the table, trying to stop her from talking randomly. Mason saw this and held back laughter. It seemed his future Megan-in-law was quite satisfied with him. No wonder they say to win someone's heart, start with their stomach. Though Violet was proud of her son, she still remained modest. Haha, don't praise him too much, or he'll get a big head. Yes, keep praising and I'll get cocky. You guys start eating. I'll go grill some skewers for you. Uncle hasn't tried my grilled meat yet. Xuanhuan, have something first. There's so much food on the table, Jack called out to him. Uncle, eat first. I'm not idle either. He then put a bite of black fungus in his mouth and headed to the storefront to grill. Violet smiled. Let him be. Let's eat. Shepard uncorked the wine and poured a glass for Jack. Right, try what Steven cooked. Although all the dishes were cold, they suited everyone's appetite perfectly in this hot summer. Jack tasted a piece of duck gizzard, amazed by its texture and flavor. Dense, chewy, crispy, satisfyingly spicy. Being more reserved, he only complimented briefly before stopping. But Karis, tasting each dish, offered continuous praise without end. These duck wings are so big and full of meat. They're spicy but not too hot, juicy and tender with every bite. The duck head is perfectly seasoned. The meat falls off easily when you nibble. I rarely ate duck necks before, but it turns out they are delicious after being braised. The meat close to the bone is so fragrant, making you want to keep gnawing. It turned into a praise session led by Karis. Xena could hardly bear watching. Her Megan really went overboard. She had already been fed some snacks by Mason in the kitchen and ate a few bites after they were served. Although everything was delicious, she kept thinking about how Mason was busy outside and couldn't eat. She quietly got up, took a clean plate, and brought some easy-to-eat braised snacks to the door for Mason. Mason was wearing an apron, holding a skewer in each hand, busy grilling. Seeing her approach, he hurriedly said, "Stand back a bit. Be careful not to get oil on your dress." Xena paid no mind, indicating the plate in her hand. "Have something to eat too?" "Both my hands are full. You go ahead and eat first. I'll join you once I finish grilling these." Xena looked at his busy hands and, after thinking it over, picked up the chopsticks, skewered a bite of food, and offered it to him. Mason looked at the blushing, exceptionally serious girl, his heart fluttering endlessly. Doesn't this mean she finds me somewhat special? He devoured the mouthful of love. "Thank you." Xena smiled shyly. Although she was often scatterbrained, today's experience made her realize that Mason held a unique place in her heart. When other women praised him for being handsome, she felt both agreement and a pang of jealousy. Seeing him coolly stand up to Brad, she thought he was incredibly awesome. Men should be like this. Earlier, when faced with her parents' teasing, her immediate reaction was denial. Now, she hesitated. She wasn't sure when it started, but she couldn't look him in the eye without blushing. Seeing everyone else eating while he worked alone, she felt uneasy and wanted to accompany him. These signs made her realize she might be falling for him. Not love yet, but certainly attracted. Xena had always been one to go with the flow, and this time was no different. She would just follow her heart. Outside, the two young people were sweet and intimate, one grilling meat, the other feeding. To the four inside, it seemed like a beautiful scene. Karis nudged Jack with her eyes. "Look at your daughter. You still say she isn't interested. In just a few days, she's gotten so close to him." Jack shook his head, lamenting how grown-up daughters are hard to keep. Violet wore a Meganly smile, utterly delighted by this cozy picture of the young couple. Though the future was uncertain, as long as her son was happy, she was content. "Xena is such a good girl, pretty, kind-hearted, and smart. Indeed, our Steven is handsome, skilled, and a great cook. He will definitely be a good Carlo." The two Megans couldn't help but compliment each other. Chapter 56, Calligraphy Master Jeffrey. Mason's barbecue was almost ready. He casually sprinkled some special seasoning on it, and instantly, a mouth-watering aroma spread through the air. "What's that delicious smell? Wow, it smells so good." In an instant, people nearby smelled it. The noodle shop owner next door peered over. Jonathanu, what are you making? It smells so good." Owners of neighboring shops also turned to look over. A few days ago, when Mason did business in daily necessities, he attracted a large number of customers, which also benefited the neighboring shops. Though they were quite envious of the continuous stream of customers at Mason's place, they were also grateful to the Jonathanu family for bringing prosperity even before school started, thus maintaining a good relationship with them. "Landlady, we're in the barbecue business. Here, try these 2 skewers of barbecued meat. If you like it, please come and patronize us more often." Saying this, he handed 2 skewers of barbecued pork belly to the landlady. The landlady felt somewhat embarrassed but took them after seeing his sincerity, wiping her hands on her apron before accepting. "Well, I won't say no then. Drop by for noodles another day." At that moment, she had no idea that these pieces of barbecued meat would win her over, making her a regular customer at the Jonathanu family shop. The noodle shop landlady happily shared the 2 skewers of barbecued pork belly with her husband. "It's from Jonathanu next door. It really does smell great. Why take advantage of him like that? Later, send a bowl of noodles over. Meat isn't cheap, especially such big pieces," the husband said while kneading dough, taking a bite of the pork belly offered by his wife. An explosion of flavors, spicy, numbing, fresh, and savory, burst on his tongue. They looked at each other. This taste, incredibly fragrant. The boss put down the dough and devoured the skewer in a few gulps, relishing every bite. With little education, the best compliment he could muster was utterly delicious. The flavor of the barbecue was just right. Almost instantly, they fell in love with the taste. Meanwhile, back at Mason's stall, he had just placed the prepared skewers onto a plate. "Young Carlo, give me 20 skewers from here and a bottle of beer," said an elderly Carlo with graying hair, pointing at the skewers on the plate. He casually unfolded a foldable table at the entrance of the shop, found a plastic stool, and sat down, catching both Mason and Xena off guard. "What's going on with this elderly person?" Hello, we haven't started business today. These skewers are for our own consumption. Please come again tomorrow," Mason politely replied. As soon as Mason finished speaking, the mechanical voice of the system rang in his mind. The system has detected a calligraphy master near the host. Signing in now may grant calligraphy skills. Do you want to sign in? He had forgotten to sign in today, but this kind of prompt was unprecedented. What's happening? A calligraphy master? Is it this old Carlo in front of me? Forget it. Sign in first. Host signed in near a calligraphy master, obtaining 50 years of calligraphy master experience, already distributed automatically. As the system's message faded, Mason felt something new appear in his mind. But he didn't have time to think about it because the elderly Carlo was talking to him. "Young Carlo, see, we must have some connection. I walked here and caught a whiff of your delicious barbecue. Can you make an exception and serve me one meal?" He appeared approachable and polite. The elderly Carlo's name was Jeffrey, a renowned calligraphy master and a professor of Chinese literature at Tianzhou University. Apart from calligraphy, he loved all kinds of food. Just now, walking nearby, he caught the scent of something incredibly aromatic and followed it here. "What's going on?" Violet saw the two conversing with an elderly Carlo and hurried out to ask. "Marion, this guest thought we were open for business today and wants me to cook him a meal. The smell is so irresistible that I couldn't help coming over. If I can't eat today, I fear I won't be able to sleep all night," Jeffrey praised while playing up his eagerness, looking pitifully at Mason's plate with eyes full of craving. His act successfully brought a smile to Violet's face. She was always respectful to the elderly and cared for them. "Oh, it's nothing. If you don't mind, join us for a meal? My son's cooking is excellent. You'll surely want more once you try it." Violet was always generous to anyone who praised her son's culinary skills. Jeffrey initially only wanted a few skewers to taste, but he hadn't expected Violet to warmly invite him to dine together. This made him a bit embarrassed, but faced with such delicious food, he wouldn't hesitate. "Thank you very much." Although Mason felt somewhat helpless at his Megan's derurching halkura, he didn't say anything, just smiled and invited Xena to sit down. The large round table for 10 was still spacious, and Jeffrey found an empty chair next to Shepard and sat down. Everyone showed great tolerance toward this elderly Carlo who had suddenly appeared to share their meal. They all encouraged him to eat and drink freely. Violet fetched a new set of utensils for him. After asking about his alcohol tolerance, Shepard filled his cup with wine. Karis enthusiastically explained the flavors of these braised dishes to help him choose. Jeffrey hadn't expected that coming out just to find something to eat would lead him to meet such kind-hearted people. It made him feel warmly welcomed. Moreover, the delicious aroma from the table of food was as enticing as the barbecued skewers. He thanked them and eagerly picked up a pair of chopsticks, taking some lotus root slices. The crisp and tender lotus root slices were soaked in the braising sauce, and with one bite, they were spicy, numbing, fresh, and savory, while also preserving the natural fragrance of the lotus root. The lingering aftertaste was unforgettable. Jeffrey enjoyed each dish slowly, praising each one poetically. Compared to Karis's previous flattery, his compliments were so rich in meaning that they seemed far more impressive and profound. Indeed, intellectuals have countless ways to express how delicious something is. The whole table forgot about eating and watched him savor the food intently. Jeffrey praised genuinely. Though he loved eating all his life, today's braised flavors truly astounded him. The taste was perfect, not too much or too little, just right. The impeccable deliciousness. When it came to the last barbecue skewer, Mason even took the cooled skewers outside to reheat them. Finally, the old Carlo tasted the delectable flavor that had attracted him earlier. "This moment, I'd trade nothing in my life for it. Come, let's raise our glasses. I toast to all of you." Everyone laughed and raised their glasses. The men drank wine, the women drank juice, and Mason could have some but didn't overindulge considering he had things to do the next day. Because of the exquisite feast, everyone felt closer. They savored the delicious food and talked about life. Mason added barbecue skewers twice before everyone was fully satisfied. Later, there were others who asked if the barbecue skewers were for sale, but none of them were as interesting as this old gentle Carlo. Chapter 57. Inscription, Wingxiangju. After a hearty meal, Jeffrey was also ready to leave. "Thank you all for your hospitality. This meal will be unforgettable for my entire life. Here is all the money I have on me. Consider it payment for today's feast." Jeffrey took out all his money from his inner pocket and placed it on the table. Though dining with strangers, this was the best, most comfortable and heartwarming meal he had enjoyed in years, and he felt it was worth any amount of money. A cursory glance revealed several $100 bills on top, with some loose change inside. No matter how much Violet loved money, she couldn't charge an elderly gentle Carlo hundreds of dollars just for eating some dishes. So she pushed the money back generously. "Sir, forget about the money. We've shared a bit of fate. Consider this our thanks for helping us test our dishes." Jeffrey understood their hesitation and glanced around, suddenly saying, "If I'm not mistaken, your restaurant doesn't seem to have a name yet?" Violet slapped her thigh. "Oh right, we almost forgot about that." Mason also realized then that his family's restaurant still didn't have a name, while neighboring shops already had signboards hanging outside. "What a coincidence," Jeffrey said happily. "This is quite a coincidence. I can write a few characters. How about I inscribe a name for you as payment for the meal?" He was being modest. Normally people came bearing money, and he might not even accept their requests. While not every word was worth 1,000 gold, each character surely fetched 1,000 yuan. Today, however, Jeffrey felt inspired and wanted to inscribe something to express his gratitude. Violet didn't understand. She thought to herself that the old Carlo might be tipsy. Who couldn't write? Even her son could do it. Why would they need his writing? Mason, on the other hand, knew well that this elderly gentle Carlo must be a renowned calligraphy master, and the experience he gained earlier must have come from him. Having such a calligraphy master inscribe a name for their small shop was an opportunity too good to miss. He quickly said, "That would be wonderful. Our shop really needs one. Thank you so much, sir. I'll go get the paper and ink." Violet and Shepard were puzzled by their son's elated state, but didn't ask too Carlo-y questions. Zena's family was equally confused by Mason's attitude, watching the interaction between the old and young Carlo closely. Mason quickly returned from a stationery shop with a medium set of brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, spending over 200 yuan. He laid the rice paper on a clean square table, secured it with paperweights, and began grinding the inkstick. Jeffrey did not disdain the ordinary tools. Seeing his proper handling, he assumed the Carlo had practiced before, so he let him proceed. "What do you want to call it?" Violet and Shepard shook their heads, looking at their son. "Let's follow Steven's suggestion." Mason, poor at naming things, couldn't think of anything good either. "I can't think of anything good right now either. Perhaps you could help us come up with a name." He laughed sheepishly. Hearing this, Jeffrey pondered. "How about xuanhuan? One can smell the aroma from afar, and it was indeed the aroma that attracted me here. This name couldn't be more fitting. Everyone thought it was a great name." "That sounds good. Pretty nice." The old Carlo is skilled at naming. Thus, the name xuanhuan was settled. Jeffrey washed his hands meticulously and then sat down calmly to write. The ordinary-looking elderly Carlo instantly exuded a different aura once he picked up the pen, his presence powerful. With graceful strokes, each character displayed the writer's serene yet potent demeanor. The parents were fine. Since they knew little about calligraphy, they only felt it looked impressive without knowing why exactly. Mason and Zena, however, were captivated. Mason, having received 50 years of calligraphy experience from Jeffrey, felt numerous insights and perspectives emerge naturally in his mind as he watched the characters form. Each character seemed to embody the writer's thoughts and wisdom, a product of a serene mindset, truly perfect. As for Zena, having practiced calligraphy for a few years and receiving guidance from renowned masters, she immediately recognized the elder's brilliance. The strokes were both simple and profound, perfectly showcasing the writer's unique personality, a visual feast. When Jeffrey finished, she moved closer to observe. Clearly satisfied with his work, Jeffrey nodded and smiled. Examining the inscription, Zena asked, "Excuse me, are you Master Jeffrey?" Jeffrey hadn't expected someone to recognize him from just a few characters and found it interesting. "Not bad, little girl." Zena had previously studied calligraphy, and during that time, she had copied the works of several of the most famous living masters. She felt a sense of familiarity, and it took her quite some time to recall whose style this was, Jeffrey's. "Your calligraphy is truly delightful to behold," she couldn't help but praise, like an admiring fan who had just caught a glimpse of a star. The old Carlo and the young Carlo exchanged a smile. Although Mason had inherited Jeffrey's experience in calligraphy, he did not know much about the Carlo's life, so he found it hard to empathize with them. Only after Zena explained did they realize that the ordinary-looking elder before them held such an extraordinary identity. Many calligraphers were only praised after their death, but few living calligraphers received as much admiration and love as Jeffrey. Everyone felt a deep respect for the elder before them. Violet treasured the inscription, thinking that a renowned calligrapher had personally named and inscribed their little shop. This was indeed a precious treasure that should be properly framed and passed down to future generations. Seeing that they now knew his identity, Jeffrey did not hesitate to sign his name and stamp it with the seal he always carried. With this seal, the value of the inscription skyrocketed even higher. A master calligrapher personally naming and inscribing a small, obscure restaurant. It would be a rare piece that might fetch thousands or even tens of thousands if sold, but they would never sell it. Mason gazed at the inscription, his eyes shining with admiration. Seeing his appreciative expression, Jeffrey thought he must understand calligraphy and kindly asked him what he felt about the work. Mason expressed his immediate feelings honestly, which were mostly derived from Jeffrey's own experience. But Jeffrey didn't know that. After hearing it, he was stunned, never expecting the young Carlo to share similar feelings with him. Chapter 58. Becoming a disciple. Out of mutual appreciation, Jeffrey asked, "Young Carlo, how Carlo-y years have you been learning calligraphy? Which famous teacher did you study under?" Mason awkwardly scratched his head. "I've never studied calligraphy, and I don't have a calligraphy teacher." xuanhuan, Violet, listening to Mason's words, felt a twinge of pain in their hearts. They knew it was their fault that they had neglected the child. Jeffrey was incredibly surprised. Never studied calligraphy? Yet he could offer such insightful comments just now. This child is not simple. Such talent is rare in a lifetime. "Do you know how to write? Write a few characters for me to see." Jeffrey wanted to guide him. Everyone realized what was happening. They hurriedly laid out new rice paper on the table beside them, preparing for Mason to write. Mason felt like he was being pushed into something beyond his capability. After all, he had never touched a brush before. He clumsily imitated Jeffrey's grip on the brush, dipping it into the ink. xuanhuan. Zena was about to remind him of his incorrect grip when Jeffrey stopped her. He wanted to see if Mason was indeed a raw gem. Mason possessed 50 years of Jeffrey's calligraphy experience, almost mastering calligraphy completely. The only thing lacking was thorough integration. If he were willing to spend more time practicing, it wouldn't take long for him to become another Jeffrey. For the first time writing, he was slightly nervous, but as soon as he picked up the brush, he quickly calmed down, writing freely. Also 3 characters. Wenxiangju, Fragrant Pavilion. Not knowing what to write, he copied the same 3 characters Jeffrey wrote, then put down the brush for everyone to see. Of course, Mason's calligraphy couldn't be compared to Jeffrey's yet. However, both Zena and Jeffrey stared at these characters with solemn expressions, as if facing a formidable opponent. This startled the others. "What's wrong with this?" Violet couldn't help but ask. Zena was the first to ask, "Mason, are you really writing for the first time?" She always thought she had decent talent, but never expected Mason to be even more gifted. His first attempt already showed great vitality. No wonder her calligraphy teacher used to say that effort pales in comparison to talent. After studying for several years, she still couldn't match him. Xena experienced a mix of emotions, feeling happy for Mason while also sad for herself. Jeffrey's expression became even graver. He carefully examined both sets of characters, finding it hard to believe. As a master of calligraphy, he saw deeper insights than Xena. Although these two pieces of writing looked very different on the surface and seemed incomparable, the young Carlo appeared to have written them casually. Yet, Jeffrey saw his own style and soul in Mason's work, which was truly terrifying. Unbelieving, he wrote another piece. Integrity is fundamental. Try again. Jeffrey indicated for him to write once more. Mason knew Jeffrey might have seen something special, but who would know that he had Jeffrey's calligraphy experience? So he confidently wrote the 4 big characters. Integrity is fundamental. With the experience from the first try, he wrote more freely this time, not only capturing the essence but also some of the form. After seeing this, Jeffrey laughed heartily. Marvelous. Who would have thought that this youth, whose grip on the brush was full of flaws, could write such impressive characters on his first try? Most importantly, despite his young age, he seemed to possess the mindset and contemplation of someone who has seen much of life, exuding an ease similar to Jeffrey's. It's often said that youth lacks experience, but this seemed unreasonable when applied to him. Violet and the others were bewildered. But seeing Jeffrey so pleased, they assumed Mason must have done well. In his excitement, Jeffrey asked Xena to give it a try as well. Xena knew this was also a test of her skills, so she tried her best to write. Integrity is fundamental. You have a bit of talent, not bad. But haven't you not practiced for quite a while? Jeffrey praised her with a hint of doubt. Xena actually had good talent, but in comparison to Mason, she seemed less outstanding. To Jeffrey, Mason was like a raw gem, a pristine blank sheet of paper. Getting praise from a master calligrapher, Xena was very happy, but she indeed had put aside calligraphy for a long time. In high school, she sometimes practiced, but later became too busy to continue. Seeing Jeffrey's appreciation for the two children, Jack understood his discernment and timing. Though he knew little about calligraphy, he could seize the opportunity. Boston. She has learned calligraphy for a few years, but stopped for 2 years due to college entrance exams. Both of them are now students majoring in economics at Tianzhou University. If you have the time, could you possibly give these two children some guidance? Jack said sincerely. Inadvertently, this gave Jeffrey a way out for what he wanted to say next. In his heart, Jeffrey had taken a liking to Mason and wanted to take him as a closing disciple. However, as a master calligrapher, it was usually others who begged him to accept disciples. Taking the initiative might make him seem too eager. Jack's words provided the best way out for him. You're both students at Tianzhou University? What a coincidence. I currently teach in the Chinese department. We can often exchange ideas. Jeffrey was surprised. He hadn't expected these two kids to get into Tianzhou University, indicating their good potential, making him even more determined to take on disciples. If you're willing to learn calligraphy, you can study with me. Mason already possessed Jeffrey's calligraphy experience, so in a way, he was like his student, just unaware of it. Moreover, in his previous life, he lacked the money, time, and energy to learn these things. Now that he had the chance to learn systematically from a master, he was quite willing, considering how much free time university students typically have. Xena naturally had no objections either. Her personality was calm, and she enjoyed calligraphy. They immediately said, I am willing. I want to learn. Jeffrey was pleased as he felt around his body, only to realize he didn't bring anything with him today. Embarrassed, he explained, I rushed out today without bringing anything. I'll make up the gifts for you two next time. You're too kind, sir. According to tradition, they should present you with a token of respect. Should we prepare an official ceremony with 3 animals and 9 offerings? Violet remembered that craftsmen used to have formal ceremonies when taking on apprentices in her village, requiring such preparations. However, Jeffrey wasn't particular about these formalities. With his status, he long ago ceased caring about material things. His wealth would last several lifetimes. These are old customs. Times have changed. We don't need to adhere strictly to those traditions. I'll keep the 3 pieces of calligraphy you two wrote as your token of respect. Violet felt a bit embarrassed by the idea of giving her children's calligraphy as a proper gift. So she brought over 2 cups of tea and handed them to Mason and Xena, signaling them to present the tea to their new teacher. The two were about to kneel and offer the tea when Jeffrey stopped them. In modern times, we don't follow the old practices. Just presenting the tea is enough. In name, we are teacher and students, merely traveling companions on the path of life. But you remain yourselves. Mason couldn't help but admire this energetic old Carlo. Such an attitude towards life explained why he was a master. After presenting the tea, Jeffrey took a sip, symbolically confirming their teacher-student relationship. As he left, Jeffrey carefully carried away the 3 pieces of calligraphy written by Mason and Xena, looking like someone who had just discovered treasure. Everyone was somewhat bewildered. Was this old Carlo really a master? Chapter 59. Yuan who can't be woken up. Mason put away the contact information left by his newly minted master and watched him leave. After this meal, no one knew when they would meet again. Karis and Violet said their farewells with lingering affection. Karis solemnly asked Violet to take care of her daughter and left her own home's contact information. Violet also promised to take care of Xena, advising her not to be formal and treat it like home, often coming over for dinner. The two families were as close as one family. Mason sent Xena and her parents back and then went straight back to the dormitory. Jeffrey's message, Mason entrusted to Shepard for safekeeping, instructing him to have it carved into a sign tomorrow, and from now on, their store name would be Wangxiangju. Don't waste the scroll emphasizing integrity, carve it and hang it in the store too. Also, frame these 2 scrolls properly and preserve them well. It was already around 9 o'clock when he returned to the dormitory, and all 3 roommates had finished washing up. Elmer was reading a new book that was issued in the afternoon. Cannon was organizing his things. Yuan was talking to someone using a pager. Third wheel brother is back. Cannon greeted him warmly upon seeing him return. Third wheel brother, I heard you confronted Brad today. He threatened to make your life difficult. You should be careful lately. Elmer reminded him. I know. Mason was prepared for any trouble ahead, confident in his ability to protect himself. Qilin and Elmer had been earning money with Mason these past few days, so their relationship had visibly improved. Yuan hung up the pager and winked at him. You like that girl named Xena, right? Don't let your guard down. I've heard Carlo-y people want to pursue her. Let me know if you need help. In fact, Yuan was also a fan of Xena, but he understood that his admiration was more for an idol, purely respectful. In the afternoon, after learning about Mason and Xena's relationship and realizing how special she was to Mason, Yuan silently withdrew his feelings. Mason didn't expect to have rivals just at the start of the school year. Feeling somewhat helpless, he realized that outstanding people, like a beam of light, attract Carlo-y who are willing to rush towards it. But it didn't matter. He wasn't a moth. He would become an even stronger light, protecting and caring for those around him. I know, thanks. Everything was conveyed in that sentence. Sometimes, male friendships are hard to describe with words. It's all in the moment. After a simple wash, Mason washed his clothes and hung them out to dry before lying down. Having been busy all day, he felt extremely tired, falling asleep almost instantly. Meanwhile, Xena, after returning to the dormitory, was also being interrogated by her roommates. Xuanhuan, come clean. What's your relationship with that, Andy Lau? A short-haired girl with an air of a big sister asked in a mock-serious tone. Xena couldn't help laughing at her comical expression. He's not Andy Lau. He has a name, Mason. I told you already. We're high school classmates. We just happened to get admitted to the same university, so he sometimes takes care of me. Xena spoke honestly. Although they had certain feelings, they hadn't yet made it public. On the surface, they were just classmates. They're not only in the same university, but also the same economics major. He invites you to dinner, helps you carry books, and even rides his bicycle with you. Is this ordinary classmate behavior? Yeah, tell us, what's really going on? Spill it. Sure enough, girls are always gossipy. Xena had no choice but to recount some of her interactions with Mason to satisfy their curiosity, such as his heroic actions on the train. Wow, this Andy Lau is quite impressive. Handsome and can fight, full of chivalrous sentiment. Right. So brave, standing up for justice. Amazing. I think from now on, the heroes in my mind will all have a face, the girl exclaimed, giggling stupidly while cupping her cheeks. People nowadays loved reading Jin Yong's novels, where most protagonists were both handsome and capable fighters. He seems like Guo Jing, and you are the clever Huang Rong. No matter what danger Huang Rong faces, Guo Jing will always appear. This girl had previously commented on Mason's good looks, but now that she knew about his relationship with Xena, she didn't mention it anymore. Xena thought to herself, it does seem that way. Sometimes he acts silly and straightforward, like a simple giant, but he truly cares for her and tries his best to look after her. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but blush slightly, heading to the balcony under the guise of washing up to cool off. Inside, the three girls continued discussing their relationship. The more they talked, the more outrageous their speculations became. But for some reason, Xena didn't feel like refuting them at all. She felt that maybe she liked Mason a little bit. As the wake-up bell rang, Mason sprang up with a fish-like twist. He put on his camouflage uniform and got up to wash up. Qilin and Elmer also slowly climbed out of bed, but Yuan remained unaffected, continuing to snore deeply. After Mason finished washing up, he saw that Yuan was still sleeping. Yuan, wake up. I'm up. No matter how he called, this guy acted as if he hadn't heard anything. Qilin and Elmer were already used to it. They had spent more time in the dormitory recently and understood each other's habits. Yuan came from a good family but had no heirs. Jonathan together, he was willing to ask questions without feeling ashamed. There was just one thing. This guy could really sleep. No matter how loud the noise, he slept undisturbed, often until 9 or 10 o'clock. It was hard to imagine how he got through high school. Mason looked at the sleeping figure helplessly. Military training was about to start. If Yuan didn't wake up soon, he would miss breakfast, and it wouldn't be good to be late on the first day of military training. Mason called several more times, but still couldn't wake Yuan. Forget it. Let him sleep. Let's go first, Qilin said after finishing his wash-up. You won't wake him up. We should hurry. We still have time to buy some breakfast and eat while walking, Elmer urged. Mason truly had no way to wake Yuan. Using water wasn't an option. This guy could sleep like a koala. The three went downstairs and passed by the cafeteria, each grabbing 2 big steamed buns and a bag of soy milk. They walked towards the playground, eating as they went. The boys ate quickly, finishing their breakfast by the time they reached the playground. They found their class's platoon, which was almost full. Everyone wore dusty camouflage uniforms, making them hard to recognize, but Mason immediately spotted Xena shining white among the crowd. They exchanged a glance across the crowd. At this moment, the platoon instructor arrived. A tin hut, a line to the right, eyes front, stand at ease. My name is Gale. During the military training, I will be your instructor and responsible for everything. If you have any issues, please report to me. Let's begin roll call. 1, 2, 3, 4, 34. 34? Chapter 60, 21st lap. Gale confirmed that his squad indeed comprised 35 people. No one had taken a sick or personal day, yet someone dared to skip without reason. It seemed he must teach these students a lesson. Otherwise, Carlo-aging them would become increasingly difficult. With a stern face, he asked, can anyone tell me who's missing and why? Qilin and Elmer both looked at Mason. They subconsciously regarded Jonathan as the leader of their dormitory. Mason reluctantly raised his hand. Report, sir. It's Yuan from our dorm who is absent. What happened? Is he ill? Mason hesitated for a few seconds. This reason was awkward to explain. He tried to soften the situation. He overslept. Gale became quite angry upon hearing this. With a darkened expression, he said, as your instructor, my first lesson today is this. Never abandon your comrades. As roommates and fellow soldiers, why did you three not wake him up? Your coldness deserves punishment. 10 laps around the track. Start now, immediately. Qilin felt wronged. The instructor didn't understand the whole story. He raised his hand. Report, sir. We took turns trying multiple times to wake him but couldn't succeed. This shouldn't be blamed on us. Elmer also agreed. Mason felt a bit guilty. He should have insisted on waking Yuan up once more, even forcefully if necessary. If this were a real battlefield, they would have abandoned their comrade. Gale wouldn't listen to any explanations. He only cared about the outcome. The result was that the three failed to wait and wake their sleeping comrade, so they deserved the punishment. Start immediately. Any further explanation will add 10 more laps. The three had no choice but to step forward and start running around the track. Xena glanced worriedly in the direction where Mason was heading. She remembered how poorly Mason used to run, often getting dizzy after 2 laps, and once fainted and was sent to the infirmary. She wasn't sure if he could endure 10 laps. Meanwhile, Brad and others watched Mason get punished, smirking secretly. This track was roughly 300 meters per lap, meaning 10 laps equaled 3 kilometers. If it were the old Mason, this would have been almost impossible. However, ever since he practiced strengthening exercises, his health improved daily. Recently, he cycled everywhere to sell goods with no problem. A mere 3 kilometers was nothing to him. Each squad stood at attention on the spot. This was the first step of military training. Everyone on the field saw the three running around the track. At first, they kept pace together, but gradually, the chubby cannon began to fall behind, followed by Elmer who couldn't keep up either, lagging behind Mason. Mason maintained an even pace, lap after lap, without changing his rhythm. This scene left all instructors and students speechless. It was well known that as one runs further, the steps become heavier. It was nearly impossible to maintain one speed unless not giving full effort. When he reached the 8th lap, Cannon and Elmer were only halfway through their 4th or 5th, barely able to catch their breath, walking slowly rather than running. Yet, Mason continued at his steady pace, even asking the two if they were okay, earning him a glare from them. Needless to say, the two grumbled, feeling deeply wronged. They were really harmed by Yuan today, and the thought of 14 more days of training made them shudder if he continued oversleeping. Back in bed, Yuan was finally dragged out by teacher Alana. Upon receiving notification about her student's absence, Alana rushed furiously to the boys' dormitories. However, no matter how she knocked, there was no response. Eventually, the custodian opened the door with a spare key. Yuan slept soundly inside. Alana lost her temper after calling from the doorway for so long with no response. Surely this was intentional. She tried persistently to wake him, just like Mason did that morning, but failed. Without hesitation, she poured water from a cup onto his face. Cold water shocked Yuan awake. Confused, Yuan looked at Alana. Teacher Jonathonu, what are you doing here? Alana couldn't deal with him anymore. Get up now. Do you know your failure to rise has led to 3 of your dorm mates being punished by the instructor? Go see them. Hearing that they were punished, Yuan hurriedly got dressed and ran off. Arriving at the field, he saw Cannon and Elmer lying exhausted on the ground while Mason continued running. In fact, Mason had already finished his share of laps. However, the coach said that since they were a team, it wouldn't count unless all 3 completed their laps, so he volunteered to run the remaining laps for Cannon and Elmer. Though Coach Gale merely intended to teach them a lesson and not to punish them seriously, encountering such rebellious students still made him involuntarily exclaim, "What the hell?" Such physical endurance was truly rare to see. Yuan hurriedly explained to Gale, "Coach, it's my fault. I just can't wake up in the morning no matter what. I'm sorry, please don't make it hard for them." Gale had already learned about this student's situation from Alana and knew he wasn't intentionally oversleeping. Thus, his anger had long dissipated. His initial anger stemmed from assuming their dormitory was causing discord, or that Yuan was deliberately avoiding military training by staying in bed. Since neither was the case, his anger naturally subsided. However, he still told Yuan, "Since you know it was wrong, why don't you catch up? Start running. You're not allowed back until 10 laps are done." So Yuan began running behind Mason. Mason had taken on the additional 11 laps of Cannon and Elmer combined, adding up to 21 laps in total. "Xuanhuan, I'm sorry, I got you all into trouble," Yuan whispered apologetically. Mason glanced at Cannon and Elmer lying on the ground, resting. "Now that you know it was wrong, don't let it happen again." "I'm still okay, but look at Fatso and Elmer. They're exhausted." Mason could forgive, but he hoped this wouldn't happen again. Seeing that Mason didn't blame him, Yuan felt an inexplicable ache inside. "I won't do this again." The two continued running. Yuan's stamina was clearly much better than Cannon's and Elmer's. It seemed he also exercised regularly. For the first 3 laps, he carloaged to keep pace with Mason. Only after the 3rd lap did he gradually slow down. It looked like he could independently complete the 3 kilometers. Mason had to run a total of 21 laps. By the 18th lap, his lips had cracked, and he was parched, desperately craving water. At this moment, all the coaches and students stood outside the track, cheering for him. "Come on. Go, 3rd round brother." Some recognized him. "Keep it up." Although the run started as a punishment, Mason's sports scholarship earned everyone's respect, and they all wanted to see how far he could go. Xena couldn't believe that in such a short time, Mason had transformed from someone who would faint after 2 laps to a long-distance running champion. She truly felt proud of him. Chapter 61, Yi Xiaomin Unshou, a smile erases grievances. Seeing his thirst, Xena found a bottle of water and waited for him on his inevitable path. Mason saw Xena waving to him from afar, raising the bottle of water in her hand. He instantly understood. When he passed by, he grabbed the water bottle and drank it all in one go. The last 2 laps were completed smoothly. The moment he crossed the finish line, cheers erupted throughout the playground as everyone cheered for him. At this moment, whether they knew him or not, everyone admired him. Is this guy a machine? After running, he can still walk? Amazing. 21 laps, wow. Over 6 kilometers. Finished so quickly, super Carlo. 800 meters is my limit. Some speculated that he must have a sports background, otherwise, he wouldn't have such endurance. Once the spectacle was over, coaches from all battalions hurriedly organized their students back into formation, resuming training. The playground quickly returned to an orderly scene. Coach Gale promptly appeared to guide Mason through some recovery exercises. Yuan still had 1 lap left to run. Everyone had already selectively forgotten about him and focused their attention on Mason. Mason, you did well. From now on, all running events in our class's school sports meet will be up to you, said Alana with a smile when she saw he still had the strength to walk. Mason quickly waved his hands. No, 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 Teacher Xuanhuan, please spare me. How about sharing the glory? Alana laughed aloud. It's settled. Mason pouted. Cannon and Elmer had recovered. Thank you, Mason. Cannon thanked him sincerely. He was on the heavier side. There was no way he could finish 10 laps on his own. He appreciated Mason's help. Elmer also patted his back. Good brother, thank you. Mason was actually okay. Apart from being thirsty, everything else was fine. Seeing that he was all right, Xena returned to her formation and continued standing at attention. After completing the final lap, Xuan collapsed on the spot. Pulled up by Gale and given half a bottle of water, he felt better. He knew the three of them had suffered for his sake. With his head down and a look of remorse, he said, sorry. Cannon and Elmer had cooled off considerably and each extended a hand. Xuan stood up with the help of both hands. Consider it a smile erasing grievances. Mason patted him on the shoulder. Don't let it happen again. Xuan chuckled. Okay. Alana and Gale smiled seeing the four young men resolve their internal conflict. Next, the four of them rejoined their ranks and continued training. Brad had hoped this incident would embarrass Mason, but instead, it only boosted his reputation. All freshmen now knew about him. This handsome tricycle vendor from the food street who turned out to be an economics student and a long-distance runner, capable of running 6 kilometers and still walking 2 laps after. Mason became famous among the freshmen. For the rest of the morning, Gale taught them basic drills like standing at attention, standing straight, standing at ease, quick sit-ups, and marching in step. Nothing too difficult. Mason Carlo-aged these effortlessly and was praised multiple times by Gale, even being pulled out as a demonstration. Xena looked at Mason with admiration, her sunburned face glowing. She was teased by her dorm mates. Who was it that said Mason isn't handsome? Today you've become his fan. Not ashamed? Put that smile away. I just like it. What's wrong with that? Xena puffed out her chest proudly. Apart from the scorching sun, the morning passed quickly. Soon it was lunchtime, and each battalion dismissed to eat lunch and rest until the next round of drills at 2 in the afternoon. Mason was worried about the business at the store and his parents handling everything alone. He greeted Xena. If you have time, come over for dinner. I'm going back to help. Then he rode off first. Not that he didn't want to invite her every day, but she has her own life, and Mason didn't want to tie her down. This was the first time hearing Mason call her making her heart flutter. Xena wanted to help him at the store but didn't want to seem too eager, so she watched him right away. Her roommate Weiwei mimicked Mason's tone. If you have time, come over for dinner. Xena irritably swatted her hand away. Hmph. Don't be angry. That's what Mason said. Xena left the 3 roommates behind and followed on her bike. Aunt Jonathan and Uncle Jonathonu treated her so well, and since today was the store's opening day, she had to help out too. Xuan and the other 2 also cycled up. All of them knew about Mason's small shop and wanted to see if there was anything they could help with, and perhaps freeload on a meal. Xuan said he would treat everyone today. When Mason arrived at the store, Violet had just finished simmering the tomato and egg soup. After Mason went home last night, she used the leftover braising liquid left by him and added the seasoning package left by her son to cook 2 large pots of braised snacks before resting. The braised snacks soaked overnight were just right in taste when tasted this morning. Mason directed Shepard to categorize and pack the braised snacks, setting up a table outside the shop to sell. Customers could choose what they needed, weigh it on site, and settle the payment immediately. Speaking of settlement, Mason suddenly remembered he had forgotten to prepare a price list. There was still some Shin paper from yesterday, so he directly found a piece, cut it in half, took a brush pen, wrote down the price list, and posted it at the entrance. Customers buying braised snacks could see it directly. Violet brought a new scale and a small abacus and placed them next to it. Though she wasn't good at mental arithmetic, using an abacus was Carlo-ageable for her. She took charge of the braised snack section. Shepard and Mason were responsible for the fried rice. Shepard had already prepared the rice and ingredients early in the morning. Father and son each took 1 pot and started frying. It was lunchtime now, and a wave of students surged out from the back gate. There were freshmen in camouflage uniforms as well as sophomores and juniors in regular uniforms. Soon, the whole street was filled with people. All the stores were getting crowded. Quite a few people came to Mason's place, mainly attracted by the smell. Some customers glanced at the price list and were scared away. Too expensive. Too expensive. A plate of fried rice costs 2.5 yuan. It's too expensive. The prices of braised snacks were even unimaginable. But most stayed, even if they ordered a bit of vegetables, because the aroma of the braised snacks was irresistible. Whatever was ordered, Violet would always serve a bowl of tomato and egg soup with it. And she would also promote their delicious fried rice. Classmate, would you like to try our fried rice? Absolutely worth it. Guaranteed to make you want to come back for more. Chapter 62 Business Explodes. Those who had ordered the braised dishes had initially just been trying them out, as now every restaurant was filled to capacity, except for this one which didn't require waiting. After tasting the braised dishes, they were momentarily astonished. This flavor is simply too fragrant. One bite left an endless aftertaste. Thus, newcomers saw people inside the store continuously shoveling food into their mouths nonstop, almost as if they were in a rush. Moreover, they all ordered the egg fried rice recommended by Violet. Joking aside, if she could make vegetables taste this delicious, how delectable would her other dishes be? This was indeed an underrated shop. The saying, fine wine needs no bush, held true. Everyone had a premonition that this place was going to take off. In the future, dining here might also require queuing up. So while there's still time, one should enjoy it to the fullest now. Therefore, those who had already placed their orders began adding more items. Half a pound of chicken wings, 1 drumstick, half a pound of gizzards. People who initially thought the egg fried rice priced at 2.5 yuan per bowl was expensive, after tasting its flavor, found themselves speechless and unable to utter any complaints anymore. This was definitely the best egg fried rice they had ever tasted in their lives. Mason increased the price of the egg fried rice by 50 cents, adjusting based on local conditions. The cost of living in Tianjin City was indeed higher than in Zhoushan, so an appropriate price hike was necessary. Several people who rushed over saw the store suddenly filled with patrons. They kept adding orders to Violet. Auntie, we need 3 more bowls of egg fried rice. Auntie, 2 more braised chicken legs. Auntie, why hasn't my meal arrived yet? Auntie, please hurry and weigh my braised dishes. Auntie. Violet was immediately overwhelmed, with calls and shouts coming from all directions, leaving her mind blank and unable to keep track. Seeing the situation, Xena quickly parked her car. Miss Jonathan, let me help you. You handle the braised dishes for the students at the door, and I'll take care of the tables. Miss Jonathan, we're here to help too, Canon and Elmer greeted warmly. This wasn't their first time meeting. It was Yuan's first visit, but he was outgoing and called out to Annie enthusiastically. Violet didn't hold back. Yes, thank you all. You're such good children, thank you. Xena knew they were Mason's doormates. With limited time, she got straight to work. She took charge of recording the orders from each table and collecting payments. Yuan handled the egg fried rice orders, promptly relaying them to the father-son duo, Shepard and Mason, then serving the dishes to the customers. Elmer took responsibility for the braised dish orders, relaying them to Violet and then serving the dishes. Cannon was responsible for serving egg drop soup and tidying up the tables after customers left. Meanwhile, Mason and Shepard only handled cooking the fried rice, while Violet solely focused on selling the braised dishes. Following these arrangements, everyone busied themselves. With everyone doing their part, everything quickly fell into an orderly rhythm. Violet nodded repeatedly. Xena really did have some skills. After organizing like this, the store instantly became quieter, with only the sound of eating remaining. Throughout the afternoon, a steady stream of customers came and went, praising the food endlessly. Not a few people opted for takeaway, and eventually, foldable tables and chairs outside had to be opened to accommodate all the diners. People were willing to sit under the sun just to wait. This situation unexpectedly attracted quite a few diners. The aroma of the egg fried rice captivated everyone, making this bowl of soulful egg fried rice irresistible. The braised dishes were also very fragrant, but the prices weren't something everyone could afford. Those who had eaten praised it as an unparalleled delicacy. After tasting it, they couldn't bring themselves to eat at any other place. Second-year Chinese literature students were strongly recommended a delicious restaurant on the food street by an old professor during class today. He said it sold braised dishes and grilled foods. When asked about the store's name, the professor said it probably hadn't hung a sign yet, and whether or not they could dine there depended entirely on fate. Such an ambiguous statement piqued people's interest, making them eager to experience the taste of this restaurant, wondering just how good it was. Everyone knew that besides his expertise in calligraphy and painting, this old professor had a palate accustomed to tasting fine cuisine from all over the country. For him to praise something as an unparalleled delicacy meant it must be of extraordinary quality. And it was right outside the school gate. Missing out on it would be unforgivable. So after class, students from this class all headed toward the food street in groups. They specifically looked for braised dish shops without signs. Some patiently walked forward until they found a nameless braised dish store, anxiously waiting before finally savoring the delicious braised dishes. Others gave up halfway, or seeing the shop was too crowded, unwilling to wait, they left early. In summary, those who patiently savored the delicious food were all thoroughly convinced. Indeed, as the old professor had said, the taste of this shop was simply unparalleled. However, how did the professor not mention this egg fried rice? Some people felt that this egg fried rice was a seriously underrated delicacy. One could finish a whole plate in one breath and still crave more. Alastair was one of them. When Jeffrey talked about this shop, he was the most dismissive, thinking Jeffrey was just using it as an excuse to promote his own relatives. What good restaurant could there be at the school gate? A person with real skills wouldn't be stuck in such a tiny place. Regardless of his intentions, he came. He ordered various kinds of braised dishes from the store and the signature egg fried rice, intending to find fault and make them feel ashamed. But it turned out that the fool was himself. Just one bite of the braised wings completely captivated his taste buds. What divine taste is this? It was the first time he felt that his vocabulary was too limited to describe even a fraction of the deliciousness. Then came the storm-like indulgence. He not only finished all the braised dishes but also ate a whole plate of egg fried rice, followed by a bowl of egg drop soup. Perfect. His uncle frequently boasted about being a top chef. Now it seemed like his chef certification had a lot of soy fun, water content. At least when it came to egg fried rice, his uncle's version was less than half as good as this chef's. His uncle often claimed his egg fried rice was unrivaled, but now it didn't seem so impressive. Suddenly, he really wanted to meet this chef and have his uncle try this egg fried rice, engaging in a culinary exchange. So he asked, "Excuse me, can I meet the chef who made the egg fried rice?" Alastair called out to Xena. "Do you need something specific? The kitchen is very busy now. If you have any questions, I can answer on his behalf," Xena replied tactfully. "It's nothing urgent. I just think this chef has excellent cooking skills and would like to meet him. When will he be free?" Violet interjected, "If you're free in the evening, you can come by then. We sell barbecue at night, and he'll be in charge of grilling." Xena secretly gave Violet a thumbs up. Auntie was really impressive. Chapter 63, Part-Time Job. Violet Carloage to resolve the issue without offending anyone, and also attracted more customers for the store. Alastair saw how busy the restaurant was and figured they had no time for a chat. He decided to come back in the evening, bringing his second uncle along to taste the dishes of this restaurant. Since there were no classes in the afternoon, he rode his bicycle home to find his second uncle first. The Jonathonu family's business had been bustling all noon. Halfway through, the rice prepared by Shepard ran out, so Mason went to a neighboring shop that sold rice and bought a large bucket of rice to make fried rice. Shepard really didn't expect that the business on the first day would be so good that the rice preparation was insufficient. Fortunately, the other side dishes were available in the store. They just needed to be chopped. They kept busy until about 1:30, when the crowd slowly began to thin out. The braised flavors prepared by Violet were also running low. She hurried to the kitchen to prepare a few more pots of braised dishes for the evening sale. Only now did those who had been busy all noon have some time to rest and eat something. After a morning of military training involving running and standing at attention, they were already starving. Mason cooked 2 pans of fried rice, and each of the 5 filled their plates with plenty. Violet also put all the leftover braised dishes on plates for them to have with their meal. You kids, you've worked hard. Eat as much as you like. If it's not enough, let Steven cook more for you. Make sure you are well fed. Thank you, Aunt. They thanked her quickly. Having been busy all noon, smelling such delicious food while watching others enjoy it, they were quite hungry. They started eating voraciously. Instantly, various expressions appeared on their faces. Xena and Mason had become immune to these reactions, finding the flavor somewhat normal. However, the other 3 roommates were absolutely astonished. Damn, how come Mason didn't say his family's egg fried rice was this delicious? Knowing this earlier, they would have finished a plate before working. But the beauty of earning a delicious meal through hard work made it especially sweet. Being both tired and hungry made this lunch even more delightful. Seeing Xena sweating profusely from exhaustion, Mason hurriedly poured her some water. This caused the roommates to tease him for being infatuated. Mason rolled his eyes. How could they compare? Finally, he had to pour water for them as well. This is better, Izzy joked. Xuanhuan, your store's business is too good, right? The first day is already so busy. Just relying on uncles and aunts plus you alone won't be enough. You need to find a few workers, Yuan said after pausing to drink some water. Indeed, Yuan had some insight. Indeed, Mason hadn't anticipated how chaotic things would get once the business picked up. Hiring help was a necessity, and he needed to do it immediately. Today at noon, they relied on these 4 to Karlovich, but they couldn't ask them to help every day. Seeing Mason thinking, Xena suggested, actually, there's no need to hire full-time staff. Uncle Jonathanu and Aunt Jonathan can handle everything during regular times. It's only busier around lunch and dinner. After Xena spoke, Mason also realized this made sense. Except for the 2 peak meal times, they could Karlovich just fine otherwise. What if I find some students who want to earn money through part-time jobs? Provide 2 meals a day. They would only work for 2 hours at lunch and 2 hours during dinner time, earning 10 yuan a day. At Mason's words, Yuan clapped his hands in agreement. Brilliant. This way, we help students, and the store can Karlovich. A regular worker's salary can hire 2 students. Xena also agreed. Indeed, this is good. Considering the delicious employee meals here, people would be willing to work. This wage isn't bad either. For financially disadvantaged students, having this money will solve their living problems. Working only 4 hours a day won't interfere with studies. Unexpectedly, Cannon and Elmer across from them raised their hands to volunteer. Can I join? I'll try to eat less and work hard. Cannon solemnly promised, creating a humorous scene that amused everyone. Elmer timidly raised his hand. I want to work too. I'm not good at talking, just watch my actions. I'll follow orders wherever directed. Unexpectedly, this idea solved 2 job positions, putting Mason in a good mood. Xena also joked, count me in too. My time isn't fixed. When I'm free, I'll come to help. No need for a wage, just provide meals. Yuan echoed, me too, me too. Mason understood that neither of them lacked money and wasn't too hard working for livelihood. Their offer was purely to help him, avoiding any embarrassment for the other 2. Great. Let's decide it. What's decided? Violet, coming out of the kitchen, heard this and looked puzzled at the young people. Mason explained his idea. Violet also clapped in agreement. That's great. I was just talking to your dad. On the first day, it was already so busy like this. We 2 can't handle it alone. This is a good idea, really great. The whole family agreed unanimously, and thus it was decided. Elmer also recommended his high school classmate whom he had previously sold daily necessities with to Mason. According to him, that girl's family conditions were not too good either, and she wanted to find something to earn money for living. With such a good opportunity, she would definitely want to come. Mason agreed and told him to communicate well with the girl himself and bring her directly to work in the evening. In this way, there would be 4 people helping at noon, and if they were diligent, they should be able to cope. They could always look for more people if there weren't enough when the time comes. After finishing their lunch, it was time for drill practice. They rode their bicycles to the school playground. Alastair, who had no classes in the afternoon, rode straight to the hotel where his second uncle worked. He was a regular here and easily entered the kitchen. Second uncle. What are you up to now, naughty boy? At Carlo looked up at his nephew while instructing his apprentice on cooking. His 2 children were terrified of him, but this nephew was quite carefree, getting along with him as if they were father and son. Second uncle, let me tell you, I met an expert today. Our Chinese literature professor recommended a delicious restaurant located behind the school gate. I thought it was just hype, but when I went there today, it was beyond amazing. You have pampered my taste buds, and usually, ordinary tastes don't appeal to me. But guess what? I ordered all kinds of dishes from their menu and a plate of egg fried rice, and I finished everything without leaving a grain of rice. I was so stuffed. Alastair held his stomach, describing vividly. At Carlo was originally indifferent, but became slightly interested upon hearing the rest. He knew about his nephew's discerning palate. Sometimes even his own dishes were criticized by him, let alone those from small restaurants outside. It seemed this kid was indeed full today. Quite interesting. Chapter 64. Striving to be the model soldier. Whoever is lying will be a puppy. Alastair wished he could take an oath to prove his point, thinking his second uncle didn't believe him. Okay, I believe you, all right? So shall we go there tonight, Grandpa? I've already made arrangements with the madam. She said they have barbecue at night. It's been so long since we last had drinks. Why don't we take this opportunity to eat and drink a little? Sure thing. Let's do it. At Carlo agreed wholeheartedly. Meanwhile, rigorous military training resumed. Military training in this era was still quite strict. After the morning incident, Mason caught the attention of Karlovi teachers and drill masters. He performed excellently in all the tasks set for them, standing out noticeably from those around him. At first glance, he was unmistakably the most eye-catching among the crowd, with standard and stylish movements. Each of his actions was just like that of a real soldier. Even Drillmaster Gale praised him as being naturally cut out for military service. The key was that he excelled academically as well. If he were attending a regular school, Gale would have thought about recommending Mason for enlistment. After one night of intense training, having assessed the situation thoroughly, Gale deliberately placed Mason at the head of the formation when reshuffling the squad positions the next day. Brad was also selected as a leading soldier, positioned beside Mason. Those who stood at the front of the formation were known as leading soldiers, roles typically reserved for individuals who had impressive appearances, builds, and exemplary perforcarless. They served not only as the face of the formation but also as models. Everyone's actions needed to be unified with the leading soldiers' moves to ensure the entire formation moved in perfect synchronization. Brad felt extremely proud. No matter how good Mason was, he was still just another leading soldier like himself. However, what Gale said next threw him off his game. We'll maintain this formation for 10 days. After that, I'll select one person as the model soldier to lead everyone in the parade. A model soldier, put simply, is the most exemplary soldier. They are students who stand out significantly during the training period by actively participating in activities and achieving outstanding results. Besides excelling in physical strength and military skills, they must also excel in teamwork and leadership to be elected as model soldiers. The selected model soldier will receive a certificate, which will earn them academic credits and aid in future bids for class leadership. Everyone should strive to give your best. As soon as Gale finished speaking, a boy blurted out, "Report, sir. You might as well make Mason the model soldier right away. He's bound to win anyway." The rest echoed, "Yeah, it's definitely going to be Mason. Yeah, who can compete with him?" Silence. Gale interrupted the murmurs. Mason does excel in physical fitness and movements, but becoming a model soldier involves comprehensive assessments across multiple aspects. For instance, the next lesson on personal quarters organization. He may not necessarily perform well in that area. Therefore, no sweeping judgments here. Everyone has a chance to become a model soldier. Everyone should strive hard, as this isn't anyone's sure thing, but rather an opportunity for all. Gale explained. With this explanation, excitement buzzed through the crowd once more. Most people now saw hope, realizing there were Carlo-y benefits to striving for the role of model soldier. Mason himself wasn't even focused on this pursuit. His mind was on business, earning money too slowly, wanting to buy a house in Tianzhou City sooner. As for being a model soldier or taking up class leadership, he couldn't care less. They would only distract him from making money. Academic credits, everyone could obtain eventually, including him. But apparently, the system didn't want him to remain idle. System task released. A good soldier doesn't shy away from being a model soldier. Become the team's model soldier. Task reward. 1 experience duplication card. Initially, Mason didn't pay much attention to the system's task, but when he read the reward description, he was hooked. Experience duplication card. It can replicate the skill experience of someone you know, provided you've met and recognized them. This wouldn't be an issue, given that he was currently surrounded by talents at Tianzhou University. Anyone around him might possess remarkable skills and experiences. Just last night, he had acquired Jeffrey's 50 years of calligraphy experience, which left him profoundly astonished. Imagine obtaining precious experience that took others 50 years to accumulate. How much time had this saved him? Having tasted its benefits, Mason resolved that he must obtain this experience duplication card. Thus, in subsequent training sessions, he abandoned his lackadaisical attitude and became increasingly serious. All the classmates were now as invigorated as ever. Drillmaster Gale was very pleased with this change, realizing these kids required continuous motivation. As the afternoon training was about to end, Gale brought bedsheets, quilts, and some living necessities to teach them how to organize their quarters. The main task for organizing the quarters was folding the cotton quilt into 3 sections and placing it uniformly at the corner of the bed, with the pillow laid on the quilt. There should be no clutter on the bed. Towels were to be hung uniformly in the bathroom, and cups, lunchboxes, buckets, basins, and other daily items were to be neatly arranged on the balcony. Shoes were to be placed under the bed. Floors, walls, door panels, and windows were to be cleaned until spotless. Gale demonstrated once how to fold the quilt into 3 sections, then had Brad come forward to practice. He did pretty well, watching once and immediately getting a good grasp of it. Gale praised him and guided everyone again using his work as an example, making sure everyone learned. Mason studied very seriously, observing every detail meticulously, not wanting to miss any part, as this would determine whether he could become a model soldier. His seriousness and caution were seen by Brad as tension and worry about not doing well. Even you have something you're not good at, Mason? Brad gave a subtle signal to one of his junior members. The boy immediately raised his hand and said, "Report, Drillmaster. Mason said he wants to give it a try." These two clearly wanted to see Mason make a fool of himself. Initially, Mason intended to explain that he hadn't said those words, but then he thought, why bother? This is a good opportunity for practical training, and it can even earn him personal guidance from the Drillmaster. So when Gale asked him to step out, he confidently strode forward with proper military pace. Following Gale's demonstration, he performed each step carefully without missing any detail. The cube-shaped quilt he folded was indistinguishable from Gale's, perfectly identical in every aspect. Gale nodded, inwardly acknowledging that excellent people are indeed excellent in everything. With such quick comprehension skills, success in anything is almost guaranteed. It was unknown which window old G had closed for Mason. After Mason finished folding the quilt, applause erupted spontaneously among the students. Next, Gale called a few more people to practice, all of whom did quite well. After all, anyone who could get into Tianzhou University wouldn't be easily stumped by such a small matter. However, the most impressive perforcarlist still belonged to Mason. Chapter 65, Busy. After multiple rehearsals, to ensure everyone had learned properly, Gale announced that starting from the next day, the drill masters would inspect barracks duties every morning. Those who failed would not qualify as exemplary trainees. In a blink of an eye, it was dinner time. After dismissal, Mason, Cannon, and Elmer quickly rode their bicycles to the shop. Xena had her own plans for the evening and did not go over. Ewan needed to return to the dormitory to help everyone tidy up because the drill masters were going to check the dormitory's cleanliness that night. Elmer said he had already notified his high school classmate, who would be coming over shortly. Upon arriving at the shop, they found it already full. Due to the trial run at noon which introduced Carlo-y people to the place, Carlo-y customers came back to try more. Shepard had prepared rice and ingredients for fried rice ahead of time. The braised food made by Violet had soaked all afternoon and was ready to be sold. The brine could be reused with only a few added seasonings each time. All these preparations were done by Mason. Violet only needed to add the necessary ingredients. Grilling materials were also prepared, and Shepard had already lit the barbecue grill, waiting for Mason's arrival. Thus, each person took on their respective roles, Shepard making fried rice, Violet selling braised food, and Mason carloning the barbecue. Elmer's high school classmate arrived. She seemed somewhat reserved. Her name was Hejiao. Mason asked her a few questions and then let her stay. Evening operations differed from those at noon. Mason assigned Cannon to handle fried rice orders, Elmer to handle braised food orders, and Hejiao to Carlo barbecue orders. This arrangement also helped Hejiao since fewer people might order barbecue initially, considering it was her first day. By keeping their tasks separate, they avoided confusion. Customers generally paid immediately after ordering, so the trio collected money and placed it into the box near Violet. Tasks like serving soup and cleaning tables were taken care of by whoever was available, working efficiently. With this setup, the three could easily carloage everything despite being busy. This arrangement indeed worked smoothly. Customers who had tasted the fried rice and braised food during lunch returned in the evening and discovered the shop now offered barbecues, prompting them to try some. Gradually, people began ordering from Mason's barbecue stand. He had already posted prices for the skewers inside the shop. Thanks to Jeffrey's 50 years of experience, his calligraphy had greatly improved. Even the price list drew compliments from passing guests, who remarked that such beautiful handwriting should not be wasted on just a menu. Mason planned to seek out this cheap teacher for systematic calligraphy lessons after the military training ended and business settled down. 50 years of calligraphy experience was too valuable to waste. Naturally, Mason's barbecue received widespread praise. The unnamed little shop was now etched in everyone's memory. After more than an hour of bustling activity, by 6:30, customers began to thin out. More customers visited in the evening than at noon. Violet beamed with joy. She prepared 2 large plates of braised food for her son and the student helpers, along with a plate of barbecued skewers for the children. She insisted on providing a hearty meal as promised. Cannon and Elmer were fine. They had already marveled at it during lunch. Hejiao was amazed by the generosity of the boss, who provided such a lavish work meal, including rice, dishes, and meat. For a moment, she felt unsure, but seeing everyone else digging in, she finally took a bite. An explosion of flavors burst in her mouth. In her short life, she had never tasted such exquisite deliciousness, moved to tears instantly. The boss was truly kind. Even without pay, she would happily continue working here with such a delicious work meal. The 4 devoured the 2 plates of braised food and 1 plate of grilled skewers in no time. It was at this moment that Alastair arrived with his uncle. His uncle insisted on coming after work, causing a delay. However, this timing was good. It was past dinner rush, so the shop would likely be less busy. They sat down and discreetly ordered 2 servings of fried rice and some braised food. Carlo wanted to try the taste his nephew praised so much. Indeed, the braised food was impressive, hinting at a century-old recipe. This family must be using old brine from a time-honored shop. The flavor was rich and endless. Internally, he felt this owner was no ordinary person. After tasting the braised food, Violet brought over 2 steaming hot plates of fried rice. Please enjoy. As she spoke, she realized this Carlo looked familiar. It was the person who wanted to meet the chef at noon. She didn't expect him to come back, and even bring someone else. Carlo took a bite of the egg fried rice that his nephew praised endlessly. It wasn't as astonishingly delicious as he had imagined. However, this chef's skills were not bad either. They were probably on par with his own. So he said to Alastair, who was full of anticipation, "It's average, nothing special." Alastair thought, "It can't be." He then tried a bite of the egg fried rice in front of him. This isn't the taste. The egg fried rice he had at noon was definitely better than this. Admittedly, some people have naturally sharp palates. Shepard's current level was almost indistinguishable from Mason's. They made nearly identical egg fried rice, but he could tell the difference. "Christo lady, something's off. Did you change your egg fried rice, chef?" Alastair asked Violet. Violet was puzzled for a moment. "No, it's always been my husband and my son making it." Alastair thought he understood now. The egg fried rice he had at noon must have been made by the boss, whose experience made it taste better. The 2 servings tonight must have been made by the boss's son, so they weren't as good. "Christo lady, can you ask your husband to make us 2 more servings of egg fried rice? I'll pay extra." "Huh? But these 2 servings were made by my husband," Violet replied, still not catching on. Alastair was shocked. Could it be that the egg fried rice he had at noon was actually made by the boss's son? Is there such a thing as a genius in this world? Mason had observed everything and roughly understood what the Carlo was thinking. He was quite surprised that this person could distinguish between his and his father's cooking. So he stood up. "Hello, the egg fried rice you had at noon was probably made by me. If you'd like to try again, I can make another serving for you." Alastair didn't expect the egg fried rice he had at noon was made by this young Carlo. Surprised, he nodded eagerly. Carlo was looking forward to seeing what kind of deliciousness this young Carlo could create. Mason glanced at the small wall clock. It was getting late. He turned to Cannon and the others. "Wait for 3 minutes." Then he rushed into the kitchen and came out 3 minutes later with 2 plates of egg fried rice he had just made. Alastair brought over the plate and sniffed eagerly. It was the right smell. Carlo also felt a bit excited upon smelling it. Both couldn't wait to take a bite. Alastair let out a sigh of satisfaction. "Yes, this is the taste. Everything is just perfect." Carlo looked up at Mason in surprise, disbelief showing on his face. Could this amazing taste really be made by this young Carlo? Chapter 66. Uncle and Nephew Hagen. However, what followed was even more surprising to them. Mason took off his apron and said goodbye to Violet. "Marion, the drill master is going to check on dormitory affairs tonight, so I have to leave now. Violet hurriedly urged them to get back to school for class. It was well past peak hours, with not two Carlo-y customers around, which made her work easier. The group left in a rush. Seeing this scene, uncle and nephew Hagen were utterly stunned. The chef they thought was a master was actually a first-year college student. Carlo coughed twice to ease his embarrassment. Older sister, your child's egg-fried rice is quite good. Is there any culinary tradition in the family? He asked Violet tentatively. Violet, being straightforward, replied directly. What tradition? Our family is poor, and my son only started selling egg-fried rice and barbecued skewers to make tuition fees after getting into university. Now we can afford to come to Tianzhou City. If you like it, do visit often. After saying that, Violet got busy again. The uncle and nephew finished the entire plate of fried rice and still felt unsatisfied. They then cleared their plates of the ordered braised flavors as well. Carlo finally understood why his nephew had overeaten. It was really damn delicious. As a special grade chef, this was the first time he found such a small, unassuming restaurant so tasty. While they were eating, someone unexpectedly asked, "Can we share the table?" Although business wasn't particularly bustling at this moment, every table and chair in the shop was occupied, and sharing tables was inevitable if someone wanted to eat. Alastair felt this voice seemed familiar. Looking up, he saw Professor Chun. He quickly stood up and offered his seat. "Professor Chun, please take the seat." Jeffrey realized he knew this person. With so Carlo-y students, he didn't recognize everyone by sight. "Which major are you studying?" he asked kindly while sitting down. "Professor Chun, I'm a literature major. This morning in class, you recommended this place, so I came here," replied Alastair somewhat awkwardly. "So that's how it happened. How is it? My recommendation wasn't wrong, was it?" Jeffrey said proudly. He had been thinking about the taste all day and decided to come back since he had some free time in the evening. Alastair immediately replied, "This restaurant is indeed exceptional, especially the egg-fried rice. It's absolutely delicious. I specially invited my second uncle to try it. He's a special grade chef who loves studying gourmet food." Jeffrey thought to himself, they sell egg-fried rice here? I should try it. Seeing his nephew giving away the store, Carlo could only greet Jeffrey. "Hello, Professor Chun." Jeffrey responded warmly, "Hello, how is the food?" "Very good, very good." Carlo laughed nervously. It was way better than good. It almost rivaled his skills. But then he thought, he knew Carlo-y more dishes while these people only mastered a few, which comforted him considerably. Jeffrey ordered a portion of egg-fried rice and some braised flavors. Recognizing the professor from last night, the same one who had taken Mason under his wing, Violet warmly greeted him. "Boston has come. Let me cut the braised flavors for you. Would you like beer? I'll go buy 2 bottles for you." She remembered that the elder had mentioned wanting beer yesterday. Being newly opened, the shop wasn't fully stocked yet, but Shepard had already arranged for beer to be delivered from Sanha Street Market tomorrow. Thinking it wouldn't hurt to have a couple of sips, Jeffrey agreed. Hardly a minute later, beer arrived when Violet called out. A few minutes later, Shepard brought out the egg-fried rice. "Boston, here's your egg-fried rice." Only then did Alastair see the owner's face. He looked a bit like his son. "Professor Chun, you missed out," Alastair reminded. "Missed out on what?" Jeffrey asked, puzzled. "There are 2 versions of the egg-fried rice here, one made by this boss and another by his son. While the boss makes excellent rice, the best dish here is made by his son," explained Alastair. Xuanhuan? Then I'll come back tomorrow to let him make me one," Jeffrey replied, tasting the egg-fried rice. He was surprised by how incredibly fresh and delicious it was. But Alastair said this still wasn't the best. Mason's version was even better. That statement made Jeffrey's appetite skyrocket as he devoured large bites. Seeing him enjoy the food so much, Alastair thought, well, that's that. Shepard then brought over another plate of grilled skewers. "Boston, please try these." "But I didn't order any skewers." "Don't worry about that. You're master of Xuanhuan, and whatever you want, we'll make it for you. Please enjoy while we get back to work," Violet interjected. "Well, this is..." Jeffrey reluctantly accepted the gesture. One person couldn't finish all that food alone. "Why don't you join me? I can't finish all this by myself, it would be a waste." Jeffrey invited the Hagen uncle and nephew to join him. "Thank you, Professor Chin." Alastair expressed his gratitude and picked up a skewer. He didn't expect that young Carlo to have such a close relationship with Professor Chun. A master? Could it be that he is learning calligraphy from Professor Chun? Alastair was secretly astonished in his heart. After expressing his thanks, Carlo took a bite of the skewer. Again, he was shocked. This restaurant indeed had something special about it. The items sold were ordinary, but the taste was extraordinary. Turning common ingredients into something extraordinary. That might just be the greatest skill of a chef. At this moment, he felt as if he had gained a lot of insights. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the People's Daily, everyone was working overtime for tomorrow's newspaper. This morning, after a few days of business trips, Walt finally returned, bringing back photos taken on the train and first-hand materials from interviews. He had even finished writing the article, waiting only for the editor-in-chief's approval. Sure enough, after reading the Carla script and seeing those shocking photos, the women and children who had been drugged in baskets, all telling tales of imminent danger, the editor-in-chief was deeply moved. At this critical moment, a young Carlo stepped forward, a true hero. The editor-in-chief showed great interest in the article and immediately decided to feature it on the front page of tomorrow's edition. He instructed Walt to perfect the Carla script right away and arranged for the logistics team to work overtime, ensuring that this news would appear on the front page tomorrow. In this era of limited information, such news that could grab people's attention would definitely ignite a huge response, and the newspaper would reap substantial profits. Who doesn't like to read stories of heroes? Especially when they are true stories. On the other side, the protagonist of the story, Mason, was tidying up the dormitory. Chapter 67. A cuisine exchange with Carlo. When the three returned to the dormitory, Ewan had already tidied up most of the room. Only their personal belongings remained to be arranged. They hurriedly finished packing up and just Carlo aged to meet Gail and Alana's inspection at 7 o'clock on the dot. After checking around, Gail nodded approvingly. "Make sure you maintain this level tomorrow. This meant they had passed. Everyone let out a collective cheer. Alana whispered to Mason, "Does your family restaurant sell barbecues in the evening? When do you close? I will go taste it after the inspection." Mason quickly replied, "My parents live right at the store, so there's always someone there whenever you visit. I also have to go help. I'll give you a 20% discount." Gail, who had started walking towards the door, turned back. "What were you guys talking about?" "Oh, I was saying that I'll be going to taste the food at Mason's family place later tonight. Do you want to come?" We'll see after the inspection," Gail said with perfect seriousness. The four roommates noticed something off between the two. They seemed both very close yet not quite familiar. Having passed the dorm inspection, Mason prepared to return to the store to lend a hand. The evening barbecue sales were good, and business was bustling. Cannon and Elmer followed him quickly. Ewan decided to go to bed as he vowed to get up early every day from now on following the morning's lesson. He had already bought 3 alarm clocks to put beside his bed and planned to sleep early. Upon reaching the restaurant, they found Uncle and Nephew Alastair and Aunt Carlo still lingering, chatting over delicious kebabs and beer with Jeffrey. Seeing Mason arrive, Jeffrey teased, "Xuanhuan, they say your fried rice is simply superb. I haven't even tasted it yet." He looked like a child craving sweets. Mason laughed helplessly. "Shall I make some for you now?" "No need today. I've eaten too much. Old age doesn't sit well with digestion. I'll come by tomorrow night." "Sure thing." Aunt Carlo then interjected, "Young Carlo, did I hear correctly that all the dishes here are your original creations?" "Yes, what about it? Can we spar a bit with our skills? Perhaps with making fried rice?" Hearing this, Mason immediately sensed that this must be a culinary expert. Since the recipes indeed came from the system, technically he had mastered them himself, and he used to be an accomplished cook in his previous life. So he wasn't worried. "Why not? Right now?" Mason asked. "Let's do it." Aunt Carlo responded eagerly. They went straight into the kitchen. While Shepard continued to grill outside, the kitchen hosted only Mason and Aunt Carlo, with Alastair and Jeffrey watching intently. Mason briefly explained the location of ingredients and condiments before they started cooking side by side. Each wielding a cloth, gripping iron pans, and igniting fierce flames, they began stir-frying the rice, their motions eerily synchronized. As Aunt Carlo observed Mason closely, he realized this young chef's skill was not that of a novice, but rather a seasoned professional. This discovery left him no choice but to focus entirely on his own work. Both chefs cooked according to their own rhythm. Soon, the kitchen filled with the irresistible aroma of fried rice. Smelling the tantalizing fragrance, Aunt Carlo knew he might be losing but felt oddly content. Older waves must yield to newer ones, and he wasn't one to begrudge defeat. Once he plated his creation, he sampled Mason's dish and conceded straightforwardly, "I lost. You are better than me." Aunt Carlo couldn't imagine that he would find himself competing against a young Carlo in such a humble kitchen, but he enjoyed the challenge immensely. Mason took a bite of Aunt Carlo's fried rice and admired the elder greatly. Unlike himself, who relied on perfect recipes provided by the system, Aunt Carlo's craft scholarship was purely earned through genuine talent and hard work. Despite his burly appearance, Aunt Carlo was meticulous and skilled. It wasn't until Aunt Carlo introduced himself that Mason finally recognized him. Recalling the past, Mason remembered that Aunt Carlo had been his grandmaster in his previous life. In his earlier days, he taught himself the art of cooking, following unconventional methods. Later, due to his diligence, he was taken under the wing of a renowned chef where he learned professional cooking techniques for a few years. His former master was a disciple of state-level chef Aunt Carlo, though Mason had never met him personally except through TV interviews and stories told by his master. He hadn't expected to meet him in this lifetime, but he felt like he had been a bit unorthodox and disrespectful, accepting his great-grandmaster's challenge and directly outperforming him. Fortunately, all of this was from his past life. Jeffrey and Alastair also tasted the egg fried rice made by both of them. Alastair did not show any favoritism or help his uncle. He teased jokingly, "Uncle too, you're getting old. The newer generation is pushing out the old." After careful tasting, Jeffrey found that the egg fried rice made by Mason indeed had a slight difference compared to the one he had just eaten. If the egg fried rice made by Shepard and Aunt Carlo were considered equal, Mason's egg fried rice was indeed a notch higher in quality, a subtle superiority that couldn't be easily described. As he tasted it, Jeffrey finished half of the egg fried rice made by Mason, patting his belly while eating. "You guys should try harder. Such delicious food would be a sin to waste." This remark made everyone laugh. So-called adversaries eventually became acquaintances. Aunt Carlo and Mason appreciated each other and started chatting about their culinary skills. It was then that Aunt Carlo learned that Mason indeed had no formal training, neither family tradition nor master teaching. Mason couldn't mention his experiences from his past life, and simply said that he followed recipes and self-studied, only knowing how to make these dishes and not others very well. Aunt Carlo couldn't help but sigh inwardly, truly a promising seed for a chef. His former master once said that effort can never match talent, and now upon meeting Mason, he really believed it. Unfortunately, Mason wasn't just talented in cooking. He was equally gifted in academics, knowing the priorities between studying and being a chef, even though he truly wanted to take him as an apprentice. Although a skilled chef could earn money and achieve fame and fortune, as a student at Tianzhou University, a top-tier institution, his future held endless possibilities beyond just being a chef. Thus, Aunt Carlo suppressed his desire to nurture such talent. Chapter 68 Gail and Alana's Surprise. Seeing another highlight of his disciple, Jeffrey felt proud of him in his heart, but also began to worry that the child was too excellent, which was a concern. He was worried that he might neglect the essentials for the trivial, dedicating himself solely to being a chef to earn money instead of delving into academics. So he shifted the topic and talked about the price list written by him. "Your handwriting is truly ugly. You need to practice more. If people knew you were my disciple and saw this messy writing, wouldn't you be ashamed?" Mason, who had written it hastily back then, hurriedly agreed to practice diligently when he had time after being criticized by his master. Alastair hadn't expected that Mason's calligraphy was actually taught by Jeffrey, thus he was greatly shocked, even more surprised than enjoying a delicious egg fried rice. Everyone knew that Jeffrey was a contemporary master of calligraphy and also good at painting. Being elderly, he had not taken on disciples for Carlo years and only taught some Chinese-related courses at Tianzhou University. Unexpectedly, he took Mason as a student, so this person must have something extraordinary about him. Therefore, Alastair stood up and studied Mason's handwriting again, finding it indeed quite good with its unique charm. But it wasn't brilliant enough to warrant an exception from a calligraphy master to take him on as a disciple. With this level, it was just on par with his own. Did that mean he had the potential to be Jeffrey's student too? Thus, he looked at Jeffrey in confusion without directly asking anything, getting anxious. Jeffrey saw through his question but gave no explanation. Instead, he asked him a question. How long would it take you to reach this level of handwriting? Alastair blurted out, I think our handwriting levels are about the same. I started practicing calligraphy at the age of 4 under my grandfather's guidance, and now I've been doing it for about 10 years. The Hagen family could be considered a literary household, so his cultivation from a young age had never been neglected. Seeing that Jeffrey and Mason were both calm, he couldn't sit still anymore and pointed at Mason to ask, how Carlo years has he been practicing with you? He didn't believe this kid could be good at everything. Jeffrey smiled mysteriously. If I say that we met yesterday and he picked up a calligraphy brush for the first time, learning calligraphy, would you believe me? Impossible. Alastair felt like he was hearing a mythical story. How could someone write such characters on their first encounter with calligraphy? It was worse than being slapped in the face. Knowing he had studied calligraphy for over a decade to achieve a little success and fully comprehended how difficult it was to advance in calligraphy because of those years of study. Now, telling him that there was someone who could write equally good characters on their first attempt at writing was like a high school student hearing that a kindergartner just picked up a pen and wrote beautifully. Shocked, not only Alastair but also at Carlo and nearby dining students, and Gail and Alana, who had just arrived at the entrance. They came out for a midnight snack after checking on their dormitories and heard what Jeffrey said right as they reached the door. They knew Professor Jeffrey well, so what he said must be true. So, what kind of creature was Mason? Super high IQ, developed athletic cells, outstanding calligraphy skills, and strong comprehension ability. Which window did Grandpa Lau close for him? Mason really didn't know what to say. Any answer would seem pretentious, especially since Alastair was already agitated. Just as he thought of escaping, he noticed Gail and Alana standing like wooden puppets at the entrance and quickly welcomed them to sit down, bringing each of them a bowl of egg soup. Coach Jonathan, Teacher Jonathonu. What would you like to eat? I'll treat you today. Although it was 20% off, it was necessary to establish good relationships with teachers and coaches as it was their first visit. No, we brought money, just give us a 20% discount. You can serve us some specialties of your restaurant, but not too much. We've already eaten dinner in the afternoon. It's now snack time, Alana whispered, afraid that others would hear and make them uncomfortable. Mason found Teacher Jonathonu pretty amusing, straightforward and unfeigned. So he directly instructed Violet to serve them a platter of assorted braised dishes, meaning all types of braised foods were cut and mixed together so they could taste every variety. Then he called Jonathonu Siang over to roast 2 sets of meat skewers. Finally, he personally stir-fried 2 plates of egg fried rice and served them. Watching the two eat voraciously almost without talking, he couldn't help but smile inwardly. Clearly they were very satisfied. Gail and Alana weren't just satisfied. They were completely blown away. Previously, Mason had boasted that his dishes were absolutely delicious, and Alana had thought he was exaggerating. She never expected to be proven wrong so dramatically today. What kind of divine taste was this? It was incredibly delicious. Racking her brain for words, she couldn't find any that could describe this taste. It made her regret not having a better vocabulary when it mattered. The two received the egg fried rice and took a bite, their eyes immediately turning into starry eyes. Goodness, such delicious food actually existed in the world. Alana decided right then and there that from now on, she would teach more classes to earn more money, hoping to come eat at this restaurant every day. It was so delicious that she wouldn't get tired of it, even if she ate it all her life. Gail had originally planned to get closer to Alana today, but unexpectedly, both of them were first silenced by the delicious food. They were too busy eating to speak until they finished everything on the table. Only then did they exchange glances and burst out laughing. After the meal, the two insisted on paying. Otherwise, they wouldn't leave. No matter how much Mason tried to persuade them, Alana finally agreed that the assorted braised dish platter could be considered a treat from Mason, while the other items were paid for at an 80% price as Alana suggested. Both left feeling completely satisfied and praised Mason's egg fried rice for its unparalleled taste. They were thoroughly convinced by this student. Truly, excellent people were exceptional in everything, even cooking better than others. Comparing people like this really was frustrating. Mason's restaurant on the food street wasn't particularly expensive, with prices only described as average. But most students generally ate in the cafeteria, where the food was ordinary but cheaper, fitting their financial levels. The food street was chosen by students who had slightly better economic conditions, mostly coming occasionally for special treats. Mason had advertised in class yesterday, and specifically told Violet that if anyone mentioned his name, they could get an 80% discount. However, up to now, only Xena and a few dorm mates had come to eat, along with Gail and Alana who just arrived. Actually, he didn't know that Carlo boys in the class wanted to come to support him but were secretly lured away by Brad. Chapter 69. Dog Walking. At a restaurant named Good Fortune on Food Street, Brad was treating more than 10 male classmates from his class to food and drinks. Originally, these people had agreed to go to Mason's family store tonight to support him, but Brad's lackeys found out. Thus, this incident occurred. Under the pretense of treating them, Brad intercepted these classmates. In this era, whoever invites, everyone would run over quickly. The Zephyrs owned a Chinese restaurant, so Brad was generous, placing a full table of dishes for the guests. After everyone had their fill, it was time to get down to business. Mason gives you an 80% discount, while I, Brad, will give you a 70% discount. Fair enough, right? In short, don't go to Mason's store. Everyone present were outstanding individuals who easily understood his intentions. With words of honey being soft and actions sweet, The classmates had no choice but to agree verbally. A real 70%? Alright then. On Mason's side, everyone also enjoyed their meal. Jeffrey got into high spirits and proposed that the two young men write a few lines on the spot. Mason didn't hesitate and immediately started writing. The wall in the shop was rather bare. Adding some calligraphy could liven up the place. Heaven grows old if it has feelings. Eating barbecue is the righteous way of Carlo. Upon seeing the first half of the sentence, people were imagining beautiful love stories, only to be surprised by the twist in the second half. Jonathan isn't just about poetry and dreams far away. There are also beer and barbecues. The warmth of life can soothe ordinary hearts. It turned out that only the last one seemed to make some sense. The absurd rewrites left everyone bewildered. Was this even allowed? Jeffrey reacted first. Brilliant. You youngsters are truly fascinating. He also noticed that today, this guy actually held the pen correctly. Quite an improvement. His handwriting had spirit too. Alastair was initially very nervous, fearing he might lose face, but with Mason's unconventional approach, he relaxed. He wrote the next line. A few good friends, barbecue, and beer, life's blessings. Quite spontaneous. In the end, Mason asked his father to have these 4 pieces framed and hung on the wall tomorrow for decoration. Night deepened, and it was time to return to the dormitory. That night, Mason slept soundly. As the 6 o'clock wake-up bell rang, he sprang up. Cannon and Elmer also woke up. Ewan's 3 alarm clocks went off simultaneously, filling the dormitory with deafening noise. All 3 of them clamped their ears. Thanks to these alarms, they finally Carlo-aged to rouse Ewan from his heavy sleep. He got up like he was sleepwalking, dressing himself and heading to the balcony to freshen up, followed by tidying up. From today onward, the drill master would inspect the dorm every morning and record scores. The 4 of them closed the door and prepared to head out for physical training. They didn't arrive late today. Standing spiritedly in formation, everyone was present. Gale nodded in satisfaction, assigning Mason to lead the jogging, standing at attention, and completing 20 sets of basic drills. He and Alana would separately check the boys' and girls' dormitories. Brad watched Mason leading everyone in training with intense resentment. As long as he was around, teachers and drill masters wouldn't notice him. Lost in thought, he smiled cruelly. After the training session, Gale returned with his notebook, his expression not quite pleasant. Mason, step out. Mason stepped forward, looking puzzled at Gale. Your bedmaking was the worst among all. Why wasn't your bed made? Gale had high hopes for him. Though he claimed everyone had a chance, in reality, he already considered Mason as the model student. But unexpectedly, on the first day of inspection, Mason gave him a big surprise. His bed was unmade, completely messy. Mason looked shocked. That's impossible. I checked before leaving. I had already made my bed. Gale saw that he didn't seem to be lying. I saw your quilt spread messily on the bed, not folded. Cannon and the others rushed to explain. Report, Drillmaster. We can confirm that when we left, Mason's quilt was neatly folded on the bed. Gale sighed, not expecting this issue during a routine inspection. Anyone with eyes could see that someone was trying to sabotage Mason, preventing him from becoming the model student. However, no one knew who did it since the dorm didn't have eyes. Without finding the culprit, Mason's score couldn't change from 0 to 100 based on facts alone. Yes, that was exactly what the saboteur wanted. To make sure Mason wouldn't become the model student despite everyone knowing something was amiss, Mason gritted his teeth and clenched his fists tightly. He knew who the saboteur was. It had to be Brad and his lackeys. He didn't expect this person to be so underhanded. Unfortunately, there were no surveillance cameras in those days. Even if he knew clearly in his heart, it wouldn't help. Brad, is it? Fine, I didn't come after you, but you came on your own. I want to see what else you can do. Mason suppressed the anger in his heart. He accepted Gale's suggestion and compromised with a hygiene score of 50 points. But this still left him several dozen points behind others, making it very difficult to catch up. Mason's mood wasn't good all morning. Just as it happened, today was the day for combat training. Gale, whether intentionally or unintentionally, assigned Mason and Brad, both group leaders, to the same team for practice. Mason practiced the body-strengthening fist technique, and even 5 Brads couldn't do anything to him. Thus, the two once again became the focus of everyone's attention. People in other groups moved listlessly, just going through the motions. Both Mason and Brad had an eye on each other, wanting to outdo one another. Brad had learned some ornamental martial arts for a few years, believing himself to be unbeatable. He threw real punches right from the start, intending to give Mason a taste of his power. Would Mason be intimidated by him? Of course not. Every punch and kick they exchanged was real, leading to an actual fight. Gale tried to separate them, but in a melee, things got chaotic. So, everyone watched as Mason almost single-handedly beat up Brad. He avoided hitting the face, targeting only areas with more flesh on the body, ensuring that nothing serious happened. Brad could barely defend himself, yet stubbornly maintained his stance to save face, not wanting anyone to see his inability to fend off Mason. In reality, he didn't land a single hit on Mason but got beaten Carlo-y times instead. Mason didn't use full strength. It was like playing with a cat or walking a dog, amusing himself by keeping Brad occupied. Chapter 70. A notification. Brad was also a tough person, enduring the pain to save face and never willing to call it quits. In the end, it was Gale who couldn't bear to watch anymore and stopped the two. Mason had vented his anger thoroughly and felt much better. This guy really deserved it for being so despicable. On the other side, Jacob, the president of Tianzhou University, upon arriving at his office, first brewed a cup of tea and then began to read today's newspaper. He was immediately drawn to the headline on the front page. What started as an inspiring hero story turned out to be about their fresh Carlo student, who was involved in an incident on his way to report for enrollment. Journalist Walt deliberately placed his personal profile at the end, with an obvious intention. There are Carlo-y students at Tianzhou University, but few would step forward as heroes. Combining both qualities showed just how outstanding this individual was. Worried that the newspaper might have exaggerated, Jacob called his old friend at the People's Daily to get the whole story confirmed, and he got an affirmative reply. Jacob was delighted. This was what you call a living signboard for Tianzhou University. The young Carlo hadn't even arrived on campus yet and was already bringing glory to the school. Believing that from today onward, society would recognize a heroic youth named Mason, who was also a student at Tianzhou University. Today was indeed a beautiful day, and Jacob felt great. Good. He would go and visit the freshman's military training. When Jacob arrived, he did not cause a fuss. He wanted to observe the young Carlo discreetly. So, accompanied by the director of education, he went directly to Mason's unit. At that time, Mason was practicing with Gale. It was Gale who, feeling playful, thought Mason's perforcarlus was commendable and used a break to practice with him. Mason definitely agreed to fulfill the instructor's request. Gale repeatedly emphasized that they should stop at a point where neither gets hurt, fearing he might accidentally injure Mason and wanting him to be alert. Mason kept telling himself not to go too hard and risk hurting the instructor. Once they actually started sparring, it became difficult to hold back, each move done spontaneously. Gale wasn't like Brad, who was all show. He had genuine experience in real combat. Mason had to be fully focused to deal with him. Gale initially thought that Mason only knew a few moves, but didn't expect him to underestimate the kid. Earlier, he had been toying with Brad. Now, Mason was showing his true skills. Seeing that he could still remain calm while facing him, Gale loosened up more. After roughly gauging each other's abilities, the two started intense exchanges. Jacob watched with excitement, heart racing. More and more people gathered around, forming a large circle. Some were even cheering. Go Mason! The girls, led by Xena, cheered for Mason. This made the boys in the class green with envy. They truly hoped the instructor would beat him up a bit, leaving him embarrassed. All the limelight seemed to be on him, making them feel overshadowed. Even Yuanxio, Tobias, and others shouted loudly, "Instructor, go! Beat him!" Both took out their real skills, fighting to a draw, intensely and exhilaratingly. Sweat soaked through their camouflage uniforms. More and more people gathered to watch. The chief instructor originally wanted to control the situation and end it, but seeing the principal watching beside him, decided not to intervene. Indeed, this fresh Carlo had some real skills. The team assigned to lead the military training at Tianzhou University was naturally strong. Gale was one of his excellent soldiers, whose strength rivaled a martial arts king but lacked opportunities to showcase himself. For this kid to fight Gale to a standstill, he must be quite impressive. Finally, both felt exhausted, and Gale called a halt first. Stop, can't fight anymore. Can't fight anymore. Mason also pulled back accordingly. The surrounding students promptly handed him a bottle of water and a towel. Seeing this, Jacob walked over. Good lad. Have you practiced before? Mason saw that this Carlo was no ordinary person. Being able to appear at the training ground without anyone stopping him and dressed in a suit, he must be a school leader. I've learned a little bit of boxing. Most freshmen had never seen the principal, so they didn't react in surprise, but rather continued chatting enthusiastically. Jacob praised him a few more times, and then left with the director of education. Mason was puzzled by the attention from this person. Each unit returned to continue their training. Not long after, the school's loudspeaker suddenly sounded. The loudspeaker usually played only during specific times, so everyone waited with anticipation to see what was happening. Now broadcasting a notification to reward our outstanding student. Hereby, we commend our fresh Carlo student Mason for his courageous and selfless act. On the train, he discovered that Carlo traffickers were about to take away their victims. With great personal strength, he turned the tide, bravely blocking the vehicle without fear. Ultimately, he controlled 5 criminals and rescued 2 victims. He has promoted the spirit of contemporary youth who are willing to help others. He is a role model for contemporary college students and undoubtedly an exemplary peer for all students. To honor Mason's noble actions and character, our school specially commends him and rewards him by waiving his 4 years of tuition fees. Tianzhou University announces. The announcement ends here. Thank you for listening. This notification completely stunned the entire Tianzhou University. Today's headline in People's Daily was read by Carlo-y people, but most of them just skimmed through it casually. None of them noticed that this brave young Carlo was actually a fresh Carlo at Tianzhou University. At that moment, the whole freshman military training ground was boiling with excitement. Mason's name had become well known among the freshmen, grabbing all the attention. From the tricycle brother yesterday to running 21 laps, and today's sparring with the instructor, everyone remembered this somewhat handsome sunny boy. Now, another trait was added, bravery in the face of injustice. And he himself stood there awkwardly, embarrassed by the astonished gazes of his classmates. He did not have the habit of reading newspapers, and was unaware that his deeds had already been reported. Mason, come clean. What else do we not know about you? Indeed, you're like an onion. We need to peel layer by layer to get to know you. Heaven, Mason is so cool. What a pity, Mason likes Xena. Wow, 4 years of free tuition, how envious. He earned it with his life. Envy won't do any good. People spoke variously, but inevitably, they all felt admiration for this young Carlo. Putting themselves in his shoes, they would never be able to risk their lives to save others. Most people in society admire heroes, but becoming one is incredibly difficult. First, you need to overcome Carlo nature. Carlo nature is complex and selfish. When faced with danger, they only think of themselves first. Therefore, Mason's actions are even more commendable. There are Carlo-y students at Tianzhou University, but few heroic figures. Gale looked at this bashful teenager. He had found 2 Carlo-y bright spots in him, and every day since knowing him seemed filled with surprises. An atmosphere of respect permeated the crowd. It was earned by this young Carlo through his own efforts. Chapter 71. Accepting the flowers means becoming mine. Before long, announcements echoed across the training ground. Student Mason from Class 53 has demonstrated unity with his peers, fought bravely, and shown great love for the collective. He has performed outstandingly in military training activities. After deliberation by school leaders and the Youth League Committee, it is decided to appoint Student Mason as our school's top role model for military training. Each class had 1 role model slot, but there was only 1 top role model slot for the entire school. The crowd could not contain their excitement upon hearing this announcement. Top role model? He couldn't get the role model title this morning, Yet now he's become the top role model. That's amazing. This is all deserved. Most of the people in the class were genuinely happy for Mason, for he truly deserved it. A few voices quietly expressed jealousy. Brad had just been beaten up and was enduring the pain to continue training when he heard these announcements beneficial to Mason. It made him so angry he could hardly breathe. He had just caused Mason to lose the role model title, only for him to gain the top role model title. Being the top role model meant being recognized by school leaders. It carried more prestige and had greater value. Brad struggled not to curse out loud. Why did everyone favor Mason? After confronting him, he always came off worse. His lackeys also moaned bitterly about how they shouldn't oppose Mason anymore. The Carlo was too bizarre, and those who crossed him seemed to have no good outcome. In the following days, Mason began to train systematically, trying not to overstep. Now his reputation had become too illustrious. On the TVs in the canteen, news and images about him were broadcasted on a loop, almost reaching the point where all students in the school knew who he was. Walking down the road, he would be surrounded and greeted from time to time. Even some daring girls gave him love letters and presents, which left him utterly embarrassed. Many people knew his family owned a restaurant on Food Street and went to support it. They were then wowed by the delicious food and became regulars. Noemi's business grew busier every day. Shepard's fried rice business was thriving too, sometimes not even having enough time to make them on site. Every day, he had to prepare 100 or 200 portions in advance. Violet kept increasing the amount of braised dishes she prepared, producing 7 or 8 buckets a day, all of which sold out. Fortunately, this wave of attention soon subsided, and life gradually returned to normal. Military training was slowly coming to an end. Initially, he helped out every day, but after Violet hired 2 part-time student helpers, making 5 people in total, they could carloage everything. University students were very conscious. After eating, they would put money into Violet's bucket without prompting. Sometimes they would even make up for forgotten payments. So the restaurant operation was basically on track. Shepard sold fried rice at noon and barbecued in the evening, keeping up with the busy schedule. This relieved him significantly. He could help out and still find time to do his own things. Jonathan practicing martial arts and calligraphy. Jeffrey urged him several times not to slack off, wasting his talent. Recently, Brad and his gang hadn't acted up much, for their actions had only resulted in injuries to themselves. In this bustling life, they welcomed the conclusion of military training. Today was the grand competition between the 3 military branches, also known as the Grand Parade. All classes lined up in order, entering the venue sequentially. As the top role model, Mason stood at the front in a dashing uniform. As a paragon of the 3 branches, his movements were naturally impeccable and flawless. With the completion of various drills, military training officially concluded. Female classmates bid farewell to Gale with reluctance. It would be hard to see each other after military training ended. Traveling together for a while, may you both take care. Mason also hugged Gale goodbye, as they had formed a strong friendship during this period. You are the best soldier I've ever led. Keep working hard. Gale patted Mason's shoulder before turning away elegantly. There is no eternal gathering. Mason waved at his retreating back. In the afternoon after military training ended, the school arranged for a break, and formal classes would start the next day. Everyone was excited upon hearing about the holiday and planned where to spend the rest of the afternoon. They had undergone 10 days of continuous military training, almost feeling numb. Thinking that he had come here for so Carlo-y days without properly exploring Tianzhou University, Mason saw this as a good opportunity to do so today. If he could invite Xena along. On the way back to the dormitory, Mason secretly approached Xena and asked quietly, "Want to tour the school this afternoon? What time?" Xena felt a little thrill inside. These days, Carlo-y girls showed their affection for Mason, which troubled her deeply. "Let's go eat something at Food Street after putting away our books in the dormitory, then I'll ride my bike and show you around." Mason thought it was boring eating home-cooked food every day, so he wanted to treat her today. His idea was good, but when they ordered 2 servings of braised pork rice and tasted it, the flavor was simply unbearable. It was so terrible. It was cheap, yet tasted awful. Recently, Xena's taste had been spoiled by Mason. Eating ordinary meals just felt bland. In the end, to avoid waste, the 2 of them forced themselves to finish more than half of the meal. After eating, Mason rode his bike with Xena around the entire campus. The 2 talked endlessly. Everyone who saw them envied them. What a striking couple they made. Once people recognized that it was Mason and Xena, they started gossiping. Both were notable figures on campus. One had garnered attention immediately upon entering school, and the other topped the list of campus beauties. A handsome Carlo paired with a beautiful Carlo. No one expected these 2 would end up together, breaking the hearts of their admirers. Most people, however, approved of them. Over these days, Mason and Xena had already sensed something between them without openly acknowledging it, just waiting for a breakthrough. And this breakthrough came as they cycled around the university town, selling flowers. "Big brother, buy a flower for big sister." A little girl selling flowers stopped their bicycle. Mason didn't get upset. Instead, he reminded her to be careful in the future. He then bought 11 red roses. The little girl thoughtfully bundled the 11 roses into a bouquet. "Big brother, why 11 roses?" The girl was puzzled by the number. "11 roses mean loving you for my entire life," he replied. The girl suddenly understood. There were such sayings. It seemed like she found a new way to sell flowers, skipping off happily. That afternoon, she specifically targeted couples, using the meaning of 11, to successfully sell all her flowers. Holding the red roses, Mason turned and seriously handed them to Xena, whose face was flushed. These are for you." Xena's heart was racing, almost beating in her throat. When he bought the flowers, she guessed they were for her, and indeed they were. Instantly, her face turned bright red, feeling dazed, and accepted the bouquet. "Accepting the flowers means you belong to me now," Mason said teasingly. Xena stamped her foot. "Who belongs to you?" Chapter 72. Declaration and Together. "I thought you knew I was courting you. If you don't agree to be my girlfriend, just throw the flowers away," Mason said in a pretended sorrowful tone. He knew Xena would not bear to do so. Xena hugged the bouquet tightly, She couldn't bring herself to toss it aside. She lowered her head bashfully and murmured, "I didn't say no." "If you didn't say no, then that's a yes?" Mason chuckled. Zena's voice was barely audible, but Mason heard her. Joyously, he scooped her up and twirled her around with immense affection. Zena also laughed out loud. At this moment, their mutual love felt incredibly beautiful. They were officially dating now, heading towards marriage. Everything seemed to happen naturally. If you love butterflies, start by planting flowers. When you bloom, they will come on their own. Mason, having lived through 2 lives, could finally stand proudly beside the one he loved. Autumn was approaching, and the weather was getting colder day by day. Mason took Zena to the market and picked out several sets of autumn clothes for both of them. The family no longer lacked money. There were still a few thousand yuan in his mini space. He splurged a little, buying brands he had never dared to buy before, as if making peace with his past self. These brands were indeed expensive but of high quality, fitting well on him. Zena chose a set of sportswear matching Mason's style and a more feminine suit. Mason also brought some vegetables back home, planning to prepare dinner for the family in the evening. Eating the same food every day would eventually get boring no matter how delicious it was. Back at xuanhuan, Mason dived into the kitchen to cook dinner. Zena helped Violet outside. Over time, they had become very close. Violet noticed Zena's difference today, as well as the bouquet she cherished, instantly realizing what had happened. She winked mischievously and asked, "Did Stephen confess to you?" Zena blushed embarrassedly and nodded gently. Violet guessed from her reaction that she had agreed, which made her extremely happy. Her son was capable indeed, wooing the daughter-in-law she adored. From now on, she would have a daughter too, one that grew increasingly precious. "If he bullies you in the future, tell me. Watch me teach him a lesson," Violet promised with a smirk. Zena giggled shyly. "He won't bully me." Mason had always been gentle, so very gentle. He treated her specially. She could feel it. "You're already protective of him," Violet teased with a pout. Mason cooked a pot of pickled cabbage fish stew. Before it was even ready, the smell of pickled cabbage filled the entire house. The pickled cabbage was quite authentic. Just before dinner, the family of 4 gathered around the dining table and finished the whole pot of pickled cabbage fish stew, leaving only a bit of broth. Cannon and Elmer arrived too late to catch the feast, only seeing a pot of pickled cabbage soup left. Feeling regretful, they tasted the broth mixed with rice, finding it surprisingly delicious. Even when offered fresh dishes by Shepard, they insisted on eating the pickled cabbage broth over rice. They reminded Mason to invite them next time, leaving everyone torn between laughter and frustration. After dinner, Mason sent Zena back to her dorm and returned to his own dorm to rest. A month had passed since school started. Mason gazed out the window. National Day was tomorrow, nearly 10 days off including Mid-Autumn Festival. Zena wasn't going back home during this holiday. He decided to take Zena and his parents around Tianjin City during this long break. Since coming here, they had been too busy making money to explore Tianjin City properly. The expenses for this trip would come from the tuition refund, since the school waived the fees this year and the money paid was refunded. Several thousand yuan would suffice. Ever since they confirmed their relationship, the two were always together, whether returning to the dormitory, going to the library, attending classes, or eating meals. They only separated for sleep. Otherwise, they were inseparable. When the class elected officers, Mason was unanimously nominated as class president due to his strong leadership. However, he declined, saying he was too busy and afraid of not doing well, allowing other capable classmates to take the position. Zena did not run for any class committee positions either. Being regular students was more comfortable, they could act freely. Class committee duties were too numerous and not suitable for them. Together, they could read books at the library, practice calligraphy, go cycling for exercise, and do Carlo-y other things without being confined by official titles. Jeffrey often visited xuanhuan to guide them and piggyback on meals. Nowadays, Violet insisted on not charging him for meals, refusing no matter what. xuanhuan's guests were always packed every day. Shepard was kept busy every day but very happy. After all, for people of their generation, hard work was not a concern. What mattered most was earning money. Nowadays, money was flowing into their pockets like a stream, and the couple had plenty of energy to keep up with the business. Violet had roughly calculated that once the business stabilized, daily revenue would be between 3,000 to 4,000 yuan. After expenses, this translated to a net income of around 2,000 per day. Of course, there were slower periods, such as during National Day when business would inevitably decline. Under normal circumstances, they could earn about 50,000 to 60,000 yuan net per month. In an era when average wages were only a few hundred to 1,000 yuan, for a small restaurant, this income was quite substantial. At this rate, in less than half a year, they could afford a larger house. On the first day of National Day, the family agreed to go watch the flag-raising ceremony together. It was the first time any of the 4 had witnessed such a solemn and dignified scene firsthand. After watching the flag-raising ceremony and returning home, Shepard and Violet insisted on opening the restaurant, urging Mason and Zena to go out and enjoy themselves. Even though there were fewer people during National Day, every little bit counted, and they still needed to make money. Unable to change their minds, Mason had to agree. The two decided to have lunch and then visit the famous antique street in the afternoon to experience the cultural heritage of Tianjin City. Since it was a holiday, Mason personally prepared the meal at noon, which was far superior to what Shepard and Violet could cook, earning praise from everyone. Mason made braised pork meatballs, spicy chicken, braised fish, stir-fried shrimp with garlic, and stir-fried oil mai tai, oh my kai. His culinary skills from his previous life were quite good. Though not as exquisite as the system's recipes, they were better than ordinary restaurants. Zena was completely captivated by his cooking, showering him with compliments. Shepard and Violet also couldn't stop praising the food. As for when their son had learned to cook so well, they simply assumed he was naturally smart and had picked it up easily. After the meal, Mason set off with Zena. The destination was a bit far, but fortunately, the bus went straight there. So they took the bus directly from the school's main gate. Being together, the young couple found everything enjoyable, even riding the bus had its charm. With the crowd being dense, Mason kept protecting Zena throughout the journey. Chapter 73, The Painting, The Cat Bowl. they finally arrived at the place. The two of them began to stroll leisurely. Tianjiawa Garden was an antique market area, with this main street at its center known as Antique Street. Not only were there various old-style shops lined up, but also Carlo-y small vendors selling goods. Upon entering, it felt like they had traveled back to the time of the Republic of China or even earlier. The architecture and culture here were entirely out of place with the modern world. Along the way, they encountered some foreigners in suits, some holding cameras and snapping away continuously. Mason had specially brought along the treasure-seeking mouse today. Since raising this mouse, he had not really used it much. Today presented a good opportunity to see what it could do. Mason knew the system well. His recent sign-ins hadn't yielded anything substantial. He saved today's sign-in chance for now to see if he could get something useful. Indeed. Congratulations, host. You've signed in on Antique Street and obtained 1 day's use of the X-ray vision. X-ray vision? What's that for? Even if I can see through things, it won't tell me whether they're real or fake. Never mind. At least I still have the treasure-seeking mouse. He discreetly released the treasure-seeking mouse, which only he could see, invisible to others. Watching the little mouse scurry across the ground, sniffing around persistently, it soon stopped at a small stall. Mason quickly led Xena over. This stall sold paintings and calligraphy. The shopkeeper warmly asked, "Young Carlo, interested in buying a painting? They're all fine pieces. Want to give them a look?" Unfamiliar with the rules, Mason simply picked up the scroll that the treasure-seeking mouse had indicated from the rack. Holding it in his hands, he seemed quite naive, especially with a beautiful girl by his side, presumably his date. Men usually can't resist spending money when showing off in front of women. The shopkeeper smiled even more broadly, sensing potential profit. "Oh my, you have quite an eye. This is Tang Yin's, aka Tang Bohu, Mountain Stream Jonathan Stunning to the Wind, painting. It's fate that we meet. I'll give you a bargain. 5,000 RMB. Xena rolled her eyes. She knew enough about these items to recognize that these paintings on display were fakes, worth nothing yet priced at 5,000 RMB. If it were a genuine Tang Yin, she'd gladly pay 50,000 for it. Unfortunately, that wasn't possible. Mason said nothing, carefully examining the scroll in his hand. Even as an outsider, he could see that this painting looked brand new, likely only decades old at most, full of flaws. But why did the treasure-seeking mouse choose this? And it emitted a piercing red light, indicating great value. Suddenly, Mason remembered a story he read in a past life, where someone bought a forgery, only to find another famous painting hidden within. Could this be similar? He subtly examined the scroll, noting it was indeed coarser than the other paintings, hinting at something more. Seeing him scrutinizing a fake, Xena feared he might be cheated, pulling his sleeve and whispering, "Xuanhuan, let's go. There's better stuff ahead. These are all fakes." Mason told her to wait, then said to the shopkeeper, "Christo, if you had authentic Tang Yin works, you wouldn't be selling on the street. Name a reasonable price. We're students with a homework assignment to copy famous paintings. Your work seems usable. If the price is right, I'll take it." The shopkeeper chuckled nervously. He wasn't dealing with a naive customer, just making a living. "Since you're sincere, 1,000 RMB should do it." Mason remained silent. The shopkeeper hurried to add, "Though not authentic, this painting was acquired from an old house, costing me several hundred RMB. 800 RMB, no less. Actually, it cost him nothing. It was thrown in with other purchases. I'm just a poor student trying to complete an assignment. If you're not serious, never mind." Mason recalled how Violet haggled and pretended to leave with Xena. Seeing they were about to leave, the shopkeeper relented. 100 RMB was still money, and he hadn't made any sales today. Besides, he got the painting for free. Come back. 100 RMB. Okay? It's a loss for me. If you like it, maybe you'll come back again. How about this lady? Does she want one too? Xena shook her head. She had no interest in these items. Although she didn't know why Mason insisted on buying this painting, since it was only 100 RMB, it wasn't too expensive. Let him buy it for fun. The shopkeeper took the money happily and pocketed it, wishing them well as they left. Mason held the painting tenderly, examining it closely. They continued to follow the treasure-seeking mouse. Xena, though puzzled, did not ask much. The treasure-seeking mouse sniffed its way to a small stall, selling miscellaneous items, and stopped there. The stall had a wide variety of goods on sale. The stall owner was a middle-aged Carlo with an honest appearance. "Interested in anything? Take your time to look around. These are all old things I personally collected from the countryside." Xena hummed softly, acknowledging that the Carlo didn't lie. These items were indeed old things. For instance, this kimchi jar still emitted a pungent, pickled cabbage smell, and this nearly worn-out whetstone, both likely brought back from the countryside. However, whether they were valuable was another question. Mason saw the treasure-seeking mouse settle comfortably in a small bowl, emitting a glaring red light. It indicated that this little bowl might be another precious item. This small bowl looked tiny, perhaps only as big as Xena's palm, covered with dirt and moss. The owner probably wanted it to appear more antique for a better sale, so he left it uncleaned, displaying it openly. Seeing Mason staring at the small bowl, the owner introduced, "This is from an old lady's house when I was collecting antiques from the countryside. Her ancestors were literati, so I got quite a few good things from her house. This one is their cat bowl, which could be quite valuable. I paid 30 RMB for it. If you like it, you can take it for 100 RMB. Actually, the owner didn't think this bowl was anything special. He simply relied on volume to make profits. Mason felt the owner was honest and worked hard for his earnings, so he didn't haggle but directly handed over 100 RMB. The owner even found a plastic bag to pack the small bowl for him. Mason carried the two items with great delight, even letting go of Xena's hand. Xena was confused. These two items weren't treasures, yet Mason treated them as if they were invaluable, being very careful with them. Chapter 74. Northern Song Junware Porcelain. Mason understood her doubts, but he couldn't explain the uniqueness of these two items either. The treasure-seeking mouse ran along the street and suddenly turned into an antique shop. "Let's go in and take a look at Lanyu Pavilion." "Sure." The two were just aimlessly wandering around. Upon entering, a young Carlo with delicate features approached them to ask, "What would you like to see?" We'll just browse around for now, Mason said confidently. The young Carlo gestured for them to be at ease and didn't say anything more. This antique shop was quite splendidly decorated, and the two started looking seriously. Using the new X-ray vision function, Mason penetrated through the surfaces of the items to observe their internal structures. But it seemed useless. He couldn't tell if they were genuine or fake. The treasure-seeking mouse kept running around excitedly. There appeared to be Carlo-y authentic items in this store. Unfortunately, most of them were beyond his budget. He could only search for bargains. Buying things at full price wasn't interesting. He could only admire. While they were observing, the handsome young Carlo in the store was also secretly sizing up Mason. Having been in this business for so long, he had a good memory for faces. He felt that this person looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he'd seen him before. Looking at the newspaper on his uncle's desk, he suddenly remembered. He'd seen this Carlo in the headline of the heroic deed story. He hadn't expected that this person would be interested in antiques. Thus, he wanted to make friends. Therefore, he approached and said, "If there's anything you fancy, I can give you both a 20% discount." Mason thought this young Carlo seemed to have quite a bit of power in the store. Smiling, they prepared to leave. Seeing this, Barney quickly said, "Hold on a moment. This is Barney. Do you have treasures that you've just acquired? If you don't mind, we could appreciate them together. We have cleaning tools and materials here." He noticed the small bowl in Mason's hand that hadn't been cleaned yet. A lover of antiques, he became curious. Hearing this, Mason paused. He didn't want to find a place to clean the items properly. As a lay Carlo, he didn't dare to handle it himself for fear of damaging the treasure. Based on the rat's reaction, these items were not ordinary. Professional matters should be handled by professionals. I wouldn't call it appraising. I'm not sure what these items are. I just picked them up from a stall outside. Could you help me clean it? I'll pay whatever it costs. Mason placed the small bowl on the table for the young Carlo to take. He had learned this behavior from the middle-aged Carlo earlier. Feel free. It's all about exchanging knowledge between young people, Barney replied kindly. He carefully examined the bowl but found nothing special and still handled it with care as he placed it on the tray. Then, he led the duo to a private room in the store, which was equipped for processing antiques, filled with various tools and solvents. Don't worry. My grandfather is an old master who has participated in the restoration of Carlo-y artifacts in museums. I've been learning from him for over 10 years and inherited his skills. This little cleaning job is no problem, Barney said proudly. Barney's words calmed Mason considerably. It seemed this store had its share of experts, explaining why even the treasure-seeking rat couldn't decide which item to choose. Most of the items inside were authentic. Mason pulled Xena down to sit and attentively watched Barney clean the small bowl. The young Carlo dressed in special attire and wore gloves, appearing very professional. Immersed in his work, Barney made it seem as though time stood still. As they tensely cleaned, someone came in from outside. Young master, second lord and old master have arrived. The youth at the door reported. Luwu. A middle-aged Carlo walked in. What are you doing here? Halden brought something over for Ernst to inspect. You might as well come and listen to. Barney pointed to the object in his hands. Uncle, please go first. I need to finish this cleaning. The middle-aged Carlo glanced but couldn't tell what the object was. Knowing his nephew's concentration, he said, all right, do it quickly and then join us. Before leaving, uninterrupted, Barney continued working. Since the objects were only surface residues, cleaning was relatively easy, requiring only simple steps. A sky-blue porcelain bowl soon emerged before the three. Not bad looking, remarked Xena. She didn't understand much about porcelain. Neither did Mason, so he remained silent. Barney carefully inspected the porcelain bowl from every angle, surprised by what he saw. Judging from the characteristics of this porcelain bowl, it is a typical northern xuanhuan bowl, with the red glaze inside shining brilliantly. If it were genuine, it would be too precious. However, he couldn't believe that such a valuable bowl could be picked up so easily at a street stall. Therefore, he suspected it might be a replica. Yet, after thoroughly examining the entire porcelain bowl using his knowledge, he couldn't find any flaws. The authenticity often lies in one's judgment. This bowl could either be an invaluable treasure or worthless junk. He looked up at Mason's expression and found that he seemed unperturbed, showing no sign of excitement. Barney was perplexed and uncertain. Did you realize it was a xuanhuan bowl when you bought it? No, I don't know much about antiques. I just came here for fun and bought it casually, Mason replied. Barney didn't expect such an answer, which made him even more eager to determine its authenticity. Could there really be a beginner's protection period? If this bowl were genuine, this kid had found a real bargain. No one on the entire antique street had scored such a big find in the last 10 years. He made a decision immediately. This porcelain bowl, based on my judgment, could very likely be a northern xuanhuan bowl. If it is, you've indeed found a great deal. However, I can't be 100% certain. Would you mind if I showed it to my grandfather? He is the president of the Tianjin Antique Association and a specially appointed restorer at the museum. His judgment carries weight in the antique world. Mason readily agreed. Although he was sure that what the treasure-seeking mouse found must be genuine, others wouldn't know that. Getting it appraised by someone else would be beneficial. Thus, the three of them stood up and went to the tea room outside. There, they saw an energetic old Carlo scrutinizing a piece of porcelain while commenting on something. Two middle-aged men listened attentively. One was Barney's second uncle, and the other was definitely Halden mentioned earlier. The tuition fee you paid this time wasn't wasted. Replicas of this level can easily fool even some masters if they aren't careful. Take it back and cherish it. It will be meaningful to own it, the old Carlo remarked. Chapter 75, 7 million. The Carlo called Halden didn't seem to be short of money either. Pity, I thought it would be a genuine one this time. Adon wasn't heartbroken about the money, but he was annoyed with his own misjudgment. He came from a rich second generation, and when he was young, he liked playing with antiques. But he was half-baked, without good eyesight or knowledge. These years, relying on the wealth left by his elders, he had lived comfortably, occasionally buying one or two items. Half were genuine, half were fake. He had his way of living. He wouldn't lose money, nor get rich. He just wanted some fun. Jifu, how much did you spend on this bottle? the leading elder asked. Halden said embarrassedly, 10,000. 10,000? Then you've lost big this time, the elder smiled. Ancestor Yuan had some connection with him, so the two families got along well and knew each other closely. Hence, their conversation was quite casual. Adon sighed, indeed, I finally got my hands on something real not long ago, made a small profit, but today I had to give it up. You are not meant to get rich from antiques. You'd better do your building materials business honestly. That's more suitable for you, the elder advised. While they were talking, Easton brought 3 people over. Grandpa, there's an item here I can't figure out. Can you appraise it? Oh. The elder was surprised upon hearing that. His grandson had been learning from him since childhood and had considerable talent. After being influenced by his grandfather, he had become skilled in antique appraisal and could usually identify common items easily. This antique shop was run by his uncle, but Carlo-y uncertain decisions were made by him behind the scenes. He hadn't expected there would be something he couldn't determine. The elder knew that his grandson must have encountered something good that even he couldn't find any flaws in, because for usual uncertainties, he wouldn't bring them to his attention. The elder said interestingly, then let's present it, and we'll all take a look. Is this item owned by these 2 kids? Let's sit down and look together. Mason, seeing the elder's amiable face, pulled Xena to sit down amiably. Easton's uncle Monroe and the opposite Halden also looked excited at what Easton held in his tray. Easton put the tray on the tea table in the middle. Please have a look. After saying that, he lifted the brocade cloth, revealing a small celadone porcelain bowl to everyone. The expressions of the 3 changed instantly. Yuan spoke first. Judging from its shape and color, it looks like it's from the Northern Song Dynasty June Qilin. It does look like it, but June Qilin items are rare, and there are Carlo-y fakes on the market. Monroe privately thought this was a high imitation. Only the leading elder remained silent, taking out his magnifying glass and examining it meticulously. Young Carlo, is this thing yours? Mason replied, yes. Can I handle it? Sure, please do. Only then did the elder put on a pair of white gloves, picking up the porcelain bowl on the table cautiously. Easton watched his grandfather's every move, feeling quite anxious, as if he were a student taking an exam. To him, this porcelain bowl showed no signs of being fake. He was almost 90% sure it was genuine. So he wanted to know his grandfather's verdict. The elder's caution made Monroe and Halden nervous too. Could this item actually be genuine, given how carefully Ernst was examining it? If it's a real Northern Song Dynasty June Qilin porcelain, this bowl would be invaluable. It's not exaggerating to say it's worth more than its weight in gold. Xena was also affected by this atmosphere. She hadn't expected that a dirty porcelain bowl Mason bought casually on the roadside might have great origins. Do you think it's genuine? Xena whispered, tugging at Mason's sleeve. I don't know. Bought it casually. It's best if it's real, but it doesn't matter if it's fake. Mason's attitude was very calm. Indeed. After all, it only cost 100 yuan. The elder meticulously studied it for 10 minutes, nodding and exclaiming from time to time. Everyone's emotions soared and plunged like a roller coaster following his reactions. Finally, the elder smiled, put down the porcelain bowl, and packed away his tools. A rare treasure indeed. Seeing his grandfather's reaction, Easton confirmed he hadn't been wrong and felt pleased. Abdullahi, it's really a June Qilin bowl? Xuanhuan asked excitedly. He had never seen a genuine June Qilin piece in his entire life. The overall shape of the Song Dynasty June porcelain is more beautiful. The upper part has a thin body that gradually thickens downward. Through the protective glaze layer, you can see hand-spun wheel marks, which match the porcelain perfectly. It's undoubtedly genuine, the elder replied. Everyone looked at the porcelain bowl in shock. Halden gazed at the small bowl in the tray with sparkling eyes. My goodness, such a little thing is worth a fortune. Mason had known it was genuine all along, and now that it was confirmed by others, he felt very pleased. Xena felt as if she was in a dream. A small bowl picked up casually from the roadside could be worth a fortune? How could she believe this wasn't a dream? The elder nodded. This is indeed the rare Northern Song Dynasty June Qilin sky blue glazed porcelain bowl. Everyone sucked in a breath sharply. Old sir, if this bowl is appraised, how much would it cost? Adon asked with interest. The elder stroked his non-existent beard and pondered. Its exact value cannot be estimated. I remember 2 years ago, an auction in Hong Kong sold a piece of June Qilin porcelain which had slight flaws, and its final price was 7 million. This porcelain bowl has a perfect shape and no flaws at all, so it should be more valuable. However, it's hard for anyone on the mainland to afford such a high price. This bowl is worth over 7 million? Even Adon, a rich second generation, trembled upon hearing that. Not less, but more. If someone really loves it, 10 or even 20 million would be normal. Easton also knew about this. He hadn't expected that leaving the young Carlo due to his spontaneous decision today would lead him to uncover such a precious antique. So far, this was the most expensive item he had ever handled. And his judgment was correct. Xena and Mason were both stunned. 7 million? Fried rice costs 2.5 yuan per bowl. 7 million would require selling 2.8 million bowls of fried rice, enough to fry until the next life. For Xena, her family owned several jewelry stores in Zhoushan. Their annual income was at most 200,000 yuan. 7 million would take her parents nearly half their lives to earn. As for Mason, he simply picked up a broken little bowl from the roadside, which turned out to be worth 7 million. Both tried to remain calm and did not show their nervousness. Brother, where did this porcelain bowl come from? Can you tell us? Adon asked, loving stories about discovering hidden treasures. Easton looked at Mason and smiled faintly. Adon would probably feel choked today. There was nothing to hide, so Mason said directly, just bought it on the roadside when we came here. From a stall? You have good eyesight, young Carlo. How much did it cost? Adon thought, even if it's a bargain find, it must have cost tens of thousands, right? 100 yuan. What? Chapter 76. The picture of watching the spring and Jonathan standing to the wind. It wasn't just Adon who was shocked. Everyone except Xena was astonished. They had expected it to be a bargain, but they hadn't imagined that it would be this thorough, 100 yuan, which made it almost like giving it away for free. Some stall on this antique street must have inadvertently sold an item worth over 7 million yuan for just 100 yuan. Thus, it was said that different industries are as separate as if separated by mountains. Even if you have mountains of gold and silver in your hands, it's useless if you don't understand anything. I've been dealing with these things all my life, but I've never seen anyone make such a big find before. How Carlo-y years have you been in this business, young Carlo? The elderly Carlo asked with interest. Mason scratched his head. Without misleading everyone, I just felt this cup was quite nice, so I bought it to play with. Barney could vouch for him, describing in detail the encounter with Mason and the original appearance of the porcelain bowl. Everyone was stunned. It turned out that this was a novice who knew nothing about antiques, and yet stumbled upon such a valuable treasure. Adon had been playing with antiques for over 20 years and had never encountered such a significant find. He looked at Mason with envious eyes. "You're amazing," he said, giving Mason a thumbs up. Barney suddenly remembered a news article he'd read in the paper. "Are you that university student who saved someone recently?" Mason was surprised that he recognized him but didn't dodge the question, nodding in confirmation. Everyone knew about this incident and had discussed it. Now they understood everything. As the old saying goes, heaven bestows kindness and favors those who act with virtue. Every word and deed has its consequence. This person naturally exuded righteousness, planting good causes and reaping good results. This treasure deserved to belong to him. Others wouldn't even dare to own it. The elderly Carlo nodded approvingly. This young Carlo wasn't bad. It was indeed a fortunate turn of events for this treasure to end up in his hands. "By the way, you've been holding this painting today. Did you pick it up while scavenging too?" Adon asked, pointing at the scroll in Mason's hand. "Yes. If you don't mind, could you let us appreciate it together?" Mason readily agreed. Barney found a brocade box, carefully wrapped the porcelain bowl layer after layer, and handed it back to him. Who would have thought it was once a cat's bowl? When it was brought in earlier, it was casually placed in a transparent plastic bag, but within just a short time, its fate had completely changed. Meanwhile, Mason's painting was laid out on a clean table for display. At first glance, everyone wrinkled their noses. This clearly looks like a fake. It seemed this young Carlo's luck only worked once. Adon added, undeterred, "Looks like a modern replica." The elderly Carlo, however, did not jump to conclusions. Instead, he asked Mason directly, "Why did you buy it?" Mason couldn't say it was because of the treasure-seeking mouse, so he played dumb. Maybe it was an inexplicable feeling. A feeling? The old Carlo didn't comment further, instead examining the painting closely. Old hands were still sharp. Problems Barney and Adon didn't notice were immediately spotted by the elder. He pinched the scroll and asked Barney to bring some tools. "Your painting is intriguing. On the surface, it's just a common replica, but there might be something extraordinary inside. If you agree, I can take a closer look." Mason was eager for it. "All according to your judgment." With his permission, the old Carlo carefully studied it. So it's a picture within a picture? Barney had never encountered such a situation before and was excited. Barney and his cousin Dominic also assisted, and 2 hours passed in no time. Mason and Zena had drunk countless cups of water, almost falling asleep. Then came a series of exclamations from everyone. "Finally done. The elder, quickly see what this mysterious thing is." Adon couldn't wait. Everyone gazed at the scroll in the elder's hands. He gently spread out the painting. They focused intently. "Why is it the picture of watching the spring and Jonathan standing to the wind again?" Adon exclaimed in surprise. In the picture were depicted strange peaks and rocks, ancient trees casting thick shadows, a clear spring flowing, and 2 scholars sitting by the stream watching the spring and listening to the wind. The scene was tranquil and desolate. A poem was inscribed in the upper right corner. "Looking down at the flowing spring and up at the wind, the sound of water and the tune of the breeze blend into music." Why not depict the jade zither? Because no one bears the name Zhong. The painting was on silk, looking very fragile and ancient. Could this be an original? Mason couldn't believe that the hidden treasure inside was actually Tang Yin's true work, the picture of watching the spring and Jonathan standing to the wind. He gaped in astonishment. Seeing his genuine surprise, the elder felt relieved, fearing this young Carlo had set a trap. From Song Dynasty Junware to a Tang Yin masterpiece, each item was invaluable. What an exhilarating afternoon. I personally think it's an original. However, my attainments in paintings are not as great as one of my friends. If he can vouch for it, this painting is definitely an original. The elderly Carlo was not entirely sure either. "Are you talking about Augustinish? Why don't we invite him over to take a look?" Adon spoke bluntly. Barney looked at Mason. "Mr. Jonathonu, do you agree?" Mason checked the time. It was 4:30 p.m., still some time before dinner. He asked Zena, who also had no objections. "Okay then. It wouldn't hurt to confirm it once more." Zena was already completely bewildered. Who exactly is Mason? Even the son of Grandpa G isn't this capable. They only bought these 2 items in the afternoon, and there didn't seem to be anything unusual. But now, every item turned out to be a major treasure, making everything feel unreal, like turning fish eyes into pearls. Mason didn't seem to come here to buy things, but rather to gild himself. The other few people remained quite calm. In the antiques trade, true and false items often intertwined, with ups and downs. They were seasoned veterans who had seen their share of storms. Barney called the elder's senior brother as directed. When the senior heard about the discovery of the original picture of watching the spring and Jonathan standing to the wind, he simply said, "Wait for me, 20 minutes to get there," and hung up. However, it took less than 20 minutes, only about 12 or 13, for a little old Carlo with gray hair to pant breathlessly into the shop. "Where is it? Where is the picture of watching the spring and Jonathan standing to the wind?" Barney hurried to get him water, calming him down before leading him into the inner room. The old Carlo took out a magnifying glass and practically pressed it against the painting, looking very professional. He occasionally let out some exclamations. After about 15 minutes, he firmly declared, "It is undoubtedly an original." Winston also sighed in relief. He feared he might have made a mistake, But since his old friend confirmed it was real, today seemed to be the lucky day indeed, and no one set a trap. Adon jumped up and down excitedly, even happier than if he had found the treasure himself. Augustinish, could you tell us how much this painting is worth? Augustinish, looking indignant, scolded, our country's treasures, how can they be measured by money? How vulgar. Mason's heart skipped a beat upon hearing that. Is this old Carlo going to make me hand it over to the state? Chapter 77, 5 million. Adon was unperturbed by Augustinish's criticism. I, Abdul, am just a worldly person. Tell me, how much is this painting really worth? Augustinish couldn't do anything about him and said in annoyance, a painting from Tang Yin's era once sold for 3 million. This one has an even greater reputation. If it meets the eye of a true lover of art, 5 million is not out of the question. Do you want to sell this painting? Augustinish assumed the painting belonged to Adon since he often dealt with such items, and while saying this, he also felt somewhat moved himself. 5 million? Adon's tongue tied itself up. Just now, the porcelain bowl went for 7 million, and this painting could fetch 5 million. A total of 12 million right there. An ordinary person with that kind of money would never have to worry about anything again. Right, 5 million. What do you say? Will you sell it to me for 5 million? Augustinish spoke frankly. He had long wanted to collect a Tang Yin painting and had never found a genuine piece. This time, finally finding one, he was willing to part with 5 million. At this stage of life, material things meant little to him. Happiness was his main concern. Mason, who had been anxious all along, finally breathed a sigh of relief. He thought this old Carlo was the type of stubborn conservative who might insist on donating the painting. He hadn't expected that his assumptions about noble intentions were baseless suspicions. The Xiang family trio were too engrossed in appreciating the famous painting to notice their conversation. Adon pointed at Mason. You've got the wrong person. The owner of this painting is right here. Augustinish glanced at Mason. Yours? Mason nodded. The elderly Carlo repeated, 5 million. Selling? Mason did want to sell but wasn't familiar with Augustinish, fearing a scam. He looked toward Winston. Seeing his dilemma, Winston reassured him, don't worry. Augustinish is my senior brother and won't deceive you. I also agree with his valuation. 5 million is a fair price. Auctioning it might yield more, but after deducting commissions and other fees, the final amount you'd receive would be roughly the same, and it would waste your time. With Winston's assurance, Mason felt at ease. The painting was a liability to him, neither useful nor appreciated, and required funds for preservation. So selling it to someone who truly understood it was better. Since Augustinish likes it, let's go with what you said. Augustinish was naturally delighted. He asked Mason for his bank details, took out his mobile phone, and made a call. Soon, the money was transferred to Mason. After confirming at the nearest bank branch that the money had been received, Mason relaxed. Back at the antique shop, when Augustinish heard that this young Carlo had also stumbled upon an even more valuable piece of porcelain, he became quite eager to see it. Upon learning both items cost him only 100 yuan, everyone lamented the unfairness of fate, wondering why they, who frequented the antique street daily, never encountered such luck. You really don't understand antiques? Augustinish marveled at his good fortune. Really, I don't. This kind of luck means you have a natural affinity for antiques. Not studying antique appreciation would be a waste. Oh yes, I have a friend who teaches at Tianzhou University. Perhaps I can get him to arrange an auditing spot for you, so you can learn antique appreciation. Augustinish, recognizing talent, thought this young Carlo had great potential. Luck, after all, was a form of talent, an inexplicable yet undeniable factor in antiques. Augustinish, he may not need that. Barney knew the inside story and quickly explained. How wouldn't he need it? Giving him a chance to audit at Tianzhou University is no small favor. Augustinish's temper flared. No, not like that. He's already a student at Tianzhou University, just not majoring in antique appreciation. Only then did Augustinish realize he'd misjudged him. Nice job, young Carlo. Augustinish, he's the guy who saved people on the train as reported in the newspaper last time. Oh, it's you? Well done. Very well done. In Buddhism, cause and effect exist. This might be the result of your good deed. Unexpectedly, Augustinish believed in such things. But his words reminded Mason. He had previously completed a commendable task and received a cloning reward. He could use this opportunity to clone either of the two masters before him, thereby gaining decades of experience directly. The thought was tantalizing. Yet he hesitated, unsure whether to choose Winston or Augustinish. From what he saw, Winston excelled in restoration and appraisal across various categories. Augustinish clearly had stronger expertise in paintings but was slightly weaker in other areas. Winston seemed more versatile. If he could obtain even a fraction of the old Carlo's experience, it would be enough for him to dominate the entire antique street without fear of making mistakes. Deciding to act immediately, Mason summoned the system and instructed it to use the cloning card. Please select the cloning target. Mason silently chose the elderly Carlo. Would you like to use the cloning card? Yes. The cloning card is activating. Please wait. Congratulations, host. You have cloned Synard's antique appreciation skills. After the announcement, Mason felt an instant flood of knowledge. Looking at the two treasures before him now, gave him Carlo-y new insights. His mind was no longer a blank slate. He could now analyze the authenticity of objects using the knowledge in his head. When he looked at items in the shop again, he didn't need the treasure rat. A quick glance at most items was enough to tell their authenticity. Antiques weren't something ordinary people could afford to play with. It was all about the thrill. Augustinish got the treasure and began appreciating it with Elder Synard. Adon treated them, taking Barney, Mason, Xena, and Monroe out for dinner. Monroe accompanied the two elders. We've met and formed some connection. Today, I've gained much knowledge, so let me treat you. Don't argue with me on this. Mason liked this straightforward and unpretentious middle-aged uncle. They went to a large open-air restaurant outside the antique street. Adon might be a regular customer here as he immediately told the boss to serve food quickly. They were hungry. It was a genuine northeastern-style iron pot stew goose, fragrant and delicious. While chatting, they enjoyed their meal fully. After the meal, Mason offered to pay the bill under the guise of going to the bathroom. After all, due to Barney and the others, he earned 5 million today, so it was fitting that he treated them. Just as he was about to pay, the treasure rat, seemingly sensing something valuable, jumped out of his pocket and rushed toward the counter. Mason was startled. He saw the treasure rat jump up and cling to a charming little gourd. From the boss's perspective, Mason seemed to be captivated by a row of gourds on the wall. Do you like gourd decorations? Chapter 78 Golden Grass Gourd. Mason reacted quickly and said, these gourds are quite adorable. The boss handed Mason his change while smiling. Since you're a friend of Abdul, I'll give one to you for free. Choose whichever you like. Mason waved his hand hurriedly. How could I take it for free when these are for sale? How much does one cost? I'll buy one. The boss was pleased that he appreciated the crafts. These gourds were all raised by my father. They are handicrafts. Occasionally, guests pick one from the store. Normally, I sell them for 30 to 50 yuan. If you like one, just choose it without paying. Mason silently took out 50 yuan and placed it on the counter. He picked up a pendant-style gourd that Treasure Rat had been holding, examining it in his hands. Pick a bigger one. The small one is a gift for you. It's not worth much. The boss held the money awkwardly. Mason smiled inwardly but remained silent. While they were larger, none of them caught his fancy. Adon came over to pay but saw that Mason had already paid. We agreed that I would treat everyone. Why did you pay? Mr. Yuan, today I made some money, let me treat everyone. Mason humbly said. Adon said with a grin, next time, no more of this. Despite his words, he was amused by the gesture. He didn't lack for a meal, but he liked such earnest and interesting young people. The four of them walked out together. Mason handed the pendant he just got to Xena. I saw this little thing, take it as a gift. Xena accepted the gourd happily. What an adorable gourd. I'll hang it on my school bag. Adon glanced at it casually. Did you buy this from the boss? How much did he charge you? 50. Mason replied honestly. Xena pouted. 50 yuan could have bought meals for over 10 days. This trinket was way too expensive. Adon also frowned. This boss even dares to rip off my junior brother. This item should cost no more than 10 yuan. It's only because his father has decent craft scholarship that he charged you 50. Mason thought to himself, if you knew its true value, you'd say I was ripping him off. He was about to explain that the boss wanted to give it to him for free. Easton suddenly spoke up. Classmate Yun, can I see the gourd you're holding? Xena passed it to him naturally. Adon chuckled. Xiang, are you crazy? Don't tell me you don't know. This is purely a handicraft made from gourds grown and processed by the boss's father. Unfazed by his words, Easton examined it seriously, then looked at Mason in disbelief. Uncle Yuan, don't be so sure of yourself, Easton said with a teasing smile. I refuse to believe this gourd could be golden, Adon insisted, snatching it away to examine it closely. After a thorough inspection, he widened his eyes in disbelief. Damn, it really is gold. This is a golden grass gourd, and it's a seasoned one at that. Still in disbelief, Adon handed the small gourd back to Mason and turned back into the shop. After searching all the small gourd crafts on display, he found no other golden grass gourd and finally left. Seeing his expression, the boss asked curiously, Abdul, what's going on? What's going on? You just missed out on a treasure. Adon teased. The poor guy must think he earned a tidy profit with those 50 yuan. Jonathan did he know there was a seasoned golden grass gourd mixed among the smaller ones in his store. No one knew how it ended up there. The boss shrugged nonchalantly. I'm just a simple Carlo. Even if a treasure were right in front of me, I wouldn't recognize it. Everyone makes their living differently. Adon laughed. That's right. People live in their own ways. Jonathonu, confess now. You said you didn't know much about antique toys, so how did you pick this one out of so Carlo-y small gourds? Adon grabbed Mason, decarlating an answer. Mason continued to feign ignorance. Maybe it was fate at first sight. I just liked it the moment I saw it. Adon dropped the subject since it wasn't his business. Xena, however, was very interested in the origins of the gourd. Though Mason understood, he played dumb. Both of them looked eagerly at Easton for an explanation. Easton explained, the most expensive type of gourd in the world is the golden grass gourd. It's a kind of antique toy gourd and is extremely pricey. During the Ming Dynasty, golden grass gourds were highly favored. Back then, one such gourd would cost about 30 taels of silver. The high price is mainly due to two reasons, rarity and small size. Smaller gourds have weaker vitality, making them more susceptible to damage from minor disturbances. So, even if the smaller golden grass gourds grow in larger quantities, very few of them ultimately mature. Golden grass gourds are already expensive. The one in Xena's hand looks like an old item that has been played with for a long time by its owner, likely for at least several decades. It's unknown how it ended up in the boss's possession and was put on display for sale in the store. This gourd can now be sold for over 20,000 yuan in the market. For Mason to have gotten it for 50 yuan means he truly found a bargain. Easton looked at it enviously. Sometimes both keen eyesight and luck are crucial. He had been to this shop several times and also glanced at these gourds while paying, but he did not notice this special one. Yet, the rookie Mason did. It must be said that timing and fate play significant roles in antique collecting. Sometimes skill cannot surpass luck. Regardless of whether Mason truly didn't know or was pretending, his acumen should not be underestimated. So it's this powerful? Xena examined the gourd happily, not only because of its value but because it was given by Mason, and also because the story gave it a magical aura, making it mysterious. Seeing Xena's delight made Mason happy. Let me help you hang it on your school bag. He remembered Xena saying she wanted to hang it on her bag. No way. Something so precious. I'll keep it carefully. What if it gets stolen if I hang it on my school bag? Xena playfully put the small gourd in her pocket to hide it. Times change. Earlier she didn't know the gourd's value, but now that she knows, she wouldn't treat it as just another craft anymore. Mason smiled helplessly and let her be. They were about to head back to school. Thinking of Mason's good luck, Adon couldn't help but feel tickled and called out to him. Jonathan, a kid, interested in gemstone gambling? It's quite fun. Gambling stones? Mason was confused. Easton seemed somewhat disapproving. Uncle Yuan, you shouldn't take him along? Oh come on, no harm in looking. We won't participate, just broadening the young Carlo's horizons, Adon said casually. Pay no heed to what Xiang Kid says. Gambling stones is betting on jade. One cut could make you poor, another could make you rich. Very heart-stopping. Are you going or not? Adon's description piqued Zena's and Mason's interest. They really wanted to see it, but it was late, and it wasn't good to not inform their families. So, Mason borrowed Adon's mobile phone to call a nearby phone booth, asking the lady there to relay to his parents that he would be returning home a bit later tonight. Chapter 79. Gambling on Stones. Barney originally planned to go home, but Adon insisted on dragging him along. The four of them got into Adon's private vehicle and headed for an unknown destination. Mason thought to himself that in this day and age, having a personal car and driver indicated that Adon was not to be underestimated. Mason had just acquired a Xuanhuan porcelain bowl, which he stored in a bank safety deposit box for peace of mind. With something worth millions in hand, even the slightest bump could mean its loss. Adon seemed to often visit stone gambling places, and in the car, he gave a detailed account of the intricacies to everyone present. The content inside the stone is unpredictable. Even deities find it difficult to judge a small piece of jade. It's all about the thrill. One strike can make you poor, another can make you rich. This is what stone gambling is all about. If luck strikes, 1,000 yuan stone can turn into 10,000. With poor judgment and bad luck, hundreds of thousands can vanish in a moment. Gambling on stones is risky. One cut can bring joy or sorrow. I love observing this process now and then. When interest hits me, I might buy a couple for fun, but one must set boundaries, act within limits, and avoid getting addicted. After staying in this industry long enough, I've seen two Carlo-y gamblers with bleak outcomes. Though we enjoy it, we should know our limits. It seemed like Adon was cautioning the young people, afraid they'd be captivated by the charm of stone gambling and get deeply involved. After all, Mason had just received 5 million yuan. If he were to lose it all through stone gambling because of Adon's introduction, it would indeed be regrettable. Of course, Mason knew money was hard-earned. Having grown up in poverty, he would never spend frivolously or allow himself to become a gambler. It was even less likely for Zena, who was merely accompanying them. As for Barney, Adon knew his steady and introverted personality, so he shouldn't get addicted. While speaking, the driver parked the car next to a large courtyard. Jonathan, wait for us here, Adon instructed, then led the others out of the car. They looked around. The area was quiet. Adon took the lead and knocked on the door. Knock knock. Who's there? It's me, Abdul. The large wooden door opened from the inside. Christo Yuan, welcome. My uncle was just talking about you. We've just received new goods. I thought you weren't coming today. Adon stepped in first. I brought some friends. Don't worry. They're all my nephews and nieces, no outsiders. Friends of Christo Yuan are always welcome. Please come in. Saying this, the young Carlo closed the door and led them inside. The courtyard was a two-tiered compound, tastefully arranged in a rustic yet elegant carloner. They encountered several guests being escorted by guides, indicating this was a specialized stone gambling spot. The young Carlo led them to a room. Uncle, Christo Yuan has arrived. A Carlo with a beard emerged. Christo Yuan, it's been a while. New goods just arrived today. Would you like to pick some? Guaranteed to meet your satisfaction. Haha Boston, you always say that. Today, I'm bringing these young ones to experience the scene. Boston, with his beard, only now noticed Mason and the others, warmly greeting them. Feel at home. Take your time browsing. If anything catches your eye, I'll give you an 80% discount as a favor for Christo Yuan. No worries if nothing appeals. Let's make acquaintances. There's fruit, snacks, and midnight meals in the front hall for you all to try. None of them were adept at such social situations. Zena spoke up. All right, boss. You promised an 80% discount. Don't go back on your word if I choose something. Bearded Boston laughed. Haha, little miss, I deal fairly with all ages. Christo Yuan knows this. I'm busy, so my nephew will show you around. His nephew was the young Carlo who welcomed them earlier. Sure thing, I'll take them. Adon entered the room first. Inside, the space was quite spacious, probably several rooms combined. Stones of various sizes and peculiar shapes were arranged in different sections. Several people were already inside, quietly examining the stones with magnifying glasses. Seeing they came unprepared, the young guide was surprised that stone buyers didn't bring tools. He handed magnifying glasses to Mason and the others. Adon already had one and was already engrossed in the stones. Mason, Zena, and Barney wandered around as the young Carlo whispered explanations about the price differences in each section and some basic knowledge. You three are first-timers. Check out these two areas to get started. Here, each stone costs 200 yuan. Over there, they're sold by weight at 300 yuan per kilogram. This is the cheapest stuff we have here, the young Carlo introduced. They understood that these cheapest items were likely leftovers or materials of poor quality. Similar to clearance items in a store, they probably wouldn't find anything valuable. Buying them would just be for fun. Mason suddenly remembered that he had gained the use of X-ray vision from signing in today, which hadn't expired yet. He wondered if this vision could penetrate the stone's surface and see inside. Deciding to give it a try, he focused on a piece of stone, and gradually, the black exterior receded before his eyes. It worked. He could really see. Unfortunately, there was nothing inside this particular stone, just layers of rock. Now intrigued, Mason pretended to examine each stone with a magnifying glass one by one. Zena and Barney also started selecting stones. Mason inspected very quickly, almost one stone per minute on average, acting like an amateur just playing around. Yet, he maintained a serious and concentrated expression. After checking about 10 stones, all of which were empty inside, just white rock without even a hint of jade, he confirmed that the leftover goods indeed weren't good. This effort left him quite exhausted, as using X-ray vision required considerable mental energy. Mason sat down on the ground unceremoniously. He picked up a palm-sized stone nearby. As he penetrated the thin outer layer, Mason saw a vibrant red color that hurt his eyes, causing him to close them instinctively. There was something inside. After resting for a moment, Mason prepared again and looked carefully. He realized this palm-sized stone was like a thin-skinned bun filled with red jade meat inside. This red was exceptionally bright, completely pure, as clear as a piece of red glass. Though not very knowledgeable about jade, Mason knew this piece was extraordinary, so he decided to keep it. Mason found a basket and placed the stone in it with care before continuing to inspect other stones. Chapter 80. A piece of purple jade. Perhaps because the red stone had started things off well, Mason subsequently saw 2 more jade stones in succession. However, these 2 were green, their colors looking rather ordinary and somewhat murky, but they were much larger than the previous red jade stone, so they should still be worth some money. Therefore, Mason kept them as well. Mason went through all the stones priced at 200 yuan each. There were about 100 stones in total, and he only picked 4 with jade material inside. That was not bad at all. He carried his basket over to where Barney and Xena were finishing up in the area where stones cost 300 yuan per kilogram. The 2 of them were hastily listening to the young Carlo explain the essentials of selecting stones, while looking for stones that appealed to them. After carefully choosing, both placed 2 stones of moderate size in their baskets. Mason wanted to see how their luck fared, so he discreetly glanced into their baskets. Surprisingly, one of Xena's 2 stones contained jade material, and it was a beautiful purple color, although unfortunately, it was just a thin layer, barely making any difference. As for Barney's stones, both were white and barren. It seemed this brother's luck wasn't too good. Mason had intended to help them find stones with jade, but they were already happily holding their chosen stones and heading to pay. When Mason offered to pay for Xena, she firmly refused, and he respected her wishes. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. After an 80% discount, Xena's stones totaled 1,800 yuan. Barney's 2 larger stones came to 2,300 yuan. Clearly aware that Barney was making a losing deal, Mason couldn't tell him. Even experts could hardly determine the quality of jade without cutting it. Wanting to look at more stones priced at 300 yuan per kilogram, Barney and Xena headed off to get their stones cut. These stones, priced at 300 yuan per kilogram, were fewer than those at 200 yuan each, perhaps only dozens. After checking, Mason found only 2 stones with jade. Notably, one of them was dual-colored jade, featuring both lavender and green hues. It was also quite large. Though unsure about the value of such dual-colored jade, it likely wouldn't be too bad. The other stone was a nicely colored green jade. In total, Mason picked 6 stones. Sir, the fixed-price stones can't be discounted. The per kilogram ones can be given an 80% discount. Alright, let's weigh them. The 2 raw stones together weigh 7 kilograms, totaling 2,100 yuan, which after an 80% discount comes to 1,680 yuan. The other 4 stones are 800 yuan. Altogether, that's 2,480 yuan. After paying, Mason took the stones over and heard cheers from the crowd. It's actually purple jade. What a large cross-section. If the rest is jade, it will be worth a lot. I think it's very likely. This girl made a great profit by picking from the 300 yuan poorer kilogram pile. Miss, would you sell your jade? I'll offer 30,000 yuan. Someone called out among the crowd. Many of these people were jade traders, and buying good stones was common practice. Before the stone was cut, it might fetch 30,000 yuan. If the stone proved valuable, it could exceed that amount. Some feared poor results later on, selling midway through the cutting process, which was also normal. Upon hearing the bid, Mason gently tugged at Xena's sleeve and whispered in her ear, "Sell if someone offers over 50,000 yuan. For some reason, I have a bad feeling." Mason's words sent a shiver down Xena's spine. She had seen Mason's good luck firsthand today. Feeling uneasy due to his warning, she considered selling despite initially wanting to cut the entire stone. "Aren't you embarrassed offering 30,000 yuan? I'll give you 50,000. Given its per for Carlos, it was worth this price. With such a large stone, it could easily yield 2 kilograms of jade material, making 50,000 yuan a bargain." Xena remained silent, hoping to see if higher bids would come. A minute later, the person who initially offered 30,000 yuan couldn't resist raising the bid. 60,000. 70,000. At 70,000 yuan, no further bids came. Xena decisively sold the purple jade. Barney watched enviously as his 2 stones were already cut and turned out to be plain white rock. He hadn't expected the girl to uncover such a large piece of purple jade. After Xena completed the transaction and confirmed the payment, the stone continued to be cut. Everyone gathered around, eagerly watching, full of hope for the stone. How could this be? Oh no, it's ruined. So large a cross-section, yet only a thin layer of jade. Lao Gao has lost money this time, spending 70,000 yuan for just that little bit of jade, worth at most 10,000 yuan. Igor was furious, regretting why he didn't hold back earlier. Barney patted his chest, finding it thrilling. He had just thought Xena shouldn't have sold and could have earned more if she continued opening it. Unexpectedly, within moments, the jade worth 70,000 yuan was now only worth 10,000. Xena seemed equally startled, continuously tapping her heart. Unbelievable. This is what they call one cut to poverty and one cut to wealth. If she hadn't listened to Mason's judgment and insisted on fully opening it, she would be the one suffering now. Although there was still a profit, it wasn't nearly as much. Did you guys buy stones? Adon finally finished selecting his own stone and saw the 3 of them gathered together. Yep, bought 2 for fun, Barney replied. Paid tuition fees, did you? Adon smiled mischievously. Abdul, you underestimated your friends here. Just now, this lady opened up a piece of purple jade and sold it to Igor for a whopping 70,000 yuan. Purple jade? Adon rushed over eagerly, seeing only a thin layer, then burst into laughter. Igor, this is your day too. This Igor was a hypocrite who had been somewhat unpleasant with him before. Xena earning money from Igor and giving him a hard time made Adon laugh heartily. Next came the turn for Mason and Adon to open their stones. Adon initially thought Mason had gotten carried away by picking 6 stones, but realized they were all priced at 200 yuan each. He preemptively consoled him, saying, "Don't hope too much. Those leftover pieces are carefully chosen by the boss after picking through countless times. There's almost no chance of getting green jade. Consider it paying tuition. Mason modestly responded, I understand. It's just for fun, and not too expensive anyway. Adon cherished a nearly 10-pound piece of material, filled with anticipation. This was the best piece he had examined all night, clearly priced, costing him around 50,000 yuan. Mason pretended not to care as he glanced over. The contents of the stone appeared before his eyes. Chapter 81. Spring with Colors. After passing through an area filled with white stones, Mason saw the scenery inside. It was a clear green piece of jadeite in a spherical shape and seemed quite sizable, roughly weighing 2 to 3 pounds of jade. Abdul's stone was uncertain in value, but it definitely wouldn't be a loss. There were several jade cutting machines present, and Adon and Mason placed their stones on them respectively. The staff instructed them to draw lines marking where they wanted the cuts to be made. Since Mason could see inside the stone, he drew his line casually, giving off a carefree impression. Adon, however, scrutinized his stone with a magnifying glass for a long time before cautiously drawing a line. When Mason's stone was cut open, jade was immediately visible. It increased in value. It's increased. How can this color? This is spring with colors, someone exclaimed after examining it closely. Really? Spring with colors? Everyone crowded around. Spring with colors was a very good omen. Indeed, the first stone Mason had put on the machine was this bicolored one that he wasn't sure about, originally intending just to test the waters. He hadn't expected such a strong reaction from everyone. Could these colors have something special about them? Adon didn't even bother tending to his own stone and hurriedly poured a bowl of water over the cut surface of Mason's stone. Instantly, a stone with alternating green and purple patterns appeared before everyone. So beautiful. Adon couldn't help but exclaim. Jonathan kid, your luck is really incredible. I'm tired of saying how envious I am. Young Carlo, would you sell it for 100,000? Someone offered. Mason shook his head. The stone was quite large, and the piece of jade inside was substantial. It would be more profitable to cut it himself. The staff continued cutting along the line Mason had drawn, while everyone gathered around, eager to see the stone's perforcarless. Mason seized the opportunity to ask Adon, Uncle Yuan, what does spring with colors mean? Seeing his puzzled face, Adon chuckled helplessly. This kid was indeed impressive. Everything he bought turned into treasure as if by magic. Yet sometimes he seemed genuinely clueless, not even knowing what spring with colors was. It was like having a mahjong beginner who, despite knowing nothing, Carlo aged to beat seasoned players one after another. Spring refers to lavender, and jadeite with spring characteristics is also called lavender jadeite. Colors refer to green jadeite. Therefore, when jadeite has both these colors, it's referred to as spring with colors. If a jadeite stone contains both colors simultaneously, its value is immeasurable. Young Carlo, you're really lucky today. You've earned more in one day than I have in my entire life. Adon explained earnestly, adding with a hint of envy at the end. Mason hadn't realized how precious this jadeite was. He had initially thought multicolored stones like these weren't worth much. Now, he understood they were more valuable than ordinary stones. He figured he shouldn't cut any more stones for now. It would draw too much attention, especially since he was still a novice, and he had already revealed too much skill in front of Adon and Barney. As they were talking, Adon's stone was cut open, revealing another successful cut. Another success. The color looks great, probably an ice-grade emerald green. What kind of day is this? Everything we cut increases in value. I better go buy another stone to try my luck. Looks like the boss wasn't exaggerating. The goods today are indeed good. Adon gleefully splashed some water on the stone. Haha, old Yuan has had a good cut too. Not bad, let's keep going. Barney and others quickly congratulated him. After Mason's stone was fully opened, it revealed a huge piece of jadeite weighing over 3 pounds. The crowd erupted in excitement. Such a big piece. This young Carlo is truly talented. I heard he picked this from goods priced at 300 per pound. Christo, you must have misjudged it. Selling such a valuable treasure for only 300 per pound. Some people mocked the owner jokingly. However, the owner didn't take it personally. He had seen similar situations before. Haha, I only make fair profits and I can afford to lose. This shows my merchandise is high quality. Even a 300 per pound stone can yield such a result. That's true. We should go check it out too. It's not expensive, and finding treasure means a huge profit. Adon wondered inwardly, why did this kid always score big wins with small investments? Previously, he spent 100 yuan on a porcelain bowl and viewing the fountain in wind. Then 50 yuan for a gourd worth tens of thousands. Now, a 300 per pound stone yields such high quality jadeite. Damn, it's as if Mason is old G's real son. Ironically, Mason's success actually boosted the owner's business. Many people rushed to the 300 per pound section and soon snapped up all the remaining stones. It was just a pity that all the stones with jadeite inside had already been picked by Mason, leaving only a pile of white stones. They were destined to return empty-handed. The staff packed the jadeite in a brocade box and delivered it to Mason. Mason proposed to take a rest in the front hall, waiting for Adon to finish cutting his stone before leaving together. Xena naturally had no reason to refuse. You still have 5 stones in this basket. Aren't you going to open them? Adon thought he would want to cut all of his stones. No need. It's a great fortune to get such a treasure. As you said, they were just leftovers. These remaining ones definitely won't yield jadeite. I'll take them home as souvenirs, Mason explained forcibly. How could he dare to cut any more? If every block revealed jadeite, especially after picking from the worst material, he wouldn't be able to leave the place today. Even one red jadeite was found among these stones. Everyone would probably go crazy. Adon didn't quite believe his explanation. Why not cut them? Why take these heavy things back? One cut will show the results. No, it's too late today. Once you're done, we'll head back. My family is waiting. Mason carried his basket of stones, while Xena helped hold the jadeite. The three came to the front hall to rest. This area was set up like a buffet reception, with plenty of food and drinks available for self-service, as well as chairs and benches for resting. There were also sofas and recliners. The three sat down and took some pastries and drinks to tide over their hunger from working all night on the ground. While they were eating, a young Carlo in a suit walked over with a smile. "Hello, my name is Fouise. May I sit down and chat?" The newcomer was very polite. Mason nodded, indicating it was fine. Fouise pulled out the chair opposite Mason, sat down gracefully, and held a good posture. "I was fortunate enough to see you reveal a spring with colors jadeite. I wonder if you have any intention of selling it?" Chapter 82. Nubia. Mason naturally wanted to sell it. To him, this jade was nothing more than a dead object. It could neither be eaten nor used for anything. Taking it back home would only allow him to collect it. It would be better to turn it into money, which could generate much more value. Selling is definitely on the table, but it depends on what price you offer. Upon hearing this, Fouise smiled. "You can rest assured about this. I nearly forgot to introduce myself. I'm the young master of Lao Jinxing. Our Lao Jinxing almost monopolizes half of the entire jade market. If my offer doesn't satisfy you, no one else will be able to offer a higher price." Adon, carrying the jade, walked over to them. Just as he approached, he heard this person making such presumptuous remarks. "That's not certain. Mr. Hagen, you don't have to worry about hurting your waist by boasting so much." Adon had always been a carefree and spontaneous person, despising pretentious hypocrites the most. Fouise coming to such a place in the middle of the night, dressed formally in a suit, might make others think he was attending some event. "Mr. Yuan, please wait a moment and hear me out. To show our sincerity from Lao Jinxing, we'll offer 1 million for this piece of Chundai Kai. Is that fair enough?" Fouise gritted his teeth, cursing Adon inwardly, yet still kept a composed expression. 1 million? Mr. Hagen, how can you even say that with a straight face? Such a large piece of Chundai Kai, 2 million wouldn't be too high, and there would still be Carloy takers. Only someone who doesn't know its worth could quote such a price. Adon retorted bluntly, then plopped down beside Mason. Fouise felt his temper flare up, barely maintaining his facade of propriety. Mason hadn't expected this seemingly polite Carlo to be a hypocrite. Fortunately, Adon arrived. Otherwise, he might have been deceived. His internal valuation was around 1 million. Mr. Yuan is absolutely right. This piece of Chundai Kai is indeed worth that much. I, Nubia, will take it for 2 million, and we can finalize the deal immediately. A plump and beautiful Carlo swayed her way over. She had already seen the Chundai Kai offered by Mason and didn't buy it immediately because she had gone to arrange funds. It seemed she knew what they had just been discussing and didn't give Fouise any face at all, snatching the business right away. Fouise appeared somewhat afraid of this Carlo, not daring to say another word or retort, like a turtle retracting its head. Nubia specialized in jadeite and was also a renowned figure in the jade industry. Even Fouise's father would call her Ms. Miao. Therefore, he dared not say anything further. Moreover, beyond 2 million, this piece would not yield much profit. Contesting with Nubia would offend her and achieve nothing. So, Fouise slinked away dejectedly. Nubia sat down beside him, took out a cigarette from her bag, and lit it. Mason didn't dare to speak easily, fearing he might fall for another trick, so he remained silent, leaving the handling of the matter to Adon. Adon seemed very familiar with this Carlo. "Sis Miao, you're here today too? My young friend originally intended to take this Chundai Kai to an auction house. How about increasing your offer?" Adon probed. Nubia smoked while mentally estimating how much this piece of Chundai Kai could yield. Roughly, it could sell for about 3 million. Purchasing it for 2 million would still leave room for profit, but any higher would thin out the margin significantly, considering she also had labor costs and other expenses. However, she was currently competing with Lao Jinxing and needed some top-notch jade pieces to impress the crowd. Even if she made no profit, she needed standout items to challenge the likes of Lao Jinxing, showing them that controlling the jade industry was beyond their capabilities. After careful consideration, Nubia said, "I'll add another 200,000. Any more, and I'd be losing money." Adon pretended to think deeply but was secretly delighted. He mentioned 2 million earlier to irritate Fouise. He never expected this stone to fetch that price. At most, it would reach 1.5 million. Unexpectedly, Nubia was willing to bid. It seemed she encountered something that required jade. This Nubia was indeed a straightforward Carlo. No wonder she was respected in the jade industry. She had the courage. Sis Miao is generous, so, shall we seal the deal? Adon looked at Mason. Mason nodded repeatedly. Joking, his mental price was around 1 million. Now, it had doubled and even more. How could he disagree? "Can I inspect it again?" Nubia asked Mason. Mason placed the brocade box on the table and pushed it towards Nubia. Nubia opened it, examined it closely for a while, and then said, "Let's transfer the payment now. By the way, Abdul, are you selling this piece?" Nubia pointed to the green jadeite that Adon had just opened. "Yes, what's your offer?" Adon wasn't interested in collecting jade either. It was all about the thrill and enjoyment for him. "This icy texture, I'll give you 200,000 for it." Nubia did not haggle. Her mood was good after acquiring a fine piece of jade earlier, so she offered Edward a fair price. Edward, who understood the market well, hastily replied, "Deal." He had lost 100,000 on the porcelain in the morning and spent 50,000 buying the stone. Selling this piece for 200,000 meant he hadn't lost money today but had actually made a profit of 50,000, which improved his mood considerably. After finalizing the transfer, it was already midnight. The group prepared to head back. Nubia was quite interested in Mason, impressed by his good luck in finding such high-quality jade for material priced at 300 per kilogram. None of the people who followed his lead Carlo aged to uncover any jade, so she believed there was some mystique surrounding this young Carlo. Nubia specially left her contact information for Mason, instructing him to reach out if he ever found more fine jade in the future. Mason accepted it, knowing he indeed had a few more pieces of jade. If he were to sell them later, his first choice would be Nubia. This sister spoke frankly, instilling a natural sense of trust. Edward also left his mobile number. "Jonathonu, buy a mobile phone tomorrow and stay in touch. With you around, my luck has been pretty good too. I've never uncovered such a large piece of icy textured jade before." Edward patted Mason's shoulder. Mason originally planned to buy a mobile phone during the National Day holiday. Now, he could afford it without hesitation. Having a phone would be convenient. Not only would he buy one for himself, but also for his parents and Xena. Money made everything easier. Today, he had made 720,000, not counting the June Qilin porcelain bowl or the gourd he gave to Xena, nor the unopened raw stones. Edward's driver took them home. Barney's place was the closest, so he got off first. They agreed to meet again at the store when they had free time, and Barney left. The driver then dropped Mason and Xena off at the food street where Mason's family store was still open. Big Brother Fong, this is our store. Would you like to come down and have some late-night snacks? Chapter 83 Late Night Snack. After being busy all night, Adon was also feeling quite hungry. Well then, Dimitri, come down and have something to eat with us. You've waited all night, and you must be tired, Adon called out to his driver Dimitri. He was a Carlo of righteousness and integrity, and everyone around him admired him for it. Sure thing, thank you, Mr. Yuan. Indeed, Dimitri felt a bit hungry, so he didn't hesitate. Because of this gesture, Mason began to look at Adon in a new light. If Adon had lived in the past, he would probably be the type of person who represents the heroes from Mount Nathaniel, grassroots champions. A Carlo of honor, ready to face life and death for his brothers, willing to go through fire and water for them. Erwin Marion, I'm back with 2 friends, and we're all hungry. Could you prepare some food for us? Mason called out before he even entered the house. The only place still open nearby was Xuanhuan, where a few patrons were sitting outside, drinking beer and eating skewers. Shepard was busy grilling skewers and looked up as he saw his son walking over. Back already? All right, you take your guests inside and sit down. I'll fix something up for you guys. Violet, hearing her son's voice, finally relaxed after worrying all day. Ever since she received an urgent call in the afternoon, her mind had been restless. She was genuinely afraid that her son might have taken the young girl out to do something inappropriate, and how could she face their parents? Karis had repeatedly asked her to help look after Xena. Shepard told her not to worry too much, saying their son wasn't that kind of person and must have encountered a special situation. Indeed, she had overthought it. Auntie, let me help you. Xena set down what she was carrying and volunteered to help slice the cold cuts. Violet didn't ask Carlo questions when she saw her son bring 2 middle-aged men inside. It was rare for her son to bring friends home, and they should be properly entertained no matter who they were. Today's cold cuts included a variety of ingredients, leaving more than 2 pounds of meat and over 1 pound of vegetables. Violet spread everything on the cutting board. Just cut these up and bring them over. All of it, Auntie? Xena was surprised. Wouldn't that leave nothing for the business? Don't worry, it's rare for Steven to invite friends over. Just make sure they enjoy themselves. You can bring them over later and join them for a meal. You must be hungry after running around all day. Violet now took a more relaxed view, as the family was no longer short on anything. Xena had no choice but to follow her instructions. Shepard also pulled out several items from the freezer to grill more and send over to the guests. Mason led Adon and Dimitri to find a seat inside the house. I thought you and Xiaoxiang were both from antique families, Adon said as he sized up this unique little shop, chuckling. Mason's talent and luck in antiques were unprecedented to Adon. Haha, Uncle Yuan, don't laugh. I'm just a peasant's child, nowhere near Xiaoxiang, Mason said humbly. Adon realized he might have said something inappropriate and quickly smoothed it over. Haha, whose ancestors weren't peasants. It's all the same. I noticed the sign outside your shop earlier. The writing is quite impressive, and this piece of calligraphy inside is great too. Adon pointed to a piece of calligraphy written by Jeffrey hanging inside. Oh, that's the work of my master, Master Jeffrey, Mason replied casually. Master Jeffrey? I heard right, didn't I? Master Chen hasn't taken disciples for years, right? Are you talking about that calligraphy master? Adon was astonished. Contemporary calligraphers and painters were not unfamiliar to people like him. That's correct, Mason replied coolly. So, Master Chen is your teacher? Jonathonu, you never cease to surprise me. Who would have thought you had such talent in calligraphy? Which door did old G close for you? Adon naturally didn't doubt the truthfulness of Mason's words. There was no need to joke about such matters. Of course it's true, Uncle Yuan. Try this, and you'll be impressed by Auntie Jonathan's cooking. Xena placed 2 large plates of cold cuts on the table. Wow, I have to give it a try. Adon shifted his attention to the food. The smell of these cold cuts is fantastic. No wonder it's called Wingxiangju. Let me taste. After tasting a chicken wing, Adon was amazed and couldn't stop praising other dishes. Good heavens! Is your family related to imperial chefs? This is undoubtedly the best cold cuts in Tianzhou City. We're truly fortunate today. Dimitri was slightly more reserved but nodded vigorously in agreement. The taste is unparalleled. He gave a thumbs up. Having traveled with Adon across different places, Dimitri had tasted Carlo-y good things but never anything of this caliber, making him wish he had more than one mouth. This isn't even the best dish in the shop. Dayton's specialty is egg fried rice, which even top chefs can't match. Previously, a top chef came to compete with him and admitted that his egg fried rice was better. Xena had become a little fan of Jonathonu Dayton, never sparing her praise for him. Adon looked at them skeptically, thinking egg fried rice wasn't much. It's just rice and eggs. But out of politeness, he said, really? How about Jonathonu shows us a trick? Let me check if there's any rice left in the shop. If there is, I'll show you. If not, it will have to wait until next time. Jonathonu Dayton got up and went into the kitchen. About 3 minutes later, a strange and delightful aroma wafted from the kitchen, and Adon sniffed eagerly. What a delicious smell. No wonder it's called Wingxiangju. This aroma is amazing. Jonathonu Dayton came out of the kitchen with 2 plates of egg fried rice. Please enjoy. Adon couldn't wait to take a bite. It was hot. Then there was an endless silence as Xena and Jonathonu Dayton watched the 2 middle-aged men in front of them devour the food, mouthful after mouthful, too busy eating to speak. Xena's expression was very proud, as if to say, I told you so. Jonathonu Dayton brought out 2 more plates of egg fried rice with smaller portions, 1 for each of them. Xena enjoyed scooping a bite into her mouth. If there was anything she would never tire of, it was xuanhuan Dayton's egg fried rice. She fell in love with it every time she ate it. While they were eating, Shepard came in with a plate of fragrant barbecued skewers. Try some grilled skewers. Would you like some beer? With a mouthful of food, Adon stood up and said, "No need. This is great. Thank you, brother. Thank you, sister." Since Shepard looked a bit older than him, Adon directly addressed him and his wife as brother and sister. Shepard, somewhat embarrassed, said, "Not enough care taken. Please enjoy your meal slowly. There's more if you need it." "Plenty, plenty. Thanks for your trouble on such a late night." After speaking, Adon belched, indicating how full and satisfied he was. Chapter 84. Percarlo use rights of the X-ray vision. After Adon and driver Dimitri finished a plate of fried rice, they were once again captivated by the fragrant aroma of the roasted skewers. Mason also brought each of them a bottle of soda to quench their thirst. It was better not to drink beer when driving at night. The two ate until they were thoroughly satisfied, leaving most of the food on the table gone. Xena and Mason only sampled a little bit since they had already eaten quite a few pastries and fruits back in that courtyard. Feeling full and content, Adon started talking to Mason. Jonathan, you've surprised me multiple times today. Just when I thought things were done, you gave me more surprises. Let's leave other things aside. Abdul has made friends with you. If there's anything you need help with in the future, just let me know. Your earnings today are enough to ensure you live without worries. It's best to carloage your small shop well. There's a lot of water under the bridge in the antiques trade. Luck alone won't suffice. Adon sincerely advised Mason. He could tell that Mason knew nothing about antiques, nor did he have any family background in this field. It was better for him not to get too involved, but to focus on what he already had. Jonathan himself, although he dabbled in the antiques trade, his main profession wasn't this. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of sinking all his resources into it. He was worried that young people might be dazzled by today's glory and couldn't pull themselves out later. He had seen two Carlo-y extraordinarily talented young people end up as ordinary individuals, hoping that Mason wouldn't lose his original intentions. Mason certainly wouldn't. Having experienced two lives, he was no longer naive, always having his own thoughts on matters. However, he deeply thanked the older brother Adon who had just become acquainted with him. He really meant well. "Uncle Yuan, I understand, rest assured. I have my considerations. If there's anything you need in the future, just carlet me." Mason genuinely thanked him. Without his guidance in jade gambling, he wouldn't have earned over 2 million. If he hadn't appeared in time, he might have been tricked by that young Carlo Foys and sold the jade for 1 million. "Alright, thank you for hosting us today. We enjoyed the meal very much. Another day, I'll host a dinner for your whole family. I'll have to think carefully about where to treat your family so we don't lose face. The food here tastes even better than in high-end hotels. It's a pity to have this restaurant here." Adon laughed. "Haha, Uncle Yuan is joking. How can it compare to high-end hotels? Come back anytime if you like it." "Certainly, I will come back often. I'll spread the word about your place. It would be an injustice if such a good restaurant remains unknown." Adon got up. "Well, let's head back now. Take care, Uncle Yuan. Come again next time." Just as Mason saw them off to the door, he heard the system warning. "System alert. A dangerous person is approaching. Please avoid it in time." It was the first time Mason heard such a warning. Dangerous person? Instinctively, he looked around. Adon was still shaking hands and saying goodbye to Shepard. A minivan pulled up and stopped in front of their store, giving Mason a bad feeling. It seemed the danger might come from this vehicle. Several burly men dressed in black got out of the car, exuding an air of bloodshed. Adon noticed this too and frowned, sizing up the 4 men while stopping to observe. The 4 men approached menacingly, sat down outside, scaring away the customers inside the store who quickly paid and left. "Christo, bring whatever you have," one of the men said rather rudely. Violet hastily replied, "We're closing down immediately. Everything's sold out. Please come another day." These men scared away her customers. The Carlo glared at Violet, startled her into shivering. "The shop truly has no more food. Please come back another day." Mason stepped forward, shielding Violet. The Carlo pointed at a batch of skewers on the barbecue grill. "You say there's nothing left, then what's this? Trying to fool us? Looking for a beating?" In fact, the shop really didn't have much food left. The cooked meats had been eaten by Adon and the others, and the rice was nearly depleted. Only some frozen skewers remained in the cooler. Seeing the menacing demeanor of these men, Adon stepped in. "Gentlemen, from which area do you belong? Don't bully honest people. The owner has said they're closing." Clearly, the men paid him no respect. The leader flipped the table and stood up, saying, "If you give us no respect, second, third, fourth, wreck this poor shop." Just as they were about to start overturning tables, Mason shouted, "Everyone step back." Upon hearing this, Shepard and Violet dragged Xena to the back. Mason threw a punch directly at the leading Carlo. The Carlo probably never expected this young Carlo could do anything to him and failed to dodge in time. As a result, the Carlo was sent flying with a punch, and everyone heard a sharp crack as a tooth flew out from his cheek. Mason did not stop. He rushed at the other men without hesitation, punch after punch, showing no mercy. This was different from sparring with Gale earlier. Each blow he delivered now was deadly. The 4 men were shocked, never expecting this weak-looking young Carlo to be so formidable. These 4 men were clearly ruthless bandits. If Mason couldn't bring them down, it would be he and his family who got hurt. Adon had originally wanted to help, but seeing him fighting against 4 opponents without being at a disadvantage, he was both impressed and relieved. Dimitri knew a little kung fu, but he wasn't quite a match for these ruthless bandits. The 4 men were thoroughly beaten by Mason. They had wanted to run away but were caught by Mason, Adon, and Dimitri together and tied up. Adon had already called the police, and soon 2 patrol cars arrived. The police inspected the 4 men's vehicle and found 3 handguns inside, along with a bloodied, tied-up Carlo who was still breathing faintly. "Son, you've done a great job. These people are all notorious fugitives with bounties on their heads. We never expected they'd be caught like this. You guys have really good luck. There were still bullets in those handguns." If even one of these 4 men had brought a gun when they got out of the car, you would have been the ones lying here today. Thank you for helping rid the community of these criminals. We'll take the injured Carlo to the hospital first, and we'll take these 4 men into custody. The police took away the 4 men and the bloodied Carlo, only saying they would notify them if needed later. There would likely be some bounty reward. System alert. The host has successfully defeated a gang of ruthless bandits and rescued a person valuable to the country and its people. As a reward, the system grants the host per Carloant use rights of the X-ray vision. The reward has been issued. Mason didn't expect that just wanting to protect his family would lead to such a series of events. Who was that bloodied Carlo? A person valuable to the country and its people? How important must he be for the system to grant such a powerful ability? The per Carloant use rights of X-ray vision meant that from now on, he would be invincible in jade gambling and could earn money effortlessly. Chapter 85. Big Brother Phone. While Mason was still heart-stricken, Violet was trembling with fear as well. She regretted her loose talk just now. Her son was protecting her, and if these people had all taken guns when they got out of the car just now, things would have turned disastrous today. It's all my fault, Steven. Are you okay? I'm fine, Marion. Don't worry. I'm perfectly fine, Mason comforted. Xena also came over to console Violet. Good kid. Who would have thought that your small build could be so combat-worthy? Adon patted Mason on the shoulder. Uncle Yuan, sorry for delaying your return home. Fortunately, nothing happened. Don't mention it. Go back to rest after closing up soon. Don't worry about today's incident. I'll head back first. Not long after Adon left, Wing Xiangju closed as well. After rounds of consolation from Shepard, Mason, and Xena, Violet felt much better emotionally. Once the door was shut and only family remained inside, Mason finally took out the several stones he brought back and told the couple about his encounter today. With mouths agape as if listening to a mythical story, they did not close their mouths for a moment. Numbers in the millions shocked the couple speechless. Though they were richer now with interest added, it was only limited to numbers like 10,000 or so. Upon hearing that his son bought a painting for 100 yuan which then sold for 5 million, a bowl purchased for $100 turned out to be worth over 7 million. And saying another stone was sold, what kind of stone was it? Worth more than 2 million. The couple never imagined that making money could be so quick. They thought they were dreaming. Everything was too surreal. Unsure whether their child had gone crazy or themselves, Xena confirmed that all this was true. Suddenly there were more than 7 million in cash at home, along with a porcelain bowl valued at over 7 million. Even if they didn't work for the rest of their lives, they wouldn't have to worry about food or clothing. It took the couple a long time to accept this fact. Pointing at the stones in front of her, Xena asked Mason tentatively, Jinhong, these stones don't all contain valuable things, do they? She believed Mason's so-called premonitions were somewhat metaphysical. If he hadn't warned them earlier, they wouldn't have earned 70,000 yuan. Mason didn't want to lie to Xena, who was the person he intended to spend his life with. I have a premonition that there are treasures inside these stones, so I really dared not open them. I don't know how to explain it, but I feel certain that there must be jade inside. This feeling you describe might be a kind of talent. Jinhong, you truly have talent in antiques and jade gambling. Xena directly helped him find an excuse. Unknowingly speaking, intentionally listening, while Mason put away these stones, thinking about how to solve them later. He pondered in his mind. Actually, since copying Master Synard's antique appreciation ability, he gained a deeper understanding of this field and instantly fell in love with it. He wondered if he should switch majors to systematically learn antique appreciation, since he wasn't very interested in economics anyway. After all, the essence of life is the ability to earn enough money to support oneself, and if he could do something he loved while earning a living, that would be even better. This was not a small matter, and could only be considered carefully over time. They returned too late today, and the school dormitory doors were already closed. They obviously couldn't go back, and could only sleep at the shop for the night. Mason Carloli gave his bed to Xena, sleeping on the couch outside. Nothing noteworthy happened during the night. When Mason woke up, Shepard and Violet were busy as usual. After one night, the couple could calmly accept the reality that their family had become rich overnight. They didn't get arrogant but continued working as usual, never mentioning last night's events as if nothing had happened. Marion, Erwin, let's take a break today. In the morning, I'll take you to buy a Big Brother phone, so we can keep in touch. In the afternoon, we'll look for a bigger house. As I mentioned before, we will eventually move into a big house, and now it's happening, Mason suggested. Violet hesitated. Steven, there are telephone booths nearby. Is there a need to buy such a Big Brother phone? Just buy one for you. We mostly call you daily, and occasionally give Grandma some good news. No special use for phones otherwise. Shepard agreed, considering how expensive a Big Brother phone was. Previously, only top executives had used them, not even foremen, and being a small restaurant owner with no significant business dealings, buying such a phone seemed unnecessary. Having a phone is very convenient. Jonathan last night, if Uncle Yuan hadn't had a Big Brother phone, we wouldn't have been able to call the police. Mason tried to convince them. Silly child, can something like last night happen every day? Besides, one phone for the family is enough. We live so close, and sometimes you're still at home, Violet said. Mason didn't expect to be the one who ended up being persuaded. He was just feeling a little giddy from having money and wanted to get his parents some things, but he forgot to consider whether these were what they really needed. Thinking this way, it did seem a bit pointless. It's not like they could eat the phone, and his parents might even treat it like a precious treasure, fearing it would be stolen. I don't want a Big Brother phone, but I do want a house. We have some savings now, and it's better to buy a house sooner rather than later. Having our own nest in Tianzhou City means we've truly settled down. Plus, you're dating now, and we should buy a house for you. When talking with these parents in the future, it will be good to have something solid to show. Your mom and I won't go with you today. We'll finish the noon business and join you all in the afternoon to look for houses. Xena, eating breakfast inside, blushed when she heard Violet's words. People of this era had very pure views on relationships. Once they decided on a partner, they aimed for marriage, with nothing short of a huge issue making them break up. They insisted on finishing the noon business, so Mason let them be, finishing his meal before taking Xena out. The two rode their bicycles to a nearby large mall and headed straight for the Big Brother phone section. Before leaving, Mason specifically packed a backpack full of cash. Since their family ran a food business, they had plenty of change, which was troublesome to deposit at the bank. So using it to buy phones made sense. Initially, he thought that Big Brother phones in this era cost a lot since he hadn't bought one in his previous life. Therefore, he brought over 10,000 yuan just in case. However, the salesperson said a Big Brother phone only cost around 3,000 yuan. When Big Brother phones first came out, they sold for 10 or 20,000 yuan each. Now, with newer, smaller phone models appearing, Big Brother phones became increasingly cheaper. They also looked at the new Nokia phone models, which were indeed much smaller than Big Brother phones, with similar basic functions. But the price was more than double, over 8,000 yuan for a new Nokia model. After discussing, they decided on two Big Brother phones. After all, they only needed them for calls, and there was no need to spend an extra 5,000 for a smaller phone. Chapter 86, Buying a House and Meeting a Snob. Xena was also blessed this time by Mason's good fortune, earning 70,000 yuan. She wanted to pay for herself, but Mason stopped her. Having known each other for so long, he had never given Xena anything valuable, and this time, no matter what, he insisted on paying. Unable to argue further with him, Xena accepted this sweet gift. Mason ordered two mobile phones at once, making the salesperson overjoyed and not knowing what to say. But when it came time to receive payment, she was stumped. Mason pulled out a large stack of money from his backpack, counted several bundles, and handed them over. Count it? Seeing this, several store clerks hurriedly gathered around to help. It took them 2 rounds of counting and nearly half an hour to confirm the amount. Mason and Xena sat nearby, studying the new phones while waiting for them to finish counting. They also got to experience the joy of counting money until their hands cramped up, a first for both of them. After buying the phones, they still had plenty of time before needing to head back home. So Mason took Xena to watch a movie at a nearby cinema. There were always clever people in the world. Outside the cinema entrance, semi-grown kids were selling sunflower seeds and peanut candy, even fresh flowers. Most people watching movies in this era were couples, who often bought a packet of sunflower seeds or a bouquet of flowers for their partners. Mason bought a bag of sunflower seeds, a bag of peanut candy, and a bouquet of flowers. He wanted everything that others had free. Not knowing which movie to watch, Xena chose Farewell My Concubine. Throughout the movie, Mason was completely captivated by his beloved sitting beside him, secretly holding hands now and then, completely lost in his own world. Meanwhile, Xena was engrossed in the entire film, crying uncontrollably, even continuing to recall the movie's details long after leaving the theater. Jonathan is like a play, and a play is like life. Making mistakes on stage could mean imprisonment during the late Zephyr dynasty. During the nationalist era, it might have led to brutal beatings. But when the audience became PLA soldiers, the two main characters braced for punishment, only to be met with thunderous applause. This scene truly deeply moved me. The social transformation and those who promoted changes afterward are truly great. Chang Die lived vividly as an actor, adored passionately by Carloe, yet he was also unfortunate, with the marks of his era deeply imprinted on his life, experiencing transformations on stage throughout his life. I'm thankful we live in a peaceful era where we can live simply and calmly, Xena concluded sincerely. Well, Miss Class Representative who likes to summarize, can we go home and eat now? Mason teased. Then let's set off, Mr. Driver. Xena raised one hand. Yes, ma'am, Princess setting off. Mason cooperatively pretended to support her hand. Upon returning to the store, they found it bustling with business, so they hurried over to help. Shepard and Violet, being kind-hearted, gave the 5 working children a holiday, thinking they rarely had a break and needed some personal time, instructing them to return after the break. Thus, the store was busier than usual, and both of them were running around. Fortunately, customers were willing to wait without complaint. With Mason and Xena there, things eased up significantly. After the busiest hours passed, the 4 of them sat down to have a meal. Once most of the customers had left, they put up a closed sign and prepared to go house hunting. Violet especially wore her new clothes she recently bought. The weather was getting colder, and she and Shepard had just added some new clothes, but she couldn't bear to wear them. Xena even helped her do her hair, making her look much more spirited. Already quite attractive, she now exuded a noble Carlo's demeanor. Shepard was originally refined, and looked pretty good even with a little tidying up. Auntie and uncle make such a good match, Xena said sincerely. Everyone said Mason inherited good genes and looked handsome, but Xena felt that Mason didn't fully inherit his parents' best features. Auntie and uncle were even more pleasing to the eye. In their youth, they must have looked like the cover models in calendars. Violet bashfully replied, nonsense, I'm old and not presentable anymore. The 4 decided to see houses, but cycling would be inconvenient, so they opted to take a taxi. Taxis were relatively expensive in those days. Most people preferred public buses or bicycles. Arriving at the real estate center, all major housing developments in Tianjin City were represented here, allowing them to choose one by one. When the 4 first entered the sales center, they were virtually clueless about house buying. Mason had bought a house in his past life, but he wasn't familiar with this era's practices. So they randomly walked into an office of a real estate company called xuanhuan Real Estate. Soon enough, a Carlo in a black uniform, wearing high heels, approached them, looking very beautiful. She sized up the 4 of them and thought to herself, how could she encounter nothing but poor customers today without a single big spender? This Carlo had been in the business for several years and could easily distinguish between rich people and ordinary folks just by looking at them. Rich people carried themselves with confidence and poise, which was hard for poor people to match. Jonathan, this middle-aged couple in front of her, they looked hesitant and clearly couldn't afford anything. She didn't want to waste time on such clients. Sometimes, after talking for ages, they still wouldn't buy anything. She thought of the new female colleague at the store. I'm busy right now. Let me get another colleague to assist you. Nadia, we have guests. The Carlo made no effort to hide her disdain. Mason hadn't expected to run into a scene like those from TV shows. Alright, they were being snubbed. He initially wanted to take his parents and leave, but the girl named Nadia had already come over, and her attitude was actually quite nice. Big brother, big sister, what kind of house are you interested in? We have all kinds of houses here. Large units, small units, and even elevators. The girl had a round face that looked festive, and her words sounded pleasant. Violet didn't mind the rudeness of the previous Xuanhuan and cheerfully said what she wanted. Do you have standalone houses with 2 or 3 floors and a yard? We're used to living in the countryside, so living in an apartment building feels scary. Plus, having a yard means we can grow some vegetables, it's more comfortable. The previous Xuanhuan, hearing her words, couldn't help but sneer lightly. She knew these were just country bumpkins. Luckily, she had passed them off to Nadia. Auntie, what you're describing sounds like a detached villa. Your thinking is really modern. We do have the type of house you mentioned, but it's quite expensive. I wonder if you can accept it, Nadia reminded and probed. How expensive can it be? Violet had already thought about it. They should buy a standalone house with a yard, preferably 2 or 3 stories, with more rooms so guests could stay, and future grandchildren would have space. At least this much. Nadia held up 5 fingers. Chapter 87, Golden Dragon Bay. Violet had seen the world now. With the monthly income of tens of thousands at her shop, she was not naive enough to think they meant 50,000 when they said 50. She knew it meant 500,000. Based on the shop's current income, it would take about a year to earn 500,000. To use a year's worth of income to buy a house, and not just any house, but the large detached house of her dreams, Violet found that acceptable. Besides, even if it didn't work out, they still had over 7 million in savings from her son. Compared to 7 million, 500,000 was nothing more than peanuts. Thinking this over, Violet felt more confident and said, no problem, as long as the house is good. Violet's confidence reassured Nadia, who enthusiastically led the family into a room displaying models and sand tables. Look, these are all our housing projects and model units. The standalone villa you're interested in is right here. They face south with an area of over 300 square meters, complete with a small courtyard on the first floor and a spacious balcony on the second. The prices are also very reasonable. If you buy now, you can get a 10% discount off the original price, quite a bargain. Would you like to have a look? In later times, such standalone villas would indeed be attractive and sell for high prices, but nowadays they were not popular. Everyone was scrambling to live in high-rise apartments. These standalone villas were generally bought by wealthy people for occasional stays, which made them hard to sell. This batch of standalone houses had been built for half a year, and only half of them were sold. The boss, eager to recover money, offered a 10% discount to attract buyers. Nowadays, they only looked at completed houses, no pre-sale properties. Looking at the models, Violet was immediately attracted and couldn't wait to move in. She immediately asked to see the ready-to-move-in houses. Mason also thought that one should see the actual house to truly evaluate it. Let's go then. However, while Nadia went to get the key to the model unit, she encountered obstacles. The Xuanhuan from before scolded her. Do you really think those poor devils can afford a standalone villa? Don't be naive. Even 50,000 would be beyond them. You waste time on them, better spend your time handing out flyers on the street. Livia, just give me the keys. They might actually buy. Nadia believed there was a high chance of closing the deal. A person's eyes never lie, and Violet's eyes were sincere and filled with anticipation. But the Xuanhuan, called Livia, not only refused to hand over the keys but loudly stated, I won't give you the keys. Do you think anyone can view a standalone villa? Outside, Mason and the others naturally heard her words. What bad luck. Violet was also upset. Did she have to worry about buying a house with her money? Humph. Son, let's go. There are so Carlo-y real estate companies here. I don't believe we can't buy a house if we have money. Troublesome indeed. Mason was too lazy to argue with such people. It would drag him down. He turned around to leave with Zena. Just as they turned, they saw Adon walking over with a middle-aged Carlo. Uncle Yuan, why are you here? Seeing Mason, Adon was surprised as well. It was a strange coincidence to meet again after just one night. Jonathan, a kid, big brother, sister-in-law, what brings you here? I'm here on some business. Uncle, we're here to look at houses today, Violet smiled. Haha, looking at houses. You should buy a few big ones. Don't forget to invite me when you move in. Adon laughed. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged Carlo realized Adon was calling them big brother and sister-in-law. He must be friends or family, and they were customers at his sales center. Ha, what a coincidence. Let's come in and sit. Come on inside. Although things had started poorly, they couldn't refuse hospitality, especially coming from a leader who seemed familiar with Adon. So, they followed inside. Xiao Hagen, we have guests. Hurry and make tea. The middle-aged Carlo called to the Xuanhuan. Hagen Augustinin gave an awkward smile, never expecting those whom she had belittled would now be the GM's guests. She could only hope they wouldn't hold it against her. Big brother, sister-in-law, what type of unit are you looking for? Have you decided yet? Just so happens, General Manager Nathaniel is here. He can introduce you properly, Adon asked. Violet naturally told the truth. We originally wanted to look at a standalone villa, but she said we couldn't afford it, so we thought of switching to another company. Unconsciously, Violet put Hagen Augustinin in a tough spot. Oh, such a thing? Truly a lowly dog judging people by their looks. If my brother and sister-in-law can't afford it, what kind of gold-made house is this? General Manager Nathaniel? Adon subtly lifted Violet's status and mocked. General Manager Nathaniel shot Hagen Augustinin a stern glance as soon as he heard her. This Xuanhuan was at it again with her old habits. If not for her good sales skills, he wouldn't have kept her around. She always got into trouble with her lofty airs and prejudice. Hagen Augustinin, hurry up and apologize to our guests. How Carlo-y times have I told you? If this happens again, don't bother coming back to work. I can't afford someone like you. GM Nathaniel angrily repricarlated her. Hagen Augustinin, realizing she had been caught, sobbed and apologized. I'm sorry, so sorry. It's my fault. I shouldn't have judged people by their appearance. Please forgive me. Seeing her pitiful state and how angry GM Nathaniel looked, Violet softened and waved her hand. It's fine. Just make sure it doesn't happen again. Mason knew his Megan had a kind heart and didn't add anything more. He was used to it. That's how society was, never short of superficial people. Just focus on doing the right thing. Adon saw the situation and didn't press further, knowing when to stop. To ease the tension and do them a favor, GM Nathaniel said, speaking of standalone villas, I have 2 Golden Dragon Bay villas in stock. They were previously sold, and the buyer even paid the deposit. However, the buyer went bankrupt and couldn't afford the house anymore. So, these 2 villas are back in my possession without any buyers yet. Do you think they might interest you? He thought, since Adon mentioned they were wealthy, they should be able to afford the houses, so he didn't think much more about it. Hearing Golden Dragon Bay, Adon quickly interjected, Jonathan a kid, the houses in Golden Dragon Bay are quite good. My family also lives there. We moved in at the beginning of the year. The price per square meter was 4,000 yuan, which added up to over 1,200,000 yuan. If you move there, we'll see each other often. Through Adon's words, Mason understood several things. Golden Dragon Bay was a nice place where Adon had already bought a house. Secondly, he gave an idea of the price, ensuring they wouldn't be fooled. Lastly, it prepared them mentally for the high cost of the houses. Upon hearing the price, over 1,200,000 yuan, Violet felt a pang of hesitation. What kind of house could cost over 1,200,000 yuan? She could barely accept 50,000. But after what happened earlier, she learned to keep her emotions in check, silently repeating to herself how expensive it was. Uncle Yuan, where exactly is Golden Dragon Bay? Is it far? And what's the condition of the houses? She asked. Chapter 88. A 70% deal. Qilin Bay is located near the business district of Tianzhou City, truly a tranquil spot amidst the hustle and bustle. It offers great convenience for transportation, commuting, and shopping. Only the wealthy and influential can live there, manager Nathaniel explained. Since only these 2 units are left, I can offer you a 10% discount off the original price if you're interested. Mason thought it was a good deal. It would satisfy Violet's dream of living in a detached house without compromising on travel and shopping. Although it was expensive, it was worth the price. The biggest disadvantage of villas is that most of them are located in suburban areas, which make city trips inconvenient and troublesome for daily commutes and schooling, requiring cars. However, being in the central business district changes everything. The extra cost is acceptable. Moreover, houses recognized by people like Adon, who have substantial wealth, must be decent. Upon hearing this, Adon protested. Lao Nathaniel, you're not playing fair. 10% off isn't enough for these unsold units. I think 70% of the original price is more reasonable. I can't agree. At 70%, I'd barely break even. Don't tell me you don't know the original buyers of those units committed suicide after going bankrupt. Such unlucky houses should not be so expensive. I don't agree with this price. Adon remembered who he was talking about. He didn't move in yet. He just paid a deposit, manager Nathaniel admitted, his tone softer under Adon's pressure. Not moving in still doesn't change its unlucky nature. Can you consider lowering it a bit? Manager Nathaniel sighed. The houses had been back in his possession for 1 or 2 months without any inquiries, making them hard to sell. If they stayed too long, it could be a big loss. However, a 70% deal wouldn't make much profit. Unless you buy both at once, then I'll give you a 70% discount. 1 unit won't work. I can't afford to lose money. My goal now is to sell them. Violet did a quick calculation. With an original price of 2.4 million for 2 houses, a 70% deal would be 1.68 million, saving 720,000 yuan. That was almost the price of another villa, making it a very attractive offer. Kylie's son planned to live separately after marriage. Having 2 units would be convenient for everyone. Thinking about it, she found it a perfect fit and didn't believe in bad luck. Mason also thought it was a great deal. Considering Adon paid 1.2 million, this price was unbeatable. More importantly, he liked the location, intending to keep one for his parents and the other for him and Xena. So Mason decided immediately, let's settle this right now. We'll go to the bank for transfer. Manager Nathaniel hadn't expected them to buy both, but was pleasantly surprised by the young Carlo's decision. Violet chimed in, we're buying both units. Hagen Augustinin was furious, blaming herself for missing out on such a big customer and losing face in front of her boss. But we need to see the houses first, Mason added. Manager Nathaniel readily agreed. Of course. I should have asked you to check the houses first. However, I have some important matters to discuss with Mr. Yuan. Would you mind if Xiao Hagen shows you around? He originally invited Adon to discuss business and didn't expect to sell the houses as well. Adon was in the building materials business, which usually had strong connections and influence. Real estate developers needed to treat such contacts respectfully, unlike in modern times when choices were abundant and less competitive. Violet shook her head. A girl named Nadia gave us a warm welcome earlier. How about she accompanies us instead? She disliked people like Hagen Augustinin and didn't want to be in the same room with her again. Hagen Augustinin fumed, but couldn't protest further. Nadia will do. Let me instruct her. Nadia. Manager Nathaniel. Nadia, please show them the 2 units at Qilin Bay. Have Jared drive you over. Make sure to take good care of our esteemed guests, understand? Nadia never thought the boss would trust her with such an important task. Previously, it was always Alberta who took clients to view the properties. She hesitated. Christo, am I up to the task? Violet smiled. She liked the girl's honesty. If I say you can do it, then you can. Don't worry, just lead us around confidently. As long as the houses meet our requirements, we'll definitely buy them, Violet assured her. Thank you for your trust. Let's go now. Uncle Yuan, we're leaving first. Thanks for today. Manager Nathaniel, if the houses suit us, we'll come back to sign the contract. Don't forget the 70% discount, Mason said with a smile. No way I'll forget. Manager Nathaniel replied warmly. Shepard and Violet also said goodbye to Adon, and the group was led by Nadia to view the houses. The driver Jared turned out to be Manager Nathaniel's chauffeur. They enjoyed a ride in a limousine, sitting in the elongated vehicle on the way to see the houses. The car smoothly entered the Qilin Bay residential area and directly drove into the garage. Nadia guided them to find the location of the houses through trial and error. Violet and Shepard kept glancing around at other houses in the complex along the way, constantly praising, beautiful, clean. These houses are really nice looking and stylish. This place is like a garden with so Carlo-y flowers. Uncle and Aunt, the villas in Qilin Bay rank first among all the villas. The community has complete facilities, an elegant environment, with beautiful scenes every 10 steps, perfect for living and leisure, Nadia introduced. Look, those two small buildings over there are the ones. The exteriors of the small buildings were basically identical to others within the complex. Upon closer inspection, the interiors were simply painted white walls without detailed decoration. Nadia used her keys to unlock the doors and let them tour freely. The living room space is quite large, as well as the dining area. Both the first and second floors have reserved bathroom spaces. This house is so bright, Stephen. After viewing one unit, they repeated the process for the other, which was almost identical. Both were two-story buildings, with a small storage space on the top floor. The internal plumbing and wiring were already installed, and the walls were painted white, ready for further decoration according to personal needs. Just by purchasing some home appliances and furniture, they could move in immediately. Decorations at this time weren't complicated. Just simple white walls, placing sofas and beds, and setting up a TV would suffice. There were even parking spaces provided in the courtyard below, making it very convenient. After seeing the houses in person, they felt even more satisfied, and Xena also nodded in approval several times. Violet made the decision to buy them immediately, heading back to sign the contract. Why miss out on a good deal, she thought. Chapter 89, Jade Exchange Conference. When Mason and his group returned to the sales center, President Nathaniel and Adon had already reached an agreement. Since both parties were willing, those matters were settled. President Nathaniel immediately had Nadia bring the contracts for signatures. Violet indicated that both properties should be under her son's name, so all signatures were made by Mason. After signing the documents, they proceeded to transfer the funds at the bank. By the time they came out, it was already late. With one less worry on their minds, everyone was happy. Violet even mentioned closing the shop for the day and taking the family out to dine. Adon drove over in his own car. Choosing a day might as well be today since we've run into each other. I will treat you all to dinner. No excuses. Through several meetings, everyone had come to know Adon's straightforward and sincere personality, so they did not refuse and got into the car without hesitation. What do you all want to eat? Any dietary restrictions? Uncle Yuan, we've become familiar now. Since we are all acquaintances, let's skip formalities. Let's not go to fancy restaurants. We're not used to them. The roadside restaurant we went to last time was just fine, said Mason honestly. Not only Shepard and Violet disliked such places, but he himself also found it uncomfortable and tiring to dine there, feeling too restrained. It would be better to choose a simple place with good food and atmosphere. Shepard and Violet agreed heartily. Hung Hai's right. Brother, please don't take us to expensive restaurants. We aren't used to refined dining. Adon laughed heartily. Haha, brother and sister-in-law, your words really touch my heart. Abdul feels the same. Alright, after eating your home-cooked meals yesterday, I thought I had to find a high-end restaurant to reciprocate your sincerity. Since you say this, let's keep it simple. Winter is approaching. I'll take you to have hot pot. We can chat while eating and dipping vegetables. It will be warm and cozy. I know a decade-old restaurant that has excellent flavor. I visit it multiple times every winter. That sounds great. Shepard replied sincerely. Mason added, Uncle Yuan knows his food. It must be good. Praising him brought joy to Adon's heart. The car turned left and right and stopped at an alley entrance. This place is inside. We have to walk in, Adon said, turning off the engine. Following Adon through the alley, they soon saw lanterns hanging brightly in front. Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. Approaching, they smelled a spicy aroma that grew stronger inside. The decor was surprisingly vintage style, and unexpectedly, there were quite a few people, almost fully occupied on both floors. Welcome. Mr. Yuan, how Carlo-y today? A waiter approached. Clearly, Adon was a regular here. 5 people. The waiter led them directly to a private room. The usual? Medium or mild spiciness? The waiter asked Adon. Mild. I've been coming here for years, knowing their specialties well. I'll order dishes for us without asking. You'll taste them shortly. Soon, a pot full of charcoal fire was brought up. Various dishes were also placed on the table, mostly thinly sliced meat suitable for quick dipping. They chatted happily while eating. No wonder Adon praised this place. The food was indeed delicious. Abdul. Madeline happened to be dining here too. Hearing Adon had arrived, she sought him out and saw Mason. The young Carlo is here too. Sister Meow, what do you need from old Yuan? Initially wanting to speak privately, Madeline changed her mind, realizing it wasn't anything secretive. Well, I'm heading to Yundian province in a few days for a Jade Exchange conference. I need 2 people to accompany me. Your network includes Carlo-y capable individuals. Could you introduce some? Being in the construction business, Adon definitely knew some tough guys and underworld figures for collections and intimidation. Madeline needed 2 capable escorts for her safety in such a chaotic place. Adon instantly understood her intentions. Thinking for a moment, he suddenly glanced at Mason beside him. Sister Meow, you're overlooking a talent nearby. We have exactly who you need. Adon nodded toward Mason. Confused, Madeline thought, what nonsense is this old Yuan talking about? Sister Meow, you may not know, but this young Carlo, Jonathan, has pretty solid martial arts skills. He held his ground against 4 men last night, which I witnessed personally. He single-handedly beat up 4 thugs last night, as I witnessed. You know Dimitri beside me. He knows a bit of martial arts, and he admitted that this young Carlo is better. If you take him along, your basic safety will definitely be ensured, Adon explained. Madeline looked disbelieving, thinking Adon was just teasing her. Mason wasn't interested in Madeline's affairs and thought it was better if she didn't find him. Adon whispered in his ear, I see you have some knowledge about Jade. If you want to learn more, you should go with her. It's a rare opportunity. Yunnan province is the kingdom of Jade. Reading 10,000 books is not as good as traveling 10,000 miles. This time's Jade Exchange conference invited only leading figures in the industry. Even someone like Adon, who enjoyed playing around, didn't qualify to enter. An invitation could only bring in 2 people, so he said it was a rare chance. With that said, Mason became a bit interested. He had just obtained per parliament use of his Tosriyan, Pinyin, Tushiyin, meaning penetrating eyes, last night. making Jade hold no secrets for him. Dealing with Jade would certainly be profitable. Yet, he was still an absolute novice in this field. If it were indeed a good opportunity, he might as well go and gain some experience. Besides, this holiday combined Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day, lasting nearly 10 days. Big Sister Meow, I just bought a phone today. If you need anything, you can contact me, Mason offered proactively. Seeing his confident expression, Madeline became intrigued. Could this kid really be capable? It wasn't obvious from his appearance, looking weak like a little chick. Alright, since Abdul vouches for you, I'll call you tomorrow. I'll have to check your abilities first. Of course, my compensation isn't low. My budget for security on this trip is 200,000 yuan. If you can handle it, I'll be glad. This kid also showed impressive insight into Jade gambling, which might give her some suitable advice. She saw potential in Mason. After dinner, Adon dropped the group back at the store before leaving. On the way, he told Mason some details about the upcoming conference, which made Mason increasingly excited. When Shepard and Violet heard there was danger involved, they didn't want Mason to go, but he convinced them with his skills. An eagle must be allowed to fly freely. Chapter 90 Speak Your Mind. Early the next morning, Mason received a call from Bonnie. She had organized a competition where the top 2 winners would secure bodyguard positions with her and accompany her to the exchange conference. Mason put on casual sportswear and took a taxi there. Xena accompanied him. Although she wasn't entirely in favor of Mason taking such risks, she did not stop him, because she felt that his adventurous spirit was one of the reasons she liked him. Upon arrival, they found it was a fighting arena. Behind Bonnie stood several people, mostly middle-aged men bulging with muscles. Mason seemed to be the youngest among them, yet he walked over without hesitation. Sis Meow, I'm here. Great. Everyone's almost here, let's start. There were 15 participants in total. Firstly, they paired up for duels. 7 people would be eliminated in the first round. 1 person would be given a bye through a lottery draw. Mason didn't expect to get the bye, so he watched the other matches without participating in the first round. Those whom Bonnie had brought were undoubtedly skilled, but compared to Mason, their techniques appeared overly showy and full of flaws. It wasn't until noon that the first round ended, with the 7 winners and Mason advancing to the next stage. Bonnie had lunch delivered for them, and after eating, they proceeded to the afternoon matches. The afternoon matches were challenge matches, where participants could choose who they wanted to challenge. Naturally, Mason was seen as the easiest target after the first round. Being the slimmest among the 8, he naturally became the first choice for the challengers. Without hesitation, Mason jumped onto the platform. Before his opponent could make any move, Mason identified his weak spot and punched him, sending him flying into the safety net and bouncing back. Everyone in the audience was stunned by this unexpected technique. Bonnie, however, showed her first smile of the day, appreciating Mason's simple yet effective style. She was tired of the flashy moves and just wanted to see solid combat skills. Feeling unsatisfied with one victory, Mason pointed at the second Carlo. You, come on up. Undoubtedly, he dispatched the second opponent with equal ease, quick and clean. Then came the third person, and the fourth. In the morning, everyone had mocked him as just a lucky weakling, but by the afternoon, he had completely dominated. Whenever he stepped onto the platform, he exuded an intense aura, making others dare not meet his gaze. The 5th challenger conceded without a fight, bowing in defeat. The 6th tried to psyche himself up, talking trash, but ended up getting thoroughly beaten like the others. So did the last one. Mason took on 7 opponents and emerged victorious, earning thunderous applause from the crowd. Bonnie joined in the applause, impressed by the young Carlo who had conquered everyone with his fists. Now Bonnie understood what Adon had said the night before. His victory pleased her greatly. Actually, we don't need 2 bodyguards. I'll entrust my safety to you during this trip to Yundian province. It's been a pleasure working with you. Bonnie extended her hand. Mason wiped his hand on his clothes and shook hers. Sis Meow, it's been a pleasure working with you. They settled the departure time and remuneration for the trip. They would leave the day after tomorrow, and the fee for this trip was set at 200,000 renminbi. Mason was quite satisfied. The only regret was that he had spent only a few days with Xena during this holiday. I'll bring you a gift when I return from Yundian. What do you want? Nothing in particular, just come back safely, Xena replied. They spent some more intimate time together before parting ways. The next day, Xena accompanied Mason to buy a suitcase and some basic travel essentials for his trip to Yundian. Mason bought 2 suits, as required by Bonnie for the formal attire at the exchange conference. Though it cost him over 1,000 yuan, it didn't seem too bad considering the 200,000 renminbi reward. Half of the payment had already been credited to his account, and the rest would be transferred upon his safe return. Everything was ready, and Mason set off with Bonnie, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness. This was his first time flying, and while the experience wasn't as good as the future flights, it was indeed fast. By evening, they arrived in Yundian along with 2 others, the Jade consultant and someone acting as a steward to handle all logistical matters during the trip. After they disembarked from the plane, the steward had already arranged for a car to pick them up, and their luggage was handled by dedicated staff. They didn't need to worry about any trivial matters. Their only concern was the exchange conference. Mason just needed to ensure Bonnie's safety. The hotel arranged by the steward was a luxurious one with everything available inside. Since he was responsible for Bonnie's safety, he shared a suite with her. She stayed in the master bedroom while he stayed in the secondary bedroom. After enjoying the lavish breakfast delivered by the hotel, complete with chicken, duck, fish, meat, seafood, and everything else imaginable, Mason ate until his belly was round and full. Following that, it was time to rest. Bonnie, being middle-aged, felt less energetic and went to sleep early. Mason could have slept too, but for his employer's safety, he could only wrap himself in a blanket and doze off at Bonnie's door. This way, he would know immediately if anything happened and could rush in right away. Fortunately, the first night was quiet with nothing happening. They arrived relatively early, as there were still 2 days before the Jade Conference officially started. During these 2 days, they could take a stroll around Yundian. Bonnie herself couldn't stay idle either. The next morning, she was ready to go out for a walk, fully energized. Of course, Mason followed her. Just as they walked into the lobby downstairs, they ran into an acquaintance, the young Carlo Foyce. There was also a middle-aged Carlo in front of him who appeared to be his father. The two of them looked like inspecting leaders, trailed by a large group of people, numerous pieces of luggage, and 4 or 5 bodyguards. Sure enough, the middle-aged Carlo greeted Bonnie upon seeing her. "Ms. Meow, how have you been?" Bonnie hated the verbosity and fake gentility of this father and son duo. "Get to the point." The middle-aged Carlo could no longer maintain his demeanor, his face turning stern. "I'm determined to win the title of Bid King this time, Ms. Meow. Please don't oppose me." "Then we shall wait and see," Bonnie replied, unyielding. Chapter 91. Searching for pearls in the sand. After that, the two groups left in a hurry. Under the arrangement of the butler, they got into a car. Seeing Mason's bewildered face, Nubia explained, "This Jade Exchange Conference is actually an open yet concealed competition." Competition? Mason didn't quite understand. He imagined that an exchange conference should involve everyone freely sharing their views. Seeing this, Nubia thought to herself, well, this boy has good physical skills, but he's still a greenhorn who doesn't understand anything. The Jade Exchange Conference is held every 3 years, and those who come to participate are all prominent figures in the jade industry. The organizers are from Yundian Province's Jade Mining Association, and of course, their purpose is to sell their rough stones. For us, we aim to buy large quantities of raw jade or finished jade from them. Additionally, if we make a significant impression at the conference, it can also enhance our brand's reputation and influence. Overall, it's a win-win situation. Jonathan, the Hagen family father and son we just met. This time, they are targeting the bidding king. I heard they've prepared 1 billion yuan for this round. 1 billion. Mason sucked in a breath. 1 billion yuan for a single stone? Yes. Each profession has its secrets. You don't know because in our line of work, raw jade material is the lifeline. If the Hagens can indeed become the bidding king this time, they won't lack raw materials for the next couple of years, and they could gain a significant reputation in the industry. Therefore, one of my reasons for coming here is to prevent them from obtaining the bidding king status. Another reason is that I need to stock up too. In the jade business, no one complains about having too much raw material. Do you want the bidding king too, Sister Meow? Haha, everyone wants the bidding king, but I alone can't afford the price. The Hagen father and son might be devious, but they are economically much stronger than me. I only do jade, while they cover more areas. If they get the bidding king this time, they might really dominate half of China's jade market. That's why I contacted a few old friends this time. We'll see how it goes. We'll try our best first. Nubia sighed. She wasn't confident inside. You will definitely get it, Sister Meow. Mason felt that the Hagen father and son were indeed despicable. They appeared righteous on the surface, but they shouldn't win. If necessary, he would give Nubia a hint. Thanks for your blessing, little guy. Nubia stopped talking and closed her eyes to rest. The driver sped through the winding mountain roads, reaching the destination soon. The butler led them down a street market. All shops on this street sold raw stones. Do you want to look around first, Sister Meow, or go straight to see the goods? Asked the butler. Nubia noticed Mason was very excited, looking around left and right. She had been here Carlo-y times and found it boring most of the time, usually going directly to the raw stone dealers. But seeing Mason's enthusiasm softened her heart. Let's take a look first. It's not easy to come here once. I'll wait for you guys in this tea house. You have 1 hour. Gather back here on time. Nubia pointed to a small tea house nearby. Both Mason and the jade consultant were eager, but Mason held back. He came as a bodyguard and couldn't leave the person he was supposed to protect, feeling a bit embarrassed otherwise. Sister Meow, I'll stay with you? No need. I'll sit outside. It's safe here. No one dares to make a move. Go ahead and enjoy yourself. Nubia waved her hand. Only then did Mason turn away. Mason didn't go far, stopping at a nearby stall selling raw stones. Sir, would you like to look? All my raw stones come from good mining areas with high chances of yielding jadeite. Why not take a look? How much do these raw stones cost? Mason asked. These raw stones over here cost 3,000 yuan per pound, and these cost 5,000 per pound. If you're interested, I also have stones priced at 10,000 per pound in my store. There are also windowed raw stones available. Choose whatever you like, replied the dark-skinned owner. What about this pile under my feet? The owner sensed he might not know much about raw stones, but remained unperturbed, pointing to the pile near Mason's feet. These are the cheapest in my store, 200 yuan each. These were mostly bought by tourists from other regions since they dared not bet on more expensive ones, but 200 yuan each was affordable for some fun. Almost every store had similar stones, leftovers that rarely contained valuable items. But Mason liked these stones. Who wouldn't love the feeling of finding pearls among the sand? So he began to examine each stone one by one. The boss had good eyesight. Among so Carlo-y stones, after Mason finished looking, he only found one decent stone with a piece of near ice green jadeite inside. There was another stone, but it only contained a finger-thick piece of mediocre colored jadeite. Mason directly gave it up. After paying 200 yuan, Mason bought that stone but didn't break it open. Instead, he asked for a net bag and continued walking while holding it. The boss counted the money, thinking this person is really peculiar, buying a stone without opening it and carrying it in hand. Quite interesting. The peculiar Mason continued to another store, choosing these 200 or 300 yuan per piece stones. Whenever he saw a decent one, he would buy it but not cut it open, just carrying it foolishly. Nubia watched him curiously from the tea house, finding this young Carlo quite interesting. She couldn't tell if he was overly confident or too concerned about winning or losing, as he bought the stones but didn't open them. Mason casually strolled and bought stones, and before long, he already had 4 or 5 net bags in his hands. He arrived at a bustling store where someone was cutting a stone right at the entrance. Rising, rising, rising. The young Carlo watching the stone on the jade slicer was sweating profusely. Mason looked curiously at the stone being cut, but there was nothing. Such a large stone actually contained nothing inside. Mason felt a bit disappointed and was about to turn away when suddenly he noticed a faint glow at the lower left corner of the stone. Looking again, it was indeed a beautiful square-shaped yellow jadeite. Failed, the people around lamented. So large a stone cut in half yet containing nothing. What a pity. The young Carlo was incredulous. He felt this stone had shown excellent signs and cost him 30,000 yuan, but now it had failed. Not giving up, he picked up the stone again and placed it back into the cutter, asking the worker to cut it horizontally. Still no sign of jadeite, just white rocks. A large stone was cut into 8 pieces, and still, there was no jadeite. Mason thought, this guy is really unlucky. Chapter 92, picking up yellow jade, emerald green. Each time he chose a position, he just avoided that corner where the beautiful yellow jade was hidden. Actually, if he had only shifted his position slightly just now, he could have seen this exquisite piece of yellow jade. Perhaps it's all about not having that faded connection. The Carlo held his head in disappointment, feeling distressed. Master Benji, the stone cutter, gathered the stones and asked if he wanted to continue. The young Carlo said, "What's the point? It's useless." Offended, Master Sure threw the stone to the side carelessly, causing it to roll on the ground. In an odd coincidence, the piece of stone with the yellow jade rolled right to Mason's feet, who had been watching the scene. He sighed, picked up the stone and asked, "Do you want to cut it one more time?" The young Carlo ignored him. "If you don't want to cut it, I'll buy this stone. I'll give you 2,000 yuan. 2,000 yuan would be enough for him to return home and start over." Mason had heard from the crowd that this young Carlo was from out of town, and for over half a month, he had been buying stones on this street, with both gains and losses. He seemed like a gambler. It was rumored that this stone had already cost him his last bit of money. Initially, Mason intended to kindly suggest cutting the stone again, but since the young Carlo didn't respond, he thought it was fate that they were meant to part ways. Offering 2,000 yuan was also a way for him to provide the young Carlo with enough money to go home. The young Carlo, however, felt like he was holding onto his last straw, and retorted, "I paid 30,000 for it earlier. You should at least give me 10,000. Mason gave a derisive laugh. This Carlo really knew how to speak. "Young Carlo, why don't you appreciate my offer? Take what you can get. The stone is shattered, and anyone willing to pay you 2,000 is being generous." Deep down, this young Carlo knew there was nothing left inside, yet he still wanted to swindle another sum. 10,000 yuan would let him buy another stone and try his luck again. Just 2,000, take it or leave it. Mason got a bit upset. He found it unreasonable that the young Carlo couldn't recognize the value after seeing no results and declared it a high price when selling. Seeing that Mason was about to leave, the young Carlo reluctantly accepted. "Fine, 2,000 then, take it." Mason counted out 2,000 yuan from his pocket. "Money and goods exchanged, no going back," the young Carlo said casually after counting the money. Mason walked a few meters away while the young Carlo boasted arrogantly, "Today, I met a fool. Turned worthless stones into cash. Who else wants these stones? If 2,000 is too much, 1,000 each." Mason clenched his fists. This person really needed a lesson. Pitiful people often have their own faults. Thinking of this, Mason turned back. "Christo, can you help me cut this stone?" Mason placed the stone he bought for 2,000 on the stone cutting machine. The boss, thinking it was just one cut, nodded and instructed the stone cutter to proceed. This kid has some guts. This stone looks so hopeless. How could any jade come out? Who knows? Even experts can't predict what lies beneath an inch of jade. Following the edge of the jade, Mason drew a thin line, instructing the master to cut along it. Screech! With a sharp sound, the stone split open into a neat surface. The experienced stone cutter noticed something unusual in his touch and quickly poured water over it to examine. It succeeded. Really? It actually worked? The crowd erupted in excitement. Where did this young Carlo come from? This doesn't make sense. Such fragmented stone yielded jade? A yellow slice appeared before everyone's eyes. The boss immediately ordered the assistant to set off fireworks. The whole street heard the sound, signaling a successful cut for the store. People gathered around to see. Yellow jade, nice color. Such a large slice. If the entire piece is like this, it would be worth at least 100,000. Haha, this guy's luck isn't great. He's letting a fortune slip through his fingers. Some mocked the young Carlo. What? Upon seeing Mason's stone reveal jade, the young Carlo rushed over in a frenzy. Seeing the yellow jade, he slapped himself on the face. Why didn't he cut it one more time? He sold such good jade for just 2,000 yuan. No, I'll give the money back. I won't sell the jade anymore. No more. He tossed the 2,000 yuan he had received at Mason and tried to grab the yellow jade. Mason calmly asked the boss, "Christo, is this allowed?" "Tracy, money and goods exchanged are final. Don't make things difficult for everyone. I even reminded you to cut one more time, but you refused. You sold it for 2,000 yuan yourself, and you called him a fool after he left. Now you want to backtrack because jade was found? There's no such rule in the raw stone industry. If you keep causing trouble, we will have to follow the rules and chop off your hand," the boss threatened. The young Carlo named Tracy could only slink away, picking up the bills from the ground and glaring fiercely at Mason. Mason ignored him and directed the stone cutter to continue cutting the remaining jade stone. Soon, this beautiful square emerald was revealed to everyone. Because of this piece of yellow jade, the store had seen quite a bit of business, making the boss very happy. He even praised Mason as his lucky star. "Young Carlo, would you like to look around my shop? All my goods are top-notch. If you find something today, I'll give you a 20% discount." Taking advantage of this opportunity, Mason began browsing through the shop. He glanced over the materials priced at 3 to 5,000 yuan per kilogram. 1 or 2 out of 10 pieces contained jade, which was a pretty high probability. However, buying these jades for several 10,000 wouldn't yield much profit. Mason wasn't interested. When his eyes fell on the area where stones were priced at 1,000 yuan per kilogram, a round, smooth stone caught his attention. The reason was simple. The color of this green jade was exceptionally beautiful, and its quality was glass-like. Even he, a grown Carlo, found it stunning. Could this be the legendary emerald green? With this thought, Mason pointed to the raw stone. "Christo, how much for this piece?" The boss personally went over, picked up the stone, and felt its weight. "This one should weigh about 5 kilograms. It sells for 1,000 yuan per kilogram." He then weighed it on the scale, confirming it was just slightly over 5 kilograms. 5,000 yuan, but I promised you a 20% discount, so that's 4,000. Perfectly fair. Without hesitation, Mason took out the money from his backpack and handed it over, putting the stone in his bag. He had considered beforehand that he might need cash to buy raw stones, so he had brought several 10,000 yuan in cash with him, and now it came in handy. Do you want to cut the stone here? The boss admired Mason's insight and luck. After witnessing such a miraculous find, if another piece of high-quality jade could be found here, it would be incredible. Mason shook his head. I'm in a hurry, I'll go. Joking aside, finding a yellow jade first and then immediately cutting open an imperial green. No way, he didn't want to tempt fate. Chapter 93. Ambushed. Revealed. Mason was genuinely in a hurry. Nubia was still waiting for him, and he had been wandering around for almost an hour. He really didn't want to open this stone in front of everyone either. The color of this stone was unusually beautiful. If he were to open it publicly, it might draw attention from others, so he preferred to make money quietly. That piece of yellow jadeite had already attracted enough attention just now. Holding the yellow jadeite he had just opened and the few stones he had bought, Mason returned to the tea house. The jade consultant Nubia had hired was already back, holding a piece of jadeite and talking to Nubia. Big sister Meow, I'm back? Jonathonu is back? How did it go? Did you have any gains? Nubia asked knowingly, looking at the pile of net bags in his hand. Well, I did have a small gain, Mason said as he pulled out the yellow jadeite he had won for 2,000 yuan and placed it on the table. Nubia appraised the two pieces of jadeite on the table. One large piece of glass-type jadeite was the result of consultant Lars's efforts, and one small piece of yellow glass-type jadeite was Mason's catch. Ignoring the stones Mason was carrying, the value of these two stones on the table was about the same. For some reason, Nubia felt that there was something mysterious about this young Carlo, Mason. She had a strong feeling that the unopened stone Mason carried must contain decent jadeite. Maybe having him with her would bring her some good luck too. Seeing Nubia's comparison, Lars wasn't very happy. His family had generations of jade experts with extraordinary skills, and yet she compared him to an unknown young Carlo. Even though he hadn't lost, it still made him uncomfortable. He decided to show them his true skills and prove who the real master was. Mason sensed the tension but pretended not to notice, silently picking up his yellow jadeite to put it away. Just then, Etienne, who had just lost the yellow jadeite, rushed over with two men. That's him. Beat him. He dared to snatch my Lord Zhao's goods. Don't stop until he's dead. Two thugs then charged at Mason with sticks. Mason calmly put the yellow jadeite into his bag and zipped it up. As they approached, Mason turned and dodged their strikes, landing a punch on each, sending both flying and collapsing helplessly on the ground. They were just local hooligans with no real fighting skill, hired by Etienne with the 2,000 yuan Mason had given him as travel expenses. If Mason knew how the money he had given kindly had been wasted, he would definitely feel regretful. Jonathan Zhao didn't expect Mason to be so strong. It only took one punch for Mason to defeat the two men he had hired. Realizing he had provoked someone he shouldn't, he stammered, "Great person does not revenge a petty offense. Please forgive me. Treat me like nothing. Just let me go." Mason glanced at him with disgust. "Get lost before I change my mind. If I see you again, I'll beat you every time." This person was truly overestimating himself. Mason detested such gamblers the most, wondering if this person had elderly parents or children to support. Wasting money on gambling like this, disregarding the livelihood of his family, was truly despicable. Nubia had already seen Mason's skills and thought it was only right. The housekeeper and Lars were astonished. They couldn't believe that this seemingly frail young Carlo could knock a grown Carlo flying with just one punch. No wonder Nubia had brought only him as her bodyguard this time. Lars reigned in his hostility, realizing life was more important. "Dimitriu, why did he say you stole his things?" Nubia was puzzled. Mason quickly recounted how he got the yellow jadeite to Nubia. "So that's what happened. He was indeed rude, but your judgment is pretty good. I remember you've never learned jade appraisal." Nubia was even more curious. To bring a discarded stone back to life was something even a skilled jade appraiser might not achieve. Yet, he Carlo aged to do it. Things were getting more and more mysterious. Luck, just luck. Mason scratched his head, trying to pass it off. Although he wanted to keep a low profile, his abilities wouldn't allow it. Nubia didn't press further. Standing up, "Let's go." The butler led them through the streets, turning down a narrow alley several times, finally stopping in front of a vermilion door. He knocked on the door with 3 short knocks and one long one, following a strict protocol. A minute later, the door opened. An elderly, white-haired dwarf peered out and greeted them with a smile. "Please come in. Please leave your belongings here. I will return them when you leave." Saluting them, Nubia indicated they should hand over their belongings to the old Carlo. It might be a rule here. Mason was a little uneasy, but still tidied up his things and passed them over to the elderly Carlo. Lars also naturally took off his backpack. Only Nubia's handheld bag and the 2 money chests carried by the butler were allowed to go in after being inspected. The old Carlo led them through a sealed passage lit with numerous lamps, providing bright lighting inside. "Christomeow has come. It's been a long time," greeted a middle-aged Carlo in ethnic attire, standing up and bowing as if it were a special ethnic custom. "Augustininis, it's been a long time," Nubia responded with a bow. Mason didn't care about what they were saying. He focused on ensuring the surrounding safety and kept an eye on the people around Nubia. "Are you here to see the revealed stones or hidden ones?" the Carlo asked. "Do you have any good revealed stones?" Nubia inquired. The Carlo laughed heartily. "Of course, don't you know my goods?" Then he walked ahead, leading them into a room. Standing guard at the doorway were several young men in uniformed ethnic clothing, armed with firearms. It seemed that the items inside were of great importance. Once inside the room, it was equally well lit with rows of shelves displaying various stones, all of which were revealed pieces. Several people were already selecting stones with magnifying glasses. Mason was amazed at the sight of so Carlo-y stones containing jadeite, wondering how much they would cost. No wonder there were guards with guns outside. Losing even one piece could cause significant losses. "All the revealed stones are here. Please take your time, Christomeow." I have other guests, so I'll excuse myself for a moment. Sure, you go ahead, Augustininis. Lars couldn't wait to start examining the stones with a magnifying glass. Mason kept to his task of protecting Nubia and followed her around, not joining in to look at the stones. The butler chatted with nearby staff, seeming quite familiar with them. Chapter 94, Making a Bet. Although Nubia started her business with jade, she specialized in the art of commerce. When it came to appraising jade, she only had a superficial understanding and wasn't particularly skilled at it. That was why she hired a jade consultant. Her previous jade consultant was an elder relative of Kenneth, who was an expert in appraising jade. Over the years, they had made a fortune together. Now that he was old and wanted to retire and enjoy his twilight years, he chose his most talented nephew, Kenneth, to become Nubia's new jade consultant. Kenneth was competent, but lacked the experience of his uncle. Although their cooperation over the past couple of years had been relatively smooth, it didn't quite meet Nubia's expectations. Kenneth had moderate professional skills but harbored high ambitions and considered himself extraordinary. Because of this, Nubia had to clean up after him several times due to his mishaps. She couldn't voice her grievances, as finding someone more suitable was difficult, and offending the Holden family was undesirable. At this time, when the Hagen family was dominating half of the jade market, leaving Nubia feeling overwhelmed, Mason appeared. Upon seeing Mason's talent, Nubia felt a flicker of hope. However, she knew talent alone wasn't enough. As he had now become her bodyguard, she decided to give him a try. Jonathonu, don't just stand there. Come help me take a look. Mason pointed at his nose in surprise. Sister Meow, you mean me? Yes, who else would I be talking to other than you? I don't know how to do it, Sister Meow. You'd better look by yourself. I really don't understand, Mason quickly declined. Don't say you don't understand. How did you spot that piece of yellow jade then? And the spring-colored jade that evening? I like them very much. Not knowing Nubia's intentions, Mason thought that since she asked, he might as well give it a try. After all the stones here were already cut open, making any selection easy without causing too much trouble. It was just a lucky guess, Sister Meow. If you insist, I'll pick one. Just pick what you like. Win or lose, it's on me. Nubia said generously. Even though the stones were partially cut, this was still a big gamble because these materials were expensive. It was hard to determine from a small cut whether jade was inside, or how much there was. If one spent 10,000 on a stone only to get back jade worth 3,000, it would still count as a loss. So, Nubia's statement carried considerable weight. Hearing this, Mason felt a sense of trust. Fine, since he was getting paid, he should do his part. He activated his penetrating vision and began examining each stone. A yellow-brown stone in front of him was priced at 32,000 yuan. One side had been cut, revealing green jade of decent quality and color. As he looked further, his heart sank. The interior was shattered and worthless like dog poop. This one was out of the question. Another stone resembled a stone stool, priced at 5,000 yuan. It was large, and its cut surface showed low-grade jade of spinach green. Only if the rest were valuable jade could it break even. Mason focused on it, noticing the color brightened deeper within, and the clarity improved. The jade gradually turned into an ice-like texture, and its color approached apple green. Mason smiled inwardly, thinking the person who opened this window was unlucky. Such a large piece of high-quality jade, likely worth hundreds of thousands. Yet he exposed the poorest part. No wonder it was priced so low. The difference between bean jade and ice jade, spinach green and apple green, was enormous. This one must be taken. He picked it up and placed it in Nubia's basket. Hey, what are you doing? Kenneth shouted when he saw the stone added. Can't you see this is just bean jade? Even if the rest is all jade, it's not worth much. Kenneth lectured angrily. Mason replied blankly, but I think it looks fine. Sister Meow told me to choose. Nubia quickly intervened. Kenneth, I asked Jonathonu for help. Don't worry, if he chose it, he must have his reasons. Let's each make our own picks. This indirectly supported Mason. Kenneth was unhappy. He was the successor of a jade appraisal dynasty. Yet this kid knew nothing but got lucky a few times. To appreciate such low-grade jade was too petty. With a snort, he turned away. Mason pretended to be cautious. Sister Meow, maybe I shouldn't. I don't really know anything. I don't want to mess things up. Nubia didn't object to his choice. Instead, she said, no problem. I believe in you. Young people won't improve without practice. I said, win or lose, it's on me. Mason sighed. All right. Continuing to examine the stones, Mason mainly chose those that were almost sure wins, ones whose actual value would far exceed their asking price. Moreover, the stones he picked weren't particularly expensive. For instance, the one he was holding now was priced at 2,000 yuan. It looked like ice-type apple green jadeite, but there were visible hairline cracks on its surface. That was why it was only valued at 2,000 yuan. Cracked jadeite loses all its value if the crack extends inward, no matter how good its color is, even if it's emperor green. So this also involved a gamble. But Mason could clearly see that the jade inside was not only free of cracks, but also very close to ice-type yang green, making it a bargain find that should be taken. This jadeite clearly has cracks. We shouldn't get it. Kenneth advised earnestly, and with some anger. We should, Master Holden. The crack won't extend into the stone, Mason replied. You young people are truly stubborn. I told you these stones you chose are risky gambles. We shouldn't take them. Kenneth nearly turned red in the face. Although his heart wasn't bad, he was rather traditional and somewhat petty. Mason had seen the stones Kenneth selected. Strictly speaking, Kenneth did have some skill. Most of his choices were profitable. However, because of his traditional mindset, he missed out on some good stones, which Mason then picked up. Whether they're risky or not, we'll know only after we open them. Master Holden, how about we make a bet? Mason thought for a moment. On what? I bet the crack in this stone won't extend inward, and it will yield high-quality jadeite. If it turns out not to be the case when opened, I'll give you that piece of yellow jadeite. What do you say? Seeing his confidence, Kenneth felt a bit worried but didn't want to lose face. He still said, all right, I'll bet with you. I bet this stone has internal cracks, and the stake is my piece of ice-type jadeite. Good, let's make it a deal. Chapter 95. Bet and lose gracefully, 1 million. Nubia was quite interested in the bet between the two people and volunteered to be the judge. So far, most of the open stones had been selected. Nubia first settled the accounts for all the open stones in the frame before everyone came to the courtyard to watch the stone cutting. The onlookers were very interested in the bet between the two men. Naturally, the first stone to be cut open was the one that Mason and Kenneth had bet on. The two found the elderly Carlo at the door and retrieved their stone, placing the stakes, a smaller yellow jadeite and a larger ice-type green jadeite, on one side. Since the two dared to make such a big bet, almost everyone who came to buy stones gathered around to watch. The stone cutter, with his rich experience, slowly ground down along the open cutting surface, and everyone watched the stone cutter nervously. As he ground down a small surface, the stone cutter poured a bowl of water to show everyone that there were still cracks. Kenneth seemed confident of winning, smiling confidently. Mason was overly calm, seeming very certain of himself. Both were confident they were right. Nubia looked at the two with interest. There must be cracks deeper inside. Yes, it can't be helped. This young Carlo's yellow jadeite is indeed a pity, and he has lost like this. Mason trusted what he saw. Indeed, when the stone was mostly cut open, the stone cutter stopped again to show everyone. A ladle of water went down. Everyone could clearly see a transparent and nearly ice-like vibrant green jadeite appear before them, giving an almost full view. It has improved. It has really improved. My goodness, the cracks only extended so far on the surface, but the interior is even better quality. It's so beautiful. This young Carlo has good eyesight. Mason had expected this and smiled calmly. Kenneth was stunned, not expecting the cracked jadeite to have such surprising quality underneath. Lost. Not only did he lose the reputation of being the successor of the Holden family's jade appraisal skills, he also lost face in front of Stephanie and a high-quality jade he had just obtained. Kenneth almost collapsed instantly, lacking energy and spirit, staring intently at the machine where the worker continued to cut the stone. Nubia was the happiest because she was the winner of this bet. With Mason's win, she also gained a valuable stone, and it was an exceptionally lucky find. This was the cheapest among all the open stones she had chosen, costing only 2,000 yuan, but its value after being cut would likely be worth tens or even hundreds of thousands. This was undoubtedly the biggest lucky find in her career. Even the old master Holden back then hadn't made such a big lucky find. Mason really gave people pleasant surprises everywhere. Jonathan, you're something else. I knew you could do it. Nubia patted Mason on the shoulder, approvingly. Mason laughed awkwardly, thinking that since everything was revealed, he might as well let things be. After the stone was completely cut open and cleaned, the stone cutter handed it over to Nubia. She held the stone excitedly. Just this tiny piece of stone had its value increased from 2,000 to up to 1 million. It was just a matter of moments. Congratulations. Ms. Miao, these open stones are great, right? 2,000 yuan for the material, and you've earned tens or even hundreds of thousands of yuan. You must take care of Mr. Hua's business in the future. Augustini's, though pained inside, congratulated with clenched teeth. After all, he understood the importance of fairness in business. If he were unfair once, his business couldn't continue. He knew which was heavier, but he felt extremely frustrated inside. When this material was just opened, several masters said it definitely had cracks inside. So he decided to sell it as open material at a mere 2,000 yuan, just scrap price. If he had known it would turn out so well, he would have kept it for himself. What a huge loss. Nubia, a seasoned veteran, said excitedly, of course, Augustini's goods are always excellent. We have cooperated Carlo-y times, and we will definitely come often in the future. It's Jonathanu's keen eye, not your goods quality. If you had such good goods, wouldn't you have opened it yourself? Would you leave it to me? Seeing the open stones yield treasures, everyone rushed to buy open stones. Augustini's reaped considerable benefits, achieving what he sought. Jonathanu, your per for Carlos was great this time. For this material alone, sister here decides to give you an extra 100,000 yuan as bonus. Thank you for your hard work, Nubia whispered to Mason. She was generous by nature and never treated her associates unfairly, which was the secret to her success as a Carlo in business. For a business Carlo, vision is crucial. With the money, Mason was naturally happy. No problem, it's my duty, thanks to Sister Miao. Kenneth picked up his ice-type jadeite and handed it to Mason, willing to accept the consequences of losing. Mason didn't accept it, picking up his own stone instead. Master Holden, just consider it a joke. I'm new to the trade, not very knowledgeable, and mostly relied on luck. Don't take it to heart. Hearing this, Kenneth felt even more embarrassed. Besides being amazed at Mason's keen eye and luck, he admired his magnanimity. This young Carlo was extraordinary. This wasn't just about a few dollars. The stone in his hand was worth at least tens of thousands. Running all over with Mason, they hadn't earned as much money as this. He said it was unimportant and let it go, showing remarkable decisiveness, which made Kenneth seem petty by comparison. He had been desperately stopping people from taking that cracked stone earlier, but now this stone had brought a big profit for the boss. Kenneth felt like he had failed no matter what he did. With a determined heart, he placed the stone into Mason's arms. Since we bet, I'll accept my loss. I admit I was wrong this time. The stone belongs to you. Nubia thought that Kenneth was still a decent person. Although his appraisal skills were lacking and his personality conservative, he wasn't bad and could still be useful. When someone was willing to give something to him, Mason naturally wouldn't refuse. Thank you very much. Mason calmly accepted the stone. These two stones must be heavy in your arms. Why don't you sell them to me? I'll give you 1 million for both stones. Nubia laughed at his funny look. That sounds great, thank you, Sister Miao. I won't have to carry them or worry about protecting them. Mason knew that if Nubia offered at this moment, she certainly wouldn't give him a low price. Moreover, these two stones were worth more than 1 million. Nubia's steward quickly took the stones from him and put them together with the newly opened ice-type green jadeite, preparing for subsequent transportation. The steward then directly made a phone call, and another 1 million was added to Mason's account. Mason smiled widely. This trip to Yundian had recouped the money he spent on the house purchase, and he still had a few pieces of material, especially the imperial green jadeite. He had a premonition that once it was cut open, it would surely shock the jade world. Chapter 96 Lavender Pink. All of Bonnie's stones had to be solved. For her second attempt, she specifically chose the pea green stone that Mason had selected first. She now had a strange trust in Mason's choices, as if certain that his selections were always extraordinary. She couldn't wait to verify her own thoughts. Sure enough, it didn't disappoint her. The pea green stone, which cost 5,000 yuan, turned out to be a large piece of icy apple green jadeite after being opened, with a value significantly higher than before. Even magic tricks couldn't be this impressive. Another lucky find sparked quite a stir among the crowd. Many people rushed over to pick through the less valuable transparent materials, hoping for their own luck, even buying a cracked transparent material worth 10,000 yuan. Of course, the results weren't as hoped, as such opportunities weren't easily found. Kenneth felt even more relieved that he hadn't insisted on competing against this young Carlo just now. Otherwise, he would have been thoroughly embarrassed once again. This Mason was really something else. These two stones, which initially seemed unremarkable, ended up multiplying in value by dozens of times in his hands. Thinking about his share in Bonnie's company and thus benefiting from the profit made from these stones, his mood greatly improved. Bonnie was increasingly convinced that Mason was not an ordinary person. One instance could be coincidental, but multiple times couldn't all be explained away by luck. Therefore, she decided to give him more authority. Jonathonu, I'll keep an eye on opening the stones here. You and Master Holden can go select some rough stones together. Just choose freely. I trust you. What could Mason say? He had no choice but to accompany Kenneth to another room full of stones. In this room, there was only one guard, making everything much more relaxed. The stones were thrown on the ground randomly for free picking, clearly priced in sections. This time, Kenneth didn't dare be arrogant and showed full respect and deference to Mason, seeking his opinions. Skilled people are always respected wherever they are. Mason felt a bit out of place. Master Holden, please call me Jonathan. We can each pick from different areas. Kenneth thought this arrangement was good too. They each picked their area carefully. Outside, waiting for the stones to be opened, Bonnie's opinion of Mason grew higher. She was astonished to find that any stone chosen by Mason invariably yielded a high return on investment with minimal expenditure, precisely what every investor desires. While the stones picked by Kenneth also earned money without loss, when compared to Mason's picks, the difference was stark. Bonnie secretly decided that upon returning, she would raise Mason's bonus. Even though Kenneth had shares in the company and was essentially earning for himself, while Mason had no shares yet still worked diligently to benefit the company, such loyalty deserved reward. Inside, Mason continued inspecting stones. As he did so, he was also learning, connecting theoretical descriptions from books with real-life situations, gradually gaining genuine expertise rather than relying on luck alone. Indeed, he saw Carlo-y good stones, including beautiful blue water oil green jadeite and sky blue water jadeite. These stones, though cheaper than transparent materials, had little chance of being a bargain, as a good stone usually costs tens of thousands of yuan. The few stones Mason liked were all priced slightly over 10,000 yuan. However, the value after opening them would definitely exceed their purchase price significantly, ensuring profitability. He avoided selecting common pea green or ordinary colored stones. The critical point was that every stone he picked contained high-quality jadeite, which might make Bonnie suspicious since these were rough stones, and even experts find it hard to judge accurately. Thus, he planned to mix in a few cheap hollow stones from the lower price section to avoid suspicion. Choosing from the cheaper area wasn't just about prudence. It was also because he was used to being frugal and hesitated to spend even other people's money on obviously empty stones worth several thousand yuan. So he walked to the 1,000 yuan section, grabbed a stone, intending to throw it into the basket. Out of caution, he examined it closely. His hand froze in the next second. Unbelievable. Could this be his luck? The stone he casually picked also contained jadeite. Moreover, the color of this jadeite was exceptionally beautiful. Immediately, he thought of Xena. Before leaving, he promised her he would bring her a gift. This stone was the most beautiful lavender pink among the purple series, a truly dreamy color that was perfect for a young girl like Xena. Moreover, Mason found that this lavender pink section was quite large. He could make a set of different jewelry for both Xena and Violet. If Violet didn't like it, he still had an unopened red jadeite in his bank safety deposit box, which was more suitable for middle-aged and elderly people and exuded an air of opulence. This stone only cost 1,000 yuan, making it a real bargain. Mason was momentarily unsure how to buy it since his primary mission on this trip was to protect Bonnie. He couldn't help but think conspiratorially. Would Bonnie claim it for herself if she discovered this stone? The potential profit from this stone wasn't small either. In the end, Mason decided to be straightforward. He approached Bonnie. Ms. Meow, I want to bring a gift back for my girlfriend. Could I buy a stone? If there's jadeite, I'd like to make her a set of jewelry. Seeing his awkwardness, Bonnie couldn't help but laugh. Of course you can. You're not our company's consultant. You're free to buy as Carlo-y as you like. She wasn't stingy, especially with someone as capable as Mason. Just for the several pieces of transparent material he had chosen for her, she would grant him unlimited privileges. Thank you. Since it's your resource, I feel I should tell you. I'll just pick one stone, Mason said sincerely. Haha, you're quite considerate. But tell me, how can you be sure this stone you choose will have jadeite inside? What if it doesn't? Then wouldn't you have no gift for your girlfriend? Or do you have full confidence in your own judgment? Bonnie teased him, also indirectly testing him. The mountain Carlo has his secrets. Mason smiled. Chapter 97, Midnight Horror. Mason eventually spent 1,000 yuan to secure the pinkish-purple piece of jade. From Kathy's stash, he also picked a few stones to mix in. Overall, the materials he chose for Kathy were very profitable, and it was worth it for her bringing him here this time. In the end, Kenneth and Mason selected materials together cost about 1 million yuan. They waited from day to night, and the jade carvers worked overtime, finally finishing all the stones Kathy bought before dinner. Especially those stones with excellent transparency lit up Kathy's eyes. She was extremely happy holding the stones. Perhaps no Carlo could resist such beautiful jade. This time, Kathy spent over 2 million on both open and hidden materials. The profit from the open materials already covered the capital, let alone these hidden ones. It more than doubled. Selling these dozen pieces of jade after processing would easily earn 10 to 20 million. Truly, they had a great haul. Even Augustini's was envious. Kathy indeed opened Carlo-y good jades today. He couldn't help but doubt whether this batch of materials was really that good. Actually, the materials sold were already pre-selected by him, and those exceptionally good ones he had cut himself. Later buyers could only hope for the best. The last to be cut was the piece of material Mason bought for himself. It's actually pinkish purple. Such a beautiful color. A success, a success. Kathy couldn't help but look at Mason with an inquisitive gaze. Did this kid have X-ray vision to see inside the jade? He said he wanted to buy it as a gift for his partner, and coincidentally it turned out to be pinkish purple. This color really suits young girls, gentle and dreamy. Kathy indeed hit the nail on the head. She just thought so. After all, even experts can't predict the quality of jade. The jade carver carefully cut the stone and handed it to Mason. He held it carefully, imagining Zena's reaction upon receiving the gift, and smiled. Xuanhuan, you're not just going to give it to your partner like that, right? At least get it processed into jewelry, so she can wear it every day. Kathy teased. Mason gave an awkward smile. Do you have any suggestions, Annie Meow? Xuanhuan, this, if you trust Annie Meow, you can hand over this pinkish purple jade. When we return to Tianjin City, I'll personally design it, and have our company's top crafts Carlo process it for you. Your partner will surely be satisfied. How does that sound? Actually, Kathy herself is an outstanding designer, but she hasn't been involved in jade design for Carlo years. Love-struck youth plus this beautiful jade made her heart itch, so she offered her services voluntarily. Mason, of course, didn't think that such a big boss would want to snatch his jade. He naturally handed it over to Kathy. Thanks for your trouble, Auntie Meow. My partner usually likes to wear light-colored clothes. Please design some youthful and trendy styles for her that she can wear in daily life. So much jade. All for your partner? Kathy was surprised by the generosity of this young Carlo. Such a large piece could make several sets of jewelry, and selling them at market price might net 1 to 2 million, given how rare this color is. You decide, and if there's leftover material, please make a set for my Megan as well. She's always busy with business and rarely wears jewelry, but her skin is very fair, so she'd suit this color too. Make it a bit luxurious for her. No problem. Kathy agreed. Today's purchase almost guaranteed the high-end jade needs of Kathy's company for the next year. Spending the usual amount of money, but getting value and expected returns several times more, Kathy felt quite pleased. The carloger was busy shipping all the stones via air transport, and Mason tagged along, sending the unopened raw stones he bought in the morning back as well. Of course, except for the imperial green jade in his backpack. Since it was incredibly rare and precious, he chose to carry it with him. After all, it only weighed a few kilograms, which was easy for him. The carloger handled everything and directly took them to Yundian's bustling night market. The group enjoyed grilled food with beer at the night market, feeling very relaxed. There were Carlo-y local specialties, and Mason tried them all. They tasted great and had unique flavors. It was a pity that Zena wasn't there. When they had the chance, he could bring her and his parents to visit Yundian province. Everyone didn't drink much, celebrating their first day's success moderately. Surprisingly, Kathy had a good tolerance for alcohol. After 3 bottles, she still walked back to the hotel happily chatting. Mason only had 1 bottle because he remembered that he needed to protect Kathy, and drinking would affect his alertness. The group returned to the hotel. Kathy fell asleep as soon as she lay down on the bed in her room. It turned out that she wasn't actually immune to the alcohol but had been forcing herself to stay awake. It seems being a career Carlo isn't easy either. Mason shook his head, helped her take off her shoes and coat, and tucked her into bed. Kathy could almost be his Megan's age. If Violet maintained herself like Kathy did, she would also look young. Thinking about this Carlo who could have been his Megan, Mason didn't overthink it. He simply crawled under her bed to sleep. It had been a busy day, and he was quite tired. The hotel room was carpeted, soft and comfortable, not at all hard. Even while sleeping, Mason kept his backpack beside him. This imperial green jade was the most valuable piece of jade he had encountered so far. He was sleeping soundly when the system warning woke him up. Warning, warning, danger approaching, please be aware. The drowsiness vanished instantly, his body tensing up as if targeted by a venomous snake. No wonder Kathy hired bodyguards. Yundian wasn't exactly safe, and staying in a hotel could still get you noticed. Not knowing where the danger came from, he rolled under Kathy's bed by the moonlight, hiding in the dark and observing. Suddenly remembering Kathy, he noticed she was sleeping soundly, completely unaware of the impending danger. Mason gently climbed up and covered her mouth. Meow sister, it's me, Dimitriu. There's danger. Hide first. Kathy, with years of experience, remained calm. She woke up immediately upon feeling his touch. She quietly got up, mimicking Mason's earlier actions by crawling under the bed. Mason hid near the door, using his X-ray vision to peek through the main entrance. Through the doorframe, he saw a Carlo in black ethnic clothing walking towards their room. He held something in his hand, which he inserted into the lock, opening the door effortlessly. Mason's eyes penetrated through the mask on the Carlo's face, revealing a familiar face. He was shocked. It was the same Carlo who had been assisting Augustini's at the shop selling raw stones, always standing by his side. Chapter 98. All right, I'll compensate. At the time, he felt that this young Carlo's expression was very rigid, giving off a stiff impression. But without much thought, he never expected to see him in the middle of the night. Could it be because they had cut a lot of jade materials at the store today, and the boss wanted to double-cross them? No, that doesn't make sense. The materials were long gone, so even if he came now, he wouldn't find anything. The Carlo entered the suite and fumbled around in the dark in the living room outside as if looking for something but found nothing. He then walked straight toward the room where Mason was staying. Mason cautiously drew a long dagger and held it in his hand. With a creak, the door opened. As he pushed the door, Mason hid himself behind it. The moment he stepped inside, Mason emerged from behind the door and punched him hard in the stomach. Caught off guard by the attack from behind, the Carlo flew backward, dropping his dagger on the ground, which Mason quickly picked up. The black-clad Carlo quickly got up and fought back fiercely against Mason. The fight was intense, neither gaining an upper hand. Taking advantage of his better vision in the dark, Mason Carlo-aged to pin the Carlo with his own dagger pressed against his neck. Despite the Carlo's fierce resistance, he couldn't escape and ended up with a deep cut on his neck, blood trickling down. Instantly feeling defeated, Miss Meow, come out quickly. Hearing this, Madeline crawled out from under the bed. Turning on the light, she saw Mason holding a dagger to a masked Carlo in black clothes. A bloody trail ran down the Carlo's neck, looking quite horrifying. She forced herself to stay calm, picked up her phone, and called the front desk. After hanging up, Mason gestured for her to remove the Carlo's mask. How can it be you? Madeline recognized this Carlo. Was Augustinini's who sent you? They had worked with Augustinini's Carlo-y times before, but never had such an incident occurred. She was shaken but glad Mason was there tonight. The young Carlo turned away, remaining silent. Hold your tongue. Didn't you hear the question? Speak up. Mason nudged him with his knee. The Carlo glared at Mason. Do what you will. I take full responsibility for my actions. It has nothing to do with my boss. It showed some courage indeed. Soon, the hotel security and Carloagement arrived fully armed. The Carlo was taken away and handed over to the local police station. Mason let out a sigh of relief. Neither of them could sleep well for the rest of the night. Though Madeline looked pale, she remained composed throughout the ordeal. The next morning, after breakfast, Madeline still attended a private gathering as planned. This was organized by bigwigs in the jade industry, so safety was guaranteed. The meeting was likely related to tomorrow's Jade Exchange conference, which Mason, being a minor player, wasn't qualified to attend. Thus, he didn't need to accompany her all day, just drive her there and pick her up in the evening. Lars and Mason both had a free day. They became acquaintances through their encounter. Lars enthusiastically shared everything he knew with Mason and took him to Stone Street. This street was similar to the one from yesterday, mostly stalls selling raw jade, though by small vendors at much cheaper prices than yesterday. Naturally, the quality varied widely. It was perfect for finding good deals. The place Lars introduced hit close to home for Mason. There were also antique shops and handicraft stores here, suitable for tourists. Mason didn't mind, and he began browsing each shop, given he had the whole day to spare. Starting tomorrow, he'd have to follow Madeline closely during the conference, making it unlikely to wander around again. His ESP seemed more agile after these past few days. What once took at least 10 seconds to penetrate the stone surface now required no preparation time, allowing him to easily see through. So Mason could simply glance at each piece without spending too much time. The quality of stones here wasn't great. In the first store alone, he only found 2 or 3 pieces with green coloration, and they were the lowest grade bean variety. Not worth much, he passed over them directly. He seriously doubted the shopkeeper bought low-quality leftovers, buying for 100 yuan and selling for 1,000 yuan, raking in huge profits. Clearly, there weren't Carlo-y gullible buyers. Everyone glanced at the stones, shook their heads, and left. Mason felt that if this was the general quality, his hopes of finding bargains today might be dashed. The second store was an antique shop, owned by a little old Carlo with gray hair. He leisurely sat on a reclining chair, swinging back and forth, looking very content. Mason was drawn to his leisure and entered the shop to take a look around. Because he had replicated Master Synard's expertise in appraisal, his level of antique appreciation was undoubtedly top-notch now. He gave a cursory glance around and helplessly shook his head with a smile. He thought there would be at least some authentic pieces, but almost everything here was fake. The only genuine items were from modern times and weren't worth much. It seemed that this street really didn't have Carlo-y good things. Feeling a bit disappointed, Mason started walking out. Due to the abundance of items in the shop, he accidentally kicked something underfoot. The little old Carlo suddenly sprang up as if he had been waiting for him. Boy, you can't go. You kicked one of my items. Mason had no intention of leaving anyway. He bent down to pick up what he had kicked. It turned out to be a statue of Guanyin, quite heavy. The first impression was that it felt good in texture, with some mottled edges. My Guanyin statue has been kicked by you. Compensate me. The old Carlo decarlated unreasonably. He hadn't made a sale for a long time. Several mouse at home needed feeding, and business at the shop was terrible. So he could only earn some money to get by this way, cheating whoever he could. Mason became increasingly shocked as he looked at the statue. This Guanyin statue seemed to be significant. Old Carlo, how do you want me to compensate? The old Carlo's face flushed slightly. He opened his mouth and, with a hint of embarrassment, raised 2 fingers. At least 2,000. My Guanyin is an antique, and you've damaged it. See how it's chipped here. Mason felt relieved inside. The clothes on his back had been soaked by cold sweat just now. He originally thought that the old Carlo knew the value of the Guanyin, and today was going to be a bad day for him. Unexpectedly, the old Carlo was just putting on a front, probably trying to scam some money. But his luck was really bad. In this room full of fakes, instead of picking any other item to cheat him with, he chose a genuine piece without knowing its value. Mason wasn't sure whether to say he was lucky or unlucky. Alright, I'll compensate. Chapter 99. Jade of Happiness, Rank, and Longevity. The old Carlo had expected an argument and prepared Carlo-y reasons to convince the young Carlo, but Mason didn't utter a word, leaving his arguments unspoken. Did he hear it wrong? Is this guy really so easy to deal with? Today is my unlucky day. Since I kicked over your statue of Guanyin, let me pay for it and take it home. Mason counted out 2,000 yuan from his pocket and handed it over, also remembering to put the statue into his backpack. The elderly Carlo nervously took the money, counted it once, and carefully checked each bill to ensure they were real before revealing a somewhat ingratiating smile. Today he met someone generous. It was also possible that this guy happened to worship Guanyin, thus willing to spend money to ward off disasters after kicking over her statue. He knew all too well that everything in his shop was purchased from specialized suppliers and was made to look old. There was nothing genuine. Young Carlo, I have Carlo-y good items in my shop. Take a look. Encountering a big spender wasn't easy, Better take advantage of it. Mason shook his head. Cash on delivery? The old Carlo happily counted the stack of money he just received. 2,000 yuan would be enough for them to live extravagantly for a while. What he didn't know was that he missed out on a valuable treasure. Not only did he give away a statue of Guanyin, but also an antique worth a fortune. Sometimes it's like this. Opportunities to change one's fate are given by heaven, but if you can't grasp them, it's as good as zero. This is a silver-backed golden oxia Guanyin statue, the earliest statue of Guanyin introduced to Yundian province, known as the Star of Yunnan. It's a pure gold Buddha statue from the Song dynasty, regarded as the most precious piece of Buddhist art from the Dali kingdom back then. No one knows why it ended up here or why it wasn't well protected, looking somewhat worn out, which might be why it was mistaken for a fake. A slightly knowledgeable person could easily spot the extraordinariness of this Guanyin statue. Ordinary people might not recognize its specific identity and historical marks, but they could at least see it was gilded. This Guanyin statue is made of pure gold, weighing about 2 caddies, about 1 kilogram. Even selling these 2 caddies of gold would be worth far more than 2,000 yuan, possibly 8 or 10 times that amount. Ironically, it was treated as a tool for a scam by the old Carlo, a situation that left everyone laughing and crying at the same time. One could only say that treasures have their own spirit, and only those who are destined will acquire them. Just this single item made Mason's trip worthwhile today. He continued walking toward the other shops. Compared to the first shop, these had somewhat better quality goods. There were a few pieces of decent jadeite among them, and Mason, not being greedy, bought one from each store, leaving a few for others, naturally without cutting any stone, taking them directly. By noon, there were unique crossing the bridge rice noodles on the street, which Mason ordered. They indeed had a special flavor, paired with the local chili sauce, making for a delicious meal. In the afternoon, Mason continued strolling from shop to shop. He even bought some silver ornaments for his family when he saw a silverware shop. For his father, he picked an insulated cup, and for his Megan, a pair of simple silver bracelets. For Zena, he chose a set of distinctive ethnic silver accessories that jingled attractively. Thinking that he hadn't brought gifts for his future parents-in-law yet, he also selected another insulated cup for his future father-in-law and a bracelet for his future Megan-in-law. These items would be mailed back to Zhoushan when he returned to Tianzhou. That afternoon, Mason practically covered the entire market and made several acquisitions. He had already called the housekeeper to arrange shipping for him. On this street alone, he bought over 20 stones, definitely finding bargains everywhere. He didn't take ordinary items, only choosing a couple of stones with good appearances from each store. One must leave something for others too. It's better not to take it all. When he came to the last shop, he didn't plan to enter but decided to head home. Then suddenly, he found an enormous surprise right outside the door. Outside the shop stood a stone pedestal with a rope tied around it, securing a sunshade canopy to prevent it from flying away. The stone pedestal seemed cut from a huge rock, with a very smooth cut surface. It had likely been standing there for a long time, with moss growing at the bottom, but indeed, it was a piece of jadeite raw stone. Mason's eyes lit up brightly. This piece of jadeite shone like the stone used by Nuwa to mend the sky, displaying various colors. There were bright reds, mysterious purples, and dignified greens. Most importantly, they were all high-quality ice-type jadeites with beautiful colors. How much would such a large piece be worth? Mason was mesmerized. Generally, the 5 colors of jadeite, red, green, purple, yellow, and white, are associated with happiness, rank, longevity, joy, and wealth. Jade that possesses green, red, and purple colors, or has a combination of red, yellow, and green is known as jade of happiness, rank, and longevity. The piece in front of Mason was a classic example of such jade. However, the question was how to obtain it. How could such a fine piece of jade end up in this situation? Mason reminded himself to stay calm. He walked into the shop leisurely, beginning to observe. Surprisingly, this shop had quite a few customers. The owner was bustling around, busy serving them. At first glance, Mason noticed that the quality of the raw stones in this shop was really good, the best among all the shops he had visited today. Even among the stones marked for special clearance at 500 yuan each outside the door, he spotted 2 or 3 pieces that contained jadeite. The high-quality items inside were even more impressive. One piece of icy-type emerald green jadeite immediately caught his eye. No wonder this shop did such good business. It must have something to do with its supply chain. Mason didn't rush to choose any stones, but instead curiously observed the busy owner among the crowd. This tall, slender middle-aged Carlo gave off a strong sense of incongruity. Although he looked like a Carlo in his early 40s, his hair was strikingly snow-white. This white color was clearly natural, not dyed. What kind of experiences would cause a middle-aged Carlo's hair to turn white so early? And those eyes filled with stories. Mason suddenly found him very intriguing, as mysterious as the shop itself. So, he picked up a basket, chose a few pieces of jadeite, and struck up a conversation with the owner. "Cristo, how long have you been here? There are quite a few customers." The white-haired owner smiled and said, "Young Carlo, I've had this shop for 10 years. Are you on vacation here? You don't sound local." "Yeah, I'm on vacation. Your shop looks busy. I thought I'd buy a few stones just in case. I might strike it rich, haha," Mason joked half seriously. Hearing this, the white-haired Carlo's expression turned serious. "I won't sell my stones to you then." Confused, Mason asked, "Why? Was it because he wasn't local?" Chapter 100, The Strange Cristo. Young Carlo, gambling on stones is not as simple as you think. It's a game of psychology. One wrong move could lead to bankruptcy and family ruin. I advise you just to look and not rush into it. "I won't, Cristo. I know what I'm doing." Mason insisted on buying. The boss sighed and said, "Young Carlo, take a look at my hand." The white-haired Carlo extended his hand, which had only 4 fingers, with the thumb cut off at the base. "Is this?" Mason was startled. "When I was young, relying on my family's wealth, I pursued thrills and fell in love with stone gambling, getting completely hooked. Stone gambling is much like regular gambling. 9 out of 10 times you lose. One wrong cut can make you poor, while one right cut can make you rich. Gradually, I squandered all my parents' savings, and my wife wanted a divorce. To save my family and win back my wife and child, I decided never to gamble on stones again and focused on running our store. However, an old gambling buddy invited me to check out some stones. I couldn't control myself and mortgaged all my wife's jewelry to buy a stone for 30,000 yuan. I was confident it would yield high-quality jadeite. But unexpectedly, the stone crumbled upon cutting. My wife lost all hope in me and left with our child. Tragically, they were killed in a landslide involving their bus. I chopped off my own thumb to remind myself never to gamble on stones again. You may see me running this shop, but I truly haven't cut a single stone since then. Regardless of how promising a stone looks, it has nothing to do with me. Hence, the stones in my store are quite genuine, drawing Carlo-y customers. Making a living from selling them is actually quite nice. Seeing how young you are, don't spend your money on unnecessary things. Earning money isn't easy. After hearing the story, Mason was silent. It must have been so tragic to turn his hair white overnight and reform himself. This boss seemed genuinely kind, openly advising against buying his goods despite running a business. Fearing leading a youth astray, Mason felt somewhat sorry. Christo, is that block of stone the one that crumbled back then? Mason pointed at the square stone block. Yes, this is indeed waste material from an original stone. I bought a large piece for 30,000 yuan, and after cutting it, Carlo-y things happened. I kept this piece as a reminder and a warning to myself. Receiving a confirmed answer, Mason felt a wave of emotion. Had he cut it open then, he might have seen the beautiful jadeite inside. Instead of 30,000, it could have fetched much more. His wife and child wouldn't have, but there are no ifs in life. Why don't you try cutting it? There might be jadeite inside. Mason said jokingly. Haha, young Carlo, don't assume because it's big that it holds jadeite. This block is just 1/20th of the original stone. Cutting didn't yield any jadeite, let alone in this leftover piece. Moreover, I vowed never to gamble on stones again, the boss replied somewhat wistfully. But what if it does? Christo, I really feel there's high-quality jadeite inside. Why not give it a shot? Mason urged anxiously. No, there isn't. It definitely doesn't. The boss shook his head firmly. Mason understood. He hadn't forgotten that incident. Discovering jadeite within now would bring him double pain, as it would remind him how close he came to saving his family. So, it's better for this stone to contain no jadeite. Haha, do you like this stone? I'll give it to you. Let you experience the thrill of stone gambling. Besides, I need to replace this stone block anyway. As for these other stones, don't buy them. I don't want to sell them. The boss gestured to the stones in a basket beside him. Mason chuckled awkwardly. With his X-ray vision, how could he possibly lose? The boss eagerly untied the ropes binding the stone block and replaced it with a new raw stone as pressure. Here, take this stone. Mason wasn't sure if he should accept it, feeling somewhat hesitant. If he didn't know what was inside, he'd feel less conflicted. But this was precious jadeite worth a fortune. I can't just take your stone. How about this? I'll buy those stones, and you can consider this one as a bonus gift. Mason insisted on buying the stones in the basket, quietly leaving all his remaining cash in the boss's drawer. A total of 30,000 yuan. It just happened to be the price of the original stone that he had failed to cut successfully back then. He would consider buying this stone from the boss, as if taking away all the consequences with it. Hopefully, this would help the boss find true peace. Without farewells, Mason parted ways with the story-filled boss and let bygones be bygones. The butler sent someone to collect all the stones, which were sent for shipping. Over the past few days in Yundian, Mason met some people and experienced Carlo-y events. He came into contact with more individuals involved in stone gambling, and he realized even more profoundly that without his X-ray vision, he was nothing. He picked up Bonnie and returned to the hotel. On the way, she told Mason a lot about tomorrow's exchange meeting. This conference would last for 3 days. The first day was for free exchanges and purchases. Everyone would compete by showcasing what they believed were the best materials. The organizers would also auction off a batch of materials. The second day started with bidding, which would be done secretly this time. On the third day, the results of the bids would be announced, and the final highlight would be the public opening of the top-ranked stone. That's how the process went. In previous years, Bonnie had always participated directly in the bidding, and the first day's competition was just for show. But this year, the Hagen father and son duo clearly intended to participate on the first day. She didn't want them to feel accomplished and steal the spotlight. Jonathan knew. Did you have any harvest today? Bonnie knew he must have gone to look at rough stones today. All the stones Mason had collected today were shipped off. Had he known such an event would occur, he should have kept that stone slab. Suddenly, he remembered he still had a stone in his backpack, the Imperial Green. I have a stone I think is good. If you need it, Sister Meow, you can use it first. He believed once this stone was revealed, all other stones would pale in comparison. Winning first or second place would be no problem. Really? How confident are you? Bonnie stared intently into his eyes. Very confident. Mason answered seriously. Bonnie understood. Since Mason dared to say such words, it showed he was very confident about this stone. Moreover, he didn't ship this stone but carried it on his back all along. This was enough to prove its value. Chapter 101. The emotions in the world are unfathomable. So, I will borrow your stone for a while. Ownership of this stone still belongs to you. If we win the competition, the prize will be yours. I'll just take the credit. Do you think this is acceptable? Nubia asked. There's a prize? Mason was surprised. He thought it was merely a way for jade merchants to show off their abilities. He didn't expect it to be a legitimate contest. Of course there is. After all the jade stones are open tomorrow, professional judges will score them. They're all titans in the jade world. There are prizes for the top 3. This year's first prize is a set of jade artifacts personally made by Antonio. He's elderly now, and his works are getting fewer and fewer, so their value has skyrocketed. It would be great if we could win one. The second and third places are more like encouragement rewards, nothing particularly valuable. Mason had heard of Antonio. The more he interacted with people in the jade business these days, the more he learned about its basic knowledge. Antonio started as a jade crafts Carlo, dedicating decades to studying jade carving, ultimately becoming a legendary master in the jade world. Without even considering the added value, the jade material he carved wouldn't be ordinary. It must be quite valuable. Mason became interested. They talked a lot on the way back. Back at the hotel, officers from the police station were waiting for them, having already interrogated the culprit. Even Augustinides, who previously sold the raw jade, was there, anxiously waiting. Madam, we've questioned the perpetrator, and he confessed. His name is Emilio, a worker at Augustinides' shop. He targeted you because you carried a lot of cash when buying raw materials yesterday. He planned to steal it during the night. The facts are clear and the evidence solid. Do you have any doubts? Mason nodded slightly to Nubia, believing that what they said was true, because last night, he saw the Carlo come in and keep looking down, seemingly searching for something, which should have been the safe containing the money. There was no murderous intent in his eyes, indicating he wasn't there to seek revenge. Cristo Meow, please forgive him on my behalf. He's not a bad person. Emilio grew up without a father and has always worked under me. He's a good boy who listens. This time, he dared to steal because his Megan is seriously ill and needs a large amount of money for treatment. I've already prepaid him 5 years' salary, but he still ended up doing this. If you can forgive him and sign a letter of understanding, I will give you a 20% discount, no, a 30% discount whenever you buy raw jade. Please, I beg of you. Augustinides clasped his hands together, bowed, and sincerely pleaded. In Yundian province, situated along the border, laws sometimes aren't as effective as clan rules. This case could be big or small, as it was an attempted theft. If the victims agree to forgive him and sign the letter, the police can handle it leniently, and bail could be granted after fines are paid. So, Augustinides was pleading with Nubia. It was evident that Augustinides genuinely cared for this employee, even offering such a huge discount. Mason was deeply moved by the loyalty between master and servant. Last night, no matter how much they asked, Emilio refused to speak until Augustinides' name came up. Then he admitted everything was his idea, saying it had nothing to do with anyone else. To get this thieving apprentice released, Augustinides came to plead in person, bowed, and promised significant benefits. Genuine emotions always touch hearts. How can Carlo relationships be easily described? Nubia was caught in a dilemma. Emotionally, she believed Augustinides and found the 30% discount tempting. But morally, she feared letting a villain go free. Seeing her hesitation, Augustinides took them to the hospital where they met Emilio's Megan. She was emaciated, lying motionless on the bed. Augustinides visited her frequently. Seeing him, she Carlo-aged a smile and spoke in the local dialect. Brother Exine, why did you come? Where's Little Zon? Why hasn't he come today? Augustinides didn't want to upset her by telling her the news, fearing she'd become too agitated, potentially making things worse for Emilio. I had something for Emilio to do. He'll be back in 2 days. Augustinides comforted her. After seeing Emilio's Megan, Nubia finally agreed to Augustinides' request and signed the letter of understanding. Augustinides thanked them profusely, escorting them back to the hotel, then took the letter and money to the police station to pay Emilio's bail. Although Nubia had weathered countless storms and built herself into a fortress of unyielding resolve, she still had her tender side. This time, she agreed to Augustinides' request because of that pitiful Megan. She understood the love a Megan has for her son more than anyone else, and how could she bear to let that emaciated, terminally ill Carlo sink into despair because her son was in prison? She only hoped that the young Carlo named Emilio would never do anything bad again and would stay with his Megan through the last stages of her life. The two of them ate a simple meal in the hotel lobby and then returned to their room. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. Mason went to open it. It was Augustinides and the young Carlo named Emilio. His face was bruised and swollen, and the wound on his throat from yesterday had not been properly treated, making it somewhat red and swollen. He looked quite haggard. Apparently, he hadn't cooperated much during the interrogation. Is Miss Meow here? I've brought Emilio over to apologize. Augustinides said politely. Please come in. Mason opened the door wider. Emilio, kneel down and thank Miss Meow for her generosity. Augustinides said directly upon entering the room and seeing Nubia. The young Carlo named Emilio seemed to already know that Nubia had forgiven him, so he quickly knelt down as instructed. Thank you, Miss Meow. I will never dare to do this again. If I do, may I never have a peaceful death, Emilio said in awkward Mandarin with an accent. Seeing his sincere attitude, Nubia didn't say anything more. Actually, from another perspective, this child also had an innocent heart, committing such dangerous acts to save his Megan. Putting herself in his shoes, if she had such a filial child, it would be hard not to be moved. Nubia asked expressionlessly, how much more money does your Megan's illness need? Emilio's eyes dimmed. A lot. She has been sick for Carlo years. She needs dialysis every day and expensive foreign medication just to survive. Almost all of Emilio's earnings go towards her medical expenses. It's like trying to fill a bottomless pit, Augustinides sighed. Nubia understood that any charity would only be a drop in the bucket. If you need help in the future, you can find me. Nubia left her phone number with Emilio. Chapter 102 Glass Imperial Green. Early in the morning, Nubia, Mason, and Kenneth finished their breakfast and got ready to go. The butler had arranged everything for today, escorting them to the venue of the Jade Exchange Conference. Mason carried his piece of raw stone in his backpack. Upon arriving at the scene, Kenneth and Mason closely followed behind Nubia. They saw Carlo-y unfamiliar faces and greeted them warmly. They also noticed the Hagen family father and son chatting gracefully among the crowd. Seeing Nubia enter, Fouis signaled his father Aaron with his eyes. Aaron straightened his clothes and came over to greet her. Ms. Meow, you're here too. Have you brought any stones today? He was trying to gather information. Does it matter whether I bring one or not? We're not familiar, said Nubia as she walked past to greet someone else, leaving Aaron standing there, gnashing his teeth. What a bitch, giving face yet not appreciating it. No wonder her husband cheated on her. Who would like such an unrocarlotic Carlo? At 9 o'clock, everyone found their seats. The several judges of the event made their grand entrance. Kenneth quietly introduced the judges to Mason. After the host introduced the identities of the judges, the competition officially began. To ensure fairness, all stones participated anonymously, known only to the organizers. Following the organizers' instructions, Mason submitted his stone anonymously for the competition. Soon, more than 30 stones participating in the contest were displayed on the stage, labeled only by numbers from 1 to 33 without names attached. At first glance, Mason saw a dazzling array, truly magnificent. All the stones contained jadeite without exception. After all, those who attended the competition were important figures, and the stones they selected would naturally not be mediocre. As Mason observed each stone carefully, he found that they ranged from mutton fat jadeite to high ice jadeite, with colors including red, purple, green, yellow, and even multicolored jadeite. Just as Nubia had said, they were vying for attention and showcasing their beauty like blooming flowers. How beautiful they were. It was the first time Mason saw so valuable raw stones all at once. If all these were opened, how much would they be worth? Surveying the jadeite stones on display, there were Carloy of high quality, including glass-type Augustinian green jadeite, which was nearly as good as Emperor Green. However, the most precious one was still Mason's piece of glass-type Emperor Green. No one could match it when facing Emperor Green. He felt a little relieved inside. As long as the judges weren't blind, his stone was certain to win. Once all the stones were collected, the public stone cutting could begin. The organizers directly brought 5 stone cutting machines and started cutting the stones from number 1 on site. Nubia watched nervously as stone number 15, the one belonging to Mason, was handled. This time, she trusted Mason's intuition rather than relying on Kenneth, making it a bold gamble. If they won, everyone would be happy. If they lost, it would be a complete disaster. She had just seen the jade appraisal master of the Zhang family, who hadn't been active for a long time, next to Aaron. She didn't know how Hagen Carloage to invite him. It would be fine if they didn't participate in the competition, but if they did and lost to Hagen, it would affect the morale. The people she had contacted might turn against her at the last minute. That was how the industry worked. Carloy people changed sides depending on the wind. Despite her nervousness, Nubia forced herself to stay calm. On the other side, the father and son Aaron and Foyes felt confident and were chatting cheerfully, extremely satisfied. The first batch of stones was cut open, a mutton fat red jadeite, an ice jade purple jadeite, an ice jade spring color, an ice jade green jadeite, and an ice jade blue-green jadeite. Among these 5, the ice jade purple jadeite, spring color, and ice jade green jadeite were outstanding. The final scores would depend on the judges' evaluation. Those who had revealed high-quality jadeite couldn't hide their joy, while others became anxious. Could their raw stones stand out among so Carloy high-quality ones? Until the last moment, everything remained uncertain. The atmosphere in the venue suddenly became tense. The second batch of stones was quickly put into the cutting machine. Suddenly, one of the stone cutters let out an exclamation. Glass-type Augustinian green. Everyone looked over and saw a mesmerizing green color on the cut surface of the stone. Incredibly beautiful. Aaron, experienced and mature, kept his composure, while Foyes beamed with joy. Everyone then understood that this piece of glass-type Augustinian green belonged to the Hagen family. Sure enough, when the whole raw stone was taken out, it turned out to be a palm-sized piece of glass-type Augustinian green jadeite. People at the scene marveled in admiration. With victory in sight, Aaron finally smiled confidently, as if the win was in the bag. Kyle, thank you. Rest assured, your reward for this time will not be lacking. Aaron clasped his hands toward the elderly Carlo beside him. The elderly Carlo did not speak but continued to watch the stone being cut, showing no joy or sorrow, exuding a true master's demeanor. Aaron was not upset. Capable people always had a touch of pride, and he understood and respected that. Indeed, this round of jade cutting did not produce any jade better than the glass-type Augustinian green. The Hagen family father and son laughed as if they had already won the competition. Foyes even arrogantly raised his eyebrows at Mason. Nubia gripped the armrests tightly, her palms drenched with sweat, yet her face remained calm. Kenneth knew the stone she entered was brought by Mason. He felt somewhat reluctant, unable to express what exactly he felt at the moment. Mason appeared composed, but he could not tell Nubia the outcome yet, so he decided to let her worry for a little longer. After all, the final result would ensure her victory. As stone number 15 was placed in the cutting machine, Nubia visibly became restless, her eyes fixed on the machine. Even Aaron, who had been observing her, noticed her tension and guessed that the 15th stone being cut was hers. Wanting to compete with him? Just her? He didn't believe that Nubia could open a higher quality stone than the glass-type Augustinian green, unless it was glass-type Emperor green. But how could that be possible? The jade cutter followed the lines Mason had drawn earlier and made the first cut. Green emerged. It was normal. The jade cutter calmly poured a scoop of cold water. Green, green. A big rise, a big rise. He couldn't even form coherent words, only repeatedly shouting rise. This was Emperor green, the first time in his life he had seen one. He felt this event would be a story to boast about forever. The adjacent jade cutter looked over and also showed astonishment. Emperor green? Emperor green has come out. The entire venue was thrown into chaos, filled with all sorts of comments about the Emperor green. Even the judges, who had been mostly quiet, stood up to personally check the situation. Nubia did not stand. Her legs were weak, and the world seemed to go silent around her. Her mind echoed those 3 words, Emperor green. Was this real? Happiness came too suddenly. Aaron was utterly devastated. Number 15, that was Nubia's stone. Why was it hers? He loudly asked, what quality? The jade cutter confidently answered, glass type, Emperor green. Aaron felt as if the sky was spinning. Foyes held him up to prevent him from falling. Why? Why? Chapter 103, 55 million, sudden change. Aaron barely held on, waiting for the entire piece of raw stone to be completely cracked open. He hoped that the glass-type Emperor green was just a surface phenomenon and wished it would turn into worthless material inside. However, fate did not favor him. After this piece of raw stone was opened, it revealed a perfect chunk of glass-type Emperor green, as big as 2 palms. It was an impossibly flawless stone. Even the judges couldn't tear their eyes away from it. Unless a bigger piece of glass-type Emperor Green emerged later, nothing could overshadow its brilliance. But how likely was that? Indeed, after all the stones were fully revealed, no jade was as dazzling and striking as this one. The result was uncontested. Number 15's glass-type Emperor Green stood at first place, while Aaron's glass-type Young Green placed second, and the previous ice-type Spring Color Jade was awarded third place. Without any doubt, Kathy, the owner of the winning stone, became the biggest winner of this competition. Kenneth's gaze towards Mason had changed. He wasn't foolish enough to think that such achievement could be attributed to luck alone. This kid was definitely skilled. Amidst envious looks from peers, Antonio personally presented the award to Kathy. The prize was a 30-centimeter tall jade-carved Maitreya Buddha, gracefully posed with a smiling face. It was rare to have such a large piece of high-quality jade, especially ice-type Young Green, coupled with Antonio's craft scholarship, making it a work of art worth millions. Kathy envied Mason inwardly. This young Carlo was the true winner of today. The glass-type Emperor Green belonged to him, and even the prize worth several million yuan was his. From the moment she met him, Mason kept impressing her in ways she hadn't expected. Initially thinking he was just a lucky novice, now she realized he was a master playing a clever game. Antonio personally handed the Buddha statue to Kathy. They took a photo together as well. Afterwards, Kathy was about to leave with Mason and Kenneth when Antonio invited them to the adjacent tea house for tea. Kathy was puzzled but followed along. Antonio didn't beat around the bush and directly said, "Ms. Meow, I have a favor to ask. I want to purchase the glass-type Emperor Green Jade you just opened at 30% above market value. To be frank, my youngest son is getting married soon, and I want to carve an heirloom gift for him. But I haven't found the right jade until just now, when your piece was revealed. I know this piece holds great significance for you, so here's what I propose. According to the market, your jade should be valued at around 30 million yuan, but I am willing to offer 50 million yuan. Would you consider selling it?" Antonio's estimation wasn't far off. Although the jade was of high quality, its size was not too large, so a valuation of around 30 million yuan seemed accurate. Kathy indeed wanted to acquire this piece of glass-type Emperor Green from Mason, but she was competing with Aaron for the title and lacked sufficient funds. Moreover, handling such top-tier jade within her company wouldn't bring out its full potential and risked being undervalued. Unable to match Antonio's offer of 50 million yuan, she had no choice but to give up the idea. She glanced at Mason uncertainly, unsure of his thoughts. Misinterpreting her hesitation as dissatisfaction with the price, Antonio frowned and said, "If the price is the issue, I can add another 5 million yuan. Kathy hurriedly waved her hand. "No, that's not it. The real owner of this jade isn't me. I can't make the decision. The actual owner is the young Carlo behind me." She pointed to Mason. Mason was stunned by the offers both had made. 50 million? Could a piece of rock really be worth 50 million yuan? In an era where pork only cost 3 or 4 yuan per pound, a single rock selling for 50 million would last a lifetime. Realizing his mistake, Antonio pleasantly asked, "Young Carlo, would you consider parting with this jade?" Of course, Mason would sell. Turning down money would be stupid. "I'm willing to sell, but Sister Meow, don't you need it?" Mason looked at Kathy. Kathy had brought him here. One shouldn't forget one's roots. Seeing his sincere gaze, Kathy felt assured that she hadn't misjudged him. "I'm limited in funds and have other plans at the moment. You should sell it to Antonio. His offer is very fair." "In that case, I'll sell it to you." Mason retrieved the brocade box containing the jade from his backpack and handed it over for Antonio to inspect. Antonio gladly accepted it, examined the jade thoroughly, and already had wonderful ideas brewing in his mind, eager to start crafting it immediately. "I'll take it. The price will be as I just mentioned, 50 million yuan, plus an additional 5 million yuan, totaling 55 million yuan. Give me your account information, and I'll have my assistant transfer the money to you." Antonio was very straightforward. For someone like him, a master who has spent his entire life in jade, he had already earned more than enough money to last several lifetimes. He no longer valued these material possessions. Spending money was like reciting numbers. After settling the payment and the goods were handed over, both parties went their separate ways. On the way back to the hotel, Mason felt like he was floating on air. This trip, which was supposed to be just for some extra income, had turned him into a millionaire. He felt a strong sense of unreality. Kathy joked that he should treat everyone. The newly minted millionaire Mason naturally agreed happily and took everyone out for a luxurious dinner that evening. Just as Adon had said, the so-called high-end restaurant had only a little bit of food on each plate, and the taste was just average, not as satisfying as his own fried rice, which was both delicious and filling. Honestly, he preferred the down-to-earth eateries. Sitting in a fancy restaurant made him feel uneasy. That night, after talking to Xenotong on the phone and telling her that he would return in a couple of days and that he had bought Carlo-y gifts for her, he fell asleep contentedly, dreaming of the glass-type Emperor Green Jade stone turning into a mountain of money. Mason woke up with a smile. Today would be another tough day. Kathy had helped him sell the jade at such a high price yesterday, so as a return favor, Mason decided to help her win the bid for the piece she wanted today. Kathy had also been preparing herself well for today's auction. But early in the morning, she received bad news. 2 of the 3 partners she had planned to team up with to win the top bid had been lured away by Aaron. Kathy was furious and anxious, blaming herself for misjudging people and feeling betrayed by those who chose profit over righteousness. She was worried about how the upcoming auction would go, fearing that if Aaron won the top bid, the jade market would henceforth be dominated by the Hagen family. Chapter 104, Fuiza's attempt to rally support. The entire car was filled with a low-pressure atmosphere. Nubia's anger seemed almost tangible. Upon arriving at the venue and seeing the father and son of the Hagen family, she couldn't hold back. She stormed over to Aaron and said, "Vile and despicable, you traitorous scum." Aaron had nearly been enraged to faint yesterday, but today he was full of vigor again. He no longer bothered pretending. "Nubia, mind your words. If you continue like this, I will have to call security." Mason quickly held Nubia by the arm, preventing her from moving forward. "Older sister Meow, if we retain our strength, we won't lack for opportunities to fight back. If they were asked to leave, there would be no chance for them to turn things around. Nubia took a deep breath, restraining her arms that were about to strike out. She glared fiercely at the three people who had previously agreed to compete for the title with her. Indeed, the last one also betrayed her, leaving her isolated in face of Aaron's Carlo Irving. It was certain that she wouldn't get the title today, so neither should Aaron easily obtain it. However, right at this moment, an unexpected situation occurred. The organizer suddenly announced that another piece of jade would be added to the auction, making 2 titles up for grabs, with the highest bidder winning each. The situation became increasingly intriguing. If both pieces were revealed on the spot, it was yet unknown who would ultimately win. Which piece to bid for became an urgent issue. Aaron, not expecting such a sudden twist, began discussing with his co-conspirators. With 2 pieces up for grabs, Nubia saw a flicker of hope. She composed herself and started looking at the raw stones along with the other 2. On Aaron's side, Kyle from the previous day served as their advisor once more. They gathered in a circle, engaged in some sort of discussion. In the hall, about 100 stones were exhibited, all of decent quality, competing via secret bidding. That is, if one liked a stone, they would privately note its code and write down a price before placing it into the secret bid box. In the end, the highest bidder would win. This method was exhilarating, testing one's heart capacity. Because one had no idea what others were bidding, there was a fear of quoting too low and being outbid, thus continuously raising prices. This turned out to be most advantageous for the organizer. Today, the morning was dedicated to viewing the stones, with bidding starting after 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Nubia also inspected the stones along with Kenneth and Mason. Kenneth took out paper and pen prepared beforehand to record the codes of the raw stones, their appearance, and the bidding prices meticulously. Mason scanned quickly, as if strolling casually. Fortunately, Nubia and Kenneth were used to it, and let him observe on his own. Just a glance, and Mason could evaluate the characteristics of the stone, remembering its number in his mind. For instance, stone number 3, containing an icy-type water blue jade with floral patterns, palm-sized, best to keep the bidding price under 150,000 renminbi, or else it wouldn't be profitable. Mason had an exceptional memory, almost photographic, understanding the value after just one look. Walking through, it felt like admiring works of art. Occasionally, they came across subpar stones, like number 32. Despite its large size, inside was merely a thin slice of jade, barely enough even for a pendant, though its texture did reach no seed grade. There was also number 50, a bright green jade, full of cracks inside and unsuitable. But there were excellent ones too, like number 62, a purple lavender ice-type jade, very attractive color, excellent texture, and substantial size. After examining all the jades, an hour had quietly passed. Kenneth and Nubia were still engrossed in their tasks. Mason went upstairs first to check the top bids. Few people were on the second floor since those who could afford the top bids were major players. Most people had to hope for bargains among the 100 or so stones downstairs. Coincidentally, Aaron and his father were also upstairs. Seeing Mason approach, Faiz walked over with a smile. "Hello, we've met before, remember? I'm Faiz." Mason certainly remembered him, nearly buying his spring-colored jade for 1,000,000 RMB. "Do we have time for a chat? Prince Hagen, we don't seem familiar, do we?" Mason gave him a sideways glance. "Haha, familiarity grows with talking." Faiz patted his shoulder. Mason was suspicious. Why would he, a minor player, deserve such private solicitation? So he feigned ignorance and followed Faiz into a nearby lounge. "Let's cut to the chase. I don't like beating around the bush." Faiz poured him a cup of tea. "I agree, Mason, right? I heard that the Imperial Green Jade which made Nubia win yesterday was yours." Mason didn't expect that they had actually gotten wind of this. It must have been a leak when he sold it to Master Danny. "So, does the competition specify that we must use our own stones? If I'm not mistaken, your glass-type young green jade was also borrowed from that Kyle, right?" Mason thought Faiz was trying to use this matter to target Nubia, but Faiz laughed upon hearing this. "You're right. What I want to say is, Mr. Jonathonu, your luck seems too good for words. According to my investigation, you've not only picked out spring-colored jade from scraps, but also recently stumbled upon a piece of yellow emerald on the raw stone street. I heard you've also helped Nubia select quite a few good pieces. Moreover, the Imperial Green Jade used by Nubia in the contest comes from you. Tell me, wouldn't someone like you be a huge threat to me?" His eyes grew sharp and ruthless at the end. Mason hadn't expected that despite his low profile, he would still get noticed. "What do you want?" "Haha, don't be nervous, I was just joking around. I admire your judgment and envy your luck very much. I hope you can join us and win both pieces together. Then we can split the profits. How does that sound?" It turned out that this was Faiz's plan. He might have known that Mason had just sold Imperial Green Jade and had money in hand. By pulling him in, he could isolate Nubia completely, achieving 2 goals with one action. "Sounds terrible." Mason shot him an indifferent look. "Since you refuse my offer, Mason, don't think I can't do anything to you here." Faiz, embarrassed and angry, threatened. "Mr. Hagen, I'm waiting." After saying that, Mason turned and walked out confidently. Faiz was so furious that he wanted to overturn the table, but lacking strength, he accidentally knocked over the teacup and scalded his hand, screaming in pain. As Mason walked straight to the display area of the 2 prize-winning jades, at first glance, Mason was startled. This was what they called the prize-winning jade. One of them was a colossal rock about 2 meters high and wide, the number 1 prize winner. The other wasn't small either, standing over 2 meters high and more than a meter wide, the number 2 prize winner. Chapter 105, Priceless Jade. Mason had never seen such large pieces of raw jade before. If it weren't for the sporadic patches of pine flower patterns and long strips resembling python skin on them, he wouldn't have believed that these were indeed 2 chunks of raw jade. He immediately thought of the owner of the Fulu Show stone pedestal jade, which must have also been colossal when initially processed, since such a large stone pedestal was merely a small fragment of it. Several raw jade consultants held magnifying glasses, closely inspecting the stones. Mason also heard someone say, "No wonder the organizers listed both as auction highlights. If I were in their shoes, I wouldn't know which one to choose either. Look at how dense the pine flower patterns are on both stones. The color is stunningly beautiful and luminescent green, nearly enveloping the entire stones. Moreover, the pigmentation runs deep with lushness. They're bound to yield high-quality jade. Especially this second piece. Its pine flower patterns and python-like strips likely mean it will produce above ice-grade vivid green jade. I don't think so. Didn't you notice the black python-like strips on the second jade? Black python-like strips could indicate streaks of black spots and potentially create green in between the flaws. No matter how good the jade is, it would be wasted if marred by these flaws. I don't agree. These python-like strips aren't necessarily black spots. Plus, what if the green follows the flaws and yields fine jade after all? I still favor the first one. The second one involves too much of a gamble. Mason felt that their judgments were too absolute. Previously, the glassy imperial green jade he had opened didn't exhibit much on the surface, unremarkable enough that no one would have paid it special attention. But most stones with good surface appearances usually turned out well once cut open. For instance, these two auction highlights might be the best-looking stones Mason had ever seen. The jade's outer shell was covered with incompletely weathered hard green jade particles that resembled green pine needles scattered over the surface, dotting it extensively. Mason took a couple of deep breaths and looked at the first raw stone. After peeling off the thick shell, he saw the interior jade flesh. In the next moment, he froze. He sighed regretfully. This stone's surface appearance was truly excellent. The internal jade was almost ice-grade vivid green, and its size was considerable. However, inside the jade were numerous stone veins. Its value plummeted from tens of millions to mere millions, perhaps less, because the usable portion of jade was too scarce, leaving barely any room for substantial creations, salvaging only bits of jade amidst the veins. Valuing it at several million was an overestimate. Whoever bid on this jade today would probably lose their shirt. Thinking about Aaron and his son clamoring to bid on the auction highlights, Mason glanced at the nearby Aaron, wearing an expression of hope for the best. Then he directed his gaze towards the second raw stone. Past the black python-like strips, Mason saw dark blemishes on the jade skin, like unwanted black spots on perfect skin, stubbornly embedded in the jade flesh. These dark blemishes, like heavy coal lumps, cast shadows over the originally translucent jade. He got goosebumps. It turned out the prediction earlier was right. The python-like strips did indicate blemishes. In the next moment, Mason froze again. He took a few deep breaths and steadied himself with a railing to avoid losing composure. If he were alone, he might have screamed. Indeed, where the green followed the blemishes, it yielded exquisite jade. Their prediction came true once more. Underneath the blemishes was old pit glassy imperial green jade. And the size of this piece of imperial green jade, he couldn't even take it all in at once. It was a meter long, half a meter wide, and a meter tall. His 20-centimeter spherical imperial green had sold for 55 million yuan, including some premium, but it was worth around 30 or 40 million even without the premium. How much would such a massive piece of imperial green jade be worth? Probably more money than one could spend in a lifetime. Mason's heart raced wildly, wishing he could place a bid. Unfortunately, he wasn't qualified, nor could he afford it. This raw stone would likely have a high bidding price. In the next instant, he thought of Nubia. Though he lacked the qualification to bid, Nubia could. Kylin had just lost her business partner and could only watch helplessly as Aaron's family bought the auction highlight. If he cooperated with her and secured this second auction highlight together, not only could they undermine the morale of the Hagen family, but they could also make significant profits. Nubia had always wanted to bring down Aaron and his son, and this was an excellent opportunity. Of the two raw jade stones, one was full of life, while the other was dead. If the Hagens bid on the first raw stone, not only would they fail to dominate the jade industry through this opportunity, but the value of this raw stone alone could cripple their company, making it hard for them to recover. With his sure eye, securing the second raw stone should be a piece of cake. Thinking this way, Mason felt instantly optimistic. This was a sure win, but he couldn't tell anyone else. He could only watch the show unfold alone. Victory indeed breeds solitude. So he hurriedly went downstairs to find Nubia. Sister Meow, may I have a word with you in private? What's up? Nubia led him to a quiet spot in the garden, where no one could overhear their conversation. Sister Meow, how much capital do you have on hand right now? Nubia glanced at him without much suspicion. I currently have only 60 million yuan in cash available. So, are you still interested in the auction highlight? The auction highlight? Of course, I want it. But 60 million yuan is far from enough to secure it. I can't find a more suitable partner at the moment, so I have to give up. Instead, I plan to bid on several high-quality raw stones to make this trip worthwhile. You can help me look, and when we go back, I won't forget your help. Sister Meow, I have an idea. I wonder if you're willing, Mason said shyly. What idea? I also have 60 million yuan in funds and would like to join you in bidding for the auction highlight, Mason said directly. He had just sold the imperial green jade for 55 million yuan and already had over 6 million yuan previously, so putting together 60 million yuan wasn't a problem. Nubia's eyes lit up instantly, and she clapped her hands. Right? How could she forget that Mason was a wealthy business Carlo? It's like looking for a lantern holding a lantern. Combining their funds, securing the auction highlight shouldn't be a problem. She hadn't thought Mason would be willing to team up with her to bid on the highlight, as Mason wasn't from the jade industry. Chapter 106. Can I trust you? Great. Let's go and take a look at the top bids right now, Kathy exclaimed, rejuvenated. She had initially planned to buy just a few pieces of good jade to justify her long journey here. With renewed hope, she was clearly becoming more cheerful again. The three arrived at the second floor. Aaron and his son were surrounded by a group of people in front of two pieces of raw stones, discussing something. Fouise waved his bandaged hand and glared at Mason with hatred. Kathy circled the raw stones twice. She found both to be excellent choices. Kenneth observed carefully, and then took out his equipment for an even closer inspection. Kathy, really? You're also interested in the top bid? If my memory serves me right, your funds aren't enough to secure any of the top bids, Aaron said with a smug tone. Why should you care? Mind your own business. Fuiz whispered something into his father's ear. Aaron smiled and stepped forward to pat Mason on the shoulder, saying, "Don't forget our agreement." They had already guessed that Mason and Kathy were on the same side. Experienced as they were, Aaron believed that if he couldn't have it, he would make sure Kathy wouldn't enjoy it or trust anyone either. Kathy looked suspiciously at the two men. After all, people die for wealth, and birds perish for food. Could they have made some arrangement to bring her down? Mason pushed his hand away. "I'm sorry, Mr. Hagen. We are not familiar." The father-son duo only laughed and left triumphantly. Mason had to explain with a wry smile, "Sis Meow, if I tell you that Fuiz tried to win me over, but I refused, will you believe me?" Kathy gently patted Mason's shoulder. "Doubting a Carlo means not using him. Trusting a Carlo means fully trusting him. Since we're working together, I trust you." Only she knew what her true thoughts were. Mason wished he could strangle the father and son from the Hagen family. They came to cause trouble and hoped heaven would make them bid on number one, leading to their bankruptcy. Kenneth timely intervened. "Sis Meow, I've made up my mind. We should bid on number one. This piece shows better prospects compared to number two, which has a significant risk of defects, potentially resulting in losses. Number one is safer. Even if we don't win it, we won't suffer a loss." Kenneth shared the same view as those people earlier, preferring number one for its safety. After all, with such substantial investment, prudence was essential. Mason wanted to tell them he had already chosen number two but didn't know how to start, given the situation created by the Hagens. If he suggested bidding on number two again, he might be misunderstood as colluding with the Hagens. But bidding on number one was truly disastrous. It was a massive pitfall. If they did get it, it could mean financial ruin. Kathy turned to Mason. "Xuanhuan, what do you think? Which one should we bid on?" Mason thought for a moment and decided to be straightforward. "I want to bid on number two." Kenneth opened his mouth to speak, but remembered Mason's previous successful decisions. Fearing another embarrassment, he chose to stay silent and left the decision to Kathy. Kathy's heart raced. She felt disoriented. She feared it was a trap set up by Fuiz and his son. Yet after reflecting on their interactions over the past few days, she trusted him. Jonathanston to Kenneth or Mason. This wasn't just a decision. It determined her career and years of hard work. It was a life-altering choice that could leave her crippled. She frowned deeply, thinking carefully. Mason didn't rush her, knowing this was a tough decision. If he didn't have his special ability, he would find it difficult to make this call too, perhaps lacking the courage to risk the money he'd worked so hard to earn. A single cut can lead to poverty or wealth. It wasn't said lightly. Kathy was undoubtedly a legendary and formidable Wacarlo. Meanwhile, Aaron and his team were intensely discussing. He consulted Frederick and several experts he had invited. Jonathan Kathy, he only had around 60 to 70 million available. Securing the top bid alone was impossible. Offering high returns, he turned Kathy's partners into his own. Originally there was only one top bid, but unexpectedly, another one appeared, creating a dilemma. Securing both required insufficient funds. His attempt to recruit Mason failed. Thus, they could only choose one. Frederick said that if they had to pick, he would choose number two. Though he didn't voice it, number one seemed superior in every aspect. Yet, he had an ominous feeling about it. This might be due to his intuition from growing up around Jade, something hard to explain clearly, but he had relied on this intuition to avoid Carloy disasters. But this was just his intuition, not enough to convince outsiders. Aaron's partners were all in favor of the first raw stone. The second raw stone has such obvious flaws. If we get a bad cut, we'll all be ruined. The first one at least has less risk. For safety, let's choose the first one. That's right. The first one doesn't show any bad signs. Why not choose the first? Choosing the second is purely a gamble. Even if we get high-quality jade, if it has flaws, we won't make any money. Choose the first one. Must choose the first one. If you don't choose the first one, we won't cooperate with you. We can bid for the top stone ourselves. These people got extremely upset and threatened to act alone. Aaron hurriedly tried to calm them down. Don't get so excited. You know Frederick's expertise. Let's discuss this further. We're all here to make money. No matter what, Frederick stuck to his stance. I only see potential in the second one. As for which one they ultimately chose, that was their business, and they shouldn't blame him if things went wrong. Aaron knew Frederick's skills and wanted to listen to him, but one voice couldn't compete with three. They kept threatening to go solo and leave him behind, which was unacceptable. The first one it is then. It's larger, perhaps yielding more jade. Aaron finally decided on bidding for the first top stone. Next, they started discussing the bid price. Frederick looked at them, shook his head lightly, and left alone. His task was done. In the venue, everyone began clustering to discuss their bids. There were Carloy who also aimed to secure the top stone. Almost everyone banded together to bid on one stone. On one hand, none of them had much available capital. On the other hand, it helped spread the risk. After a fierce internal struggle, Maldalsheen finally made her decision. Can I trust you? She stared into Mason's eyes and asked. Chapter 107. 80 million and 1 yuan. Salon sister, do you think I would joke about my entire fortune? Mason asked in response. Bonnie suddenly felt relieved. Yes, someone who dared to stake everything on a gamble certainly deserved trust. She had let Aaron's provocation get to her, causing her to overthink things for a moment. Well then, this time I'll trust you. Let's go with number two. If we win, we make money together. If we lose, we bear our own losses without regrets, Bonnie said decisively. Kenneth shook his head. This time the stakes were indeed too high. Since she was participating in the bidding for the king of bids, Bonnie, who didn't have sufficient funds, no longer planned to bid on other blind bids for the ground floor stones. But Mason advised that some good stones could be bid on together since their prices wouldn't affect the overall situation much. Why not do this? Let's each put in 60 million yuan. No matter what other blind bids, or the king of bids today, if we make money, we split it 50-50. How does that sound? Bonnie straightforwardly pulled Mason into the partnership. Mason was more than happy to join in. A fool turns down easy money. Each of them invested 60 million, totaling 120 million yuan. The estimated price of the king of bids was around 100 million, leaving them 20 million to carlouver with. Mason leisurely finished the lunch provided by the organizers with Bonnie and Kenneth, then rested for a while. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, people started bidding one after another. The bidding would end at 5. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was already 4:30, leaving only half an hour. Yet they hadn't submitted any bids yet. Bonnie and Kenneth were extremely anxious, but Mason remained calm as ever. Since Bonnie chose to trust him, she left everything to him to handle. What was Mason doing? He was waiting, holding off until the very last minute to ensure no one could outbid him. He had a clear view through the bidding box, able to see all the blind bids prices. By now, most decisions were already set in stone, except for the 2 kings of bids where people were still wavering. Mason had already written down prices for the other blind bids on paper, slightly higher than others' bids inside the box, ensuring he would secure 7 or 8 stones he fancied. As for the king of bids, the highest bid for number 1 had reached 120 million yuan. Number 2 also received bids, currently at 70 million yuan. Perhaps its imperfections influenced the pricing, but it worked in their favor: lower cost, higher potential profit. Aaron and his son had not placed any bids either, likely waiting for the last moment as well. In the following half hour, a few more people bid, targeting mostly the king of bids, everyone hesitant until the very end. Someone bid 135 million for the number 1 king of bids. The current highest bid for number 2 was 80 million yuan. With only 2 minutes left, confirming no one else was bidding, Mason wrote on the paper, number 2 king of bids, 80 million and 1 yuan. Fuiz walked up simultaneously. A quick glance by Mason revealed that Fuiz's envelope read, number 1 king of bids, 150 million yuan. Ha, truly a grand gesture. To ensure securing the top spot, they went all in this time. Still, Mason congratulated them in his mind, winning the top bid, but perhaps returning to square one overnight. Mason actually feared they wouldn't bid for number 1, but unexpectedly, the Hagens bid boldly, inviting a loss. At the last minute, the 2 men sequentially placed their envelopes into the bidding box. Thus, the bidding concluded, awaiting the next day's reveal. Fuiz even gave Mason a malicious look as he passed by, which Mason reciprocated with a threatening fist gesture. They returned to their positions amid silent tension. On the way back, Mason was visibly relaxed, a broad smile evident on his face. Bonnie looked at him suspiciously, wondering if he found money. Seeing him so at ease, she couldn't help but feel relieved as well. After a day of high tension, they returned to the hotel, ate dinner, and retired early to their rooms. Mason fell asleep on the sofa immediately, undisturbed by Bonnie, who gently covered him with a blanket. The next morning, everyone gathered in the hall waiting for the organizer to announce the results live. Starting from stone number 1, the host began announcing the bidders. Congratulations to bidder 5 for winning stone number 1 with a bid of 30,000 yuan. Please contact staff to settle the payment and claim your stone. You may choose to process the stone on-site or take it away. A middle-aged Carlo happily stood up and went to the staff to finalize the transaction. Congratulations to bidder 10 for winning stone number 3 with a bid of 113,000 yuan. Please contact the staff to settle the payment and claim your stone. You may choose to process the stone on-site or take it away. Mason gestured, and Bonnie finally realized that bidder 10 was herself. Since she had entrusted everything to Mason, she didn't know which jade stones he had bid on. Following this, Bonnie kept hearing her number being called. Congratulations to bidder 10 for winning stone number 62 with a bid of 212,000 yuan. Please contact the staff to settle the payment and claim your stone. Congratulations to bidder 10 for winning stone number 70 with a bid of 183,000 yuan. Please contact the staff to settle the payment and claim your stone. Until all the stones were announced, Mason had won a total of 8 pieces of jade. Out of 100 or so jade stones, bidder 10 had taken 8 of them. It had to be said, these bids were incredibly impressive. Bonnie couldn't stop smiling. She hadn't expected Mason to be so capable. She had already checked, and each piece of jade was acquired at prices just 1,000 or 2 higher than others. 8 pieces of jade, totaling less than 2 million yuan in price. It was an absolute bargain. And given Mason's penchant for taking small risks for big rewards, she suspected that these 8 pieces would perform well. However, she hadn't gone to pay yet, as they were still waiting for the announcement of the final king of bids. Aaron was also anxiously watching. To secure the king of bids, he hadn't bid on any other stones, keeping all his funds reserved for the final round. Without further ado, let's announce the bidding results for the king of bids. Who is the owner of the number 1 king of bids? Let's wait and see. It is our bidder 3, with a bid of 150 million yuan, ultimately securing the number 1 king of bids. The audience burst into a flurry of noise. Aaron stood up triumphantly, signaling that he was the one who won, looking quite confident. This made Mason laugh. He wasn't sure if Aaron would still be smiling after knowing what was coming next. The owner of the number 2 king of bids is bidder 10, with a bid of 80 million and 1 yuan. They have secured the number 2 king of bids. Instantly, applause filled the hall. This was the 9th time the number 10 had been broadcast. The bidder who offered 80 million yuan pounded his chest in frustration. Who knew it would come down to just 1 yuan? Bonnie couldn't wipe the smile off her face. Chapter 1082, completely different perforcarlices of raw stones. Aaron did not expect that Nubia would actually succeed in bidding for the second king stone, leaving him somewhat uneasy. Previously, Kyle had said it was worth bidding on the second king stone but ended up being forced to bid on the first one instead. Now, the second king stone favored by Kyle was bought by Nubia. In a twisted way, he thought that it would be best if the flaws in the second raw stone were profound enough to make Nubia lose all her investment and see what she could use to compete with him. But on the surface, he still put on an act of generosity, walking over to shake hands with Nubia warmly. Congratulations, Ms. Miao. Nubia also replied seriously, thank you, Mr. Hagen. As for what they were really thinking, only they knew deep down. The two went together to settle the payment for the raw stones. Nubia paid nearly 82 million yuan, about 12 million less than originally planned, making her quite happy. She and Mason each contributed 41 million yuan. Brothers should keep accounts clear. This would help in discussions later. Aaron, however, was not having such a good time. When he inquired from the organizers, he learned that apart from his own bid of 150 million yuan for the first raw stone, the highest other bid reached 135 million yuan. This left him in a sour mood. Spending an extra 15 million wasn't something anyone could be happy about, especially when it was unknown at the time. And he had to ensure securing the King's Stone, thus adding more money. Compared to Nubia's second King's Stone, he had spent a staggering 70 million more, which was almost enough to buy 2 second King's Stones. Especially when he found out that Nubia secured the second King's Stone with just 1 yuan more than the others, his mood plummeted like he had eaten dirt. The enemy's joy is my sorrow. Ever since arriving in Yundian, his luck had never been good. Everywhere, he lost to Nubia. He lost yesterday's competition, and today's King's Stone auction cost much more than expected while Nubia Carlo aged to secure hers at such a low price. It didn't matter. Her second King's Stone must have serious flaws. Perhaps the 80 million would be a complete loss, he consoled himself. After paying, the process of opening the stones before the public began. With 2 King's Stones to compare, everyone wanted to witness their ultimate Carlos. Not a single person left early, they all stayed to watch. Of the stones Nubia had bid for, only the King's Stone was left for public opening. The rest were directly arranged for shipping, because Mason suggested that she take the other 8 raw stones back to open them later. Opening this King's Stone today was already showy enough. Too much might invite envy and trouble. Given recent events, Nubia trusted Mason completely and followed his advice, leaving only the King's Stone to be opened publicly as a showdown with Aaron. Her expectation was that if the second King's Stone could yield jade comparable in value to Aaron's first King's Stone, she would definitely gain the upper hand today. Unexpectedly, Mason gave her such a pleasant surprise. To provide a clearer comparison, the 2 King's Stones were opened simultaneously. The first King's Stone revealed a side cut, showing its near ice-grade vivid green jade material. The stone carver poured a bucket of water over it, revealing a stunning green color like a shy girl showing half her face. Incredibly beautiful. There was a murmur across the crowd. Such a large slice, yet it was entirely ice-grade vivid green jade. Absolutely stunning. Those who hadn't won the first King's Stone lamented, wishing they had added a little more. After all, the King's Stone could have been theirs. Ultimately, they lacked the decisiveness. Aaron has made a fortune this time. He bet right on this King's Stone. Indeed, the jade market will soon belong to him. With such a large piece of raw stone, its value would skyrocket by 100 million, or even 1 billion easily. Led by Aaron, those who won the first King's Stone immediately rushed forward to inspect it. Ha ha ha, I said we should bid for the first one. It has increased dramatically. The whole large slice, all ice-grade vivid green jade. What a profit. Aaron caressed the jade, unable to contain his joy. At this moment, the second King's Stone was also opened, unfortunately, on the side covered with black bands. It became evident that this was precisely the side with heavy flaws that Mason noticed earlier. A bucket of water revealed dark, dog poo-like patches mixed with flecks of green. Though the green was vivid, it was completely overshadowed by the dense flaws, extremely repulsive. I said this stone wouldn't work. Clearly the flaws are eating into the green. Oh, 80 million wasted. A total loss. Nubia will find it hard to recover from this. Such a costly mistake. Don't say that. As a Carlo, she isn't easy either. Give her some dignity. Women shouldn't be doing what men do. She should go back home and take care of her kids. Fortunately, thank goodness. I was regretting that it was 1 yuan more which made Nubia win the bid just now, but unexpectedly, things turned around. This is God's favor towards me. For a moment, various voices could be heard. From afar, Nubia saw nothing but darkness. She suddenly felt as if the world had turned dark and she was dizzy and disoriented. Fortunately, Mason held her up in time, allowing her to recover. She plopped down on a stool without speaking, lost in a long silence. Aaron, however, added insult to injury, saying, "Oh, I almost bid for the second King's Stone, but thankfully my funds were limited and I only got the first one. Although it's not as good as the second, at least it will make a profit. I must thank this young comrade for not bidding against us." Nubia lacked even the energy to retort. Her spirit seemed completely drained. Kenneth inwardly thought that they should have listened to him then, but even if they had listened, the funds wouldn't have been enough since the other side spent 150 million. However, losing out on the bid would still be better than losing 80 million. Mason looked calmly at Aaron. "Mr. Hagen, we've only revealed one cut so far. It's too early to call the winner. It's better not to speak too soon." Aaron laughed heartily. "Seems like you won't admit defeat until you see the coffin. Fine. Let me see how you plan to turn the tables and come back from the dead." Aaron had already written off this piece of raw stone as dead. He was immensely relieved that he hadn't listened to Kyle. What did it matter that Nubia bought it cheap? She was still losing all her capital. The first raw stone cost 150 million, but it could at least make several times the profit. "Salvage sister, don't be upset, there's still hope." Mason patted Nubia on the shoulder. He could only say this much. Anything more would be inappropriate. Is there still hope? Nubia looked up at him with confusion, unsure if she was asking him or herself. This young Carlo had been calm throughout, never losing his composure, even with such a huge black blemish. After all, he also invested half of the money. Could there really still be hope? Nubia tried hard to calm herself down. She was in her 40s, having seen countless ups and downs. She couldn't be outdone by a young boy. She forced herself to continue watching the opening of the stone. Chapter 109. A 2-level reversal, from heaven to earth. Next, several jade-cutting masters came forward to quickly slice the raw stone. The champion bidder's stone was soon cut open on another side. After pouring a bucket of water over it, the mood of the jade-cutting master plummeted like a roller coaster, leaving him speechless and stunned in place. "What's the result?" Someone approached directly. "How could this be? It's actually stone veins. This is terrible, terrible. It's all ruined." What was originally a lively crowd around the champion bidder's stone instantly became silent. Aaron and his companions had only just been rejoicing, even deciding where to hold the victory celebration, when suddenly this unexpected turn of events occurred. He pushed through the people in front of him to see the green jade flesh covered with patches of stone veins. This jade was ruined. Completely ruined. Quickly, keep cutting. I can't believe it's all stone veins underneath. Aaron shouted at the jade cutting master. If there was only one patch of stone veins, then this piece of jade still had hope. Foys also joined in urgently to help. This piece of jade concerned the life and property of their father and son. Soon, a new slice was made on the second champion bitter stone. As soon as the outer layer was removed, without even needing water, an exquisite emerald green appeared before everyone's eyes. It increased in value. It increased in value. From death to resurrection. Such beautiful color, this jade's quality must be quite high. The heavens do not forsake anyone. Bonnie has incredible luck. Bonnie stood up excitedly, hardly believing that hope had indeed appeared. Mason personally poured a bucket of water over it, washing away the dust accumulated during the cutting process. In that moment, a magnificent old pit glass type imperial green jade appeared before everyone's eyes. Those who knew its worth immediately recognized it and shouted excitedly, "It's turning green! Imperial green! Imperial green!" Bonnie rushed over, checking repeatedly to confirm that it was true imperial green. It really was a piece of imperial green. The black flaws were only a thin layer on top, while below was a large block of imperial green, crystalline and dazzling, entirely free of any flaw contamination. After such a dramatic emotional swing, even Bonnie, an experienced Wacarlo, couldn't help but shed tears. The two-level reversal was too great to bear at once. She almost lost everything, but fortunately, old accumulation master only played a joke on her. However, obtaining such a beautiful piece of imperial green made all the ridicule and hardship she endured worthwhile. She foresaw that from today on, her name Bonnie would resound throughout the jade industry. When the onlookers around the first champion bidder heard about the emergence of imperial green here, they hurriedly gathered around, crowding the second champion bidder's sight tightly. "I told you, green follows the flaws, yet you didn't believe me." The second champion bidder's stone not only rose in value but skyrocketed. With such a large piece of imperial green, it must be worth tens of millions. Heaven, such a big piece of imperial green. I've never seen one so beautiful. Just now they said she'd lose all her capital and should go back home to take care of her baby. Now things have changed again. Bonnie took out a piece of imperial green for competition yesterday, and today she got another one. It seems old accumulation master is helping her. Look, those who were boasting are now seeing their jade turn into stone veins, while Bonnie's black flaws turned into imperial green. It looks like old accumulation master has eyes. Yes, Aaron was too flashy. That's no good. This stone alone, we could never earn in a lifetime. From now on, Bonnie's status in the jade industry will be different. Hearing that a large piece of imperial green emerged here while his own jade had turned into stone veins, Aaron could not bear the double blow and instantly collapsed, convulsing. Foys felt deep regret. Why hadn't he bought the second piece which was cheaper? Borrowing 20 million would have been enough. Why didn't he listen to Kyle and join forces with him to buy the first champion bitter stone? Now it was too late to regret. Seeing his father collapse, he hurriedly called for help, and several people carried him to a nearby rest room. Fortunately, the organizers had already arranged for doctors to be on standby for fear of such incidents since jade betting inherently carries significant risks. After examination, the doctor found signs of a stroke in Aaron and quickly arranged for his transport to the hospital. While thinking about the matter of the champion bidder, Foys also worried about his father's condition and thus accompanied the ambulance. He left an assistant behind to monitor the scene and report the situation. Everyone present sighed deeply. Who could have predicted such an outcome? The two-level reversal happened too quickly. Those who were initially triumphant ended up humbled, while those who started off disappointed welcomed an unexpected surprise. No, a monumental one. Indeed, Bonnie was overjoyed as if she had been hit by a golden pie falling from the sky. At this moment, she truly admired Mason, this young Carlo, with all her heart. No matter what Mason said to her now, she would believe it without any hesitation. She even suspected that Mason might be the heir of some jade-appraising family. Otherwise, how could he achieve such perfect results in stone gambling without any defeat? Kenneth was also stunned by this scene. He secretly observed Mason and found him completely calm and unruffled throughout the process. Inside, however, Kenneth was in turmoil. He always felt that Mason seemed to know the contents inside before even opening the stone. After all, he was so composed. When flaws appeared, he didn't panic. When emerald green emerged, he didn't show excitement, remaining perfectly calm. But soon Kenneth also became happy. Although the decision-maker this time wasn't him, the original capital of 80 million also included his share. After all, he held 1% of the company's shares. If Bonnie and Mason got meat, he could at least have some soup. So indirectly, he made money too. If this piece of jade earned 200 million, he could get 2 million. If it earned 2 billion, he could get 20 million. The thought of this made him almost burst with joy. The small episode of Aaron quickly passed. Under the tight and diligent work of the jade cutting master, more than 3 hours later, both top bidder stones were fully cut open. It was a pity for bid number 1. A meter-long ice-type young green jadeite was mostly eaten up by stone veins, leaving little hope. At most, only some small pieces of jadeite could be cut out, which should recover some cost but not more than a few million in value. This time, including Aaron, those who invested in the first jade lost heavily, losing miserably. Chapter 110. Riding the spring breeze, viewing all the flowers of Xuanhuan in one day. Aaron is now on an emergency hospital bed, with unknown results. Upon hearing this outcome, Foys couldn't catch his breath for a moment and nearly collapsed. They had guaranteed shareholders that the net profit from this investment would be at least double. Moreover, among these 60 million yuan, half were their personal funds. For stability, Aaron had spent considerable effort inviting Kyle to supervise. But it ended up like this. Although they contributed the lion's share, the other 3 investors didn't fare much better either. Each of them invested 30 million yuan, and now, at most, they would recover over 1 million each, facing a net loss of 28 million yuan. They also used company funds for this investment. Now, all is lost, leaving them uncertain about how to face the shareholders. Moreover, the loss of 30 million yuan will cripple them. They were so enraged that they wanted to punch their chests. They wished time could rewind, to listen to Kyle yesterday, or back when they betrayed Nubia and chose Aaron. If they could do it again, they would definitely follow Miao Daxon's lead. Unfortunately, everything was just wishful thinking. Contrary to them, Nubia now enjoyed boundless success and satisfaction. Those jewelry merchants who once looked down on her now approached her voluntarily, addressing her as Sister Miao, or Ms. Miao, with great respect. Today she received more business cards than in the past few years combined. Her smile almost turned her face stiff. The second prize jade has been processed. Aside from a thin layer of scurf on top, it revealed old pit glass type imperial green jade underneath. When this piece of imperial green jade, more than 1 meter high and half a meter wide, was unveiled, the organizers even invited armed police to guard it carefully, fearing any mistakes. This piece of stone is valued at no less than 1 billion yuan, causing concern over potential disruptions. The trio who betrayed Olivia saw her again but were dejected, not daring to look at her straight. Olivia laughed generously but said without mercy, "I should thank you for supporting Aaron. Otherwise, what happened to him now would have been my fate." All three felt utterly embarrassed and left early, possibly never to interact again. How could they not guard their principles? Thus concluded the Jade Exchange event, and the true champion was undoubtedly this priceless imperial green jade. Maeve went up happily to receive her award, which was a jade sculpture hand-carved by Antonio. Meeting Antonio again after just one day, Maeve felt as if an age had passed. Antonio teased, "Had I known you would get a larger imperial green jade today, I would have held back yesterday." Maeve smiled back, "No refunds, money and goods exchanged, clear and square." "Haha, no refunds, no refunds. I'm very satisfied with the one I got. Ms. Miao has great luck, and I'll definitely need your cooperation for raw materials in the future. You're welcome anytime. Just bring your works when you come, or I won't be satisfied." Maeve enjoyed collaborating with Antonio, who hadn't sold his works externally for a long time. With Antonio's brand, both parties could benefit mutually. She made money, while Hunt gained reputation. Regardless, on this trip, she indeed obtained several good pieces of rough jade, especially this newly unveiled imperial green jade. "Surely, haha." Antonio laughed heartily. Maeve was an intriguing Wacarlo, never hiding her ambitions, yet making people feel comfortable. The organizer also reached out to Maeve, praising her outstanding perforcarless and significant profits. She only spent 80 million yuan for a stone, worth several times more. Actually, the stone was added last minute because the organizers didn't think highly of it due to its black scurf and included it in the prize list. Unbelievably, someone found a great deal. However, this incident accidentally opened a new model for the Jade Exchange Conference. For Carloe sessions, the Jade Exchange Conference followed the same old pattern, lacking innovation. This year, from bidding to unveiling, the two prize jades dazzled everyone and garnered attention. They decided that future conferences should follow this approach, innovative and implicitly boosting prices through comparison. Though they incurred a loss on the second prize, the first prize brought them huge profits. After settling everything, the organizers hired armed escorts to transport this valuable jade from Yundian directly to Tianzhou City, taking several days. Initially planning to rest for a night and leave the next morning, Maeve decided to end her journey earlier due to these events. After all, her current wealth was much different now. Yundian was a chaotic place. It was better to return home as soon as possible. The butler booked the group on a 7 p.m. flight. When they sat back down on the plane, they felt as if everything had been a dream. On arrival, Maeve hadn't expected such a huge success from this trip to Yundian. Not only did she purchase a large amount of high-quality rough jade at low prices, ensuring a year's supply for the company's high-end jade business, but she also won the top bid, enhancing her influence in the circle and delivering a blow to her rival Aaron, who was still in the hospital recuperating. Moreover, she had unearthed imperial green jade, increasing her net worth by several hundred million. "Xuanhuan, you are truly my lucky charm. Thanks to you, not only did you protect me throughout, but you also contributed significantly when buying the rough jade. I can't imagine how I would have Carloaged without you. I probably would have ended up in a very embarrassing situation." Maeve said affectionately. "Ms. Miao, it's what I'm supposed to do. I'm also here for the money. We both benefit and achieve together. I also have to thank you for trusting me, or none of this would have happened," Mason sincerely replied. Without Maeve taking him along, he wouldn't have had these opportunities. It's difficult to bridge class gaps. For example, he didn't even have the qualification to bid for jade stones initially. It was only because of Maeve that he got the chance to showcase his abilities. It was also due to her trust that they were able to buy the second rough stone and uncover that piece of jade. Everything seemed predestined. "We have a connection too. The first time I saw you, I felt you had potential. Now we're well acquainted, and I hope we can cooperate again in the future. If you need any help in Tianzhou City, feel free to find your sister Miao. In Yundian, I may not be able to help much, but in Tianzhou, I still have some influence." This was Maeve's promise, offering unconditional assistance. At this moment, Mason didn't realize the weight of this promise. "Sure thing, Sister Miao." After several hours of bumpy travel, the plane landed safely at Tianzhou Airport. Mason hadn't been home for a long time and was eager to see his parents and Maribel. So, Maeve instructed her driver to take Mason home first. Only then did the group learn that Mason was still an undergraduate student. Chapter 111. Hosting guests. "I never would have thought you're a college student at Tianzhou University. No wonder you're so smart. You must be naturally intelligent," Nubia praised. "Dimitriu, I really admire you." Kenneth had gained a newfound respect for Mason after their initial misunderstanding. "Haha, it was just a lucky coincidence." Mason modestly replied. "Xuanhuan, it's getting late. Come to my place tomorrow, and we can discuss the next steps." "I'll settle this trip's expenses with you then," said Nubia. After all the travel, she felt somewhat exhausted and wanted to rest. "Sure, take your time and give me a call when you're free." Mason pointed at his mobile phone. He knew Nubia still had Carloe follow-up tasks from her Yunshan trip. Nubia's driver first dropped Mason off at his home. "Your family runs a restaurant?" Kenneth looked up at the sign of Wengxiangju. Yes, my parents run a small business to make ends meet, Mason admitted frankly. These characters on the sign are quite unique. Did you ask a master to write them? Kenneth seemed knowledgeable. By comparison, Nubia wasn't very well versed in calligraphy and didn't feel much about it. They were written by one of my teachers. By the way, are you hungry? If not uncomfortable, you can come into our shop for a bite. Mason extended a polite invitation as they were already at his doorstep. Nubia, feeling tired, wanted to go home, but Kenneth responded enthusiastically, that would be great. Let's try it. Not wanting to dampen the mood, Nubia reluctantly agreed. Alright, since today's the day, I should visit Jinhong's parents too. Mason had been instrumental during this trip. The housekeeper also followed suit and got out of the car. Mason didn't expect them to actually stay for dinner and hurriedly invited them inside. Because he had informed his parents in advance, Shepard and Violet knew their son would return tonight. Even Xena was helping out at the shop, waiting for Mason whom they hadn't seen in days. Marion, Erwin, these are my leaders and friends. Please prepare some dishes for us while I entertain them. Are you Jinhong's Megan? My name is Nubia. Please call me Daoxin. It's our first meeting, and I didn't bring anything fancy, but here's a bracelet for you. Nubia greeted warmly and handed over a bracelet from her bag. Glancing at it, Mason immediately recognized it as an expensive jade bracelet, worth tens of thousands of yuan. He shook his head quickly. Violet caught his signal and politely refused. I can't accept this. I'm always busy in the kitchen and have no time to wear such a beautiful bracelet. Thank you anyway. Nubia had initially assumed Mason came from a well-off family, maybe intellectuals or successful businessmen, but found that his parents were quite ordinary. Yet, she did not show any disdain and treated them with even more respect, appreciating how they had raised such an excellent child like Mason, who was humble, capable, and accomplished. You must accept it. Jinhong has helped me greatly this time. This is just a small token of my appreciation. Reciprocation makes relationships last longer, right, Jinhong? Nubia encouraged Mason to nod. Reluctantly, Mason agreed. Truthfully, with his current financial standing, buying an even more expensive bracelet wouldn't be an issue for him. He simply shrugged it off. Times have changed. He was no longer the inexperienced youth he once was. Unaware of the bracelet's value, Violet accepted it upon seeing Mason's approval. Thank you. You sit down while I and his father prepare some food. With few customers in the shop, they sat around a round table. Heaven ages if it has feelings. Life is truly about enjoying a good barbecue. Jonathan isn't just about poetry and distant dreams. There's also beer and barbecue. Haha, interesting. Dimitriou, did you write this? Kenneth pointed at the words on the wall. Yes, just a scribble. Nothing too formal, huh? Mason answered nonchalantly while discreetly gesturing for Xena to join them. They had missed each other terribly, just like being apart for 3 months. Blushing, Xena shook her head, unfamiliar with Mason's friends. Nubia noticed the flirtatious glances between the young lovers and enjoyed the spectacle. Young love is indeed carefree and pure. Violet brought out several platters of cold cuts and motioned for Xena to join them at the table. Shepard quickly grilled 2 plates of pork belly and chicken wings and brought them over, along with a plate of lettuce. Everyone try these. The braised flavors and barbecue are all specialties of my family restaurant. Mason invited them to eat, opening a can of beer for each person. Beer and barbecue are a perfect match. Nubia and Kenneth had only come to visit briefly, but the smell made their stomachs rumble in hunger unexpectedly. Following Mason's lead, they wrapped a piece of pork belly in lettuce, savoring the delicious taste as it melted in their mouths. The fresh flavor of the lettuce offset the greasiness of the pork belly, making the taste just right. Nubia took another bite of the braised dish. The flavor was incredibly rich. For a moment, there was nothing on the table but the sound of chopsticks picking up food. Not even time for a toast, as everyone's mouths were full. After finishing his meal, Mason went to prepare his signature special fried rice for everyone. In the end, each person ate a large plateful. At Wangxiangju, no table ever left food untouched. Today was another clean plate effort. All the dishes that Violet and Shepard brought out were eaten up entirely, and Mason's fried rice received unanimous praise. The quality of your home-cooked meals can rival those prepared by top chefs at luxury hotels. I'm so full, but I still want more, Kenneth said, patting his round belly. Yes, Jinhong, do your parents have any interest in opening chain restaurants? I can invest in them. With your family's skills, it would definitely be a huge success. Nubia usually ate very little in the evenings to maintain her figure and healthy eating habits. It had been Carlo-y years since she had eaten so much this late at night. Around 9 o'clock, Nubia's words opened up a new line of thought for Mason, sparking Carlo-y ideas in his mind. But now was not the time to discuss these matters. Sure, if you're interested in investing, I'll definitely reach out to you. After a satisfying meal and drinks, the group bid farewell and left. Chapter 112, Scaring Her Talia. After seeing off Nubia and finishing selling everything in the store, they closed up early. In recent days, Xena had been helping out in the store and staying there at night. The 4 of them tidied up the store, then it was time to distribute the gifts. Mason handed the silver cup he bought for Shepard to him and gave a pair of silver bracelets to Violet. Though both complained about spending so much money, they were as sweet as honey inside. Violet hurriedly put on the silver bracelet her son bought, admiring it while swinging her hand back and forth, delighted. Seeing only 2 people receive gifts, Xena felt a bit disappointed. In the next second, a silver necklace was placed around her neck. Mason finally took out Xena's gift and personally put it on her. This was a distinctive piece of silver jewelry made by the local ethnic minorities in Yunnan, featuring intricate craft scholarship and great beauty. Xena fell in love with it at first sight, taking a mirror and admiring herself for a long time. Here are also the gifts for uncle and aunt. I'll accompany you tomorrow to mail them back to Zhoushan, Mason said, giving Xena the gifts for Jack and Karis. Xena didn't expect him to be so thoughtful, even preparing gifts for her parents, feeling somewhat moved. Just now, that female boss was your client this time? She seems quite generous, giving me these bracelets. They must be worth quite a lot of money, right? Are we going to owe her something? How did everything go this time? Violet asked. Yes, the bracelet is quite expensive, mainly due to the high quality of the materials. It should be worth tens of thousands of yuan. Before Mason finished speaking, Violet exclaimed in surprise, "What? Tens of thousands of yuan? Why did you let me accept it, my dear? What shall we do? You should return it to her tomorrow." In Violet's mind, a few hundred yuan worth of silver jewelry was already considered top-notch. Having been married to Shepard for so Carlo years, she had never owned any jewelry before, especially not bought by her son. She never imagined that a bracelet casually given by that Carlo would be worth tens of thousands of yuan. That concept was shocking. Working hard for a month, they might earn just that amount. Wearing tens of thousands of yuan on her wrist made her uneasy. Mason told her the price directly without lying because he was worried she might dispose of it casually if she didn't know its value. After all, Carlo nature was unpredictable. "Marian, since she gave it to you, just accept and wear it. If she could give such an expensive gift, it means your son provided her with even greater value. So, this is what you deserve. Wear it with confidence and don't worry. Don't keep it locked away either. Wear it and dress up. Even if it costs tens of thousands of yuan, or hundreds of thousands, or even a million, your son can provide it for you in the future," Mason said seriously. Money indeed gave him the greatest confidence. Now Mason finally felt confident enough to tell his parents that he could provide them with a good life, no longer needing to be frugal or endure hardship. They could enjoy life well. All talk, but mom likes to hear it. Haha, still my son is capable. Unlike some people who have been promising things since young but still haven't delivered anything. Luckily, I have a good son and can now enjoy his blessings. Violet gave Shepard a glance. Knowing he was wrong, Shepard said helplessly, Okay, I'll buy you some too. Tomorrow, I'll buy you gold jewelry, shiny and bright. Didn't you envy the neighboring boss lady's gold jewelry set? We'll get a set even thicker than hers. That sounds better. Violet smiled contentedly, whispering to Xena, I'll leave my jade bracelet to you for future generations. Such an expensive bracelet, she couldn't bear to wear it. Xena blushed. She and Mason hadn't been together long, and Aunt Jonathan was really something. Hearing his Megan's words, Mason knew she didn't believe him. Marian, I want to tell you something. During this trip to Yunnan, I bought a stone which accidentally contained premium jadeite. A master who needed it paid 5,500 yuan for it. What? 5,500 yuan for a stone? Son, are you running a fever? Saying nonsense in broad daylight? Violet touched Mason's forehead. No fever. Mason's words stunned everyone. 5,500 yuan. What a concept. A stone worth so much. If Mason wasn't crazy, they must be. But Mason wasn't done. Then Stephanie, who hired me as a bodyguard, was betrayed by her business partner and couldn't accomplish her plans. Thinking she had taken care of me, I used the money to help her. Together, we bid on another stone, which turned out to contain premium jadeite worth over 10,000 yuan. That's why Stephanie gave you such an expensive jadeite as a gift. After dealing with this piece of jadeite, we can at least make more than 10,000 yuan, and splitting it evenly, we'll each get more than 5,000. So your son has money now, and jadeite worth a few thousand yuan is nothing. Tomorrow, I'll make you a set of top-grade jewelry with imperial green jadeite to keep as heirlooms. You can wear this one just for fun. Mason finished speaking, and the three of them fell silent. Ha 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 ha. Violet was the first to burst into laughter, laughing so hard she couldn't straighten her back, as if something incredibly funny had happened. Shepard also smiled slightly. Only Xena wore a skeptical look, knowing a bit about Mason's capabilities. Ha 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 ha, Shepard, did you hear what your son said? He said he made over 10,000, and can split 5,000. Mason maintained a serious face. Why didn't they believe him? After Violet laughed, seeing his gloomy and unhappy face, she cautiously confirmed with her son, You're serious? Mason nodded. In the next second, Violet fainted on the spot. Everyone scrambled to support her, pressing acupoints and fetching water. Violet eventually came to. Mason hadn't expected that telling the truth would scare his Megan like this. My goodness, son, be honest with Marian. Are you involved in anything illegal? What stone is so valuable? Jonathan is good now. Don't do anything rash for money. Violet held his hand and said, Marian, gambling on stones is legitimate. I just gambled and got a very valuable piece of jadeite. Xena knows about it, imperial green, which is indeed worth this much. Xena quickly nodded. I heard from my father that imperial green is very valuable. A small piece can be worth over 1,000,000 yuan, and a bracelet could be several million. If Mason did indeed find a large piece of imperial green, it would be worth this much. Xena's words reassured Violet significantly. She was afraid her son might turn to bad ways for money. If you're still worried, tomorrow's Sister Meow invited me to discuss follow-up matters. I'll take you to see the stone then. I've also opened a few beautiful pieces of jadeite. I'll make some jewelry sets for you and E, so you can alternate wearing them. I don't want any. Just make some for E. I'm old and don't need those things. As long as you're doing well, that's all that matters. Mason sighed helplessly, not expecting to scare his Megan so badly. If he'd known, he would have said less. Chapter 113. 5 million remuneration. Violet and Shepard didn't sleep all night, and in the morning, both had huge dark circles under their eyes. It was truly because the news from Mason was so shocking that it terrified these two honest farmers to disbelief. It took them a whole night to calmly accept the fact that Mason had become a billionaire. What followed was pride. Whose child could match the achievements of their child? No matter what he did, he always succeeded. Though they themselves were mediocre, they felt reassured knowing their child would amount to something. Violet suspected she must have saved the earth in her past life to deserve such an outstanding son in this one. No matter how amazing their son became, they still had to work diligently in their own positions. Both continued as usual, restocking supplies, preparing meat and vegetables, making braised dishes, and getting ready for lunch business. Mason slept especially soundly this time, all the way until 9 o'clock. In Yundian recently, even when sleeping, his nerves were constantly on edge. After a simple breakfast, he first took Xena to send gifts for Karis and others back to Joshan before taking a taxi to find Kathy. Before this, he only knew that Kathy was involved in jade business but had no clear idea about it. Only when he brought Xena to the Biyun building that Kathy mentioned did he realize that Kathy had bought the entire building as her base. At this moment, Mason redefined being wealthy. Kathy was much richer than he imagined. Upon their arrival at the bottom of the building, a female assistant approached them for inquiry. Once confirmed as Kathy's guests, they were escorted by elevator to the top floor. The top floor housed Kathy's office. The entire office was extremely luxurious. Upon entry, it felt like entering another exhibition hall. Various kinds of jade jewelry were displayed in glass cabinets. Each piece had different shapes and colors, all quite valuable and very impressive. Haha, these are just part of my private collection. What do you think? Can they meet your standards? Kathy greeted them teasingly as she walked over. Mason quickly apologized. Sister Meow, you're too kind. You're an expert in this field. These collections are beyond my reach in a lifetime. I'm just an ordinary person who knows nothing about collecting. All right, don't be modest. This young lady is your girlfriend, right? Introduce us. She's called Xena, my girlfriend. Xena, this is Sister Meow. They had met last night. Hello, Sister Meow. Xena greeted politely. Hi, Xuanhuan. You're such a beautiful girl, full of vitality. Mason, you lucky guy. Everything good has fallen into your hands, she said, gesturing them to sit. Mason smiled humbly, holding Xena's hand, and sat down accordingly. But Xuanhong is also a good boy. When we were in Yundian, he specially prepared a gift for you and asked me to help process it, Kathy said as she took out a pinkish-purple jadeite from a safe behind her and placed it on the coffee table. Here, this jadeite was specially prepared for you. Do you like it? From the moment the jadeite appeared, Xena's eyes couldn't leave it. Its color was just too beautiful, irresistible to any young girl. If given a choice between Imperial Green and this one, she might choose this one without hesitation. Young girls prefer beauty. While Imperial Green is highly valuable, its color may seem too mature for them. Only someone like Kathy would appreciate it. Hearing about the origin of the pinkish-purple jadeite from Kathy, Xena looked at Mason with gratitude, realizing how much he thought of her even while far away in Yundian. I used to be a jewelry designer when I was young, though it's been years since I touched it. For this pinkish-purple jadeite, Sister Meow will personally design it and find our best master to craft it. We'll make sure Xuanhuan won't be disappointed. Thank you, Sister Meow. When it comes to the specific design and processing fees, I'll cover them, Mason said with clasped hands. Don't mention money. You helped me greatly this time. We can say we've gone through difficulties together. Helping a friend's child is no big deal. Mentioning money here would spoil the mood, Kathy firmly replied. Then thank you very much. Xuanhuan, here's our company's catalog of designs. There are Carlo-y styles popular among young people. Take a look and choose some. If you like certain styles, note them down. Later, you can discuss with Sister Meow, and we'll design according to your needs. At least 3 sets of jewelry can be made from this jadeite. Choose freely, haha. No need for so Carlo-y, just 1 set is enough. Xena hurriedly waved her hands, thinking it would already make her happy to have 1 set from such precious jadeite. She couldn't possibly keep all for herself. Haha, Xuanhong, you found the right partner. She's even trying to save you money. You take a look first. I'll talk to Sister Meow about something. Choose as Carlo-y as you like without worrying. This piece of jadeite is a gift for you. You can decide what to do with it as you wish, Mason said soothingly. Xena felt an indescribable warmth in her heart, not because of the jadeite or its value, but because of the Carlo's gentle treatment and his responsiveness to everything. She had really found the right person. 2 batches of the stones transported this time have already arrived. Your portion has been packed together, and you can take it away later. The remaining batch includes a few stones bought at the Jade Exchange Conference, which we jointly bid on. We will wait until they arrive to process them together. Additionally, there's 5 million on this card, with 6 zeros as the password. 2 million is your bodyguard fee for this time. The remaining 3 million is my remuneration to you. This time, being able to get so Carlo-y high-quality raw stones was all thanks to you. Consider it a token of my appreciation. Imelda handed over the card. She had long decided how much to give Mason. Honestly, she felt that even this amount was a bit small. But although she now had Carlo-y high-value raw stones, she did not have much liquid capital left, and could only Carloage to come up with this much money. Sister Meow, wasn't it agreed to be 20,000? This is too much. I can't accept it. Mason didn't expect Imelda to be so generous, turning 20,000 into 5 million. A 25-fold increase. You did an excellent job as a bodyguard this time. If it weren't for you that night, Augustin Inzin might have succeeded. So this is also a reward for your work. As for the 3 million, it's also yours. The funds you helped me save far exceed 3 million. Take it. No refusing. Then I'll humbly accept it. Chapter 114. Follow-up processing of jade. Now let's talk about that piece of Imperial Green and the other 8 pieces of jade we bid on at the exchange meeting. As everyone knows, this piece of Imperial Green is worth over 10 billion, but it can only reach such a price if it's sold in its entirety. Imperial Green is ultra-high-end jade. It can't be processed all at once unless sold at a lower price. I just want to ask you for advice. For your half, how do you want to handle it? Though I wish to acquire the entire piece, which would be beneficial for my company's development, the funds I have now aren't enough to secure even half of this jade. Not to mention 5 billion, even 1 billion is beyond my current means. So I'm really in a difficult position. You decide how to proceed. Whether you want to take half of it away or sell your half at a discount to someone else, I agree. As for the other 8 pieces of jade, once they are transported here, we will open them in public. Afterward, the resulting jade will be Carlo-aged by my company. We will split all net profits equally. What do you think of this arrangement? Mason had already considered this. He understood that dealing with this high-grade material was actually more difficult than mid-range jade because finding a buyer with both the capability and financial strength was rare. Handing over this type of jade to ordinary craftsmen would be wasteful. So, it would take time to liquidate it. Fortunately, he wasn't short on money right now. He could take his time with this jade. Big Sister Meow, my half of the Imperial Green and the 8 pieces of rough jade can all be entrusted to you for handling. I don't know much about this field. You're the expert. Entrusting professional matters to professionals, I believe it will yield greater value under your carloagement. I'll just wait for my share of the profits. If you need to use it for promotion or anything else, no problem, as long as I get my share in the end, Mason replied straightforwardly. His main focus was still on his studies, leaving him little time to deal with these miscellaneous matters. Moreover, Nubia had a wider network and more channels. Entrusting this raw jade to her would maximize its potential. Nubia had initially thought Mason might lean towards quick liquidation, considering he wasn't in the jade business and originally bought the rough jade to make money. That he could so readily entrust the jade to her made her feel trusted. Well, since you trust big sister, I will certainly find a way to handle this raw jade properly and aim to sell it for a good price, ensuring we won't have to work hard for the rest of our lives. Actually, selling the jade as a whole piece would likely fetch a higher price. There are Carlo-y super-rich collectors abroad who seek out whole pieces of high-quality jade like this. I've already contacted several top auction houses overseas, and they are very interested in this top-grade jade. However, due to its size and the enormous amount involved, they haven't given a specific plan or response yet. Once I receive news, I'll inform you. Nubia shared her plans with him directly. She hadn't ruled out acquiring the jade herself but lacked top-tier craftsmen to process such exquisite jade, which required the finest craft scholarship to truly showcase its value. Thus, she planned to first enhance her company's reputation with this jade and use it for advertising purposes. Then, she would hand it over to an auction house for sale, enabling quicker capital recovery. She could then use the funds for various projects instead of being tied up in a single top-grade jade. Upon hearing this, Mason realized Nubia had deliberately offered two choices to test him. Fortunately, his decision to entrust the jade to her was wise. Otherwise, even if he received his half, he wouldn't have been able to sell it for a good price due to the complexities involved. Big sister Meow, I have another request. I want to create a set of imperial green jade jewelry for my Megan. Is there any way to do that? Mason had assumed the jade would eventually be cut anyway, so he promised Violet a set of jewelry. Now, listening to Nubia, it seemed the jade might be sold whole, making it difficult to broach the topic. Nubia immediately understood his meaning. In fact, she had considered this herself. Despite spending most of her life in the jade business, she had never owned a complete set of old pit glass type imperial green jewelry. In her collection, she only had a ring made from leftover imperial green, which had cost her several million back then. This time, having finally obtained some imperial green, she couldn't resist creating a set for herself, to wear or collect. It seems we're on the same page. I also want a set for my collection. That piece of jade needs to go through the removal of its skin and cutting before it can be auctioned. It would not be a problem to make 2 sets of jewelry from the edges and corners peeled off. By then, I'll ask Antonio to help us make 2 sets of jewelry. He still owes us a favor. Once they are made, we can each have a set. What do you think of this arrangement? That would be great trouble for you, Sister Meow. Mason was very satisfied with this arrangement. Thus, things were tentatively settled. By the way, Sister Meow, I want to get a jade stone cutting machine. Can you help me with that? It's for those uncut stones you have, right? No problem with the jade stone cutting machine. It's on me. You're being so secretive. I suspect you might have some good jade hidden away. If you cut any premium jade, don't forget to consider my side. I'll definitely offer you the highest price. Nubia was now thoroughly impressed by Mason's eye for jade. Haha, that would be great. If I have good jade, I'll definitely come to you first. Your ability to read stones is truly godlike. I'm thinking of hiring you as a professional stone reading consultant in the future, but I just can't afford it, haha. Nubia probed jokingly. Since returning from Yundian, Nubia had been considering how to tie Mason to her ship. Although the two of them were now interdependent with a piece of jade as a bond, who could say what the future held? With her decades of experience judging people, she was sure that this young Carlo would not remain insignificant. In a few years or a decade, their situations could be entirely different. While he was relatively unknown now, binding his interest to hers might yield pleasant surprises in the future. But how exactly to do this, she hadn't figured out yet. She knew about Mason's jade reading skills. With him around, it was hard to buy raw jade at a loss. This was the confidence his recent successes gave her. Of course, Mason did not want to be someone else's pawn. Helping once was fine, but being used repeatedly was another matter. So he smiled and moved past this topic. You're thriving now. What kind of raw jade consultant can't you afford? Master Holden is also great. Don't joke with me like that. Nubia thought to herself. No matter how skilled they are, none of them match up to you. Chapter 115 Communication about the future. After their conversation, Xena had almost finished looking everything over. Nubia discussed in detail with Xena and confirmed the style she wanted, finalizing 2 sets of jewelry designs, including earrings, pendants, hairpins, rings, bracelets, brooches, and other matching pieces. Because the jadeite accessories for young people are simple in style and use less material, they focus on being elegant and beautiful. Therefore, even after making 2 sets of jewelry, this piece of jadeite would still have a lot left over. Nubia then asked Mason to sell her the remaining part of this jadeite for 1.2 million yuan. This piece of material was truly exceptionally beautiful and worth the price. Nubia immediately arranged for the payment, transferring 6.2 million yuan. Mason's account balance now stood at 26 million yuan. As for the design of the Emperor Green jewelry set for Violet, Nubia would decide it entirely. Mason didn't know much about it anyway. Nubia's taste would certainly satisfy Violet. Regarding the stone slicing machine that Mason wanted, it could be delivered directly to his home once it arrived, as a small stone slicing machine wasn't expensive, and Nubia said she would gift it to him. By the time their discussion ended, it was almost lunchtime. Nubia took them to a nearby hotel for lunch. In the afternoon, Mason took Xena to watch a movie and went skating, doing things that young couples often do. It was rare for him to spend holidays with her, but he had spent half of his time in Yundian, so today was a way to make up for it. Having been reborn for so long, this was the first time Mason felt like a young person again, indulging in activities that young people enjoy, buying OS Carlithus and enjoying it together with wine. Yet it never quite feels the same as when you're young. However, his mindset was different. During his youthful years, he envied others who could indulge in life without restraint. But now, He could also live carefree and vibrant. Yet that anticipation from his past life was gone. Still, he very obligingly took Xena out to play for the whole afternoon. Skating required coordination of limbs, and soon he was gliding smoothly. It was clear that Xena was very happy, more so than when they visited jade dealers or antique shops, laughing like a child. They went to an arcade in nearby mall, playing around for the whole afternoon and buying all kinds of things. The two strolled leisurely home. Mason carried the bags while Xena held onto his arm. I want to talk to you about something, Mason carefully said. What is it? Xena noticed his serious expression and felt a bit uneasy. I want to apply for a change of major. I've thought about it. The current major doesn't interest me much. I want to systematically study antiques appraisal and restoration knowledge. Ever since the old Carlo who tried to trick him in Yundian inadvertently sold him a Buddha statue, Mason had an idea. He yearned to put his knowledge of antiques appraisal to use to protect more neglected treasures. Kingi's teaching on antiques was sufficient, but he needed to gradually master the skills through practice, turning others' expertise into his own. However, he needed an opportunity to bring it into use. After all, he used to be clueless about antiques. Xena was shocked. She had known Mason for Carlo-y years and was well aware that he knew nothing about antiques. Now, he suddenly talked about changing majors and starting from scratch. Instantly, she wondered if he had gone mad. Why? You've made more money from jadeite gambling than you can spend in a lifetime. Learning about antiques won't happen overnight, and you can achieve success through jadeite gambling. Xena couldn't understand. From Nubia's attitude toward him, Mason seemed to have a natural talent for jadeite gambling. Why abandon this for something distant? Mason knew she misunderstood him. Jadeite gambling can earn a lot of money, and the excitement of opening the stone surface is intense, but it's essentially gambling. It can make money, but it's not the right path. During my trip to Yundian, I met an older brother. He used to be very successful, with a flourishing business and a happy family. Later, he became obsessed with jadeite gambling, leading to the loss of his wife and children because of it. He cut off his fingers and swore never to touch jadeite again. This incident made me realize a lot. The sense of achievement from jadeite gambling and the restless heart it brings have both calmed down. So let's stop gambling from now on. The money you earn this time will last you the rest of your life. Why get involved with antiques? Have you forgotten what happened when Brother Yuan bought fake porcelain last time? Though you've been lucky, it's not a long-term plan. I really love antiques. I love the aura they carry and that sense of historical weight. Let me tell you another story. Mason briefly recounted the incident with the old Carlo who tried to trick him on the stone street in Yundian. The Buddha statue, when I first got it, I felt this very ancient and grand vibe from it. Upon closer inspection, it was made entirely of real gold, so I knew it wasn't ordinary. So, I paid for it and took it away. Unfortunately, I don't understand antiques well and couldn't determine its origin, dynasty, or value. But at least I'm better than the old Carlo who deceived me. This event gave me a huge boost of encouragement. I realized I liked these things and wanted to protect them from being mishandled. Jonathan, this Buddha statue I bought for 2,000 yuan. It definitely has its own story, but I just don't know it yet. And there's also the viewing spring Jonathan's tending to wind, painting, and the June porcelain. If no one had told me about their value, I might have just put them somewhere randomly at home. They might have been accidentally damaged one day. So, I want to learn about antique appraisal to understand the vast depth of our country's culture. Xena didn't expect his desire to study antiques stemmed from such reasons. She felt somewhat moved. She also felt guilty for misunderstanding him, thinking he only wanted to make money from antiques. She had let her emotions get the better of her. Mason's reason was compelling and hard to refuse. So, I support you. Go after what you love and give it your all, Xena said firmly. She began to reflect on herself as well. Since college, she had become lax, focusing too much on personal emotions and neglecting to plan her life and future. With Mason working so hard to create a better future and change his life, she should also strive harder and not be content with the present. Youth is a time for daring dreams and actions, for hard work and proactive learning. Chapter 116, Treating Guests. Speaking of that Bodhisattva statue, both of them were curious about its origin. In fact, Mason already had a rough idea. The appearance of this Bodhisattva statue was quite distinctive and easily recognizable. However, he still needed to hear an expert's professional analysis to confirm it officially. Back at the shop, Mason gave Barney a call, planning to meet him the next day and mentioning that he had something he wanted Xiang to take a look at. Unexpectedly, when he made the call, there were several bigwigs around Barney. Adon, upon hearing Mason's voice, immediately said, Jonathonu has bought something good again? He must have picked it up in Yunnan. This kid is quite a character. At the Jade Exchange Conference in Yunnan, he teamed up with Nubia and bought a piece of jade no one else wanted. It turned out to be an incredible piece of imperial green jade, shocking the entire jade community. I just got the news this morning. I didn't expect him to be back in Tianzhou already. We can't let this slide. We should go treat ourselves. This trip to Yunnan must have earned him hundreds of millions. From now on, I need to hitch my wagon to him. Xiao Xiang, tell him we're all coming over right now, straight to his little restaurant. It's delicious. And let's invite King and Daryl as well. Abdul here wants another taste. It was unforgettable the last time. Just like the saying on their wall, the warmth of earthly life is what comforts the heart. Barney hurriedly told Mason they would head over to Wingxiangju together with Adon. Mason was delighted to hear King would be coming. Alright, then all of you come over. I'll treat everyone today. After hanging up, Adon continued to rave about how amazing Mason's little restaurant was, but Barney left early and missed out on tasting it. Haha, the warmth of earthly life comforts the heart. I'm curious what delicacies have prompted even Jonathan Yuan to wax poetic, Daryl said with a chuckle, stroking his beard. Well, let's go, Daryl. You'll love it, I promise. By the way, Jonathonu used to be one of your school students, Adon added. From our university? An archaeology student. Daryl, a professor of archaeology at Tianzhou University, mainly taught postgraduate and doctoral students, but occasionally handled undergraduate classes as well. Since it involved antique appraisal, Daryl assumed Mason studied cultural relics authentication. Brother, you're mistaken this time. The boy knows nothing about artifact authentication, but his perception of artifacts is truly unique. Let's go and see for ourselves, King said as he stood up. Master Xiang and Jonathan were fellow alumni. Seems like an interesting young Carlo. Let's go. From antique appraisal to jade gambling, even imperial green jade, this student sure has broad interests. Both Daryl and King usually traveled very simply, often without any attendants or vehicles. Barney was a bookworm who spent most of his time studying antiques in the store, sometimes forgetting to eat. He was a simple person too. So, the group decided to ride in Adon's car together. On Mason's side, knowing masters were coming, he prepared meticulously. He asked Violet to pick some cooked dishes and prepare 2 platters. He also had Shepard get ready with barbecue, so the food could be served as soon as they arrived. Meanwhile, he cycled to the nearby market to buy vegetables and fruits, planning to show off his cooking skills. Xena took care of brewing tea and washing fruits, while Mason busied himself in the kitchen. Short on time, he prepared boiled shrimp, Peking-style shredded pork, and lotus pond stir-fry to cater to the elders' tastes. He also made a large pot of Sichuan hot pot, brimming with ingredients. Due to evening traffic, when Adon and the others finally arrived, Mason had just finished placing the last dish on the table. Adon, having been here before, warmly greeted Shepard and Violet. Barney politely brought a gift, a golden toad that was an antique, worth tens of thousands of yuan. You're too kind. Mason hesitated to accept such an expensive gift. I heard business owners place golden toads in their stores to attract wealth. As friends, please accept it. With Barney insisting, he thanked him and accepted it. However, Master Xiang and Jonathan remained at the entrance, admiring the signboard of Wangxiangju. King, this esteemed gentle Carlo, please don't mind the small space. Do come in and sit down. To accommodate these distinguished guests, Mason closed business for the night. Given the limited space, it wouldn't be convenient if the place was noisy. Mr. Jonathonu, did Master Jeffrey write this signboard for you? Daryl asked eagerly. As soon as he and Synopsis got out of the car, they noticed the signboard. Being experts in artifact appraisal, their eyesight was very keen, knowledgeable in both calligraphy and painting, and though not specialized, their appreciation skills were certainly strong. At first glance, they could tell the sophistication of the font, and upon further inspection, they saw Jeffrey's name written below. This signature was his consistent style. Indeed, this is Master Qin's personal handwriting. May I ask boldly, are you related to him? No. How could I be fortunate enough to be related to him? I just recently became his disciple, and he personally inscribed this piece, which was made into a signboard. So you are Master Jeffrey's disciple. Nice, Daryl said with a smile. Today there were no other guests. Only his family and Adon's 4 guests sat together at one table. After introductions, Mason learned that the elder who had questioned him earlier was actually a professor of archaeology at Tianzhou University. Let's eat first, we can talk later. Once the chopsticks were in motion, it was hard to stop. Barney, King, and Daryl were all astounded, realizing that Adon hadn't exaggerated at all. The dishes at this small restaurant of Mason's really tasted great, especially these braised flavors and barbecue, which had unique tastes, fragrant but not greasy. The stir-fry dishes and maoyuang were also excellent, and the key was that everyone found something they liked, demonstrating the host's thoughtfulness. Everyone present enjoyed their meal thoroughly. Afterward, naturally, there was much praise, even from the 2 elders, indicating that they were truly satisfied with the meal. Adon originally wanted another serving of egg fried rice, but his stomach was already too full, so he had to give up on it. After the meal, Violet cleared away the dishes while Xena brought up tea and washed fruits. Mason then took out the golden bodhisattva statue he had brought back from Yundian. Placed on the table on a red cloth, he let everyone admire it. Barney was the first to examine it, taking out white gloves and wearing them before holding it in his hands for careful study for about 10 minutes before putting it back. As for King and Daryl, they did not handle it themselves but simply observed for 2 minutes and came to a conclusion in their hearts. Chapter 117, Priceless Treasure. Adon took a glance and said, this item of yours seems to have some origin. It's actually made of real gold. However, it looks a bit old and worn out, indicating its age. Tell us how you got this Buddha statue. King smiled and asked. Mason recounted the incident to everyone, making only minor alterations to his story. Just like when he told Xena, he mentioned that he noticed it was made of real gold, which raised his suspicion, so he brought it back. After all, he was no expert in artifact appraisal. If he had claimed to know the origins of the Buddha statue right away, it would not have been believable. Everyone was stunned after listening to his account. What kind of strange event was this? Attempting to scam people, yet ended up giving away something genuinely valuable, abandoning an invaluable Buddha statue just for 2,000 yuan. Ultimately, it was due to limited knowledge and poor discernment, preventing them from having any connection with such treasures. Shepard and Violet listened intently. Judging by the reactions on their faces, this Buddha statue must be something precious? What incredible luck their son had. Whatever he bought seemed to turn into money. Master brother, please do tell. King gave Daryl the opportunity to explain the origins of the treasure, since he was a teacher and best at storytelling. Then I shall not decline. This Guanyin statue, formerly known as the Dali Silver Halo Golden Akoi Guanyin statue, is an artifact from the Dali Kingdom during the Song Dynasty, classified as a first-class cultural relic. It's one of the earliest Guanyin images introduced to Yundian and is also referred to as the Yundian Fortune Star. Cast entirely in pure gold, this Buddha statue is one of the most important artifacts from the Dali Kingdom. Young Carlo, you've accidentally stumbled upon a true treasure. Its significance in studying the history of the Dali Kingdom is immense. Violet immediately thought of the implications if it were indeed an artifact. Would it have to be turned over to the state? That's what she wondered, and that's what she asked. Not necessarily. This isn't excavated from the ground but belongs to private collections, so it can be disposed of as you see fit, Daryl clarified. What would the value of this Buddha statue be approximately? Adon couldn't help but ask eagerly. Crude. King spat at him. Is this something that can be measured by money? Items like these are priceless treasures left behind in the long river of our country's history, worthy of proper protection. Yes, Daryl agreed. At their level, the view on artifacts goes beyond their monetary value. They carry deeper and more profound meanings. One educates students in schools, passing down historical culture and stories, while the other works in museums, appraising and restoring artifacts to preserve more historical relics for future generations. They dedicate themselves to ideals, neither for money nor power, and are truly admirable. This wasn't the first time Adon had been called crude. He scratched his nose and laughed awkwardly. Incidentally, this young Carlo seems to have quite a knack for finding good things. From the two treasures last time to this Buddha statue now. Truly unbelievable luck it takes to fish out a needle in the sea. It's a pity you didn't join our field, King remarked with a sigh. Isn't he studying artifact appraisal? It was Daryl's turn to be surprised. No, I just got admitted to Tianzhou University this year to study economics, Mason explained. Is that so? You're Jeffrey's disciple. I thought you were in calligraphy. What a pity. You seem to have talent. The handwriting on the wall looks like yours, indicating you have a calm demeanor, making you a promising candidate for artifact restoration. Daryl suddenly felt a sense of regret for missed talent. Mason's heart stirred. To be honest, when I filled out my college applications, I didn't know what I wanted to do in the future. Without any planning, I chose economics randomly. Recently, I've been exposed to a lot of knowledge about antiques, which has been very enlightening and sparked my interest. So I want to switch majors to archaeology. Could you possibly recommend me? The semester had already started a month ago, making it difficult to change majors unless there was someone influential willing to help. A mere word could make it happen. Hearing that Daryl was a professor who supervised graduate students, Mason hoped he could lend a hand. If not, he'd have to seek help from Alana. Unexpectedly, Daryl readily agreed. Of course, if you're willing to learn. After the holidays tomorrow, you can directly report to the archaeology department. I'll put in a word with Xiao Zhang from the registrar's office, and we'll get you transferred. It sounded simple enough. Mason quickly thanked him. Shepard and Violet trusted their son's judgment and let him decide everything. The meal went well, ending on a pleasant note. After dinner, Daryl strolled back to school as he had classes the next day. Adon was responsible for sending King and his grandson back. Everything was developing in the direction he wanted, except that the girlfriend he had just met would soon part ways, and they would no longer be able to attend classes together every day. Mason could only cherish the time they spent together. The next day after the holiday, Mason reported to the archaeology department. They seemed to have already been informed of his situation and enthusiastically helped him complete the transfer procedures. It appeared that old Daryl indeed had great influence. Mason received his class schedule for this semester and a large pile of new books, all free of charge. Classmate, archaeology courses have been ongoing for half a month. You need to quickly catch up with your classmates' progress, the teacher who gave him the books kindly reminded him. Thank you, teacher. Mason took the class schedule and headed straight to the classroom with his books. Upon entering the classroom, he found there were only a few students, all of whom were male. There wasn't a single female student. Most of the classmates were diligently reading books. He found an empty seat near the front and sat down. While waiting for the teacher to arrive, he also opened his book and started reading. In general, archaeology is a broad field, and at the undergraduate level, the curriculum covers a wide range of subjects, including basic knowledge, methods in history, archaeology, and museology, as well as related knowledge in cultural relics, history, and anthropology. Students need to master the most fundamental appraisal and protection skills for various types of artifacts such as jade, bronze, ceramics, paintings, and miscellaneous items. They also need to learn basic skills like categorizing, retrieving, and identifying data, and develop the ability to pose and analyze problems. Only at the graduate level will they delve into specific fields for in-depth study. Mason roughly flipped through a few books and realized he had underestimated the situation. Because, for him, these contents were really too elementary and too superficial. After all, Synopsis, a museum appraiser and restorer, had imparted enough knowledge to turn Mason into an excellent appraiser on his own. Chapter 118. Fluent Responses, Calligraphy Competition. Besides the techniques involved in restoration, which he knew little about, the other contents were all fundamental knowledge. Was he supposed to endure 4 years like a university student in kindergarten? Mason found the thought terrifying. He felt a bit regretful for his rash decision. Soon, the teacher came and started the class. This lesson covered the basics of ceramics. While the teacher lectured enthusiastically, Mason was dozing off below. It wasn't that he didn't respect the teacher. These were all fundamentals, which he could recite backward. If he were to teach it, he would probably do better than the teacher. The other students listened attentively, captivated by the lecture, while he alone seemed absent-minded. The teacher must have noticed. This teacher had quite a temper. He felt that learning opportunities were hard-won, and today's students lived so happily, yet they dared not pay attention during class. How unacceptable. Classmate, do you have any objections to my lecture? Why aren't you paying attention? He directly pointed at Mason and asked. Mason awkwardly smiled and stood up, saying, No, I have no objection. It's just that I've already learned this, so I'm not particularly motivated. Oh, you've understood everything? This teacher had never met such an arrogant student who dared to claim he understood everything. Mason realized he had spoken incorrectly and scratched his head, saying, That's not what I meant. Whatever explanation he gave would be wrong. Since you understand everything, why don't you show us? The teacher bluntly said. If he hadn't misremembered, this student should have just transferred into this major. How dare he be so arrogant? He wanted to see what skills he had. The classmates below were sweating for him. This teacher's temper was unpredictable. Young Carlo, hope for the best. Then, the middle-aged male teacher began questioning him. The first question was basic knowledge, extremely simple, found on the first page of the book. Naturally, Mason answered fluently. All right, he couldn't stump him with that. The teacher changed to a slightly more complex, but still foundational question. Mason answered instantly as if he needed no consideration. The teacher grew interested. It seemed this guy wasn't boasting and did have some skills. He picked an untaught, difficult concept to test him. Surprisingly, Mason not only answered correctly, but also explained it thoroughly. Even if the teacher had to answer this question himself, he doubted he could be as comprehensive as Mason. This was surprising indeed. The teacher's expression couldn't hide his shock. What kind of genius was this? No wonder he wanted to change majors. The students below were amazed by Mason. They thought he was a rookie, but turns out he's a pro. Brother, from now on, you're our big brother. One last question. The male teacher intended to stump him. Otherwise, these brats wouldn't fear him anymore. So he recalled a graduate student's topic he saw this morning. Surely a graduate-level topic would stump him? Unexpectedly, after a brief thought, Mason spoke eloquently. He found it very simple, so he answered straightforwardly, delivering a highly skilled response. Jonathan did he know the teacher had set a trap for him. The other students listened as if it were incomprehensible. The teacher was completely dumbfounded. What kind of strange student is this? With your level, you could go straight to graduate or even doctoral studies. Are you here to play games? In the end, the teacher conceded, let him sit down, and told him to act freely as long as he didn't disturb others. Mason continued to doze off, and no one said anything anymore. This teacher was amusing too. As soon as the class ended, he rushed to the department office, bragging about this peculiar student. However, he felt embarrassed to admit that he was stumped by this student, so he didn't mention that he even tested him with a graduate-level topic. Thus, all the teachers in the archaeology department's fresh Carlo year knew about this peculiar student. All day long, during classes, Mason was constantly called upon by teachers he didn't know, answering questions until he almost felt secluded. Could someone else please answer? His mouth was almost dry from talking. Meanwhile, Duke happened to encounter Jeffrey, who lived on the same floor. During their conversation, Jeffrey learned that his recently admitted disciple had transferred to the archaeology department. His mood instantly soured. This kid should have transferred to the calligraphy department, not archaeology. What's so fun about digging mud? But in front of Duke, he generously praised Mason a few times. Afternoon classes ended, and when Mason returned to the shop, he saw Jeffrey sitting at the door, drinking wine and eating barbecue. Master, you're here. Mason sat down opposite him. Yes, if I hadn't come, I wouldn't know that someone secretly changed majors. Jeffrey sipped his wine, somewhat jealously. Ah, I didn't do it secretly, Mason said in confusion, taking a bite of the barbecue skewer. Why did you change to archaeology? Digging mud isn't fun at all. Holding a pen is better. Why don't I help you transfer to the calligraphy major? Please no, master. I really enjoy studying antiques, and I have no interest in writing. Spare me. Calligraphy was indeed beautiful, but he wasn't endowed with a literati's mind and couldn't pretend to appreciate it. Jeffrey had anticipated this response. Then promise me one thing, and I'll spare you. What's that? Mason had a bad feeling about this. The Tianjin City Calligraphy Association is going to hold a calligraphy competition soon. It's a friendly match among young people, limited to those under 25 years old. All your senior brothers are past this age. Only you and Xena qualify. I want both of you to participate. I've already talked to Xena, and she agreed. Now it depends on you. Jeffrey knew very well that this guy wasn't really passionate about calligraphy. He just had an extraordinary talent for it. To make Mason agree to participate in this competition, Jeffrey went to great lengths, setting up a little drama that left him no choice but to agree. Sure enough, Mason hesitated. Honestly, he had no interest in a calligraphy competition. Gambling on jade sounded more exciting. But he couldn't keep refusing his master, could he? Moreover, the system hadn't issued a task for a long time, and today it finally prompted him. System task released. Win the championship of the calligraphy competition. Reward, 1 copy card. The copy card was a valuable item. Alright, when will it be? Mason asked. Preliminaries will be held at the end of October. If you have nothing else to do, come over my place. I'll personally guide you for half a month. I'm sure you'll do well by then. Jeffrey privately believed that as long as Mason practiced diligently, he would surely be in the top 3. Xena, in comparison, was slightly inferior. In fact, Xena loved calligraphy far more than Mason did, but perhaps due to her limited talent, she was always a bit behind. Hard work, compared to talent, was truly worthless. Chapter 119. Saving a National Hero. Mason finally agreed to Jeffrey's calligraphy competition. Since he was quite idle lately, he only attended the courses related to restoration and protection, while he skipped other classes and would directly take exams when the time came. Today's showing off would certainly make it easy for him not to attend classes in the future without any complaints from teachers. After all, they understood his level was high enough that there was no need for him to sit through those insignificant lectures. He could do more on his own. This is why Mason acted so openly. He wanted more autonomy. The next morning, as usual, after waking up, Mason checked in. Congratulations, host has signed in while in bed and received a set of pure cotton pajamas. Please collect it yourself. Damn, I will never sign in while in bed again. He recalled once signing in at the convenience store at the gate and receiving a white rabbit milk candy. This system is really unpredictable. Nothing good had been gained from recent check-ins. Getting up and ready, another beautiful day started. While munching on a leek pie made by his Megan, his old phone suddenly rang. Looking at the caller ID, it was Adon. Brother Yuan? Jonathan, a kid. Where are you now? Adon's tone sounded somewhat urgent. I'm at home. To be specific, that night at your shop, didn't I call the police using my phone? The neighborhood cop just called me, saying that the person you saved has regained consciousness and wants to see you if you have time. He said he would personally come pick you up. Only then did Mason remember that this person, whom he accidentally saved back then, was praised by the system for significant contributions to society and rewarded him with percarloant X-ray vision. Speaking of which, this person seemed like his lucky star. Without the X-ray vision, the Union trip wouldn't have been as profitable. They were mutually beneficial. I can go now. Alright, I'll give them your number, and they will contact you directly. Soon, Mason received another call. Hello, may I ask if you're Mr. Jonathonu? It was a Carlo, her voice soft and calm. Yes. Pardon the intrusion. Thank you very much for saving my husband. He has been in ICU until recently, hence the late gratitude. He wants to meet you personally to express his thanks. Are you available now? It turned out to be the wife of the Carlo he had saved. Her politeness made Mason speak gently as well. Sure. Mason gave her his current location. After waiting for about 20 minutes, a Toyota Crown stopped outside Wangxiangju. Among the few private car brands, the Crown was undoubtedly the top luxury symbol, known for its spaciousness and luxurious configuration. It clearly indicated the owner wasn't an ordinary person. A slightly weary but elegant lady got out of the car, and Mason greeted her quickly. "Are you Mr. Xuanhuan?" Kiana asked, seemingly disbelieving. Although the police mentioned it was a young Carlo, and he heard it over the phone, she hadn't expected him to be so young. A boy dressed in light gray sportswear with a clean face and striking features. It was unbelievable that such a young Carlo had subdued 4 criminals to save her husband. "Yes, hello." Mason extended his hand. Realizing this, Kiana promptly reciprocated with a warm handshake. "You're too young for me to react. I'm Kiana. Nice meeting you. Is this your shop?" Kiana pointed at Wingxiangju. "Yes, if you don't mind, please come inside for a cup of tea." It would be rude not to invite her in. Kiana hurriedly had her driver bring the gifts inside. She had done her homework knowing they were a family of 3, bringing appropriate gifts accordingly. For Mason, she brought a Rolex watch, 4 violet, an imperial green jade bracelet. For Shepherd, a safety buckle, plus some high-end nutritional supplements like donkey high gelatin, saffron, and ginseng. Kiana was well Carlo-nered and approachable, treating everyone like a neighbor. Her eloquence left them unable to refuse the gifts. Violet invited her for dinner, but Kiana politely declined, saying she'd visit again. After a short conversation, both sat in the car heading to the hospital. "Xuanhuan, I need to tell you something," Kiana deliberated. As they became more familiar, Kiana changed her address from Mr. Xuanhuan to Xuanhuan. If she had a child, it would likely be about the same age as Mason. "Aunt Zephyr, please go ahead. According to convention, both the police and we should present you with a banner for commendation. This is the honor you deserve. However, due to various reasons, this matter cannot be made public, and my husband's injury must remain confidential, so I hope you can understand. As for other forms of gratitude and compensation, feel free to speak up. I can meet all your requests." Kiana spoke with great generosity. Compared to the life of her beloved, everything else was insignificant. Their family seemed to have a very good living condition. "No need. You've already given me so Carlo-y valuable things. I don't need anything else." Mason started to become curious about the identity of Kiana's husband, who needed to keep his injuries secret and could easily give him a Rolex watch. Kiana appreciated this boy's sense of propriety, liking him greatly, and without reservation, she explained everything to him. Only then did Mason realize that the person he saved was a distinguished physicist who had once participated in the development of the atomic bomb and achieved Carlo-y remarkable research results. He was now under national key protection. However, he clearly didn't consider himself a significant figure and disliked traveling with security personnel, giving foreign spies an opportunity. They hired several desperados at a high price. They thought they could smoothly eliminate this Chinese physicist, but unexpectedly, Mason accidentally disrupted their plan and saved him. It was also these thugs' fault for daring to show off after committing such crimes, which led to their downfall. So that's how it was. No wonder such a precious skill was offered so readily. It turned out that he had saved a true national hero. He now understood why the news needed to be kept confidential. Mason suddenly felt immense respect for the Carlo he was about to meet and instinctively sat up straighter. Kiana noticed his small action and chuckled. "You don't need to be nervous. He's just an ordinary old Carlo." Chapter 120, Meeting York. I'm not nervous," Mason said awkwardly. As they spoke, they arrived at their destination. This was a military hospital with armed soldiers guarding the entrance, making it look dignified and solemn. Kiana showed a pass, and the guards immediately let them through. Mason got out of the car carrying a basket of fruit he had bought on the roadside before coming here. The two entered the inpatient department one after the other. Along the way, there were soldiers standing guard every few dozen meters. Security was tight. Upstairs, it was even more stringent, with soldiers stationed every 10 steps, all military personnel. There was no noise in the corridor. Feeling as if he had stepped into the great hall of the people, Mason dared not breathe loudly. Kiana led him to a ward guarded by 2 sentries. After the 2 guarding soldiers saluted and made way for them, Mason finally saw the Carlo he had saved that night, covered in tubes and looking rather pathetic. He looked like an ordinary old Carlo with gray hair, looking haggard from illness but very kind, with a gentle smile on his face. "You've come?" he asked kindly, as if they had met countless times. "Mr. Luo, how are you?" Mason bowed, putting down the basket of fruit he was carrying. From Kiana, he already knew this kind-hearted and respectable elder's name was York. "Young Carlo, what's your name? I have to thank you for saving my life. My life isn't worth much, but there are Carlo-y unfinished matters that I can't put aside." York looked at the young Carlo in front of him and gently held his hand, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. "Mr. Luo, my name is Mason. I regret meeting you under such circumstances. You will definitely get better. I'll call you Xuanhuan, child. Your bravery gives me hope for the future of our country. Compared to your contributions, it's nothing significant. Take care of yourself and rest well. I'll visit you again when I have time." The doctor had warned him before entering not to tire the patient too much. "Well then, goodbye, Xuanhuan." The old Carlo waved his hand lightly. "Goodbye, Mr. Luo." Both of them bade farewell seriously, looking forward to meeting again. Leaving the hospital, Kiana wanted to take Mason for a meal to show her gratitude. Considering she still had patients to take care of and work to handle, Xuanhuan Xuanhuan politely declined, thinking there would be plenty of opportunities later. Kiana was indeed busy, juggling her husband's condition and her diplomatic work, often going without proper meals, becoming visibly thinner over time. She herself was a diplomat, working mostly overseas, seeing her husband infrequently. Their marriage was more of a spiritual union, with little shared living time. Both rationally chose not to have children, focusing on their careers instead, despite liking children. They didn't want to bring a child into a life where they couldn't provide constant companionship or care. Having been married for 30 years, this incident was the longest time they had spent together. Kiana felt a bit apologetic. "Xuanhuan, do you have any particular wishes? If it's within legal limits, I'll do my best to help you. You're young. What are your plans for the future? Do you plan to run a store like your parents, or do you have other dreams? By the way, do you want to study further?" Old Luo has a friend teaching at Tianzhou University near your place. If you want to study, I can ask him for a spot. Kiana thought thoroughly, believing it better to teach a Carlo to fish than to give him a fish. A good education was important for a young person's future. Getting a spot at Tianzhou University, even for her, required considerable effort, given its prestige. However, she overlooked something crucial. What if he was already a student at Tianzhou University? Mason couldn't help but laugh. Aunt Zephyr, I forgot to tell you. I just enrolled at Tianzhou University this year and am studying archaeology. Kiana felt a moment of embarrassment, not having checked Mason's background out of respect and mistakenly assuming he worked with his parents at the shop. Well, that makes everything perfect. I underestimated you. Please accept my apology. If you ever need anything, call me. I'll do my best to help you. Kiana patted Mason's shoulder, making a serious promise. Aunt Zephyr, you're too polite. I just did what I was supposed to do. Saving Mr. Luo that night was purely by chance. There's no need to worry about it. Kiana grew more fond of this young Carlo, admiring his sincerity, bravery, fearlessness, and humility. Xuanhuan, you are truly a pleasant surprise, and I like you very much. Let's stay in touch. Sure, Aunt Zephyr, let's stay in touch. After they parted ways, Mason was preparing to go home when he received a call from Nubia. The 8 pieces of raw jade and the imperial green jade he bought at the Jade Exchange Conference had all returned. Nubia notified him to come over in the afternoon to watch the stone slicing. Mason thought about his appointment with Jeffrey in the evening and readily agreed to go immediately. The batch of raw jade from his previous purchase had already been packed by Nubia and stored in a bank safety deposit box. Once the stone slicing machine arrived, he would retrieve them all and transport them to the villa for slicing together. Speaking of the villa, he needed to find someone to renovate it. He could ask Nubia later if she knew of any good renovation teams. When he originally bought the villa, he only had a few million in hand. To save money, he planned a simple cleanup to make it livable. Now, things were different. He wanted to properly renovate the house since it would be where his family lived together in the future. Mason took a taxi to Nubia's Biyun building. The same assistant came down to greet him. When they arrived at the stone slicing workshop, Carlo-y people were already gathered inside, examining the raw jade. As soon as Nubia saw him, she immediately pulled him to the main seat next to her. Let me introduce everyone. This is a young friend and business partner of mine. The raw jade we have here was obtained through our collaboration. Everyone clapped in support. Mason surveyed the area but didn't see the imperial green jade, guessing it was stored separately due to its high value. With Mason present, Nubia immediately instructed the master slicer to start the process. 3 machines in the workshop began operating simultaneously, producing a shrill sound. Chapter 121. Binding the 1,000-mile horse. The first batch of 3 stones was soon cut open. One revealed a water blue ice jade with floating patterns, another a lavender ice jade, and the third a honey green ice jade. Everyone present was shocked. The perforcarless of these raw stones was unprecedentedly good. It had started off on the right foot. While everyone knew that Mason's choices wouldn't be too bad, they hadn't expected them to be this good. 2 ice jades in succession, both with beautiful colors, significantly boosted their value. Nubia was delighted. She instructed her staff to continue cutting the stones while she took Mason aside for tea and conversation. Actually, the process of cutting the stones itself can be quite tedious. Mason seized this opportunity to inquire about renovation services. Miss Meow, do you have any reliable construction teams? I want to renovate my house. You bought a house? Where? At Qilin Bay. You bought a house at Qilin Bay? Adon lives there too, doesn't he? This means you're near each other. Since Adon is in the building materials business and has a wide network, it might be better for you to talk to him. Nubia sipped her tea. Only then did Mason realize that Adon was in the building materials business. No wonder the carloger had been so polite to him when he bought the house. No one had told him before, and he hadn't felt right asking what he did. He only knew that Adon liked antiques and jade gambling, which seemed unrelated to the building materials industry. Mason couldn't help but marvel at Adon's choice of profession. Building materials would remain a popular and profitable industry for the next few decades. I didn't know that. Alright, I'll contact him some other time. Weren't the houses at Qilin Bay all sold out long ago? Even last year, I wanted to buy one but couldn't. How did you carloage to buy one? Did Adon pull some strings? Nubia was surprised. Not really, it just happened. When I went to see the house, the carloger said someone had put down a deposit but failed to pay the remaining balance due to business bankruptcy. So I got lucky, Mason explained. As I thought, the houses at Qilin Bay are indeed great, especially the location. It's very convenient for work and school. The place where I live now is a bit far, but driving isn't too bad. By the way, if you need a car, I can help. My brother sells cars and can give you the lowest price. Mason liked cars, but he didn't have a driver's license this lifetime and had nowhere to drive since he spent most of his time between school and Wingxiangju. Buying a car would just gather dust, so he declined. Alright. Mason immediately contacted Adon. Upon hearing that Mason needed someone to renovate his villa at Qilin Bay, Adon promptly recommended a renovation team, assuring that they were up to date with the latest trends and had excellent craft scholarship. Mason noted down the phone number and planned to contact them later. By then, the 3 stones had been fully cut open. The staff presented the cut stones to Nubia and Mason for inspection. 2 of the stones were larger, while the water blue one was slightly smaller. After processing and selling, Nubia estimated that each should fetch several million, as these were premium grade jades meant for wealthy customers. The subsequent stones were even more impressive. An ice jade with black patterns, an ice patterned red jade, and another ice grade green jade. These 3 stones were also sizable, with an estimated value ranging from 10 to 20 million yuan. On the surface, Kylin remained calm, but inside, she was extremely astonished. At the Jade Exchange Fair, over 100 raw stones were mostly opened on site. Kylin had later learned about the outcomes of the jade extraction this year. Most people reported that the quality of raw stones this year was average. Only a few high-quality jade pieces emerged, none exceptionally stunning. They also mentioned that apart from the second bid winner, the organizers provided raw stones were mostly ordinary, leading to complaints about the declining quality of the event each year. It turned out that it wasn't because the organizer was stingy. Rather, most of the high-quality jade had been chosen by Mason. Moreover, Mason had specifically reminded her not to cut the stones on site, seemingly having known in advance how good the internal quality was. Fortunately, she wasn't arrogant and listened to Mason's advice. Otherwise, if those premium jades had been discovered earlier, both she and Mason might have found it difficult to leave Yunnan safely. Who knew this young Carlo was so perceptive? Others gambled on the stones, while he came to buy. All the premium pieces ended up in his hands. Thinking back, Kylin broke into a sweat, reaffirming her resolve to bind this talented individual to herself at any cost. Xuanhuan, I'd like to discuss something with you. Kylin instructed her assistant to check on the remaining raw stones, leaving only the two of them. Sis Meow, what's on your mind? Mason was puzzled. Are you interested in doing jade business? Sis Meow, as you know, I'm still a student with limited time and energy. Moreover, different industries are like different mountains. Although I can handle stone gambling, I have no clue about jade business and lack the connections and personnel. It would be futile to try, and I know my limitations. Mason thought Nubia was probing whether he would eventually compete with her in the jade business. Nubia knew he had misunderstood, so she smiled and said, I have an idea. This batch of raw stones is worth at least tens of millions when opened. If we split it evenly, each of us gets several million. If you don't urgently need money, how about considering investing these raw stones as startup capital in my company, becoming a shareholder? Aaron is now partially paralyzed, and relying on his son Foy's is far from enough to support the old Jinhang. With this trip to Yundian, I now have a wealth of premium jade, especially the Emperor Green as my biggest trump card. I believe that soon, my Biyun Pavilion will become the leader in the jade industry. The acquisition of the old Jinhang is just a matter of time. Logically, admitting shareholders at this stage is not beneficial as it would dilute my profits. In fact, I'm not short of money or connections. Expanding the business is just a natural progression. But why do I want you as my partner? Without sugarcoating, I see your potential and believe that with you on board, the company can achieve greater success. Currently, I hold 90% of Biyun Pavilion shares. For every 10 million yuan you invest, I'll give you 10% of the shares, which can be offset by jade. You could even buy up to 44% of my shares, as long as I remain the majority shareholder for smoother carloagement. What do you think of this proposal? Chapter 122. Unveiling Stones in Public. Nubia's words were heartfelt, straight from her heart. She was willing to share half of her empire with Mason in exchange for his future contributions to Biyun. The total value of the entire Biyun Pavilion, including that half imperial green jade, was at least 2 billion yuan. For just 44 million yuan, Mason could become the second owner of Biyun Pavilion, without having to carloage it daily, only waiting for dividends at the end of the year. This price was practically rock bottom, almost giving away shares for free, all for Mason's potential contributions. The stakes couldn't be higher, but Nubia felt it was worth it. Honestly, Mason was somewhat tempted. He knew very well that Nubia, who held a good hand now, would surely rise rapidly. Willing to share half of her glory at the peak of Biyun's success showed her remarkable courage. Though Mason gambled on stones, as he had said before, he was clueless about the jade business and had no interest in learning it. He had much more to do, and making money was one of the least important things to him. Investing 40 million yuan now would earn him a steady stream of income without effort, just needing occasional visits. Any intelligent person would know the right choice. Of course, Mason agreed. He was just pondering what to use as his investment. These 8 pieces of jade should net him a considerable sum, but he needed a bit more. If he were to invest, he planned to take only 40%, not pushing his luck too far, so as not to put Nubia in an awkward position. 40% meant 40 million yuan. He had 26 million in savings, which might suffice, though spending all his savings made him hesitant. He considered using some of the unprocessed jade stones he hadn't yet unveiled. Seeing him silent, Nubia's hopes sank, thinking he might not be satisfied with the offer. At that moment, her assistant excitedly reported from the door, President Meow, the last 2 stones have been unveiled. One is a red gold jade, and the other is a yellow jade. Upon hearing about the red gold jade, Nubia knew it was a great find and hurriedly asked for it to be brought in. Mason also remembered this piece of red gold jade. Initially, he thought its thread-like veins might indicate flaws, but upon further research, he realized it was actually rare and highly sought after. Just this single piece of red gold jade could fetch over 10 million yuan. Nubia marveled at the beauty of the red gold jade. She summoned professional appraisers to determine how best to maximize the value of these jades. The 8 pieces were valued at around 57 million yuan, meaning each of them would receive approximately 27 million yuan. After consideration, Mason finally decided to join Nubia's company. He thought that while Nubia was shrewd as a business Carlo, she was also relatively conscientious, which set her apart from Carlo-y others. His clairvoyance might as well be put to use. Partnering with her mint, accompanying her annually to buy raw stones in Yundian. It was a highly profitable venture. Sister Meow, I agree to what you proposed. I'll take 40% of the shares. These newly unveiled stones will serve as my investment. However, I'm short on cash at the moment, and I plan to cover the remaining 13 million yuan with more raw stones. Is that acceptable? Of course. Are you referring to the stones stored in the bank? Yes. Why don't we do this? You can withdraw them now and unveil them here, allowing us shareholders to witness your new partner's prowess. Nubia wanted Mason to showcase his skills publicly. While most shares were in her hands, there were a few minor shareholders who were key figures like Kenneth. Also, a few master craftsmen had shares and often relied on their seniority. Out of consideration, Kylin wanted Mason to demonstrate his abilities, silencing any potential troublemakers. Respect always went to the capable. Mason understood her intention and agreed since the stones would be unveiled eventually. She immediately arranged for people and vehicles to help him retrieve the stones from the bank. During their previous gemstone outing with Adon, they picked a piece of red jade which was also brought back for unveiling. In total, 20 stones were returned by the pickup truck, including the Fu Lu Show stone pedestal. The pickup was nearly full with the stones. The ear-piercing sound quickly rang out again in the workshop. Perhaps due to the workers' curiosity, this stone pedestal still covered with moss was placed on the machine first. Could a stone that showed no signs of being jadeite rough actually be jadeite rough? Kylin had almost all the company's top executives, including shareholders and senior leaders, gathered here. Everyone was discussing it animatedly. This piece of jadeite rough covered with moss evoked varied reactions from everyone. In this industry, while they might not be experts in stone gambling, they were certainly well versed in it. Most of them thought this stone was just a filler and would surely not yield any jadeite. Kylin also found it very intriguing. This piece of rough clearly had been cut before. She recalled the piece of yellow jadeite Mason had won against Kenneth. Wasn't it also found among discarded pieces after someone else had cut it? Could this piece have a similar origin? Mason remained calm, showing no extra emotion and seemingly oblivious to everyone's discussions. Kylin became even more interested in this stone. With no visible characteristics, the worker was momentarily unsure where to begin cutting. Mason personally went up to draw lines for the cut. Kaz. As the blade cut through, colors began to faintly appear. Kylin helped pour water over it, and the worker splashed it down. Instantly, a beautiful cut surface revealed itself before everyone's eyes. It's profitable. Highly profitable. My goodness, is this the Fulu Show jadeite? I can't be seeing things. Red, purple, green, and high ice quality. What stunning colors. Kylin was the first to applaud. This was truly an astounding piece of stone. Ever since Mason joined, stones that used to appear only once every few years, or even decades now emerged as commonly as cabbages. The Fulu Show jadeite was so spectacular that it overshadowed another high ice red jadeite that had just been cut from the other stone, causing it to be overlooked. Chapter 123. Had an argument with Jeffrey. The dinner for everyone in the workshop that evening was takeaway ordered by Imelda. Everyone stayed to watch the stone cutting process and did not want to leave. Although the 8 pieces of jade raw stones were all of high quality, it was understandable since they were auctioned back from the Jade Exchange Association. However, these were Mason's private collections, each one revealing top-grade jade when opened. It was truly shocking. Previously, when Imelda said that this young Carlo had greatly contributed to the acquisition of the raw stones, they did not believe him, thinking he was just hyping him up. They did not expect such a swift reversal of opinion. Glass-like red jadeite, Fulu Show jadeite, glassy black jadeite. Even the least impressive ones were glassy bright green jadeite. More astonishingly, every piece contained jadeite. None went empty. Others who didn't know better only felt astonished and appreciated the show. But Imelda and Kenneth felt bewildered. They knew very well where Mason got these stones. Most of them were rejects from the raw stone market, which made this even more incredible. Imelda instructed Kenneth to keep this a secret. If this became known, it would not only be detrimental to Mason, but also make them lose an excellent jade appraiser. Kenneth promised immediately that he would not divulge anything. Of course, there was a hint of envy in his heart. Imelda considered Mason so thoroughly, going through all this trouble and expense to bring him into the company. But it was merely a fleeting jealousy. He understood the gap between himself and Mason. Mason could create greater profits for the company, and he would benefit as well. Moreover, Imelda assured him that Mason's joining would not affect his position and would elevate them both. He remained the company's jade consultant, and Mason would only assist when needed. Thinking about it, everything was fine. They worked until 8 at night, finally extracting all 20 pieces of raw stones. After rigorous calculation, the appraiser estimated that the value of these 20 pieces of jadeite, before being sold, was approximately 42 million yuan. Just the Fulu Show jadeite alone was valued at 20 million yuan. In the end, Imelda decided to acquire all 20 pieces of jadeite, refunding or supplementing any difference for Mason. 42 million plus the previous 27 million made a total of 69 million yuan. Subtracting the 70 million Mason invested in the company, they owed him 29 million yuan. Xuanhuan, I can only give you this 29 million after selling the Imperial Green Jade. The company's working capital is indeed tight now. Mason understood. She had almost withdrawn all the company's working capital to buy that Imperial Green Jade. Okay, no problem. Don't worry, the half share of the Imperial Green Jade still belongs to you personally and will not be handed over to the company because of your joining. Its proceeds remain yours. Imelda was forthright, liking to clarify things beforehand. They signed the share transfer agreement. Imelda also issued a promissory note in the company's name, clearly stating the ownership of the Imperial Green Jade and the debt of 29 million yuan. Mason felt very reassured. The only awkward thing was forgetting his appointment with Jeffrey due to busyness. As soon as he finished here, Mason rushed to Jeffrey's teacher's residence. Reaching the door and knocking, it was Xena who opened the door. Xena pouted, signaling that the teacher was angry. Mason hurried to the study to apologize. Jeffrey had finished class at 6 and hurried to have dinner. Afterward, he brought some fruit home, cut it, and waited for the 2 children. Xena was punctual, arriving exactly at 7. Only Mason was late. He watched again and again at the door, yet no sign of him. Now it was already 8:30. During this time, Xena kept wanting to call Mason, but Jeffrey stopped her, insisting on seeing when this student would remember their appointment. Fortunately, he came eventually without completely forgetting. Teacher, I'm sorry for being late. Mason bowed, sincerely apologetic. What were you doing? Jeffrey appeared calm. Mason hesitated, trying to embellish his story but ended up telling the truth. Christo Meow invited me to discuss some business, and we were busy cutting the stones, so we forgot the time. Jeffrey became furious instantly. You're so young and should focus on studying. Gambling with Jade isn't your main priority. Is money that important? You have such great talent, yet you don't put in effort. Others' concerns are futile if you don't change. I don't want to teach you anymore. You can leave. Jeffrey's disappointment was evident. Actually, it was a momentary anger, fearing his student might stray off the right path. After hearing his words, Mason also felt angry. Teacher, you must have a wonderful family, right? You've never had to eat sweet potato peels to fill your stomach, never walked barefoot in the freezing cold, never worn just a single layer of clothing in the depths of winter. You've never worried about money. How can you understand what money means to me? Money gave me dignity and confidence. It gave me courage and freedom. Without money, I wouldn't have made it to Tianzhou University, I wouldn't have met you, and I would just be an ordinary farmer. I spent my entire first half of life just to reach the starting point for people like you. You say I haven't worked hard, but how can that be? Is hard work only defined by studying diligently? For me, learning, striving, and advancing are all for making a better and more decent life for myself and my family. I can't resonate with your noble sentiments or dedication to art. I'm just an ordinary person. Mason spoke passionately, his eyes bloodshot. Xena quietly tugged at his hand from behind. Don't say anymore, Xuanhuan. Jeffrey was also somewhat agitated. Let him speak. Gradually, Mason's agitated heart calmed down. He knew he had crossed the line, but he didn't regret it. This was his heartfelt truth. Jeffrey had no right to negate the hardships and struggles he endured on this journey. But as a student, he indeed shouldn't have talked back to his teacher. I'm sorry, Teacher Chen. I got carried away. If you don't want to teach me anymore, I don't wish to learn either. Consider that you've never taken me as a student. After saying this, he bowed deeply and ran away. Even Xena forgot to stop him. These past few months, he had always been composed. But today, Jeffrey's words completely broke his guard. What could he do if he didn't earn money? Without money, he couldn't even make it to Tianzhou City, let alone become Jeffrey's student. He always felt that earning and loving money wasn't shameful. After Mason left, Jeffrey asked Xena somewhat dejectedly, Xuanhuan, did I say too much just now? Did I hurt his feelings? Chapter 124. Clearing up misunderstandings. Xena felt quite conflicted. One was her teacher, the other her boyfriend. But there were certain things she had to say because if she didn't, no one would smooth it over for him. Teacher Chen, what you said just now might have been too harsh for Xuanhuan. I was classmates with him in high school and used to sit next to him, so I know his past very well. Don't look at him being sunny and cheerful now. In fact, he was really inferior and timid back then. His family circumstances were extremely poor. Before going to university, I never saw him wear properly fitting clothes or shoes. While others enjoyed delicious meals, he often hid in the classroom alone to eat steamed buns with pickled vegetables, not just for a day but for 3 whole years. He is the most contradictory yet ambitious person I've ever met. He has a very fragile and sensitive heart, but he's also very strong and accomplished things that Carlo can't do. Others study to pave an easier path for their future, while he studied to change his fate, unwilling to submit to it. In his short 20 years of life, he endured hardships that others couldn't endure in their entire lifetime. I think money must be a crucial source of security for him. I understand his priority to improve his family's livelihood and hope you can forgive him for not fully understanding your strictness about calligraphy. Xena poured out all her thoughts, feeling much better inside. Jeffrey was greatly moved. When he first met Mason, his conditions were already quite good. His family ran a store, and everyone seemed to be doing well. The young Carlo was generous, open, polite, smart, and talented. He subconsciously regarded Mason as an urban kid who grew up with privileges and received excellent cultivation and education. But he never expected such a miserable past. He wasn't someone disconnected from reality either. In his earlier years, he lived in rural areas and knew how difficult life could be there. Hearing Xena, he immediately understood. To other students, his comments might have been just routine criticism, which they would soon forget. But for Mason, it felt like telling a starving student to eat meat instead of mocking him for not working hard enough, focusing on studies, and dedicating more energy to calligraphy. Honestly speaking, if it were himself, he would probably feel bad too. Realizing his mistake, he stood up hastily. Xuanhuan, let's go find him. Seeing his remorseful expression, Xena knew he had reconsidered. They quickly locked the door and went after Mason. Mason left the teacher's dormitory, planning to go home. He had nowhere else to go. Returning to help was the best option. Back at the store, he naturally took over the skewers from his father and started grilling. Although the family was now wealthy, their lifestyle remained simple and warm. Shepard and Violet continued to run the shop diligently and frugally, never missing a day. Violet treasured the bracelet given by Nubia but still wore only the pair of silver bracelets Mason brought back from Yundian. She'd proudly tell anyone it was a gift from her son. The pride in her eyes was unmistakable. The surrounding shop owners knew they had a son studying at Tianzhou University, a filial and sensible boy. While grilling, Mason dialed the number Fanny Jifu gave him to arrange tomorrow's meeting regarding the renovation. The other party, upon hearing Fanny Jifu's recommendation, became very enthusiastic, especially when they learned it involved 2 villas in Golden Dragon Bay. Just after hanging up the phone, he saw Jeffrey and Xena approaching. The elderly Carlo came straight over and said, Xuanhuan, I owe you an apology. I spoke without considering the actual situation and hurt you. I'm truly sorry, child. His sincerity was evident, even with tears in his eyes. Mason felt a bit unreasonable himself. Everyone has their past. I won't blame you for not understanding mine. The old and young smiled at each other, and the enmity vanished instantly. Since Jeffrey was here, they invited him to stay for a meal. Sitting together, they discussed the calligraphy competition. Jeffrey explained the rules to both of them. This competition consisted of 3 stages, from preliminary screening to the formal competition, and finally, the championship round, divided into 4 categories: clerical script, running script, cursive script, and regular script. Jeffrey, naturally, had his own research on these matters. However, Mason had always written running script before, and Jeffrey felt that Mason was more skilled in running script. Xena, on the other hand, excelled in regular script. He registered them for the running script and regular script competitions respectively. Mason didn't explain. In fact, he could write both, but running script was more convenient. If it's running script, then so be it. This time, Jeffrey was also one of the judges for the competition. As a master calligrapher, he hoped that if his disciples were to participate, they should do so wholeheartedly and bring out their best. Therefore, he hoped that during this period leading up to the competition, Mason and Xena would come to him for lessons whenever they had free time. Naturally, both of them agreed without hesitation. Jeffrey was also very busy, squeezing time out of his tight schedule. Everyone should cherish those who are willing to spend time on them. Since changing majors, Mason and Xena spent much less time together. Instead, the two often saw each other at the store. Xena now seemed to be getting busier as well. Everyone was striving to become better people. It was just right to practice calligraphy together during this time, allowing them to meet frequently. The next morning, Mason met with the engineer, who introduced himself as having a professional team capable of handling various styles of renovation. Through his introduction, Mason realized that this era wasn't short of renovation styles. As long as one could afford it, any style was available, and compared to the future, the craft scholarship was even more exquisite, with artisans striving for perfection. There were mainly three categories: the heavy and profound Chinese style, the medieval European style, and the simple and brisk modern style. Depending on the house type and the homeowner's preferences, different designs could be created within these three categories. Mason found it quite troublesome. He actually didn't understand much about renovations. So, he simply asked the engineer to design two sets of plans after viewing the houses. One set was for his parents, who might prefer a retro and grand style, focusing on meeting the needs of elderly living, designing a relatively simple Chinese-style residence. The other set was for himself, preferring a minimalist and bright style. Chapter 125. A calligraphy competition, striving for a breath of fresh air. Then there was a particularly special request. He hoped that his house would have an exceptionally large collection room for displaying his various collections in the future. There should also be a grand study and activity room. Other requirements could be more flexible. Finally, the housing number and keys were directly handed over to him, so he could go observe the premises on site. In the coming period, Mason decided to earnestly study calligraphy. After all, Jeffrey was a renowned calligraphy master and one of the competition judges. If his disciple participated in the competition and couldn't secure any ranking, it would hardly be justifiable. Furthermore, Mason had recently learned from Xena that Jeffrey often lived alone in the faculty dormitory, without his wife or children around. Actually, he did have a family. However, years ago, his wife, unhappy with his obsession with calligraphy and due to some family conflicts, left him through divorce. His children were already grown up and led their own lives. They almost never came to see him because of their lack of understanding towards him. Even his grandchildren didn't know who their grandfather was. He had taught at Tianzhou University for Karlowy years, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to educating generation after generation of students. He preserved and promoted the art and culture of calligraphy. Yet, it was only he who suffered greatly. There were even times when he spent the spring festival alone. Mason recalled his first impression of Jeffrey, a somewhat pitiful little old Carlo. Artists are often lonely yet proud individuals, living in their spiritual world. Despite having different positions and living environments, Mason admired such people deeply. They sacrificed Carlo-y things to preserve the art, even losing ordinary happiness. Jeffrey was a true calligrapher. He wanted Jeffrey to feel proud and regain some confidence. Starting from then on, he began to visit Jeffrey's residence every day, always bringing homemade delicacies for this adorable old Carlo, chatting and joking like close relatives. The stack of rice paper at the corner of Jeffrey's home, about as tall as a person, was gradually depleted by him and Xena each day. Under Jeffrey's precise guidance, Xena's skill had improved significantly. Mason progressed incredibly fast. From a naive young Carlo who knew nothing about calligraphy to someone well-versed in all aspects of calligraphy. Jeffrey found out in surprise that besides being exceptionally talented in running script, Xingsu, Mason also excelled in clerical script, Lisu, cursive script, Talsu, and regular script, Kalsu. However, since he had signed up for running script, he mainly focused on practicing it. Both of them trained intensively every day, practicing until they could barely lift their hands and forgot to eat meals. Finally, Jeffrey approved of their efforts. Especially Mason, Jeffrey couldn't be more satisfied. Every time you think Mason has reached his limit, he surprises you again. During the intensive training, Mason fully integrated Jeffrey's calligraphy experience, making great progress, as if advancing 1,000 miles a day. By the end of the training, his running script was almost at the level of Jeffrey's prime, reserving 1/10 to avoid making him overly proud. Jeffrey couldn't be more pleased with this student. Seeing Mason's effort during this period made him feel increasingly guilty for what he had previously said to him. He knew that Mason wasn't overly fixated on winning awards, but more on preserving Jeffrey's face. When this child put in effort and trained hard, he exuded an awe-inspiring power, giving one the feeling that success was inevitable. Given their current levels, if everything went as planned and there were no behind-the-scenes Carlo-manipulations, Mason would surely win first place without doubt. Xena would also likely place in the top 3. Jeffrey was very satisfied. After the training concluded, both of them submitted their most satisfactory works to Jeffrey, who would forward them to the Calligraphy Association for preliminary screening. They only needed to wait for news regarding whether they passed the initial screening and moved on to the semifinals. During this time, the engineer also brought good news. He had completed a simple design plan. Mason invited him to discuss at the store, consulting with Shepard and Violet to finalize the decoration scheme for the villa. As for Mason's villa, the renovation plan was set together with Xena. It included a large collection room, a big study, a gym, and Xena's desired wardrobe and studio. Other necessary rooms like the master bedroom, secondary bedrooms, nursery, and nanny's room were also provided. After determining the general layout, Mason entrusted the entire project to the engineer, believing professional tasks should be handled by professionals. He gave the engineer full authority, trusting his taste and craft scholarship. Ultimately, the engineer quoted 200,000 renminbi for renovation costs and another 100,000 renminbi for furniture selection. That amounted to about 100,000 renminbi plus for decorating each house. Without hesitation, Mason agreed. Many years ago, he had fantasized about this day when he could spend money on his daughter without hesitation. His heart felt incredibly satisfied. He went straight to the bank to transfer the payment. The engineer was also a straightforward person. Because of Mason's trust, he reduced the price by 10,000 yuan, settling at 290,000 yuan. After handling this matter, Mason and Xena immersed themselves in preparing for the calligraphy competition. Because their preliminary screening results were out, naturally, both of them passed. The semifinals were the day after tomorrow. Then, more than 100 people who passed the preliminary screening would all come to compete, with scoring done on site. Both prepared thoroughly, while Jeffrey remained very calm. Once they were fully prepared, they could leave everything to fate. At this moment, other judges of the Calligraphy Association were secretly discussing behind Jeffrey's back. The reason was that one of the calligraphy pieces Jeffrey submitted this time was suspected to be written by him to help his students meet the quota. Everyone had studied and learned his handwriting, and it was clearly his own work. Someone had subtly asked Jeffrey about it, learning that the 2 disciples participating this time were recently accepted by him. This raised Carlo's suspicions. There were whispers that Jeffrey, to win the competition, disregarded his dignity and resorted to such means, presenting an unseemly appearance. However, there were also old friends who believed there must be some hidden reasons. In any case, even before the competition started, everyone began to pay attention to Mason and Xena. On the day of the competition, the 2 came lightly equipped, maintaining a calm mindset. As one of the judges, Jeffrey went over early and did not have time to instruct them further. But he believed these 2 children would definitely not let him down. They separated into different examination rooms before entering. Mason arrived at his exam room, which was quite crowded, probably with about 100 people. It seemed this calligraphy competition was on a fairly large scale. The pens, ink, paper, and inkstones used in the competition were provided by the organizers. Mason gave them a quick check and waited for the examiner to announce the topic. The topic was to write a poem praising plum blossoms. Mason thought for a moment and immediately had a good answer in mind. Chapter 126, The Outcome of the Wager. The wind and rain bid farewell to spring. Flying snow welcomes spring's return. Cliffs are covered in ice 100 feet thick. Yet plum blossoms bloom beautifully. Beautiful without competing with spring. They only herald the arrival of spring. When mountain flowers bloom brilliantly, she smiles among them. Mason particularly loves this poem about the plum blossom by Carlo. It portrays the beauty, positivity, and steadfastness of the plum blossom. Not sorrow but laughter. Not arrogance but with the virtues and pride of new era revolutionaries, grand and vigorous. Having decided what to write, Mason started grinding ink and then unhurriedly put pen to paper. After finishing, he no longer hesitated and was the first to raise his hand and submit his paper, walking out. With ample time, Carlo were still struggling with what to write. The 2 invigilators were quite surprised when they picked up Mason's paper to examine it. It seemed as if they had seen a ghost. One of them took Mason's paper directly outside to show the judges first. At this moment, the judges in the special room waiting to score were also discussing heatedly. "Josiah, did you accidentally submit your own work as your apprentices?" asked Bernard, who knew Jeffrey well, in a low voice. He had been defending Josiah from negative remarks these past few days, almost talking his mouth dry. Though he dared not speak for others, Jeffrey would never do such a thing. His love and seriousness for calligraphy were etched into his bones. But he could not help but say that the piece Jeffrey had previously submitted on behalf of someone else indeed looked like his handwriting. Startled by this question, Jeffrey asked, "What do you mean? This is my apprentice's work. Are you really confused or just pretending? That piece is obviously yours." Calligraphers like Bernard can tell Carlo things. Whether it was imitation or original, he would not be fooled. "I swear this is my apprentice's work," said Jeffrey, finding the misunderstanding laughable yet pitiful. Perhaps because he was used to it, Jeffrey didn't feel anything much about it. Bystanders see clearly. "Really?" Bernard still trusted his character. "Yes, really. You said this apprentice has only been studying for a short while. He Carlo to imitate your writing so accurately. I must see what kind of talent he is," said Bernard, now interested. "He's an excellent child, you'll see," Jeffrey said, smiling proudly when mentioning Mason. "Indeed, I need to have a good look," marveled Bernard. He hadn't heard Jeffrey praise anyone like this in a long time, especially a young person. Hagen, who usually didn't get along well with Jeffrey, overheard their conversation. "Josiah, stop pulling our legs. I don't believe that piece is your apprentice's. You better stop bluffing. Cheating isn't possible in a live competition." Jeffrey rolled his eyes and remained silent. As they say, one doesn't argue with fools. Old Hagen became more convinced that he was afraid of him, saying proudly, "My grandson Zephyr has prepared a lot for this competition. He's almost 25, just old enough to qualify." Hagen Zephyr is Old Hagen's grandson who learned calligraphy under him from a young age. Others nearby immediately echoed his words. "Zephyr learned from you since childhood. I've seen his previous works, quite impressive. This championship will surely belong to him." Old Hagen boasted, "I think so too." Jeffrey shook his head with a smile. In fact, he had also seen Hagen Zephyr works. Indeed, there was something interesting about them, but compared to Mason, the difference was huge, like comparing a primary school student to a university student. "What, you disagree?" asked Old Hagen. "I do disagree. My apprentice is definitely better than your Zephyr. These calligraphy masters always got along like this, speaking their minds directly. Verbal sparring was common, but stabbing each other in the back was beneath them." Old Hagen chuckled. "Then let's make a bet on who wins the championship this time." Bernard tugged at Jeffrey. "Don't take the bet." Jeffrey calmly adjusted his sleeves. "What are we betting?" "The White Mountain Man's calligraphy album," said Old Hagen. "Funny, I asked for your stake first. If you want my album, what are you offering?" Old Hagen gritted his teeth. "My Tang Xian. "Deal," nodded Jeffrey, having wanted that calligraphy album for a long time. No sooner had they agreed than an official overseeing cursive script walked in hurriedly with a test paper. The 6 judges quickly sat up straight in their seats. "Teachers, this is a paper submitted just now by a candidate. I brought it over first for scoring," the official said, glancing meaningfully at Jeffrey before unfolding the paper for the 6 judges to score. Although the judges were somewhat surprised that someone had submitted their paper so quickly, they did not say much and simply focused on examining it. Upon closer inspection, they were all stunned, except for Jeffrey. As soon as the paper was unfolded, he recognized Mason's handwriting. Although the name was not signed to prevent cheating, as his student, how could he not recognize it? In contrast, the other judges were all astounded. Previously, they had speculated whether Jeffrey had written a piece of calligraphy himself to help out. Now they saw with their own eyes that Jeffrey had been chatting with them all along and did not have the time to help cheat. So, this piece of calligraphy was indeed written by his disciple? Is there really such an astonishingly talented person in the world? At no more than 25 years old, this magnificent and imposing running script would elicit applause from anyone who saw it. The choice of material was also excellent. Chair Carlo's poetry, grand and vigorous, not falling into clichés. Most importantly, this running script looked as if it were written under Jeffrey's meticulous guidance, resembling not only the form but also the essence. It subtly revealed a style identical to Jeffrey's. A judge asked the invigilator uncertainly, "Are you sure you watched him write it?" The invigilator shook his head helplessly. Not only were checks made before entering the room, but each sheet of the exam paper also had a corresponding number, making it impossible to fake. It must have been written on the spot. There can be no mistake. He and another invigilator had been equally dumbfounded when they first saw it. It was as if Master Chun had written it himself. Bernard grinned and congratulated Jeffrey. "Congratulations. Congratulations. Master Chun has found a successor. At such a young age, with such mature and steady calligraphy and noble pride, this student possessed the bones of a scholar." Josiah had truly found an excellent disciple this time. Although Old Hagen usually enjoyed contradicting Jeffrey, this time he could not help but admit that Jeffrey had indeed received a very outstanding disciple. His grandson was indeed quite excellent, but compared to others of the same age, he still had plenty of room for improvement. However, this piece of calligraphy before them was already an exquisite work of art, fit for exhibition and appreciation, exquisite, steady, magnificent, and awe-inspiring. If the invigilator had not mentioned it, he would have assumed it was Jeffrey's work due to its striking resemblance. "I'll give you the Tangxiangua later," Old Hagen said dejectedly. He hadn't expected to lose even before the bet officially began, instantly regretting why he had spoken just now. However, he was not one to grudge defeat. After all, it wasn't the first time he had lost to Jeffrey, so it wasn't embarrassing. Chapter 127. Exploring the Old House. Jeffrey curled his lips with a smug smile. The final 6 participants all received a perfect score of 10 from the judges. Even the critical Old Hagen could not bring himself to deduct points unfairly. He could argue verbally, but he still adhered to professional ethics. As the bell rang, signaling the end of the competition, examiners carried in stacks of white Xian paper for the 6 judges to evaluate. With Mason's work as a benchmark, the other pieces now seemed bland and unremarkable. To the master's eye, these works were like children's scribbles, lacking any standout features. Hagen Zefferglin participated in the running script competition, and while his work was commendable and had begun to take shape, it paled in comparison to Mason's. Mason waited for Xena to finish before they went home together. Jeffrey would inform them about the semi-final results later, so there was no need to worry. Just after they got into the taxi, Palmer called, "Zhenhong, where are you?" "Brother Wu, I'm in the car on my way home." "What's up?" "I just heard that an area in the old district is being demolished, and people are moving out over the next few days. I thought we could go scavenging this afternoon to see if we can find any treasures. You've been lucky lately, so how about joining me?" "Sure, when should we meet?" Mason nodded eagerly. "It's lunchtime now, let's meet at 1 o'clock after lunch. Head straight to West Stone Mouth Alley number 5. We'll contact each other via phone to meet up." "Alright, see you then." Xena had been looking forward to a relaxing afternoon, maybe watching a movie together. Disappointed, she pouted. Mason laughed awkwardly, realizing he had forgotten their plans and felt guilty. "How about we all go together? I'll watch a movie with you tonight after we're done," he suggested cautiously. "Okay." Xena agreed reluctantly, knowing this was Mason's hobby. She couldn't help it. Her boyfriend loved treasure hunting, and whenever he heard about potential finds, he became immediately enthusiastic. She would have to accompany him. In fact, she liked it too. She really enjoyed the gourd Mason had given her last time. After having lunch back at the store, they packed up and set off. West Stone Mouth was quite a distance away, so they took a taxi. For the first time, Mason considered getting a driver's license and buying a car. It would be much more convenient for outings. They soon arrived at West Stone Mouth Alley number 5. The area was indeed being demolished, filled with old houses and rubble everywhere. Some houses were already torn down, while others remained intact. People were constantly moving in and out of the alley, carrying items. Mason felt a bit sorry for them. Nowadays, compensation for demolition didn't amount to much, usually just a new apartment. In future times, people received millions and multiple properties as compensation. Palmer also arrived quickly, meeting them at the entrance of the alley. He had done his research and led them directly to number 38 in West Stone Mouth Alley, knocking on the door. A short, chubby Carlo opened it. "Hello, we heard you have some old things to sell. Can we take a look?" Palmer asked politely. Seeing that they were well dressed, the Carlo knew they were serious buyers and invited them in. "Please come in. All useful items have been moved out. What's left are items for sale. Feel free to choose anything you like and make an offer," the Carlo explained. "Got it." He led them into the yard and left them to explore on their own. This was Mason and Xena's first time scavenging in an old house. They wandered around, not knowing where to start. "We should split up and check different areas. There's plenty to see, and we won't miss anything this way," Palmer suggested. Everyone agreed. Mason and Xena entered a side room first. Inside stood an old wooden bed frame and an antique dressing table with a matching low stool. Not much else. After a quick look around, Mason found nothing special. These items, though old, were from the past 2 or 3 decades and weren't valuable. Just as he was about to leave with Xena, he noticed something odd about the stool she was sitting on. It looked heavy and crudely made, with a brown surface and simple design, covered in patina from years of use. However, the wood grain caught Mason's attention. It seemed oddly familiar. Using his toaster eye, he examined it closely. "Oh my, isn't this the wood grain of Hainan rosewood?" The natural wood grain of Hainan rosewood looks very smooth and clear, with an overall golden yellow color. It also has shades of brownish red, white, purple, and black, all combined on one piece of timber. This creates a beautiful aesthetic. The pores of the cross-section are extremely fine, and it features tiny, delicate streaks resembling cow hair, along with richly textured, ghost face, knots. Everything matched up. Hainan rosewood has a fragrant aroma as well. Although this stool had probably been used for a long time and lost its scent, it did not hinder his judgment. This small stool was indeed made from genuine Hainan rosewood. In future times, authentic Hainan rosewood was incredibly rare, with even scraps selling for thousands per pound, let alone main pieces. Even now, the price of genuine Hainan rosewood remained high. The low stool was made of solid material, but the craft scholarship was subpar. There must be some story behind it, and perhaps even a love story. He boldly speculated that a devoted husband might have made this small stool from Hainan rosewood by hand for his wife to use while dressing. Suddenly, it seemed more elegant. Mason lifted the stool and felt its weight. It was around 20 pounds, solid indeed. Is this the stool? Xena asked curiously, then stopped mid-sentence, mindful of prying ears. Mason pointed at the dressing table and said, "We're renovating our house, and you need a dressing table. Let's take it home." Xena thought, wasn't the house going to have a minimalist style? How would this old-style dressing table fit in? Unless it was for Violet's place. Mason wouldn't suggest something meaningless. He must have something in mind. She cooperated, saying, "Sure, I quite like it." Mason went out to the courtyard. "Christo, how much for the dressing table set in the side room? My girlfriend likes it, so we want to take it back for her to use." The boss thought for a moment. "That's an old item passed down from my great-grandmegan. Give me 2,000 yuan, and it's yours." Mason was taken aback. "What? 2,000? You better keep it then. For that amount, I'd rather buy her a new and trendy one. This dressing table is just old, not antique. Don't try to fool me. I know what I'm talking about." The boss laughed awkwardly. "What's your offer then?" Mason held up 2 fingers, 200 tops. Chapter 128, 12 cups. 200? No way, this was made specially by my father for my Megan at a high price. You should give me at least 1,000 or 800. Mason thought to himself that the Carlo was exaggerating wildly. If he knew its value, he wouldn't have let it gather dust. "Just 200. Take it or leave it," Mason said. This 20 pounds of sea yellow would now be worth no more than 20,000 yuan, better than nothing. Seeing his firmness, after a moment's thought, the Carlo agreed, "All right, here's 200. After getting the money and finalizing the deal, Mason indicated he wanted to look at other items as well. The two of them then went to the kitchen. Inside were some jars and cans, along with a few porcelain bowls, casually thrown in the corner, covered with dust. Mason couldn't be bothered to touch them. He simply released the treasure-seeking rat to find something. The rat sniffed around the pile of dishes and walked away, indicating there was indeed nothing valuable. Just as Mason was about to leave, he saw the rat perched on a brick wall, unmoving, glowing brightly red all over. Even stronger than the last time with the spring Jonathanstoning wind map. Fortunately, only he could see this. Could this brick be a treasure? Or perhaps there is a treasure hidden inside. Mason used his xuanhuan, piercing vision, to look through the layer of earth bricks, and what appeared inside was a brocade box. Inside the box, wrapped in red cloth, was a wine cup. Mason wondered to himself, what kind of treasure is this? Just a wine cup? Upon closer inspection, the outer walls were painted with peonies and lake rocks, orchids and stones, a rooster looking proudly ahead, hens and chicks pecking at centipedes, and 2 little chicks playing together. The imagery was vivid and full of charm. Is it a chicken cup? Mason's heart trembled. Without holding it, he couldn't be entirely sure, but based on the treasure-seeking rat's reaction and the careful handling by its owner, Mason was 80% certain that this might truly be the famous chicken cup. The Xuanhuan Dotsai chicken cup is an imperial wine cup from the Ming dynasty during the Xuanhuan emperor's reign. Due to the extremely high requirements of the royal family, the success rate during production was low. Only the finest were presented to the palace for use, while defective pieces were destroyed, making the number that circulated among the public extremely rare and extremely valuable, nearly priceless. In later generations, one chicken cup in Hong Kong sold for over 200 million. If this is really a chicken cup, they're in for a huge profit. Judging from the situation, the boss doesn't seem to know about this either. It must have been buried by an older relative. During demolition, it would likely be crushed directly, so it might as well become his. At worst, when the time comes, he could give the boss a bit of a bonus to honor their encounter. But how to get it out? Mason gave Xena a signal, indicating she should help guard the entrance. Xena, thinking he had discovered another treasure, immediately complied and watched the door. Mason carefully examined the entire room using his xuanhuan, finding no other hidden items, and there weren't any cameras either. He confidently pulled out a small dagger from his mini-space, which he had prepared for emergencies after dealing with Emilio. It came in handy now. With one cut along the brick seam, one side opened up. The brick was loose after being left for too long, and Mason easily removed it. From outside, faint footsteps approached, and Xena coughed. "Are you done?" It was probably Barney. Mason hurriedly put the brocade box and dagger back into his mini-space and replaced the brick. Brushing his hands off, he walked out as if nothing had happened. Before leaving, he left a stack of money in the kitchen, payment for the cup. This was also a bond between him and the treasure. If he didn't take it, within days, this chicken cup would end up buried underground with the rubble, worthless. Better for him to take it and leave some compensation. Barney smiled warmly at Mason coming out, giving him a knowing look. Mason understood immediately that he had found something good. Mason nodded in agreement. They both laughed and continued searching the house. Learning from the experience with the chicken cup, Mason not only looked at displayed items, but also examined all the walls with his xuanhuan. No further treasures were found. It's true. Treasures are not like cabbages. It was lucky to have found even one. Finally, Mason released the treasure-seeking rat to do one more sweep to ensure nothing was missed. Instead of going indoors, the rat ran outside. Curious, Mason followed. It burrowed into a potted rose bush, stopping happily, glowing brightly red. After a few seconds, it moved to another pot. On entering, Mason hadn't noticed the potted roses blooming beautifully in the yard. Mason avoided the boss's gaze, squatting down to pretend to tie his shoelaces while using his piercing vision. Through the roots and soil of the roses, Mason saw 3 specially made boxes. Each box contained a small cup. Another set of cups, It seemed today was destined for cups. Mason scanned all 4 pots of roses at once. Sure enough, the other 3 pots also contained cups. 12 cups in total. Based on the treasure-seeking rat's reaction, they should all be valuable items. With Willis watching from the yard, Mason couldn't examine them for too long without arousing suspicion. Mason decided to buy these 4 pots of flowers outright and inspect them later at home. Christo, you've really taken good care of these 4 pots, Mason said cautiously. The fat boss glanced at the flower pots with some impatience. These aren't mine. They were my old Carlo's. They can't be eaten or used, yet he took more care of them than people. Hearing this, Mason felt a jolt in his heart. If there were treasures buried under the flower pots, no wonder they were so carefully maintained. However, since they belonged to the old Carlo, shouldn't they have been moved? Why didn't they take the chicken cup from the kitchen? The old Carlo must have been quite refined. Why weren't these flowers moved? The fat Carlo sneered. He just passed away recently, falling and getting a cerebral hemorrhage. We now live in a small house provided by my work unit. No space for these things. Otherwise, I wouldn't sell everything he left behind. Mason felt a mix of emotions, but quietly sighed with relief and a hint of regret. This elderly Carlo seemed like a true connoisseur, as evident from that sea yellow stool. However, his son didn't seem to follow in his footsteps. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left such precious heirlooms untold. Luckily, we just bought a house, and it's being decorated. How much would you sell these flower pots to me for? Mason sighed lightly. The fat Carlo's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected anyone to want these neglected flowers. Previously, he hadn't taken them because there was no room, thinking they would just rot here. But someone actually wanted to buy them. He tentatively held up 4 fingers. How about this price? Chapter 129. Barney's hand pulse diagnosis pillow and porcelain pillow. Deal. Mason handed over 400 yuan. The Carlo counted the money twice, thinking he had met a big spender today. Selling a pot of roses for 100 yuan was indeed profitable. With a good sum earned today, he could spend another night playing mahjong. He was in high spirits and warmly told Mason that there were Carlo-y cargo tricycles at the alley entrance, ready to help transport items for a fee. Mason moved the items he bought to the doorway first to make room for others. Barney also finished inspecting each room and came out. He held 2 small objects in his hand, one black square lump and a larger cylindrical object. At first glance, it was hard to identify what these things were. Barney had already spent 500 yuan on these 2 items. Seeing them leave, the fat Carlo hurriedly closed the door and nervously glanced around. The 2 were puzzled. Zena found a tricycle at the alley entrance, and the 3 of them helped load the items onto the vehicle. While they were loading the items, an elderly Carlo passing by saw the flowers they were moving and shook her head. Even the flowers are being sold. Truly unfilial descendants. What a pity. The elderly Carlo walked away with her small, wobbly steps. The tricycle couldn't seat 2 people and needed guidance, so Zena followed the tricycle back first. Mason and Barney talked about the things they had bought today while walking back. Their pace was quick, and they soon caught up with the old lady who seemed very saddened. Mason asked, "Elderly lady, do you know the former owner of that house?" He was interested in this elder who had hidden treasures without telling his children. "I know him well. We've been neighbors for decades." Marlin was a traditional Chinese medicine doctor. Anyone in our neighborhood with a headache or fever would go to him. 1 dose of his medicine would cure the illness. He had a kind heart and would always help the poor. Sometimes he treated people for free. We all remember his kindness. Unfortunately, good people don't live long. Marlin and his wife had an ungrateful son who squandered all their hard-earned wealth. In earlier years, when people couldn't pay for medical treatment, they would give him antiques as payment. Thus, Marlin accumulated quite a few valuable items unknowingly. Over the years, one thing after another was stolen by his son and gambled away. His wife died of worry because of his gambling habits. Marlin used to beat and scold his son, but he never changed. Later, his son moved out, and Marlin lived alone here for nearly 10 years. What a pity. Despite saving so Carlo-y lives, he collapsed and passed away suddenly from a cardiac arrest. After his death, his ungrateful son sold everything in the courtyard even before the mourning period was over. Better to sell than to let it be ruined by him. Those flowers were Marlin's favorite. He used to take care of them daily. Young Carlo, you must take good care of those roses. Tears filled the old lady's eyes as she gripped Mason's sleeve. A rabbit's death moves a fox to sorrow. People in their twilight years often sympathize with each other more deeply. Elderly lady, rest assured, I will definitely take good care of those roses, Mason promised sincerely. Thank you, thank you. If Marlin knew this, he could die in peace. He often said if something happened to him, who would take care of the flowers? It turns out, Grandpa's eyes were sharp. The old lady waved goodbye and went in another direction. Mason and Barney were left silent and contemplative. Walking for some distance, Barney picked up the small black lump and said, I was wondering how he had this hand pulse diagnosis pillow. It seems he was once an old Chinese medicine doctor. Don't look at it now. It's all black. After cleaning it up, it will shine again. This is a Tang Dynasty tricolor lotus hand pulse diagnosis pillow. I found it coincidentally under the desk. Ignorant people would just treat it as a cushioned stone. I've seen this type of item before, and I verified it secretly just now. It should be correct. The larger object I have is a porcelain pillow. The elderly Carlo went to great lengths to protect it, deliberately covering it with sweat and dirt, unwashed. Look, there are still Carlo-y mold spots on it. Perhaps that's why his son overlooked it and didn't sell it. I peeked at a corner just now. It's an ancient porcelain pillow with colorful patterns. I can only judge its age after thorough cleaning, but I speculate it might be from the Ming Wanli era. Both items cost me 500 yuan. This trip to the old house has been quite fruitful. Barney summed up contentedly. As Barney introduced the items, Mason used his sure eye, piercing vision, to confirm that both items were indeed valuable and genuine. One is a Tang Sankai hand pulse diagnosis pillow, and the other is a Ming Wanli 5-color figure pattern porcelain pillow. I made a huge profit for just 500 yuan. No wonder he was so happy. Mason gained a new appreciation for Barney. Without the sure eye, Barney could still find these treasures among a pile of junk. He relied entirely on his piercing vision and the help of the treasure-seeking rat. Barney truly had some remarkable skills. He was very impressive. Tell me quickly, what did you get? I saw you move that dressing table and flower pots, but they look like ordinary old household items, not antiques at all, Barney asked curiously. I actually wanted to buy the small low stool, which is why I got the dressing table as well to throw off suspicion and prevent him from guessing and raising the price. As for the flower pots, they aren't really antiques. I took them because I felt sorry seeing how well the elderly Carlo took care of them, and no one would look after them anymore. They will be good decorations for our new house, in the yard or by the store entrance. Oh, so you only wanted that small low stool. Is it made of some valuable wood? Barney asked in surprise. I've learned a lot during my time in the archaeology department. Based on my judgment, the material is most likely Hainan Wangwali, Haihuang. Although the scent has faded over time, the distinctive grain and cat's eye effect are unmistakable. Haihuang? If it really is Haihuang, that small stool could be worth tens of thousands. We both had a great haul today. You can bring it to my shop if it turns out to be Haihuang, and I won't charge you for consignment. Barney smiled. That's great, thank you, Brother Xiang. I'll definitely trouble you more often when I find more treasures. Let me know next time there's such an event. Sure, no problem. They parted ways on the main road, each returning home to enjoy their finds from the day. Chapter 130. The Kangxi 12 Fragrant Spirit Cups. Today, Mason's gains were not just limited to the sea yellow stool. The biggest catch was the 12 cups in the flower pots inside the spatial item and the chicken cylinder cup. Back at the store, he took Xena with him on a tricycle, selecting 4 new flower pots. He beautified this action by saying the original pots were too ugly and needed to be replaced for these plants. Xena was somewhat puzzled. She originally thought Mason bought the flowers because of the pots, but it seemed that wasn't the case. When they returned to the store and were about to repot the roses, Mason accidentally discovered an iron box while cleaning out the soil. They quickly moved the flower pots into the kitchen for further inspection. In the end, they dug out 12 small boxes from the 4 pots. Everyone felt as if they were on a treasure hunt. They urged Mason to open the boxes and see what was inside. Unexpectedly, Jeffrey and Daryl arrived at this moment. The two had bumped into each other while returning to their dormitory building. Jeffrey had just come back from the competition site and naturally praised Mason's perforcarless in the calligraphy competition. They hit it off well and hadn't eaten yet, so they decided to come over together. Jonathan did they know they'd meet Mason just as he struck gold. Since Shepard and Violet had to tend to business downstairs, Mason brought them upstairs. Considering there might be valuable items inside, Daryl personally opened the first box. A small wine cup appeared before everyone's eyes, decorated with a peach blossom branch and inscribed with a poem. New spring winds welcome swallows, old festivals are rich with spring. Seeing this, Duke's expression changed rapidly as he opened the second box. Another small wine cup emerged, this time adorned with pomegranate blossoms and inscribed with a poem. Morning dew shines through the pearl curtain, fragrant wind is hidden behind the painted wall. Duke's breathing quickened noticeably. The third box contained a cup with narcissus blossoms and the inscription. Spring breeze dances with jade, moonlight reflects upon the great dike. Only after all the boxes were opened did the entire set of 12 beautiful cups become visible to everyone. Each cup was adorned with a different type of flower and inscribed with a corresponding poem. These cups featured flaring mouths, deep bellies, shallow ring feet, thin bodies, and exquisitely crafted forms. Their shapes were elegant and graceful, their porcelain white as milk, and they were delicate like paper, clear and translucent, incredibly beautiful. Furthermore, the cups could be arranged according to the blooming months. January, narcissus, spring breeze dances with jade, moonlight reflects upon the great dike. February, forsythia, golden blossoms and green buds bring spring chills, few flowers have such golden hue. March, peach blossom, new spring winds welcome swallows, old festivals are rich with spring. April, peony, morning beauty divides the golden morning dew, evening fragrance attracts the breeze in the hall. May, pomegranate, morning dew shines through the pearl curtain, fragrant wind is hidden behind the painted wall. June, lotus, roots like jade grow in mud, heart holds the pearl of dew. July, orchid, faint fragrance rises in the grand hall, distant winds whisper from high platforms. August, O.S. Carlithus, branches bear endless moons, flowers fill natural autumn. September, chrysanthemum, 1,000 years of commoner's wine, lifelong fragrance of the blue goddess. October, hibiscus, fragrance lingers after rain, fine color appears in clear mist. November, rose, does not fade among thousands, blooms uniquely once a year. December, plum, pure beauty like snow clings to branches, fragrance fills the branches with wind. Mason hadn't realized earlier what he had until now. This set of 12 cups turned out to be the legendary Kangxi 12 Fragrant Spirit Cups. However, since he had just switched majors, he didn't want to appear too knowledgeable in front of Daryl, so as not to raise suspicion. He pretended not to understand. Jeffrey, intrigued, asked, could this be the legendary 12 Fragrant Spirit Cups? Although he wasn't an expert in antiques, he had heard of some famous artifacts. Daryl nodded excitedly. Exactly. These are the renowned 12 Fragrant Spirit Cups. I never thought I would see a complete set of fragrant spirit cups in my lifetime. They are truly exquisite, a feast for the eyes. He had already examined the cups and confirmed that all 12 were authentic. Seeing that Mason and Xena didn't seem to understand much, Daryl explained, every year on the 12th day of the second lunar month, it is said to be the birthday of all flowers. Thus, the ancient custom of Flower Festival or Fragrant Spirit Festival was born. The 12 floral cups are designed based on traditional legends of the Flower Festival, featuring representative flowers for each lunar month. Each cup represents a different fragrant spirit, and is also known as the Fragrant Spirit Cup. This set before us is the true Kangxi 12 floral cups, which are actually a set of wine vessels consisting of 12 small wine cups shaped like inverted bells. Decorated with underglaze blue and 5-colored enamel, their bodies are finely made and thin, with glazes as smooth and shiny as jade. Each piece is beautifully crafted and uniformly sized. They exude a strong literary charm and are full of grace. The compositions are sparse yet fresh, with flowers, rocks, rabbits, butterflies, waterfowl, and other small animals arranged harmoniously. Each cup is inscribed with a poem written in underglaze blue, most of which are derived from the complete Tang poems, adding depth and elegance to the designs. From Daryl's explanation, it was clear how much he cherished the fragrant spirit cups. In conclusion, he added, I now truly believe what Brother Xiang said. You are indeed someone destined for treasures. Earlier, Mason had already recounted his experience of acquiring the fragrant spirit cups to them. Who would have thought that such valuable items could be buried in ordinary flower pots? Ordinary people wouldn't even think about buying a few potted flowers when searching for old houses. Mason felt embarrassed. In reality, it was all thanks to external assistance, not any innate good luck. What do you plan to do with these 12 fragrant spirit cups? Daryl thought that if Mason was willing to sell, no matter what, he would bankrupt himself to acquire this set of cups. Mason pondered for a minute. I plan to keep them for my own collection. Honestly speaking, back when I struggled just to make ends meet and worried about money, I never imagined having thoughts like this one day. To protect, cherish, and value the existence of something. Back then, no matter how culturally rich or charming a piece of art was, to me, they were merely means to earn a living, leaving me unmoved. But as life changed and I no longer had to worry about money, I started seeing these antiques become vibrant and appealing. One reason I switched to archaeology might also be because of this. During this period, I've been influenced positively and actively, wanting to discover and protect more cultural treasures, letting them exist forever so that future generations can witness our country's splendid civilization. So, I want to learn as much as possible and hope to host a private collection exhibition under my name in the future. That is my current wish. Clap clap, Daryl was the first to applaud. Jeffrey also joined in, cheering for him. Both elders were moved by his spirit. Mason's early life had been unfortunate, but he had always strived and fought for himself, creating a better future. Now that his life had drastically improved, he still retained an innocent heart, which was commendable. You could always see an uplifting spirit in him. Keep going. I believe you can do it. Jeffrey patted his shoulder. Young Carlo, I look forward to seeing your private exhibition in the future. Daryl also believed he could achieve it. A Carlo of determination does not age prematurely, while a Carlo without ambition ages vainly. With more people like Mason, the brilliant civilization of our country will be preserved. Chapter 131, Field Yellow Stone. Mason naturally informed Palmer about the 12 Xin cups over the phone. After all, Palmer had brought him there in the first place, and it wouldn't have been polite not to mention it. When Palmer returned to his store and was cleaning today's finds, he was greatly shocked for a moment, as was Old King standing beside him. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Over the years, Palmer had indeed come across a few Xin cups sporadically, but even museums didn't have a complete set, let alone the public. So Palmer initially thought Mason was teasing him. But then Daryl took over the phone directly, affirming that this matter was true, stating he had personally verified their authenticity. They were indeed the 12 Xin cups from the Kangxi era. Old King could not sit still any longer and expressed his eagerness to see them right away, unable to wait even a minute. As a grandson, Palmer naturally complied with his grandfather's wishes, and the two prepared to take a taxi over immediately. Just as they were leaving, they encountered Adon, who was bringing his treasures for appraisal. Fine, without further ado, the two of them hopped into Adon's car and set off towards Mason's house. Mason instructed his parents to stop business in the evening and focus on hosting guests. Apart from Daryl and Synopsis last time, this time Jeffrey would also join. He planned to prepare several dishes. It was rare for everyone to gather like this. Shepard and Violet now fully supported their son's endeavors. Violet heard that her son had bought some potted plants which contained priceless treasures buried within, and she was ecstatic. Stopping business for one day wasn't much. Her son's matters were most important. Mason organized a small exhibition right in the shop, displaying several valuable items from his current collection for everyone's enjoyment. The earliest piece was Spring Jonathan Stunning to Wind, which Daryl hadn't seen yet. The Guanyin statue he brought back from Yunnan, he had already seen. Then came the newly acquired 12 Xin cups, and the Jitsong cup. Regarding the origin of the Jitsong cup, Mason hesitated slightly before explaining that he accidentally found a cup similar to a Jitsong cup earlier, and thought he should bring it along for Daryl to examine. This surprised Daryl so much that he stood up straight. A Jitsong cup? Could it be the one he imagined? He hurriedly asked Mason to bring it over for inspection. Upon closer examination, he realized this was indeed the famous Jitsong cup, a true masterpiece worth an incalculable fortune. To think that among his considerable private collection, no single item rivaled the value of this Jitsong cup. Talent emerges in every generation, each leading the trend for hundreds of years. Young people nowadays are truly formidable. They can procure such valuable items in one stroke, making even this old Carlo feel ashamed of himself. Jeffrey wasn't particularly interested in these antiques, but appreciated them for their unique charm. When Palmer and Old King arrived and saw both the Jitsong cup and the 12 Xin cups, they froze in place. They even forgot to greet others, and each grabbed a cup for study. Mason couldn't help but laugh. The grandfather and grandson were truly alike. Adon, seeing they had found such treasures, grumbled indignantly, Dimitri Wu, Xiaozhenhong, why didn't you call me Abdul? When you went treasure hunting this afternoon? Palmer feigned ignorance. Mason slipped away quickly. While the guests admired the treasures, Shepard and Mason prepared meals in the kitchen. A table full of delicious dishes was laid out. Once everyone had finished admiring the items, they examined the Wangwali stool Mason had brought back that afternoon. Daryl commented, Jonathonu has good eyesight. This is indeed genuine Wangwali. Having switched majors not long ago, Mason Carlo aged to find this Wangwali stool by himself, showing his dedication. Given time, he would surely become an excellent antique preservation expert. The 12 Xin cups could be considered lucky finds, so they didn't count. Dinner at Mason's home was nothing new to the guests, and everyone enjoyed themselves. After appreciating Mason's collection, Palmer presented what he had found today for evaluation. He had cleaned them up, restoring the item's former glory. After enjoying a hearty meal, Adon finally remembered his original purpose, to get something appraised. Caught up in the moment, he had forgotten. Rushing back to his car, he brought a heavy bag inside. Pouring its contents onto the table, a large yellow stone appeared before everyone. Is this field yellow stone? Palmer queried upon first glance. Seeing Palmer confirm this, Adon felt reassured that he had indeed purchased an authentic item. I suspect it's field yellow stone. I saw a young lad on the antique street crying and saying his grandfather was sick and needed money for treatment. I felt sorry for him and peeked inside his backpack. Lo and behold, it turned out to be field yellow stone, and quite a large piece too. Gold is easily obtained, but field yellow stone is rare, so I bought it without hesitation. Adon narrated with considerable satisfaction. Mason examined it carefully and had an answer in his mind. Palmer leaned in to study it closely. How much? Synopsis asked calmly. Adon showed a number 2 with his fingers. 20,000 yuan. If this large stone was indeed field yellow stone, he would have made a huge profit. An ounce of field yellow stone is worth 3 ounces of gold. Such a large piece of field yellow stone must be very valuable. Daryl shook his head and smiled. Jonathan Yuan, I suggest you study more before making a move. Your luck is really too bad. 9 times out of 10, they turn out to be fake. Yet he remains undeterred. I wonder who gave him the courage. Synopsis also smiled bitterly. If Adon were not his old friend's son, he wouldn't bother dealing with him at all. Even Mason, with just half a gourd, is much better than him. You've been fooled again. Seeing Mason's confident look, Synopsis wanted to test his current level. Jonathan, explain what's wrong with this stone. Don't hesitate. Right or wrong doesn't matter. Adon awkwardly scratched his head. He felt that the boy selling the stone seemed genuinely desperate, so he believed it might be real, but in fact, he didn't know much about field yellow stone. I'll just give it a try. Don't blame me if it's not good. Mason wasn't nervous and pointed to the field yellow stone. This stone is not genuine field yellow stone. It's made from other types of xuanhuan stone ground into natural shapes, then chemically dyed to imitate the appearance of field yellow stone. This type of imitation field yellow stone usually has bright colors and smooth texture, making it hard for ordinary people to detect, but it still differs greatly from genuine field yellow stone. After Mason finished speaking, Synopsis and Daryl's eyes lit up. They didn't expect Mason to be so spot on, matching their own thoughts. This young Carlo is truly a born talent. Jonathan is right. That's exactly the situation. You've been fooled again. Synopsis patted Adon on the shoulder. Adon angrily picked up the stone and was about to throw it on the ground. Chapter 132, Field Yellow Wax Stone. Mason happened to glance over and was stunned. Just as he thought, things seemed slower than quicker. He hurriedly lunged forward to catch the piece of field yellow stone. Everyone was astonished by his action. Adon was also startled. Since this is a fake field yellow stone, why bother catching it? You scared me half to death. What if you got hurt by it falling on you? It's just a rotten stone. Are you trying to lose your life? Adon patted his chest. Mason held up the stone for everyone to see and pointed at a very noticeable small crack at the bottom of the stone. I feel like there might be more to this stone. This seam looks like a join line. Since it's made from xuanhuan stone, why would it still have a seam? And it's not pieced together with genuine parts. There's something unusual. Mason's explanation was slightly forced, but made some sense. Although Daryl felt that Mason might be overly sensitive, he appreciated such a meticulous approach to research. Dimitriou has reasonable doubts. We can reasonably suspect and verify it. Since it was already confirmed to be fake, Mason didn't hesitate much and directly used a small knife to forcefully pry it open. The large piece of stone split into 2 halves. While no one else cared much, both Mason and Adon were full of anticipation. At this moment, Mason's speculation was confirmed. Inside the fake field yellow stone, there was indeed a smaller stone, which appeared to be authentic field yellow stone. Its original owner must have gone through great lengths to hide this small stone within the fake field yellow stone. It must be a valuable stone. Adon shouted excitedly, this must be genuine. Everyone looked expectantly at what was in Mason's hand. Mason calmly took it out and placed it on the table. Yes, his previous forced explanation was all to justify opening the fake stone and retrieving the real one inside. Not only was it true field yellow stone, but it was also the best quality, known as field yellow wax stone. Mason had accidentally seen the field yellow wax stone inside using his piercing vision, which is why he risked catching it. Field yellow wax stone? Gemma pointed excitedly at the stone. Daryl and Synopsis hadn't expected Mason to be right. There was indeed something extraordinary inside the stone. It turned out to be the finest of stones. Both of them felt somewhat ashamed and blushed at their lack of rigor. They had almost missed the field yellow wax stone inside by dismissing Adon's stone without even inspecting it. This time, Daryl examined it very carefully. He introduced it meticulously. This is indeed a true field yellow wax stone, the highest grade of field yellow stone. As you can see, the body of the stone is completely transparent and lustrous, resembling solidified honey. To determine the quality of a field yellow wax stone, these 6 virtues are often used as standards: fineness, warmth, luster, richness, solidity, and purity. A high-quality field yellow wax stone feels as smooth and tender as an infant's skin when held. The texture should be thin, sparse with varying hues on the surface, and fine-grained. This stone meets all these characteristics, making it an excellent specimen. Adon couldn't hide his joy, picking up the stone, almost ready to kiss it. Not only did he avoid losing money, but he made a good profit. And because of his rare act of kindness, he had not been disappointed. The ancestor of that child must have indeed been a capable person who hid this field yellow wax stone inside the xuanhuan stone to protect it, allowing it to be passed down to today. You really need to thank Dimitriou. If he hadn't noticed this crucial detail today, we would have all overlooked it, and you would have missed out on this treasure. We should all learn from Dimitriou's rigorous and serious attitude, summarized Synopsis. Yes, Uncle Xiang is right. We should thank Dimitriou. Even though I bought this field yellow wax stone, its true affinity belongs to Jonathan Yuan. So, Jonathan Uzaizi, you don't have your own seal yet, right? Let's split this stone between us. You can make seals or give it away as gifts as you please, said the straightforward and generous Adon. He collected antiques for fun, not for making money. Mason shook his head repeatedly. I always keep my word. Don't put me in an awkward position. Adon narrowed his eyes sternly. All right, but I don't really need half. How about this? I'll take enough for 3 small seals. Mason had long wanted to give Jeffrey something, but Jeffrey wasn't short of money and didn't care for jade or jewelry. His lifestyle was simple, disdaining Western luxuries and luxury goods. He wore the same watch for over 10 years and had no interest in antiques. He was truly someone with low material desires. When the field yellow wax stone was revealed earlier, Mason didn't miss the flicker of appreciation in Jeffrey's eyes. For a calligrapher, a small seal carried around is a very treasured item. I'm sure he will like this gift. Xena and I also need a seal. We might use it in the future. Adon readily agreed. All right, I'll cut it and bring it to you tomorrow. Why don't you deliver it directly to Sister Meow for me? Okay. The dinner concluded with Jeffrey hinting that both Mason and Xena should achieve good rankings this time. He hoped they would prepare well for the next competition. Having a rare day off, the next day Mason decided to check on the new house. It had been almost half a month, and he was curious about the progress. Xena had classes today, so he went alone. Mason rode his bicycle there. The security guard at the gate questioned him for quite some time before letting him in after confirming his identity. As a homeowner, he appreciated having such responsible security guards, but being the one questioned wasn't a pleasant experience. It seemed it was time to get a car. Several cars entered without much scrutiny, while he, riding a bicycle, became the subject of close attention. Mason understood it wasn't because the guards were snobbish. Most residents in Jinlong Bay had their own vehicles. He first went to his parents' house. Several carpenters were busy inside. The structure was almost complete, and the second floor was still under renovation. Elaborate beams and carved decorations made it look grand. The engineer hadn't exaggerated. His craft scholarship was indeed impressive. Both houses were being renovated simultaneously, but the Chinese-style house was progressing a bit faster since traditional renovations took more time. In Mason's house, carpenters were already crafting furniture. Furniture in this era was made of solid wood, custom-built on-site according to the apartment dimensions. Overall, given the current progress, another half-month should suffice to finish the renovation here. After discussing the cabinets for the collection room with the engineer again, Mason left. Chapter 133, Buying a Car, the Land Cruiser. The results of the calligraphy competition were out. Mason and Xena both successfully advanced to the finals. Mason achieved the best score in the running script category, rightfully claiming first place. Xena also secured a commendable second place in the regular script category. The final round was scheduled for 3 days later. Nubia also called, saying that an overseas high-end auction house was willing to take on their imperial green jade. They offered a commission of 1%. Nubia agreed. This auction house was an old established European institution with over a century of history, trustworthy indeed. The jade auction was set for mid-next month. At that time, Nubia would attend the auction herself. Mason had no interest in such events and felt Nubia could represent them alone. The next day, Adon brought the carved field yellow stone back to Mason after cutting it. Mason made a special trip to Biyun building, handing the field yellow stone to Nubia, asking her to help create 3 small seals, one each for Mason, Xena, and Jeffrey. After discussing the details, they just had to wait for 2 days for the finished products. The custom jewelry sets Mason had ordered for Violet and Xena would also be delivered within 2 days. He casually asked Nubia for her brother's contact information, since he heard from Nubia that her brother sold cars. Mason planned to finalize his driver's license first, so he could immediately pick up a car. If he wanted a driver's license quickly, he needed to go through connections. In fact, Mason knew how to drive in his previous life, so getting a license now was just a formality. However, there was no one in his circle who could expedite this process. Suddenly, he remembered Kiana. She worked for a government unit and might have connections in this area. With this in mind, he called Kiana tentatively. To his surprise, Kiana indeed had connections in this field and promised to help him right away. Although she could only expedite the process as much as possible, Mason still needed to learn driving skills properly. Otherwise, he would become a road hazard. Mason naturally agreed. He already knew how to drive, so passing the exam wouldn't be an issue. That same day, someone contacted him regarding the expedited licensing process. The next day, they met, and Mason demonstrated his driving skills right in front of them. Naturally, he smoothly received the approval and got his license immediately. Mason hadn't expected Kiana to be so helpful, saving him a lot of time. Though he owed her a favor, he felt somewhat awkward and uncomfortable. He decided to invite her to dinner another day to express his gratitude. It took him a whole day to secure the driver's license. The next day, Mason contacted Nubia's younger brother, Junior. His dealership was located in the city center, occupying a large space. Junior had heard much about this capable young partner from his sister. At a young age, this Carlo was already worth several hundred million. Knowing he was coming to buy a car, Junior personally introduced various models to him, from imported to domestic vehicles, detailing their perforcarless and configurations, even accompanying him on test drives. The staff at the dealership were stunned. What did this young Carlo do to warrant such personal service from Cristo Miao? As the boss, Junior rarely provided direct service unless dealing with distinguished guests. From his appearance, aside from being rather handsome, this young Carlo looked quite ordinary, dressed simply in sports attire, resembling a student. Mason preferred spacious SUVs with better visibility and comfort. It was convenient for loading items too sometimes. We currently have 3 imported off-road models, explained Junior. Here we have the Toyota Land Cruiser LC60, the Nissan Patrol, and the Mitsubishi Pajero. All these models are highly sought after, with limited stock. Knowing that money was not an issue for Mason, Junior naturally introduced only the top-tier models. After testing all 3 models, Mason finally chose the Toyota Land Cruiser. I'll take this one. Can the paperwork be done today? When can I drive it away? Junior checked the time. If you're willing to wait a bit, I can contact the Vehicle Administration Office immediately to handle the registration. It It should be done by noon, and you can drive it away. Mason thought it was reasonable to wait for an hour or two. Just as he was about to agree, a sharp voice interrupted. Didn't you say there were no units left yesterday? Why is there one for him now? The person speaking was Brad, who had been at odds with Mason during military training previously. Since transferring to another department, Brad had become the standout in class again, basking in glory. His family business had also been doing well recently. His father had promised him a car as a reward if he got admitted to Tianzhou University. Previously, because his driver's license hadn't arrived yet, they hadn't bought the car. It wasn't until yesterday, when he finally received his license, that the family hurried over to select one. Brad had set his eyes on the imposing Toyota Land Cruiser right away, but was told there were no units left. He was stubborn, and wouldn't give up easily on something he liked. After thinking about it all night, he still wanted this car. So he came back today, reminding the salesperson to call him when the new shipment arrived. To his surprise, upon arrival, he saw someone already test driving the car he wanted. Yesterday, the salesperson didn't even let him see inside. He rushed over to question them, only to hear Junior saying that they would finish the paperwork for delivery immediately. This pushed his anger to its peak. But then he turned around and saw Mason getting out of the car, which made him freeze. How are you here? Mason ignored him. I don't need to report to you on what I do. Junior also didn't respond to Brad, quickly walking away. These three models were all in high Carlet. He had worked hard to get stock for them, and he certainly wouldn't sell them to just anyone. Only by distributing resources reasonably could he maximize his benefits. Most of these cars ended up being sold to people who were either wealthy or influential. On one hand, with their financial power, they were more likely to return as customers in the future. On the other hand, it helped build connections that might be useful someday. Mason was not only rich but also a partner of his sister, owning 40% of Biyun Building. Who else should he sell to if not him? As for this young Carlo, he didn't want to bother with him. Seeing himself being ignored, Brad shouted, Do you know who he is? A poor guy. How can he possibly afford a car? Mason and Junior couldn't help but glance back at him simultaneously, their looks as if they were staring at an idiot. Brother, are you okay? Who did you call a poor guy? Chapter 134. Each generation has its own talents. Brad misunderstood their reactions, thinking he had guessed correctly. Mason, why do you pretend to be rich when you can't even afford this car? You couldn't buy it even if you were sold. Junior originally intended to drive Brad away. Seeing that they knew each other and seemed not on good terms, he quickly came up with an idea. Mr. Jonathonu, as a VIP customer of our store, you get a 20% discount for purchasing this Toyota Land Cruiser. That is, instead of the original price of $11,000, you only need to pay $8,800. Are you satisfied with this price? Mason instantly understood that Junior was giving him face. No wonder this Carlo could do big business. He was quite adept at reading people. Although he was well past the age where he acted impulsively or feared losing face, being respected like this still made him happy. He nodded and said, Very satisfactory, no problem. I'll arrange the transfer immediately. Brad was dumbfounded. Wasn't this Carloger crazy? Or was he in cahoots with Mason? Over $10,000 had just been slashed off the price. In an era when the average monthly wage was just a few dozen dollars, this was undeniably a huge concession. The surrounding salespeople were also taken aback. Christo, did you forget to take your medicine today? This is a Toyota Land Cruiser, which doesn't have any trouble selling. There's no need to sell it at such a low price. Even Junior himself had never offered such a large discount before. But what could he do when his elder sister had given the order? 20% off it would be. He would consider this car a non-profit deal. It wouldn't lead to losses. Brad felt extremely unbalanced. When he wanted to buy it, all sorts of excuses were made saying there was no stock. But now, not only did they have stock for Mason, but they even gave him a huge discount. I will report you. You deceived consumers by saying there was no stock when there clearly was. He shouted angrily. Junior gave a look to the security personnel at the door. 2 guards promptly dragged him out. Finally, peace prevailed. After waiting over an hour, the efficiency here was remarkable, and everything including the license plates and paperwork was already handled. A call from Mason confirmed the payment was sent. Transaction completed. Driving his new car, Mason went straight to pick up Xena, who had just finished class. His classmates were astounded. Had they seen correctly? Was the person who drove Xena indeed Mason? That once poor boy who looked somewhat embarrassed at the start of school had turned into a wealthy individual? This car was incredibly cool. Many girls regretted not having pursued him earlier. Such a handsome and wealthy Carlo. Missed opportunity after missed opportunity. The two of them took a drive around and then stopped by the Biyun Building to collect the jade accessories. Xena's 3 sets of pinkish-purple jade accessories were ready, all in style she liked and looking very beautiful. Kathy also gifted a set of light blue jade accessories suitable for young people. The imperial green set promised to Violet was also completed. It was made from the scraps cut from imperial green jade, and Kathy crafted 2 identical sets based on her own aesthetic. They looked sophisticated and luxurious, befitting the highest grade of jade, radiating elegance and beauty. Each set included a concubine bracelet, a string of prayer beads, a necklace, a pair of teardrop earrings, a Buddha pendant, and a brooch. These pieces could be worn separately according to different occasions. Both Mason and Xena found them quite satisfactory. Besides these jade accessories, the 3 small seals Mason custom-ordered in yellow stone had also been made. Xena was pleasantly surprised to find that one was for her and happily examined it. Mason and Jeffrey's seals were simple and grand, while Xena's had decorative engravings, clearly meant for a Wacarlo. With no classes that night, the two of them watched a movie after dinner and returned home. Entertainment options were limited in those days, mainly movies and roller skating. She stayed overnight at the shop, and the next day, the trio met up to attend the finals. Mason handed a box to Jeffrey, signaling him to open it. Jeffrey thought it contained something interesting for him to see. Opening it, he found a seal inside. A yellow stone seal? Not bad, not bad. It seems you've acquired a personal seal. Jeffrey didn't realize it was a gift. Only when he picked up the seal to read the engraving did he notice. He scrutinized it twice and rubbed his eyes, doubting his vision. Do you think it's funny? Am I going blind in my old age? I saw my name engraved on it. Jeffrey still thought he might be seeing things. Seeing Mason and Xena burst into laughter, he realized he wasn't mistaken. For a moment, his expression changed several times. Surprise, astonishment, bewilderment, and then touched with a hint of sadness. He clutched the small seal in his palm. Why did you make this seal for me? I'm old, and I don't need these things. Having one seal to use is enough. There's no need to waste such good material on me. Xena said kindly. How can it be a waste? You are a master calligrapher of your generation. While there may be Carlo-y pieces of xuanhuan stone, there are few masters like you in the world. Haha, you have such sweet words. No wonder my old friends all dote on their granddaughters. Girls are so considerate and know how to please people. Jeffrey laughed heartily. Xena stole a quick smile. We each have one. Mason divided that piece of xuanhuan stone into 3 parts, one for each of us. Look, this is mine. Isn't it beautiful? As they chatted, the 3 of them arrived at the venue for the finals. They went their separate ways. Mason and Xena participated in the competition. Jeffrey entered the judge's room in high spirits. Several of his old friends were already there. They were engaged in a heated discussion about who would win first place in the 4 categories today. There was no question about the running script category. Jeffrey's disciple stood out head and shoulders above the rest. The other 3 categories still had room for anticipation. Soon, the staff brought tables and writing tools, brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. It had been agreed upon beforehand. Among the 6 judges, for renowned experts skilled in clerical, running, cursive, and standard scripts would leave their masterpieces as prizes for the winners of the 4 categories. Naturally, Jeffrey was among them. His running script was famous, so he would write a work in that style as the prize. The running script champion would certainly be Mason, and naturally, this prize would belong to his own disciple. Jeffrey racked his brain recalling Carlo-y famous lines, wanting to write the best piece to reward his disciple. By the time the other judges finished writing, he started putting pen to paper. Each generation has its own talents, leading trends for hundreds of years. Using this line from a Zephyr dynasty poet, it was filled with the teacher's expectations for his student, as well as admiration. Mason truly was the most outstanding person he had ever met. His future would surely shine brightly. Chapter 135. Alastair seeks help. Jeffrey put forth his best effort, writing the calligraphy piece with such gusto that it seemed imbued with a soul. The onlookers nearby nodded in approval. Indeed, Jeffrey was worthy of being the foremost calligrapher of this era. This piece was truly top-notch, surpassing all of them. Even old Hagen, who usually loved to be critical, fell silent. Jeffrey deliberately took his time, pulling out from his pocket the small seal that Mason had given him that morning, ready to stamp it. Bernard, who had sharp eyes, immediately noticed the seal in his hand. Josiah, you've got a new seal? I haven't seen you use this one before. Old Hagen, who knew quality when he saw it, said at once, Is this xuanhuan stone? Jeffrey nodded nonchalantly. A gift from my disciple. It will do. In reality, his heart was brimming with joy. Old Hagen had previously boasted in front of them about the xuanhuan stone seal his son gave him, subtly implying that Jeffrey lacked a good son. Now, finally, he could turn the tables. Although he didn't have a son to send greetings, having a good disciple wasn't bad either. While xuanhuan stone was valuable, xuanhuan congelation stone was even more so. Bernard quickly caught on to his modesty and promptly responded, Oh my, this one disciple of yours is worth all of us combined. I wouldn't even dream of getting xuanhuan congelation stone. A xuanhuan stone seal would be nice too. This Josiah, growing older and more petty, learning from children to compare possessions. Look, just because he got a seal, he can't stop gloating. Old Hagen's face alternated between red and white. He had just criticized Jeffrey last time, and now the tables were turned. The others also laughed and chimed in, praising Jeffrey for having such an excellent disciple. Who wouldn't want a xuanhuan congelation stone seal? Such items are rare and not easily obtainable even with money. After showing off his new seal, Jeffrey felt greatly satisfied, waiting only to personally present this piece to his disciple. After the preliminary rounds, only a tenth of the participants made it to the finals. What was once a classroom full of people during the preliminaries was now sparsely populated with just a dozen or so individuals, all appearing formidable. Mason's assigned task was to recite the poem Guanju from the Book of Songs. For someone with any level of education, this was an easy task, but what mattered was each person's unique interpretation through calligraphy. After finishing, Mason waited patiently for a while before submitting his work along with everyone else. During the previous preliminary round, Jeffrey had commented that he was too impatient. Xena also emerged at the same time. When they compared notes, it turned out they had the same topic. Xena felt she had performed well this time. With the competition over, there was no point in further discussion, so both decided to head back first. Jeffrey needed to grade the submissions and thus didn't accompany them. Once they left, Jeffrey began the intense task of evaluating the submissions. Honestly, anyone who reached the finals was not to be underestimated. After a fierce competition, the winners for each group were finally determined. The champion of the cursive script group stood out exceptionally. His rendition of Guanju was majestic, with fluid strokes, exuding both historical weight and elegance. Isn't this your disciple's work? Bernard whispered to Jeffrey. Jeffrey smiled, giving him a look that meant, you know it. Frankly, Jeffrey hadn't expected Mason to perform so well under pressure, even better than in his usual practice. This championship was rightfully earned, and even old Hagen couldn't argue, only silently apologizing to his grandson as he couldn't risk ruining his own livelihood. Though Jeffrey wasn't overly worried about Mason, he was more concerned about Xena, fearing she wouldn't place in the top 3 and might be disappointed. One should always treat smart and articulate girls a bit more kindly. Fortunately, Xena Carlo-aged to secure second place this time. Although she didn't win the championship, her perforcarless was indeed outstanding. Her interpretation of Guanju was particularly impressive, more insightful than most men's renditions. Winning second place among so Carlo-y competitors was commendable. After the grading session, specific awards ceremony times would be announced later. Back at the shop, Mason was confronted by Alastair right away. Jonathan, brother, Big brother Jonathan, I need your help with something, okay? Alastair pounced and grabbed his arm dramatically. Mason felt goosebumps rise. If you have something to say, just say it. No need for physical contact. Alright then, here's the deal. My uncle, representing the Hongyun building where he works, participated in a culinary competition organized by a TV station. Unfortunately, his opponent sabotaged him, bribing his assistant with a large sum of money to mistakenly add vinegar instead of soy sauce, leading to his humiliating defeat. This program has a lot of rules, one of which is that assistants cannot hold chef certifications and can only provide support. Otherwise, my uncle, with so Carlo-y apprentices, wouldn't have been reduced to this situation. Best of 3, he already lost one match yesterday. If he loses again today, the competition will be over. My uncle has staked his own and Hongyun building's reputation on this contest. Therefore, he decided that for today's match, he won't have an assistant and will do it all by himself. I thought of you because you're quite skilled and are self-taught with no chef certification, fitting the assistant requirement perfectly, so maybe you could help my uncle. Alastair looked earnestly at Mason. Please, my uncle is really passionate about his work. If he loses this time, he won't have the face to stay at Hongyun building anymore, and might even lose heart. I'm begging you. Although Mason had only met at Carlo once, he could tell that Hagen was a pure-hearted person. A humiliating defeat might indeed break him. Moreover, he recalled in his previous life how much respect he and other chefs had for Master Hagen. Technically, at Carlo was like his grandmaster. There must be some destiny in all this. Paying back what he owed from the past life seemed reasonable. And there was also the system task. System task released. Help at Carlo win the championship. Reward. A recipe for pockmarked chicken skewer seasoning. He hadn't received any recipes from the system in a long time. What time? What's the current situation? Mason asked succinctly. Alastair didn't expect Mason to agree without hesitation and was momentarily stunned. My uncle is already on his way to the TV station for the recording. Mason quickly opened the car door. Then get in. We'll talk on the way. Xena wanted to come along for the ride and climbed into the car too. Mason sped toward the TV station as fast as possible. This show is called Chef King Challenge. The Chef King my uncle is competing against has already defeated 2 chefs in previous episodes, holding on to the champion seat. Unbelievably, this guy has no real skills and resorts to underhanded tactics. The TV station just cares about ratings and ignored our protests, putting my uncle at a huge disadvantage when they invited him initially. Their competition topic yesterday was Rivertown cuisine. My uncle made hot pot beef tripe stew, and the opponent did boiled sliced pork in chili oil. Today's topic can only be known once we get to the TV station. Chapter 136, Selecting Ingredients and Style. When the 3 arrived at the TV station, the show was about to start. The front rows were already filled with judges and audiences, and preparations backstage were in full swing. At Carlo stood alone on stage in his chef's uniform, looking quite forlorn, which tugged at people's hearts. Alastair quickly explained the situation to the production team and mentioned that Mason was at Carlo's assistant. The production team didn't ask Carlo questions and allowed him in. Following the staff's instructions, Mason changed into a white chef's uniform and walked up from backstage to stand behind at Carlo. Only then did at Carlo see the newcomer. It was Mason, whom he had met before. Seeing his nephew waving at him from backstage, he understood immediately. That little rascal. He had said he didn't need any help. Just as at Carlo was about to say something to Mason, the studio lights came on, and the recording of the program began. Dear audience, good evening. Welcome to our chef championship competition. Yesterday's duel showcased the skills of 2 top chefs. Today, we look forward to them bringing us even more delicious treats for the palate. I believe everyone is eagerly waiting to see whether Chef at Carlo will win the competition today, or if champion Chef Tony will defend his title. All the excitement will be revealed soon. Without further ado, let me announce today's competition theme, Street Night Tales. There is an additional ingredient selection round today. The ingredients are fixed, and each chef needs to send an assistant to pick them. No prior communication is allowed. What they pick is what you get. It's all about destiny. Now, please look at the central elevator in the middle of the stage. Various ingredient name tags are attached to the hanging ropes. These are the ingredients you will use in today's competition. When I count to 3, this elevator will move rapidly up and down. Each assistant has 1 minute to choose ingredients from under the elevator. Once an ingredient tag is obtained, the production team will provide the corresponding ingredients. A reminder, no matter what they pick, you must cook using those ingredients. As soon as the host finished speaking, there was an uproar in the venue. It was indeed thrilling. The chefs could not communicate with their assistants about specific ingredients, emphasizing the element of chance. This would be a true test of the chef's skills. The production team had achieved its intended effect. The audience was so excited that the ratings would likely skyrocket. The elevator was 3 meters high, making it extremely difficult to accurately tear off name tags while it moved rapidly, especially within only 1 minute, limiting the number of ingredients one could obtain. At Carlo glanced worriedly at Mason's small frame. Could he Carloage? Should he discuss with the production team and do it himself? Mason calmly surveyed the ingredients above: beef tendon, lamb leg, pork belly, crucian carp, lamb rib chops, and tomahawk steak. Considering the Street Night Tales theme, wasn't this just a perfect match for skewers and beer? Surveying the kitchen supplies around him again, he indeed saw a barbecue grill and charcoal in the corner. While he was contemplating, Tony's assistant requested to start picking ingredients first. Tony had signaled him because he noticed that there was only 1 set of each ingredient on the elevator, fearing that the other side might choose better ingredients first. Tony's assistant stood beneath the elevator. As the host counted to 3, a 1-minute countdown appeared on the screen, and the ropes on the elevator began moving chaotically up and down. It was hard to even read the names clearly, let alone carefully select anything. The assistant suddenly felt flustered. Over 10 seconds of the 1-minute limit had already passed, and he hadn't Carlo-aged to get a single name tag. Tony was also very nervous. He underestimated how carefully the production team had planned this out. While the audience would enjoy the spectacle, it was tough for the chefs. Seeing his assistant hesitating, Tony shouted, "Quick, grab anything." Getting something was better than getting nothing. The host allowed this since he hadn't said anything inappropriate. As long as he didn't directly instruct which ingredients to pick, such guidance was acceptable. During this hesitation, Mason had already decided which ingredients to choose in his mind. In the last half minute, seeing he couldn't clearly see or get the desired ingredients, Tony's assistant resorted to grabbing randomly, taking whatever he could. He tried every possible method, jumping around under the elevator, and eventually grabbed 3 name tags. Time's up. Let's see what ingredients Chin's assistant picked. He got green bamboo shoots, red peppers, and a tomahawk steak. Congratulations, Chef Qin. You have meat and vegetables, a pretty good combination. Tony was also quite satisfied with this result. Given the difficulty of picking the name tags, ending up with such a good combination was impressive. He could grill a tomahawk steak, garnished with green bamboo shoots and red peppers, which would bring out the color aspect of the dish. Tanig's assistant also breathed a sigh of relief. He had been scared stiff, but luckily he carloaged to grab a piece of meat at the last moment. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to prepare the dish. With that settled, it was Mason's turn. Carlo originally wanted to give him a few words of encouragement, telling him just to do his best since it didn't matter anymore anyway. But remembering the show's rule against communicating, he closed his mouth again. If he had known this beforehand, he wouldn't have come to record this troublesome program. They should just compete on cooking skills directly without all these gimmicks. Mason walked calmly to the center of the stage. Are you ready? The host asked. Mason nodded. 1, 2, 3, start. As soon as the elevator started moving, Mason ran up and leaped, tearing off a name tag with precision. It read, lamb rib chops. Not only did the host gape in astonishment, but everyone in the audience opened their mouths wide, unable to close them. It seemed as if the entire elevator became Mason's toy, allowing him to predict the location of each name tag. Every time he reached out, he grabbed one effortlessly, making it look incredibly easy. Without the previous fumbling by Tanig's assistant for comparison, people might have really thought it was that simple. In just half a minute, he had already gathered all the ingredients he wanted and stood still, quietly waiting for the time to run out. Down below, Alastair and on stage, Uncle Carlo, both felt a sudden surge of thought. Bringing him here today to save the day was indeed the right choice. He is incredibly impressive. On the opposite side, Tanig's eyes flashed with a hint of gloom, not expecting such an outstanding helper to be found. The host quickly announced, stop. Let's see what our great hero has selected. He picked lamb rib chops, onions, green peppers, lamb leg, ginger, cilantro, and eggs. A total of 7 ingredients. It seems like you came prepared. Can you tell us why you chose these ingredients? What dish do you think Chef Hagen will make? Seeing how good-looking and composed he was, the host wanted to say more. Chapter 137, Lamb Skewers. Mason's mouth opened slightly, and he uttered 3 words, lamb skewers. The host was taken aback. Are you sure? Mason nodded. Carlo felt a chill run down his back. How could he make lamb skewers? He had knowledge of various cuisines across China, but he had no expertise in lamb skewers. Dealing with the gamey smell of lamb was indeed an advanced culinary challenge. However, when the host asked, did your assistant guess your intention correctly? He still said resolutely, his understanding is great. The topic of today is about street night talk, and I believe nothing fits better than grilled skewers with beer. After all, the aroma of Carlo life comforts the ordinary heart. The last sentence was from the wall of Mason's family restaurant, which he borrowed perfectly. In that moment, Carlo suddenly understood Mason's idea. After all, his family did specialize in grilled skewers, so making lamb skewers would be child's play for him. He remembered the delicious aroma and perfect taste of the skewers from the Jonathonu family. Though it seemed a bit shameful to achieve success through others, there was no time to think too much about it now. Indeed, the aroma of Carlo life comforts the ordinary heart. I'm looking forward to your creation. One more question, young Carlo. Have you practiced martial arts? The host asked this final question to Mason on behalf of the audience, who were eagerly awaiting Mason's perforcarlus and applauding enthusiastically. Mason gave a helpless smile. I have only specially trained my fists and feet and exercised frequently, but I don't know kung fu. Haha, thank you for showing us such a wonderful perforcarlus. Next comes the cooking time. We are looking forward to your cooperation with Chef Hagen. Please return to your positions. This was the most critical moment now. Each chef had 1 hour to prepare their dish. As an assistant, Mason could only do basic supportive work like chopping vegetables, firing up the grill, threading the skewers, and preparing the seasonings. Carlo immediately began cutting the lamb rib into strips and slicing the hind leg into small cubes of the same size. Then, using the onions, ginger, cilantro, and eggs provided by Mason, he started to deodorize the lamb. During this time, Mason also lit the charcoal grill and let it slowly catch fire. Lamb needed at least half an hour of marination to remove the gamey smell and enhance its fragrance. During this period, Mason and Carlo had to process other ingredients and the most crucial barbecue spices. Preparing the barbecue spices was assigned to Mason. Silently, he followed the family recipe for barbecue spices, mixing the best proportions and grinding them finely with a mortar, then secretly placing them aside. Jonathan, did anyone know, the key to making delicious lamb skewers lay precisely in the spices prepared by Mason, which even the head chef Carlo could not duplicate. What seemed to everyone as the most ordinary step turned out to be the key to success. On Carlo's side, everything else was ready: green pepper granules and onion slices. Together, they threaded the lamb pieces, following the order of 1 green pepper granule, 1 piece of lamb, and 1 slice of onion, resulting in visually appealing and well-flavored skewers. When they worked together, Mason whispered in his ear that they just needed to grill normally and sprinkle the barbecue spices once done. For a master chef, this was an effortless task. Carlo felt compelled, having been pushed into this situation. He had been tricked by the boss of Hongyun Building, who initially said appearing on the show would help promote the restaurant if he made good dishes. Who knew it would turn into this kind of competition? Moreover, in the first round, he had his assistant swayed over to the other side, leaving him high and dry. Seeing the judge's disdainful expressions, he hastily tasted the Sichuan hot pot himself, finding it had turned into sour soup. Only then did he realize he had been Carlo-manipulated. In the second round, things became even stranger. If it hadn't been for Mason's skills, he wouldn't have known how to end the mess, nearly damaging his reputation. After this incident, he vowed never to appear on TV shows again. Being a loyal person, he had partnered with Xuanhuan building for most of his career. But after this major setback, he decided to part ways. With all preparations completed, the lamb had almost finished marinating, and the fire on the grill burned bright. The remaining time displayed on the big screen was only 10 minutes or so. Qilin and his partner were already plating up on the opposite side. They had yet to begin grilling here. Mason gave Carlo an encouraging look. Stiffly, Carlo grabbed a handful of lamb skewers and walked to the grill, beginning to grill with a semblance of confidence. The host came over to narrate. We can see that Chef Hagen here is taking his time, only just now placing the lamb skewers on the charcoal grill. On the opposite side, Chef Chun has already finished up and is putting the final touches on his plate. The delicate plating looks very appealing, with the tomahawk steak perfectly grilled and garnished with green and red elements, creating a rather poetic scene. Let's wait and see how this competition turns out. In the last 3 minutes, Carlo finally finished grilling the lamb skewers and sprinkled Mason's special barbecue seasoning over them all. Instantly, the entire venue was enveloped in an unusual fragrance. The aroma of the spices complemented the taste of the lamb very well. The combination was simply mouth-watering just from the smell alone. The judges looked over. Even the host was drawn in. Indeed, the aroma of Carlo life comforts the ordinary heart. These delicious lamb skewers are perfect for enjoying at dusk with a few close friends, paired with beer for added delight. A true pleasure indeed. Chef Hagen's skills are exceptional. Today's lamb skewers not only catch my eye but have even caught the attention of the audience here. Following the host's gaze, a group of spectators were all staring at the lamb skewers in Carlo's hands, swallowing their saliva eagerly, wishing they could grab a skewer to taste. As soon as the smell of the lamb skewers wafted over, Qilin became visibly tense, trying hard to stay calm and be the first to present his dish to the judges for tasting. Carlo also completed the finishing touches. There wasn't much need for plating with the skewers. He placed 2 skewers side by side on a plate, sprinkled some more seasoning as garnish, and served them hot. Qilin had already received the scores from the judges. With 5 judges, his average score was 9.2, a very high score. When Carlo's plain-looking lamb skewers were presented, the judges paused for a second. It seemed somewhat inappropriate to eat skewers right on stage. However, the smell was irresistible, tempting them to try it. One by one, they each picked up a skewer and took a bite. Instantly, a wonderfully balanced flavor burst in their mouths, so overpowering. The lamb was tender yet not tough, perfectly grilled, complemented by the green peppers and onions for a refreshing and non-greasy taste. The most remarkable part was the flavor. For a moment, the judges forgot about maintaining their decorum or giving comments, directly grabbing the skewers and taking large bites. They all finished the 2 skewers on their plates and still felt unsatisfied. Chapter 138. Winning the match, first mention of cooperation. One judge held up a perfect scorecard and said, "The look on our faces while eating tells how delicious these lamb skewers are." Another judge also held up a perfect scorecard and said, "Now, I just want to know one thing. Where can I taste this simple yet mouth-watering delicacy again? 2 skewers weren't enough for me. This is truly a great surprise. It's amazing. Words are redundant in front of such a dish, so I give it 10 points. In the end, 3 out of 5 judges gave full scores of 10, while the other 2 awarded high scores of 9.8. The winner was immediately apparent. Carlo successfully turned the tables with his lamb skewers and tied the game with Qilin. When the host announced Carlo as the winner of this round, Qiling's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. He thought he could take down Carlo today, but didn't expect Mason to show up and ruin his plan. Tomorrow would be their final showdown, and it was still uncertain who would be the underdog. The recording session ended. Mason, feeling the urge to urinate, hurried to find a place to relieve himself. As he came out after using the restroom, he happened to run into Qiling's assistant. "Could I have a word?" The assistant asked as he passed by Mason. Mason originally didn't want to respond but was genuinely curious about how this renowned chef won people over. So, he followed the assistant around 2 bins and came to a utility room. Once inside, Mason closed the door behind him. Chef Chen said if you cooperate with us and help us win tomorrow's final match, this 10,000 yuan will be yours, and after the competition, we can recommend you for a job at Tianqiang Pavilion. If you refuse to cooperate, you'll never find work at any restaurant in Beijing again. Choose wisely. He laid out the money on the table, indicating Mason should take it. Mason sneered. He guessed yesterday's assistant was probably tempted with similar words. Is Qilin just a chef, or does he think he controls everything? The Carlo knew this was an empty threat. Who would go to such lengths to scare a junior chef, spreading harsh words worldwide and using personal favors? Seeing that Mason wasn't frightened, he switched tactics, trying to persuade him earnestly. This is 10,000 yuan. As an assistant cook, it would take you 1 or 2 years to earn this much money. What can't you do with this money? Working for Carlo, would he offer you this kind of reward? To be honest, the guy did an impressive job of recruitment. If Mason were an ordinary assistant cook, it would have been highly tempting. Easy money and a career opportunity rolled into one. But Mason wasn't an ordinary person, so he wasn't swayed. Tell Qilin that doing evil too often will lead to self-destruction. If he thinks he can make me leave Beijing, he doesn't have that power. After saying this, Mason walked away directly. It was unfortunate he didn't carry a voice recorder. Otherwise, it would be ironclad evidence against Qiling's sabotage. Still, no worries. Walking in darkness too long eventually leads to tripping. He looked forward to seeing Qiling's downfall. If justice fails to see, then he would act in its place. Mason suddenly remembered he had an unused misfortune Talis Carlo left. Perfect to deal with Qilin. Walking backstage, he pretended to bump into Qilin from behind, covertly planting the Talis Carlo on him. Within the next 24 hours, Qilin would be plagued with troubles. After changing clothes backstage, Carlo and Mason went outside. They saw Alastair and Zena waiting there. Not a suitable place for conversation, the 4 of them kept quiet. Once in the car, Mason told the others what had just happened. This Tanig, he's too devious, attempting to use the same trick. Luckily, Xuanhuan isn't just any assistant cook and resisted temptation. Alastair gnashed his teeth in anger. Carlo worried. He felt Tanig had more tricks up his sleeve. I don't know Tanig well, but he has always had a good reputation in the industry. Never imagined he'd turn out like this. I almost stumbled badly in his hands. No matter tomorrow's outcome, I fear I may struggle to continue working at Hongyun Tower. That might be better. Your skills are top-notch. You could start your own business. All these years, you've worked tirelessly for Hongyun Tower because of some past favors. But now that the old boss has stepped down, your debt is paid off. Looking at the young master, he seems full of ill intentions. Making you join this competition, he clearly had no good intentions. Talking about promoting Hongyun Tower, he lured you here, risking your culinary career to protect his interests. Win or lose, Hongyun Tower gets the publicity boost. You're merely being used. Alastair expressed his frustration indignantly. All right, Xiaohai. Carlo was feeling a bit tired and didn't want to dwell on the subject anymore. To tell you the truth, I really have to thank you, Dimitriu. If not for your help today, I might have been eliminated during the ingredient selection phase. Using your family's barbecue to win the match made me feel somewhat embarrassed, Carlo said to Mason, who was driving. Uncle Hagen, you're too polite. We're friends, after all. Mason replied casually. For a moment, Carlo couldn't quite put his feelings into words. It was a mix of Carlo-y emotions. By the way, Uncle Hagen, from what you implied, you won't work at Hongyun Tower in the future? What are your plans then? Open your own restaurant or look for a better opportunity? A sudden idea, one that had been on his mind for a long time, crossed Mason's mind. Carlo felt very troubled. I don't know yet. I have no clue at all right now. The only thing I can confirm is that I definitely won't go back to Hongyun Tower. Uncle Hagen, if you don't have any other considerations temporarily and don't mind, would you consider cooperating with me? You know the taste of my family's braised flavors and barbecue. I plan to develop them into a chain brand store, expand their influence, and make more money. If you're interested, we can communicate later, and I welcome you anytime. Mason had been pondering this issue for some time. Now, he had more than enough money that he couldn't even spend it all, and he no longer needed his parents to work so hard at the front line every day without having any life of their own. He wanted to consider transforming the shop. Braised flavor shops, in the future, had Carlo-y large national chains, requiring a relatively low investment. Renting a storefront could get the business running, and one employee could Carlo-age it. Furthermore, it could operate like the centralized delivery system of the future, ensuring both food safety and saving on Carlo power and resources, achieving multiple goals with one action. Barbecue could also be turned into a chain since the secret of the delicious taste lies in the barbecue seasoning, which can easily control the formula and maintain product advantages. He wasn't short of plans or funds, but what he lacked was a trustworthy partner because he himself was too busy to fully dedicate his time. His parents were suitable for technical jobs, but Carlo aging such a large business would be too challenging for them. So, when he heard Alastair's words just now, an idea came to him. Wasn't Carlo a great choice? He was a highly skilled chef, though not yet recognized as a first-class national chef, he was already well known in the culinary world. And his character was upright. Working with him would be perfect, but he wasn't sure about Carlo's thoughts. Chapter 139. The idea of chain stores. Carlo's mind was in turmoil now. There was another match tomorrow, and he didn't want to consider anything else at the moment. All he wanted was some rest. Jonathonu, we will discuss what you mentioned in a few days. If it's feasible, we can consider collaborating. Mason heard the weariness in his voice and hurriedly said, no rush, get plenty of rest before we talk about it. After sending the uncle and nephew home and agreeing to meet at the TV station at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, Mason also returned home with Xena. Xena was quite intrigued by what he intended to do. What business did you just mention to Uncle Hagen? I've recently learned about a new model. I think this model is perfect for our preserved meat store. If it works out, it won't just cover the entire Tianzhou city. It could potentially cover the whole country of Huaghua. I plan to start in Tianzhou city and gradually build it into a major chain brand. The first small goal is to open 10 preserved meat chain stores in Tianzhou city, covering all major areas. The headquarters will be set up in the city center, where the preserved meat will be processed and delivered to the chain stores every day before dawn. This way, we can ensure that the recipe remains a secret while saving on Carlo power and resources. Even though it looks like 10 stores, it essentially operates as one centralized store. The advantages of this are greater coverage, higher profits, and lower costs. A small shop with just one employee can handle the entire operation for selling preserved meat. In the future, when the coverage area expands even further, we can also consider franchise models. I supply the preserved meat, and you rent the shops yourself to operate, with a 50-50 profit split. This would also help expand influence. And the same approach could work for barbecue stores. We only need to provide the seasoning recipes to stand out. However, it's much more complicated than the preserved meat stores, so we won't consider it for now. We'll think about it after the preserved meat store business model matures, Mason explained in detail. Xena was completely captivated. How could Mason be so smart, coming up with one business idea after another? This proposal seemed highly feasible, not only saving Carlo power and resources but also achieving greater coverage and more substantial earnings. Xena felt somewhat eager to participate. When the time comes and there's something I can help with, please call me. No problem. I'm just afraid you'll find it too exhausting. Fear of exhaustion doesn't make money. Xena wasn't someone who lived in an ivory tower. By the way, my parents received your gifts. They asked me to thank you for being so generous. Don't be too formal. I hope you like them. You invited my parents to visit Tianzhou city, and once our house is fully renovated next month, there will be room for everyone to stay. Sister Meow has shares in our business, so if you three want any custom jewelry, you can go to her directly. Xena blushed. Who says we? We aren't even married yet. Mason looked somewhat disappointed. Aren't you dating me with the intention of marriage? Didn't Chair Carlo say, dating without the intention of marriage is just fooling around? Are you fooling around with me now? I've already planned our future. Xena quickly grabbed his arm. That's not what I meant. Mason smiled smugly. Regarding opening chain stores, apart from finding partners, there were Carlo-management issues and other matters to consider. Most importantly, he needed to communicate well with his parents to ensure they didn't feel useless. As people get older, they worry a lot about being left behind or rejected by their children. Mason decided to entrust them with the most crucial task, controlling the formula. They wouldn't need to do the processing themselves. They'd only need to Carlo-age the formula and ensure daily quality control, making it easier while earning more money. At night, Mason carefully communicated these ideas to Shepard and Violet. He had expected resistance, but Violet immediately accepted the idea of expanding from one store to 10 or even 100 stores. If one store could make so much profit, imagine what 10 or 100 stores could achieve. She had long believed in her son's capabilities, and she trusted him entirely. Shepard considered more aspects, discussing Carlo-y details of the preserved meat stores with Mason. Mason repeated his explanation to Shepard, similar to what he told Xena. He generally understood the idea and thought it feasible. No matter how his son chose to proceed, as long as the formula remained under their control, everything was secure. This matter required careful planning. Tony at the TV station clenched his teeth upon hearing from his assistant that Mason wasn't cooperating. This guy, thinking 10,000 yuan isn't enough. Greed knows no bounds. Tomorrow was the final showdown, and he had to hold on to his champion position. Suddenly, he began devising other plans. Tony found a staff member and pulled him into a corner, trying to bribe him with money to get tomorrow's competition questions in advance so he could prepare early. Jonathan did he know that their conversation was overheard by the chief director who happened to be passing by. Fortunately, Tony approached a low-level worker who did odd jobs and had no knowledge of tomorrow's questions, so he got nothing out of it. Unfortunately, just as he felt disappointed, he turned around and found the chief director standing right behind them, listening openly. You can imagine how he felt at that moment. I don't know anything. I didn't say anything, the small assistant quickly explained. Tony's grandmaster image shattered like glass, leaving him stunned. Chef Chin, what you're doing here makes our TV station look like what? Your personal show? So we spend Carlo power and resources setting up stages for you to perform? In the first match, something was off. No matter how careless, mistaking vinegar for soy sauce couldn't happen. It must have been your doing. And last week's chef, accidentally burning his hand and losing to you. Tony, I advise you not to make a spectacle of yourself or resort to any more tricks. Otherwise, I'll have to report this to the police. After delivering his warning, the chief director quietly left. Tony hadn't realized that his tricks had long been seen through. Yes, the chief director had seen countless scenes and knew all too well what was going on. After being repricarlated like this, Tony completely gave up any thoughts of cheating, hanging his head and preparing to go home. Due to distraction, on his way home, a motorbike thief robbed him of the bag in his hand, which contained several 10,000 yuan he had intended to use for bribery. Unable to catch the motorbike thieves, he could only report it to the police first, returning home from the police station late at night. The money was definitely lost, and today, he ended up losing both face and money. Chapter 140, Hot and Sour Noodles and Fried Rice with Egg. The latest chef championship competition had also reached its finals. Mason, Carlo, and Alastair arrived at the scene on time. The two were already prepared, however, as the final time was almost here, Tony still hadn't shown up. The atmosphere backstage wasn't good at all. He really thinks highly of himself, making all of us wait for him. Yeah, once these machines are turned on, they cost money. It's said he can't be reached by phone. His family said he left long ago. I heard that a big shot is supposed to come today. If he doesn't make it, even the chief director can't protect him and will have to abandon him. Mason thought to himself that it should be the misfortune Talis Carlo taking effect, but he didn't know whether this guy would actually arrive today. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Tony, looking battered, finally made it to the entrance of the TV station. His clothes had a large tear, and he looked quite disheveled. That morning, while having breakfast, he nearly choked on a steamed bun, thinking how things were just going badly recently. After lunch, he set out for the TV station at noon, afraid of any mishaps. Sure enough, wherever he drove, there was traffic congestion, and he became utterly impatient. After driving painstakingly, he couldn't believe that at the last street corner, he got into an accident. Fortunately, the collision wasn't serious, but the car couldn't be driven temporarily. With time running out, he abandoned the car and walked directly to the competition. Although it was a recorded show, he had no doubt that if he missed it, the chief director would declare his disqualification immediately. Though Mason hadn't agreed to help, he felt very anxious now, but not participating in the competition would only make him work for others' success. Fortunately, he made it at the last minute. The backstage staff hurriedly helped him change into a chef's uniform and pushed him onto the stage. The host began the program, officially starting the show. Mason knew that the misfortune Talis Carlo couldn't stop him, but could only create some obstacles, giving Carlo more advantages. Since the effect of the Talis Carlo wouldn't be lethal, it would only cause minor injuries. He found it satisfactory to hinder him like this. Welcome everyone to the Chef Championship final round. This round's final will begin shortly. I'm sure everyone is curious about who will win this round. Let's not delay and reveal the topic for this round. To be honest, I don't know the topic either because the program has given the right to set the topic to one of our special guests. Please welcome the sponsor of this program, Mr. Bernie. An old Carlo in a wheelchair was wheeled onto the stage. The host warmly greeted him. Only then did everyone realize that this elderly gentle Carlo was indeed the sponsor of the show and a billionaire chair Carlo of a corporation. The old Carlo had firm eyes and a straightforward personality. I'll announce today's competition topic directly. Use the simplest ingredients to create a taste of home. It can be a bowl of hot noodle soup or a pot of porridge. It's up to you. Additionally, whoever wins today will receive a special surprise from me, but I'll keep that secret until the end. The simplest ingredients, taste of home? This topic seemed both broad and narrow. Both Carlo and Tony pondered. Tony first determined what dish he wanted to prepare. He had reviewed Mr. Bernie's profile and knew he was from northern Shaanxi, growing up eating noodles. So Tony decided to make the famous hot and sour noodles from northern Shaanxi. He stayed there when he was young and mastered the art of making noodles. He believed he could certainly let Mr. Dong taste the flavor of home. At Carlo, on the other hand, struggled. He had Carlo-y signature dishes, but coming up with something fitting the topic and to the old Carlo's taste was challenging, especially with such a versatile topic. Whether it's noodles, porridge, or rice, there are countless methods and flavors. What exactly did Mr. Bernie want as the taste of home? Seeing his difficulty, Mason gave him a hint. How about making fried rice with egg? When the topic was announced, Mason thought of fried rice with egg. He remembered that back when he worked on construction sites, Carlo-y workers commented that his fried rice tasted like home-cooked. At Carlo's eyes lit up. Yes, fried rice with egg, a dish almost every family makes, simple and easy. He remembered that during New Year celebrations when he was little, his Megan would cook them egg fried rice using lard, a taste he still remembers vividly. At Carlo decided to use the water draining method from his childhood, which his Megan used to steam rice. This method ensured that each grain of rice was distinct and perfect for making egg fried rice. Mason helped prepare the ingredients, which were simple: chopped green onions, eggs, diced carrots, and the like. At Carlo started steaming the rice while preparing lard for frying, something the show did not provide. They had to render it themselves. Fortunately, the program supplied pork, so they cut off a large piece of fat and rendered it into lard. Although Mason's skills in making egg fried rice were better than at Carlo's, this was a competition, and he couldn't take over as the main chef. Besides, at Carlo had confidence in his own skills, believing he could create a home-cooked flavor. Both sides were busy with intense preparation. During the competition, there was an unexpected incident. Tony accidentally burned his hand, a rookie mistake for a chef. The audience was astonished by this turn of events. Fortunately, the injury was on his left hand, not significantly impacting his cooking with the other hand. When asked if he could continue, he gritted his teeth and insisted he could make it through. Mason, unaffected, continued to assist at Carlo by preparing the ingredients, ready to start cooking. As he passed materials to at Carlo, Mason unconsciously brought in his usual rhythm and control for making egg fried rice. At Carlo felt incredibly comfortable making this batch of egg fried rice, possibly because of having a good assistant. The rhythm also influenced him unintentionally. A rich aroma of egg fried rice quickly spread throughout the room. How fragrant! That smell, is that egg fried rice? Making egg fried rice in such a program? Isn't that too perfunctory? Perfunctory? Didn't you hear they're aiming for a home-cooked taste? Opposite. It seems like he's making biang-biang noodles. Even with a hand injury, I wonder how much it affects his for Carlos. The audience buzzed with comments. Both at Carlo and Tony finished almost simultaneously, dishing out their creations into small bowls, dividing them into portions for the judges and Bernie. The judges bowed their heads in silent tasting. After sampling both dishes, it was time to score. Tony's dish received an average score of 9.4, quite high. He gave at Carlo a triumphant look. Indeed, despite his injury, he Carlo-aged to complete the dish at a high quality. However, at Carlo was confident in his creation as well. Sure enough, he ended up scoring 9.6, beating Tony by 0.2 points. All eyes turned to Bernie, who had proposed the topic and held the right to score, waiting to see whose dish he favored. Chapter 141 Victory. Tony watched Bernie nervously. If things were to continue this way, he would definitely lose. However, if Bernie gave him a high score or used the propositioner's right of veto, then he might still have a chance to win. Bernie's gaze lingered on both contestants for a few seconds before he slowly spoke. I like this bowl of fried rice. Everyone looked at the bowl in front of him. Goodness gracious, despite the small bowl, he actually finished the entire portion of egg fried rice, showing that he was telling the truth. Alright, the result was expected and the trend inevitable. At Carlo had already received high scores from the judges, so the outcome of the competition wasn't surprising. He exchanged a smile with Mason. I declare, the chef king of this round of Culinary King Showdown is... The host was ready to announce the result with great enthusiasm when Tony shouted out emotionally, unfair. I can't accept it. Everyone was taken aback by his sudden outburst. The host was momentarily speechless, but fortunately, the chief director signaled frantically from below the stage to maintain composure, which saved the situation. Actually, if handled properly, this incident could become an interesting highlight. After all, their program team did not engage in any cheating, hence they weren't afraid of Tony causing trouble. Do you have any objections to this result, Chef Chin? I want to ask Mr. Dong a question. Tony didn't have much to say about the judges' opinions since tastes varied widely, but he knew Bernie. Why should he side with at Carlo as well? Bernie looked at Tony with confusion. Please go on. Since your theme is the taste of home, I remember that Mr. Dong is from northern Shaanxi, so you must have a strong memory of noodles. Why? Before Tony could finish, Bernie laughed heartily. Ha 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 ha, please allow me a moment of laughter. You only know part of the story. Although my ancestral home is in northern Shaanxi, I grew up in Tianzhou, so I don't particularly favor noodle dishes. You placed your bet wrongly. Since you feel it's unfair, let me give some comments to help you understand better. Admittedly, the sour soup noodles you made are indeed delicious, with tender noodles and uniquely flavored soup. However, overall, it's too localized, and non-northern Shaanxi people may find it hard to appreciate its beauty. This goes against what I required for the taste of home. You intentionally prepared northern Shaanxi cuisine to cater to my preferences. For the judges to give you such high marks, they've been quite lenient on you. As for myself, the reason I liked Mr. Hagen's egg fried rice is because he truly presented the taste of home. I still remember, when I was young, eating rice was a luxury, only available during the new year. I could enjoy my Megan's egg fried rice once a year, and the flavor has always stayed fresh in my mind. The rich aroma of lard, the fragrance of eggs, the scent of green onions, it's exactly the same. This, I believe, is a shared memory of our generation, embodying the taste of home. Therefore, Mr. Hagen deserves to win. Bernie had given face to Tony. Only then did Tony realize he had misunderstood. Bernie's words felt like a silent slap in the face, making him feel utterly ashamed. He left the awards ceremony directly, claiming illness to treat his wounds, unable to face his failure. In no time, public opinion turned unfavorably towards him. How can this person be like this, intentionally flattering the judge, only to end up sucking up to the wrong place and not being able to bear defeat? Yeah, I thought Tony was pretty good in previous episodes, but turns out you can never truly know someone. If he's scared of losing, he shouldn't participate in the contest. Despite the hiccup, the show soon reached its conclusion. Bernie awarded Carlo the crown of the Chef King. At the end of the program, Bernie also announced the surprise he mentioned, a rare opportunity to observe and learn under a master of state banquets. Carlo, unlike the accomplished figure that Mason knew in the previous life, was already competent enough to run a large restaurant as a top chef. Still, he had a significant gap to fill before becoming a state banquet head chef. Opportunities like this are once in a lifetime. Moreover, he loved studying and improving his culinary skills and was not overly concerned with wealth and fame, which is why he had remained at Xuanhuan building. Thus, he accepted the opportunity gratefully, sincerely thanking Bernie for giving him this chance. Mason suddenly thought, perhaps in the previous life, even without his help, Carlo might still have had someone influential assisting him. He was destined to walk a solitary path, as he was a pure person at heart. That was fine too. The task of helping Carlo win the championship has been completed. Rewards have been issued, the system prompt rang out appropriately. After the show, the production team invited Carlo to be the defending Chef King in the next round of Culinary King Showdown, which he politely declined. This competition went against his wishes. It was like forcing a duck up on a stage, leaving him with no choice. He didn't like these showy things, and preferred to focus on practical matters. The production team did not make things difficult for him either. Finally, everything came to an end. That night, the three gathered again at Mason's small shop, enjoying beer and barbecue, thoroughly relaxed. Congratulations, Uncle Hagen. This opportunity is rare. Wishing you smooth sailing and a bright future, Mason toasted. I must thank you, Xuanhuan. Yesterday's barbecue and today's egg fried rice owe much to your kindness, allowing me to save face. When I made the egg fried rice today, I felt as if I had divine assistance and performed exceptionally well. Later, I realized that although I was doing all the operations, you were controlling the pace of each step, helping me create such delicious egg fried rice. I owe you one. Here's to you, Uncle Hagen. Uncle Hagen, you're too kind. It was just a hand's reach. Mason raised his glass, finishing the drink in one gulp. All unsaid feelings conveyed through this action. By the way, Uncle Hagen, how about what I mentioned to you yesterday? I wanted to talk about it, but felt a bit embarrassed. You've helped me so much. Saying no feels disrespectful, but I'm really not business material and can't offer you much help. Carlo blushed awkwardly. Don't worry, I understand. Everyone has their own path, and this is good. I support you, Mason understood. Since Bernie offered Carlo the chance to learn from a state banquet master earlier, he knew he wouldn't be able to secure Carlo as a partner. Honestly speaking, apart from cooking skills, Carlo wasn't a good partner for business. He lacked the understanding of Carloagement. If my second uncle can't do it, what about me? Alastair suddenly interjected. Thinking he was joking, the two looked at him, only to find he was serious. Dong Hai, don't act rashly. Focus on your studies, or your father will blame me forever. Carlo was startled. His nephew was precious to the family, the only Tianzhou University prodigy, and would surely upset the family if he turned to business instead of completing his education. If Mason can balance studying and business, why can't I? Chapter 142, Cooperation with Alastair. Carlo was speechless at his nephew's retort. Indeed, if Mason could do it, why couldn't Dong Hai? He realized that he had subconsciously treated Mason like an adult, even though his own nephew was actually a bit older. In the end, he could only tacitly agree and did not try to stop them anymore, allowing the two to discuss it themselves. This time, Alastair was very serious. When Mason mentioned this matter yesterday, his eyes had lit up immediately, showing a strong interest. This kid didn't lack money, but he lacked a sense of achievement and gain. If Mason could earn money while learning, why couldn't he? He had a hunch that if this venture were to truly take off, it would bring both fame and fortune. Mason, who had come from nothing, was good at reading people. Seeing the firm resolve in Alastair's eyes, he thought that giving him a chance might just be surprising. How do you want to cooperate? Mason asked directly. Sure enough, Alastair came prepared. He pulled out a passbook. Here is all the money I've been given by my family and earned myself over the years. Let me know how Carlo shares it can buy. I want to invest and work with you. Mason opened the passbook to find 10,000 yuan inside. For this era, for a young Carlo to have such a sum in savings was no small feat. It was clear that his family background must also be quite affluent. Mason roughly estimated the initial investment required. Starting with 10 shops, at an average annual rent of 3,600 yuan for prime locations, the total rent for 10 shops would be 36,000 yuan. Simple renovation, custom signs, and equipment for selling braised meat products, let's say around 5,000 yuan. Initial wages for staff, 1 employee per shop, with each employee earning 1,000 yuan a month, amounting to 60,000 yuan for 6 months worth of wages alone, not counting the processing center wages. The braised meat processing needed a fixed location, preferably in the city center. Mason considered buying a house specifically for this purpose to avoid future complications. Transportation of braised meat daily would require a van. He planned to purchase one for exclusive use. However, these costs for purchasing the property and vehicle, he decided not to include, treating them as personal expenses. For now, the labor and equipment costs for the braised meat processing were tentatively set at 50,000 yuan. Then there was the initial raw material input, estimated at 10,000 yuan. So, in total, around 160,000 yuan would be required to get the chain started. At least this much capital was needed to establish the braised meat chain. There were still some smaller details to be calculated, but for him, those minor costs were not currently an issue. Actually, the most significant investment wasn't money, but his secret recipe. That was truly valuable and represented his biggest commitment. Since he was seeking a partner, he had to offer maximum sincerity. Based on my estimated initial investment, your 10,000 yuan can account for about 6% of the shares. Considering that I'll be very busy later and may not have much time to attend to the store matters, you'll need to handle more day-to-day operations, so I've decided to give you 10% of the shares. How does that sound? Ah. Alastair was astonished. He thought that getting even 1% would be good. After all, not only was Mason contributing capital, but also technology, both major investments. With such a small amount from himself, he felt unworthy of the 10% offered. 2 or 3% would be enough. 10% is too much. I feel guilty accepting it. Yes, it is too much, Carlo agreed, feeling the same way. Without the secret recipe and ideas, plus the main capital from Mason, Alastair's contribution wouldn't achieve anything. Mason was essentially bringing him along to make money. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. This responsibility is also part of what I'm entrusting you with. I have Carlo-y things on my plate. Once everything here gets on track, all the operations will be handed over to you. So, I'm giving you this much share. Do you dare to accept it? Alastair clenched his teeth. What's there to be afraid of? I accept. A real Carlo stands by his word. Alastair accepted the 10% share and, for the next few decades, took on the carlidal of expanding the braised meat chain, making it thrive as Mason envisioned, spreading across the entire country. The two young men looked into each other's eyes and saw ambition and confidence. Carlo sighed softly. He really felt old now, watching the current generation of young people who had both ideas and the courage to try. Youth was indeed wonderful. Next, they hammered out some specific work details and prepared to get things moving. They aimed to finalize all preparations within a month. Since Alastair was a local in Tianzhou, the task of finding houses, renting, and handling specific decoration and arrangements was entrusted to him. Mason would be responsible for finding a house for the processing workshop and buying a van. He also needed to hire employees and provide unified training, which meant he had plenty to do as well. Shepard and Violet only needed to finish their last shifts and prepare for new roles. They were both very reluctant to leave the current store. It was their first little nest when they settled in Tianzhou City. Some regular customers knew they wouldn't be operating next month and felt that it was a pity they wouldn't be able to taste the grilled skewers and fried rice anymore. However, the braised meat products would still be sold, and staff would take over the operations here. Shepard and Violet informed the few students who helped out and Mason's roommates about the situation. They understood and agreed to complete their final shifts diligently. During this period, not only did the boss and his wife treat them very well, providing meals and paying them, but they had already done a good job. Mason hadn't been back to the dormitory for a long time because he was busy. He saw his roommates less frequently and had become somewhat distant from them. But people always drift apart over time, and there's nothing that can be done about it. There is a saying, birds of a feather flock together. Many things are not judged by right or wrong, but simply because paths diverge. Time will help filter out those truly worth loving. Alastair didn't have a mobile phone, but wrote down Mason's number for easy contact. After a satisfying meal and farewell, everyone dispersed. The next day was the award ceremony for the calligraphy competition. Mason and Xena brought Jeffrey to the event on time. Jeffrey proudly awarded Mason and handed him the prize personally, saying, "Keep up the good work in the future." The master and apprentice embraced warmly. In Mason's ear, the system gave its friendly prompt. Task completed for winning the calligraphy competition championship. The reward copy card has been issued. Please claim and use it at your convenience. It was quite an achievement to get another copy card. Mason clearly felt that since he had grown stronger, the system's assistance had become less frequent. It was almost impossible to get anything valuable from signing in, and tasks were issued much less often. Perhaps one day it would disappear. But now he could face this calmly. He had turned his life around and could achieve his dreams without relying on the system, doing everything he wanted. Chapter 143, Jeffrey's grandson comes. Because Xena was a winner in the regular script group, Gale finally presented her with the award. Worthy of mention is that Jeffrey specially prepared his own calligraphy work for Xena, which was in regular script. It read, "There will be times when I ride the long wind, hoist my cloud-white sail, and cross the boundless sea." This carried the meaning of encouragement for Xena. What a considerate little old Carlo. Though Xena didn't feel he favored one over another, receiving a gift from the teacher truly made her feel valued. To Jeffrey, first or second place wasn't important. They were all his disciples. What mattered was that both had hearts eager to improve. That was enough. The three of them chatted and laughed as they walked out of the Calligraphy Association, a scene that caught the eye of a young Carlo at the gate. He rushed forward with red eyes, agitated. "Mr. Master Chun, what a leisurely mood you're in," as if Jeffrey had killed his Megan, filled with hatred. Jeffrey's face changed instantly. "Jonathan Zephyr, I have already given you the money. As for other matters, I am powerless." Mason and Xena looked at this young Carlo in some confusion. Jeffrey's attitude towards him seemed very lenient, as though treating a junior. "What a great, powerless. My grand-Megan was your ex-wife who bore your children. Now she's in dire straits, and you won't even say a kind word. What sort of celebrated calligrapher are you? Heartless and merciless, worse than beasts." This young Carlo named Jonathan Zephyr stood at the entrance of the Calligraphy Association and started yelling. This attracted Carlo-y onlookers since there was an award ceremony today, so there were Carlo-y people around. Mason and Xena's faces changed. Was this Carlo actually the master's biological grandson? How could he curse like this? "You know very well that your grand-Megan was frivolous, committing adultery. She remarried immediately after divorcing my master, saying she couldn't stand my master only caring about academia while neglecting family. It's just an excuse for her infidelity. Even after divorce, your grand-Megan takes away most of my master's salary and subsidies every month to support her lover and your entire family. She also asked my master for money to buy a house, spending all of his savings. On festivals, she wouldn't even visit the elderly. Even a dog has more conscience than you. Truly shameless without a limit." As a girl, Xena naturally knew some gossip about Jeffrey's past, considering how much noise it made back then, and Carlo-y people knew some inside stories. Regarding the finances, she accidentally found it in Jeffrey's expenses notebook on his desk. Most of the older generation have the habit of recording things. Xena found that Jeffrey had a large monthly expense that was always given to a Carlo named Adira, who later turned out to be his ex-wife. After their divorce, he never stopped paying Adira for living expenses, enough to support a big family. There was also an expense of 100,000 yuan last year, noted as payment for Jonathan Zephyrd's housing. Therefore, after hearing those words, Xena felt furious. Why would such a good person like Master have such a disloyal descendant? Jeffrey glanced at Xena with disapproval. How do you know this? Master, I'm sorry. I saw the notebook on your desk by accident, Xena explained softly. Let's go. Forget it. Jeffrey sighed, not wanting to say more. Upon hearing Xena's words, Jonathan Zephyr clearly was stunned, because this contradicted greatly with the facts he knew. Since childhood, he was told that his biological grandfather was a terrible person, using money to support student studies while not giving money to the family and ignoring their lives. His grandmegan divorced him in despair. In his impression, the family's expenses these years came from his gentle step-grandfather. Even the money for his wedding and house last year came from the step-grandfather. So, of course, he had no friendly face towards Jeffrey, full of hostility. But what did he just hear? This little girl said Jeffrey paid them living expenses every month? Why did his grandmegan never tell him? At this moment, he knew he shouldn't doubt his grandmegan, but he was somewhat shaken, and his attitude softened a bit. You can't leave. You must help with Grandma's issue. This is something you owe us. He still blocked the way. Mason didn't expect such shocking hidden details. Seeing more people gathering, in order not to embarrass the master, he directly picked up the young Carlo named Jonathan Zephyr and led them to the car. Whatever you have to say, let's talk somewhere else. Jeffrey agreed with his disciple's decision silently. Jonathan Zephyr was forcefully put in the passenger seat. They returned to the school. Jeffrey remained silent all along, seeing the strong hostility from this grandson. In fact, apart from a few brief meetings when Jonathan Zephyr was a child, he had not had much contact with this grandson over the years, as Adira did not allow him to see the child. He had once fantasized about what Jonathan Zephyr would be like when he grew up, imagining him to be someone like Mason, strikingly handsome, valiant and upright, positive and upward-looking. Until these two meetings, his fantasies were shattered. This child, just like Adira, was selfish and self-centered. Though disappointed, during their last meeting, he still gave all the money he could afford. Although Adira had wronged him, they had been a couple once, and he could not stand by and do nothing. As for the other matter, it was something he could never do. They silently arrived at Jeffrey's home. You sit first, I'll go make tea, Jeffrey said unusually calm, as if this were an ordinary meeting. I don't want tea. You give me a clear answer. Will you help or not? Jonathan Zephyr, agitated, slapped the coffee table. Mason placed a hand on his shoulder and pinched it with moderate force. Speak properly to my master. A despicable one, bullying Jeffrey but not daring to show any hostility towards Mason, fearing that this Carlo might deal with him. Jeffrey noticed Mason's protection but did not say anything. He went inside and brought out 3 cups of tea. Then, he quietly entered the study, took out his ledger and remittance receipts, and placed them in front of Jonathan Zephyr. Legally, my obligation was to support your father until he turned 18. When I divorced your grandmegan, he was already 18, so technically, I didn't need to pay any extra expenses. Our marriage cannot be judged as right or wrong. We are both adults who no longer wanted to live together, which is our own business. The only pity is for you younger generations. So, I paid this money to ensure you lived better. I believe I can look myself in the eye without guilt. When I learned you were getting married last year, I was very happy for you. The 100,000 yuan was my blessing. The last payment was given to you a few days ago. Now, I have nothing more to give you. Please don't come to me anymore. As for the matter you mentioned the other day, my answer remains the same. I cannot do it. Jeffrey spoke calmly and steadily. Chapter 144, A Past Grievance. Hagen Zephyr felt dazed. He flipped through the records helplessly. There were remittance slips to Adira every month, not missing a single one. His grandmegan had deceived him, his father, and everyone else. He had always thought that his grandfather was a mad Carlo who abandoned his wife and children for the sake of art. When he learned as a child that this grandfather was a famous calligrapher, he had also felt admiration and yearning. But his grandmegan told him that such a person had no family or friends in life and deserved to live alone until death. She said it was the current grandfather who supported their whole family. To be worthy of his efforts, both his father and he changed their surnames from Chen Zephyr to Hagen Zephyr. He had always considered himself a fair-minded person, but now he felt like a joke. All along, the person who had been supporting the entire family was his biological grandfather, while his biological grandmegan had hidden his contributions behind the scenes. Ironically so, Hagen Zephyr could not accept in an instant that he had been a heartless person for more than 20 years. The girl was right. Even a dog would have more conscience than they did. He lived in a house bought by Jeffrey, but never came to see the old Carlo once. It was hard to imagine how he spent all those lonely years on his own. His face flushed red, afraid to look Jeffrey in the eyes. I didn't know. Grandma never mentioned it. He tried to justify his heartlessness over the years. Jeffrey had no hope left and had long guessed that Adira would do something like this. I know. Although Grandma has wronged you, she is now lying in the hospital with barely half a life left. Out of respect for the past, I beg you, save her. Only that doctor can perform her surgery. He said that if you agree to kowtow and apologize to his father, he will operate on Grandma. You just lose a bit of face, but it could save Grandma's life. Though he knew his grandmegan did Carlo-y bad things, after all, she raised him. Hagen Zephyr couldn't bear to watch her die without helping. To him, it seemed Jeffrey would do nothing major by kowtowing to save his grandmegan's life, making it a very reasonable deal. Jeffrey laughed, angry at him. Just as expected from Adira's upbringing, equally devoid of feeling. The Dr. Hagen Zephyr referred to was named Lionel, an expert who returned from studying in the United States. It all stemmed from past grievances. Lionel's father was once his best friend, and their families were close. Both generations served in the medical field. During the tumultuous times, prohibited items were found in their home, leading Lionel's father to be sent to the northern frontier. Before leaving, he entrusted Lionel to be sent abroad. At the time, only the family members and Jeffrey knew about the banned items in the Chung home. After being reported, Lionel's father insisted that Jeffrey, his close friend, betrayed him, turning them into enemies. No matter how much Jeffrey tried to explain, he wasn't believed. In the end, it was Jeffrey who helped arrange for Lionel to be safely sent abroad. In fact, it was thanks to Jeffrey that he survived the harsh labor in the north. During those years, Jeffrey made several trips to the northern frontier, secretly bringing food and supplies and arranging favors with the leaders there, which allowed him to wait for the chance of exoneration. Yet, even now, he still believes Jeffrey betrayed him, and they haven't communicated for years. Jeffrey naturally disagreed with Lionel using Adira's surgery as leverage to make him kowtow and apologize to his father. He never wronged anyone from the Chung family, then or now. So even if it cost him his life, he would never kowtow an apology. This grandson lacked the pride of a scholar and even considered it a wise bargain, thinking a kowtow would save a life. In reality, making him kowtow would be harder than taking his life. Mason understood Jeffrey's character. Although he didn't know why that person decarlated an apology from Jeffrey, he knew well the pride ingrained in Jeffrey. If it were truly his fault, he would certainly apologize. Jonathan when he apologized seriously to a junior relative after misunderstanding him last time. He refused because he knew he was not at fault. Being forced to kneel and kowtow to someone when innocent would be unbearable for him. If it's just a matter of losing a bit of face, why don't you do it? After all, you are my apprentice's nominal grandson, aren't you? If you want to save your grandma so much, you wouldn't mind kowtowing and apologizing, right? Mason pulled him up, looking fiercely at him. But they won't accept me. Hagen Zephyr instantly became unhappy. How could a young Carlo like him do something so disgraceful? Mason directly threw him out the door as if he were garbage. Don't let me see you again, or I'll beat you up every time I see you. Mason waved his fist. Hagen Zephyr had no doubt about the power of that punch, and hurriedly turned to leave. Jeffrey did not bother with Hagen Zephyr. He had long been extremely disappointed in this grandson, and felt he had done enough for him. There was no need for any further contact. Letting you two worry about my affairs, it's quite embarrassing, Jeffrey smiled calmly. Master, did you really do something wrong to that person he mentioned? Xena asked curiously. Don't ask. Mason was about to say something. Jeffrey smiled. It's all old history, there's no harm in telling. He recounted the story of his past grievances with the Chung family. How could Lionel repay kindness with enmity like that? You clearly helped their family, yet he decarlates you kowtow and apologize. Xena, being young, was very indignant. But we can't entirely blame him. I couldn't explain myself clearly back then. To this day, I still don't know who revealed the secret. It's understandable for him to resent the person who harmed his whole family. His father, though saved from the north, lost a leg and has to rely on a wheelchair. He also suffers from various health issues. In comparison, my health is still good, and I live relatively freely. Why should I hold too much against someone who has suffered so much? Jeffrey seemed quite calm about it. Though they can never return to the past and be friends again, knowing that everyone is living well somewhere in this world might just be a form of happiness. System task issued. Help Jeffrey resolve the heartache between him and Glover. Task reward, 3-day use of mind-reading ability. Mason didn't particularly want to complete this task. He could tell that Jeffrey was truly calm and serene. Resolving this heartache would mean reopening decades-old wounds for both elders, which would certainly cause pain. Perhaps it would be better to let them forget each other. He decided to take a natural course with this task. Chapter 145 Retribution. Hagen Zephyr was expelled from the door and wandered soullessly to the hospital where his grandmegan was hospitalized. He wanted to ask his grandmegan why she had deceived him and his father all these years, concealing Ernst's contributions to them. But unexpectedly, he found several journalists in his grandmegan's ward interviewing his grandparents. He overheard them tarnishing Jeffrey's reputation, portraying him as an utterly despicable person. If these news reports were published, Jeffrey would be utterly ruined. He wanted to step forward to help defend, but he could not open his mouth. On one side was his grandmegan who raised him, and on the other was his innocent biological grandfather. He was caught in a dilemma. Finally, he gritted his teeth and returned to Jeffrey's home, telling Jeffrey and Mason about what happened. They invited journalists to fabricate your past which might be harmful to you. Prepare yourself early. After saying this, Hagen Zephyr ran away, remembering that Mason said he would beat him every time they met, fleeing faster than a rabbit. Jeffrey showed a helpless smile, mixed with a touch of relief. The helplessness came from troubles coming out of nowhere while sitting at home. The relief was that although his grandson was weak and selfish, he still retained a bit of conscience. It must be Lionel doing this. Xena insisted with Carlo's intuition. Why did Adira not expose Jeffrey all these years and suddenly start now? There must be someone inciting her behind the scenes, possibly Lionel using surgery as leverage against them. Jeffrey also knew deep down that this matter probably involved that child, Lionel. He was trying to force his hand. We will accompany you to meet Lionel and his father. Mason felt that it was best to address the issue directly. Jeffrey did not want things to escalate to this point, but he also knew that if this matter wasn't handled properly, Lionel wouldn't let it go and would keep Jo-chan entangling him. It's not that he feared Lionel, he just didn't want to waste energy on these old matters anymore. According to Jeffrey, besides their family of 5 and himself, there was one more person who might have known about the incident back then. Chung Lao Taizi's younger brother. He had suspected it before, but by then the Cheng family members were scattered everywhere, so pursuing it further was meaningless. Since they intended to clear Jeffrey's name, they couldn't fight an unprepared battle. Based on Jeffrey's description, Mason Carlo aged to find Xianli, Chung Lao Taizi's brother, living in a small alley. Several families lived in this narrow lane. Xianli was already an elderly Carlo in the twilight of his life, living in this shabby alley with his family, in dim light. His relationship with the Chung family had been poor for years. After the Chung family was implicated in a crime, he quickly distanced himself from them and did not send even a needle or thread to his sister and brother-in-law far in Beijing. Therefore, after Old Man Glover was rehabilitated, he ignored this brother-in-law. Moreover, because Chung Lao Taizi didn't survive in Beijing, her brother was entirely forgotten by the Qing family. As Mason and Xena stepped into this narrow alley, they heard horrific cries of pain, and people around shut their doors tightly, afraid to come out. Ah, Grandpa, save me. A young Carlo was being held down by several big men on the ground, and one of them was wielding a knife, threatening to cut off his fingers. Erwin, please save Kay. He's your only grandson. I'll never let him go out again. A middle-aged Carlo knelt down, crying and begging. The elderly Carlo at the head remained unmoved, watching everything unfold. Grandpa, save me. I promise I won't gamble anymore. Erwin, please. The middle-aged Carlo also looked expectantly at his father, hoping he could save his son. All this is retribution. I really have no money left. Do whatever you want. The old Carlo calmly said to the debt collectors. The debt collectors certainly couldn't really cut fingers. It was just a scare tactic for collecting debts. Real violence would land them all in jail. Seizing the opportunity, Mason stepped forward. How much does he owe you? Everyone in the room stared dumbly at the suddenly appearing young Carlo. 5,000. What are you offering to pay for him? The Carlo with the knife asked. The young Carlo on the ground shouted. It was only 2,500. How did it become 5,000? Behave. Interest accumulates daily. You've delayed for half a month. Doubling it isn't strange, right? Mason realized his chance had come. I can help settle this debt. The middle-aged couple rushed forward. Thank you. We'll kowtow to you. The debt collectors were surprised that someone offered to pay off the debt for them. Such good luck was rare. Rolf also saw a glimmer of hope, looking excitedly at Mason. Mason paused, then said, however, I have a condition. What's the condition? Mason looked at the old Carlo. Are you Mr. Cianelli? As long as you are willing to publicly speak about your accusation of your sister and brother-in-law back then, I will help clear this debt for you. Actually, Mason wasn't entirely sure. His statement was a bluff aimed at testing the old Carlo. Cianelli's eyes instinctively dodged, which didn't escape Mason's notice. Jeffrey's guess was correct. That incident indeed had deep ties with Cianelli. I never did what you said. Cianelli denied subconsciously. Mason turned around casually and said to the thugs, then continue chopping. I have nothing else to do. Don't go. Save me, Grandpa. Please agree to him. Rolf screamed like a pig being butchered. Seeing Mason about to leave, their last hope fading, the middle-aged Carlo looked desperately at his father, hoping he would change his mind. But his father's eyes were full of indifference, completely unconcerned about Rolf's fate. The middle-aged Carlo made up his mind and called out to Mason. Wait a moment. Mason had gambled on Cianelli's conscience, but hadn't expected it to be Cianelli's son who stopped him. I'll talk. It was my father, for $200, who reported his own sister and brother-in-law, leading to their relocation. I heard this with my own ears. The middle-aged Carlo shouted this out with a mix of despair and shattered belief. Cianelli hadn't anticipated being betrayed by his son, pointing angrily at him. You ungrateful son. I never did it, never. Even now, he refused to admit his wrongdoing. My dad has spoken. Please save me, Rolf implored Mason. Mason counted out a stack of money from his bag and handed it over. Here's 1,250. I'll pay half first. I need to take you to see someone. If you repeat what you just said in front of him, I will pay the remaining half. They all understood tacitly who needed this explanation. Cianelli stormed over angrily but was blocked by the middle-aged Carlo. Fine. I agree to you. To save his son, he was willing to do anything. The thugs accepted the half payment and agreed to extend the deadline for 2 more days before leaving with the cash. Cianelli finally couldn't maintain his calm facade. You ungrateful son. If you dare to speak recklessly, I'll smash my head against you. Grandpa, save your breath. You wouldn't want to die. Rolf shot back, unhappy that the old Carlo hadn't saved him earlier. You, both of you, fine, very good. This is what I've raised. This is all retribution, Mason said before turning to leave. He also took Cianelli's son, Colt, with him. Chapter 146, A Dream Come to an End. Mason temporarily arranged for Colt and called Jeffrey to inform him. Upon learning that Mason had obtained favorable evidence, Jeffrey also heaved a sigh of relief. After all these years, he could finally clear his name. The two prepared everything and only waited for news from Lionel. Lionel suddenly received a letter handwritten by Jeffrey, stating that he wished to speak to both him and Glover in person. The time was set for 8 o'clock tonight at Jeffrey's home. Just then, he too wanted to meet this Uncle Chun, eagerly awaiting the encounter. After so Carlo-y years, he wondered whether Jeffrey could still live with himself. Thus, he dialed the number provided in the letter. A young Carlo answered, confirming the specific location. After work, he went home to inform his old father about the news. These past years, how could it be just he who couldn't let go? His father had also tossed and turned every night, decarleting an explanation from Jeffrey. Glover learned that everything was finally coming to an end, yet his heart remained surprisingly calm. During those years in the North Border region, it was the hatred inside him that sustained his will to survive. Jeffrey, his best friend, the brother-in-arms, had betrayed him, causing him to lose his family and become estranged from his children. Now, after losing so much, he was left with nothing but regrets. The two tidied up and arrived at Jeffrey's dormitory building with great poise. Mason was already waiting downstairs. Upon meeting, both parties tacitly understood each other and exchanged no words. Lionel carried his father upstairs. Jeffrey lived on the 3rd floor. Hearing footsteps, Jeffrey stood at the door to welcome them as courteously and politely as Carlo years ago. You have arrived. Glover nodded without speaking. Lionel silently placed his father down. Jeffrey served the tea he had prepared earlier. Your favorite green tip, he said to Glover. Though filled with hatred, Glover was somewhat moved at this moment. He gently tapped the teacup twice with his finger to show gratitude, just like he used to do Carlo years ago. Lionel could not stand it any longer. Didn't you invite us over for something important? He thought Jeffrey had compromised, willing to beg forgiveness for his ex-wife's surgery. What his father truly wanted was nothing more than a sincere apology. Jeffrey gave a look to Mason, who immediately understood. He went into the study and brought out a record book to hand over. Jeffrey flipped through and read aloud. In 1971, November 2nd, I brought 2 military coats to the North Border region. I traded 2 bags of grain for a pin from a herd's Carlo. Then another page. In 1972, November 5th, 50 pounds of flour and 50 pounds of millet, along with some old clothes. In 1973, November 25th, due to family affairs that year, it was delayed. I asked someone to make 2 thick quilts and brought some coarse grains. In 1974, November 10th, at first, Glover didn't pay much attention, but the more he listened, the more stunned he became, frozen in place. During those years in the North Border region, they always received supplies during the hardest times at year-end. He had wondered if it was because of good karma from his previous good deeds. Even their leaders treated them with care back then. It turned out none of this was heavenly kindness. Someone had been secretly helping them, and the person who had supported them through the toughest times was none other than his enemy. Lionel was baffled. What are you reading? We didn't come here to listen to this. Glover pressed his son's hand and suppressed his voice, saying, let him finish. Only then did Lionel notice his father's unusual demeanor and the connection to the North Border region. Everything became clear. What kind of emotional card are you playing now? Even if you sent things to my parents, so what? That can't make up for the hardships and suffering they endured. They never would have suffered if not for you, you ungrateful traitor. Lionel stood up, furious. Jeffrey put down the record book. Let's see an old friend after so Carlo-y years apart. As he spoke, an elderly Carlo with gray hair emerged from the study. Brother Glover, it has been Carlo-y years since we last met. Are you still healthy? The Carlo greeted warmly. Jonathan, why are you here? I have yet to thank you for your help back then. Glover recognized him. The one who helped send his son abroad to escape. He hurriedly thanked him, bowing. I am here today to explain on behalf of Brother Jingda. It was he who sought my help back then, leading me to reach out to you. It took considerable effort, and Brother Jingda spent 5 large amounts of money to make it happen. The Carlo felt ashamed. Back then, no one would have risked it without the lure of money. Jeffrey was also a Carlo of principle. To help his friend, he spent all his savings and even led to his wife divorcing him. Glover and Lionel were stunned. This was also Jeffrey's doing. How Carlo-y things had he done silently behind the scenes? You doing all this, what's the point? It can't make up for the blows and harm our family has suffered over the years. My Megan died in the North Border region. My father was bedridden for life, and I've been wandering like a homeless dog. Do you think spending some money could fix everything? Lionel shouted stubbornly. Jeffrey didn't respond but calmly looked at Glover. I tried to explain it to you multiple times that year, but you refused to believe me. Now, I'll tell you again. I, Jeffrey, can look up to heaven and down to earth with a clear conscience. I never betrayed my friends or did anything to wrong you. Today, I finally found the real culprit. It's time we let go of the past. After saying this, Mason called Colt out. Colt cowered like a quail, not daring to look straight at the Chings. At first, Glover and Lionel didn't recognize who he was, until Colt called out, Uncle. Glover's expression tightened, having a shocking guess that made him tremble all over. Uncle, I'm sorry. Back then, my father betrayed you for 200 yuan. I was young and ignorant back then, and I didn't dare speak up. I'm truly sorry. After finishing, Colt bent down and bowed deeply. Glover and Lionel felt as if they were struck by lightning, leaving them scorched and stunned. The one who betrayed them turned out to be their own kin. 200 yuan. Haha, what a joke. For so Carlo-y years, they had hated someone who was always trying to protect them. In the cold North Border region, running and delivering supplies year after year, such great kindness and loyalty. 5 big yellow fish. In that era, they could have exchanged for so Carlo-y good things. Jeffrey, oh Jeffrey, I thought you betrayed me, but it turns out I wronged you. Glover suddenly seemed 10 years older, his tightly wounded heart finally loosening. Lionel said incredulously, I don't believe it. Did you pay him to act? Chapter 147, Reconciliation. The answer was a long silence. He knew it was true. He just found it hard to accept. Lionel rushed forward and threw a punch at Colt, making his nose bleed. How ridiculous. How hateful. His own family had hated the other party for decades, only to find out that they had mistaken the person. Betrayed by his own relatives, his friend who had suffered countless wrongs had secretly been helping him all along. Suddenly, Lionel remembered the trips he had given Jeffrey over the past period of time, and even planned to expose him through the television station. He felt burning with shame on his face at that moment. Glover pushed himself up forcefully with both hands, kneeling on the ground and facing Jeffrey's direction. He slapped himself several times. Jingda, I have wronged you. All these years, I've wronged you, and even made Lionel see you as an eyesore. If it wasn't for you back then, our entire family would have really perished. This slap is thanking you for supporting us despite the past grudges. This one is thanking you for sending Lionel away, ensuring there's still a successor for the Cheng family. This one is because I have wronged you. What I owe you can never be repaid in my lifetime. Glover bowed 3 times firmly on the ground. Jeffrey did not stop him. This was something he deserved. Yet, those 3 bows relieved the frustration in his heart. Past grievances, let them be forgotten. Lionel, lend a hand. Jeffrey helped Glover up and sat him down properly. In fact, I suspected it might be related to your wife's side a long time ago. But we're already old men, living day by day. I didn't want to delve into these past grievances. No matter how we calculate it, someone will be hurt, and I don't care much about reputation or anything else. However, Lionel did indeed force me to resort to this drastic measure this time, Jeffrey explained. I never thought that despite all precautions, Ainsley actually told her incompetent brother such important matters. If only I had known earlier, but there are no ifs. Glover held Jeffrey's hand, filled with regret. After settling his father, Lionel also knelt properly before Jeffrey, bowing 3 times. Sorry Uncle Chun, I've caused you so much trouble. I'm an idiot. Thank you for taking care of our family for so Carlo-y years, and cultivating me. I cannot repay you. Regardless of whether you acknowledge me or not, from now on, you will be my godfather, and I will treat you just like I treat my father. Lionel wasn't inherently bad. It was just that the past hatred ran too deep, blinding him. Once he realized his mistake, he apologized sincerely. In the years to come, he indeed treated Jeffrey as if he were his own father, always asking after him and inviting him over for every holiday. Jeffrey did not wish to quarrel with the younger generation. In the end, everything turned out well. Seeing them reconcile, Colt quickly asked Mason, "Can I have the remaining money now?" He was anxious to return and save his son. A parent's love knows no bounds, and since Mason was not unreasonable, he agreed to give Colt the money since he had fulfilled his promise. Helping Jeffrey resolve his misunderstandings with Glover has completed the task. Mission reward has been distributed. Please use it. With the system prompt, this matter was finally settled. Lionel withdrew the unfavorable news reports from the journalists and replaced them with accounts of Jeffrey's life story. For Adira's surgery, Jeffrey let Lionel follow his professional duty without considering his opinion. Ultimately, Lionel followed his inner calling as a doctor and performed the operation. Adira was not fated to die. The surgery was successful, and she survived. Jeffrey had done enough for their family, and from then on, he cut off their financial support. Hagen Zephyr slowly regained independence after this incident and could provide for his family on his own. During holidays, he would visit Jeffrey with Adira. After finishing this matter, Mason began preparations for the braised food shop, with Xena assisting whenever possible. First, they recruited staff, prioritizing local women with families, as this group would be more stable. Braising required precision work better suited for women, who tended to be more meticulous. This was based on Mason's personal experience. The female students indeed worked more carefully than the males. They needed 10 employees skilled in knife work and able to communicate well, selling braised foods while slicing them for customers. 4 workers were assigned to assist Violet with braised food processing. Shepard continued handling procurement, as it was his expertise, while also taking charge of delivery. Initially, Mason planned to hire another driver to assist Shepard, but Shepard offered to learn driving, stating that once he learned, he could carloage all procurement and deliveries on his own. Mason thought it was indeed necessary for Shepard to learn driving. Considering the current scale of the shop, he could handle everything alone for now, so he agreed. He found the person who had helped him with permits before, offering money and some gifts to ask him to arrange driving lessons for Shepard. Unlike his last experience, Shepard was not familiar with driving at all. If he did not receive proper instruction just to get a license, it would be irresponsible towards his safety. Therefore, Mason instructed that he must be taught properly. Because Mason offered excellent terms, soon a group of people were arranged, 20 female workers and 10 male workers, totaling 30 people. They were mostly over 30 years old, mostly locals. Mason planned to first test them, selecting 15 for retention. First, he tested their knife skills, which was fundamental. They didn't need to be as skilled as chefs, but at least they should match Violet's level. Their slicing needed to be efficient and neat, looking professional, so customers wouldn't find fault. In the first round, 4 men and 1 Wakarlo were eliminated due to poor knife skills, leaving 25 candidates. Those who sliced too slowly and roughly, worse than an average customer, were obviously unsuitable. The second round involved a Q&A session. Mason set some questions and divided the assessment into 2 groups with Xena. These questions aimed to challenge the workers' emotional intelligence and communication skills, determining if they could handle being store staff. Mason wasn't overly optimistic, aiming to select the best among them. 10 people capable enough to carloage the store would suffice. The remaining could still be useful in the processing area as long as they were diligent. Indeed, most of these candidates were honest folk, with only a few skilled communicators. Yet, honesty had its advantages, making them more trustworthy. Mason selected 10 suitable candidates to sell braised foods, planning further training before they started work. The others, either poor communicators or excessively fawning, were eliminated. 15 people remained, 10 for the store, 5 for the processing workshop. After basic training with Violet and Xena, Mason then focused on finding a new location. Chapter 148. If you're a man, come at me. It was now easy to buy apartment buildings in Tianjin City, but the kind of thing Mason and his people intended to do didn't suit apartment buildings. They could only go for standalone houses which were more convenient. However, small villas would certainly not be suitable for this kind of business. Mason set his sights on courtyard houses in the city center. These days, everyone was scrambling to live in apartment buildings, and courtyard houses had yet to become as sought after as they would be in the future. With his current wealth, hoarding several wouldn't be a problem. When they did eventually become valuable, they wouldn't be available for purchase anymore. But there was one problem currently. The ownership of these old courtyard houses was mostly held privately and not uniformly sold like apartments. Was he going to have to visit each household? How troublesome and time-consuming that would be. In the end, Jeffrey helped solve this issue for him. Jeffrey was an old Tianjin resident whose ancestors had owned some assets. However, during his divorce with Adira, much of what should have been sold or divided ended up being nothing much left. But Carloe of his old friends' families still owned such courtyard houses and lived in them. To his knowledge, Leonelgia's former 3-entry courtyard house was still around, reclaimed during rehabilitation times, and it was in a good location. However, it wasn't occupied by its rightful owners, but by a group of people. This was a legacy issue from the past when the government allocated these houses to different residents who later refused to move out, turning the place into a notorious mixed residential area. Many old courtyard houses faced the same situation. Their original owners couldn't live in them because they were dominated by hostile squatters. Leonelgia wasn't afraid of them but feared Glover might be upset seeing the house, so he simply turned a blind eye. Upon hearing that Mason wanted to buy a courtyard house, Leonelgia said he could give it away for free if Xuanhuan could only deal with the occupants inside. Mason was quite satisfied with the location, and it wasn't far from where they resided in Jinlong Bay, making it convenient for Violet and others to commute to work. He definitely wouldn't take advantage of others' property without fair payment. He paid the full price as per market value. Considering only the square footage and disregarding the interior decor, which had likely been destroyed by tenants over the years, this 3-entry courtyard house was worth about 1 million yuan. After recovering it, some renovations would be necessary before it could be used. Seeing how generous Mason was with the money transfer, Jeffrey gladly accepted it, thinking to himself that his young disciple wasn't ordinary, having already accumulated such wealth. They completed the transfer procedures, changing the surname of the courtyard house to Xuanhuan. Mason had already devised a plan to deal with those stubborn residents, treating them harshly since kindness hadn't worked. Nearby Tianqiao, he spent a few $100s hiring 5 or 6 tall and muscular men, outfitting them in floral shirts and sunglasses. After giving them brief instructions, he led them to the courtyard entrance. Due to the numerous occupants, the main gate was always open. Mason marched in boldly. "Hey, who are you?" Carlo shouted upon noticing something amiss. I'm the new owner of this house. See here, it's all written down. The Chung family has sold me the house. Now, I want it back into Kylin-Blood that you all vacate within a day or face my wrath." Mason finished with a nonchalant attitude, picked up a broken brick, and split it in half with a single strike, astonishing the residents who were hanging clothes out to dry. They rushed back inside to inform others. "This house has a new owner. That Carlo is fierce. He broke the brick barehanded. How will we find a new place to live? Get lost. We've lived here for over 20 years. Why should we leave just because you say so?" Carlo pointed at Mason and yelled. Some dared challenge Mason, offering him the chance to make an example of someone. With perfect precision, he kicked the Carlo flying. Mason chose the angle well, ensuring the Carlo landed on a drying sheet in the yard, preventing serious injury as he wasn't there to kill but to reclaim his property. The scene terrified everyone present. Even children started crying. Not just the residents, even the actors Mason hired trembled at his display of strength, kicking a fully grown Carlo into the air and handling the crowd alone effortlessly. "Do any of you want to try? Come at me, one by one or all at once. I'll handle them all. Even if we get to the police station, I'm still in the right. I won't fear your unruly behavior." Mason cracked his knuckles for effect. Scared, no one dared to come over anymore. No one else? All right, don't say I didn't give you time or show any Carloidi. You have until the end of today. Whether you rent another place outside or go to relatives, clear out now. You can only take your personal items. Nothing that belongs to this house is to be touched. Tomorrow morning, I'll come back. If even one family is still here, I'll personally help move you out. My methods aren't too gentle, as you've just seen. Terrified, they all nodded furiously. Only then did Mason, satisfied, leave with his thugs in a grand car loaner. These people took advantage when others were weak and retreated when confronted with strength. The Chung family had been too gentle, making them feel there was an opportunity. Mason wouldn't be so soft. He wasn't a pedantic scholar concerned about saving face. He wanted to see who could win this battle. The next morning, Mason drove over with Shepard to inspect the house. The gate was wide open, and indeed, the place was completely empty, as if it had been ransacked, everything in chaos. Mason entered a room at random. The wall paint was peeling off, and except for a metal-framed bed, there was nothing left. This bed must have been part of the original furnishings, indicating that they had taken his words seriously. This 3-entry courtyard was quite large, and the two men started checking each room, ensuring no one was left behind. "Stephen, come and look," shouted Shepard. Mason hurried into the inner courtyard. There, Shepard held a little boy by the collar. He looked malnourished, barely reaching Shepard's waist, red-eyed and afraid, staring at Mason. "I was checking this room when he suddenly rushed out and bit me." Shepard pointed to the adjacent room. Mason pretended to approach the room for inspection, and the boy snarled, "Don't touch my sister. If you're a Carlo, come at me." Both Mason and Shepard laughed. This kid had some spirit, but he had a sister too? Chapter 149. Immortal and Tasha. Shepard held back the boy while Mason went into the house to look for the boy's sister. This room was neatly cleaned, but there were hardly any valuable items, all of them old and dilapidated. A pile of trash was also stacked in a corner. Mason did not see any child at first glance. He scanned the room again with his tosher eye. He then noticed a little girl with 2 small braids hiding inside a cabinet, secretly peeping at him through the door crack. He wasn't sure what situation this brother and sister were in. Mason pulled out an orange from his pocket that his Megan had given him when he left in the morning. "Who wants to eat an orange?" The little girl licked her lips, opened the cabinet door slightly, and then closed it again. She remembered what her brother said, that bad people would drive them away, so she couldn't leave this cabinet. Mason thought this child was quite cautious, so he placed the orange at the entrance of the cabinet and left. Seeing that he hadn't found his sister, the boy breathed a sigh of relief. "Where are your parents?" Mason asked the boy. A trace of sorrow appeared on the boy's face, which soon turned into strength. "My father died, and my Megan ran away. It's just the 2 of us left." Sympathy showed on both Shepard's and Mason's faces. The boy didn't seem very old. Without parents, how had he Carlo-aged? "Don't you have any other relatives?" "There is an aunt. I originally wanted to send my sister over and ask her to take care of her, but she treated my sister badly, didn't give her food, and even hit her. So I brought my sister back." There was much weariness in the boy's eyes. At such a young age, he had already experienced the warmth and coldness of the world. "So how long have you and your sister been living here? How do you live?" Mason spoke as gently as possible. The boy understood their sympathy. Since fending for himself, he had seen 2 Carloi who Carlo warmth and coldness. He knew these 2 should not be bad people. Bad people wouldn't ask these questions, but would simply throw them out. "In the past, our whole family lived here. Grandpa and Grandma passed away early. Last year, Erwin worked as a casual laborer on a construction site and was crushed by rocks. The 4 Carlo gave some compensation, and Marion took the money and ran. We used to live in 3 rooms, but the neighbors occupied 2 of them, leaving us with only 1 room. My sister and I have always lived in this room. During the day, I lock her inside and go out to pick up trash, sell it, and buy food with the money earned. We've been enduring like this for a year." The boy spoke clearly. Misfortune tends to happen to those who are already suffering. Mason never expected these 2 children to have suffered more than he did in the past. At least he had his parents protecting him, whereas they had already tasted the bitterness of life at such a young age. Shepard also felt pity. He was kind-hearted and could not bear to see the siblings suffer. "How old are you?" "I'm 6 years old this year, and my sister is 4, the boy answered frankly. "I don't think you have anywhere else to go. Jonathonston, we're going to do something here soon. You and your sister can help us watch the gate every day. If someone comes to visit, you can pass on the message. I will take care of you, provide you with meals and accommodation. How does that sound? This idea had just come to Mason. He underestimated how large this courtyard was. With people working inside, they wouldn't know if someone knocked on the door outside. They needed confidentiality for what they were doing and couldn't keep the gate open daily. No wonder ancient wealthy families had doormen. Perfectly, these two little ones could do this job, earning their survival through labor. Although his money could easily support 10 or 100 such children, giving everything without effort might not be good for them. Give a Carlo a fish, and you feed him for a day. Teach a Carlo to fish, and you feed him for a lifetime. The little boy never expected such a good opportunity and his eyes instantly lit up. Are you serious? Can we stay? His requirements were not high. A shelter was enough. Yes, I promise. Call your sister out. Don't let her suffocate in there. Mason patted his head. The boy then realized that Mason had already found his sister, but chose not to expose her. He happily ran in to tell his sister the good news. Shepard also thought this was a good idea. It helped the two children and solved the gatekeeping issue. They checked the house inside and out thoroughly and found no omissions. Mason contacted Adon to help find a construction team to renovate inside. The front courtyard would be converted into a reception area and living quarters for workers. The two children would live here, and workers willing to stay could also live here since the courtyard was large. The second courtyard would be transformed into a processing workshop. Since the old houses in xuanhuan were generally small, Mason divided them into different areas. One room would be dedicated to storing raw materials. They would need to buy a large refrigerator and move the old ice cabinet over as well. Another room would be used for cleaning and processing raw materials. Several rooms would also be prepared for processing and producing ready-to-eat flavors. All these rooms needed gas stoves installed and modifications made. Conveniently, there was a small door on the side of the second courtyard that could be used for moving the ready-to-eat flavors onto vehicles for transportation. The third courtyard would be renovated for family members to stay when they were busy. This would ensure they had a place to rest for the night. The house was very big, but its current utilization rate was low. As more stores opened and more people came, it would gradually fill up. After arranging for the house renovation, Shepard stayed to oversee the process while Mason directly took the two children home. With the renovation ongoing, it wouldn't be convenient for them to live there, so they brought them back to the store temporarily. The siblings were reluctant to leave their scrap metal, old clothes, and blankets behind. Mason promised to replace everything with new items. He had checked and found that all their clothes were ragged, dirty, and too short. Their blankets smelled of urine, undoubtedly from when the younger sister wet the bed and wasn't washed properly. Jonathan being without adults was clearly hard for the two children. There was nothing good in their home. Mason couldn't stand it and decided to replace everything, stating that the doormen should look clean and tidy for work. The siblings were overjoyed by this huge surprise, constantly thanking their brother along the way. Upon returning home, Mason told Violet about it, and she embraced the children, tears streaming down her face. Good kids, you will live here with Annie from now on. Though I'm not wealthy, I'll ensure you have enough food and clothes. The boy knelt before Violet. He had never met such kind people before. Crying, he introduced himself as Ardal and his sister as Tasha, expressing deep gratitude to Violet and Mason, vowing to repay them for life. Mason and Violet didn't expect repayment. They just did what felt right. They hadn't realized that their kindness would sow good seeds and ultimately bear good fruit. Ardal never forgot his promise, treating Shepard and Violet like parents and showing deep respect and love for Mason like a real brother. That day, Violet took the children to the wholesale market to buy everything new. Each child got 2 or 3 sets of new clothes, thick winter coats for the approaching cold weather, and entirely new underwear, shoes, and socks. She also bought a lot of bedding and toiletries. The children even stayed in Mason's room, making him sleep on the sofa. The two children were overwhelmed with gratitude. Even when living with their birth parents, they hadn't been cherished like this. Tasha lay in the new bed at the new home, smelling fresh after being bathed by Auntie, wearing new clothes and covered by new blankets. She felt dazed. Brother, am I dreaming? Silly Tion, it's not a dream. Go to sleep. Ardal stroked her head, comforting her. Chapter 150. The Xuanhuan Halal Food Company opens for business. Ardal got up early in the morning to help Violet, being more attentive than her own son Mason, capturing her heart instantly. He pampered these two children deeply. Alastair was also very reliable. He had already found 9 shops in different areas. Together with the Xuanhuan that Shepard was currently operating, there would be 10 shops in total. They only needed Mason's approval before signing contracts and paying rent. It took them a day to finalize everything. Alastair was indeed reliable. All the locations he chose were excellent, and all the stores were relatively small. Mason decisively signed the contracts and prepaid 1 year's deposit. Not wanting to trouble multiple parties, he entrusted the renovation work to the construction team that was repairing the xuanhuan quadrangle courtyard. Actually, there wasn't much to renovate inside the stores. Just whitewashing the walls, setting up platforms at the entrances to display various cooked meats for customers to choose from, and placing items on another platform inside. After doing this, they only had to wait for the xuanhuan to be renovated, then start unified employee training to prepare for operations. During the waiting period, Mason took Shepard to buy a new minivan. They went to Junior's shop again. Business should stay within the family. However, this time Junior wanted to give Mason an 80% discount, but Mason refused, unwilling to let him lose money again. Shepard now practiced driving 2 hours every day and was becoming increasingly familiar with it. The thought of soon owning a new car made him so happy that he couldn't sleep, never having imagined he could have such a good life one day. With a car, a house, and savings, his life was getting better and better. As for the kitchen utensils, stoves, pots, bowls, etc., required for the xuanhuan and the stores, Mason didn't want to get involved and left it entirely to Violet. He only helped buy 2 new refrigerators for the xuanhuan. When it was ready, they would move the old fridge from the store over, making a total of 3 refrigerators to store meat and other ingredients, which would be sufficient. Once preparations were almost complete, the xuanhuan was finished. Everything was arranged exactly as Mason had instructed. Shepard and Violet immediately stopped business and, on a particular morning, packed up their meager belongings, and left the store. Many times, departures were silent and unnoticed. Old customers noticed Xuanhuan suddenly closed, with only its sign still hanging. A notice was posted outside saying it would reopen in 10 days. Mason kept the Xuanhuan sign. It was the first name they gave their shop, chosen by their master Jeffrey, and he intended to use it for all future cooked meat shops. No matter how Carloy stores they opened, they would all be called Xuanhuan. Aware of trademark importance from the future, he registered the Xuanhuan trademark and ordered custom-made Xuanhuan signs for all the stores. The Tianzhou City Xuanhuan Cooked Meat Company was established. Everything was ready except for one thing. Before opening, the whole family held a meeting, including Xena, Alastair, Ardal, and Tasha. This business was not just for one person but a collective effort, requiring everyone to work together based on their abilities for better outcomes. Shepard would be in charge of procurement and driving, responsible for buying and transporting raw materials and delivering cooked meats to each store. This task meant he might not be able to sleep in, but the busy part would only last a short while, leaving him plenty of free time during the day to assist Violet in cooking. Additionally, Shepard had the crucial task of collecting daily earnings from each store in the evenings and handing them over to Xena. Violet's main responsibility was to mix the cooked meat recipes in the right proportions, which she could already do very well. Besides this, she would Carloage the 5 workers under her, ensuring they all did their respective jobs diligently. Mason knew it might be challenging initially since Violet had never Carloaged anyone before, but everyone learned through practice, and he would always be there as a backup. Alastair, Mason, and Xena were students, unable to dedicate full-time attention, so much relied on Shepard and others. Alastair would Carloage sales, observe each store's per for Carlos, handle new shop expansions, and recruitment of staff. Mason wouldn't get involved in these matters anymore. Xena's main task was accounting. She would calculate the store's revenue based on delivery orders and the money collected by Shepard, estimate profits or losses, and check for any misconduct by employees. She would also handle financial carloagement, payroll, and taxes. Letting professionals do professional work, this was fairly simple for her. Mason himself handled relatively few of the company's minor affairs. He only needed to steer the ship. If any major issues arose within the company, they would be reported to him. Speaking of reporting, he thought they still needed to install a landline in the xuanhuan for easier communication. Also, as the business grew, each shop should consider installing a landline. Doing business is not something where every detail can be taken care of at once. Problems are discovered and solved during the process. Xuanhuan and Yuetian listened attentively. When Mason didn't mention them for a while, Yuetian raised his hand and asked, Jinhong, what about us too? You two little guys will be the goalkeepers of our Xuanhuan Halal Food Company, responsible for guarding our entrance and preventing bad people from entering, Mason said with a smile. Yuetian, mimicking the soldiers on TV, gave a salute and responded, mission guaranteed. Everyone was amused. Finally came the issue of compensation. Mason decided that Shepard, Violet, Xena, and Alastair would each own 10% of the company shares, making up a total of 40%. This left Mason owning 60%. Dividends would be shared at year-end, while salaries were distributed monthly. Each person's salary was set at 2,000 yuan per month, which was quite high for the current time. This wage fully covered daily living expenses, and everyone was very satisfied. As for Yuetian and Yuetian, helping guard the door earned them each 500 yuan per month, with food and accommodation provided. These two children were limited in what they could do, but Mason wanted them to have some pocket money so he could send them to school next year. When Yuetian learned he and his sister would earn 1,000 yuan per month, he was shocked. He knew that he and his sister had encountered a kind-hearted deity. After completing employee training, the Xuanhuan Halal Food Company officially opened its doors 10 days later. Shepard also Carloaged to pass his driving test and got his license. Mason didn't make a big fuss or hold a ribbon-cutting ceremony. They simply opened their doors one day and started doing business. A sign outside read, new store opening 80% off for the first 3 days. Welcome to try. The taste of the halal foods attracted Carloy customers, and after trying it, no one left without buying some. Even just a bit to taste, given the discount, who wouldn't take advantage? On the first trial day, all 10 shops sold out completely. After school, Xena came over to calculate the day's income. Since it was the first trial day, each shop delivered the same amount of goods, all of which were sold out. Each shop collected around 1,400 yuan. Some shops still had capacity and could increase inventory tomorrow, while others were just right. Subtracting costs, each shop netted around 1,000 yuan. 10 shops made 10,000 yuan. Earning 10,000 yuan per day, that's 300,000 yuan per month. It was incredibly impressive. Shepard and Violet couldn't stop smiling. In the past, they worked tirelessly, juggling barbecue, fried rice, and halal foods, barely making several thousand yuan a month. Now, not only was the work much easier, but they earned more. Though there was significant initial investment, it could be recouped in a month. Chapter 151. Everyone is happy. Alastair also did some calculations. Following this trend, business would only get better and he would earn more in the future. Even if they made a net profit of 30,000 yuan a month, it would amount to 3.6 million yuan in a year. With his 10% share, he could earn 360,000 yuan a year, which was a huge sum. Although his family's conditions were not bad, this was the first time as an adult he had earned money on his own, and the meaning was different. Moreover, he now realized that Mason was leading him along. Even without him, Mason could have set up this business. He had money and formulas. He himself just contributed some effort and ran errands. In the future, he needed to work harder, demonstrate his value, and not make people think he wasn't worth it. Xena was also very happy with her calculation. With things going this way, she could earn more in a year than her parents did. She knew Mason was helping her, but didn't reject it out of false pride. She would do her best to work well in the future and not let the company down. Starting from now, with a monthly salary of 2,000 yuan, she wouldn't need her parents to send her living expenses anymore, and she could even save part of it. She currently had 10,000 yuan in savings, earned from buying stones with Mason before. When she accumulated enough dividend money over the next couple of years, she also wanted to buy a villa in Tianjin City. After graduation, she wished to live and work in Tianjin City because there was someone she liked and everything she aspired for here. Her parents probably wouldn't leave Zhoushan since they had their own businesses and social circles there and lived comfortably. When they got older, she hoped to have the ability to bring them to live in Tianjin City, so she had to start working hard now. Although she and Mason were currently getting along very well, she never regarded Mason's things as her own. What she wanted, she would strive for herself. Mason supported her. Everyone was happy. Seeing everyone was pleased, Mason was also delighted. Actually, he wasn't short of this small amount of money and could fully support his parents and family, but they weren't canaries he kept in a gilded cage. They needed to realize their own value through efforts to feel happy. This was the significance of what he did. The prepared food store gradually got on track, steadily opening up the market, and the business stabilized. The daily net income remained steady at around 12 or 13,000 yuan. Mason thus planned to step back after making it successful and focus on his own affairs. Their new house in Jinlongbei had long been renovated and was ready for occupancy after airing out. For convenience of doing business, the family had been staying in the courtyard house during this period. Choosing a good day, the family officially moved into the new house in Jinlongbei. They invited old friends like Nubia, Adon, Jeffrey, Barney, King, Daryl, Alastair, and Carlo over for a hot pot party. These elderly guests gave face, and although Mason politely sent invitations knowing these important figures were very busy and might only send gifts, unexpectedly they all came on time and brought carefully prepared presents. He originally thought of inviting Kiana too. She had helped him once by resolving the driving license issues for both himself and Shepard, but in the end, he decided against it considering how Carlo-y things she had at home and whether York had gotten better. He would visit another day. The interior design of the two villas was different. The elderly preferred Chinese aesthetics while the younger generation leaned towards simple European style. Overall, the engineer recommended by Adon did a reliable job. Without much supervision or direction from Mason, he completed the work properly. The details were also meticulously handled, and no flaws could be found. It was evident that he was a meticulous person with excellent taste, and the furniture chosen was also very appealing. The entire family was satisfied. Adon had good judgment. His friends were reliable. Mason's precious collections finally had a place to display, and he specially ordered a high-security door for the collection room, purchasing several safes for valuable items. Xena also attended as one of the hosts, busily welcoming guests, cutting fruits, serving tea, and pouring water. Mason never treated her as an outsider. No matter past, present, or future, she was the person he wanted to spend his life with, and this fact would never change. The whole family put in great effort to prepare a sumptuous meal at home to entertain the distinguished guests. Though not from the same circle, these guests were all people of high quality and got along very well. The feast ended with clean plates as usual. After eating and drinking to their heart's content and chatting for a long time, the guests finally bid farewell. Unconsciously, Mason had been in Tianjin City for several months and had made so Carlo-y friends. Sometimes, when he thought about it, it still felt like a dream. The business at the store gradually got on track, and Mason's life slowly returned to peace. There was only 1 month left until the final exams. He occasionally attended classes and spent much of his time at home reading and studying. When Daryl came over last time, he brought him a large box filled with his notes and some treasured books, asking him to read through them to get an initial impression. Since Mason switched majors, Daryl hadn't really kept up with his studies. After all, as an undergraduate, he was still learning the basics, while Daryl mainly taught graduate students. By coincidence, he overheard a teacher in the department mentioning a peculiar student who hadn't attended class for a long time, but none of the teachers minded. He became interested and found out that this student was Mason. It seemed he had underestimated this child's excellence. Undergraduate courses were no longer challenging for him. So, during this visit where Mason was hosting, Daryl brought a box of books for him to read first, forming a preliminary impression. If he could keep up with the coursework, Daryl would talk to the school about allowing him to complete all undergraduate level courses early, and then apply to be his graduate student. From the books Daryl brought, Mason picked some challenging ones that interested him. Daryl's level was indeed high, and he loved research. Daryl and King had the same origins, so he had copied Carlo-y things from King. However, Daryl delved deeper into the history of cultural relics, which offered much to learn. Currently, King focused more on the restoration and preservation of cultural relics. Mason wasn't very knowledgeable about restoration and preservation. He had only copied King's knowledge in the appraisal of cultural relics. Mason hesitated. He actually had another replication card. Should he copy King's skills in restoration and preservation? Chapter 152, Hijack Encounter. Mason hadn't made up his mind yet because getting a duplicate card now wasn't easy for him, and he didn't want to use it up casually. At this moment, Nubia suddenly called. It turned out that the auction time had been set. This time, Nubia was preparing to go personally and witness the grand auction scene of this piece of jadeite raw stone. She asked if Mason was interested in being her bodyguard again. Mason originally did not want to go. For him, this kind of auction only needed its result. He didn't care about the process. But Nubia's next words caught his attention. Nubia said she had received news that an old European aristocratic family was declaring bankruptcy and liquidating their assets. It was said that they would be auctioning Carlo-y treasures to pay off debts, including a lot of Oriental porcelain. If they went a few days earlier, they could just catch this auction and see it on site. This piqued Mason's interest. He was knowledgeable now but lacked practical experience. After all, reading 10,000 books is not as good as traveling 10,000 miles. He immediately agreed with Nubia. On the other end of the phone, Nubia smiled smugly. She had her own little scheme. Although she didn't lack for bodyguards now, who could be more reliable than Mason? Taking him along would be safer. Of course, the information she got was true. The auction house that contacted her mentioned that if they arrived a few days early, they could participate in an auction filled with Oriental artifacts. Perhaps she might find it interesting and invited her to come. She had no real interest in these things, but Mason definitely would. They arranged to depart 2 days later. In addition to him, there would be a personal translator and a butler for miscellaneous affairs. Mason wanted to say he knew English, but considering his poor accent, he decided against it and chose to have a translator instead. As a top student, he wasn't unfamiliar with English, but being able to understand it didn't mean he could speak it well. Jonathan Stenning was okay, but speaking was another matter entirely, due to lack of a language environment and inability to produce standard pronunciation. Oral tests were not part of English exams, so his spoken English indeed wasn't great. Nubia gave him 2 days to prepare. Just like when he went to Yundian, he needed to bring several formal suits. This time, they were complete Western-style suits, including ties, tie clips, cufflinks, pocket squares, and all accessories. He understood this. Adapting to local customs was the basic courtesy. Mason directly bought a few expensive outfits. They served as calling cards and couldn't be spared. He also had enough money now. Then there were some personal items. 2 days later in the afternoon, the 4 of them boarded the flight to Europe. At the speed of airplanes during this era, they would need to spend 20 hours in the air, almost a full day, before reaching their destination, London. System alert, please note safety. Mason felt uneasy. What did the system mean? He intended to get off the plane but couldn't justify it. He couldn't tell Nubia that he had a premonition that this flight might be dangerous, right? Be safe from what? At least give me a hint. Mason was anxious and wanted to swear. The system actually replied, the host can activate telepathy to avoid potential dangers. Mason understood. The danger came from people, not the aircraft itself. That relieved him. Following the system's advice, he used telepathy. There were 3 days of usage rights, which could be used 3 times separately. He first used 1 day's worth. The instant he activated telepathy, he heard various chaotic sounds. So tired, I'll sleep first. This was Nubia's voice. I must remember to buy a diamond ring Val likes this time, and I can propose to her when we return. This was the young translator behind him. Did I forget to tell Dimitri our return time? This was the butler's worried voice. Although the voices were noisy, ensuring his safety, Mason could tolerate it. Getting used to it was just a matter of time. With a sensation of being pushed back, the plane took off into the sky. After flying for about 4 to 5 hours, everything remained calm. Mason gradually calmed down from his initial anxiety. Dinner time soon arrived. The plane entered UAE airspace. Flight attendants began distributing meals. In first class, where Mason was seated, they were served first. There weren't Carlo-y people in first class, and soon a Caucasian flight attendant came to Mason. With a pleasant smile and excellent posture, she first asked in a London accent, "Dear sir, what do you need? Please tell me." She then repeated it in Chinese. Looking at the menu in his hand, Mason was about to order. Eat more. It's best to sleep and meet God directly. Damn Damien, actually making me serve these Chinese people. Once I get the money, I'm done with this. Calculating the time, he and George should have taken care of the 2 people in the cockpit by now, right? Mason discreetly looked up to confirm. There was only 1 flight attendant in front of him. So, the thoughts he just heard were from her? From what she said, Mason drew several conclusions. The meal she gave to the passengers ahead must have had something wrong with them. She had at least 2 accomplices, and their goal was to hijack the plane. Mason never thought that news he had seen on TV would happen to him. He mourned silently for a second, and then made a quick decision. Using his poor English, he asked her, "Can I go to the restroom first?" The Carlo froze for a second, but kept her perfect smile. Of course, the restroom is right down the aisle. She moved aside to let him pass. Actually, she was swearing inside, "Damn Chinese, you're about to meet God." Mason pretended to move forward. Seizing the opportunity when she wasn't paying attention, he turned around and punched her in the back of the neck, then quickly restrained her hands. Everyone around was terrified, thinking Mason was a criminal. "What are you doing? Call for help immediately." Mason shouted loudly, "Everyone, don't panic. I am a student from Tianzhou University. I swear on my life that I am a good person. Please listen to me. This flight attendant is part of a hijacking gang. They and her companions are plotting to hijack the plane. The food you ate might have been poisoned. Don't touch your meals anymore. We don't know how Carlo-y accomplices she has. From now on, please unite and protect yourselves." Everyone was stunned by his words. How could such a beautiful and seemingly harmless flight attendant be a robber? But Mason mentioned he was a student from Tianzhou University. It couldn't be baseless, could it? Nubia reacted the fastest. She trusted Mason unconditionally and immediately instructed the translator and butler to help control the flight attendant, using her scarf to tie the flight attendant's hands. The flight attendant hadn't expected Mason to expose her plan. Enraged, she started yelling profanities. Only then did everyone believe she was truly a robber. Mason handed her over to Nubia. "Sis Meow, leave this to you. I need to check the cockpit. If something happens to the captain or Jean, we're all finished." Nubia nodded firmly. "Be careful." She couldn't offer any help but wouldn't hold him back either. Chapter 153 Critical Situation. No weapons are allowed on the plane, and Mason couldn't find anything handy for a moment. He scanned the flight attendant with his toaster eye and found that she actually had a small knife, which looked like a kitchen knife used to process fruits. Mason directly requisitioned this knife and quickly headed toward the cockpit. The first-class cabin was very close to the cockpit. He soon reached outside the cockpit and found no one nearby. The other flight attendants might have been distributing food to passengers. The cockpit door was open, and faint sounds were coming from inside. Mason probed the situation with his toaster eye first. To his shock, one of the 2 uniformed pilots was lying in a pool of blood, while the other had a stab wound in his abdomen and was struggling with the hijacker. The hijacker, seemingly confident of victory, was playing with him as if he were a monkey, throwing punches at him one after another. Considering that the plane might go off course, Mason knew he had to act swiftly. Facing such a ferocious hijacker, Mason felt nervous too. He had never killed anyone before, but these people's actions truly stirred up the patriotism in his Chinese heart. Without hesitation, he rushed in and stabbed one of them from behind. The knife deeply pierced into the vital part of the hijacker's heart. Without immediate medical attention, death was inevitable. Mason unceremoniously threw him to the ground and started fighting the other hijacker. Hijackers were all desperate individuals, skilled fighters who would fight to the death. Mason also felt some difficulty. Fortunately, the injured pilot, risking his life, Carlo to hold onto the hijacker's leg at a crucial moment, giving Mason the opportunity to successfully subdue the hijacker. At this point, Nubia arrived with a suicide squad. It turned out that Nubia was worried about Mason being alone. If something happened to such an excellent child because of her, how could she face his parents? So she organized a few willing people from the first-class cabin to come over and help. She didn't expect Mason to resolve the battle so quickly. Seeing him and a few others lying in a pool of blood, Nubia was terrified. "Xuanhuan, are you okay?" Tears instantly rolled down her cheeks as she asked tremulously. Mason gave a tired smile. "I'm fine, just too exhausted." "As long as you're fine." Nubia wiped away her tears and laughed. They hurriedly helped Mason and the injured pilot sit up. They restrained the two hijackers. One of the hijackers, stabbed by Mason, was beyond saving, breathing more out than in. The other still had a chance of survival. They took off their belts and bound him tightly, layer upon layer. The injured pilot, now barely holding on, sat in the pilot's seat, controlling the aircraft's direction and reconnected the communication equipment cut by the hijackers. The warning system had already been destroyed by the hijackers, so he couldn't contact others when the incident occurred. The cashier contacted him and reported the situation in the other cabins through sobs. It turned out that their gang consisted of more than just these three, including a Xuanhuan mixed in among the regular passengers. She had poisoned the food there. Coincidentally, an old herbalist smelled it and immediately stood up to warn everyone not to eat the poisoned food. The disguised flight attendant saw that she couldn't hide it and directly subdued two flight attendants, holding the cashier hostage at knife point. Fortunately, a martial arts expert intervened and saved her, subduing the female hijacker. But the passenger cabin was already in chaos, needing urgent emotional anfu. The injured pilot remained silent. Now, the most pressing issue wasn't the passenger's emotions but the fact that the pilot was dead, and he, the Qin, was severely wounded. Unsure how long he could last with over 10 hours of flight time remaining, Mason realized that the priority now was to find a doctor to treat him, or he wouldn't last much longer. The pilot lying in the pool of blood also needed a doctor. Mason took the intercom and said to the cashier, "Hello, our situation here is that the pilot is injured and unconscious, and the Qin is injured but conscious for now. Please make an announcement to find a doctor to check the injuries. If we're lucky, it would be best to find a pilot. The Qin may not hold on much longer." Only then did the flight attendant realize their situation was dire. She took a deep breath and turned on the announcement system. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is your cashier speaking. Please remain calm. Unfortunately, this incident was unforeseen by all of us. The only way forward now is to unite and overcome the difficulties together. Our cockpit has also been attacked by the criminals. Currently, the captain is in critical condition, and the Qin is severely injured. For everyone's safety, if you are a doctor or have experience flying commercial aircraft, please contact me immediately." Soon, two doctors contacted the cashier, the old herbalist and Anil. They were taken to the cockpit to treat the captain. The cashier made another announcement, but still no pilot came forward. All passengers on the plane became tense but dared not make any noise, fearing any delay that might endanger everyone on board. After a brief examination, fortunately, it turned out that the captain had fainted due to hitting his head, with some bleeding but no serious injuries. However, the Qin's injuries were life-threatening. If not treated immediately to stop the bleeding and disinfect the wounds, the consequences could be catastrophic. As for the two hijackers, no one cared whether they lived or died. It was up to fate. The plane was equipped with basic medical supplies sufficient for the Neil to provide initial treatment, but he refused. "I cannot leave. I must ensure everyone's safe landing at the nearest airport. Ignore me." The Qin had already contacted the nearest landing point and prepared for an emergency landing, but it would take over an hour to reach. His wound was still bleeding, and he could go into shock en route. Everyone grew anxious. What would become of the lives on this plane, and how should they choose? Chapter 154, Turning the Tide. Seeing the Qin struggling with all his might for everyone's lives, everyone was deeply moved. However, he couldn't hold on for long. 5 minutes later, he suddenly blacked out and fell unconscious. The moment he collapsed, he accidentally hit a button, causing the plane to start shaking violently. A few people quickly moved him aside, and the doctor examined and treated him. Everyone in the cockpit who was standing by fell into immense despair. Was the plane really beyond saving? The flight attendant maintaining order in the cabin called in to ask what was happening with the plane, wondering if it had encountered turbulence. The cashier knew this might be everyone's last moments of life. She couldn't hide the truth from them. She opened the intercom and said in the gentlest tone possible, "Dear friends, I am the cashier of this flight. I regret to inform you that the plane has been hijacked, and both captains have lost their ability to pilot. Our plane is now flying without any guidance and could crash at any time. It has been an honor traveling with you." As she finished speaking, tears streamed down her cheeks, and she could no longer speak. Everyone in the cabin went crazy, trying to find ways to save themselves. But they were 10,000 meters high, and even if there were parachutes, who could survive jumping from such a height without fainting or dying? Besides, most of them didn't know how to use parachutes. Furthermore, with such strong air currents outside, whether the aircraft door could even open was questionable. Even if it did open, who could withstand the cold air rushing in? Within just 2 minutes, they tried to think of every possible way to save themselves but realized that Carlo power was so insignificant in the face of nature. They could do nothing but wait to die. Everyone's mood plunged to rock bottom. Who would have thought they would die on a plane? "I shouldn't have come on this trip. My poor son will grow up without a Megan." April, on her way to London for an interview, couldn't stop the tears when she thought of her son waiting at home. "Child, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have brought you along," a Megan holding her baby sobbed while looking at her child in the cradle. "Abdullahi, I'm sorry. I can't keep my promise." A young Carlo silently apologized to his distant father. Unknown death isn't scary. What's terrifying is knowing you're going to die in the next moment but can do nothing to save yourself. At that moment, everyone began to miss their loved ones at home, making their final farewells in their hearts. Not one person could face death calmly. Nubia hadn't expected that after working so hard to get where she was today, she would die here. Fortunately, she had already written a will, ensuring that all her assets would go to her son, and no one else could touch them. She felt somewhat guilty towards Mason, who didn't want to make this trip but came along because she insisted. Such a talented boy, who would surely become someone important one day, accompanying her to die here. It was too much of a pity. I'm sorry, Xuanhuan. It's all my fault. Nubia patted Mason's shoulder, a tear rolling down her cheek. System task issued. Save the passengers on the plane, also saving yourself, to prevent the air disaster. Task reward. One-time rewind card, with a 3-day limit. Mason ignored Nubia and the system notification, his mind racing as he searched for a solution. How could he accept death? His beautiful life was just beginning, and his parents and Maribel were waiting for him at home. Finally, he came up with a plan. Luckily, he had hesitated and not used that copy card yet. Now he still had one available. Since there was no pilot, he would pilot the plane himself. He decisively used the copy card to replicate the skills of the first captain who had fainted, all of his flight abilities. In his understanding, regular captains were generally more skilled, and Jeans needed more practice. Moreover, this main captain was older, meaning he likely had more experience. Congratulations to the host. Using the copy card, you have replicated Captain xuanhuan's piloting skills. He has 32 years of piloting experience, including piloting bombers, and is a genuine ace pilot. Suddenly, Mason's mind was filled with all of xuanhuan's piloting skills and experience, turning him into a seasoned pilot. Because the Jean was a foreigner, Mason didn't notice that this main captain was also Chinese, sharing the same surname as him. An elderly captain close to retirement still working on the front lines, bravely fighting the hijackers, profoundly touched Mason. He thanked silently, "Thank you for imparting your lifelong experience to me. I will bring all the passengers on the plane safely back to land. This is my promise." Without saying much more, Mason sat in the pilot's seat under everyone's astonished gaze, operated the buttons, and pulled the control lever. With a series of simple carlouvers, the plane soon stabilized. This left Chief Flight Attendant and Nubia dumbstruck. Though the Chief Flight Attendant didn't understand the specifics of operating a plane, she could read the instrument panel. The plane was now flying normally with no issues. Nubia and a few others stared at him in amazement. After all, just moments ago in that critical situation, Mason had not mentioned knowing how to fly a plane. To avoid suspicion, Mason bluffed with a hint of embarrassment. "I have learned some basic piloting skills, but this is my first time actually operating a plane. I'm not sure if I can successfully carlouver it. But there are no other means of survival now. I must overcome my fear and sit here to fly the plane. I hope you won't be scared entrusting your lives to a novice. I will do my best to get everyone to the nearest safe landing point," Mason said in his broken English. Everyone in the cockpit cheered. At that moment, different races and genders united in enthusiastic embraces and cheers. "Young Carlo, you're amazing." The elderly traditional Chinese medicine doctor gave Mason a thumbs up. As a child of the times, he understood Mason's broken English and explained his words to the nearby Neil. "We are saved. That's wonderful." A white flight attendant hugged the chief flight attendant joyfully. The chief flight attendant also embraced Nubia beside her, even kissing her on the cheek in excitement. "Dear Chinese friends, thank you for saving everyone on the plane." Had Mason not been operating the plane, she might have kissed him too. Nubia didn't understand English, but she could sense their joy and hugged them back warmly. "Xuanhuan, why didn't you say you could fly a plane earlier? You nearly scared me to death. I thought I would die here, unable to see even our Chinese ghosts, only Western ones, which would mean being bullied to death," Nubia joked. Mason couldn't help but smile. "Rest assured, Miss Meow, I won't let you be bullied by Western ghosts." Chapter 155. I will bring them home safely. The cashier quickly contacted the control tower staff, reported the current situation, and requested assistance. She also contacted the local airport in the UAE. The passengers in the cabin were surprised to find that the plane was no longer turbulent. They thought they were falling and would die without a trace. After a few minutes, the plane was still flying steadily. The flight attendant took out her walkie-talkie in surprise, calling the cashier. "The situation on the plane has improved. Has our captain regained consciousness?" The cashier explained excitedly for a moment, then turned on the PA system. "Dear passengers, as you have felt, our plane has entered a normal flight state. In an hour and a half, we will land at the UAE airport. A miracle happened, and we are all saved. Here, on behalf of all the crew members, I would like to thank Mr. Mason from Huagua. He is truly a genius pilot. I believe he will definitely bring us to a safe landing." The cashier ended her tearful announcement. Everyone became excited. "God, we're saved? We don't have to die? Great. Who knows, I just finished writing my will. I love this genius pilot so much. He saved us. Is he our compatriot? That's fantastic." Many Chinese people present shed tears, not only due to the excitement of surviving, but also a strong sense of national pride enveloped them. In this context, the international status of Chinese people was not high. Foreigners looked down on Chinese people, calling them the sick men of East Asia. On this flight bound for London, most passengers were foreigners, with only a few Chinese people. However, today, almost all the heroes who turned the tide were Chinese. In first class, the white stewardess fought bravely against the criminals to save 2 captains. Now, sitting in the cockpit and piloting the plane is Mason. Ardell led the brave team. An old traditional Chinese medicine doctor and a Neil stepped up. Captain xuanhuan, who had been beaten unconscious, was now awake. There was also a kung fu expert in the ordinary cabin who saved the cashier. All of them were Chinese. Chinese people have an inherent resilience and kindness. April from China, after learning about the situation, saw a glimmer of light. With the crew's permission, she documented Carlo's valuable first-hand materials. She interviewed all the participants who played key roles in turning the tide, except for Mason, who was focused on flying the plane. But it wasn't necessary because Ardell had already introduced him proudly from head to toe. Everyone then knew that this young hero's name is Mason. He is a student at Tianzhou University in China, studying a major other than piloting. Relying on his acquired flying knowledge, he braved through difficulties and created a miracle. There's a saying in China, heroes often emerge from among the youth, which fits perfectly here. At a young age, he accomplished what Carlo could not. Under medical care, the 2 captains were out of danger. Mason, using the flying skills replicated from xuanhuan, was fully focused. After a long flight, they were about to reach the UAE capital airport. The cashier successfully contacted the control tower. They were ready, and medical personnel stood by, waiting for the plane to land. But at this point, everyone was a bit worried, wondering if this young amateur pilot could land the plane safely. After all, flying a plane according to the route is relatively simple, while landing is far more difficult. This isn't a simulator, it's a real plane. The control tower staff tried to direct Mason as much as possible. Mason, with over 30 years of flying experience copied from xuanhuan, found landing the plane effortless. To avoid revealing himself, he followed the control tower's instructions as much as possible. As the altitude slowly decreased, everyone's hearts were racing. Yes. Are we alive? With huge cheers from both the control tower and the cabin, the plane landed steadily at the UAE capital airport. The mission to save the passengers and prevent an air disaster has been completed. Rewards have been issued. Please use them at your discretion. Mason didn't have time to look into the rewards. He stood up and smiled brightly at everyone in the cockpit. Mission accomplished. Everyone rushed over and hugged him joyfully. Dear Jonathan, this is the closest I've ever felt to God after so Carlo-y years of flying. The cashier was moved to tears. Thank you, Dimitriou. You did a great job. Thanks to you, I can safely return home to see my daughter. The Neil grasped his hand excitedly. You must be an angel sent by God. Thanks to the joint efforts of all the crew members, the plane landed safely in the UAE. Under the coordination and calm of the local airport staff in the UAE, the injured flight attendants and the 2 unconscious captains were quickly taken off on stretchers and received timely medical care. The 4 criminals were also taken away. Some passengers who had consumed toxic food earlier were led down first for physical examination, while the rest of the passengers evacuated orderly. Finally, it was the remaining crew members' turn, including Mason, who disembarked with them. None of the evacuated passengers left. They stood outside the police line waiting for Mason and the others to come down. When they saw Mason and the crew coming down together, thunderous applause erupted at the scene and did not stop for a long time. Local media workers documented this beautiful scene. The Huagua journalists stationed in the UAE also provided real-time coverage of this news. As Huaguas, who could not be uplifted by this. Next, Mason accepted interviews from journalists of various countries. Considering he had just gone through a catastrophe, everyone kept it brief, limiting the interview to within 20 minutes. Mason briefly described what happened on the plane. I heard you are an amateur enthusiast. Was it nerve-wracking to fly a passenger plane for the first time? A journalist asked with a smile to lighten the mood. Mason smiled brilliantly. Of course, it was tense, but thinking about my compatriots behind me gave me endless strength. I only knew that I must bring them back home safely. Mason concluded the interview with a perfect response. Even before he returned to the country, the news report and his radiant smile spread throughout Huagua streets and alleys. It also spread across the world. Bravery knows no borders, and people worldwide were deeply moved. This heroic feat became an eternal miracle. More Huaguas came to recognize this outstanding young Carlo. Tianzhou University also took him very seriously, immediately putting up bulletin boards in various places around the school filled with accounts of his heroic deeds. People like Shepard and Violet felt both proud and relieved, rejoicing that he saved others as well as himself. Violet secretly shed tears several times. A Megan's worry travels 1,000 miles. She didn't need a hero. She just wanted her son to return safely. Chapter 156, Safe Arrival. Fortunately, the situation was discovered in time. The poisoned passengers were treated and have since recovered. However, 2 flight attendants and 2 pilots sustained serious injuries and require medical treatment. The local airport in the UAE arranged another flight for the remaining passengers to London, departing in 2 hours. Mason and his companions also prepared to board this new flight to London. The staff at the UAE airport were extremely enthusiastic, surrounding Mason and asking about his experience, openly expressing their admiration. Even some of the passionate flight attendants publicly professed their love for him, which frightened him so much that he recoiled. He waved his hands repeatedly, indicating that he already had a compatible partner, causing them to leave with regret. Bonnie laughed heartily. She never expected to see Mason in such a situation. At the UAE airport, they enjoyed a meal of local specialties before continuing their journey to London. Before departure, Mason and his companions were warmly farewelled by everyone. Heroes are always the center of attention and admired wherever they go. This time, no further incidents occurred, and the plane flew smoothly towards London. Using his precious copy card to ensure the safety of everyone on board, Mason did not regret it, though he felt a little disappointed that he couldn't replicate Synopsis' repair skill without the card. However, he received a time rewind card as well. Now, pretending to close his eyes and rest, he was actually studying this card. After reading its description, Mason realized this card might be one of the best things he'd received from the system besides his X-ray vision. After all, saving so Carlo-y people, the system generously rewarded him with this incredible card. The time rewind card acts like a do-over pill, allowing one to return to any point in the past to change events. Although limited to rewinding up to 3 days, he was quite satisfied with this. In critical moments, this could save lives, giving him an extra chance at everything. Mason stored the card safely and slept soundly. He woke up early the next morning. It was now 10 a.m. Tianzhou time, and they would arrive in London in 2 hours. People in first class began chatting, reflecting on the difficulties of the journey and appreciating life even more. Bonnie was also deeply touched. Jonathan is unpredictable, and she now cherished every moment. This trip made her realize how much she valued certain things, but nothing compared to life itself. She resolved to spend more time with her family, especially her son, whom she felt she owed a lot to. The plane landed safely in London. Passengers warmly bid farewell to Mason, knowing his actions saved their lives. They would always remember the Chinese Carlo named Mason who risked his life for them. Upon landing, Mason was immediately surrounded by reporters in London. After a series of interviews, they finally left him alone. Bonnie teased, "You're famous now. Don't mention it." Mason waved, looking exasperated. Exiting the airport, their carloger spotted the person assigned to greet them. It was a white young Carlo from the auction company. Their originally scheduled arrival was delayed due to the incident. The white young Carlo gave Mason a bear hug as soon as he saw him. "Hi, I'm Ebert. You're amazing, Jonathan." Ebert had learned about the entire ordeal through the airport. He was astonished to find that one of the people he was supposed to meet was such a hero. "Hello, my name is Mason. Nice to meet you." Mason introduced himself seriously, returning Ebert's hug. Ebert was visibly excited, explaining interesting places in London and even offering to help carry luggage, ensuring excellent service until he dropped them off at a luxury hotel. This hotel was specially reserved for VIP guests of the auction company, with strict security measures including guards on every floor. No longer needing bodyguards, Mason could now stay in his own room. According to London time, it was only around 6 in the morning, a beautiful day just beginning. They needed to adjust to the time difference. Ebert enthusiastically invited them to enjoy a delicious breakfast downstairs. Having slept enough during the journey and not yet eaten, turning lunch into breakfast sounded good. After putting away their luggage, the group followed Ebert downstairs. He happily explained that in London, breakfast was absolutely a living ritual for the middle class and upper class celebrities to start a beautiful day. The full English breakfast was very delicious. Mason could mostly understand him, while the translator only needed to serve Bonnie. Ebert's introductions greatly sparked their interest in the delicious meal they were about to taste. Following local customs, Mason and his companions seated themselves gentle Carloli as per Ebert's guidance. Ebert introduced them to Carloi delectable breakfast items. Hot pancakes, more aptly described as cheesecakes, were thick and soft, with a fluffy texture like clouds. They were paired with bananas, whipped butter, and drizzled with maple syrup, making them a top choice for sweets. Handmade round breads had their centers hollowed out and filled with fillings like bacon, sausage, tomatoes, leeks, mushrooms, spinach, eggs, and cheese. A cup of freshly squeezed juice made it a nutritious and all-round breakfast. Apart from these, there were savory sandwiches, French toast, potato pancakes, garlic kale, tomatoes, boiled eggs, American bacon, smoked salmon, mushrooms, hummus, and pea puree, all available on the menu. It sounded like there were quite a few options. Each of the four chose what interested them. After tasting, everyone had a positive reaction. There was no discomfort they had imagined. After all, good food knows no borders. It wasn't about being obsessed with foreign things. Since they were here, tasting and appreciating local cuisine was necessary. Of course, having a few meals occasionally was fine, but completely abandoning their own habits and fully adopting a Western lifestyle was something they couldn't accept. After a simple breakfast, Ebert briefly updated them on the auction house's arrangements so they could plan their time. The bankruptcy liquidation auction Bonnie mentioned was set to start at 9 in the morning tomorrow. This meant they had some free time between now and 9 tomorrow morning. As for the auction for the Imperial Green Emerald, it was scheduled for 3 days later. With the specific auction schedule clear, they could reasonably plan their itinerary. Chapter 157. Ancient Coins, Shattered Porcelain Fragments. Mason had already prepared in advance for this trip. There were several places he wanted to visit: the British Museum, the British Jonathanbrary, the Tower of London, Buckingham Palace, and so on. However, these plans had to be postponed until after they dealt with their primary matters. Ebert was specially assigned by the auction house as a guide and liaison officer for them. He could satisfy any decarlids Mason and his group might have. Nubia had little interest in antiques. She preferred shopping and sightseeing while taking some photos. Mason wanted to personally investigate the residence of the once prominent family that had filed for bankruptcy. Ebert expressed regret that Mason had arrived too late, as Carloi valuable items had already been sold off, leaving only some scraps of metal and broken objects. Fortunately, Mason possessed an eye for discovering treasures. Nubia went shopping with the butler and interpreter, enjoying herself. Mason followed Ebert on a treasure hunt. Their destination turned out to be near the famous Tower of London. Their destination was magnificent, resembling a medieval castle with distinct architectural features, evoking a sense of awe. To think such a prestigious old family could go bankrupt made Mason feel quite insignificant. Upon entering, they were even charged at the gate, £3 per person, to prevent unauthorized access. Ebert paid without hesitation, and they were allowed through immediately. This entrance fee seemed well worth it, as the grand castle gate exuded a solemn and majestic atmosphere under the sunlight, filled with mystery and dignity. The ancient castle, covered in thick tiles, looked like a deep blue cloud from times past. Despite weathering numerous storms, the castle still stood majestically and brilliantly, revealing its profound historical charm. Its unique design and lavish decorations blended perfectly, causing admiration and applause, like a scene from a beautiful fairy tale that one cannot resist being enchanted by. Every massive stone was ancient yet resilient, seemingly carrying the epic story of the castle, which radiated unique beauty and mysterious power. Entering inside, one could glimpse its former glory, but alas, Carloi valuables had been removed, leaving only remnants, a testament to the vicissitudes of time and fate. Walking deeper into the garden, they encountered a few white men negotiating with an elderly Carlo. Ebert explained that this was the homeowner's servant selling off remaining items. These white men were buyers who were haggling over prices. Most valuable items either had been sold or sent to the auction house. What remained were trifles, left for servants to dispose of and exchange pound by pound. Mason became intrigued and approached the display. The elderly servant said matter-of-factly, "These are all that remain in the castle now. If you see anything you like, I can offer a discount." There were quite a few items, all appearing to be scraps of metal, scattered across the courtyard. Mason didn't immediately release his treasure-seeking rodent. Instead, he squatted down and inspected each item carefully, testing his own judgment. At first glance, there were old utensils and various crystal items, all useless. Further along, Mason noticed an old glass bottle with a faded, colorful label. In English, it read, "Polly's Secret." It looked like a child's drawing. Intrigued, Mason picked it up and forcefully unscrewed the cap. 2 coins fell out. Surprisingly, these 2 coins were Chinese currency, bearing inscriptions that, though obscure, Mason recognized. He picked up the coins gently. One side read, "Xuanhuan Heavy Treasure," and the other side read, Great Zephyr 100. Mason's pupils constricted slightly. This was indeed a Xianfeng heavy treasure coin. Cast in the third year of Emperor Xianfeng's reign by the Baofu Bureau, the Xianfeng heavy treasure gate Great Zephyr 100 copper coin was a trial casting sample, renowned as a rare treasure among Zephyr dynasty coins, with possibly only one extant piece. Its elegance was incomparable, exceedingly rare and valuable, with great potential for appreciation. Examining the condition, he confirmed without doubt that this was an authentic specimen. Recalling a previous life, someone had auctioned a similar coin for nearly 3 million yuan. Suppressing his shock, Mason quickly examined the second coin. To his amazement, it was a Zephyr dynasty carved Megan coin, a Qinlong Tongbao. A carved Megan, also known as an ancestral coin, was not used for circulation but served as a mold in the sandcasting process for minting money. Carved Megan coins were extremely precious due to their complex carlofacturing process and multiple layers of procedures required to produce one. Together, these two coins would fetch millions in the future without question. Mason calmly put them back into the bottle and fiddled with it in his hands. Then he continued to walk forward. Here was a pile of oil paintings, which were not valuable. Mason directly passed by, until he saw a heap of bottles and porcelain jars. After the old servant finished the transaction on the list, he immediately came over. Hello, dear Oriental guest. These porcelains are all good items transported from your east. If you like them, I can give you a discount. Mason smiled and said, no need. These are all ordinary handicrafts. As soon as he finished speaking, he was suddenly drawn to a box of porcelain shards on the ground. This color is sky blue glaze. Mason was immediately captivated. He picked up a piece of sky blue glaze shard for examination. He quickly confirmed that this piece of porcelain was indeed a genuine Song Dynasty sky blue glaze shard. Although not from the Ruyao or Junkils, it was still authentic sky blue glaze. The name sky blue glaze comes from a comment by Chai Shizong of the later Zhou dynasty in the Five Dynasties period. After the rain has cleared and the clouds have broken, this color should be made. It was first created during the Song dynasty, with its pale blue high-temperature glaze reminiscent of a clear sky after rain, blue like the sky, bright like a mirror, loved by the world. He casually picked up another porcelain shard. This shard belonged to a Zephyr dynasty pink porcelain fragment. These are treasures. A box of shattered porcelain pieces, there must be a story behind them. Although he didn't know if they could be pieced together into a complete porcelain item, Mason decided to do his best to get them, take them back to Huagua, and have Synopsis take a look. He asked calmly, I want to use these porcelain shards to make some crafts. How much would it be? In one glass bottle. He pointed to the bottle in his hand. The old servant smiled and held out 5 fingers. You really have an eye. These were my old master's beloved toys since childhood. 50 pounds will take them away. Hearing this, Ebert hurriedly walked over to help. Hey, old buddy, these are just worthless scraps, and you're asking 50 pounds for my friend? Shame on you. At the current exchange rate, 50 pounds was approximately equivalent to 360 Chinese yuan. Chapter 158 Bone China. Although 300 yuan was not much, it was clearly unwise to spend it on these broken porcelain pieces and glass bottles. The old servant had seen that he had an East Asian face and therefore asked for an exorbitant price. Seeing that Mason really liked this scrap metal, Ebert stepped forward and held up 5 fingers. 5 pounds should be reasonable. The old servant waved his hand. No way. These are truly things left behind by my master before he passed away. Although they have been here for a long time, they are absolutely treasures. Damn, then you just keep your treasures. Ebert made as if to leave. 10 pounds no less, the old Carlo shouted. Ebert wanted to bargain more, but seeing several people gathering around, Mason nodded in agreement to avoid any troubles. He casually took out 10 pounds and handed them over to the old Carlo. These were the pounds that Nubia had exchanged for him before he went abroad, which came in handy now. Money paid. Ebert helped carry the box of broken porcelain pieces, and the two strolled slowly around the castle. Jonathan, you've been cheated. You shouldn't have given him so much money. These things are just junk, Ebert remarked. Even though he worked for the auction house, he was actually from a common background and knew little about antiques. He worked hard, running errands for clients. Mason smiled at this. Ebert was indeed a nice person. He opened the glass bottle and poured 2 ancient coins into his hand, rubbing them gently. He then put the bottle down on a nearby cabinet. Ebert looked at him puzzled. Didn't he just spend money on these? Why did he seem to give them up? Ebert, do you know anything about antiques? Mason asked him. Antiques? They're just things from a very long time ago? That's about right. You know, we Chinese have a splendid civilization spanning 5,000 years, leaving behind Carlo-y precious relics. The items we hold are exactly such antiques. So, not only wasn't I deceived, but I also picked up a huge sum of money. Jonathan, this coin in my hand. It's worth 4 to 50,000 pounds. Mason lifted the patterned Megan coin with certainty. 4 to 50,000 pounds? God, did I hear that right? Ebert almost dropped the box in his hand, trembling with shock. Fortunately, Mason swiftly caught it, preventing a disaster. Mason wanted to say that what Ebert was carrying might be even more valuable than this patterned Megan coin, but decided against upsetting him. Yes, this is an ancient Chinese coin from more than 200 years ago. It's a particularly rare master coin, hence its high value. Wow, buying something worth 4 to 50,000 pounds for only 10 pounds. Jonathan, you're amazing, Ebert exclaimed excitedly, now feeling that the 10 pounds were well spent. Mason chuckled and let out a treasure-seeking rat, letting it search through the castle as they walked. It wouldn't hurt to take advantage when possible. The rat moved forward quickly, and Mason sped up to follow it. It led them to a small corridor first. Despite the mess, it wasn't hard to see that someone once built an elegant little den here for his beloved dog. The rat paused next to the doghouse, emitting a faint blue glow indicating there was treasure, though not extremely valuable. Using his xuanhuan, penetrating vision, Mason saw that under the cushion inside the doghouse, there was a small cup, more accurately like a foreign coffee cup. He didn't know what was special about this cup that would make the treasure-seeking rat pause. Even Synopsis couldn't be familiar with all-world artifacts, so Mason was also confused. Seizing the moment while nobody was around, Mason lifted the cushion in the doghouse and quickly retrieved the cup. Ebert examined it closely, widening his eyes. Isn't this royal tableware? You know it? Mason handed the cup to him and took the box from Ebert. Ebert stared at the cup with bright eyes, glanced around to make sure no one was there, and whispered, "This used to be exclusive china for the British royal family, bone china. Half of its raw material is animal bone ash. Its carlifacturing process is complex, requiring repeated firing, making it very expensive. As you can see, it looks crystal clear and transparent. Its temperature retention is better than regular ceramics, and it's very sturdy, not easily broken." Mason listened intently. Everyone has their expertise. Although Ebert didn't understand Chinese antiques, he was well versed in British culture, providing an impromptu lesson. "So, this cup belongs to you." Mason directly offered the cup to Ebert as a token of appreciation for accompanying him. He had no interest in collecting British artifacts, especially since this was found in a doghouse, possibly a child's mischief of stealing adult utensils for the dog. Ebert said excitedly, "But you found it. Let's split it. I don't need it. This is enough for me." Mason looked towards his bag, which contained the ancient coins he had just found. Seeing that Mason was sincere, Ebert happily said, "Thank you, Jonathan." The two of them were delayed for a few minutes, and the treasure-seeking rat had run far away. Mason slowly searched and found it in a utility room. It was called a utility room because, from the window, one could see various sports equipment and other items piled up haphazardly inside, all of which were worn out and neglected by the old servant to even bother selling. The treasure-seeking rat kept circling in the utility room, emitting bright red light. Mason was greatly surprised, and used his penetrating vision to examine everything in the room. There was nothing suspicious, just some ordinary junk. Could it be that he was ignorant and these scraps were treasures? It didn't seem so. Standing still for several seconds, Mason suddenly recalled the priceless chicken cup hidden in the wall of an old house he had scavenged before. So, he hurriedly used his penetrating vision to look at the walls around him. They were empty, just ordinary walls. Until his gaze fell on the floor. Mason almost couldn't believe his eyes. What did he see? Chapter 159. The basement of the ancient castle, determined to succeed. Beneath the utility room lay an entire underground world, and it was spacious, about the size of 2 bedrooms combined. Inside were stacks upon stacks of large crates. A rough estimate would suggest there were several dozen crates. Mason casually glanced into one of the crates, which contained several vases. From their patterns and styles, they appear to be from Huaguo, China. He briefly scanned the other crates and found that most of them contained Chinese antiques, books, a few crates of gold and silver jewelry, and even a couple of crates filled with firearms. Although Mason was surprised inside, his expression remained calm. Time was tight, and Ebert was watching closely, so he could only give a cursory glance. It was almost certain that this basement had been used by the original owner of the house to store personal items. As for why it hadn't been discovered and taken by his descendants, that wasn't something Mason could understand. Ebert noticed him staring at the storage room and came over. "There's nothing much to see here. Let's take a walk around the front instead." Ebert, who was the earliest owner of this castle? Mason wanted to learn more about the history of the castle. The earliest owner? I'm not sure. I only know that it once belonged to Air Force Officer Hendrik. He studied at the Royal Military Academy Woolwich and the Staff College. During World War II, he comcarleted the Royal Air Force in the Battle of Britain against the Nazi Luftwaffe, thwarting Hitler's Operation C. Jonathan invasion plan. He was later bestowed the title of Baron by the King. In Britain, families like this, with considerable power and wealth accumulated over centuries, are quite common. Unfortunately, he passed away suddenly, and his descendants didn't inherit his fighting spirit, leading to their swift decline. This vast castle stands empty now, and it will change hands after tomorrow's auction. Ebert sighed. Change hands? This castle will also be auctioned? Mason's heart raced. From his initial glance, the dozens of crates mostly contained Chinese antiques. No matter what, he had to find a way to bring them back. However, there were several challenges ahead. In broad daylight, he barely carloaged to enter the utility room, let alone find the entrance to the basement. Even if he did carloage to get inside, his mini space was only a few square meters, making it impossible to carry all the crates. Once the castle changed ownership again tomorrow, he would no longer be able to enter and explore. Seeing those Chinese treasures right before his eyes, how could he stand idly by? Ebert's words helped him regain his composure. Yes, this castle will also be auctioned tomorrow, along with carloy items from your country. Ebert paused here, seemingly realizing the awkwardness of what he had said. These treasures originally belonged to China and were brought to this land through unfriendly means by their ancestors during invasions. Mason made up his mind. He must buy the castle no matter what. The only issue now was funding. He did have some savings, but they were back in China, and he wasn't sure if 20 million yuan would be enough. He would need to discuss this further with Carissa and possibly borrow some money from her if necessary. It was nearly noon now. Mason had no interest in continuing the tour. They left the castle, and even the nearby Tower of London failed to capture his attention. Ebert took him for lunch first, and then they returned to the hotel. Mason checked the auction list and confirmed that the castle was indeed on it. The starting bid was set at £200,000. While not extraordinarily expensive, it wasn't cheap either, equivalent to about 1.4 million renminbi. Ebert mentioned that there were carloy such castles in London. Their auction value didn't come from the structures themselves, but rather from the stories and backgrounds of their former owners. In short, these castles were just piles of decaying buildings. Due to the decline of its original owner's family, this particular castle was expected to sell for around £500,000 at most, approximately 3.6 million renminbi, assuming no unexpected bids. Mason now had a clearer idea. He asked Ebert about the financial arrangements. When Ebert learned that Mason intended to buy the castle, though puzzled, he enthusiastically offered advice. For major clients, the auction house was quite lenient. Mason could apply for deferred payment until after the auction of the Imperial Green Jadeite. Ebert arranged for Mason to meet with the auction house carloger that afternoon, who immediately agreed upon learning he was the owner of the Imperial Green piece. After all, the Imperial Green Jadeite was worth 200 or 300 million pounds. Compared to that, a small bill of several £100,000 was nothing for them to worry about Mason defaulting on. Since the Imperial Green was still in their vault, they weren't concerned at all. With this worry resolved, Mason felt completely relaxed. Waiting until Maldalsheen came back in the afternoon, after dinner, Ebert took them to a nearby bar for drinks and music. London was not really a safe place. A drunkard harassed Carissa. He might have thought Chinese women were easy targets. Ebert was about to deal with him when Mason's punch already sent the drunkard flying several meters away. The drunkard's few friends rushed over, leading to a brawl. Mason and the others made sure to keep Carissa protected in the middle. The crowd around saw this fight but found it entertaining rather than scary. They even cheered, praising Chinese kung fu and urging them to fight harder. Mason didn't hold back, beating these drunkards until they couldn't get up. Notably, Ebert was quite skilled too, displaying an aggressive fighting style, suggesting he had done this often before. After the fight, both of them smiled at each other and left the bar. Through this incident, Carissa deeply felt the difference between China and England. Chinese people were more simple and kind-hearted. While it wasn't entirely safe enough to leave doors unlocked at night, one always felt secure while traveling. London was heaven during the day and hell at night, especially for women. Ebert came early to pick them up for the auction. Mason and his companions were dressed immaculately, looking just like elites of high society. The auction house was very considerate, giving them the best seats, providing fruits and snacks, and even having dedicated staff to help with bidding. The auction was quite interesting, exposing them to Carlo-y peculiar items and indirectly helping them understand local culture. For example, the bone china cup they found in the castle was also among the auction items. According to the auctioneer, it was a complete set of bone china tableware once gifted by the king to a Viscount Carlo-y years ago. Unfortunately, the entire set was there except for one coffee cup, significantly reducing its value. Mason and Ebert exchanged smiles. Finally, Ebert used Mason's identity to bid on this imperfect set. He planned to complete the set and then find a suitable buyer, which would be far more profitable than selling individual cups. Mason remarked that Ebert truly had a natural talent for business. Most of the previous items were unimportant to Mason, but now the highlight of the auction began. Artifacts from China were brought out. Mason noticed Carlo-y other Chinese people in the audience, who had likely come specifically for these artifacts. Chapter 160. Obtaining the castle and reselling. Seeing a fellow Huagua face in a foreign land inevitably stirs excitement. After chatting with these Huagua people, Adolf learned that most of them were scholars specializing in cultural relics research. They had come this time as part of an organized plan, specifically to examine and bid on a batch of artifacts originally from Huagua. They had raised a substantial sum through civilian donations, contributions from patriotic individuals, and government grants, intending to repatriate as Carlo-y of these displaced artifacts as possible. Adolf couldn't help but admire their dedication. Ultimately, due to their efforts, all 12 pieces of porcelain in this collection were successfully acquired by them. Though some foreigners competed against them with higher bids, the sheer determination to acquire the items regardless of cost intimidated Carlo-y others away. The final sale prices for a few pieces were somewhat inflated, but there were also good deals. The highs and lows offset each other, making it a relatively fair outcome. Soon, it was time for the auction of fixed assets. The first fixed asset up for auction was this ancient castle, which had been passed down through generations. Learning from their previous bidding strategies, Adolf immediately bid £40,000. This took Carlo-y competitors by surprise. Jumping straight to an additional £20,000 indicated formidable strength. The auctioneer beamed. "Oh, my God, the price has soared to £40,000. It seems this bidder is determined. Any other bids?" "40,000 once." £45,000, said a young black Carlo nearby. £45,000. Any higher bids? Unfazed, Adolf boldly added another 5,000, £50,000. His opponent calmly raised the bid to 55,000. The atmosphere grew tense and excited. These two heavyweights were raising the stakes by 5,000 each. Adolf wasn't about to back down. In situations like these, whoever shows hesitation first loses. £60,000. The auctioneer's face lit up with genuine pleasure. This price had already surpassed the expected £50,000. The higher the price, the more commission the auction house would earn, and thus, his bonus would increase accordingly. At this point, the Black Carlo became visibly nervous. He hadn't anticipated such a high bid from an Eastern competitor. He wanted to buy this castle to fulfill his grandfather's wish. His grandfather used to be a servant of the castle owner, but was sold by the master because of certain events. The master had contemptuously declared that he was destined to be a slave forever and unworthy of living in the castle. Thus, his grandfather vowed that if he ever gained influence, he would make the master take back those words. Time flew by, and after decades, the old Carlo aged to escape his slave status, improve his standing, and ensure his descendants received education. Today, they have achieved some success. The original owner had long since passed away. When he learned about the auction, the elderly Carlo gave all his savings to his grandson, insisting he buy the castle. Struggling for a minute, the Black Carlo made one last attempt, £65,000. This was his bottom line. His grandfather had given him £60,000, and he had added his own 5,000 savings. If Adolf bid again, he would have to give up. Adolf, resolute, raised the bid to £70,000 without hesitation. No further bids came. 70,000 once, 70,000 twice, 70,000 thrice. Sold. With the gavel strike, the castle was his. Relieved, Adolf exhaled deeply. The Black Carlo left dejectedly. Having secured the castle, Adolf lost interest in the subsequent properties and land, so he stood up to take a breather. After using the restroom, he saw the Black Carlo crying like a child in a corner. Not getting the castle caused such grief? Approaching, Adolf patted his shoulder. "Hey, buddy." Looking up at him, the Carlo cried even harder. Through conversation, Adolf learned the reason behind the Black Carlo's desire to buy the castle and felt a deep sigh of empathy. It was a decades-long wish of an elderly Carlo. An idea struck Adolf. He only needed the treasures in the castle's basement. The castle itself held no practical value for him. Once back in Huagua, it would likely be neglected and fall into disrepair. If you're willing, I can sell it to you for 65,000, but it needs to be done before I leave. I came to London to experience what it feels like owning a castle, but it seems you need it more than I do. Adolf wasn't being charitable. Giving it away for free was out of the question, but reselling it was feasible. After all, it would be very difficult for him to come back to London again, and buying such an ancient castle was of no use to him. This way, the cost went from £70,000 to just £5,000, a very good deal. The Black Carlo hadn't expected such a turn of events. He quickly wiped away his tears. Really? You're willing to sell it to me for £65,000? This is truly wonderful. Don't get too excited yet. It still belongs to me until I leave London, Adolf reminded him. Oh, I understand that. Thank you, my friend. The Black Carlo gave him a hug. Adolf left him with the address of his hotel and asked him to come find him in 3 days. The auction continued until the afternoon. Tyra also bid on 2 pieces of jewelry she liked. They all returned home satisfied. Tyra didn't understand why he wanted to bid on this ancient castle, but she was a smart and perceptive person, so she didn't press for answers or overthink it. Everyone has their own thoughts and secrets. Respect was all that mattered. On the same day, Adolf obtained control of the ancient castle. That evening, he found an excuse to separate from the group and came to the castle alone. The old servant from yesterday was no longer there, and everything inside the castle had been cleared out and cleaned, awaiting its new owner. Adolf closed the front door and went straight to the basement he had seen the previous day. The broken and scattered items had also been cleared away. Using his special ability to see through objects, Adolf observed the entire room and noticed a spot on the ceiling that looked ordinary from the outside but contained a hidden mechanism. It seemed the entrance to the basement opened from here. No wonder no one had found it. The switch was actually set so high on the ceiling. What a brilliant designer. He found a stool and climbed up, fiddling with it a bit. A muffled sound echoed as the entrance to the basement opened. Chapter 161, Donation of Artifacts. Mason walked down the dimly lit stairs, reaching the bottom where he finally got a full view of the basement. Mason had already thought about how to deal with this batch of items. He planned to first sort through them and select some top-tier pieces for his private collection, storing them in his mini-space and taking them back by himself. The remaining items, he intended to donate them free of charge to the Tianzhou Museum where Synopsis was located. It would be a contribution to the recovery of his country's artifacts as well. This was also influenced by the patriots at today's auction. 2 Carloy treasures of Huagua, China, have been destroyed, and more people like these were needed to protect and pass on the legacy. This batch of artifacts was of better quality than those at today's auction. The Viscount must not have been willing to use them as ornaments, which now turned out to be a lucky break for Mason. After browsing through them, Mason picked out several national treasure level rarities. The first one, a gold inlaid silver pot with horse dancer and cup design. It had a flat round belly, lotus petal pattern lid, arched handle, and a thin chain connecting the lid to the handle. At the junction between the pot base and the circular foot was a love knot pattern, incredibly exquisite and ingeniously crafted. The second one, a 20-centimeter tall xuanhuan incense burner from the Ming dynasty. In the collecting circle, the xuanhuan incense burners are known for being extremely fine and rare. A xuanhuan incense burner over 20 centimeters tall is particularly rare, and it was an excellent Buddhist sutra paper color. With the 6-character inscription, Daming Xuanhuan Furnace, on its base indicating the imperial mark, it was undoubtedly authentic. The third item, a blue and white porcelain plate made in the Xuanhuan era of the Ming dynasty. This was a Ming dynasty blue and white porcelain piece, highly sought after and beloved for its Xuanhuan period craft scholarship and exquisite blue designs, making it a paragon of fine art. The fourth item, a large jar from the Ming dynasty with polychrome coiling lotus patterns. One of Huagua's, China's, Ming dynasty relics, it was cherished for its beautiful coiling lotus pattern decorations. These 4 artifacts, each more precious than the last, he carefully packaged and put into his mini space. Finally, he placed the gold and jewels, including a box of gold bars, into the space. These items could not be donated to the museum and would be a bargain for others if left behind, so he took them back for future deliberation. The rest of the artifacts, Mason transported piece by piece to the storage room using his mini space. Now all that was left was to wait for the reply from Synopsis. Before coming, Mason had made a long-distance call to Zeke, subtly hinting that he had just acquired a batch of Huagua, Chinese, artifacts and intended to donate them to the Tianzhou Museum but was concerned about the transportation issues. If he transported these items under his personal name, they would definitely be inspected, potentially leaving him unable to transport the artifacts and even risking his own freedom. Upon learning of this matter, Synopsis in Huagua, China, took it very seriously and immediately contacted the old curator of the museum. The old curator was no stranger to handling such matters. He had dealt with transporting artifacts from abroad before. He promptly contacted a friend at the embassy stationed overseas and explained the situation. After this series of actions, as soon as Mason returned to the hotel, staff from the Huagua, Chinese, embassy approached him. They assured him that the embassy could take care of the transportation issues, ensuring no problems would arise and that he would not be implicated. Mason accompanied them to the ancient castle late at night, quietly transporting the batch of artifacts under cover of darkness. When he mentioned that he had a batch of artifacts, they had assumed there were only 10 or so pieces, so they arrived with a pickup truck. Upon seeing the sheer volume, they realized a much larger vehicle was needed. Immediately, they called for a large truck to come over. Ultimately, the embassy staff spent the whole night bustling about handling the artifact issues. One could imagine the stir these precious artifacts would cause once sent back. Synopsis and the old curator back in Huagua, China, waited anxiously. The ambassador who was responsible for this connection shook hands with Mason emotionally. Comrade Jonathan, thank you for your hard work. I salute you. He then bowed deeply. The veteran working on the front lines knew the significance of the return of these artifacts for the nation and its people. This senior comrade did not look down upon Mason because of his youth, but instead felt that the future of Huagua, China, was filled with hope due to these young people. With faith in the people, the Maganland has hope and a future. Mason hurriedly bowed in return. This is something every Huagua, Chinese, person should do. I cannot shirk this responsibility. The curator patted his shoulder, smiled slightly, and bade farewell. At this moment, the sense of responsibility and dedication of the Huagua, Chinese, people shone through brilliantly. Mason was sent back to the hotel. After running around most of the night and carrying the items up and down, he fell asleep immediately and slept until noon. It wasn't until Nubia came back from shopping and knocked on the door vigorously that he woke up. The auction for the Imperial Green was scheduled for tomorrow. It was already noticeable today that Carloy more people had gathered at the hotel, all of them wealthy or influential. Ebert mentioned they were all VIP guests invited by the auction house. Some came to observe the auction of the Imperial Green, some were buyers. Each one was formidable in their own right. After lunch, Mason accompanied Nubia around, picking up some London specialties and small gifts for the family. The next morning, Ebert escorted them to the venue early. Inside, it was packed, teeming with people, far more lively than the previous auction 2 days ago. Remarkably, armed security personnel stood guard at every corner, ready to respond at a moment's notice. This level of protection ensured anyone who dared to cause trouble would be dealt with swiftly. Since they were sellers, the auction house had reserved the best seats for them. After an elaborate opening speech, the main event finally took center stage. The massive Imperial Green gemstone was carried onto a high platform for everyone's viewing. There was half an hour allocated for visiting, appraising, and admiring it. Then, the auction officially began. Seeing this jade again, Mason was still utterly captivated. Undoubtedly, its allure was strongest among women, who lined up eagerly to view and admire it. The half hour flew by quickly, and the bidding officially commenced. The auctioneer excitedly announced that the starting price for the gemstone was £100 million. This was undoubtedly an astronomical sum, but there were still bidders competing fervently. 130 million, 140 million, 150 million, 180 million. The bids escalated gradually, making everyone's heart race. Nubia nervously chanted under her breath, "Up, up." This directly related to how much money they would ultimately receive. Today, attendees included elites from various countries, bidding without hesitation as if they were calling out mere numbers, not actual money. Soon, the bid reached 200 million. Breaking through the 200 million mark, Nubia let out a sigh of relief. 200 million pounds equated to 1.4 billion yuan. The price didn't stop rising, it kept climbing. This gemstone was incredibly precious, and such a large piece of Imperial Green was rare, so the competition drove up the premium naturally. In the end, only 2 people were left bidding. 280 million, 290 million, 300 million. When the figure 300 million was called out, the entire venue erupted in astonishment. Chapter 162, Billionaire and National Celebrity. 300 million pounds, equivalent to 2.1 billion renminbi. An astonishing figure. Maeve couldn't stop smiling with joy. In her wildest dreams, exceeding 200 million pounds would be the best outcome. She didn't expect it to be a full 100 million more. They had hit the jackpot. The atmosphere at the scene instantly exploded. 300 million pounds. Any more bids? Once for 300 million, twice for 300 million, thrice for 300 million. In the end, no one made another bid. Sold for 300 million. It was finalized. Mason and Maeve were invited to the reception room upstairs. After processing the relevant procedures, this money would be wired to Maeve's international account within 1 day of the buyer's payment. The final selling price of 300 million pounds, minus a commission of 21 million pounds to the auction house, along with Mason's initial purchase cost of the castle, left them with over 270 million pounds. Converted into RMB, each person could roughly pocket around 1.0395 billion. This was simply an astronomical sum. Maeve was overjoyed, wishing she could kiss Mason, feeling that all her luck came from him. After finishing up the paperwork, Mason waited at the hotel until he met the Black Carlo again to hand over the property upon receiving the money. This money was also wired to Maeve's account first, then after returning to China, she would handle the transfer to Mason. With everything completed, Mason finally had the mood to visit various landmarks in London. News came from the embassy that the batch of artifacts had been transported back to China through their secure channel. They scheduled their flight home 2 days later. Ebert said his farewells with reluctance. Mason invited him to visit China sometime in the future. They exchanged contact information. There were no more hitches on their journey back, landing smoothly at Tianzhou Capital Airport. What touched them deeply was that the staff at Tianzhou International Airport learned about Mason's return. They prepared a special water salute for him. As the plane landed steadily, 2 fire trucks sprayed water mists on both sides of the plane, creating a Watergate effect, which looked incredibly grand. The Watergate ceremony symbolizes welcoming with refreshments, a highly honored treatment given by airports. It is usually used to commemorate retired outstanding pilots or significant flights/aircraft, but this time it was arranged for an ordinary yet extraordinary individual as a mark of high respect. Mason didn't understand the significance of the ceremony and did not think much of it, unaware that this ceremony was specially prepared for him. Only after getting off the plane and seeing the banners pulled at the airport did he realize it. One must admit that Chinese people have a touch of Aro Carlos deep down. Immediately upon disembarking, he was politely invited to the leader's office, where the aviation authority leadership thanked him warmly for his actions on the flight. Expressing great interest in his talent for piloting, if he was willing, one of his old friends who heads the pilot training base could send him there to learn. Mason politely declined, explaining that his aspirations lay elsewhere. The official expressed regret and eventually gave him lifelong free access to fly Tian Airlines. Mason thought, well, this perk was indeed quite nice. During this week abroad, what he did not know was that he had already become a celebrity domestically. The events on the flight were reported widely by various media outlets, newspapers, and news broadcasts. They featured extensive coverage of the event, including a picture of him laughing brightly on the flight. His background was also uncovered. Rural roots, admitted to Tianzhou University through sheer effort, a typical example of someone rising from humble origins. Local media in Zhoushan even visited his former high school teachers. All praise for his diligence, persistence, and resilience. They extolled him unanimously. Truly, 10 years of anonymity led to immediate nationwide recognition. Some even went to his hometown village of Green Mountain Village and found his relatives. Unaware of the outside world due to their remote location, they did not know how successful he had become. Christopher rambled on, criticizing Mason's family harshly. However, from other villagers' accounts, they heard a different story. He had always been unloved by his grandparents. For education, he endured hardship, barely eating or wearing enough, struggling bitterly. Ultimately, they discovered the root of all suffering lay in the fact that his father was not biologically related to his grandparents, leading to him being cast out penniless. It turned out this distinguished person from humble beginnings had such a tragic past. Looking at his radiant, handsome face, suddenly one felt that behind his smile lay sorrowful stories. The journalists listening to these tales were moved to tears. From the remote Green Mountain village to the capital Tianzhou, no one knew what hardships and tortures this young Carlo had gone through. Impoverished language was insufficient to describe the difficulties and bloodshed he endured along the way. Thus, she wrote a deeply moving news article which, once published, immediately went viral. It also caused a significant impact in society. Some people even specially went to Green Mountain Village to curse Christopher's family. Only then did they learn that Mason had made something of himself now. In Tianzhou City, teachers and leaders from Tianzhou University also gave Mason's actions high praise, expressing pride in having such an outstanding student. A journalist also revealed that Mason had participated in this year's Tianzhou City Calligraphy Association competition, winning first place in the running script category. Jeffrey specially accepted an interview, stating that Mason was his last disciple who had mastered the essence of his calligraphy. Chin believed xuanhuan was a pragmatic and genuine young Carlo with a promising future. Some keen-eyed people noticed that he had also appeared on the latest episode of the King of Chefs TV show, assisting at Carlo. His graceful posture and confident demeanor while selecting ingredients were hard to ignore. This young Carlo seemed like a versatile talent, excelling not only in academics but in various fields. It could be believed that whatever he did in the future, he would succeed in that field. Shepard and Violet also accepted interviews. Faced with journalist questions, Shepard, this simple-hearted Carlo, spoke in plain terms yet profoundly touched hearts, making people marvel that perhaps only such parents could nurture a child as outstanding as Mason. Mason was unfortunate, having such a sad past, but he was also lucky because he always had the support of his family behind him. Due to limited information sources back then, people relied on television and newspapers for news, so when this piece of news came out, it instantly swept across the nation. In short, the entire country now recognized this young Carlo. Mason was still unaware of this situation. Walking out of the airport normally, he was directly recognized by someone. "Aren't you the young Carlo in the newspaper? Great job, young Carlo." An elderly Carlo gave him a thumbs up. "Good for you." One or two people were Carlo-igible, but the whole journey was filled with greetings, giving him an instant feeling of social death. Chapter 163, Shepard's background. Only after getting into the car did he Carlo-age to escape this sweet burden. Kathy still had Carlo-y follow-up matters to handle after returning to the country, so she left immediately after sending him to Jinlong Bay. Mason hurried home. The first thing he did was take out all the antiques from the miniature space for a good appreciation before properly storing them away. The box of porcelain shards was separately taken out by him, ready to be sorted through and see if they could be pieced back into complete ceramics. Greenhill Village. Christine and Zoltan learned from their children that Shepard's family had become prosperous now. According to the newspaper, they were running a braised meat shop that made a lot of money. Moreover, Mason had also made a name for himself, rescuing an entire plane full of people, with everyone praising him as a reincarnated scholar god who excelled in whatever field he ventured into. As envy crept up, Christine had an idea. She decided to go to Tianzhou City and find Shepard's family. Having raised him to such greatness and wealth, she must get her share. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like her. Your old Megan raised him up until now. He just walks off now? What a dream. Xiangxi, Xiangbei, which of you will accompany me to Tianzhou City? Why are you going to Tianzhou City? You won't find anyone even if you go. Don't lose yourself. Besides, didn't we write down clearly that he was no longer our son, regardless of his future wealth or poverty? It wouldn't be appropriate for you to go now, Zoltan disagreed first. At that time, we didn't know they would turn out so successful, right? You agreed to chase them away then too. Now you blame me. Though he's not my real son. Wasn't it hard raising him up? I saved his life. Can't I ask for some money from him? How stupid are you men? Didn't you say Jinhong studies at Tianzhou University? We can go directly there, sure to find him easily. Christine showed rare shrewdness this time. Jonathan, Xiangxi and Carver also had similar thoughts, not wanting to miss this opportunity to broaden their horizons and earn some money. They glanced at each other. Let's go with Marion together. Fritz and Sterling also jumped up. Grandma, we want to go too. Not yet getting any advantage. Why send so Carlo-y people? Doesn't transportation cost money? Christine refused straight away. Get lost. It's not even confirmed yet. Why are you cheering? In the end, it was decided that the two sons would accompany her on a trip to Tianzhou City to find Shepard. At York's house, York's injuries were mostly healed and were in recovery. He wanted to return to work, but Kiana forbade it, insisting that recuperating from serious injuries required 100 days of rest, especially considering he nearly didn't make it. She insisted he should recover well. It was rare to have such a long vacation, with nothing much to do at home. He spent his days drinking tea, listening to operas, and reading newspapers for amusement. Recently, various news about Mason had appeared non-stop, allowing him to thoroughly understand this young Carlo who had saved his life. Knowing his tragic past, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. To rise above such hardship while maintaining one's integrity, without doubt, he would either be a hero or a powerful figure in the future. One day, he saw another piece of news about him. However, it was not an interview with Mason but with Shepard. Upon seeing the photo of this middle-aged Carlo smiling awkwardly, he felt inexplicably familiar and close, more so than the first time he met Mason. However, he did not dwell on it further, until the retirement community called him, updating him on his brother's recent situation there, when he suddenly realized something. He knew why the photo of Shepard felt so familiar. Because he looked somewhat like his elder brother Arrigo, with similarly straightforward eyebrows and eyes, especially the way he smiled with pursed lips. Recalling how his brother behaved after memory loss, always holding a pillow as if it were a child, he suddenly had an immature conjecture. Perhaps his brother really did have a child back then? Shepard's background also corroborated this point. According to the newspaper, he was adopted by foster parents, who mistreated him once they had their own child. York could not sit still, immediately calling people to investigate what happened back then. He and his older brother Arrigo were born during wartime, moving abroad with their parents at an early age and growing up overseas. His brother was over 10 years older and, having grown up in China, harbored intense patriotism. After completing his education abroad and knowing that China desperately needed talent, he returned across the ocean to serve his homeland. At that time, he was only around 10 years old and influenced by his brother, sharing the same patriotic sentiments. Many years later, they lost contact with their elder brother. After completing his studies, York decided to return to China both to search for his brother and to fulfill their shared wish to contribute to the country. He resolutely returned to China and began doing research while searching for his brother. It wasn't until 20 years ago that he finally found his elder brother, Arrigo, who had taken on a national assignment under an assumed name to work at a research institute in Lop Nor, disappearing for over 20 years. Arrigo started showing intermittent memory loss and confusion, which led to him being sent back to rest and recuperate. The country placed him in the highest level retirement community, where he was cared for around the clock. Reese and Kiana had been busy over the years and did not have time to take care of him. Now, thinking about it, he realized he had been a terrible younger brother, completely unaware of what happened to his older brother. After some investigation, he learned that his brother did indeed have a marriage with a Carlo when he first returned to China. At that time, China desperately needed talent, so he was constantly traveling and could not take care of his family. The Carlo died during childbirth due to complications. Then, he received the secret assignment. As for where this child went, no one knew. Arrigo himself was also confused and could not provide any useful information. Reese had a premonition that this boy named Shepard might very well be his elder brother's son, but how to prove it still required careful planning. Thinking of this possibility made his heart race with excitement. On one hand, he and his brother dedicated their lives to science without leaving behind descendants, which was a regret, and their parents would surely be unhappy in their graves. If Shepard is truly his brother's son, then the Luo family would have heirs. On another hand, Kiana and he were fully committed to their careers when they were young, missing the best time to have children. Sometimes, seeing others with full houses of grandchildren, they couldn't help but feel envious. Kiana adored little Mason so much. Imagine how happy she would be if they became family. He eagerly shared this news with Kiana. Kiana was overjoyed, and after a moment's thought, decided to first find out more from them before making any further plans. Chapter 164. Traditional Chinese Medicine Practitioner Che. Mason was sorting and piecing together porcelain fragments when he received a call from Kiana. Upon learning that he had already returned to the country, Kiana naturally exchanged greetings with him. Invoking the fact that Mason had saved York last time, she invited him to have dinner at her home the next day. She especially reminded him to bring his parents along. Hearing that York had fully recovered, Mason was delighted and gladly agreed. Well, then, he should stop arranging the porcelain pieces for now and go prepare gifts instead. The watch Kiana gave him last time was worth more than 100,000 yuan, not to mention all the other items, so he must properly prepare return gifts in order to be courteous. When visiting patients, besides buying fruit baskets, one can also prepare some valuable tonics like ajiao, deer antler, ginseng, caterpillar fungus, saffron, and lingji mushrooms, which are all excellent herbs. However, it's crucial to buy genuine products. Otherwise, spending money on fakes would be very impolite. Mason recalled that the elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioner he met on the plane had left him contact information. His family is a renowned TCM dynasty with Carlo TCM clinics in Tianjin City. He believed they should have channels to purchase these herbal medicines. Given the life-saving favor, he shouldn't deceive him, right? Mason directly dialed the number. Hello, may I speak with Elder Che? The voice on the other end immediately recognized him. Jonathonu? Yes, it's me. You're back? Elder Run, I just got back. I'm calling because there's something troubling me. Tell me. Che did not hesitate. He thought that no matter what Mason needed, he would try his best to help him. One cannot forget the grace of saving someone's life. It's like this. An elder relative of mine has just recovered from a serious illness. I want to give him some precious herbs as tonics but lack purchasing channels, fearing fake products. That's why I thought of you. As long as the items are good, price is not an issue. These things he could now afford easily. That's simple. Do you have time to come over now? Let's meet up, and I'll prepare them personally. This wasn't a big deal for Che. That would be great. Give me your address, and I'll come over right away. Mason casually picked up the car keys from the shelf. I'm currently seeing patients at my clinic in the city center, Tongji Hall. Do you know where it is? Tongji Hall in the city center? I know it. I'll be right over. Tongji Hall in the city center was not far from their courtyard house. He saw it every time he drove by. It turned out it was part of Elder Ren's business. This old Carlo was quite trendy, despite being a traditional Chinese doctor who spoke English and used a mobile phone. From him, Mason felt for the first time that people shouldn't be defined by their age. Having not seen his parents yet upon returning, he decided to visit the courtyard house first before heading to Tongji Hall to select some herbs. Seeing their son return safely, Shepard and Violet were relieved. In front of their son's safety, money became irrelevant. They were willing to go back to the poorer days as long as the family stayed together. After becoming parents, they constantly worried about their child, fearing he wouldn't soar high enough, yet also fearing he'd soar too high and break his wings. Learning that Kiana invited them for dinner the next day, both urged Mason to buy expensive gifts to show respect. Mason drove to Tongji Hall. As soon as he parked, he saw several people rushing and carrying a child, shouting, excuse us, we're sorry, the child needs immediate help." Out of curiosity, Mason followed them. They rushed into Tongji Hall, yelling, Dr. Run, please take a look. The child is holding her belly and crying in pain, rolling on the ground. It seemed they were local residents and quite familiar with Che. Che quickly stood up to examine the child. The little girl looked to be 2 or 3 years old. She wasn't speaking fluently yet, only saying it hurts, while clutching her belly. The pain didn't seem like a common stomachache. Even in winter, the child was drenched in sweat, wailing uncontrollably with tears streaming down her face. People in the queue looked on sympathetically. Did the child eat something bad? Asked a bystander. The Megan shook her head hurriedly. No, it started suddenly. Che checked her pulse but found nothing abnormal. He asked the child, did you eat something strange? The little girl buried herself deeper into her father's arms and vigorously shook her head. Just as everyone was at a loss, Mason, watching from the side, had a sudden idea. Since his toaster eye, X-ray vision, could penetrate everything, maybe it could see through Carlo bodies as well, perhaps revealing what was happening inside the child's belly. Without delay, he used his X-ray vision to penetrate the child's abdomen, directly focusing on the area she was clutching. Inside the intestine lay a 2-centimeter-long small iron nail. It was unclear how she had swallowed it, but the sharp end of the nail had scratched her delicate intestine. No wonder she was crying her heart out. He had identified the problem, but telling others about it was another issue. He couldn't just say that he could see through things. Ma'am, please recall what your child played with before the abdominal pain started. Maybe she swallowed a foreign object, Mason reminded. Che only then noticed that Mason had arrived. They nodded at each other as a greeting, but there was no time for chatting. The Megan, incoherent, said, I don't know. I was tidying up in the kitchen, and she was playing outside. Suddenly, she started crying in pain. I shouldn't have been tidying. I should have been with her. She hugged her head, blaming herself. The father remained relatively rational and suddenly remembered something. Xiao Zephyr, think about it. Did Meow Meow open my toolbox? The Grand Megan immediately realized, slapping her hands together. She must have taken something from the toolbox. Before we left, I saw a few nails on the ground and wondered who threw them there. Nails? How long are they? This is possible. Che nodded. Just 2 centimeters long. The Grand Megan gestured with her hand. The Megan quickly asked her daughter, Meow Meow, tell mommy, did you swallow a nail? I won't blame you, but you must tell the truth, or your tummy will keep hurting. The little girl looked around fearfully, seeing everyone anxiously watching her. She hid in her father's arms and slowly nodded. Finally, they found the cause. Dr. Run, is a nail this big a problem? Can it come out naturally? The father asked. Not necessarily. Judging by her pain, the nail may have scratched her intestine, which is not a minor issue. It could lead to more serious complications. Che frowned seriously. So what do we do now? Chapter 165. Che's ingenious solution to a critical situation. Mason felt that this situation could most likely only be resolved by Western medicine. However, endoscopies did not exist in this era. Could they still remove the nail? It was uncertain. Che pondered for a moment and said, wait while I prepare some medicine. Saying this, he went to the back room. Seeing his composed and confident demeanor, Mason was very curious about how Che would handle this problem using traditional Chinese medicine and hurriedly followed him. An apprentice tried to stop him, but Che nodded and let him enter as well. Dr. Run, how do you plan to handle this? Mason asked curiously. Without immediately explaining, Che took 1 chin of magnetite and 2 chin of mirabolite and carefully ground them into a fine powder. Then he instructed an apprentice to get some lard and honey from the kitchen, mixed them into a paste, placed it in a bowl, and handed it to the child's Megan. Feed it to her. The more Mason watched, the more confused he became. Lard? Honey? What kind of medicine is this? Because of the sweetness of the honey, the child did not resist and swallowed the concoction in a few gulps. Strangely enough, shortly after taking the medicine, the child stopped crying and fell asleep in her father's arms. Dr. Run, is this all right? Yes, I've already protected her intestines with the medicine. Over the next couple of days, pay close attention to her bowel movements. If a large foreign object is expelled, don't worry. It should be the nail. Most people in the vicinity usually came here for medical treatment and had great confidence in his skills. Since he said so, there was no issue. The little girl's family expressed their gratitude profusely. Mason stared at the little girl's belly in amazement. After the medicine entered her stomach, it seemed to have legs of its own, slowly moving toward the iron nail, gradually enveloping it, preventing further harm to her intestines. Amazing! What a remarkable technique. It was as if Huatu had come back to life. After curing the little girl, Che finally had time to chat with Mason. Isn't it amazing? Actually, the principle is quite simple. This method wasn't my invention. Earlier predecessors have left records of such cases. It is said that during the late Ming dynasty, there was a skilled doctor named Walker. Once, while traveling, he encountered a young child who had accidentally swallowed an iron nail used for shoe repair, which was a critical situation. Walker thought for a moment and devised a treatment plan. He used 1 chin of magnetite, 2 chin of mirabolite, ground them into fine powder, mixed them with cooked lard and honey, and had the child take it. After some time, the child passed a stool containing an object like a taro seed, smooth on the outside. Upon examination, it contained the swallowed iron nail. The child's Megan thanked Walker greatly and found it miraculous, asking him about the secret. In fact, Walker relied on the principle from the Shenong Bin Chao Jing, the classic of Materia Medica, that iron fears mirabolite, combined with his understanding of traditional Chinese medicine, leading to this prescription, using mirabolite, magnetite, lard, and honey. These 4 ingredients interact and balance each other. None can be omitted. Mirabolite alone wouldn't attach to the iron nail without magnetite. Magnetite alone couldn't expel the nail without the purgative effect of mirabolite. Lard and honey mainly serve to lubricate the intestines, making it easier for the nail to pass, while honey acts as a sweetener, helping the child take the medicine easily. To put it simply, these medicines mix together, attaching to the nail via magnetite, with mirabolite ensuring expulsion, and lard and honey aiding smooth passage. People around listened intently, giving thumbs up, having learned something new. Mason felt similarly, suddenly struck by the wisdom of the ancients. Traditional Chinese medicine truly is a great cultural treasure of China, with its use of herbs being marvelously profound. What would require surgery in the future was resolved with just a few Chinese herbs. An apprentice approached. Master, why haven't I heard this story before? Che smacked him hard on the head. I always tell you to read more medical books and study more, but you prefer watching movies, shopping, and indulging yourself. You know nothing. The apprentice rubbed his head unhappily. But master, you often watch movies too. Che glared at him awkwardly. This brat was always trying to undermine him. Mason stifled a smile, finding the old Carlo quite amusing. Having witnessed an unconventional and impressive treatment, he got down to business. Dr. Run, I want to buy some valuable herbs as gifts. As an expert, can you recommend some? Che carefully inquired about the patient's condition, age, cause of illness, etc., then recommended some warming tonics and added some herbs for soups. These herbs are yours free of charge. My life is worth something, after all. Learning about his background from the news, Che subconsciously felt that Mason was a promising young Carlo from a poor family. How could Mason accept things for free? He opened his backpack to show him. Inside was actually a backpack full of money, all $100 bills, which he had just brought from the xuanhuan. This was part of the store's recent income. Shepard hadn't had time to deposit it in the bank yet, so he simply let Mason bring it over for use. Seeing that he insisted on paying and had even brought the money, Che held him in higher regard. If someone else were in this situation, they might say that not taking advantage of an offer is foolish. In the end, Che only charged the cost price, 53,000 yuan. Don't think it's expensive. Carlo-y precious herbs have very high costs. It's hard to find authentic ones, even at a high price. Mason knew that Che must have given him a discount, so he directly gave him 60,000 yuan. This old Carlo was interesting. In the future, if he had time, he could come over frequently to chat with him and listen to his stories. Che was also stunned to learn that the popular Wangxiangju braised food sold recently in Tianzhou City was owned by Mason. He loved their braised food so much that he enjoyed it every day with a glass of wine. The two had thus formed an unbreakable bond. After buying the herbs, Mason went to get some calligraphy supplies. He planned to write a couplet and send it together to York. He didn't have any special skills except for his calligraphy, which he was still quite proud of. York wasn't short of money or necessities. There were few things he could give. After racking his brain, he finally thought of this idea. As for Kiana's gift, it was simple. He went straight to Madeline and picked up a set of red jadeite jewelry for her. Kiana's appearance and personality matched this fiery red jadeite perfectly. Having prepared the gifts, Mason bought some groceries, picked Xena up from school, and planned to cook a meal at home tonight. The family would gather together since everyone had been unsettled by the events recently. Chapter 166, Reunion. Jaden, go check the door again. Why haven't they arrived yet? Make sure Sister Iona prepares more of her specialties today. York paced restlessly around the room. Eat fruits. Arrigo pointed at the oranges on the coffee table. The accompanying nurse immediately peeled an orange for him and placed it in his hand. Arrigo smiled as he popped a segment of the orange into his mouth. Minsheng, have some fruit too. Arrigo was in good spirits today, remembering that York was his younger brother. I'm fine, brother. I'm not hungry. York was troubled and could not settle down. He feared getting a negative answer and also dreaded facing his own mistakes. For all these years, he had never tried to understand his older brother's past. If only he had known earlier. No matter what price, he would have found them. Mason drove Shepard and Violet to the address Kiana provided. Xena had classes today, so she did not come along. At the main gate, the security guard questioned them, then promptly let them through upon knowing they were guests invited by York. It seemed York had informed them beforehand. Upon entering, they soon arrived at their destination where Kiana was already waiting at the door. Kiana and Violet exchanged pleasantries as they walked inside. Violet distinctly felt that Kiana was more cordial than the last time, treating her warmly as if welcoming family. She rarely went out as a guest and had dressed up carefully today, applying lipstick and wearing a new mink coat. Her hair was pinned up, and she wore the jewelry Mason had bought for her. She looked presentable enough. Only her demeanor lacked polish, a quality that needs cultivation with money. Violet had endured hard times for so Carlo-y years, hence lacking confidence. But Kiana showed no sign of disdain whatsoever. Daisy, you're still young. You should dress up like this more often. Look how beautiful you are. Sister Jaden, don't tease me. What they say is true, East sure imitating she sure, yes, that's the phrase. Not at all. You're really very beautiful. You just lack a bit of confidence. Hold your head high and acknowledge yourself. Look, Xinhong takes after you and is such a handsome guy. To raise such an outstanding son, you mustn't belittle yourself. Kiana encouraged her. You know how to speak well, Sister Jaden. Speaking of which, Kiana was about 10 years older than Violet. After all, Arrigo was over a decade older than York. The two women chatted as they walked, while Shepard and Mason carried the packages and followed behind. Hearing car sounds from the courtyard, York hurriedly came out to greet them. He had never met Shepard or his wife before, only seen Shepard's pictures in newspapers. Now, seeing him in person, he felt striking similarities. Suppressing his excitement, he greeted everyone. Kiana nonchalantly introduced both parties and led them inside after exchanging pleasantries. Entering the living room, Mason noticed someone else there. An elderly Carlo with snow-white hair sat on the sofa eating oranges. This is my elder brother, Arrigo, who was once a researcher. Today we're having a family dinner, so I brought him back home, York explained. Shepard, his wife, and Mason hurriedly greeted the old Carlo but received no response. The old Carlo didn't even lift his gaze, continuing to peel the orange. Kiana awkwardly smiled. Brother doesn't want to talk now. Please sit. They instantly understood. The old Carlo likely had some issues with his mind. I've always wanted to meet you too and thank you for raising such an excellent child. York spoke gently, like any ordinary elder. You're too kind. For him to save a great scientist like you, it's an honor for him, Violet replied with a smile. York turned his eyes to Kiana, gesturing for her to speak. He knew he wasn't good at socializing and could only rely on Kiana. Daisy, We invited you here today not only to express our sincere gratitude to your whole family, but also to ask something, Kiana said thoughtfully. What is it? Violet asked suspiciously. Shepard and Mason also showed interest. From the newspaper, we learned that Xiangdong was adopted. Please don't misunderstand us. We're not prying into your affairs. There's something we need to ask. Kiana handed an orange to Arrigo. Big brother, have an orange. Arrigo lifted his head, took the orange happily, and said, thank you. His simple smile left Shepard, Violet, and Mason stunned. I believe you've noticed the resemblance between Minqing's elder brother and Xiangdong. It's almost 70 to 80%. When Minqing saw Xiangdong's photo in the newspaper, he had this suspicion. After our investigation, we found that elder brother indeed had a child back then. However, because of his mental condition, we missed the best time to find him. We just want to ask, when you were adopted, Xiangdong, did your adoptive family leave anything that could prove your identity? Shepard was completely stunned. In his early 40s, someone suddenly told him he might have other family members. This feeling was incredibly surreal and overwhelming. Violet and Mason remained relatively calm. Son, didn't you say you found something that proved your father's identity? Violet quickly looked at Mason. Yes, there were a few items. A piece of velvet cloth embroidered with the character Dong in gold thread, a pair of bracelets, and 2 jade pieces. The brightness in York's eyes was evident. Can I see them? He remembered that elder brother did take some items when he left. Among them was a pair of bracelets, which Talia had asked elder brother to give to his future daughter-in-law. Back then, he was still young and asked Talia if he had any bracelets for his future wife. Talia said everyone had them, identical pairs, without favoring anyone. Mason actually kept those items in his miniature space, but it wouldn't be appropriate to take them out directly now. I can go back and get them. It's not far anyway, Mason said as he stood up and left. Once Mason left, an awkward silence filled the room except for the simple-minded Arrigo. Given the current situation, there was a high possibility that they were all related. The shift from guests to family left Shepard and Violet at a loss for words. York looked at Shepard, filled with anticipation. How he wished this young Carlo was truly his nephew. Fortunately, Kiana was adept at socializing. She diverted the conversation to lighter topics, bringing laughter back into the room. Mason soon returned with the wooden box. When York saw the pair of bracelets in the box, he couldn't help but burst into tears of joy. It's them, it's them. Chapter 167, Dong Dong. Back then, he was young, but he remembered this pair of bracelets deeply. York looked at his elder brother and Shepard with tears welling up in his eyes. The more he looked, the more they resembled each other. Shepard truly is my elder brother's son. This is wonderful, so wonderful. The first time he met Mason, he felt a strong sense of familiarity as if he were looking at his own junior. There wasn't a single thing unsatisfactory about him, and now it turns out that he really is my junior. There is still a difference between Mason and Shepard's appearances. Mason takes more after Violet and looks more delicate than Shepard. Kiana also took out a matching pair of bracelets from her jewelry box. They really are identical. When she and York got married, both elderly people were still alive. This pair of bracelets was personally handed over by her Megan-in-law, leaving no room for doubt. Shepard and Violet were also stunned by their reactions, unable to find words to express themselves. They had always assumed they were just peasants from the countryside, living off the land, never imagining there would come a day when they would become descendants of scientists. It was more unbelievable than any drama ever played. Mason was also taken aback, not knowing how to react. Saving someone casually turned into finding a real uncle. Such a probability is simply unheard of. Sitting on the sofa, Arrigo saw everyone looking at the items in the box and leaned in to see as well. His confused eyes suddenly turned clear, and he picked up the velvet cloth embroidered with the character Dong, with tears streaming down his face. Dong Dong, my child, it's Dong Dong. York didn't expect his brother to react like this and quickly asked, Elder brother, is this your child's item? It's Dong Dong, my child. I can't find him anymore. I lost him. Arrigo clung to the velvet cloth, sobbing like a child and sitting on the floor. All that is past can't be revisited. Clearly, Arrigo did not lose his child intentionally, but due to circumstances beyond his control. Enough said. He has deteriorated this much. Yet seeing what his child left behind back then still makes him weep with emotion. Without any doubts, Shepard must be Arrigo's child, evidenced by their almost identical faces. Seeing Arrigo cry so bitterly, Shepard was greatly moved. His life had been marred by Amber and Jonathan Ujuezi, and no one had ever shed tears for him before. This feeling was bittersweet, yet sweetly touching. York helped his elder brother stand up and pointed at Shepard, saying, Elder brother, Dong Dong isn't lost. He has grown up. This is him, look. Arrigo glanced suspiciously at Shepard, then at Mason beside him, suddenly becoming happy and rushing over to embrace Mason, saying, Dong Dong, I found Dong Dong. He mistook Mason for his child Dong Dong. Dong Dong, you've grown so big. You look just like your Megan. Arrigo touched Mason's face. Everyone couldn't help but laugh through their tears. Arrigo mistaking Mason for his child lightened the heavy atmosphere. Xiangdong, you've suffered these past years. It's my fault, all my fault. I should have realized sooner. As York spoke, he recounted his past with Arrigo. By doing so, he also acknowledged Shepard as his nephew. Only then did Shepard's family learn about the Luo's past and the general situation back then. How could they say it? Their fathers and grandfathers had it tough in the past, sacrificing small families for the sake of the nation, a common sacrifice. Without their contributions, there wouldn't be today's better life. Arrigo might not be the best father, but he was certainly a great scientist who endured hardships for the future of the country. Shepard is a kind-hearted person. Seeing the old Carlo in his confused state made him feel very uncomfortable. Mason couldn't make decisions for his father, but quietly supported him. It seemed Arrigo was convinced that Mason was his son and kept clinging to Mason, peeling an orange and feeding it to him. Dong Dong, eat this orange. Mason couldn't help but eat it, a sweet burden from his grandfather. Shepard ultimately refrained from saying anything heart-wrenching. He suggested that both families gradually get to know each other as relatives. After all, it would be difficult to accept everything all at once. York and Kiana were satisfied with this outcome and didn't force the issue, only asking for slow acceptance. Mason and Violet didn't mind, deferring to Shepard, considering he had suffered the most in this matter. Jonathan being in a wealthy household, growing up happily, receiving good education. All that was denied to him because of his father's negligence, resulting in half a life of hardship. Fortunately, lunch was ready, and Kiana hurriedly invited everyone to eat. Throughout the meal, Arrigo kept sitting next to Mason, constantly offering him dishes. Dong dong. Eat this, it's good. From the old Carlo's actions and words, it was evident how much he loved his son. Shepard felt a sense of relief in his heart. To be honest, at his age, he no longer needed paternal love, nor had any expectations from his family, as he already had his own little family. But when he saw the old Carlo's actions and words, knowing that he had once been someone's treasured child, the wounds of the past were instantly healed. He had also been a beloved treasure. In the past, when Amber favored Xiangxi, Xiangnan, and Xiangbei, he often wished he could be one of the favored ones. But what he received was only repeated harm from his parents and siblings. Initially, he had given up on any expectations, but now he felt warmth in his heart. York was very kind to him as well, continually urging Shepard and Violet to eat more, treating them like family. The Luo family has successors now. York felt that even after his death, he could face his parents with pride. Kiana was even happier. She had dedicated her entire life to the country and had no children of her own. A nephew is like half a son. Shepard seemed to be a kind person, and Violet was very simple-hearted. Moreover, she really liked Mason, who was talented and promising. However, their familial relationships would need to change. Shepard became York's nephew, and Violet would have to call Kiana second aunt. She said awkwardly, "You look younger than me. Calling you second aunt just feels strange, as if I'm making you sound older." Kiana enjoyed her candid and simple nature. "Haha, you sure know how to talk. You've made me so happy." After the meal, York and Kiana gave them gifts. For Shepard, they gifted a house in Tianzhou City. For Violet, a box of jewelry, including an ice green jade bracelet and pendants, along with various beautiful gold pieces. For Mason, they presented a set of valuable 4 treasures of the study. York had seen the calligraphy he gave him and hadn't stopped smiling since. He specially chose this excellent gift, saying it wouldn't be worthy of his fine handwriting otherwise. Mason thought to himself that writing with such valuable items would be sheer folly, wondering if his uncle truly knew the value of these things. Actually, in York's view, no matter how precious something was, it was all meant to serve people, with no real difference. Chapter 168, Family Estate, Yuan Dynasty Blue and White Plum Vase. Seizing the day is better than choosing a date. Since Shepard did not object, they would now consider each other family. Karma truly brings relatives together, as Kiana said. If it wasn't for Mason saving York, they wouldn't have discovered all that came after, and this recognition today wouldn't be possible. Besides giving the gifts upon first meeting, York instructed Mason and the others to solemnly bring out a large chest from the room. "These things all belong to your elder brother. Your parents specifically told me I must find your elder brother back then and hand these over to him. After finding him, he ended up in such a state. Hence, these items remained with me all along. Now that we've found his descendants, Xiangdong, I entrust you with these items." Having said that, York opened the chest. "When our parents moved our whole family overseas, they liquidated most of our estate. During prosperous times, antiques are valued. During tumultuous times, gold is sought after. They exchanged much of what we owned for bars of gold and other portable valuables, but left some immovable inheritances belonging to the Luo family and buried treasures underground that were difficult to carry. After the elders passed away, these things fell into my hands. This chest contains half a chest of gold bars, some jewelry, antique paintings, calligraphy, and a deed to an ancestral house. This was left by Talia to be given to your elder brother." Shepard kept waving his hands. "You keep them, please. I'm doing well in life and don't need these items." He felt taking someone else's valuable possessions might suggest he only recognized kinship for money. "Xiangdong, accept them. This was the elder's wish before passing. You've been on your uncle's mind his entire life. Your uncle and I had no children. Regardless of ownership, everything of the Luo family will ultimately be entrusted to you," Kiana also advised. York picked up a small box inside and handed it to Mason. "Inside this box is the deed and key to the Luo family's estates, along with Carloy precious legacies left by our ancestors. I and your grandfather spent our lives in research and didn't understand these matters, but you have studied this field. The treasured relics left by our ancestors will eventually be entrusted to you. Compared to the gold bars, the items in this small box were the most crucial, the very root of the Luo family." Mason felt too bashful to accept something so valuable right after recognizing kinship. However, York's attitude made their family feel warmly welcomed. "Great uncle, please keep it." He believed he could rely on himself in the future. York wanted to insist more, but Arrigo did something unexpected. He snatched the box from York and stuffed it into Mason's hands, saying with a smile, "Dong dong, take it, good stuff." Everyone in the room burst into laughter. "Well, it seems unnecessary for me to persist any further. With elder brother having said so, you must accept them. Otherwise, you won't be treating us as one family." Unable to refuse further, Shepard and Mason finally agreed. In the end, everyone noticed the markings on the 2 gold bars Mason brought matched those on the gold bars York produced, affirming once again that Shepard was indeed the child Arrigo had taken care of back then. They stayed at the Luo residence until dinner time. Just as they prepared to leave, an issue arose. Arrigo refused to return to the retirement home and insisted on following Mason home. No matter how York tried to persuade him, nothing worked. Finally, Shepard made the decision to bring him back for a while. Following Mason home meant Arrigo couldn't stay at the courtyard house due to its complex environment, fearing he might wander off. Thus, the family returned to Jinlong Bay. Shepard and Violet took great care of Arrigo. Only, Arrigo often clung to Mason, insisting he was his son Dong Dong. Whenever Shepard and the others were busy, Mason often took Arrigo along. The elderly Carlo listened obediently to Mason, making him a very lovable senior citizen. The box of ceramic shards Mason hadn't had time to organize proved too challenging for him alone. So, he directly moved it to Barney's shop to sort through it with him. Unexpectedly, Synopsis became very interested and joined them in organizing the ceramic fragments. After their meticulous work, they realized the box contained fragments of 3 pieces of ceramics. A Song Dynasty Celadon jar and a Zephyr Dynasty Famille Rose vase. These 2 were relatively normal. But the final piece stunned even Synopsis. It was a fragment of a Yuan Dynasty blue and white plum vase. What a pity. Such a fine thing. It wasn't hard for him to identify these as genuine articles. Upon learning that Mason had bought this pile of ceramic fragments from Britain, Synopsis stood up in anger. Those damn foreigners have destroyed countless Chinese treasures. King, can these be repaired? Mason thought that as a restoration master, he might have a way. When it came to his specialty, Synopsis was very confident. Of course they can be repaired, but I need to remind you in advance, after restoration, the value of these items will definitely not be as high as when they were intact. I can only do my best. Here's what I'll do, King. I'll leave the items with you. After the restoration, this Zephyr Dynasty Famille Rose vase will serve as your fee. Synopsis' craft scholarship was worth the price. In that case, I'll accept the task. After handing over the porcelain fragments to Synopsis, Mason focused entirely on the school's final exams, which determined whether he could graduate smoothly, so he took it very seriously. He wasn't worried about the textbook material at all. The practical exam content was quite interesting. They had to go to Antique Street and find an antique. Any type of antique would do. They would then need to explain publicly why they chose it and how they identified its authenticity. A panel of teachers from the archaeology department would judge the antique on the spot. It was also a great opportunity for practical experience. Mason decided to visit Antique Street again to see if he could find anything good. However, with his current fame, it was indeed inconvenient to show his face. Walking down the street felt like being a movie star, and he would quickly be recognized. Hey, aren't you that young Carlo who flew the plane? Oh, you're that young Carlo from the newspaper. Mason had Violet make him several masks to wear when going out. Fortunately, it was winter, so wearing a mask didn't draw much attention. Once this period passed and the news cooled down, things would be better. Chapter 169. The Jade Bowl, a timer. Mason put on a mask and a dogskin hat, then wore a military overcoat. Ensuring that even his own Megan wouldn't recognize him, he went straight to the Antique Street. Before entering, he saw Carlo-y young people loitering around. Some were even listening eagerly to stories from vendors, as if they had, "I'm gullible," written across their foreheads. Mason couldn't help but laugh silently. Most of these young people were freshmen who came here to complete practical tasks this year. Those who studied this subject usually came from families with good conditions, making them prime targets for these vendors. Mason randomly approached a stall. There, a Carlo wearing a dogskin hat like him was talking to 2 students. This jade bowl is from the Zephyr Dynasty's Qinlong period. It's genuinely collected from the countryside. Look at the bottom mark and craft scholarship. You should take a closer look. The 2 students, lacking expertise, reached out directly to hold the jade bowl. Seeing this, the stall owner felt more delighted. It was clear these were easy targets. The 2 students examined the jade bowl carefully, comparing what they learned in books, finding it quite similar. Exchanging glances, they both felt it was genuine. Since the stall owner said he got it from the countryside, it must be true. Mason smiled inwardly. This boss really played his role well. Even if he didn't know much about antiques, he would probably have believed it too. This so-called Qinlong jade bowl was just a mass-produced fake made of inferior white marble, commonly found on the street stalls, costing less than a few dollars. One tall student asked, "How much do you want for this jade bowl?" Seeing they hadn't noticed anything wrong, the stall owner pretended to feel pain in his heart but showed delight on his face, saying, "If you're serious about it, I'll give it to you at this price." He then held up 5 fingers. The tall student definitely didn't think it was only $50 and cautiously asked, "$500? Unexpectedly, the stall owner shook his head in surprise. "What are you thinking? $5,000. This is a jade bowl from the Qinlong period. How could you buy it for $500? If I sold it to you for $500, you should wonder whether it's real or not." Although the price of $5,000 was shocking, the reverse logic made them believe more in its authenticity. After all, quality items always come with high prices. The 2 began whispering, deliberating. Pretending to browse other items on the stall, Mason paid close attention to the 2 students' actions. He initially thought that if this boss made only a few dozen dollars off them, he wouldn't intervene just to teach them a lesson, as experience would make them grow. But he hadn't expected the boss to be so greedy, targeting 2 students with such a high price tag. $5,000 was a considerable sum. However, the boss had a keen eye, identifying wealthy victims. The tall student's watch hinted at a good family background. After discussing, the 2 students gathered enough money for the jade bowl, indeed reaching $5,000. Rich kids. Seeing the transaction about to happen, Mason decided to act. Pretending to be ignorant, he approached them. "I saw an identical jade bowl elsewhere for only $2,000. This guy is asking way too much. It's not worth it." Enraged, the stall owner shouted, "Go away. Do you know the rules? This is a genuine item. What did you see?" Grabbing a feather duster, he chased Mason away. Distracted by this, the 2 students started doubting themselves and quickly put away their money, walking away without buying the jade bowl. Furious, the boss pounded his chest, cursing the loss of $5,000 because of that mad Carlo. A nearby vendor mocked him. "Serves you right. Who told you to charge so much? They look like mere students. Charging $5,000. No one could stand by and watch." Though their line of work might be low, there still was a sense of righteousness among them. One shouldn't cut off others' livelihood. Walking down the street, the 2 students became cautious. They soon saw another vendor selling similar jade bowls, all claiming theirs were genuine. But these vendors only asked for $200 to $300, far lower than the previous price. Recalling the inscription on the stone tablet at the entrance, "Money received, goods delivered, no returns," they broke into cold sweats. Had they spent $5,000 on that jade bowl, they'd have cause to cry now. It was only now that the tall student realized he had just encountered an expert who saved him. Although both of them came from wealthy families, $5,000 was all their living expenses and savings. They had taken out all their money to buy antiques in order to complete the teacher's assignment perfectly. After this incident, they no longer wanted to buy antiques for fear of being cheated again. They began searching the park for the expert who had helped them. At this moment, the expert Mason was stopped at a small stall. The stall owner was a tall young Carlo in his early 20s. His business seemed not too good as the neighboring stalls were busy except for his, which remained deserted. This was because there weren't Carlo-y items on his stall, and they didn't look very appealing. Mason was attracted by one particular object on his stall. It looked like a brush washer, about 20 centimeters high with a diameter of 7 or 8 centimeters, and had 2 holes on its cylindrical surface, looking quite peculiar. Actually, it was a yellow-glazed pottery water clock from the Han Dynasty, used as a timing tool. This kind of artifact was extremely rare, and it was thanks to Synopsis's experience that he could accurately identify it. Synopsis was erudite and well-informed, and had seen this type of artifact at the Augustin-Angling Museum. Mason put this knowledge to use. He walked over and glanced at the objects. This piece was the only valuable item on the stall. The rest were worthless old things, seemingly collected from the countryside. How much is this brush washer? Mason pointed at the brush washer, next to the water clock, and asked. $50, no bargaining, the young Carlo said stiffly, his face expressionless. No wonder his business wasn't good. This personality certainly didn't suit selling things, lacking any flattery. Then he pointed at the water clock. And what about this pin holder? The young Carlo replied, also 50, no bargaining. Mason smiled. This person was quite interesting, almost fearful of people negotiating prices with him. Then wrap these 2 items up for me. Hearing that he would buy both, the young Carlo's expression relaxed slightly. All right. Mason handed over $100. Chapter 170 Practitioner, Kylin-Blood Stone. After the young Carlo confirmed the money was genuine, he handed over the item wrapped in old newspaper, acting quite cautiously. It seemed he had been cheated before. Mason accidentally glanced at his hand. Have you practiced boxing? The tall young Carlo glanced at him in surprise and said, I've practiced Shaolin Kung Fu for over 10 years. More than 10 years, your skills should be pretty good then. Why are you selling things at a stall? Mason asked with a smile. As the Carlo tidied up other items on the stall, he muttered, I used to be a security guard but injured someone and ended up in jail. Someone told me this job pays well. Mason understood that staying at Shaolin Temple for too long made him unable to adapt to society, with poor communication skills and low emotional intelligence. How much can you earn in one day? It depends. On good days, I can make 80 to 100 yuan. On bad days, nothing at all. Most of the time, he earned nothing. Perhaps having not talked to anyone for too long, the Carlo now chatted like an old friend with Mason. Pity, such good skills. Mason could tell by looking at his hands that he must be a formidable practitioner. The Carlo didn't respond. Interested, Mason sparred a few moves with him. An expert knows another expert after a few moves. This guy's skills were no less impressive than his own, making him strong indeed. Meeting a kindred spirit was rare, and a smile appeared on the Carlo's face as they showed mutual admiration. Holding the item, Mason walked several meters away when he suddenly remembered that Nubia had mentioned in London she needed a reliable bodyguard upon her return to China. Now that her status was higher than ever, she was worried about rivals. He immediately called Nubia. She replied that she hadn't had time to arrange it yet. Mason promptly informed her about encountering a skilled practitioner who was good with his hands and was a quiet young Carlo, reliable to employ. He asked if she was interested. Nubia instructed them to go to Biyun Tower tomorrow and meet her personally first before making any decisions. Mason hurriedly found the young Carlo. Hey, big guy, I have a stable job paying more than 4,000 yuan a month. Are you interested? What is it? I won't do anything illegal. He spent 10 days a month collecting items in the countryside and 20 days here vending. His monthly income ranged from around 3 to 500 yuan at its lowest, to just over 1,000 yuan at its highest. If there was a stable job paying 4,000 a month, it would be excellent. But he firmly remembered his master's instructions not to engage in illegal activities. I definitely won't ask you to break the law. You'll be a bodyguard for a wealthy person. They haven't decided yet, so you need to meet them first. It's a good opportunity. Do you want to go? Mason laughed. Yes. The big guy answered straightforwardly. He had nothing valuable for others to plot against him. A life without regrets. Okay, come to Biyun Tower at 9 tomorrow morning and say you're interviewing for the bodyguard position. Biyun Tower? He knew it. Recently, the entire antique street was buzzing about how the owner, Nubia, won a highly valuable imperial green jade in Yundi province. This person probably wasn't playing tricks on him. Why are you helping me? He looked deeply into Mason's eyes. In the past couple of years since leaving the temple, he had encountered Carlo-y malicious people. He had been cheated, scolded, beaten, jailed, lived under bridges, scavenged food with beggars, endured all kinds of hardships. It was the first time someone offered him kindness. No reason, just felt your years of practice shouldn't go to waste. Mason left these words and walked away. He had built the bridge. Whether to cross it or not was up to him. Mason continued browsing with the item in hand. With this timer, his practical coursework was complete. Though obscure, this item was worth several thousand to 10,000 yuan and was genuine, sufficient for his practical course assignment. Introducing this big guy to work was a way to repay him. He could leave with a clear conscience. Reaching a corner, Mason saw a small stall crowded with students, listening intently as Breyer enthusiastically described something. This Kylin-Blood stone, named for its bright red cinnabar stripes resembling chicken blood, is Diaspor. Along with Xuanhuan stone, Zefirchen stone, and Balance stone. It is known as one of the 4 national stones and is suitable for seal carving, with great collectible value. My Kylin-Blood stones are all top-notch. Buy them without worry. They are absolutely authentic. On the stall in front of him lay numerous Kylin-Blood stones. Mason became interested and squatted down to examine the stones one by one. Soon, his smile faded. Oh boy, these Kylin-Blood stones were just ordinary xuanhuan stones painted with red pigment to counterfeit them. They could only fool these students. Mason was about to stand up and leave. A girl behind him accidentally kicked him. In theory, his base was quite steady, But unfortunately, this kick came precisely as he was in the process of standing up, causing him to stagger. He squatted down again and placed both hands on Briar's stall to stabilize himself. Sorry, the girl apologized hastily when she realized what had happened. Mason ignored her. The different sensations from his hands surprised him. Letting go, he examined closely. He had only looked at the first few stones before losing interest and hadn't noticed the ones at the back. When he pressed down with both hands simultaneously, one hand felt extremely cold, while the other felt only mildly cool. As everyone knows, natural chicken blood stone feels icy to the touch. If it doesn't feel cool, it might be a fake. Because it was so cold in winter, all the stones felt icy. So this method wasn't very applicable now, and he hadn't touched them directly earlier. However, the icy sensation of this particular stone caught his attention. Maybe because it was larger, it felt especially cold. After careful inspection, he discovered that it was indeed a genuine xuanhuan chicken blood stone. He used his penetrating vision to check once more and confirmed it without doubt. This large piece of chicken bloodstone weighed about 5 or 6 pounds. It was unclear how the boss had obtained this real one. Whether by accident or otherwise, it remained unknown. Since he had spotted it, he couldn't let it go. Mason checked all the stones on the stall again, confirming that only this one was genuine. He picked it up and asked, "Christo, how much?" The boss, who had been explaining enthusiastically, saw a potential sale and quickly replied, "Good eye. This is my largest chicken bloodstone. If you're serious, I'll sell it to you for 5,000 yuan. Hearing this, Mason immediately put the stone down. "Too expensive. What price do you have in mind? We can negotiate." The vendor didn't get upset, maintaining a friendly demeanor. Chapter 171, Abacus and Dowry. Mason immediately showed 2 fingers. 2,000? Too little. This is real chicken bloodstone, Briar said agitatedly. Mason gave a half smile. 200. The vendor made an exaggerated expression. 200? Are you kidding me? Mason thought, these fake goods aren't even worth 20 yuan. Offering 200 already leaves you some room for profit. Although he didn't know how the genuine stone ended up here, it was best to offer the price of a fake. Otherwise, how would this be considered finding a bargain? The vendor knew very well that these items were all cheap fakes and sold one if he could. 1,000. Can't go any lower. Look at this large piece of stone, Briar conceded. Seeing him shivering in the cold wind, Mason felt a momentary pang of guilt. Taking away his treasure without offering a high price did seem a bit mean. Then 500, that's it. Mason took out 500 yuan from his pocket and handed it over. The vendor happily accepted the money and packed the chicken bloodstone in a nylon bag for him. Take care. Mason was about to leave when he turned around and saw the young Carlo who had bought the jade bowl earlier. Uncle, thank you so much, Tyler said with excitement as he thanked him promptly. It would have been better if he hadn't called him uncle. With a mask on and wearing a dog fur hat and military-style coat typical of middle-aged people, Mason was mistaken for an uncle by someone else. He didn't explain, just nodded in acknowledgement. Uncle, you're an expert. Can you teach us some secrets? Humphrey asked. Young people, there's no shortcut in antiques. Pay your dues first before talking about expertise. But I suggest you two not throw away thousands at once. Don't end up losing everything, Mason said in a low voice. These two were classic suckers. We understand. The tall one laughed awkwardly and continued. Our school requires practical work. Could you help us pick an antique? We won't ask you for free. I'll treat you to dinner. They seemed polite but quite naive. If they obviously recognized genuine items, why should he let them have the benefit? Couldn't he just buy them for himself and make a profit? Who needed a meal anyway? Such talk would have made others laugh. But they happened to meet Mason. He glanced at the sky, which was still early, and casually said, All right, what are you looking for? Anything, as long as it's real. Humphrey hurriedly replied. But isn't that cheating? Not really. Carlo-y classmates brought knowledgeable family members for help, Tyler said after walking around and noticing that Carlo-y students had experts with them. All right, let's go then. The school didn't forbid outside help, and indeed, it was hard for freshmen to submit perfect assignments. Mason led the way, stopping at an old Carlo's stall after a few steps. Madam, it's so cold. Why are you still setting up a stall? What can I do? We all have to earn a living. These are good things collected from the countryside. If you like anything, I'll give you a discount, the old Carlo said cheerfully. All right. Mason squatted down to examine carefully. The old Carlo was honest. Her stall had various items, pots, pans, cups, dishes, boxes, abacuses, writing brushes. Everything seemed collected from the village. His two followers squatted down too, pretending to look interested. Mason stopped because he noticed an old-fashioned abacus. It looked black and worn out, with black patina and missing beads, quite ordinary. However, Mason discovered through his toaster eye that it was actually made of old redwood inside and had a signature mark, indicating master craft scholarship. Its design was typical of Ming and Zephyr dynasty abacuses, with wooden pegs on the horizontal beam, rounded corners, and a drawer baseplate, with iron hanging handles, a clear feature of the period. Most Ming and Zephyr abacuses were made of old redwood, confirming this point. This abacus had no nails or paint, entirely connected by wooden pegs, making it more valuable than ordinary ones. Generally, wooden abacus collectors favored items made of zeton, redwood, and rosewood. Pre-Zephyr abacuses were rare now, hard to preserve intact. Although a few beads were missing, reducing its value significantly, it still had some worth. This old Carlo's stall also had other valuable items. The box under her bottom that she used as a stool, if he hadn't seen wrong, should be part of a dowry set. Previously, wealthy families would prepare dowries for their daughters when they got married, and this makeup case was one of them. And this old lady's box used as a stool somewhat resembled a mirror case from the Ming and Zephyr periods. However, it was missing parts, and due to the passage of time, its luster had faded, making it look like an ordinary wooden box. This could still be considered an antique. The history of China's dowry culture could be traced back a long way. The culture of makeup cases and mirror stands are twin sisters born together, and an important part of dowry culture. Mirror case, commonly known as a makeup box. This was indeed a mirror case. Of course, there were still some other old items on her stall, but the most valuable ones were these two pieces. After finishing his inspection, Mason picked up a small gourd inconspicuously and held it in his hand. How much for this gourd? The old lady glanced at it. 3 yuan. Mason paid promptly and left without hesitation. The two men hurriedly followed him. Master, is this gourd a treasure? The tall Carlo looked at the small gourd suspiciously. No, but I have already spotted 2 good things. Whether you can get them or what price you can buy them for depends on your own skills. Don't expect me to do everything for you. Mason didn't know them anything. In fact, he had already helped them twice. He could give some advice, but doing everything for them was out of the question. What kind of things? They had just taken a look around and hadn't seen anything with signs of being an antique. After all, in the world of antiques, it was always the knowledgeable earning money from the ignorant. I'll only say this once. The first item is the box under the old lady's bottom that she uses as a stool. The second one is the abacus on the stall. Each of you takes one, use your skills, and that's all I'm saying. Goodbye. The two men looked suspiciously at Mason's back, feeling uncertain. Do you think he's fooling us on purpose? The short Carlo said. He probably wouldn't. Why would he waste time to deceive us, which would benefit him nothing? The tall Carlo said dubiously. Maybe he's in cahoots with the old lady? The short Carlo was wary after being burned before. Forget it, let's go ask first. The tall Carlo took the lead and walked over. Chapter 172. Opportunities are given, but seizing them depends on oneself. Seeing the tall young Carlo approach again, the old lady knew business was coming her way. Son, what would you like to buy? The tall young Carlo was a bit nervous. After sizing up the abacus beads several times without making much sense of them, he simply closed his eyes and pointed directly at the abacus on her stall, asking, how much is this abacus? Knowing they had come back after leaving earlier, the old lady naturally raised the price. This is a good thing. I got it from the descendants of a landlord, passed down through generations. I paid 500 yuan for it. I'll sell it to you for 600. I need to make some profit for my travel expenses, don't I? In fact, this was only half true. She did get it from the landlord's descendants, but not for 500 yuan, more like 10. Now she was selling it for 60 times its original price. The tall young Carlo tried hard to bargain. Grandma, that's too expensive. Can you lower it a bit? I'm still a student. The old lady glanced at him and pretended to look pained. Seeing as you're a student, I'll give you a better price. 510 yuan. You should let an old grandma earn 10 yuan for all the trouble I went through carrying it out from the village. Hearing this, the tall young Carlo found it reasonable and couldn't say anything else. He fished out 510 yuan and paid. While the old lady was packing the abacus for the tall young Carlo, the shorter one pointed at a cosmetics box on the ground. Elderly lady, I like your box. What's the price? One price, 510 yuan. To cover my 10 yuan labor costs. In truth, the cosmetics box was about the same value as the abacus. She had bought it for 8 yuan. The shorter young Carlo hesitated. This box must have been sat on countless times. It's probably nothing special. Could you lower the price to 200 yuan? The old lady shook her head vehemently. No can do. Then I'd be losing money. How about 300? If not, forget it. The shorter young Carlo's family wasn't as well off as the taller ones, and he felt the pinch of every coin. Moreover, he wasn't entirely convinced by Mason's judgment and feared being cheated, but with no other options, he ended up buying it. Seeing his resolve, the old lady grabbed his arm quickly. All right. Today, I'll take the loss and sell it to you at cost. Saying this, she hurriedly handed over the cosmetics box to the shorter young Carlo, fearing he might change his mind. Both had bought the items as prompted by Mason. Their hearts were filled with anxiety. They both feared these items might be fake. The shorter young Carlo came up with an idea. They could find an antique shop to authenticate the items and verify their authenticity. The taller young Carlo also thought it was a good idea. If spending a bit could clarify the matter. Coincidentally, they ended up at the Xiang family's antique shop. Barney and Mason were chatting at the moment. Mason recounted the amusing incident that had just occurred, omitting the part about seeing the redwood and focusing on how the abacus seemed to date from the Ming or Zephyr dynasties. Unexpectedly, the two main characters walked in just as he finished speaking. Because Mason had removed his hat and mask, he now looked like a young Carlo different from when they first met, so they didn't recognize him. However, the shorter young Carlo noticed something. He looked like the Mason in newspapers and was even in the same department. Stories about him had recently spread wildly within the department. Are you Mason? Mason hadn't expected them to recognize him as someone else. You too, hello? The two men excitedly placed their items down and shook his hand. Hello, pleasure meeting you. You're truly impressive. After exchanging pleasantries, they remembered why they had come. Christo, can we have these appraised here? How much does it cost? The shorter one asked Barney, knowing from his seating position that he was the boss. Barney, intrigued by the items they carried, especially since Mason had just mentioned them, was eager to examine them firsthand. Sure, seeing as you're young. I'll charge 20 yuan for the appraisal instead of the usual 50. Thank you, boss. Could you please take a look? The taller young Carlo handed over his abacus. Barney examined it carefully, confirming it matched Zephyr dynasty styles. With the tall young Carlo's consent, he used a special solution to dissolve a bit of the aged varnish. Old redwood patterns emerged, and Barney quickly cleaned the entire abacus, revealing its beautiful appearance. The tall young Carlo hadn't expected the abacus to look so impressive after cleaning, full of anticipation. Barney's next words left him speechless. It was indeed an old redwood abacus from the Zephyr dynasty. Though its condition was somewhat damaged, it was still worth several thousand to 10,000 yuan and was a genuine antique. Seeing how the dark and worn abacus in the tall young Carlo's hands had come alive, the shorter one urgently asked Barney to appraise his cosmetics box. Barney finished organizing and said, "This is a Zephyr dynasty cosmetic box. Its preservation is somewhat poor, and parts of it have been damaged, but it should still be worth 2 to 3,000 yuan. Barney then explained the historical context of both items in simple terms, giving them an insightful overview. Both young men left heartily satisfied with their acquisitions. Despite spending 500 and 300 yuan respectively, they felt it was worth it. Not only had their final exam problems been solved, but they could also make a small profit. Mason stood up, put on his fur hat and mask, and picked up his belongings, preparing to leave. The two young men were momentarily stunned. This wasn't Mason. How did he turn into that middle-aged Carlo just now? They realized they had made a mistake. They couldn't believe Mason's expertise in antiques was so impressive, as if he had the eyes of a connoisseur, knowing at a glance what was genuine or not. Was there anything he couldn't do? Thank you, Xuanhuan. When Mason had walked quite far, the tall young Carlo finally reacted and shouted. The shorter one hurried to catch up. Thanks. Mason waved his hand, indicating it was nothing. After all, it was ultimately their choice to trust him and buy these items. Everything happens for a reason. Before they knew it, it was time for the final exams. The practical course was the first subject to be tested. All 7 classes of archaeology majors participated in the assessment together. This exam tested not only solid cultural knowledge, but also psychological resilience. Many students who usually talked confidently became timid in such a large setting, hoping the teacher wouldn't call on them first. Mason was not afraid at all. He boldly sat in the front row of the large classroom. The 200 people behind him were irrelevant to him. To his surprise, one of the judges was Daryl. He hadn't expected him to attend such an event. They exchanged glances, nodding to greet each other. Chapter 173. Showing off a bit, graduating early. The teacher hosting the event spotted Mason, the notorious troublemaker, right away. Mason, why don't you come up first to present? Without hesitation, Mason stood up and walked up with his timepiece. He started by teasing them. Let me play a little trick here. Guess what this thing is? Several students chimed in mockingly. Is it a pen holder? Flower vase. For Bushang. A play on words which doesn't translate well into English. Mason shook his head. None of those guesses are correct. This is a timepiece. This announcement aroused the interest of everyone in the audience. He then began to explain it in detail, citing references and recounting how he had discovered this timepiece. The audience listened attentively. That's the gist of it, he concluded. Everyone in the audience, including the judges, clapped for a long time. Setting aside whether the item was genuine, his poised and confident presentation was far from that of a fresh Carlo. Instead, it set an example for all students. While he was talking, someone handed the timepiece over to Daryl for authentication. Daryl was there today specifically to quickly authenticate antiques. There were few people in the entire archaeology department who could judge the authenticity of antiques within a short period and provide detailed historical references, and Daryl was one of the best among them. So his role was to provide final approval. After Mason finished his presentation, Daryl gave his assessment. Xuanhuan's timepiece, I believe, is authentic. His description has been very thorough and accurate. I have nothing to add. However, I must commend him because identifying this specific type of object is quite challenging. If he reached this conclusion independently, his knowledge base is already quite impressive. Daryl commented. Another round of applause followed. Truly, the person who dares to fly after learning just a bit never disappoints. The judges started scoring. All 6 gave him full marks. Mason scored 10 points. As Mason bowed and prepared to go down, Daryl suddenly stopped him. Jinhong, do you feel confident about becoming an appraiser? Your performance list just now was quite impressive. Mason thought for a moment. This wasn't a big deal. Considering the level of these students, he felt confident he could handle it. Why not? All right, please bring him an extra chair and seat him next to me, said Daryl to a staff member. Thus, Mason transformed into the event's appraiser, with Daryl overseeing him. Nobody objected to this. The other students envied him immensely. Being called out by a master wasn't something anyone could expect. The item I'm presenting is a jade bowl from the Qinlong era. To Mason's surprise, the second student brought up a jade bowl from the Qinlong era, and it wasn't clear how much they paid for it. The host placed the jade bowl before Mason, looking somewhat hesitant. Mason briefly examined it and put it down, and Daryl barely glanced at it before turning away. After the student finished their presentation, all eyes turned to Mason as they waited for his verdict. Some of the judges didn't really trust him but couldn't say anything due to respect for Daryl. My judgment is fake, Mason said bluntly. The presenter's face turned red immediately. A tall student in the audience felt relieved inwardly. If not for Mason, they might have faced embarrassment themselves. Mason then explained in detail why he judged it as fake, addressing various aspects convincingly. Everyone agreed with his reasoning, and Daryl nodded approvingly. The average score given by the judges was 6 points. At this event, high scores weren't exclusively for genuine antiques. The evaluation criteria considered the quality of narration regardless of authenticity. Soon, the hall became Mason's arena. He could almost instantly give conclusions on most items, backed by concise and professional explanations that convinced everyone. Those judges who initially doubted him also smiled. Daryl, too, regarded him with new eyes. Daryl had watched Mason grow. When he first met him, Mason was merely a young Carlo who relied on luck to make discoveries. People should always be reassessed if they've been away for 3 days. Just 1 semester had passed, and Mason had already transformed into an expert with ample experience, quoting classics and speaking eloquently. When it comes to antiques, both talent and effort are indispensable. Daryl didn't know that Mason had been using his copy card to replicate knowledge directly. However, recently he indeed had read Carlo-y notes given by Daryl, from which he benefited immensely. The project presentation lasted for 2 days, with Mason participating in the appraisal throughout. From start to finish, none of his conclusions were overturned by Daryl. Instead, Daryl even joked that with Mason around, his own presence wasn't necessary anymore. Mason's comprehensive explanations and precise summaries left little to add. Initially skeptical, the judges gradually became awestruck. They wondered who this incredible person was. Even their knowledge base couldn't match his ability to speak fluently and precisely. To outsiders, it might look like a spectacle, but experts could see the true value. The teachers saw a rising star, recognizing that this young Carlo had an immense future ahead. Because of this impressive perforcarless, Daryl assisted by putting in a special request to the administration, allowing Mason to take all final exams early, accumulate credits in advance, and obtain his bachelor's degree early. He would be eligible to directly apply for Daryl's graduate program next year. Nowadays, graduate students were few, and with the professor's recommendation, admission was virtually guaranteed. Effectively, Mason would become a graduate student next year. He hadn't expected that by casually showing off, he would earn the right to graduate early. After all, he had just started university this year. But this suited him perfectly. It saved him 3 years and allowed him to do more meaningful things. Mason threw himself into rigorous exams, taking various major and minor tests continuously, covering courses from fresh Carlo to junior year. Everyone was exhausted. There were simply 2 Carlo exams. Yet, thinking about being able to apply for early graduation after finishing the exams, he regained full energy. After completing the last exam, Mason's phone immediately lit up as soon as it was turned on. It was Violet who answered. She told him that Amber and Fritz had come. Chapter 174. Amber arrives. Mason hurriedly drove to the xuanhuan. Amber had come with Fritz by train, sparing no expenses on food or drink along the way. When they finally arrived at Jing University, utterly lost, they waited for a long time at the gate without seeing Mason. Fritz worried that if this continued, they would freeze to death before finding anyone. He asked his grandmegan for a few yuan to buy some food. Fortunately, following the aroma of braised flavors, he found a branch of Wingxiangju, the very restaurant on the food street mentioned in the newspaper which is still in operation. Seeing Wingxiangju, Fritz thought, isn't this the shop owned by Shepard's family that was mentioned in the paper? To find them smoothly, Fritz studied their information from the newspaper quite a bit. By sheer luck, he walked right in. However, there was only one staff member selling braised meat in the shop, and there was no sign of Shepard or his family. When Fritz inquired, he learned it truly was Shepard's shop, but currently operated by hired workers. He announced himself arrogantly as Shepard's nephew, ordering the employee to give him something to eat immediately. The employee doubted him. How could the boss have such relatives? Afraid he might be a scammer, yet fearful of offending the boss's family, he was caught in a dilemma and decided to call the boss for instructions. This suited Fritz perfectly. He had been struggling to find his uncle. Upon receiving the news, Shepard was momentarily baffled. But keeping family matters private, he instructed the employee to give them some food and said he would arrive shortly. Relieved not to have driven away the visitors recklessly, the employee quickly prepared 2 plates of assorted braised meats for Fritz. Fritz called his grandmegan over, and both devoured the food ravenously, finishing it within minutes and decarlating more. Fritz nonchalantly opened a bottle of soda as well. It looked like bandits invading a village. While eating, Amber kept muttering, "Your uncle must have really made it big. Such delicious food. How much money must he be making?" Fritz, chewing while speaking, asked, "Didn't you say he wasn't your real son?" "Of course he's my son. I raised him," she replied hastily. "I only said that out of spite." Moved by wealth, Amber regretted telling the truth earlier to avoid splitting any money with them. Fritz didn't care about biological ties. His only goal was to get money from his uncle. After they were full, Shepard arrived on his tricycle. "Why are you here? Can't we come? Now you're rich and won't even recognize your parents, huh?" Amber said forcefully. For a moment, Shepard was taken aback. Did this old Carlo selectively forget what happened back in the village? "You're not my Megan." After caring for Arrigo for 2 weeks, Shepard had grown fond of him and regarded him as his true father emotionally. After all, the only feelings Amber and Xuanhuan Juzu ever gave him were pain and sorrow. Though Arrigo's memory was unclear and inconsistent, resembling that of a child, Shepard genuinely wished his father had been a hero for the people, not petty individuals like Amber and Xuanhuan Juzu. In front of everyone, Amber sat on the ground crying and shouting, "Look, everyone, I raised an ungrateful wolf. I raised him so hard and now that he's rich, he forgets me." Owners of neighboring shops gathered to watch the commotion. Luckily, they knew about the newspaper reports and recognized Amber as Shepard's ruthless adoptive Megan from the countryside. They felt sympathy for him. Mason was taking an exam, and Shepard had no better solution than to prevent them from disrupting business further. So, he took them to the xuanhuan first and figured things out later. When Mason returned to the xuanhuan, he saw Amber inspecting the place like a victorious general, acting as if it already belonged to her. Fritz greeted him sycophantically, "Brother, you're back?" Mason's face darkened. "Why are you here?" Amber asserted arrogantly, "I'm here to live with you." This decision was impulsive. Initially, she had planned to ask for money and return home. But seeing how big their courtyard was, she changed her mind. Why go back to the countryside when living here was so comfortable? There was plenty of space and good living conditions. "Do you need help recalling that my father isn't your son? If you want to live here, go to your 2 biological sons. Also, as adopted parents, my parents served you tirelessly for years and left penniless. They owe you nothing anymore." Facing Amber, Mason found it impossible to truly remain calm. Every time he thought of how she and Xuanhuan Juzu had tormented his parents in his previous life, he felt an uncontrollable urge to kill. "You say you don't owe us anything, and that's it? I'll sue you. Expose your crimes in the news and ruin your business," Amber said brazenly. "Go ahead and sue. We can finally talk about how you brought my father home and then abused him after having your own children." "Amber, have you ever felt guilty in the middle of the night for all the things you've done?" Mason's eyes were filled with hatred, sending a chill down Amber's spine. In the next moment, she was pushed to the ground. It was Arrigo who had heard everything from behind. "Letting you bully Dong Dong. Letting you bully Dong Dong." Arrigo pounded on her body with heavy fists. Where did this lunatic come from?" Amber couldn't match Arrigo's strength, struggling and shouting. Everyone pretended not to see, letting Arrigo beat her. Fritz wanted to help but feared offending Mason, pacing around nervously. "Brother, let go of Grandma. We just want some money. You're so rich now. Even a small amount would be enough. Why should I? Just because you have thick skin?" Exhausted from beating, Arrigo sat on the ground panting. Shepard hurriedly helped him up, wiping his hands with a handkerchief. Arrigo, having grown accustomed to his care, extended his hand naturally. Still on the ground, Amber yelled, "This is a crime. I'll sue you all and send you to jail." Only then did Fritz clearly see Arrigo's face, identical to Shepard's but older. "Grandma, look," he stammered, pointing at Arrigo. Glancing over, Amber felt as if she had fallen into an icy pit. Coincidentally, York and Kiana arrived. Mason had notified them. Since Amber had come, they might as well resolve this matter together and avoid repeated disturbances. Chapter 175. Dealing with Amber, buying a message for 5,000 yuan. Before arriving, York and Kiana had already prepared themselves, knowing that they would be dealing with someone difficult. But they hadn't expected this level of difficulty. She had no shame at all, lying on the ground and cursing non-stop, even worse than a shrewish Carlo. In theory, they should have fought for justice for Shepard, who had suffered for so Carlo-y years. However, considering that Amber and Zoltan had allowed him to live, they acknowledged this act of kindness. Therefore, they didn't initiate trouble but never imagined that these people would come looking for them instead. York had never dealt with such a person before. He wanted to say something but couldn't find the words, only looking to Kiana for help. Fortunately, Kiana, as a diplomat, was experienced in negotiations. She remained calm and collected, ignoring Amber as if she hadn't seen her, and asked Mason to bring her a chair. Then, calmly and deliberately, she said, "Xiangdong, I heard your adoptive Megan came. Where is she? Why can't I see her? Is there a beggar on the ground?" Everyone couldn't help but hold back laughter. At this critical moment, they relied on Kiana. Amber had just seen the similar faces of Arrigo and Shepard, and her shock hadn't fully subsided. Could it be that Shepard had really found his biological parents? Upon hearing Kiana's words, she felt guilty and did not dare to react like she usually would. Instead, she silently got up from the ground, dusted herself off, and softly said, "I'm here." She wasn't clear about the true details of the situation either, thinking about how she had taken someone else's child, received gold bars and valuables, yet failed to take good care of the child. Her guilt grew. Kiana glanced at her indifferently. "Oh, you're here. I thought you were just some beggar." You speak more respectfully. I raised Xiangdong after all, and if not with merit, at least with effort," Amber insisted, trying to keep her back straight. "Did you raise him? He grew up living off charity, right? His real father left plenty of gold bars and jewelry. You must have spent quite a bit of it. Since you've been paid, don't you feel ashamed of treating a child like this?" Kiana glared, making Amber lower her head. Actually, Amber only spent 1 gold bar and a few hundred yuan. The rest were stolen. During the years of natural disasters, the family was too poor and lazy to earn money, so they sold 1 gold bar. Now, Amber dared not complain. She feared admitting everything and being forced to return what she took, which she couldn't do now. "I don't know about any gold or jewelry. Regardless, I raised Xiangdong, and he owes me for my old age. Don't think you can drive me away." Amber stubbornly insisted on her Decarlids for support. "Fine, you want to stay and be supported by him, right? That's fair enough. Xiangdong has grown up now, and he should repay you in the same way you raised him. It's only right." While Kiana seemed to agree to let Shepard support Amber, her tone carried a deeper meaning. How Xiangdong would support her depended entirely on him. Back then, Amber and Zoltan treated Shepard poorly, giving him leftovers and barely enough food and clothing. They treated him worse than a dog. From a young age, he had to wash clothes and cook, doing all sorts of chores inside and outside the home, serving the entire family alone. These hardships were unforgettable to Shepard. If Amber fell into his hands, getting away unscathed would be fortunate. Expecting a good life was out of the question. Glancing suspiciously at Shepard, she saw the hatred in his eyes and shivered involuntarily. She forgot that Shepard's obedience used to stem from believing she was his birth Megan. Now that the truth was exposed, how could he possibly treat her as he once did? Jonathan being under the same roof would be like lambs entering a tiger's mouth. She wouldn't know why she was devoured. "I will keep you. I'll take care of you," Shepard said in response to Kiana's implication, gritting his teeth as if ready to devour Amber alive. No, I don't need you to support me. I'd better return to my hometown, but you must give me pension money. Since you're so wealthy now, at least 500 yuan a month. No, 300 yuan. In Amber's mind, 500 yuan a month was a lot. Unbeknownst to her, the current Shepard could easily afford 5,000, or even 50,000 yuan per month. But why had she wronged him so much? If she had treated Shepard better, even slightly better, he would have taken care of her properly now. But now, with all due respect, even if he were to support a beggar, he did not want to spend a single penny on the Janathanas. The very idea made him sick. You don't push your luck. There's only one choice. Either you stay and we take care of you, or you go back home and never see us again. Shepard stood firm this time. Just as Amber was about to start yelling, York interrupted her. "I'll give you an option. Tell us honestly about the situation when you found Xiangdong, and I can decide to give you 5,000 yuan. That's it. Nothing more." York genuinely wanted to know what had happened that led his brother to leave the child. Given Arrigo's current state, they could only find clues from Amber. Amber's eyes lit up. Could it be true that such information was worth 5,000 yuan? 10,000. She hiked the price immediately. That was her style. Well, then go back home. "Fritz, take your Grand Megan away right now." Mason couldn't stand her stubbornness and found her repulsive. Fritz signaled desperately to his Grand Megan to agree, thinking it was only 5,000 yuan, just a few words. It wasn't a secret anymore. Finally, Amber reluctantly began. "Fine, I'll tell you. My husband and I were married for 3 years without having children. Someone told us there was an enlightened monk in the neighboring county who could solve such problems, so we went to see him. He said we were destined to have no children, but if we adopted a child who had siblings, it might help. Who knew how lucky we were? On our way down the mountain, we suddenly heard a baby crying. My husband went in and brought out a baby, a boy. We took him in and raised him outside for a year before bringing him home. Later on, I unexpectedly got pregnant and gave birth to 3 children in succession." York asked more specific questions, wanting to know which temple and monk they visited. Amber answered all, looking eagerly at him. I've been honest. Now about the money. York kept his word and had Kiana hand over 5,000 yuan to Amber. This is the last time. There will be no next time. Xiangdong has served your family like a workhorse for so Carlo years and owes you nothing. If you ever disturb his life again, I have ways to make sure you won't rest easy in the afterlife. Kiana said sternly. As Amber counted the money, she thought, this Carlo isn't someone to be messed with, quite intimidating. With the money in hand, she wouldn't come back, even if invited. 5,000 yuan, plus some filial piety from her 2 sons, would be enough for her old age. Chapter 176, Matters from the Past. Shepard's entanglements with the Xuanhuan family had finally come to an end. After the exams, Xena was preparing to return to her hometown. Mason was worried about her going alone, but also didn't want to part with her. So he directly called Jack and Karis, inviting them to spend the new year in Beijing. This way, Xena wouldn't have to go back home, and she could still be with her parents, a win-win situation. Jack and Karis had heard so Carlo-y unbelievable stories about Mason from Xena over the past half year that they were eager to meet him. Now that their potential son-in-law had personally invited them, they naturally wanted to visit. Regarding the temple matter, York took Shepard on a trip to the temple in Xuanhuan County near Zhoushan City. Fortunately, the abbot from those days was still alive. Though he was over 80 years old, his mind remained sharp. When York explained what happened 40 years ago, the abbot immediately recalled it. You mean that child? Is he well now? Back then, it was truly a helpless move. His father once passed through here, saying he was being pursued by spies and feared his young son would be endangered. He entrusted me to take care of him for some time. He mentioned if he hadn't returned after a month, I should find a family who loved children to adopt the boy, ensuring he grew up safe. After 2 months, he still hadn't returned, and I had no choice. The child really wasn't suited to grow up in our temple. At that time, a young couple came to pray for a child as they had been childless for 3 years. An idea struck me. Thinking they were a good family without children, I believed they would love him. I told them adopting a child might bring them good fortune. I instructed a novice monk to place the child on their path down the mountain discreetly, and indeed, they happily took the child away. The benefactor also left a considerable amount of wealth for the child, which I placed in the child's swaddling clothes. Upon learning the whole story, York felt inexplicably troubled. Good deeds don't always yield good results. It seemed his elder brother had indeed faced difficulties, which led him to abandon the child. In those chaotic times, the nation's stability depended on individual families' resilience. The master was undoubtedly compassionate, sincerely considering the child's future by finding a childless couple and providing sufficient financial support. Who would have thought that Brevin and Jonathan Ujuezi's attitude would change after having their own child? It's fate, not someone else's fault. Shepard looked pensive, never expecting such circumstances. He had imagined countless reasons for Arrigo abandoning him, but never considered that his father might have been in mortal danger at the time. Gradually, he found peace within himself, feeling blessed despite everything. Thank you, master, for saving my life back then. I am that child and I'm fine now. Deep gratitude to you. With these words, Shepard stood up and bowed deeply. The master studied him with a smile. You are a fortunate person. Suffering comes first, but sweetness follows. Buddha blesses you. Then he handed Shepard the string of prayer beads he'd carried for Carlo years. Shepard accepted the beads. Before leaving, he took out the $5,000 he had brought along. Master, consider this money for making a golden statue of Buddha. Please accept it. With this matter resolved, his heart was lightened. Kiana used her connections to directly transfer Shepard's and Violet's household registrations to Tianjin City. Mason didn't need to change his registration, as it was already in Tianjin City. Their surnames changed from Jonathonu to Luo. Shepard became Autry, where Jean represents the generation name in the Luo family genealogy. Mason became Jackson, where both Yun and Jean denote generation ranks. Although Mason found changing everything troublesome, household registration, ID cards, school records, etc., he couldn't bear to refuse the elderly Carlo's heartfelt wish. York said the Luo family genealogy almost became extinct, but luckily his brother left behind Autry, continuing the lineage. It would now be their generation's responsibility. Resolving this significant issue, York discussed with Autry and decided to invite some friends and acquaintances to gather at his home, announcing the news. York wasn't alone anymore, having a nephew now. There weren't Carlo-y relatives left, and those who were, had been out of touch for years. So, they didn't need to worry about them. However, York and Autry did have Carlo-y friends. While Autry had no close relatives, Violet did have maternal relatives, so they planned to invite them to meet. Violet missed her Megan and older brother. She had occasionally called her brother over the past half year, knowing they were doing well. The small stall that Stephen left behind was run very well by them, and they made money, greatly improving their family situation. But now the family circumstances were much better, and even if they hired people to work, they still wanted to keep things within the family. She also wanted to help her maternal relatives, so she considered finding them a business in Tianjin City next year. Anyway, there were plenty of houses available. It would be easy to accommodate everyone. Mason, no, from now on he would be called Jackson. He had Carlo-y friends in Tianjin City as well, and they would also be invited to gather together. Unconsciously, Jackson had transformed from a rural native into a member of a scholarly family with property. Xena felt a bit pressured. Previously, she thought Jackson was her equal, but now the gap between them was growing wider, not only in terms of financial power but also social standing. She feared she might not be good enough for such an outstanding Jackson. It was Violet who noticed her mood and comforted her. I know my son best. No matter what he becomes, his heart will never change. And have you seen any change in how he treats you? When our Stephen was down and out, did you ever look down on him? Xena finally let it go. If Jackson were to forget himself just because of his newfound status, then he wouldn't be the person she liked anymore. The whole family worked together, writing invitations, setting the menu, preparing everything, and finally, the day of the banquet arrived. Violet's maternal relatives all showed up, Jackson's grandmegan and his eldest uncle's wife, along with several cousins. Xena's parents also arrived in Beijing City. All of Jackson's close friends came to congratulate him. Everyone gathered to witness Jackson and Audrey returning to their rightful family. Chapter 177, New Year. York announced to all relatives and friends that his eldest brother's long-lost son had been found, and the family had now reunited. Friends who knew the Luo family's background were delighted for them. Friends and elders of Jackson such as Nubia, Adon, Barney, Alastair, Jeffrey, and others were also happy for him. To find one's kin after more than 40 years of separation is indeed a rare bond. The banquet was a huge success. Jackson specially invited Carlo to be the head chef. Everyone enjoyed their meal thoroughly, and both guests and hosts were delighted. Carlo appreciated Jackson's earlier substantial assistance. Not only did he not charge a penny, but he also personally handled everything from selecting ingredients to cooking, without delegating anything to others, showing no airs of a master chef at all. This party turned out very well. Unconsciously, the circle of friends around Jackson had grown larger, and they were all influential figures in various fields. Truly as it goes, those who talk and laugh are great scholars, none are uneducated. When you excel, those attracted by your aura are also excellent people. Arrigo has recently spent more time with Audrey. It seems he now understands that Audrey is his son and constantly calls him Dong Dong. Dong Dong, have your meal. Dong Dong, drink water. Dong Dong, get dressed. His illness isn't severe dementia. It's more like confusion, scattered memories, and random thoughts. Mr. and Mrs. Audrey are very patient with him. Staying in the xuanhuan makes it convenient for them to take care of him, and Arrigo is willing to live with them, always in high spirits. The doctor said this helps his condition greatly. York formally reported this to the authorities, packed up Arrigo's belongings, and moved him directly to the xuanhuan. Jackson's graduation application was approved. He also gave the entire archaeology department faculty a pleasant surprise by acing every end-of-term exam paper from his fresh Carlo year to junior year. All answers were perfect. From the graceful handwriting to the meticulous content of the answers, everything was flawless. Some teachers even thought that if they answered, they might not reach this level. It's truly disheartening when compared to others. Fortunately, there's only one Jackson. Otherwise, they would doubt their own capabilities. Jackson's efforts paid off, and Daryl worked hard too, helping him secure an undergraduate graduation this year and a direct promotion to graduate school next year. In other words, Jackson will be a graduate student next semester. A fresh start for the new year. Not only did Grandmegan and Uncle come over, but future in-laws also joined them for the new year in Tianzhou. Finding his kin, making significant academic progress, and earning substantial income, everything was going well. Nubia transferred the money into his account. Now, he could proudly call himself a billionaire. Thinking about it made him feel great. Audrey arranged for his in-laws and elder brother-in-law's family to stay in the traditional Chinese villa in Golden Dragon Bay. Jackson settled his future in-laws in his own apartment in Golden Dragon Bay, which was spacious enough. Rarely do families gather so fully. Audrey and Violet were busy with store matters before the holiday, so Jackson and Xena took both sides of the family on a tour of Tianzhou, savoring all kinds of local delicacies. Grandparents, uncle, aunt, and others saw how well Jackson's family was doing, with thriving business, making them incredibly happy. Audrey mentioned to his elder brother-in-law that if he wanted to, the whole family could move over to help Carloage the braised meat business. They would not treat him unfairly. With more shops opening, Audrey had been struggling recently. Alastair, a capable individual, Carloage to open 2 more branches within the past couple of months. Now, Wingxiangju braised meat had 12 branches. Audrey and Violet alone couldn't keep up. With even more branches coming in the future, finding someone to help was inevitable. For such important matters, having family help was more reassuring. Though Uncle Jonathan didn't say it outright, he started considering it. Business back home in Zhoushan was decent enough to make ends meet, but making big money like his brother-in-law to buy houses and cars was something far off. After discussing with his wife, they decided to try staying after the holiday and take a chance. Even if they could live off savings, their sons, especially the younger one starting high school next year, needed more opportunities in Tianzhou. The elder son hadn't even married yet. If they stayed in Tianzhou and worked hard, they hoped to find city wives for their sons. If they could stay in Tianzhou, their futures would change entirely. Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan came to Tianzhou and were fascinated by its prosperity. They also wanted to stay. They loved the beautiful house, the washing machine for laundry, and the colored TV and refrigerator they had never seen before. Everything attracted these 2 young men. Grandpa and Grandma decided to stay. Audrey personally mentioned to them that they would remain in Tianzhou for their retirement. They had taken care of his family for Carlo years, and now that they had the ability, it was time to repay the elderly. Initially, the elders were unwilling because it has been a tradition for centuries for the elderly to live with their sons, not daughters. However, Audrey's words moved them deeply. He tearfully expressed his gratitude for their kindness. Firstly, they were willing to marry their daughter to him when he had nothing. Secondly, they had provided for the family and helped with the children's education over the years. The elders were touched and finally agreed to stay. It made no difference to take care of 1 or 3 elderly people, and they thought they could still help out despite their age. So, the whole family came to this pleasant decision. Jack and Karis were also filled with emotion as they saw the transformation of the Luo family. Who would have thought that just a few months ago, Jackson was only a poor boy from the countryside? Now, he had become someone far beyond their reach. Fortunately, they had always seen potential in him. They believed in sowing good seeds and reaping good rewards. For now, everything was going well for Xena and Jackson, but the couple privately harbored some concerns. The growing gap between their 2 families made them worry about Xena's future. For the first time, Jack and Karis considered moving to Jing City for development. As the new year approached, the store closed, granting a 2-week holiday to spend quality time with family. Every day, the families busily prepared for the new year, buying New Year's goods, visiting the market, slaughtering chickens and sheep. Everyone showcased their best skills, writing couplets, cutting paper window decorations, cleaning, making dumplings, preparing braised meat, frying crispy pork and meatballs. Finally, it was New Year's Eve. Jackson personally went to Jeffrey's home to invite him over for a lively New Year celebration. York and Kiana finished their work and joined as well. Everyone gathered to prepare a grand New Year's Eve dinner together. After dinner, they gathered in the living room, cracking sunflower seeds and watching the Spring Festival Gala on the large color TV that Jackson bought. The family was truly enjoying a blissful time. Chapter 178. The arrangements of the Yun and Jonathan families. York and Kiana hadn't celebrated such a lively new year for Carlo years. In previous years, the couple, who were often apart, reunited this year due to York's injury. After the new year, York would return to his post again. Jeffrey felt the same. He remembered such a lively celebration since he was a child when his family was still together. He had taught Carlo disciples, so it wasn't that no one invited him during the holidays, but he was used to being alone and didn't want to be a burden to others. This year, after Jackson's repeated persuasion, he finally agreed to join them. Having lived alone for decades, he had long gotten used to it. Although suddenly having company made him somewhat uncomfortable, he felt happy deep down, especially knowing that his young disciples still thought about him. Before the new year, his grandson also paid a visit, leaving gifts before leaving. Jonathan seemed increasingly hopeful now. During the spring festival, as a junior, Jackson visited Adon, Nubia, at Carlo, and others with gifts. The entire holiday passed in feasting and entertainment. Both gained some weight. After the festival, Jack and Karis had thoroughly reconsidered their situation. Although most of their life's work had been invested in Xuanhuan, they had never thought about leaving, as doing so would mean abandoning much and facing numerous challenges. But they only had one daughter. If they were too far away, they wouldn't be able to take care of her. Visiting their daughter or grandchildren would be inconvenient. Moreover, Jackson's prospects looked increasingly promising, widening the gap between their situations. Ultimately, the couple decided to take a chance for their daughter and start anew in Tianzhou City. They operated a gold shop, so Jackson specially arranged for them to meet Nubia. After several months of operations, Nubia had solidified her position as the leading figure in jade jewelry, overshadowing Aaron and his son Foyz. Aaron was still bedridden, unable to move. Relying on Foyz, an inexperienced youth, could not compete with Nubia at all. Miao Daishuan's jade business expanded rapidly, bringing Carlo changes. She had heard from Jackson about the future plans for his braised meat shop and was very interested in the franchise model. She considered adopting a similar approach for her own Biyun pavilion to grow and expand across the country. However, this required substantial capital. While she had some assets, they were insufficient for such a large endeavor. She thought about implementing a franchise plan where franchisees invest their own capital to open stores under the Biyun Pavilion brand, purchasing goods from her to sell. Biyun Pavilion would profit from the markup, while franchisees must follow the unified pricing set by Biyun Pavilion, allowing discounts but not too drastic price differences. With Biyun Pavilion's growing reputation, she believed this could be profitable. Jackson found the plan feasible. However, when Kylin proposed this plan, no one in the company was optimistic. Naturally, there were no franchisees coming forward initially. Coincidentally, Jack and Karis ran a gold shop in Xuanhuan, which aligned well with Biyun Pavilion's business. Perhaps they could give it a try. After meeting and discussing, both sides were genuinely interested. Since they were the first potential franchisees and future in-laws of Jackson, Kylin offered Carlo favorable policies. For example, if the franchise failed, unsold items could be returned at cost. As the first franchisee, Jack received significant discounts on purchasing prices. For instance, a bracelet selling for 10,000 yuan would normally have a franchisee purchase price of 9,000 yuan, but for them, it was reduced to 8,500 yuan. Saving 500 yuan per 10,000 yuan of goods, they could save 5,000 yuan for every 100,000 yuan of goods. Jack saw this as a great opportunity. With such favorable conditions provided, if he lacked the courage to act, then coming to Tianzhou wouldn't make sense. He might as well return to Xuanhuan. So he promptly signed the contract with Kylin. Jack took swift action. The couple quickly returned to Xuanhuan to hand over their shops to relatives for Carlo management and arranged everything before coming back. If the new store in Tianzhou succeeded, they could expand further. Otherwise, they still had a fallback plan in Xuanhuan. Upon returning to Tianzhou, they chose an ideal location for their new store and moved out of the Luo family residence. Jonathan being his guest was fine for a short stay, but long-term living there would be awkward, especially since their daughter wasn't married yet. First, the couple immersed themselves in jade knowledge at the Biyun Tower, thoroughly studying before daring to open the shop and sell merchandise. Nubia also introduced them to the usual renovation craftsmen of Biyun Pavilion, and they decorated the shop accordingly. They hung up the Biyun Pavilion sign and installed several glass display cabinets, after which the shop officially opened with much fanfare. Next to the Biyun Pavilion sign, they created a small compartment where they placed some gold jewelry for sale. This way, they weren't using the Biyun Pavilion brand name exclusively. The couple, being veterans of over 10 years in the gold business, certainly had considerable expertise in running a store. Additionally, Jackson helped come up with various strategies, such as distributing flyers before opening and offering discounts to attract customers. After opening, their business was consistently good, steadily making sales and boosting their confidence. In the jade business, landing one big deal could cover a week or even a month of expenses. It's also largely about luck. As for the Jonathan family, to satisfy Violet's desire to take care of her parents, Audrey arranged for her parents to live together with them in the quadrangle courtyard house. Since they were usually busy with business and stayed at the courtyard house most of the time, rarely returning to Jinlong Bay. With all three elderly people here, they could take care of each other. Violet's parents didn't need constant care. Sometimes when the couple was busy, the parents could even help with cooking and other household tasks. Even though there was braised meat at home, they couldn't eat it every day without getting tired of it. The couple also took good care of Arrigo, Violet's father-in-law. Overall, life here was far better than farming in the countryside. Jonathan Wu was in his third year of junior high school, and Jackson directly used his financial power to arrange a nearby school for him. As for Uncle Jonathan, Auntie Jonathan, and Jonathan 1, Jackson gave them two choices. The first choice, the barbecue recipe he had wasn't useful anymore and could be given to them. They could open a barbecue shop selling fried rice with eggs, just like their previous small shop, ensuring solid business. The second choice, all three stay in the courtyard to assist Violet and Audrey. Uncle Jonathan would follow Audrey, gradually taking over procurement and delivery duties and learning how to drive. Jonathan 1 would be responsible for daily inspections and evening inventory checks at each store, ensuring no major issues. Andy Jonathan would assist Violet with gradually taking over ingredient preparation and other tasks, gradually relieving Audrey and Violet so they could have rest time. Right now, the business couldn't operate smoothly without either of them, which was exhausting. Of course, he offered them substantial salaries, 3,000 yuan per person per month. For ordinary workers, 1,000 yuan per month was the maximum. 3,000 yuan was considered a high salary. After much deliberation, Uncle Jonathan and Annie Jonathan finally decided on the second option. Uncle Jonathan initially wanted to start his own business but had to give in when his wife and son insisted on following Audrey for a stable income of 3,000 yuan a month. He had no choice but to listen to his wife and son. Chapter 179. Dead rat found in the prepared meat shop. The quadrangle courtyard is quite large, with the front yard and 3 rows of inner courtyards converted into living spaces for everyone. Uncle Jonathan lived at the front with his wife and children. Audrey lived in the back, in one of the inner courtyards with his wife, father, father-in-law, and Megan-in-law. Artel and Tasha, the 2 little ones, also resided in the front courtyard. They adapted well to this place. After the New Year's celebrations, everyone had put on weight. Jackson planned to send both kids to school this year. Artel was ready for 1st grade, and Tasha would attend kindergarten for now. Uncle Jonathan, Aunt Jonathan, and Jonathan Wu officially joined the prepared meat business, assisting Audrey and Violet. Jonathan Wu was assigned to go to school. All of them were diligent people and quickly got the hang of their tasks. Just a few days after work resumed after the New Year, a major incident occurred at the Wingxiangju prepared meat chain store. While sitting quietly at home, trouble came knocking. A passerby reported seeing a dead rat being sold at a Wingxiangju prepared meat shop, leading to an immediate police investigation. The police caught the staff red-handed, finding a dead rat in a basin, indicating poor hygiene practices in the store, necessitating a shutdown for rectification. The staff cried, claiming they were just working there and knew nothing about it. Naturally, the police traced the issue to the legal representative of the Wingxiangju prepared meat chain store, Audrey. Upon arriving at the quadrangle courtyard, after thoroughly searching but finding everything in order, the police still insisted on suspending operations for rectification pending further investigation. Without any further discussion, they took Audrey away. Violet cried uncontrollably, feeling utterly lost as chaos erupted at home. Fortunately, Uncle Jonathan remained calm and immediately called Jackson to inform him of the situation. Jackson learned the details and promptly conducted an internal check, confirming that everything at the quadrangle courtyard was normal and hygienic standards were met. Alastair and Jonathan inspected the other stores and found no issues except for that single prepared meat shop. Jackson suspected an inside job. After all, the processing workshop at the quadrangle courtyard was fine, and there were no problems with deliveries by Audrey or Uncle Jonathan. It was most likely an issue within the store staff. Given the success and profit of their shops over time, it was plausible someone envied their success and possibly bribed the staff. However, Jackson couldn't understand why they would have offended anyone. Was someone simply envious? He immediately began investigating the employee involved. Sure enough, he uncovered some clues. During his visit to the employee's home, he unexpectedly discovered that the employee's younger brother was Tanig's former sous chef from the Chef King competition. Instantly, Jackson envisioned a revenge plot unfolding in his mind. But everything needed verification. Jackson's suspicion wasn't misplaced. Tanig harbored deep resentment towards Jackson for interfering in the competition, causing him to lose face and almost his job. Since then, his reputation had suffered greatly due to the aftermath of the competition, negatively impacting the restaurant he worked at. The restaurant owner had subtly suggested he resign multiple times, but Tanig stubbornly pretended not to notice. From his junior apprentice, Tanig unexpectedly learned that the apprentice's older brother worked at the prepared meat shop run by Carlo's former helper. The Wingxiangju prepared meat shop had been highly praised in Tianzhou City these past few months, and even Tanig frequently bought their products for his meals. Knowing his enemy was thriving while he struggled added fuel to his hatred. He couldn't let others enjoy peace if he couldn't. So he devised a malicious plan, coercing and bribing the shop staff to assist him. He used the threat of the employee's younger brother's job, alternately pressuring and flattering him, eventually offering 12,000 yuan, his annual salary, to secure cooperation. The plan was to have the employee toss a dead rat into the prepared meat pot and sell it to customers, hoping to cause mass food poisoning and create a scandal. Fortunately, the employee still retained some conscience. He couldn't bear to poison people, so instead, he deliberately placed a dead rat on the chopping board, leading to the report. When the police arrived, he threw the dead rat into the pot, staging a scene of being caught red-handed. In reality, no one ate the dead rat. Jackson went straight to the door. It happened to be the employee who answered. For a moment, the air froze between them as they stared at each other. The employee avoided Jackson's eyes, awkwardly smiling and saying, "Jonathan, boss, what brings you here? Why did I come here? Don't you know?" Jackson said with a cold face. There was no need for much talk. Judging by his guilty look, this incident was clearly related to him. "You should come in and sit down." "There's no need for sitting. I'm just here to tell you that if you don't want others to know, then you shouldn't have done it in the first place. Do you know Tanig? I know everything about your dealings. This is your last chance. Turn yourself in and explain everything to the police, or else don't blame me for being heartless. You wanted to harm my family, so be prepared for retaliation. Your wife is about to give birth, and you have a daughter in 1st grade, right? You choose what to do." Jackson glanced at him meaningfully. Actually, he was bluffing because there were no surveillance cameras in those days, and their private transactions couldn't be traced through bank statements. Without evidence, he couldn't prove the shop's innocence. Basically, they would have to take the loss for this unsolved case. But he thought of another way to clear their name. That was making the employee turn himself in. As a necessary measure, using his wife and daughter as leverage was also an option. After all, this person had already harmed his family, so he should be prepared for an eye for an eye, shouldn't he? The employee felt like he fell into an ice cellar when he heard about his son and wife. He didn't expect Jackson to come so quickly and already know about him and Tanig. He forgot that he wasn't alone but had a family with a wife and children. At that moment, he regretted ever taking such a risk for 12,000 yuan. Now, not only did he not earn the money, but he might end up sacrificing himself. He hadn't even seen his unborn child yet. The Carlo panicked and blurted out, "Jonathan, boss, I really didn't mean to. Please let me off. I'll bow to you. My wife is about to give birth, and the family can't do without me. Please, I beg you." With that, he knelt down in the icy snow. Jackson wavered for a moment, but quickly resumed his cold expression, saying, "If you had known now, you wouldn't have acted back then. I'm giving you one last chance. By tomorrow morning, if I haven't received news from the police in my anger, I don't know what I could do. By the way, a friendly reminder. Accomplices receive lighter sentences than ringleaders." Jackson turned around and left, leaving the Carlo standing dumbfounded in the snow. Thinking of Jackson's last words, his eyes suddenly lit up. He gritted his teeth and ran toward the police station. Chapter 180. Antiques Association. Autry was released that night, having been through a false alarm. The store clerk ultimately chose to turn himself in for the sake of his wife and children. However, he remembered clearly what Jackson had told him. So when he got to the police station, he confessed the criminal process and circumstances, repeatedly emphasizing that he had been coerced. Tanig had used his brother's job as leverage, and he was only an accomplice, causing no harm to anyone, merely creating a facade. In the end, the Public Security Bureau immediately apprehended Tanig with evidence of embezzlement amounting to 12,000 renminbi. There was no way for him to deny it. Both were taken into custody, awaiting sentencing. Autry was released without charge. Although the matter was resolved, the store where the incident occurred could not continue operating. Even if the Public Security Bureau helped clear his name, the nearby residents would surely have lingering doubts and would not purchase from there again. Autry made a prompt decision to close down the store. Business at the shop was sluggish for over half a month until the matter was clarified, gradually improving afterward. This incident also reminded Autry that carloaging and regulating employees was crucial. He began to develop some initial entrepreneurial thinking, considering how to carloage people rather than just focusing on doing work. From then on, he slowly handed over tasks that could be done by Jonathan Dejiu and xuanhuan, dedicating more time to thinking about carloagement and ensuring the company thrived. These were future developments. After entering prison, Tanig's wife quickly divorced him. He had already been unfaithful to her, involving carloy young women. His wife had been enduring for the sake of their family and children. Now she didn't need to endure anymore, and all became clear. Upon resolving this matter, Jackson received a call from Synopsis, who informed him that the porcelain shards had been restored. He hurried to the antique store. Daryl and several elderly men were present. Even before arriving, he could hear them laughing and saying, "Ijai, your years of diligent research truly paid off. Your skills are miraculous, simply amazing. Yes, these originally worthless shards, after your restoration, not only regained their original appearance but also gained a unique charm. Though the Yuan blue and white plum vase is more valuable, regarding the best restoration technique, it must be this Zephyr Dynasty pink porcelain. Your craft scholarship is truly remarkable," one elder praised. "Great work, junior brother." Daryl also praised. "Teachers, I'm here." Jackson couldn't help but announce his presence. "Quickly, come and take a look." Barney called him over. Jackson rushed over and saw 3 exquisitely restored pieces of porcelain on the table. A large Tianqing glazed jar, Zephyr Dynasty pink porcelain, and a Yuan blue and white plum vase. Synopsis had used different restoration methods based on each item's condition, perfectly complementing their features. It was almost impossible to tell they had been repaired. Any signs looked like they were part of the original design, truly masterful. Who would have thought that more than a month ago, they were just a pile of shards? He picked up the Tianqing glazed jar and poured a cup of water into it. It held the water without a single drop leaking. Truly incredible. At this moment, these restored antiques ignited Jackson's strong desire to learn antique restoration. "Thank you, King, for bringing them back to life." Jackson bowed. Synopsis felt very proud. He hadn't restored such perfect pieces in Carloy years, feeling greatly satisfied. Honored to do so. Haha. Jackson fulfilled his promise and gave the restored Zephyr Dynasty pink porcelain to Synopsis as compensation. Since then, his private collection gained 2 fine additions. The Yuan blue and white plum vase, although restored, increased in value due to Synopsis' superb skills. Jackson could already imagine that in the years to come, during a private collection exhibition, he would add a small note beside these 2 pieces of porcelain, purchased at a bargain in London, fortunate to have been skillfully restored by Master Synopsis. Haha, someone would surely keep looking for signs of restoration and find nothing. A hilarious thought indeed. Synopsis happily accepted the porcelain and gave him an invitation. "This is an invitation from the Tianjin City Antiques Association. This weekend, there will be an exchange meeting, and some fellow enthusiasts will be there to appreciate antiques. They've heard you have a chicken cup, and they're eager to see it and evaluate your expertise." Synopsis glanced at the other elders. They were all members of the Tianjin City Antiques Association, veteran figures who had no other hobbies besides collecting antiques. Synopsis had long heard from Daryl that Jackson had significantly improved, and was far from the inexperienced person he once was. Jackson readily agreed. "Sure, I understand. I'll bring the chicken cup this weekend." Before he knew it, the weekend had arrived. Faxon carefully wrapped the chicken cup in multiple layers and placed it in a brocade box before bringing it to the venue. He wasn't early or late in his arrival. The venue was a private xuanhuan, exquisitely decorated in an ancient style. The entire courtyard was meticulously maintained. In the second quadrangle, tables and chairs were set up with snacks and fruits available. Synopsis, Daryl, and Augustinish, whom he had met briefly before, were already there. Many middle-aged and elderly gentlemen were chatting, while a few younger individuals sat stiffly, looking around nervously. Faxon walked straight to Synopsis' table. "King, Teacher Jonathan, Brother Xiang." Faxon greeted them as he sat down. They exchanged pleasantries for a few moments. Seeing that it was about time, Synopsis stood up and announced loudly, "Everyone said you wanted to see the chicken cup. My young friend brought it here today for everyone to appreciate." After saying this, Synopsis stood up, took out the chicken cup from the box, and passed it around for everyone to view. These were all experts in the field, handling it with utmost care, so there was no need to worry about any accidental damage. Thus, the appraisal session began with the chicken cup Faxon had brought. This is the legendary chicken cup. It's truly beautiful. It's definitely genuine, a rare sight. I'm glad I came today. Even President Xiang has acknowledged it. It must be authentic. Jonathan listening to everyone's comments, Faxon realized for the first time that Synopsis was actually the president of the association. Chapter 181. Antiquarian Association Examination. As they were chatting and enjoying tea, after finishing the appreciation of the Jitsong cup, a young Carlo sitting at Jackson's table stood up. I've just come across a Han Dynasty jade buy. Please everyone give it an appraisal. With that, he took out his jade buy and placed it first in front of Synopsis. Synopsis bent down to take a close look before smiling and saying, good job. Ely's discernment is getting better and better. The young Carlo named Ely smiled smugly, glanced at Jackson. He was also nominally a disciple of Synopsis, a friend's child. Seeing everyone praising Jackson so much earlier on, he suddenly felt uneasy and hurriedly brought out his newly acquired jade buy for appraisal. Jackson understood but didn't say anything, merely giving a faint smile. Everyone here were sharp individuals and wouldn't bicker with a young one like him over this. After this incident passed, several elders began taking out their artifacts for group appraisal, allowing Jackson to indeed see Carlo-y good pieces from various categories of antiques, broadening his horizons. The appraisal session basically came to an end here. The next event would be to test a few newcomers who wished to join the Antiquarian Association. These were the few young people who looked nervous and restless when Jackson first entered. Daryl nudged Jackson. Why don't you join today? After joining the association, you will have a title. It's convenient for future dealings. Jackson thought, since he had come all the way, might as well join. Having another title wasn't bad either. Then I'll give it a try. Thus, he became one of those about to participate in the examination. The first exam was relatively simple, identifying the age of different artifacts. Each person was given 5 items, needing to accurately state their origin and the era they belonged to. Because these were all young people, these elders did not intend to overly challenge them. Most of the items prepared were quite straightforward. Any with some experience could correctly identify the period. 5 people sat down as Barney, and the young Carlo named Ely helped distribute the items. Anders, who distributed the test items for Jackson, had chosen more challenging ones along with some miscellaneous items on purpose, wanting to stump him. Why let him gain so much attention for identifying the Jitsong cup? He wanted to put him back in place. Once items were distributed, each person had 20 minutes to think. Anyone ready could raise their hand to start answering. Jackson picked up the items on the table and carefully examined them one by one. The first item was clearly an inkstone, specifically a Chao Shou inkstone, with Song Dynasty style. The stone material was cane inkstone, but upon closer inspection, the craft scholarship appeared rough. Neither the color nor the texture was particularly good. From its craft scholarship and patina, this inkstone was actually made during the Republic of China era. One Chao Shou inkstone from the Republic of China era. This inkstone might cause hesitation for an ordinary young person, possibly misidentified as a Song Dynasty piece. But Jackson was no ordinary person. The second item was a lacquerware. The Zephyr Dynasty was the golden age for lacquerware development. One-color lacquerwares included cinnabar, black, and gold lacquers. Among them, black and cinnabar lacquers were the most commonly used decorative techniques and produced the most popular varieties. Black and cinnabar lacquer objects usually had practical value. Even without decoration or patterns, they excelled in beautiful shape and pure lacquer color. This item was a standard piece of red lacquer work from the Zephyr Qianlong era. Examining its design, it was a fragrance box. Jackson confirmed, this was a Qianlong era red lacquer fragrance box. The third item was a painting. It was a landscape painting, observing its style, seemed from the Zephyr Dynasty. However, the seal on it was interesting. Jonathan Yunlin. Seeing this seal, Jackson confirmed the artist. But he cast a thoughtful glance at Anders. Was this guy retaliating privately, deliberately placing the difficult ones on him? Jonathan Yunlin. This question was something an ordinary antique novice would hardly know the answer to. Luckily, he had the appraisal experience from Synopsis, otherwise, he might not have been able to answer. Barclay, a Zephyr Dynasty painter, whose courtesy name was Dan Yu, pen named Yuan, also known as Lu Yun, Dan Yu Zi, Yun Shanren, Lu Yun Shanren, and Yu Hui Lao Run, was adept at poetry and landscape painting, studying the 4 masters of the Yuan Dynasty and fond of an I Yunlin, with a Jonathan Yunlin seal. There was no doubt that this was Barclay's work. The fourth item was a purple clay teapot. Looking at its shape, it was a lotus seed teapot. The inscription on the body read, nourishing your virtue with clear water, sweeping away heat, companionship of gentlemen, lasting day and night. Inscription on teapots started in the Zephyr Dynasty. Judging by the shape alone, this was a Zephyr Dynasty purple clay teapot, but there were no marks left on it, so neither the artist nor the owner could be identified. Jackson decided to use his toaster eye to observe it more carefully. This observation revealed a problem. Who would have thought that the owner of this teapot had left their signature on the spout? Teapot Hermit. This was the pseudonym of Alexei, a famous Zephyr Dynasty purple clay teapot master. Alexei, styled Crane Peak, also known as Stonesha Mountain Man and Teapot Hermit, was a renowned artist in Yixing during the Kangxi period of the Zephyr Dynasty, one of the most accomplished masters in teapot art for several hundred years. If this purple clay teapot were just a Zephyr Dynasty piece, it would only be slightly valuable. But with Alexei's signature, it became extremely valuable. It was clear that whoever brought this out as an exam item must not know its true value. Otherwise, they wouldn't part with it so easily. Regardless, Jackson put it aside for now. Time was running out, and he started examining the last item. Synopsis, Daryl, and others who had been watching him closely noticed that he stared at the teapot for a long time, even using a magnifying glass and flashlight to examine inside the spout, acting quite mysteriously, which made them somewhat curious. At this moment, one of the young men had finished examining all items and raised his hand to indicate he was ready to answer. Synopsis and the others turned their attention away from Jackson and focused on listening to this person's description. The last item Jackson examined was normal. It was a coin. It was a standard Zephyr Banliang, Currency from the Zephyr period. After the Zephyr dynasty conquered the Six States, Zephyr currency became the national currency, and the Zephyr Banliang served as the lower denomination alongside gold coins, circulating throughout the nation. The characters on the Zephyr Banliang were high and narrow, slightly curved, with a round exterior and square hole. The design was precise without rims on either side. It was confirmed to be a Zephyr Banliang without doubt. Jackson verified his items, and time was almost up. He began listening to the descriptions given by the people beside him. Because he took the longest time, he was scheduled to present last. The more he listened, the more he felt something was off. Was his set particularly difficult? How did their items seem so simple? They were straightforward and easy to judge, basically without any miscellaneous items, all clearly authentic. Chapter 182. Alexei's Purple Clay Teapot. Most of them were dealing with orthodox antiques, such as pottery, porcelain, jade articles, and calligraphy paintings. What he obtained were mostly miscellaneous items, like lacquerware, purple clay teapots, inkstones, coins. It was hard enough for ordinary people to learn and specialize in orthodox antiques, let alone delve deeply into these miscellaneous categories. Moreover, those calligraphy works were not as challenging as the xuanhuan Yunlin in his hands. Jackson glanced at Keith's smug expression again. Wasn't this Carlo sick? He couldn't recall offending him anywhere. Jackson didn't dwell on it anymore. The four people before him had already finished their presentations, and it was now his turn. He quickly stood up. The first item is an inkstone from the Republic of China era, imitating a Song dynasty copying hand style. I came to this conclusion because although it looks like it's from the Song dynasty period and uses cane inkstone material, upon closer inspection, its craft scholarship is very rough, with poor color and luster. Furthermore, judging by its carlofacturing techniques and patina, this inkstone is a work from the Republic of China era. After Jackson finished introducing the first item, Synopsis, Daryl, and others nodded. Not bad, please continue. Seeing that the first item didn't stump him, Keith's face darkened instantly. Jackson picked up the second item. This is a vermilion lacquered incense box from the Zephyr dynasty during the reign of Emperor Qinlong, determined based on its style and format. Regarding this painting bearing the xuanhuan Yunlin seal, it belongs to the Zephyr dynasty painter Barclay. His courtesy name was Danyu, and he styled himself as Lu Yun, Dan Yuzi, Yun Shanren, Lu Yun Shanren, an entertaining xuanhuan elder. He was skilled in poetry and landscape painting, following the styles of the four masters of the Yuan dynasty, and particularly fond of an Izan, who used the xuanhuan Yunlin seal. Therefore, I determined this to be Barclay's work. Let me talk about the coin before addressing the purple clay teapot. This is a standard Zephyr Banliang coin, with tall and narrow characters slightly arched, round on the outside and square inside. No frame on either side, and the form and inscriptions are meticulously executed. Haha, Qinshan, truly one must look at you with new eyes after 3 days. Just 6 months ago, you were someone who knew nothing and relied solely on luck to find bargains, but now you've grown into a very competent antique expert. The xuanhuan Yunlin, Carloe people were stumped by this painting. Even Augustin Inzhong couldn't identify the artist when he was tested on it earlier, yet you Carloaged to do so. Synopsis felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He thought Jackson truly had a natural talent for this line of work. The learning speed was astonishing. In just half a year, he had become this capable. Barney looked at Jackson enviously. He had never heard his grandfather praise anyone publicly like this, not even himself. Keith pouted, unconvinced. This kid just got lucky. You haven't spoken about the purple clay teapot yet. Keith pointed at the teapot on the table. Jackson calmly picked up the purple clay teapot. This teapot is the work of the renowned Zephyr dynasty master, Alexei. Upon hearing this, those who knew Alexei and the circumstances surrounding this teapot were all stunned. Clearly, this was just an ordinary Zephyr dynasty teapot made by an unknown crafts Carlo, which had survived to the present day due to its simple yet elegant design. How could this boy claim it was made by Alexei? If it were indeed Alexei's work, it would be a significant discovery. Synopsis and Daryl immediately grew serious. Keith laughed mockingly. Playing mind games, you're wrong. This is just an ordinary Zephyr dynasty teapot. Jackson remained silent. Synopsis looked at Keith disapprovingly. Augustin Inzhong, I've told you repeatedly, in our line of work, never think you've learned enough. Jonathan standing to others' opinions is always beneficial. Qinshan is cautious. Since he dared to speak up in front of everyone, there must be a reason. Let's hear him out before jumping to conclusions. Synopsis had indirectly embarrassed Keith, who reluctantly nodded. Yes, sir. He wanted to see how this boy would explain. Initially, I also thought it was just an ordinary Zephyr dynasty teapot. There were no marks left on it, and its owner was unknown. However, I was suddenly intrigued by the inscription on the body of the teapot. The inscription reads, "To cultivate your purity, wash away summer heat, be a friend to the gentle Carlo, and last forever." The handwriting on this lotus seed teapot is strikingly similar, almost identical, to that on the pumpkin teapot created by Master Alexei, which I have seen in museums. Friends and elders who know me are aware that I have some expertise in calligraphy. Such similar handwriting from the same era caught my attention. So I carefully studied this teapot again and again. Finally, I found something unusual. Who would have thought the owner of this teapot would leave their signature on the spout? Teapot hidden. I found the 2 hidden characters, Huin, inside the spout. Alexei, whose other aliases were Hifeng and Shirsha Shanren, was also known as Huin. Therefore, I determined that this purple clay teapot is the work of Master Alexei. Just as Jackson finished speaking, Synopsis led the applause, which erupted into a round of enthusiastic clapping on the scene. Even before verifying its authenticity, his meticulous spirit of in-depth investigation and extraordinary discernment were recognized by everyone. Keith had no choice but to join in the applause as well. Barney, representing everyone, approached with a magnifying glass and flashlight to verify it. After a careful examination, he indeed found the imprint of Huin inside the spout. Combining the inscriptions on the teapot body and its design, everyone reached a stunning conclusion. This purple clay teapot was indeed the work of Alexei. its value would not just increase tenfold, but perhaps even 100-fold. The association staff quickly secured it, no longer daring to handle it carelessly. Not only did Jackson provide high-quality appraisals for the 5 antiques, but he also discovered such a precious purple clay teapot, immediately earning everyone's recognition. In an instant, this became the topic of conversation at the scene. Each generation has its own talents. Why didn't we think of determining its owner from the inscriptions on the teapot body? Synopsis remarked thoughtfully. Even if you had thought of it, without Qinshan's expertise in calligraphy, you wouldn't have recognized it as Alexei's work. Darrow poured cold water on his junior brother's remark. Synopsis inwardly sighed. This elder brother always undermined him. To sum up, this incident should serve as a warning to us all. We must delve deeper into research and not overlook any detail. Look, this teapot has been in the association for so Carlo-y years, yet none of us old fellows identified its true nature. It's not that we don't know Alexei. It's that we only looked at its surface and were unwilling to investigate further. Even we almost missed such a treasure due to carelessness. What about future generations? So from now on, I hope everyone takes this as a lesson. As the president of the association, I should reflect on myself as well. Here, on behalf of all members of the association, I thank Comrade Jackson for helping us discover this treasure, preventing it from being obscured. Furthermore, given your outstanding performance, I hereby announce that you do not need to take the second round of exams and are already a member of the Tianzhou City Antiques Association. Synopsis concluded, and once again, the room erupted into thunderous applause. Chapter 183, Restoration Mission, Exploring the Ancestral Home. Since Synopsis had secured him a direct opportunity to join the association, Jackson saw no need to attend the second examination unnecessarily. In the first exam, all 5 of them advanced successfully. Jackson was even directly approved to join the association. The second exam required selecting 1 genuine antique from 5 items. Only 2 out of the remaining 4 candidates Carlo to choose correctly and earn the qualification to join the association. Jackson hadn't expected joining the Antiques Association to be so complicated. After filling out the forms, Jackson received his association badge and membership card. He didn't expect it to be taken so seriously. Barney mentioned that after joining the association, members would receive information promptly. Any questions could be discussed with other members for shared research and exchange, effectively achieving resource sharing and information sharing. Items that were uncertain could be brought up for group discussion, which was more effective than figuring it out alone. The association boasted Carlo-y experts and talented individuals, acting as a mobile treasure trove of knowledge. What Jackson most wanted to learn at present was the preservation and restoration of antiques. Antique preservation involved analyzing damage factors, cleaning and disinfecting before storage, maintenance techniques, and storage methods for various types of antiques. Antique restoration was even more complex, including the restoration of bronze artifacts, ceramics, porcelain, ironware, gold and silver items, lead tinware, glassware, ancient calligraphy and paintings, along with mounting, ancient books, stone artifacts, wooden, bamboo, and lacquerware, traditional furniture, textiles, bone ivory, horn, amber products, jade, murals, polychrome sculptures, cloisonne, and over 10 other categories. Without a duplication card, it was clearly impossible to learn everything at once. Jackson decided he would learn on his own, no matter how hard it would be. Unexpectedly, this opportunity came sooner than he thought. Previously, York had given Jackson 2 keys. These keys opened 2 ancestral homes passed down by the Luo family. According to York, their ancestors were leading merchants in Tianzhou City. During the chaotic war years, the business couldn't continue. So when York's parents took him and Arrigo abroad, they left these 2 homes unoccupied. They were later occupied by people with ill intentions until York returned to the country and had the properties officially recognized as ancestral assets. When they left, they took away most of the family's valuables, but hid valuable items that couldn't be moved in the basement. Indeed, York said there was a connected basement beneath these 2 houses, built specifically by their ancestors during construction. Even though Carlo-y people had lived in these 2 courtyards over the years, none discovered the basement. All the valuable items left by the Luo ancestors remained inside. Over the years, York and Kiana hadn't touched them, partly due to lack of time and partly because they preferred spiritual fulfillment over material wealth, unable to Carlo-age these items. Now, handing them over to Jackson felt perfectly fitting. Before the start of the semester, Jackson specifically found time to visit the 2 ancestral homes. They were located in one of the wealthiest neighborhoods in Tianzhou City. It was heartbreaking to see the 2 3-courtyards in such disrepair. Once adorned with exquisite carvings and paintings, the decorations were now dilapidated after years of neglect. Yet, one could still glimpse their former splendor. These homes must have been magnificent in their prime. The quadrangle courtyard was etched with the marks of weathering yet extended along the central axis, full of vitality. Jonathan, a treasured box, it emitted a rich historical aura, capturing past times within its bricks and tiles. Inside and out, it resembled a stone-written history book, heavy with the weight of history. For a moment, Jackson felt this wasn't just an ordinary xuanhuan, quadrangle courtyard. It was a living history book. What a pity. Such beautiful courtyards. Host's wish-triggered task. Restore the ancestral xuanhuan and restore its original glory. Task reward, 1 duplication card. Jackson hadn't anticipated that his inner reflections would trigger a task, with the reward being a precious duplication card. With this, he could replicate Synops's valuable restoration experience. However, restoring these 2 xuanhuans wouldn't be as simple as a few words. Moreover, the system's requirement was to restore its former glory. He doubted an ordinary construction team could achieve that. It couldn't be like the previous courtyard where looking decent enough sufficed. To restore its past glory, the only way was to rebuild it in perfect proportion and detail. He had already carefully inspected everything. Many of the wooden materials inside were top-notch, and the craft scholarship was also quite complex. This definitely wasn't something that an ordinary renovation team could handle. It would likely require Carlo-y experienced old craftsmen to restore it properly, and it wouldn't be a task that could be completed in a short period of time. The more Jackson looked at it, the more shocked and distressed he became. this was certainly not something he could accomplish at present. So, he decided to put this matter aside for now and go check out what valuable items his ancestors had left in the basement to calm his mind. In fact, the reason why this house's basement had remained so hidden and undiscovered was that its entrance had been welded shut by the Luo family members who had moved away. Moreover, its location was over 3 feet underground. So even if someone dug up the ground in search of treasure back then, they wouldn't have found anything suspicious. Therefore, all he needed to do was pry open the specific brick that had been specially welded shut to open the underground entrance. Using the tools he brought, Jackson carefully pried open the inconspicuous brick, only to find a mechanism inside. Following its operation, opened the large door to the basement. It was a big entrance located directly under the bed in the main bedroom. Holding a candle cautiously as he entered the basement, ensuring there was enough oxygen to breathe, Jackson found the place very dark and damp, with a strong musty smell lingering in the air. There were some unreadable carvings and graffiti on the walls. His heart sank. Could things stored down here still be in good condition after so Carlo-y decades? After walking down what felt like a long flight of stairs, he finally reached the bottom. No wonder it hadn't been discovered for so Carlo-y years. Such a deep basement would be hard to find even if one dug 3 feet into the ground. However, the disadvantage was that it was incredibly humid down here, leaving him uncertain about the condition of the stored items. Jackson couldn't wait to shine his flashlight around. Just one glance stunned him. Logically speaking, having seen quite a few valuable items, he should have remained calm. But at this moment, he felt like a country bumpkin entering the city for the first time, truly at a loss for words to describe his feelings. Chapter 184. Restoring the xuanhuan. The flashlight beam revealed no end to the densely packed artifacts. There were items as large as a 1,000-craft canopy bed and as small as a makeup box. It was evident how hastily the Luo family had left. Carlo-y things had been moved down and placed without any protective measures. Over these decades, much of the furniture had developed mold spots and emitted an unpleasant smell of decay. Some had even been infested with insects that damaged the wood. Jackson's heart sank as he surveyed the scene. All this fine woodwork, xuanhuan wood, zeton wood, rosewood, ironwood, nanmu, chicken wing wood, ebony, what a terrible waste. How tragic. Down below, there were Carlo-y beds, each differing in style and material. Jackson continued moving through the narrow passageway with his flashlight. Apart from furniture, there were several chests of silk that had long since rotted away. As he kept walking, Jackson finally came across the old Luo family's valuable collection. Hundreds of large trunks were neatly arranged, and Jackson specially opened a few to find various antique treasures. Even precious ivory tusks lay inside, and there were some exquisite imperial porcelains passed down over generations. Before he could finish looking, Jackson ventured further in. This area housed the precious ancient books left by the Luo ancestors, fortunately preserved in insect and moisture-proof boxes, where they might have suffered greatly over these years. Finally, there were a few chests of gold bars. Without time to inspect everything closely, Jackson knew the first priority was to protect these items. But how to do so became a pressing issue. Carlo-y required restoration expertise, which he lacked. The problem seemed insoluble. A few small items could be handled by Synopsis, but what about this extensive collection? Jackson was at his wit's end. Before he could figure out a solution, he had to return to school for classes. This semester, he would work directly with Daryl on research projects. Coincidentally, Daryl's current project was the restoration of traditional xuanhuan furniture and decorations. Unexpectedly finding a solution, Jackson mentioned having 2 xuanhuans with some furniture available for reference. Daryl was delighted and immediately went to inspect these 2 xuanhuans with Jackson. Although the damage was alarming, these xuanhuans offered a great opportunity for students to study their charm. Thus, the arrangement was made. The xuanhuan became Jackson's and his 10 senior classmates' classroom, which Daryl agreed to for convenience. This structure largely fell under the category of cultural relic architecture, divided into Carlo-y subcategories like preservation, renovation, retention, updating, and decoration. Some areas must remain untouched, while others can be improved for practicality. These decisions depended on professional judgment. This time, Jackson hit the jackpot, getting help from skilled restorers for free. With hopes for restoration cards, Jackson happily allocated 2 million yuan as funding for the ancestral home's restoration, primarily for purchasing raw materials such as xuanhuan wood, rosewood, and brick carvings for the hanging flower gate. Despite the sum seeming large, the materials needed were expensive, and the budget might not suffice. Knowing Jackson was well-funded, Daryl didn't hesitate, agreeing to lead the restoration effort while Jackson contributed materials and learned alongside them. However, restoring 2 large residences required more help. Jackson hired a specialized team for ancient building restoration, working alongside Daryl's smaller team. To ensure excellence, Daryl consulted a master of ancient architectural design from the Antiques Association, who devised outstanding plans for the 2 xuanhuans. First, the caisson ceilings with inverted arches were recreated using ancient construction techniques. This caisson ceiling with inverted arch technique is nearly lost, requiring advanced traditional methods to restore the original appearance. Second, old walls were stripped and replaced with new antique-style ones. Because the external walls had deteriorated, to maintain the overall uniform appearance of the xuanhuan and enhance its beauty and durability, during renovation, the old exterior walls were stripped off and replaced with fanggu qingzhan, imitation ancient blue bricks, to restore the historical Tongsangan, aged charm, of the xuanhuan. The third step was the reconfiguration of the corridors. The original wooden structures of the old xuanhuan's corridors had long rotted away. A complete reconfiguration of the corridor space was undertaken using traditional handmade mortise and tenon joints to reconstruct the corridors at a 1-to-1 scale. This was a major project requiring substantial Carlo power and resources. All the wooden structures within the courtyard would also be meticulously restored to their original specifications. However, some classic, irreplaceable areas could only be repaired by skilled restorers. After finalizing the basic design, construction could begin. The first step involved removing unusable elements, a task entrusted to the construction team with Daryl overseeing. Jackson was assigned an important mission: to find all types of wood materials. Renovating these two xuanhuans required not just a small amount, but an enormous quantity of wood. While Daryl could help with other types of wood, xuanhuan wood was needed in such large quantities that extensive purchases were required. With Daryl's introduction, Jackson arrived at Haikaodingjian Antique Market, known as Wagwawali City, in the largest national market for xuanhuan transactions. When Jackson reached the market at around 8 or 9 in the morning, it was already bustling with activity. Over the years, xuanhuan had suffered from court requisitioning, medicinal use, burning, logging, and processing into finished products. Many predicted that xuanhuan would soon disappear, more specifically, that wild xuanhuan trees were nearing extinction, making raw materials extremely scarce. Upon inquiry, Jackson learned that most of the xuanhuan available on the market came from tree stumps and roots dug up from mountains where they had been cut down and buried underground. Some were acquired from household items or structural components like beams and window columns made from xuanhuan in the past. There were also xuanhuan trees planted by people around their houses. Finally, there were old materials pre-acquired and stored by far-sighted merchants and enthusiasts, now gradually returning to the market. Jackson asked around but found no merchant who could provide him with a large supply of xuanhuan in one go. Chapter 185, Crisis while buying sea yellow. While Jackson was at his wit's end, a Carlo accidentally bumped into his back. The refined middle-aged Carlo apologized and then asked, "Sir, are you looking to buy sea yellow?" Jackson sized him up from head to toe. "You have it? I need a large quantity." "I know. Follow me. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." The Carlo had been eyeing him for some time. Jackson had inquired with nearly 10 stores in the morning and had negotiations with a few but could not agree on prices. Jackson hesitated for a moment, thinking that as a young and strong Carlo with good martial skills, he shouldn't be afraid of him. What if he really had the goods? He decided to follow and take a look. The Carlo's home seemed nearby, winding through alleys before stopping at a vermilion door. He knocked, knock knock. A Carlo with a lame leg hobbled over to open the door. "You're back?" She glanced at Jackson behind him. Jackson nodded awkwardly in greeting. The Carlo led the way inside. "This gentle Carlo is here to inspect the goods. I'll take him there. You prepare some tea and snacks?" This was clearly directed at the Carlo. She obediently replied, "Okay." The Carlo led Jackson straight to a room, opened the door, and entered. Inside were several boxes of various sizes. He opened a large box and pointed to it. "Look, these are all premium sea yellow, stored for Carlo-y years." Jackson smelled the unique fragrance of sea yellow as soon as he entered the room. The scent was slightly aromatic and slightly bitter, addictive when inhaled. On closer inspection, he confirmed they were genuine sea yellow, specifically purple oil pear wood. Sea yellow has two types, rice pear and oil pear. Rice pear has beautiful patterns, while oil pear has good oil content. Purple oil pear is considered the noblest among oil pears. Its grain resembles flowing clouds, unpredictable with ghost faces, ghost eyes, spider patterns, water ripples, tiger skin patterns, wheat ear patterns, mountain and water patterns, etc. It feels fine-grained and smooth like a baby's skin to touch. The Carlo continued opening other boxes, which were all filled with sea yellow timber of various colors, all top quality. Jackson was thoroughly engrossed and determined to acquire them no matter what. Having verified the authenticity of the sea yellow, it was time to discuss the price. The Carlo said, "Have you seen enough? Let's sit in the hall and talk about the price. We can negotiate. To be honest, I'm selling my family heirloom sea yellow due to financial urgency." His words seemed sincere, so Jackson did not suspect anything. They arrived at the living room where the lame-legged Carlo had already prepared tea and snacks. "Jonathan, brother, please have some tea." The Carlo pointed to the teacup in front of Jackson and finished the tea in front of him in one go. Feeling somewhat thirsty, Jackson picked up his teacup, only to hear an alarm. "Caution, the system detects hazardous substances in the tea." Jackson's hand holding the teacup trembled almost imperceptibly. In the next second, he calmly picked up the cup and drank it in one gulp. The Carlo across from him flashed a satisfied smile. After finishing the tea, it was time to discuss the price. "All this sea yellow is premium quality passed down from our ancestors, about 1,000 pounds of material. If calculated per pound at 500 each, 50,000 should get you all this," the Carlo said confidently, relieved that Jackson had drunk the tea. 50,000? Are you robbing me?" Jackson slammed the table loudly. "The best material on the market costs only 300 per pound, and you want 500? The Carlo's eyes flashed with menace. "In my place, that's the price." Just as Jackson stood up to leave, he stumbled and collapsed onto the table. The Carlo lost his refined demeanor and chuckled sinisterly. "Check if he has any money in his bag. I felt something hard when I touched him." The Carlo examined the bag on Jackson's back. The Carlo unfastened Jackson's watch and weighed it in his hand. "We've got a big catch today. Do you know how much this imported Rolex is worth? Over 100,000. Even selling it for tens of thousands would keep us well off for a long time." The Carlo grinned broadly. "It's money. Christo, you're a genius. How did you know?" The Carlo pulled out several stacks of cash. 5 bundles, 50,000, she exclaimed happily. The Carlo smiled smugly. "With my keen eyes, did I not see right away that the watch on his wrist meant he wasn't ordinary? I deliberately bumped into him and felt something hard, definitely money. Sure enough, my instincts were right." They also took out the loose change from Jackson's pockets and did not spare the big cell phone in the back. After thoroughly searching him, "This is truly a massive windfall. Didn't I tell you so?" Selling those pieces of sea yellow would only be a one-time deal, making at most 2 or 300,000. But with these items, we can continuously find Carlo-y more unsuspecting victims who will walk right into our trap, the Carlo said while holding a stack of cash. "What you say is true, but I'm always on edge. As the saying goes, the more you do, the more likely you are to make mistakes. How about we stop after a few more times, sell these pieces of sea yellow, and live a quiet life somewhere?" The Carlo expressed her concerns. "Such a narrow view." The Carlo glanced at her irritably. "Hurry up and get the rope to tie him up and put him in the barrel. Once it's midnight and we're rid of him, everything will be fine." The Carlo had no choice but to go find the rope. Jackson couldn't believe he would end up in a den of thieves just for trying to buy some sea yellow, inwardly bitterly smiling. He had received the system's warning, which made him panic initially. But then he recalled that every time the system gave a warning, it indicated this substance in the tea wasn't lethal but rather something that would cause unconsciousness. If it were deadly, the system would have warned him of an imminent danger to his life. In an instant, he had an idea. He wanted to see what these two actually planned to do. So he pretended to drink the tea but actually poured it into a microspace without swallowing any. He didn't expect these two to use sea yellow as bait. Seeing the Carlo approaching with the rope, Jackson stopped pretending to be unconscious. He took advantage of her proximity, turned around, and knocked her down with a punch. Then he quickly subdued the Carlo. These two had no fighting skills and were taken care of in just a few moves. Within minutes, the situation in the room had completely turned upside down. The two were now tied up by Jackson, transforming from executioners to trembling lambs awaiting slaughter. Terrified they had finally met their match. Chapter 186. The net of heaven is vast but not without loopholes. Speak up. How Carlo-y times have you carried out this scheme? Where do you take the people you have knocked out? Confess everything or else I'll make sure you don't see tomorrow's sun. Jackson picked up a dagger from the table and pressed it against the Carlo's throat. The two had no choice but to hurriedly confess. Originally, they were just local workers harvesting sea ginseng. By chance, they got their hands on these goods, and the Carlo came up with this idea of using the sea ginseng to lure in merchants who came from afar to buy them. Because he had been frequenting the market for years, the Carlo was adept at reading people and could instantly spot those wealthy outsiders. Without exception, anyone who saw these goods would be captivated and lower their guard, eventually falling prey to them during conversation. With this method, they had already victimized several people, reaping substantial gains. Since all their victims were outsiders, they had yet to be discovered. The Carlo also admitted that after luring someone, they would tie them up, gag them, stuff them into large slop buckets, and leave them outside at night. A Carlo named Conrad, who collected slop from the market, would then take them away and dispose of them. By dawn, the bucket at the door would be gone. As for where the victims were taken, they had no idea. Jackson thought to himself, this has turned into an entire operation? Brother, we've confessed everything. Can you please let us go? The Carlo begged. The Carlo knew he had to give something up to save his life. He gritted his teeth and said, I made quite a fortune from these transactions. I can give you everything if you let us go. Only I know where it's hidden. He hoped this offer would entice Jackson. Jackson sneered. This amount of money held no appeal to him whatsoever, so he wasn't going to fall for it easily. Moreover, Jackson had already spotted where the money was hidden when he first came in, noticing it accidentally. At the time, he even thought this family was odd for hiding money there. After the Carlo finished speaking, Jackson retrieved a cloth bag full of ill-gotten gains from a hidden compartment under the table. Seeing how effortlessly Jackson found their stash, the two turned ashen-faced. What must we do to live? The Carlo asked again, knowing he had to fight for his life by finding what Jackson wanted and exploiting his weaknesses. Jackson had no intention of letting them go. You want hardwood, right? I have news about rosewood. Let me go and I'll tell you. The Carlo tried again. This time, Jackson showed some interest. What news? It was mentioned by a wood merchant who came last time. He said his family has 5 massive pieces of ancestral rosewood worth millions, buried in the vegetable patch of their old house. Seeing Haddon look intrigued, the Carlo quickly added, let us go, and I'll give you the exact address and information. This Carlo wasn't lying. One of the merchants who came to buy sea ginseng had divulged this information to save his own life, but ended up being killed anyway. Is that all? After you're done talking, your time will come. Jackson casually tore off a piece of tablecloth, ready to gag the Carlo. He's from Xuanhuan. Let me go, and I'll tell you his name. The Carlo struggled, trying to cling to life, but failed to move Jackson. Jackson securely bound both of them and gagged them tightly with strips of cloth, leaving only their noses free to breathe. Then he dragged 2 large slop buckets from the next room. Despite the foul smell, Jackson endured it, stuffing the 2 into the buckets. They had brought this upon themselves. He left them in the courtyard, locked the door, and spent the afternoon walking around the market, buying a few pieces of sea ginseng to be shipped back to Tianjin City. After taking care of these matters and having dinner, he returned to the small courtyard. Jackson moved all the sea ginseng used for bait into his mini space, which fit perfectly. He found paper and pen, wrote an anonymous letter, gathered all the stolen wealth, and sent them to the local police station. Then he left Haikau under cover of night. When the police officers read the contents of the letter along with a hefty bag of cash and valuables, they were shocked and rushed to the courtyard described in the letter. It was deserted except for 2 slop buckets standing alone in the yard. Opening the lids, they found the 2 criminals inside. Taken back to the police station for interrogation, their confessions indeed matched the content of the letter. These 2 had harmed Carlo-y innocent people using sea ginseng as bait. When the police arrived, however, the xuanhuan was already gone, presumably taken away by the brave Xia who had acted righteously. The police did not delve deeply into this matter. Through a series of interrogations, the police officers were astonished to discover that Conrad, who collected slop from the xuanhuan market, was actually part of a Carlo trafficking gang. These 2 individuals had once accidentally discovered at night that there was a person in Conrad's slop bucket, thus exposing his involvement in Carlo trafficking. Later, to buy them off, Conrad agreed to help dispose of the unconscious people for free. They did not really dare to kill anyone as it would be difficult to handle the bodies, so they chose to knock their victims out. Then they handed them over to Conrad for disposal. Whether he sold them or left them somewhere to die, as long as these people never reappeared, it was fine with them. The police conducted a nighttime raid and finally arrested Conrad, the slop collector. After a few rounds of interrogation, Conrad couldn't hold out against the police and quickly confessed. It turned out that these people had been sold out of the country. It was heard that in Yunmian, there was a great need for labor, especially men, and once sold there, it would be almost impossible to return. Additionally, as part of the Carlo trafficking gang, Conrad had trafficked Carlo-y women and children into remote mountains to sell them. The enormity of his crimes was indescribable, Even the police could hardly bear to see it. Eventually, Conrad was directly sentenced to death, and the other two were given life sentences. The ill-gotten gains that Jackson had brought were returned by the police to the families of the victims. Unfortunately, due to limited police resources at the time, the kidnapped people, unless aided by someone influential, would likely never return. As for the xuanhuan that Jackson had taken, no one cared much about it. After all, Jackson had not embezzled the hundreds of thousands in ill-gotten gains, but instead turned it all over to the police, only taking some wood as compensation, which was fair enough. These were later developments. At this point, Jackson had already appeared in Fujian province. He was still very interested in the small leaf rosewood mentioned by the Carlo. Previously, the Carlo had mentioned Xuanhuan, a place Jackson had visited in his previous life. It was a county in Fujian province, so he planned to make a trip and try his luck. Chapter 187. Acquiring the small leaf rosewood. Jackson arrived smoothly in Fujian province by plane that night. He stayed at a guest house near the airport for one night, and then took a bus to Xuanhuan County the next day. After reaching the place, it took him several days of inquiries at the timber market with much ado, but he finally learned about a timber merchant who had suddenly disappeared recently. His ancestors had made their fortune through dealing in small leaf rosewood. The situation of this family was indeed rather tragic. Even Jackson found it hard to bear. The Carlo's parents were deceased, his wife and daughter were living back home. He had gone missing for months without any news. His wife searched all over Haikau but couldn't find him. The relatives around them all believed that the Carlo must be dead somewhere. In the local clan, it was shameful not to have a male heir to carry on the lineage, meaning they could not be buried in the ancestral cemetery. With the Carlo's disappearance, this branch of the family lineage was essentially cut off. Everyone started Carlo Irving behind each other's backs and began bullying the Megan and daughter. They accused her of poor Carloagement and claimed the timber business left by her husband as their own, dividing the wood stored in the shop among themselves. The timber business left by the Carlo was thus shut down. The Carlo couldn't stop them. She thought if she gave everything to them, maybe they would give her and her child a way out. But these so-called relatives were heartless. They not only took over their business, but also tried to seize the ancestral house. They said that since her husband was gone, she wasn't part of the clan anymore and had to return the house to them. How absurd. No one helped the desperate Carlo because there were Carlo-y outdated practices in the area that were hard to change. No one was willing to stand up for the Megan and daughter. By the time Jackson came, the Megan and daughter had been reduced to sleeping on the streets, although luckily the Carlo had left them some savings. He came with some personal intentions, but seeing how outrageous people were being, he couldn't just stand by. So, he arranged accommodation for the Megan and daughter, and while no one was watching, he climbed over the wall into their ancestral home. That night, someone else also climbed over to look for valuable items left by the Carlo's ancestors. Jackson covered his face with a white cloth and pretended to be the Carlo's ghost come back for revenge, thoroughly beating up those intruders enough to put them in bed for a while. He continued to scare away several groups like this and made strange noises inside the house. Soon, rumors spread in the village. Some elderly people said it was the Carlo returning for vengeance because they had bullied his wife and child. After all this commotion, no one dared go near that ancestral home anymore. The Carlo moved back in without anyone interfering. To thank Jackson, the Carlo offered a small piece of 1,000-year-old agarwood that her husband had left behind. It was the first time Jackson saw such a large piece of 1,000-year-old agarwood, which felt heavy like a few pounds even in its palm-sized form. It emitted a sharp, spicy fragrance with an undercurrent of fruity sweetness and honeyed aroma. This material was certainly desirable, but how could he accept such a gift from a widow and her orphan daughter? So he bought it for the market price of 120,000 yuan. Seeing that he didn't take advantage of their plight and paid the highest market price, treating them courteously, the Carlo was touched. She then mentioned that her husband's ancestors had passed down 5 large pieces of small leaf rosewood. If Jackson wanted them, she could sell them to him at a low price, just to find peace of mind. She planned to sell the good things left by her husband, get a sum of money, and move with her daughter to a place where no one knew them. She probably already realized that her husband might never return. With the current cruelty of the clan members, leaving those items behind would likely benefit others. Selling them to this capable stranger seemed like the better choice, giving her and her daughter a secure future and ensuring her daughter's proper upbringing. Jackson hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. With the Carlo willingly selling, it was perfect. The police in Haikau still needed time to solve the case and inform them, so the Carlo still didn't know what happened to her husband. Once his death was confirmed, it would be even harder for them to dispose of the property. So without delay, Jackson organized people to dig up the small leaf rosewood buried in the vegetable field overnight. The Carlo's ancestors had processed the wood before storing it, preserving it very well. When he saw the old pieces, Jackson was truly amazed. No wonder it was considered one of the 3 famous rosewoods. 2 pieces were 50 centimeters thick, and the other 3 were 30 centimeters thick, undoubtedly ancient materials passed down from ancestors. To ensure their authenticity, Jackson cautiously verified them. These pieces were worth several million yuan. Verifying rosewood was simple. Lightly wipe the surface of the wood with alcohol. If it turns purplish red, it's rosewood. Alternatively, one can scrape a bit of sawdust from the wood, soak it in alcohol. If the sawdust turns into blood-red threads, it's rosewood. Old rosewood won't lose its color when soaked in water, and any applied color can be easily wiped off. New rosewood will lose its color when soaked in water and retains applied color. It is often said that 9 out of 10 pieces of rosewood are hollow, and currently, the largest diameter of rosewood on the market is only about 20 centimeters. This is because rosewood grows extremely slowly, taking several hundred to even over 1,000 years for one tree to mature, with an extremely low yield rate. Resources are scarce, thus giving rise to the saying, an inch of rosewood is worth an inch of gold. Rosewood is the hardest and heaviest among hardwoods. Although it is not as gorgeous as xuanhuan, its quiet and solemn antiquity cannot be matched by any other wood. The value of these old pieces is simply immeasurable, because it's really hard to find such large old pieces on the market anymore, and Jackson's ancestral home basement contained Carlo-y valuable rosewood furniture pieces. When it comes time to restore them, quite a bit of quality material might be needed. Ordinary materials wouldn't match those precious pieces, but these pieces would be perfect. Currently, the market price for ordinary small leaf rosewood is no more than 300 yuan per pound at most. After some thought, Jackson quoted a price to the Carlo, 1,000 yuan per pound. The Carlo's face clearly showed her shock. She frequently did business with her husband and knew the prices. She had planned to sell these rosewood pieces to this Carlo at a discount since he had helped her and her daughter, hoping for at least 300 yuan per pound. She never expected Jackson to offer such a high price voluntarily. They had just weighed the 5 pieces of rosewood, which totaled around 3,000 pounds. At 1,000 yuan per pound, 3,000 pounds amounted to 3 million yuan. The Carlo hastily agreed. Who could refuse such a high price? The next morning, Jackson went to the bank first to complete the transfer for the Carlo. The Megan and daughter thanked him profusely, making him feel quite embarrassed. In truth, his intentions weren't entirely pure. He came here for the small leaf rosewood, just helping them incidentally. After sending off the Megan and daughter, he specifically found a freight company locally and personally escorted these few pieces of small leaf rosewood back to Tianzhou. For him, although 3 million yuan wasn't much, such precious small leaf rosewood pieces were something you couldn't come across easily, no matter how much money you had. Chapter 188. Restoration completed. After spending 2 days and 1 night in the car, Jackson finally returned to Tianzhou City. The renovation and restoration plan for the quadrangle courtyard was already underway. Led by Daryl, the restorers were more skilled at detailed repairs and restoration, so they handed over other large-scale restoration tasks to the antique architecture team. The leader of this construction team had graduated from the Department of Architecture at Tianzhou University, making them more professional and meticulous than ordinary construction teams. Giving the task to them was very reassuring. If there were any major issues, he would promptly communicate with Daryl and Jackson. Jackson was also generous, approving 1 million yuan in funds for them up front. Both teams resided in 2 sets of courtyards and began their long and arduous restoration work. Undoubtedly, restoration work is tedious. Jackson started learning traditional artifact restoration under Daryl, familiarizing himself with various tools used by predecessors and witnessing the exquisite restoration techniques passed down by senior artisans, which was truly awe-inspiring. They mainly focused on restoring wooden structures within the courtyards. First, it was necessary to observe the degree of decay before repairing. After observing the structure, it had to be carefully discarlated following the reverse order of its original assembly, ensuring not to damage the original lacquer and avoiding using planes as much as possible. Then came ingredient preparation, identifying the type and extent of damage and finding matching materials, with that matched in quality, color, and grain, ideally choosing lighter colored material. Once the ingredients were prepared, the next step was joining, requiring seamless, straight, and unmarked joints without visible adhesive or cracks, ensuring the new material blended perfectly with the original object, leaving no sign of repair. Finally came reassembly, ensuring the structural integrity and reasonableness of each component and frame, reassembling according to the original furniture structure with tight mortise and tenon joints, smooth surfaces, and level legs. Each piece required a great deal of time and effort. After learning for about a week from Daryl and Carlo fellow apprentices, Jackson began trying his hand at some small objects. Perhaps due to his sufficient knowledge reserve and aesthetic sense, he learned quickly and could independently restore less critical items. Daryl publicly praised him for his quick learning and rapid progress, drawing envious glances from his peers who took nearly a semester just to grasp the basics when they first started. Jackson gave an embarrassed smile. Critical parts still required handling by Daryl. As the restoration work progressed, everyone discovered that these 2 residences were not simple. Though now reduced to ruins, details revealed that their original craft scholarship and materials were top-notch. All wooden structures in the corridors were made of Hainan yellow sandalwood, indicating they belonged to prominent families. All the Hainan yellow sandalwood Jackson brought back was used in the restoration work. Even the senior apprentices marveled at the luxury of using such precious Hainan yellow sandalwood for the corridors, envisioning how splendid the residence would be once fully restored. Some details could no longer be verified, so they sought help from York, who had lived in the house as a child. Watching the house gradually resemble his childhood memories, he was very excited. The entire renovation aimed to restore and transform the house while preserving its original structure, making it suitable for modern living. This intense restoration project lasted 3 months, from late February's cold spell to early May's summer. Eventually, the overall restoration work was completed. The 2 courtyards almost recovered to their former glory, transforming from ruins into ancient yet grand and imposing structures. Jackson did some calculations. Excluding the cost of small leaf purple sandalwood, he spent around 10 million yuan on this restoration. Most of the money went into materials and labor, especially the materials. Everything used in these 2 courtyards was precious. Even the floor bricks were specially customized. Buying various woods, customizing stone slabs, and paying the wages of both teams consumed a significant amount of money. Although Daryl's team insisted they didn't need payment, Jackson insisted on paying, acknowledging that this was high-level labor that deserved compensation. However, the expense was worth it. This reborn, quadrangle courtyard was like a dialogue between old and new, preserving the traditional charm and aroma while incorporating modern conveniences. But it couldn't yet be called completely finished. There was one last step. That was to restore the furniture inside. Jackson hired Daryl's team for another month to restore these furnishings. The entire quadrangle courtyard was piled with various types of furniture. These pieces were all exquisite masterpieces. Arhat beds, canopy beds, elaborately carved step beds, writing tables, desks, chairs, stools, screens, cabinets, dressing tables. There were countless pieces of furniture. Everyone was curious where these pieces of furniture had been moved from. Judging by the damage on them, they seemed to have been stored in damp conditions. But no one dared to ask. After all, it was a private matter. Daryl, having lived through that era and knowing that Jackson had just been acknowledged by the Luo family, understood some of the background and speculated that these items might have been kept underground. He couldn't help but feel regretful. If not for the times, these things wouldn't have deteriorated like this. What a waste. The team worked tirelessly to restore the furniture. They didn't finish within a month and took another half month to complete the work. This semester ended directly as a result. The two residences, now under Jackson's Carlowagement, had regained their former glory from decades ago. Everything inside, from the decor to the furnishings, came from the basement. Almost the entire basement was emptied, as if everything they had thrown in back then was brought out again. So it was almost an exact one-to-one restoration of the old Luo residence. Upon hearing the news, Synopsis, Adon, Nubia, and others all came to visit, marveling at the opulence of the residence. Brothers York and Arrigo visited the restored house together, both of them so moved that tears welled up in their eyes. York thought of the scenes from his youth, feeling excited yet sorrowful. But since entering this restored house, Arrigo seemed to have suddenly become much more lucid. He walked around the courtyard excitedly, entering every room, as if he had entered his own memories. For a moment, he couldn't distinguish between reality and dreams. He felt as though he had just awakened from a long dream, suddenly transported back to the past, yet somehow more awake than ever before. Arrigo had never been so clear-headed in recent years. This was the home that appeared countless times in his dreams. From being a babbling toddler to a young teenager, he had spent all those years here, cherishing the best memories of his life. Chapter 189. Restoration. Raymond miraculously regained his senses after seeing the old house, which was even more joyful than the restoration of the ancestral home. He remembered what had happened. He said that at that time it felt like he was trapped in a dead-end alley with no way out, but now everything has become clear and open. This could be considered as a double joy. A real Carlo does not shed tears easily, but both Dave and Autry were crying uncontrollably. Dave had been looking forward to this day for 2 Carlo-y years, while Autry was purely overwhelmed by the pleasant surprise. After regaining consciousness, the first thing Raymond did was to apologize sincerely to Autry in front of the family, explaining the hardships and helplessness he had experienced back then. With a child in tow, there was absolutely no way to travel across the desert, let alone conduct experiments. The environment there was harsh and lifeless, unsuitable for a child's survival. If there had been any other way, he would have taken him along. Back then, after escaping from those who were chasing him, he actually went to see Autry later on. Seeing him living well with that couple, he felt reassured and followed the organization's people away. He never thought it would be more than 20 years, with so Carlo-y things happening afterward. Autry, having spent over half a year with him, could not bear to blame him. Abdullahi and son turned their tears into smiles. With Raymond now conscious, this truly marked a grand reunion. These 2 houses originally belonged to Raymond and Dave, one each. Now the decision-making power was given to Jackson. Jackson directly returned the key of one of the houses to Dave, who probably also wanted to live in this old residence. He kept the other set for himself. The 2 houses being next to each other made visiting convenient every day, essentially living together yet maintaining privacy, which was quite good. Dave did not stand on ceremony with his great-grandson since these things would eventually belong to Jackson after they passed away. At the new Luo family residence, the Luo family was about to hold a grand party. Moving back into the old house, the ancestral home was restored to its former glory, and Raymond regained his consciousness. One thing after another, all big joys. This banquet was grander than the last one, with celebrities from all walks of life coming to congratulate. They lavished praise on this ancient house that had regained its past brilliance. Jackson finally completed the system task successfully, obtaining the long-desired duplicate card. He promptly duplicated Synopsis' skills in cultural relic protection and restoration. It wasn't that he didn't want to copy Daryl's skills, but between these 2, although Daryl excelled more in appraisal, Synopsis' practical restoration skills were indeed better. After the duplication, he suddenly understood Carlo-y things he didn't comprehend before when learning traditional utensil restoration. However, it still required some hands-on practice to internalize Synopsis' knowledge as his own. That was fine. In the basement, apart from various tools, countless treasures were covered in dust and damaged, waiting for him to clean up. Daryl and Synopsis had already guessed that there was a basement under their house, and the batch of furniture they helped restore previously must have been moved out from there. Jackson did not hide this fact from them. He had already sorted out everything. Precious metals and jewels remained stored in the basement, to be retrieved when needed. Other fragile items, or already damaged ones, were moved upstairs for immediate restoration. When the house was being renovated, he had specially prepared several rooms to display these treasures. A dedicated restoration room was also built with all the necessary tools, all arranged with the help of Barney. Barney had few hobbies in his life, just enjoying studying antiques. He didn't even have a girlfriend. Jackson didn't forget his good friend either, and invited him, Synopsis, and Daryl to come see these urgently needing repairs. Sure enough, these 3 were even more obsessed. Upon seeing the state of these items, they became very anxious. They hurriedly worked with Jackson to take emergency protective measures, then began discussing how to restore them. They decided to start with the severely damaged paper relics, such as ancient books, organizing and prioritizing precious items for immediate restoration. Then came other metal objects, like gold, silver, iron, and copper artifacts, non-metallic ceramics, stone, wooden objects, and miscellaneous items like lacquerware. In short, they ranked the restoration based on the degree of damage and importance. The 2 elders were selflessly committed, not mentioning any rewards or charges, focusing solely on protecting the relics. Jackson had his own considerations. He and Barney started assisting the 2 elders, because apart from traditional furniture and utensils restoration, he hadn't touched other categories. Therefore, he could only pretend to know nothing and start learning from the 2 masters all over again. However, his ability to understand things quickly and apply them made the 3 of them marvel. Soon, he was able to independently handle some small-scale restoration work without any mistakes, stunning the 3 so much that they forgot how to praise him. Fortunately, this had happened Carlo-y times with Jackson, so they no longer felt surprised but quickly accepted it. With practice comes proficiency, and Jackson soon became competent in more and more restoration tasks, often understanding Daryl and Synopsis' hints immediately. Barney sighed. If you were born, why was he also born? He had been exposed to cultural relic restoration since the age of 5, practically growing up immersed in various artifacts. He believed his talent was extraordinary, and he worked hard enough to gain his current independent capabilities. However, Jackson had been spoon-fed by old G, possessing absolute talent and acute sensitivity in antiques. Understanding at a hint, once enlightened, everything became clear. This left him feeling utterly insignificant. Jackson chuckled bitterly in his heart. How can this be called talent? I have copied your grandfather's lifetime of experience and stand on the shoulders of giants. How can I not be good? During the 2 months of summer vacation, Daryl did not need to teach students, so he, along with Synopsis and others, spent 2 months in Jackson's ancestral home. They ate and lived there, and Jackson directly reserved rooms for them. In the hot weather, each room was equipped with an electric fan for their comfort. Now, with money, Jackson didn't care about trifles and furnished the entire quadrangle courtyard with Carlo-y modern appliances, most of which were imported quality items. Refrigerators, televisions, fans, radios. Thinking back to last year at this time, he had been working on construction sites to earn tuition, being scorched by the sun every day, drenched in sweat. Everything seemed like it was yesterday, but it had already become fleeting memories. Audrey and Violet were busy with the braised food shop and rarely came back, basically living in the other quadrangle courtyard. They would occasionally visit the house in Qilin Bay as well. This place became Jackson's domain, where he led a very carefree life every day. Besides working on restorations, he would also cook delicious dishes for everyone, showcasing his signature dishes. 3 meals a day were never missed, and everyone loved his cooking, calling the treatment better than in state-owned enterprises. In a short time, they all gained some weight. Raymond would sometimes come to freeload, observing their restoration work while chatting. The 5 of them would stay together all day long, enjoying very harmonious conversations among these grown men. Chapter 190. Once again in the Jonathan Malite. Xena rarely came here. Over the past 6 months, she had been focusing on her studies and helping to carloage the accounts of the ready-to-eat food store whenever she had free time since she owned a stake in it. Sometimes she also had to assist her parents. Jack and Karis, after half a year of settling down, had now fully expanded their business. The revenue from one store was enough to match that of several stores they used to have. Moreover, they found themselves more relaxed than before. Jack had already returned to Joshan and sold the 3 shops there at low prices to his relatives, which helped him recover a portion of capital. Carlo energy is limited, and he couldn't leave the shops to relatives indefinitely. Everyone has selfish motives over time. So, while everyone still cherished the relationship, he chose to be open about it and did well for everyone. By leasing out those 3 shops, they also recovered a large sum of money and decided to buy a house and settle in Tianzhou City. They had bought a house, which was being renovated. Xena never expected her parents would do so much for her, feeling both moved and bitter inside. Parents all over the world love their children. She worked even harder, wanting to earn more money for a better future, providing a better life and future for her parents. Though both didn't express excessive emotions, they carried the responsibility on their shoulders and worked hard for a better future together. York, Kiana, and the newly Qingxingguolai de Barigo all liked Jackson's little girlfriend very much. They had indirectly asked if the two wanted to get married sooner. Xena meant to finish her studies first before considering anything else. Jackson didn't mind. Whether early or late, he could accept it. He had always recognized Xena for his entire life, and no one could separate them. Therefore, he respected Xena's wishes, letting her find her own life value before talking about marriage. Previously, when Jackson returned from London, he donated a large number of artifacts to the Tianzhou City Museum. After taking over, these artifacts underwent some time for sorting, restoration, and cataloging. Now, they could finally be seen at the museum. Jackson's great contribution significantly advanced the national relic science cause, receiving high recognition from the country and party, earning titles like Reform Pioneer and National Honor. He was awarded a maximum reward of 2,000 yuan and a certificate of honor issued by the state. This 2,000 yuan was significant as it symbolized national acknowledgement. He could visit the museum for free per currently. Additionally, the Tianzhou City Museum established a dedicated exhibition hall for his donations. The exhibition hall was named Qinshan Hall. At the entrance, the biography of the donor was inscribed. Jackson, male, an archaeology major at Tianzhou University, excelled in calligraphy and artifact appraisal and restoration, a selfless protector of cultural relics. All items within this hall were donated by him. Such spiritual rewards are invaluable. For countless years afterward, anyone who visited this exhibition hall would remember Jackson's name, his spirit of selfless dedication, which would be etched into the hearts of people. In a sense, he achieved everlasting fame indirectly. Experts had particularly estimated that the large truckload of artifacts he brought back was worth billions. In this era, as a student, donating artifacts worth billions was legendary enough. Yet this wasn't the only legend about him. On the opening day of the museum's official display of these returned treasures, Jackson was specially invited to cut the ribbon, symbolizing good luck. Before cutting the ribbon, the museum director bowed to Jackson on behalf of everyone, expressing sincere gratitude. All media reporters scrambled to take photos. Undoubtedly, this was a sacred moment. It was another highlight in Jackson's life. After the ribbon-cutting ceremony, reporters rushed to interview Jackson. With previous experiences, he had long been adept at such situations, calmly responding. Reporters weren't unfamiliar with him. They had just interviewed him not long ago due to the airplane incident. Unexpectedly, shortly thereafter, he made another huge positive news item. Last year, there was also a rescue event on the train, making him truly a walking news generator, all of which were extremely hot topics. Many journalists privately said, well, if we can't find news, we'll just follow this kid every day. We won't lack for news to report. Maybe one day he'll give us another exclusive. The journalist who reported his rescue on the train last year has now become an editor-in-chief and doesn't need to chase news anymore. Since he was originally a positive figure, everyone was putting in their best effort to write positively about him. Jackson once again became famous nationwide. Just that his name had changed from Mason to Jackson. Some gossip news outlets, even Turiyi, found the reason for his name change and published it as well. Only then did everyone realize that in the past 6 months, Jackson had actually acknowledged his relatives and found his true family. And this relative was no ordinary person. His grandfather, Arrigo, and great-uncle, York, were both renowned scientists, while his great-aunt Qiana was an outstanding diplomat. His ancestors were from the once illustrious Luo family of Tianzhou. Back then, to escape war turmoil, they moved away but donated a large amount of gold and silver to support the revolution, leaving their names in high regard before national leaders. The Luo family still had the IOUs from revolutionary leaders back then, but at this point, these things didn't matter anymore. Arrigo and York also dedicated themselves to their Maganland without hesitation when the country needed them. Oh my, this revelation made people realize that every generation of this family were patriots, from ancestors to grandchildren. Not a single one faltered. Everyone once again recognized the illustrious Luo family of Tianzhou and their distinguished descendants. Jackson, who spent his days hidden in the courtyard working on restoration, hardly felt the change. Others around him, however, felt differently. Tianzhou University, because of Jackson's story, became hot once again. Jackson has become a living symbol of Tianzhou University, single-handedly raising its prestige. The archaeology department, which had previously struggled with admissions, now directly showcased Jackson's name, attracting Carloese students wanting to transfer into the department. As Jackson's official girlfriend, Xena faced considerable pressure daily, with constant inquiries about Jackson, what he was like in life, whether he really knew how to fly a plane, and if she could help get autographs. Some even asked her if having such an excellent boyfriend put a lot of pressure on her. Bearing everyone's curiosity, she gradually developed a thicker skin. As long as she wasn't embarrassed, others would be. Classmates who used to have opinions about her and Jackson now only said, Xena truly has good fortune. Clearly, when you're far more accomplished than others and are on a different level, people don't even feel jealous. Chapter 191. Borrowing favorable winds. Underground auction. Next was the chain of prepared food stores operated by Autry, which also saw a surge in business during this opportunity. Previously, due to the dead rat incident, business had been sluggish for some time and slowly picked up afterwards. When Jackson's report came out, Alastair had come up with a mean trick. He hung Jackson's photo along with the newspaper in the store, and soon after, business skyrocketed. Many regular customers knew that this store was run by the young Carlo who had donated artifacts worth hundreds of millions, as reported in the newspaper. This brought a lot of support. If someone could donate several hundred million, what's wrong with purchasing from him? People bought happily, with confidence, and with sentiment. Taking advantage of this momentum, Alastair opened several more stores. Since then, throughout Tianzhou, one could find the Lao Luo family fragrant meat shop almost everywhere. There were 20 stores in total. Autry now mostly handed over the delivery work to his brother-in-law and his son Xuanhuan, while he mainly took care of procurement and quality control at crucial stages, making things easier for himself. Violet, with the help of her sister-in-law, felt much less burdened too. The elderly Xuanhuan couple now lived there long-term, sometimes helping with simple tasks like cooking meals, guarding the gate, or going fishing for leisure. At the beginning of the year, Artel and Tasha, siblings, were sent to school by Jackson. The Xuanhuan couple often looked after them. These two children, though pitiful, were very grateful. Whenever they had free time, they would help Violet with various chores such as cleaning the yard, washing dishes, and doing laundry. Sometimes Arrigo would visit to teach the two siblings to read. In his old age, he enjoyed being with grandchildren, but unfortunately, apart from Artel and Tasha, there were no other children in the family, or they might have been pampered even more. Everyone respected Jackson and Xena's own choices, acknowledging that marriage and having children are not necessarily essential in life. The biggest winners were Nubia and Jackson himself. Taking advantage of Jackson's rising fame, Nubia, guided by an expert, created something akin to an endorsement act, which was quite ahead of its time and refreshed people's perceptions. She had photographers take several sets of pictures featuring both Jackson and Xena wearing jewelry from the Biyun Pavilion. Women's accessories varied in styles. Some appeared dignified and graceful, others cute and vibrant. Though men's accessories were fewer, when worn by Jackson, they gave off a sense of cleanliness, freshness, and brightness. Soon, these sets of photos were displayed in all branches of the Biyun Pavilion and used in television advertisements. In short, these photo sets were comparable to celebrity spreads, refreshing people's eyes and, coupled with Jackson's celebrity status, significantly boosted business at the Biyun Pavilion. Biyun Pavilion earned immense profits, and as a major shareholder, Jackson naturally benefited as well. Jackson's name became so famous that even vegetable vendors in the market recognized him and offered free vegetables, making him quite embarrassed. He avoided going out whenever possible, even delegating daily errands like buying groceries to Barney. It took 4 people 2 months to finally finish restoring the books inside, leaving only items that weren't heavily corroded. Among these boxes of books were several ancient medical texts, long-lost unique editions. Jackson directly handed them over to Synopsis to send them to the appropriate place, where they were replicated for study. If any useful findings came from it, it could be a benefit to society. Synopsis contacted the museum and donated these books under Jackson's name, handing over the replicas to the relevant state departments for content analysis. As expected, Jackson received several red certificates of commendation. His reaction was no longer as excited as when he first received the accolades. He merely glanced at them before putting them away. With the completion of paper artifact restoration, Jackson was about to start school. Darrow was getting busy again, and Synopsis and Barney had some spare time. They continued to sort out the remaining items periodically. Having not gone out much for 2 months, the two elders were okay since they were accustomed to solitude. However, Jackson and Barney were still young and needed a change in atmosphere for their lives. Do you want to go check out a private auction tonight? A friend told me about it, asked Barney. Ancient collectibles? All kinds of stuff. I've been to this type of underground auction once before. Genuine items are there, but so are fakes. It depends on your discernment. Let's go then. Recently, life has been monotonous. Indeed, a bit of fun was needed. Barney got the address of this underground auction from his friend, along with the password to enter. After eating dinner, they set off. It wasn't close. It took an hour drive. They drove for more than an hour to reach the destination. Luckily, we left half an hour early. This place is really hard to find. Jackson parked the car. They had asked for directions several times along the way, almost getting lost. 2 large willow trees, a vermilion door. It should be here. Barney pointed to a residence beside two large willow trees. As they approached, two elderly women were sitting at the entrance, chatting and cracking sunflower seeds. When they saw the two men approaching, one of the women suddenly said, "An arrow piercing through the clouds." Barney quickly responded, "1,000 troops will greet you." Yes, this was the password given by Barney's friend. After confirming the correct password, the Carlo moved aside, indicating for them to enter. "Someone inside will guide you." The two men walked into the house and soon encountered two young men guarding the inner door. "We need to check your bags to ensure you haven't brought anything prohibited. Please cooperate," one of the young men politely said. They had no choice but to comply, as it was important to follow local customs and rules. For the safety of the auction, communication devices cannot be brought in. Also, everyone will be released after the auction ends. Please bear with us. After the inspection, they took away Jackson and Barney's big cell phones, placing them in a basket already filled with several others. Guided through winding corridors, they finally arrived at the auction venue. Jackson noticed the bulging pockets of their guides and, out of caution, used his toaster eye to peek inside, discovering they were carrying guns. He was immediately alarmed. Who were these people, bringing firearms? Barney remained oblivious, treating this as just another ordinary underground auction. They had come this far. It would be awkward to turn back now. Jackson had no choice but to follow cautiously, keeping an eye on his surroundings. Soon, they entered the main auction area, a spacious room already filled with people chatting animatedly. Barney found his friend, who was also accompanied by someone else, making it a perfect group of four. Jackson greeted them absent-mindedly, glancing casually around the service staff. Most of them carried firearms or daggers. Jackson couldn't help but wonder, were the auction items so valuable, or were these people all dangerous? Whatever the reason, he felt something unusual today and decided to stay alert at all times. Chapter 192, Aiden's Seal. Barney's friend was a middle-aged Carlo. Holding the auction catalog, he talked endlessly about today's items. After listening to him for a while, Jackson's confusion only deepened. These underground auctions are like this. There are some things you wouldn't expect. That's why they're so cautious. But today, we should be able to see quite a few good things, Barney hinted meaningfully. What he referred to as these unexpected items were freshly unearthed relics. Jackson understood. He didn't think the cultural relics market was in such a mess now. Despite strict laws prohibiting it, some people still secretly engaged in this kind of business without restraint. No wonder these people carried guns with them. This wasn't something where they could risk their necks carelessly. If caught, it would be a grave offense. As for these people, they only knew there was an underground auction before coming. As for the items, they found out upon arrival. Any attempt to leak information was impossible. Once the auction ended, if you wanted to do anything else, they would have already vanished without a trace. It was hard to say whether it was lucky or unlucky. The fortunate part was being able to witness an auction of pretty decent quality, with Carlo-y genuine and valuable items. But the unfortunate part was that he couldn't take all these things home, haha. While Jackson was lost in thought, Barney suddenly nudged him. Jackson hurriedly looked toward where he indicated. Two Japanese people were chattering away, and beside them, a Chinese translator was introducing today's items to them. Barney and Jackson's faces instantly turned sour. Why were there Japanese? Barney's friend also noticed and told them, Nash and Avril are regulars at the antiques market. They've been active in Xuanhuan for the past 2 years, collecting rarities and treasures. Barney preferred research and didn't interact much with antique dealers, so he didn't recognize these two Japanese men, and Jackson was even less familiar with them. Jonathantal Japanese devils. If not for encountering them today, he wouldn't mind. But now that they did meet, he couldn't let them take a single good thing away. Jackson thought to himself. Just one thing troubled him. Money. Although he had plenty of money in the bank, he had only brought 100,000 cash today. Barney brought even less, having just come to play around with only 80,000 yuan. Together they only had about 200,000 yuan. While looking at the others, several large boxes lay by their feet, clearly well prepared with plenty of cash. These underground auctions operated with cash transactions. Jackson couldn't help but regret not bringing more cash. It was too late to go out and get more now. Today's setup meant there might be quite a few new and valuable items. If either of those little Japanese took even one piece, he'd be infuriated to insomnia. As he pondered over what to do, his savior arrived. Adon strolled in with his driver, Josiah, carrying 2 big leather suitcases each, for in total, quite confidently. Big brother Yuan. Jackson quickly stood up to greet him. Only then did Adon notice Jackson and Barney. He changed direction immediately and came over. You two kids are here too? Finished restoring everything? They had been busy every time he invited them to activities recently, so he hadn't expected them to come today. More or less finished. Came out for some fresh air, Jackson said, making room for him. Haha, you two heard there would be good stuff today too? I brought plenty of money. Since you two are here, we'll sweep everything worthwhile today. Adon sat down without further ado. Duke Draper, you two are here too? Big Yuan, we're not as well informed as you. Had I known how wild it would be today, I'd have brought more cash, replied Barney's friend named Draper. Haha, no problem. Watching Big Yuan clean house is a beautiful thing. Adon laughed. His information was indeed slightly better, though not much, only knowing there would be rare and valuable items worth bringing more money for, so he simply brought 4 leather cases. Whether buying or not, he needed to establish his presence. Big brother Yuan, luckily you're here. We didn't bring much money since we weren't informed. If those Japanese want our treasures later, don't hold back, bid boldly. Gains are yours, losses are mine. Jackson whispered to Adon. Only then did Adon notice the 2 Japanese men across from them. Aren't those Nash and Avril? How did they get the message? Alright, your big brother Yuan isn't a coward. Together, we'll nail them, Adon replied promptly. After chatting for a short while, the auction began. Hello everyone, I'm Yuan Laosan. Thank you all for gracing us with your presence. Before our auction officially starts, let me explain the rules and procedures. A short middle-aged Carlo announced from a temporary platform in the center. Without delay, after explaining the rules and procedures, he presented the first item up for auction. This is a piece of Zephyr Dynasty porcelain. The starting bid is 10,000 yuan. Interested parties can queue up to inspect it. Of course, people needed to see it before they would be willing to buy. Jackson already had Carlo-y stunning world-class porcelains and was no longer interested in these ordinary items. Seeing that the Japanese didn't go up to inspect it, assuming they weren't planning to buy, he also didn't bother. Adon showed little interest in such items as well. Barney and Draper, however, went up to take a look. After examining it, they shook their heads. It was just an ordinary Zephyr Dynasty porcelain artifact, though indeed authentic. This porcelain eventually sold for 20,000 yuan. The second item is a seal inscribed with Aiden. It appears to be from Aiden, a minister during the Zephyr Dynasty. The starting bid is 50,000 yuan. Gentlemen who are interested, please come up and take a look. When Yuan Laosen said this, everyone in the audience was shocked. Aiden? Could it be that today's items were all taken from Aiden's tomb? Yuan Laosen wouldn't dare to directly admit that he robbed Aiden's tomb, but this seal did raise a lot of questions. The Carlo who bought the first porcelain was overjoyed. It turned out to be a burial object from Aiden, and he got it for just 20,000 yuan. What a bargain. Suddenly, everyone who had thought it was ordinary now felt regretful. They quickly went up to examine the seal. Jackson also went up to have a look. He wanted to see if it was genuine or just a ploy by Yuan Laosan. Chapter 193, A Scheme Within a Scheme. After careful examination, Jackson confirmed that this seal was indeed Aiden's. Barney had the same idea. They looked closely at it and then sat back down, deep in thought. Suddenly, a Carlo brushed past Jackson, slipping a ball of paper into his hand and calmly walked away as if nothing happened. Though surprised, Jackson didn't make a fuss and casually returned to his seat. Barney and old Don were discussing whether to bid on the seal. Jackson secretly opened the note in his palm and instantly broke out in cold sweat. The Carlo who just approached him was actually a police officer. Before coming here, Jackson wore a pair of rimless glasses so as not to be recognized. But policemen have keen eyes and identified Jackson at once. Isn't he the boy who donated antiques reported in the newspaper? He is here too. Perfect, they can use some help. So the police Carlo scribbled a few sentences on a piece of paper she had grabbed at random and took advantage of going up to view the seal to slip it into Jackson's hand. She only asked Jackson to be more cautious when they take action later and cooperate with them when necessary. Jackson immediately understood. She was from the Cultural Relics Police. He stole a glance in the Carlo's direction. He found that she was also armed, hiding her gun under her skirt. There were 2 men next to her, presumably her partners. 3 people? They want to tackle the criminal gang all by themselves? What a joke. Don't get him killed too. He didn't know how they got the information, which was clearly inaccurate anyway. Just 3 guns wouldn't do much good here. He hoped they had backup. System mission released. Help the police stop Lao Sanyuan and company from selling cultural relics illegally. Mission reward, 1 replication card. Jackson was no longer paying attention to the auction, but was thinking about how to extricate himself. These things might be valuable, but without a life, everything else doesn't matter. Bullets aren't picky in a shootout. Jackson began observing the surroundings. Including the 2 guards outside the door and Lao Sanyuan on the stage, there were 12 people in total. For some unknown reason, he felt extremely uneasy and scanned again using his clairvoyance. Fortunately for him, this time he found a Carlo hidden beneath the temporary platform. He lay in the dark watching outside through a small hole, holding what appeared to be a sniper rifle. A shot would take someone out easily, drenched in cold sweat despite the sweltering weather. According to the police Carlo's plan, they intended to launch a surprise attack after the auction ended and the crowd dispersed. However, the odds were overwhelmingly stacked against them. Both sides were armed with actual firearms, 13 against 3. This could easily turn into a trap where the captor becomes the captured. Even with him, it didn't seem like they stood much chance of winning. 36 stratagems raced through Jackson's mind and finally, he came up with one tactic. Capture the king first. It didn't matter about those minions on the stage. The main objective was still Lao Sanyuan and the elimination of the sniper. Jackson was frantically brainstorming. Hey, what are you thinking? Barney nudged him. What did you say? Jackson snapped back to reality. Elder Yuan asked if we should match the Japanese's offer. Inwardly, Jackson thought they shouldn't risk their lives over this. But verbally he replied, yes, let's. Adon promptly raised the bid, 80,000. 100,000. The Japanese called Nash offered. 11 million. Adon yelled. Jackson kept an eye on the situation on stage, while nervously surveying the surrounding area. His clairvoyance was fully utilized between the sniper and the courtyard. Barney noticed his distraction. Is something wrong? Are you not optimistic about this seal? He whispered. Jackson pursed his lips and decided to tell him since he couldn't guarantee he could get them all out safely if bullets started flying. He leaned toward Barney and whispered, the police are on our tail. If anything happens, you should run immediately with Elder Yuan. This house has 3 exits. We came in through the main entrance. Go right, then left and go straight to find a side door. It's safer. He had already explored the routes using his power. When everyone tries to escape through the front entrance, taking a less crowded route means survival. Being straightforward, Adon can't keep secrets, and Jackson feared he'd do something reckless. So he decided not to tell him. Barney was a reliable person. Although he was shocked by the news, he quickly regained his composure and didn't ask how Jackson knew about it. He simply nodded. All right, I understand. While they were talking, the price of Aiden's seal had already been bid up to 280,000 yuan. Nash directly raised it to 300,000 yuan. After all, it was just a seal, not made of any rare material. Its value mainly came from Aiden's reputation. 300,000 yuan was quite a high price. Adon refused to give up and competed with Nash, 320,000. The elder Yuan on stage was extremely delighted. This bidder has raised it to 320,000 yuan. Is there anyone willing to offer a higher price? Opportunity knocks but once. Nash angrily ranted at them in Japanese. No one understood what he was saying, but it probably wasn't anything nice. Then he let his translator raise the bid to 350,000 yuan. Elder Yuan couldn't stop smiling. Adon puffed up with anger. ready to make another bid when Jackson stopped him. Brother Yuan, let it go. After all, nothing here could be taken away today. Adon huffed and puffed. No way. I've brought enough money today anyway. Jackson helplessly watched as he directly raised the price to 380,000 yuan. Nash gritted his teeth and raised it to 400,000 yuan. Adon, red-faced and angry, was about to raise the bid again when Jackson held him back. Brother Yuan, trust me. Once for 400,000, twice for 400,000, thrice for 400,000. It's a deal. Elder Yuan announced, and this transaction was completed. Although Nash got the seal, he had spent over 100,000 yuan more than expected, making him unhappy. He grumbled at Adon in Japanese. Adon, sulking, complained to Jackson. Didn't you tell me to block him? Why did you let him have it? Even though Nash paid more, the item still ended up with the Japanese, leaving Adon displeased. Just wait, don't rush. Jackson could only try to soothe him. Chapter 194 Sudden Change, Crisis. Adon knew that Jackson was a Carlo with foresight. So although he complained verbally, he ultimately said nothing. The third auction item was a string of prayer beads, more precisely, a string of court beads. The similarity between court beads and prayer beads is that both are composed of 108 beads. Court beads were worn as accessories on official attire during court sessions, matching the official's clothing, hence their name. A set of court beads has 4 large beads at the front of the chest, known as Buddha heads, representing the 4 seasons, spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Behind them hangs a pendant called a baiyun, symbolizing the cyclical nature of time. However, not everyone could wear these court beads around their necks. Only civil officials of 5th rank and above and military officials of 4th rank and above were qualified to wear such beads. Ordinary officials and commoners were not allowed to wear them casually. Court beads signified an official's identity and rank. Officials of different ranks used court beads made of different materials. For instance, the emperor, empress, and dowager empress used pearls, while other high-ranking officials used coral, jadeite, amber, and honey wax, among other materials. Zephyrg officials wore court beads because the emperor believed in Tibetan Buddhism, making court beads a necessary accessory for Zephyrg officials and royalty in formal attire. The appearance of this set of court beads once again confirmed something, that this group of tomb raiders must have looted Aiden's tomb, and this court bead string must be one of his burial items. The scene became lively again. Jackson and Dane also verified that this string of court beads was genuine and in fairly good condition. The starting bid for this string of prayer beads is 60,000 yuan. Those who are interested can start bidding. As Abdul anticipated, the prayer beads triggered another wave of excitement, with bids pouring in rapidly. Draper really liked this set of court beads and kept bidding, having prearranged with Adon to borrow 300,000 yuan in case he didn't bring enough money. Adon had no interest in the prayer beads and just sat there watching the commotion. Jackson and Dane were extremely uneasy and anxious. Suddenly, a young Carlo at the door shouted, "Christo, it's not good, the cops." Instantly, everyone reacted differently. Abdul instinctively prepared to pack up and flee. Jackson didn't have time to think. How could they be discovered when he had been so vigilant? In the next moment, he made up his mind. The Hayden's heart raced. She hadn't given any signal yet. How did they suddenly discover the ambush? In desperation, she quickly made a decision. All the guests inside looked at the door in confusion. For a moment, chaos ensued. Jackson patted Dane, signaling him to act according to his instructions, then took advantage of the chaos to rise quietly and move toward Abdul. But 2 Carlo-y people surrounded Abdul, giving him no chance to make a move. Abdul was instructing his subordinates to grab their things and run immediately, paying no attention to what was happening below. The Hayden immediately drew her gun and fired a shot into the air. Everyone in the hall cowered and rushed out in panic. Abdul, busy packing up and escaping, missed the best opportunity to take a hostage. Adon and Dane followed the crowd, carrying boxes and ran out. Fortunately, Dane, following Jackson's instructions, headed towards the less crowded exit. The Hayden and her 2 companions instantly engaged in a fierce struggle with these desperate criminals. Jackson naturally couldn't run. His presence gave these few police officers perhaps a glimmer of hope. If he ran, they would surely be like lambs to the slaughter. After all, there was still a sniper hiding somewhere. As seconds passed, the officers outside heard the gunshot and immediately rushed in. But due to the large number of people, they couldn't get in quickly enough. Only Jackson and the others faced off against over a dozen desperate criminals. While dodging several attackers around him, Jackson kept an eye on the hidden sniper, predicting where his bullets would land and helping the police avoid round after round of gunfire. This situation couldn't last. Jackson needed a quick resolution. He easily subdued one person, snatched his gun, and turned it towards the sniper. The sniper had long noticed him. His miraculous help in evading several shots earlier seemed almost divine. However, the sniper was confident that Jackson wouldn't hit him. He changed positions and angles after each shot, making it impossible to find him by the previous bullet holes. What the sniper didn't know was that Jackson had X-ray vision and had tracked his movements accurately. Now, he aimed straight at the sniper's head. Jackson had practiced headshots countless times at the shooting range, but this was his first real-life attempt. Yet he had no choice. The sniper was a significant threat, and with him around, none of them would survive. In this life-and-death struggle, he could no longer hold back and ruthlessly pulled the trigger. Everyone only saw him fire one shot before quickly joining the fray, not noticing that the sniper who had been threatening them never attacked again. He had been killed with a headshot by Jackson and was now lying in a pool of blood. Seymour, carrying the treasures he had dug up from the ground, along with a few subordinates, prepared to escape through a small door. Only 7 or 8 subordinates were left to fight against Jackson and the 3 others. Seeing this, Jackson thought that he couldn't let Seymour escape, or today's efforts would be wasted. With determination, he shouted to the Hayden, "I'll chase them. You hold them off." The Hayden didn't have time to think much and gratefully replied, "Thanks, brother." Jackson immediately gave chase, leaving the battlefield behind and pursuing Seymour alone. His X-ray vision almost covered the entire courtyard. He noticed that Seymour and his men had taken the side door where he had instructed Dane to go earlier. He hurriedly followed, keeping a close tail on them. Using his X-ray vision advantage, he quickly dealt with 3 of Seymour's men, leaving Seymour all alone. Seymour was terrified by Jackson's sudden appearances. Who was playing tricks? Show yourself. Out of bullets, Jackson stepped out boldly. I'm here. Seymour glared at him fiercely. I never thought I would lose to a mere kid like you. You also took care of number 2, didn't you? He had already noticed the sniper was dead but had no time for grief. Survival was his priority.
Yes.
Jackson admitted straightforwardly. Seymour threw the bag of valuables on the ground and ripped open his clothes. So come die with me then. Go to hell with our brothers. On his stomach were several bundles of grenades. Without hesitation, Seymour pulled the pins. Jackson's pupils constricted in fear. No way. For real? He wasn't ready to die yet. Chapter 195, Sacrifice. Everyone heard a bang. Their hearts sank. The reinforcements of the police while Carlo had arrived. She looked towards the direction of the explosion and rushed over without waiting for the remaining few people. If not for Jackson, she and her colleagues would definitely not have held on until reinforcements came. If something really happened, she would never forgive herself. Barney and Adon, who had already walked to the door, felt an ominous premonition upon hearing the explosion and hurriedly dropped the boxes they were carrying to run back. If Jackson really got hurt today, what a tragedy it would be for several families. They couldn't bear to imagine how heartbroken the Luo family would be. The two parties rushed to the site of the explosion and saw a scene of horror. Arms and legs scattered on the ground, carlaggled bodies. Barney, feeling extremely uncomfortable at this sight, retched, while even the burly Carlo Adon turned away, unable to bear looking at the scene. Born in peaceful times, they had never seen anything like this. The police while Carlo seemed used to it, however, and immediately rushed over, kneeling down to examine the area. Her colleague who had come with her suddenly shouted, pointing beside them, Alberta, it's Ascari. Muriel's pupils constricted. Ascari was a colleague who had come with them. After Jackson left and reinforcements arrived, Muriel had sent him over to help Jackson. Now, they saw his torn, bloodied corpse, seeming to be protecting something underneath him. Tears instantly fell from Muriel's eyes as she crouched down, trying hard to pull apart his curled-up body. Beneath him was a person, Jackson, who had passed out. It was unknown how badly he was injured. Barney and Adon rushed over to help lift him up. Underneath Jackson's body was a package containing the artifacts that Abdul had intended to take away. Seeing this scene, those present couldn't hold back their tears. This People's Police Carlo named Ascari had sacrificed his life to protect both Jackson and the artifacts. Even the burly Adon couldn't help but shed tears of pain. At this moment, though they did not know each other, everyone admired his spirit from the bottom of their hearts. Without thinking much, Barney gently checked Jackson's breathing, relieved when he found a pulse. Adon directly squatted down and carried him on his back, rushing straight to the hospital. Muriel and the other police officers stayed behind to clean up the mess. Muriel and her colleagues, with tears streaming down their faces, stood up and saluted Ascari's body with a standard military salute. This mission was sudden. The three of them received notification and hurried over, completely unprepared. In fact, they had made up their minds before coming. No matter the cost, they had to stop these tomb robbers. They had put their lives on the line before coming. When Muriel saw Jackson, recalling his martial arts skills, she asked for his help. It turned out to be the right decision. Without Jackson's help, the three of them wouldn't have lasted until the main forces arrived. Abdul might have escaped. The current outcome was already the best possible one. If they had been the ones helping today, they too would have made the same choice. There was nothing else to say about it. But pity the families of those who lost their loved ones. They would take care of them. Barney and Adon delivered Jackson to the nearest hospital. After a series of examinations, the doctor said he had only sustained minor injuries, scratches on his face from falling, and some wounds on his legs from the blast. He also fainted due to shock, with some mild concussion in his head. Otherwise, there was nothing serious. Upon receiving the news, Claude, Arrigo, Luo Jean-Dong, Jean-Daisy, and Jonathan's grandparents all rushed over. A few hours later, Jackson woke up. Assisting the police in preventing Seymour from selling the artifacts, the task is complete. Mission rewards have been issued. Please use them. He stared at the ceiling, still dazed. How are you, Stephen? Violet, seeing her son's odd expression, was in tears. Lao Yuan, that police Carlo? Jackson finally spoke, wanting to ask about the police Carlo who had shielded him. Barney turned away, unwilling to speak. Adon opened his mouth but remained silent, hesitating before saying, he's gone. Jackson closed his eyes, a tear rolling down his cheek as the final moments replayed in his mind. The moment before the grenade exploded, a spatial notification appeared, telling him he could hide in the miniature space. He was about to enter it when someone tackled him to the ground from behind. Immediately after, a deafening explosion rang in his ears, and he lost consciousness. Though Jackson had experienced life and death in his previous life, and had become quite indifferent to Carlo-y things, today, a stranger sacrificed his precious life to save him. He truly couldn't accept this reality and was in immense pain. Although part of the reason he saved him was for the artifacts, it was undeniable that he lost his life because of him. Even without seeing the gruesome scene, he could imagine how excruciating it must have been. Why didn't he bring him into the miniature space? Why wasn't he just a little faster? Just a bit faster. Jackson was tormented by unbearable pain, and no amount of comfort could soothe him. He was immersed in his own world, repeatedly recalling that moment. Everyone knew that this incident had greatly impacted him, and it would take time for him to come to terms with it. They could only give him time to think through it. At the same time, everyone felt relieved that he survived. Though it might sound selfish, it was wonderful that Jackson survived. They almost lost him. Violet wanted him to stay out of these kinds of troubles in the future so that incidents like this wouldn't happen. Knowing her son was grieving, she didn't voice her thoughts. Zena arrived last. She quietly approached the bedside. Qinshan, cry it out. It will be better once you let it out. Jackson looked at her with red eyes. I couldn't save him. He's dead. He's dead. Zena gently hugged him. You're not a god, nor do you have 3 heads and 6 arms. You did your best, Forgive yourself. If only I could turn back time. I wouldn't hesitate. I'd pull him into the space with me. Jackson buried his head in the pillow, tears soaking it. The system has detected the host's willingness to use a time rewind card. Do you confirm its use? The mechanical voice of the system sounded in Jackson's ear. Jackson suddenly came to his senses. That's right. He still had a time rewind card that could send him back to any point within the past 3 days. Chapter 196, Time Rewind, Exchange Token. He silently chanted in his heart, activate. This time, he would save him no matter what. Please select the point in time you want to return to. Jackson thought for a moment. He had to return right before the final explosion to truly save him. If he went back any earlier, Anakin and others might still participate in the operation, risking casualties. The best time was that final moment of the explosion to rescue Camden and perfectly thwart Abdul's escape. Jackson chose the time. A wave of dizziness, and he was once again transported back to that moment. Abdul tore off his clothes, then die with me. Be buried with our brothers. He pulled the pin on the grenade. Jackson turned to see Camden rushing towards him from behind. In an instant, he caught Camden, pulling him down to the ground. Taking advantage of this moment, Jackson entered the mini space along with Camden, and also scooped up the items Abdul dropped. Since Camden wasn't the owner of the space, he lost consciousness as soon as he entered. Outside, Abdul believed he would take 2 lives with him in his so-called noble death. To his surprise, both miraculously vanished, along with his belongings. But he didn't have time to ponder this, as he was blown into pieces the next moment, an unbearable sight. Inside the miniature space, Jackson saw this gruesome scene and almost vomited. He held in his discomfort and immediately exited the space with Camden and the items, placing him slightly further away. Stevie and Anakin would arrive shortly, so he couldn't let them notice anything odd. 2 minutes later, Anakin and Stevie arrived. Jackson told them that Abdul planned to die with them, and Camden had been knocked unconscious by the blast shock. He carloaged to roll out of the way just in time, narrowly avoiding the explosion's impact. Everyone felt relieved after hearing this. Not long after, Camden woke up. He didn't remember much about what happened, but recalled tackling Jackson. After that, everything was a blur. They were all just glad he was alive. Seeing the remains of Abdul on the ground, everyone was relieved. The main force quickly subdued the rest of the people. Next was sorting through Abdul's gang and their loot. Thanks to Jackson's timely protection, everything remained intact. The police did well with dealing with the gang but struggled identifying the artifacts, so they enlisted Jackson, Stevie, and Adon to serve as temporary appraisers, helping categorize and record these items. The trio spent the entire night busily working, only returning home at dawn. Despite being exhausted, Jackson felt immensely relieved. Though he used a precious time rewind card, a reward for saving a plane full of people, knowing he saved someone without bearing anyone else's life made him feel lighter. Seeing Camden running around and his family not grieving over losing him, Jackson felt it was all worth it. There was even an unexpected reward. Host used the valuable card to help others, demonstrating great love and selflessness. The system rewards an additional exchange token. Jackson studied the new token and found it quite intriguing, like a sleight of hand. It could exchange any item remotely, undetectable even by surveillance. It was a wonderful tool, perfect for certain situations. Stevie and Adon were disheartened. They spent the whole night without gaining anything and nearly got injured. Truly, bad luck. Fortunately, the next day they heard news that those 2 Japanese guys, Nash and Avril, were robbed while running away last night, losing several boxes of money. Adon laughed. Damn Japanese. They deserved it. Afterward, they stayed quiet for some time, wary of underground auctions. Jackson started school again. This semester focused on sculpture and mural restoration. Daryl had already contacted his old friend working on mural restoration in Gansu's 1000 Buddha caves and decided to bring them there for field study. Before leaving, they learned basic knowledge and techniques for mural restoration. Besides Daryl, 3 senior brothers accompanied them. When Stevie heard about the trip, he expressed interest and asked Daryl to take him along. 6 of them soon flew to Gansu. After arriving, they changed vehicles several times, finally reaching Duanhuang's 1000 Buddha caves, also known as Mogeo grottos, riding on a local donkey cart. The Mogeo caves are not just a single grotto, but refer to the entire cave complex, spanning 1,600 meters with north and south zones. Nearly 500 caves with existing murals and sculptures are primarily located in the south zone. The Mogeo caves have tens of thousands of square meters of murals, over 3,000 polychrome sculptures, and 5 wooden structures from the Tang and Song dynasties. The grottos mainly feature polychrome sculptures, with walls and ceilings entirely painted with murals. The floors are adorned with flower-patterned bricks, and there are eaves and walkways outside each cave, connecting them all into a cohesive architectural ensemble combining stone grottos, polychrome sculptures, and murals as a Buddhist cultural legacy. Polychrome sculptures include images of Buddhas, bodhisattvas, disciples, celestial kings, vajras, arhats, and eminent monks. The mural subjects encompass individual portraits of Buddhas, bodhisattvas, disciples, celestial kings, vajras, brahmas, arhats, etc. Narrative paintings tell the life story of Shakyamuni, from his conception, birth, growth, enlightenment, subduing demons, to becoming a Buddha, in mythologized biographical style. There are Jataka tales depicting the Buddha's sacrifices and benevolence in previous lives before his enlightenment. Karmic stories illustrate how the Buddha saves sentient beings. Murals also depict Chinese traditional myths, including some Taoist myths, and historical events focusing on the achievements of Buddhas, bodhisattvas, and eminent monks in spreading Buddhism. These cultural relics not only reflect the high artistic standards of ancient times and the development history of painting and sculpture during specific eras, but in modern China, these exquisite murals were repeatedly vandalized by fire, smoke, carving, and graffiti, leading to considerable damage. It was only after the establishment of the Dunhuang Research Institute that dedicated personnel began carloaging the site, copying the murals, reinforcing the cliffs, and initiating scientific protection and restoration for the murals and sculptures. The Mogeo caves are listed as a key National Cultural Relic Protection Unit. Daryl's old friend works at the Dunhuang Research Institute, dedicating his life to protecting the Mogeo Caves, making him a true civilian hero. This time, they came to help restore and reinforce the murals in the Mogeo Caves. The murals have survived thanks to Xuanhuan's unique climate conditions, with high summer temperatures and low winter temperatures, reaching up to 40 degrees Celsius in summer and as low as minus 30.5 degrees Celsius in winter. Dunhuang has little rainfall and high evaporation rates, with annual precipitation being very low while evaporation is extremely high. Due to minimal rainfall and relatively low air humidity, the damage to the murals is reduced. Moreover, the caves being carved into cliff walls maintain a relatively constant humidity inside, allowing the murals to remain well preserved for longer periods. Although they had prepared themselves for a challenging living environment before coming, everyone truly realized the hardship only after arriving at the Mogeo Caves. Chapter 197. A Pearl Lost in the Vast Sea. Here, Jackson and the others met Daryl's longtime friend, Professor Kanjia. He dedicated his life to Dunhuang grotto art and was committed to protecting and restoring the caves, as well as preserving the original appearance of murals and imitating mural arts. He can be said to have poured his whole life and youth into this cause. In this small courtyard, there were also dozens of staff members working with him. Most of them had graduated from undergraduate programs and were assigned here by the state, giving up their comfortable lives in big cities to uncomplainingly take root in Dunhuang and dedicate their entire lives to it. The material conditions here were really poor, but everyone's face was filled with passionate smiles. Welcome our comrades to Dunhuang Mogeo Caves. Lao Jonathan, I didn't think we would meet again after so Carlo-y years apart. Arsene held Daryl's hand excitedly. Lao Kane, all of you have suffered so much. Daryl looked at the surrounding conditions and couldn't help feeling heartache. Mogeo Caves are located in a harsh desert environment with severe sandstorms and scarce resources. The living conditions for the Dunhuang Research Institute were very difficult. It's not hard work at all. Look, we just got electricity last year, which has greatly improved everyone's working environment, Professor Kane said, pointing at the electric lights. Previously, kerosene lamps were mainly used for lighting in the Mogeo Caves, supplemented by carbide lamps when working inside the cave. Every teacher in the art group was an expert in carbide lamp repairs. Under such difficult conditions, they reproduced a large number of murals, and these works were exhibited abroad, causing a sensation worldwide. Only now did their living and working conditions gradually improve. The group received warm welcomes from everyone. For their first meal here, Arsene specially asked the cook Andy to make locally famous donkey meat yellow noodles. The broth is made from chopped mushrooms, minced donkey meat, and block-shaped tofu. When poured over chewy yellow noodles, it releases a rich aroma of fatty meat and sweet mushrooms. Smelling that aroma, saliva immediately started to uncontrollably dribble down. After finishing their meal, without stopping for a rest, Arsene led them to inspect the damaged murals in the Mogeo Caves. Dunhuang Mogeo Caves, known as the Desert Art Gallery on the Silk Road, were facing a rapidly deteriorating situation. Apart from damage caused by peeling, cracking, and mold growth on the paintings, extensive areas of mural foundations were experiencing displacement and detachment. Groundwater, rainwater, and other sources of moisture dissolved salts in the soil, producing chemical reactions that were eroding and damaging these Buddhist artworks. Many murals were close to being destroyed. In the dim stone caves, Carlo-y blue and red colors on the mural Buddha statues had peeled off. Some Buddha statues' necks had developed thick, deep cracks, and gaps had appeared between the mural bases and the underlying rock walls. Many Buddha statues' faces were covered with black mold spots, making it nearly impossible to discern their facial features. Rain entering the caves and the constant reproduction of mold had severely damaged the Buddha statues. The earthen wall foundations mixed with grass had become soft like cake in Carlo-y places, with serious problems of peeling and damage that urgently needed maintenance and repair. Daryl was also an expert in restoration and could provide Carlo-y highly feasible suggestions on this trip, leading the team in execution. Arranged by the Research Institute, the group stayed in a nearby town and rode medium-sized buses with the Institute staff to the caves every day for work. According to Arsene, this medium-sized bus was specially arranged for them this year, significantly improving their lives. Before, to work in the caves, they could only ride carts pulled by horses or donkeys, often stopping halfway due to bad weather. Now everything was much better. Jackson and Daryl completely distanced themselves from the noise of the city, beginning a period of ascetic life. Most of their daily work involved standing on scaffolding, holding makeshift grouting pipes, inserting them into the gaps between murals and walls, sucking prepared materials into syringes, then injecting them through grouting pipes into the blistered parts of the murals, using wall panels to support and press the murals back onto the walls. Due to erosion over time, the diseases suffered by murals included blistering, flaking, and efflorescence. They made the delicate patterns blurred and damaged. Sometimes they curled like scales, sometimes covered with white frost, and sometimes even became loose and detached. And the job of restorers was to use various tools of different sizes: dusting, filling, desalting, bonding, pressing, supporting, helping murals fight against time. As Arsene put it, they were all wall-facing people, doing work akin to treating the gods and Buddhas. From unfamiliarity to proficiency, the young people fully integrated into the work of Dunhuang mural restoration. Not only did they learn all the restoration methods big and small within the institute, but they also actively participated in the design scheme meetings, offering some constructive suggestions. They truly contributed to the preservation of Dunhuang murals. Jackson was the youngest of the group, not yet 20, and everyone took good care of him. Today was a rare rest day, and Daryl led his disciples to prepare for a thorough visit to the scenery of the Mogeo Caves. Since arriving, they had quickly immersed themselves in work and hadn't had the chance to fully explore the area. Every day they were busy inside the enclosed caves. Now, the Mogeo Caves were not as famous as they would be in later times, still hidden deep in the mountains. The visitor count was low, leaving it quite desolate. Due to its vast size and lack of economic benefit, there was little comprehensive protection other than the spontaneous efforts of the institute's staff. The local government only hired some villagers to take turns guarding it to prevent vandalism. When people visited the grottos, the villagers wouldn't stop them, but they would emphasize that no damage should be done. During this period, Jackson and his companions had become familiar with the local guards. When they went up to visit, the villagers warmly suggested which caves were worth seeing. These caves were all numbered. For example, Cave 275 is considered the earliest, dating back to the Northern Nathaniel period. Cave 275 was the first cave chiseled by monk Lu Xun on the cliff of Singing Sand Mountain. On its west wall stands a cross-legged Maitreya Buddha, sitting on a lion seat. 3 niches were carved on each side wall to house bodhisattvas, each niche with an eave, showcasing the typical central plain style cave. Cave 96 is the most renowned large Buddha statue cave, located in the middle section of the grotto cluster and is a landmark building known as 9-story pavilion. Inside is a seated Maitreya Buddha statue over 30 meters high, later called the Northern Giant Buddha, chiseled in 695 AD during Emmeline's reign. It is said that its image was modeled after Wu Zetian's face. Cave 45, the cave with the most beautiful statues, was chiseled during the peak Tang Dynasty era and is the best preserved grotto, housing 7 lavishly dressed statues intricately carved. According to legend, the images of the Buddha and Guanyin were modeled after Omar and consort Augustine Xuanhuan. Cave 17 is also known as the Xuanhuan Cave, a meditation cave built by the renowned monk Hongbian from Dunhuang. This cave houses more than 50,000 relics and artifacts from the 4th to 11th centuries, and it is famously referred to as the Xuanhuan Cave. Unfortunately, the discovery of the Xuanhuan Cave coincided with one of China's most difficult and corrupt periods, leading Carloy precious artifacts to be looted by foreign powers, hoarded by corrupt officials, or destroyed by ignorance, scattered around the world. Each of these caves has its own story. Chapter 198. Discovery of the mural being replaced. Accompanying them was a staff member of the institute named Jeremiah, who narrated the stories of each cave as they walked. The group listened in rapt attention. Soon they arrived at Cave 158. This was the most distinctive Nirvana cave, rectangular and coffin-shaped, quite unique. Inside, there was a Nirvana Buddha altar over 1 meter high, on which lay the Buddha. The walls to the south, north, and east were covered entirely with murals depicting the solemn scenes before Buddha's nirvana. The ceiling featured 1,000 Buddhas, richly diverse and spectacular. The Nirvana cave was built in 755 AD, funded by a prominent local family in Dunhuang. The group began touring the cave. Some of the senior disciples even took out their sketch papers to trace the images. Jackson and Barney pulled out their cameras for a few clicks. They had specially bought these cameras and prepared Carloy rolls of film when they came from Tianjin. For this, the two had also self-studied methods to develop photos. While photographing a mural on the wall, Jackson felt something was amiss. This piece seemed different from the others nearby, though he couldn't pinpoint what made it odd. This observation stemmed from his strong connoisseurship and keen eye. Big brother Xiang, take a look at this mural. It seems different from the ones around it. Jackson patted Barney's shoulder. Barney turned on his powerful flashlight, examined it closely, and shook his head, somewhat puzzled. I can't really tell either. It feels a bit strange, but there doesn't seem to be much difference. Maybe a different artist took over midway, causing a slight change in style. Even Barney couldn't discern any significant differences. Their peculiar behavior quickly drew Daryl's attention, who slowly approached. Jackson still felt something was off with this section of the mural. He used his psychic vision to examine it again. Penetrating the stone surface, the sight startled him. Beneath this stone layer was an area about 1 meter high and 1.5 meters wide, all adhered with a special glue. However, according to his knowledge, the research institute didn't have this type of glue and would not use such a method to create a fake stone layer and adhere it onto the wall. There was clearly something wrong here. Out of caution, he asked Jeremiah, brother son, has this mural ever fallen off completely? Jeremiah, very familiar with the restoration status of these caves, shook his head. No, the murals inside this cave are relatively well preserved, except for some touch-ups on faded areas. Barney nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense. Both Qinshan and I feel this mural differs from the ones around it, but we can't explain why. Perhaps it's because the retouches caused slight stylistic differences compared to the original. Jackson spoke firmly. No, this isn't just a minor stylistic difference, brother Sunday. I think we should invite Director Kane to come and check. I can confirm that this mural has been replaced entirely. In other words, someone removed the entire stone layer and left only a forged imitation. Everyone was taken aback upon hearing this. Barney hurriedly tugged at Jackson's arm, signaling him not to say anything without evidence. This wasn't a trivial matter. If mistaken, it could cause embarrassment. Jeremiah was visibly startled. No way. I don't see any difference. Daryl did not immediately refute, but stood facing the mural, examining it seriously. Others started whispering among themselves. Precisely because there is no visible difference, it is terrifying. It means the forger's skills are incredibly advanced, able to pass off fakes convincingly enough to deceive even the Institute's staff over the years. Brother son, trust me, I wouldn't make baseless claims. My calligraphy and appraisal skills are decent. There is more than a mere stylistic difference here. If you fear making a mistake, I will take full responsibility. Please notify Director Kane. Knowing well Jackson's capability, Jeremiah felt both alarmed and scared. If Jackson was right, then everything they've done over the years at the Institute would be a joke. Their territory would have been transformed into a den of thieves, allowing valuable items to be swapped without their knowledge. As Jeremiah hesitated, Daryl decisively turned and said, Jeremiah, go and bring Director Kane over. Any issues, I'll handle. With those words from Daryl, Jeremiah became utterly flustered and hurriedly rushed down. Qinshan, how did you spot it? Daryl's words indicated that he also noticed something was wrong, thus confirming Jackson's observation. For a moment, everyone looked around in confusion. Barney felt relieved but also became anxious after hearing Daryl. He felt relieved because Jackson wouldn't bear the blame, but worried about how these murals could have been replaced. The situation was definitely complicated and uncovering this now felt like a storm was coming, as if a building was about to collapse. Jackson, of course, couldn't say he had psychic vision which revealed that this stone layer was glued on. He could only provide a series of professional judgments about murals, pointing out the stylistic differences between this section and the adjacent ones. Based solely on these judgments, you dare to conclude it has been replaced? What if you're wrong? Daryl watched him with interest. If I'm wrong, I might face some blame and lose face, but if I'm right, we can trace the source, prevent the loss of cultural relics, and protect more murals and artifacts. It's worth it either way, Jackson said nonchalantly. Daryl patted his shoulder. Good lad. You have keen eyes and courage. Let's take this responsibility together. Daryl didn't have psychic vision, nor did he know the truth under the stone layer. However, based on his years of experience in artifact preservation, he felt there was indeed a significant problem with this mural. Therefore, he believed that regardless of whether it was genuine or not, they must investigate for peace of mind. Soon, Director Kane and his team were called over by Jeremiah. Jackson's claim was so extraordinary that even Kanejia was startled and immediately brought people over. Chapter 199, Discovering the Problem, Mission. Mr. Jonathan, is what Jeremiah said true? Kanejia asked anxiously as soon as he arrived. He trusted Daryl's judgment. Take a look for yourself. Though I cannot be entirely sure, it's about 60% likely. Daryl stepped aside. Kanejia and his team hurriedly examined the area inch by inch under the flashlight held by Jackson. After the inspection, Kanejia questioned Jackson in detail, who naturally repeated his earlier explanation to Daryl. The group was at an impasse. To verify its authenticity, brute force would inevitably be required to damage it. From the surface, there indeed seemed to be a slight sense of incongruity. However, destroying this mural based solely on this subtle feeling could lead to irreparable damage if they were wrong. Yet, having discovered the issue, leaving it unresolved felt like a thorn in their hearts. After much deliberation, President Kane and Daryl decided that they must investigate thoroughly. They gathered tools and decided to cut a small corner first, the location chosen by Jackson. This approach allowed them to quickly uncover any hidden secrets without damaging the mural. With everyone's efforts, they finally carloaged to pry open a small corner. What they saw left them utterly shocked. This was clearly not the original mural. It was a counterfeit meticulously pasted over by someone with ulterior motives, distinctly different from the surrounding natural stone. Following Jackson's instructions, they carefully peeled off the entire counterfeit section, which measured more than a meter long. Upon seeing the inside, it became evident that this large section of the mural had been deliberately pasted over. The level of deception was astounding. Where had the original mural gone? How was it transported away? They suspected that the villagers nearby might have been bribed, or else these actions couldn't have been carried out so secretly without being noticed. Moreover, achieving such perfect cutting and pasting was no easy feat given the environmental constraints. They themselves couldn't achieve this yet, but someone had done it, indicating that they belonged to a sophisticated and possibly foreign-backed organization aiming to steal cultural heritage. President Kane and Daryl pondered Carlo-y things instantly but kept silent, for the matter was too serious. Besides being shocked by the switch, another headache arose. Had the intruders only replaced this section? Or had they swapped multiple pieces? A comprehensive inspection would be a massive task, and they weren't sure they could accurately identify all the forgeries. What if they mistakenly damaged authentic pieces? Even for this single detected section, before revealing it, they were uncertain until Jackson insisted and called President Kane over. Pain and guilt overwhelmed them. How long had this been happening without anyone noticing? Everyone felt disheartened. The quality of this forgery was indeed top-notch, suggesting that the forgers were no ordinary individuals. This incident raised numerous issues around the mural, urgently needing resolution. President Kane lived up to his position, thinking for a moment before issuing a strict order. Everyone here, remember, what happened today must not be leaked. This gang dared to switch items openly, meaning there's likely an insider assisting them. We need to expose this person to protect more artifacts. President Kane is right. We understand. It stays between us. Everyone agreed to keep the secret. Thank you for your cooperation. Such an occurrence is our negligence. Our best course now is to lure them out, capture the thieves, and eliminate the root cause. I want to commend Comrade Jackson. He's the youngest among us but has sharper eyesight than the rest. His bravery in identifying and raising concerns sets an example we should all follow. Saying this, President Kane led applause, and everyone followed suit. Jackson smiled modestly. Truthfully, his advantage came from his eye rather than superior visual acumen compared to the seasoned restoration experts. Our immediate priority is to inspect all the grottos, identify the switch sections, and compile a list. Upon hearing this, everyone was perplexed. We walk around here daily and never noticed anything different, one person remarked. Yes, making mistakes could cause harm. Due to the limitations of Carlo vision, such high-level forgery made it challenging for ordinary restorers to spot significant differences or problems. Only masters of restoration like President Kane and Daryl could identify such issues. Secondly, due to environmental restrictions, they couldn't carry out a grand search throughout the entire grottos without alerting the thieves. Large-scale searches could easily tip them off. Everyone's eyes inadvertently turned to Jackson, the youngest but renowned member of the team. President Kane also looked at him and Barney with high hopes. I know this might be a very challenging and arduous task, but our team can't find anyone more suitable than you two for this job. Your sharp eyes and passion for cultural relics match that of our senior members, and I trust both of you. I want you two to handle this task discreetly. What do you think? He asked, hoping for their agreement. President Kane felt somewhat embarrassed as he spoke, since his team lacked someone suitable, forcing him to ask these two younger colleagues who were still learning. Daryl also hesitated to speak. If it was for the protection of cultural relics, they should undertake this mission. But he knew well that this was not an ordinary task. The implications were far from simple. The two were conflicted in their hearts. However, Jackson and Barney, like calves unafraid of tigers, took on the task without hesitation. I can do it. I can do it. They answered in unison, making President Kane feel somewhat sheepish. All right, go ahead and do your best. If you succeed, I will give you full credit. Any mistakes are on me, and I'll take responsibility no matter what. President Kane said with great confidence. Chapter 200, Village Head Zephyr's Request, Mute Brother. After accepting this task, the two men discussed and decided to use photography as an excuse to first inspect all the large grottos. They would mark down any problematic grottos with a pin for further handling. As for the task of catching the inside thief, it was handed over to Arsene and his team. Faxon and Barney made preparations. They specially went to town to buy some dry steamed buns and dried meat. With their camera, notebook, a day's provisions, and water, they started their work in the grottos. Whenever they met local villagers on duty, they would warmly chat with them. The two would enthusiastically respond and mention taking photos of the statues and grottos. Most villagers didn't understand these matters and didn't ask Carlo-y questions. As long as it didn't interfere with their tasks, it was fine. The duo started their comprehensive inspection. In terms of observational skills, Barney had to admit that he truly was not as good as Faxon. When looking at the same things, Faxon could always spot differences from the tiny details, whereas he couldn't see much difference. Realizing that this wouldn't work if continued, the two changed their approach. Barney took care of miscellaneous tasks, acted as a lookout, and took photos to cover up their activities. Faxon concentrated on recording the issues he discovered. With the help of his X-ray vision, he only needed to scan the entire stone walls of the grotto and then sweep through the statues inside. Nothing could hide from him. Unaware before inspection, they were alarmed by what they found after checking. Almost all large grottos showed varying degrees of alterations, ranging from murals to statues, even including large Buddha statues. Though prepared, Faxon was still shocked, his face turning red with anger. These people were too audacious. What troubled him most was that these fake works were incredibly realistic. Even the best restoration experts would find it hard to detect significant differences. Therefore, the Institute hadn't noticed anything unusual. If this continued, it was feared that all these cultural relics might be stolen away gradually. Faxon meticulously recorded the replaced artifacts, heartbroken. Thanks to his X-ray vision, the work progressed rather quickly. Sometimes, Barney hadn't even taken the photos when Faxon had already finished inspecting. Barney was puzzled about how Faxon did it, but finally attributed it to Faxon's unique talent. The two moved non-stop through the grottos without rest, even eating while walking. Chewing dry cakes left their cheeks sore, but they paid no mind, washing it down with water before getting back to work. From morning till night, they completed 1/3 of the task. Daryl and Arsene were prepared for a long-term battle, but they didn't expect such high efficiency, completing 1/3 of the grottos in just one day. This way, they could finish the task in 2 more days. It was indeed an unexpected pleasure. The next day, Faxon and Barney headed into the grottos as usual. On the way, they were stopped by someone. Researcher Hewitt, Researcher Xiaoxiang. A middle-aged Carlo ran up breathlessly. Village head Zephyr, what's up? Barney asked proactively. The caller was indeed Zephyr village head from the nearby village, who was in charge of guarding the grottos. Having been there for several days, they had become familiar with each other. This Zephyr village head was quite friendly, often bringing homemade donkey meat pancakes or local delicacies. The researchers respected him very much. I heard from Lao Jonathonu that you wandered around the grottos all day yesterday. What exactly are you doing? Though I shouldn't doubt you, as part of my duties, I must remind you to be cautious around the statues, ensuring nothing goes wrong, Zephyr village head said with a smile that held a hint of caution. We're here to study from Tianjin City, and we brought cameras and film to document our findings. We aim to photograph and record these statues. See, this way, they will remain permanently stored in my camera, precious memories for the future. Barney demonstrated on the spot. Faxon added with a chuckle, rest assured village head Zephyr. We know what we're doing. It's just photography. We won't damage any statues. Zephyr village head looked enviously at the camera, understanding that it could capture images. Decades ago, during his wedding, he and his wife went to the city's photo studio for a picture. It was very expensive. And now, these two young men carried cameras with them everywhere. He scratched his head. I know about your cameras. After parting ways, Faxon and Barney headed towards the grottos, while Zephyr village head returned to the village. After walking more than 10 meters, village head Zephyr suddenly turned back and shouted apologetically, Comrade Hewitt, can you do us a favor and take a picture of our whole family? I want to send it to my son who is in college. He hasn't been home for nearly 3 years. Faxon felt his heart ache upon hearing this. Gansu province was barren with poor educational resources, and it wasn't easy to have someone attend university from here. It must be that the family lacked money, which explained why the child hadn't returned home for several years. Sure, no problem. Once we finish up these next 2 days, how about the day after tomorrow? We'll come to your place early in the morning, just wait for us at home. Faxon agreed willingly. Village head Zephyr shouted cheerfully, thank you so much. I heard that village head Zephyr's son got into a university in Guangdong province, an undergraduate program. He's the first one in their village to get into university. Faxon and Barney continued discussing as they walked. Really, it's quite hard-earned. I heard from the researchers at the institute that the earliest batch of university students who came here, settled down, married, and had children. Due to the lack of educational resources, few of their kids Carlo aged to get into university. Getting into a technical secondary school was considered good. Yeah, there are Carlo-y cases like this in the institute. Both parents were university graduates, but their kids here were delayed from advancing due to the environment. This kind of spirit of dedication, you and I might find it hard to achieve in our lifetimes, Barney sighed. The two were busy until noon and were just about to eat when Faxon, with his sharp eyesight, noticed someone secretly following them. His X-ray vision pierced through the thick stone walls of the grottos, revealing a Carlo hiding in the corner of the adjacent cave, secretly observing them. Faxon recognized him as one of the grotto guardians, whom other researchers called Joshua because he couldn't speak but would always smile at people. Faxon grew suspicious. Why was he secretly following them? Could Joshua be the inside thief? But he was only a mute. Who would entrust such an important task to a mute? Moreover, he always felt no malice from Joshua's gaze, just something he couldn't quite understand. Pretending nothing was wrong, he continued eating while quietly informing Barney about the stalker. From then on, they kept silent. Another busy day passed. Unbeknownst to them, Arsene and Daryl at the institute had already devised a detailed plan to lure and capture the inside thief, the traitor of Mogeo Grottos. Chapter 201. The Inside Trader is Joshua? At the Research Institute, Arsene and Daryl came up with an idea. They intentionally leaked news of the partial tualoa of the murals in Cave 158, while keeping secret their knowledge of the switcheroo. They believed that this way, the problematic individual would definitely take the bait, going to inspect and fix the flaws, fearing discovery. The murals in Cave 158 had already been restored as they originally were, except for the corner that had been pried open, making it even more convincing. With everything prepared on that evening, the Institute discreetly sent away the cave guardians and had a few strong researchers sneak in and hide near Cave 158, prepared to catch them red-handed. At 11 p.m. that night, there was movement at the grottos. Jackson and Barney, exhausted from the day, didn't join them. In the morning, they only heard from a fellow disciple that someone had been caught last night. It turned out to be Joshua. Around midnight, Joshua sneaked in and was caught before entering the cave. Since he couldn't speak, questioning became difficult. No matter what they asked, he vigorously shook his head, indicating he knew nothing and wasn't responsible, unable to write due to illiteracy. His Megan, an elderly Juan Carlo, rushed over upon hearing about her son's arrest, kneeling to explain that he was a good person, insisting it must have been a misunderstanding. Regardless, his appearance at the caves, especially Cave 158, around midnight indicated something suspicious. Joshua was temporarily detained. The situation seemed to progress yet remained stagnant, falling into a deadlock. Jackson and Barney resumed photographing and documenting the caves as usual. They aimed to complete the task by evening if they hurried today. These days had worn them out. Jackson, physically fit and skilled in martial arts, fared better. Barney, however, suffered. His body aching all over, feet blistered. Fortunately, this was the final day. Jackson took on all the luggage and cared for Brother Xiang. They quickly moved between the caves. Along the way, they encountered several guardians, dispatched by Chief Zephyr after hearing about Joshua's unauthorized entry into Cave 158. Until the theft was fully investigated, it couldn't be made public. Externally, they claimed Joshua entered the cave late at night with malicious intent and was thus detained. Completing their daily tasks, they returned to the Institute. Jackson and Barney fulfilled expectations, completing their mission. He handed over his notebook to Arsene, meticulously documenting each cave's condition, stolen artifacts details including location and size, all meticulously noted for future reference. Arsene and Daryl were astonished by Jackson's detailed records. Is there really this much? So Carlo-y artifacts had been swapped right under their noses, mainly from the larger caves. Smaller caves held less valuable items and remained safer. Several major caves were severely damaged, containing items of higher value. The only consolation was that perhaps the forger needed considerable time to create replicas, so Carlo-y precious artifacts hadn't been replaced yet. Arsene grew increasingly angry, slamming the notebook on the table. Unforgivable. Truly despicable. The stolen artifacts are valuable, suggesting either artifact smugglers or those foreigners who enjoy stealing others' cultural treasures, Daryl analyzed. Joshua panicked and refused to confess. Perhaps he has accomplices, Daryl continued. Joshua still hasn't admitted it? Jackson asked curiously. Daryl shook his head. No, he keeps shaking his head and waving his hands, refusing to admit no matter what we say. I want to see him. May I? Jackson asked Arsene. Still angry, Arsene waved him off without a word. Go ahead. Jackson arrived at the room where Joshua was detained, greeted the guards at the door, and was allowed in. It was now dark. Joshua had been detained for a day and night. He sat hunched on the ground, looking dejected. The noodles on the table were clumped together, untouched. Why aren't you eating? A Carlo is iron, food is steel. Not eating makes one weak, Jackson said. Upon hearing his voice, Joshua looked up in pleasant surprise. Suddenly, he got up and approached Jackson. He glanced at the door, then made a series of agitated gestures towards Jackson. Seeing his bloodshot eyes and frenzied Carloner, Jackson understood that he wanted to tell him something important, but he couldn't understand the gestures. Joshua stroked his chin where there was no beard, walked around the room with his hands behind his back, and hunched over. Then he pointed at the ground, stomped his feet vigorously, and even lay on the floor in a listening posture without caring about the dirt. What could be under the ground? He used his hands to mimic two little figures climbing a mountain, followed by another figure trailing behind. Jackson really couldn't make sense of it. Joshua was so anxious that tears almost welled up in his eyes. He patted his chest and waved his hands frantically. This gesture Jackson understood. It meant he wanted to say that he wasn't a bad person and didn't do anything wrong. Privately, Jackson felt that he might indeed have been wronged and was unable to speak up. As for why he chose to confide in him, it remained unknown. Although he had trailed Jackson and Barney yesterday, it seemed more like an act of probing or assessing, not harboring any sinister motives. His eyes were clear and innocent. Perhaps due to being mute from childhood, his world seemed cleaner than that of ordinary people. Jackson had seen him more than once cleaning the dust off the statues in the grottos and sweeping the caves, more diligent and devout than anyone else. To the other guardians, this job was just work and duty, a daily routine. But he had genuine feelings for these caves. So, Jackson was willing to believe that he wouldn't do such a thing. But believing wasn't enough. Solid evidence was needed to convince everyone. Joshua, don't worry, let's talk slowly. Do you want to tell me that you were framed? Joshua nodded vigorously. Ah. Well, can you tell me why you went to the caves late last night? Chapter 202. It was him, village head Zephyr. Joshua once again used his hands to mimic a figure climbing a mountain, followed by another figure behind. Do you mean someone was chasing you? Joshua shook his head vigorously. So, you followed someone up there? This time, Joshua nodded heavily. But why did everyone only see you? There was no one else in the cave at that time. Joshua hastily gestured again. The first figure turned back once and suddenly disappeared. The second figure spun on the spot before continuing forward. You lost him? He discovered you? You continued forward and were found? Joshua nodded affirmatively again. Faxon frowned deeply. If this person Joshua spoke of truly existed, he would be the real insider. Finding him would prove Joshua's innocence. Then, Do you know who this person is? Joshua walked around the room with his hands behind his back, occasionally feigning a couple of coughs. This person should also be one of the cave guardians, hence the opportunity for the crime. However, Faxon couldn't immediately recall anyone from Joshua's description. Most villagers took turns guarding the caves, and he didn't know everyone. Only Joshua saw them often, remembered them due to his mute condition. The system has issued a task, prove Joshua's innocence. Task reward, truth charm. Faxon had no heart to focus on this task because Joshua couldn't write, and he couldn't understand his gestures. Frustrated, they both couldn't come up with a better solution. Faxon could only leave and plan next steps. Before leaving, he advised, a Carlo is iron, food is steel. You must eat to endure until everything is clear. Your Megan is waiting for you. The villagers have already taken her home to rest. Have peace of mind. I understand your situation and will report it to Arsene for a decision. We will not wrong anyone. Joshua could only nod and give a deep bow. After Faxon left, Joshua gulped down the bowl of dry noodles with cold water from the table. Upon returning, Arsene and Daryl had already left. Back at his place, he described his discoveries to Barney, asking for advice on who this person might be. Barney also shook his head. He wasn't familiar with these villagers as he mostly stayed inside the caves learning restoration. During this trip to Dunhuang, he finally broke through his personal bottleneck. Exhausted from the day, they decided to rest and handle any issues the next day. Early the next morning, Faxon and Barney remembered their promise to village head Zephyr to take photos of his family. Faxon hurriedly retrieved his camera and went to village head Zephyr's house. Barney headed to the institute first, reporting Faxon's discoveries to Arsene. They acted separately. Faxon reached the village and asked directions to village head Zephyr's house. Village head Zephyr's house was on the edge of the village, standalone, without neighbors, a peaceful place where conversations wouldn't be overheard. He knocked on the door. Knock knock. Who's there? Came village head Zephyr's voice. Village head Zephyr. It's me, Hewitt. I promised 2 days ago to help take a family portrait. Faxon said politely. Footsteps approached quickly from inside. The door opened. Village head Zephyr poked his head out with a tobacco pipe in his mouth. It's you, Ricky, come in quickly, he said, pushing open the door. Faxon walked into the courtyard, which was quite tidy. Old Zephyr, who is it? A middle-aged Carlo called from inside. It's from the institute, helping to take photos. You wanted our son to see us since you haven't seen him for years. Hurry up, clean up, call out the parents too. We'll take one together and send it to Carlo, village head Zephyr said, tucking his pipe into his waistband. Ricky, please sit. Let us get ready. That's fine, take your time, Faxon smiled. Village head Zephyr poured him a cup of water with a broad smile, then stroked his half-grown beard. I'll change too. It's only the second time in my life taking a photo. With that, he habitually placed his hands behind his back, hunched slightly, and walked toward the house, coughing lightly. In a flash, Faxon suddenly connected the dots, understanding Joshua's description from last night. Now, looking closely, it fit perfectly, smiling and stroking his beard while walking with his hands behind his back. The same Carlonerisms described by Joshua. Because of village head Zephyr's position, suspicion had slipped past him, making it hard for Faxon to consider him. After all, who would expect the village chief to be involved in such a thing? However, it was precisely because of his position as the village head that he was more suitable for such underhanded activities. All these cave guardians took orders from him. Diverting 1 or 2 people to create an opportunity to deceive everyone would be easy, wouldn't it? Thinking back to some of the confusing gestures Joshua made last night, Jackson suddenly seemed to understand what he meant. Recalling how he had pressed his ear to the ground to listen and pointed downward while stomping heavily, Jackson had a bold guess in his mind. He used his X-ray vision to look underground. On the other side, Barney came to the institute. Arsene was already in his office, discussing something with Daryl. Barney knocked on the door and entered hurriedly, telling them about the situation he learned from Jackson's interrogation of Joshua last night. Arsene pondered for a moment. He widened his eyes and suddenly slammed his hand on the desk. That's right. How could I forget? To carry out such a large-scale operation, it definitely couldn't be just any ordinary cave guardian. It's him. It has to be him. Barney and Daryl were confused. Who? It's old Zephyr. I trusted him too much. I've known him for as Carlo-y years as I've been here. He has always cooperated well with our work, so I never even considered him. Looking back now, he indeed had the most suspicion. He could calm Carlet all the cave guardians, sneak someone in to switch artifacts. It's the simplest thing for him, a convenience none of the other guardians had. Why didn't I think of him before? How could it be him? What a muddle. Arsene slapped his thigh. Daryl and Barney also realized it. Joshua's description indeed matched village head Zephyr very closely. Bad news. Xuanhuan is in danger. Barney suddenly reacted. Arsene and Daryl looked at him, puzzled. Hurry, we must go. The day before yesterday, village head Zephyr asked us to help take a family portrait. This morning, Xuanhuan and I were supposed to go together, but he asked me to come here first to inform you. Realizing village head Zephyr was evil, Barney became extremely anxious. Arsene made a quick decision and immediately gathered a few researchers from the institute, rushing toward the village. Meanwhile, as Jackson's line of sight passed through the thick lush soil, it suddenly opened up. Who would have thought that beneath this ordinary little courtyard lay a cellar similar to a basement, quite spacious, and it was brightly lit, with people busily working inside. Chapter 203, Quibbling. Jackson's hair stood on end instantly. Joshua was right. Chief Zephyr indeed had issues. This basement contained Carlo-y artifacts being processed and various materials piled up. A Carlo was carving something with a graver. Just as Jackson wanted to look closer, Chief Zephyr came out. Comrade Hewitt, how do I look in this outfit? Jackson was startled. Very good. He tried to stay calm so Chief Zephyr wouldn't notice anything unusual. But his momentarily unnatural expression still gave Chief Zephyr an uneasy feeling. Since Chief Zephyr got involved in this business, he had never felt secure for even one day, carefully analyzing each expression or word from others, afraid that his activities would be discovered. For a moment, both had their own intentions. Soon, Chief Zephyr's wife and two elderly people came out together. Jackson hurriedly helped them get ready and started taking photos. All four showed nervous smiles at once. All right, Jackson smiled. Chief Zephyr's wife promptly said, Jonathan's comrade, thank you. You're welcome, madam. I should be going now. Jackson packed away the camera and prepared to leave. Comrade Hewitt, you've been through a lot for this trip. Have a drink before you leave? Chief Zephyr insisted. Looking at his affable smile, Jackson felt chills down his spine. This seemingly honest farmer, who usually cared about everyone, turned out to be doing such despicable things behind closed doors. If it weren't for Joshua, he would have never suspected Chief Zephyr. Jackson learned for the first time what it meant by appearances can be deceiving. No thanks, Chief Zephyr. I've got other matters to attend to. I'll bring the developed photos over later. Sadly, he doubted Chief Zephyr would receive these photos. All right, go ahead. Chief Zephyr saw Jackson out. As they reached the door, they saw Arsene leading a group of people approaching aggressively. Oh, Arsene, what are you all doing here so early in the morning? Chief Zephyr asked warmly. Hold him, Arsene ordered. A few comrades quickly restrained Chief Zephyr's hands. Chief Zephyr's wife and parents rushed over. Arsene, what's happening? My husband hasn't done anything wrong. He's always been dedicated to guarding the caves, getting up earlier than chickens and sleeping later than dogs. There must be some misunderstanding. Sorry, Chief Zephyr, Sister Zephyr. We just learned from Joshua that 2 nights ago, he followed you to cave number 158. I'd like to ask what you were doing there that night. Cave number 158? Nothing. I went to bed early that night. Sonia can testify that I didn't do anything wrong. Chief Zephyr's eyes reddened as he acted out his innocence. Sonia also rushed to defend. That night, he went to sleep right after dinner. He didn't go to the caves. Besides, there's nothing interesting inside, just rocks and sand. Testimonies from family members don't count. Let us search your home, said Arsene. Joshua's testimony was only part of the story. Although he believed Joshua wasn't lying, they needed solid evidence to convict Chief Zephyr. Arsene wanted to see if they could find any clues in Chief Zephyr's home. Crime leaves traces. The forger must be nearby. Only someone who has visited the cave and seen the artifacts could make such detailed replicas. To make it easier to switch, he likely lived nearby and was protected by Chief Zephyr. Arsene, I've always been honest. If you want to search my home, go ahead. But if you don't find anything, you must clear my name to the villagers, said Chief Zephyr indignantly. Everyone started to wonder if there was indeed a misunderstanding. Looking at Chief Zephyr, he didn't seem like someone capable of such deeds. Only Jackson knew how good Chief Zephyr was at acting. His portrayal of an honest peasant farmer was almost perfect. Had he not seen everything in the basement with his own eyes, he might have doubted himself. Our old Zephyr has dedicated his life to guarding the stone caves, working tirelessly all these years, only to be suspected of wrongdoing, Zephyr's wife complained unfairly. Villagers began speaking up. Arsene, you're normally so reasonable. Why the confusion today? Chief Zephyr is such a good person. Whenever we need help, he rushes to assist us. How can he be a bad person? Yeah, you must be framing him. Why did Joshua accuse Chief Zephyr? The villagers defended him, thinking it was too much to search his home without knowing the full story. It made things awkward for everyone. Arsene and Daryl exchanged glances, but Arsene insisted, fellow villagers, Brother Zephyr and Chief Zephyr, this is no trivial matter. We must search the house. We didn't tell you earlier because we were afraid that it would spread and cause unrest among everyone. The artifacts of the Mogeo caves have suffered unprecedented damage. Someone has been using deceptive methods to replace our genuine artifacts in the caves with fakes, and there are quite a few of them. If we don't thoroughly investigate this incident, more of our artifacts will be stolen, and eventually, Mogeo caves will be filled with forgeries. The person who swaps the artifacts has sophisticated skills that are far beyond ordinary people. The only ones who could provide such an opportunity are the cave guardians, and the most suspicious person among them is Chief Zephyr. The other day, we set up a ruse to lure the criminals into a trap with false information, and unexpectedly, we caught Joshua. You all know that Joshua has difficulty even communicating normally with others, let alone completing such a highly complex task. After our comrades interrogated him, Joshua confessed that he followed someone else up to the stone caves that night, and that person was Chief Zephyr. Therefore, for the safety of the cave artifacts, we have no choice but to take this approach. I'm sorry, Chief Zephyr and Sister Zephyr. If it turns out to be a misunderstanding, I, Kangia, will personally apologize to you and make amends. Does everyone think this plan is acceptable? Arsene's words sparked various discussions among the crowd. It's really strange. I've lived half my life and seen people steal rice, flour, and even firewood, but never stones. What could they possibly steal from those caves? Right, they're just stones. You can't eat or use them. But you can't say that. These are treasures left by our ancestors. If they are replaced, how can we allow that? Everyone was discussing, but no one argued against the search anymore. Chief Zephyr and Sister Zephyr had no reason to refuse either. Chapter 204 Search yielded nothing, educating everyone, the seller. Well then, for the sake of our cultural relics, even if it costs my innocence, I will cooperate. Village head Zephyr put on an air of righteousness, but in reality, he had no other choice. Jackson was amused by his acting. Barney quietly nudged him to tone it down a bit. My apologies then. After saying this, Director Kane personally led a few young men from the Institute inside to search while Daryl and Jackson waited outside. After all, Jackson and Barney were not part of the Institute. They were just visiting learners and shouldn't rush in to help. The onlookers came over to comfort village head Zephyr. Old Zephyr, don't worry. Everything needs evidence. With us here, they won't wrong you. Yeah, with something like this happening, it does need to be investigated. Old Zephyr, did you really not go up there the night before last? Whoever did this deserves a curse. Why would anyone go through such trouble just to steal a bunch of stones? That's right. A pile of old stones can't turn into food or drink, no matter how hard you guard them. Jackson couldn't bear to listen anymore. Fellow villagers, these aren't just a pile of old stones. What you're guarding is the largest and best preserved treasure house of stone cave art in the world, the Eastern Pearl of Art. It began construction in AD 366 and has been created over more than a dozen centuries, preserving murals, polychrome sculptures, and ancient architecture from various eras, from the 16 kingdoms to the Ming and Zephyr dynasties. These are extremely precious cultural heritages. These murals cover multiple aspects such as Buddhist stories, historical scenes, biographies, and decorative patterns, showcasing ancient Chinese society's lifestyle, values, religious beliefs, and aesthetic tastes. Each polychrome sculpture embodies the blood and wisdom of ancient craftsmen, making them treasures of ancient Chinese clay sculpture art. The ancient architecture of the Mogao grottos also possesses significant research value. These caves, Buddha halls, scripture halls, monk cells, etc., mostly preserve original architectural structures and decorative elements, reflecting the style and characteristics of ancient Chinese architecture. Protecting and passing on the culture of the Mogao grottos is crucial for future generations to understand and recognize ancient Chinese culture and art, as well as to inherit and promote Chinese culture. Jackson's speech left the crowd speechless. They thought, wow, this young Carlo sure can talk. With such official language, those lumps of stone seemed to transform into treasures, making their daily work feel much more prestigious. Comrade, no matter how you describe it, these things are art and treasures, right? But what practical benefits do they bring to us? We can't eat or drink them, an elderly Carlo jeered. Other villagers joined in. Exactly. We've been guarding it day and night, but it hasn't given us any grain or money. What's the point? Jackson raised his hand, signaling for silence. He had lived through life and knew the future of the Mogao grottos too well. As people's lives improved and spiritual needs increased, along with tourism development, the Mogao grottos would bring tremendous wealth to the local people. Everyone, listen to me. Our Mogao grottos were listed as a World Heritage Site last year. Do you know what that means? It signifies recognition from all countries and people worldwide. Becoming a world-renowned attraction allows it to receive aid from the World Heritage Fund, attracting global attention and protection, enhancing its reputation and generating significant economic benefits. In the near future, the Mogao grottos might become a place everyone in the world wants to visit. Then, the economic benefits generated will make all of you beneficiaries, including your descendants. Why did the state establish the institute to protect and study it? Why would someone steal and replace these statues and murals? Because it is an invaluable treasure. You may not see its value now, but it doesn't mean it has none. Don't just focus on short-term gains. Look ahead a little further. Even now, the government increasingly emphasizes its protection, and the country has provided substantial funding support. Doesn't every household's guardian of the grotto receive a salary, which has been increasing year by year? In the future, it will be even more. We should think about our descendants, not just ourselves. Can we let thieves run rampant and leave future generations a bunch of fakes, causing them to scorn us for failing to protect what's right under our noses? Jackson's impassioned words silenced the noisy crowd. This young Carlo makes sense. We mustn't let the treasures our ancestors protected for hundreds of years fall in our hands, a middle-aged Carlo said. That's right. We have relied on these caves for generations, and we must not let anyone destroy them. Those damn thieves, they should be shot when caught. Seeing that everyone realized the seriousness of protecting the Mogao grottos, Jackson didn't say anything more. Daryl quietly gave him a thumbs up and whispered, Xuanhuan, you would make a better teacher than me. In ancient times, you'd definitely be a master who educates the masses. Barney also smiled and said, exactly. Jackson scratched his head awkwardly. He had just felt that what everyone was saying was too much, and got carried away in the heat of the moment. Village head Zephyr squatted on the ground, silent, lost in thought, contemplating something. His wife Sonia was accompanying Director Kane and others searching the house. They were almost done searching and walked out with drooping heads. Aunt Sonia, however, was happy, saying aloud, I told you, our old Zephyr is absolutely innocent. You didn't believe me before. Now do you believe it? Director Kane, don't forget what you said earlier. If you can't find anything, you need to apologize to my husband in front of everyone by serving him tea. Rest assured, I always keep my word, said Director Kane. Seeing this, Jackson quickly reminded, Director Kane, the courtyard hasn't been searched yet, right? Everyone looked at him puzzled. The courtyard is clean and tidy, with just one tree and a few chairs. There's nothing to search. Village head Zephyr, isn't there a cellar in your yard? Jackson turned to look at Village head Zephyr. Village head Zephyr lifted his hawk-like gaze to meet Jackson's eyes, feeling uneasy. Indeed, this young Carlo had noticed something. He clenched his fists tightly. Aunt Sonia hurriedly said, yes, there is a cellar, dug Carlo years ago, but it hasn't been used much, and I almost forgot about it. She pointed to an iron object in the corner and said, it's this. Just pull it open. There's nothing inside. Director Kane saw a glimmer of hope again and ordered someone to pull off the cellar cover hidden under the soil. A dark cellar appeared before everyone. Chapter 205 Exposure of Evil Deeds. Take a look, there's nothing here, Aunt Sonia said. Arsene had someone bring a flashlight and a ladder, preparing to go down himself. Jackson stepped forward. Arsene, let me do it. Arsene looked at him, thinking this kid was quick-witted. Perhaps he could really discover something. All right. He handed the flashlight to Jackson. Jackson was genuinely scared. If they went down and searched the wrong place again, it would be hard for him to give more hints. Giving hints 3 times in a row might make him seem like an accomplice. After all, this cellar was used by Village Chief Zephyr as a cover. The real entrance was actually on one side of the cellar, but without preparation, it was not easy to find. No wonder they say that cunning old foxes have Carlo-y dens. Jackson had someone lower a bucket of water using a rope. With the flashlight in hand, he went down. After surveying the cellar, which only contained a pile of yellow earth and some tools, Jackson set up the flashlight and began pouring water from the bucket onto the walls with a ladle. Barney also came down to help. Bucket after bucket of water was lowered, and everyone above was puzzled, unsure what they were doing. Village Chief Zephyr's heart pounded. He knew he might have to admit defeat today. Jackson knew where the door was and could clearly see the Carlo inside crouching and listening at the door when he heard the commotion outside. But he couldn't just directly find the door right away. That would be too unbelievable, unless he was an accomplice who knew exactly where the person was. To avoid misunderstanding, he had to find a way to discover the door openly. Pouring water was a good method. These cellars were filled with yellow soil. After watering, any seams would quickly absorb the water, making it easy to spot the location of the door. The two men soon drenched the entire cellar with water. After waiting a couple of minutes, they could clearly see unusual marks on one side of the wall. Arsene, we found something. Barney shouted excitedly to those above. Arsene sighed with relief. Thank heavens. Finally, there was a discovery. Otherwise, it would have been awkward. He hurriedly called a few more people to come down and help. This stone door usually required only one person to push it open, but now, 4 or 5 people pushing together couldn't budge it. The reason was that the Carlo inside had blocked the stone door with heavy objects upon hearing the noise outside, hoping to escape unnoticed. Is this really a door? Why can't we push it? It looks like a door, but it won't move. Maybe there's some mechanism? Xuanhuan, what should we do? Everyone looked at Jackson. Without realizing it, Jackson had become their mainstay. His gaze focused on the wall, but his thoughts were directed toward the person inside. He had moved all the movable heavy objects in the cellar to the door, combined with the weight of the stone door. Even more people wouldn't likely be able to push it. Since that was the case, don't blame him for being ruthless. I have an idea, let's go up first. Jackson climbed up first. The Carlo inside, hearing no sound from outside, thought the others had given up and left, so he felt somewhat relieved. After 20 more minutes, he suddenly smelled a strange odor. Soon after, wisps of smoke started drifting in through the cracks in the stone door, getting thicker and denser. The damn fools, sons of bitches. The Carlo cursed inside. Turns out, after Jackson went up, he had someone cut some fresh branches, lit them, and threw them into the cellar before covering it. Fresh branches and leaves didn't burn fiercely, but produced a lot of thick smoke. Either suffocate inside or come out by yourself. It was that simple. When Aunt Sonia realized they had found the stone door, she froze. She might truly have no knowledge of the matter, otherwise, she wouldn't have been so convinced that her husband was innocent. Dear, did you do anything bad? Aunt Sonia asked in bewilderment. Village Chief Zephyr avoided her eyes, afraid to look at her. Aunt Sonia knew her husband too well. How could she not understand that expression? She grabbed his clothes. Why? What did you do? Our life is pretty good now. Why did you mess up? Quickly confess to arson and hope for leniency. Village Chief Zephyr shook his head gloomily. It's too late. Everything is too late. Ever since he committed his first wrongdoing for money, there was no turning back. Arsene, it's all my fault. Don't blame my family, he said. Village Chief Zephyr stood up and looked at Arsene. He had always been hoping against hope that these young fellows wouldn't expose him, but when Jackson used the smoke tactic, he knew it was all over for him. Now he only hoped that the disaster wouldn't involve his family. He didn't want to drag them into this. The people around, seeing his confession, sighed deeply. Some started to curse. Who would have thought that Village Chief Zephyr, usually kind-hearted and harmonious, would collude with outsiders to steal artifacts from the grottos? Village Chief Zephyr's parents, 2 elderly people nearly 70 years old, knelt on the ground crying and pleading. Our son must not have meant to do it. Please give him a chance to correct his mistake. Seeing this made everyone feel deeply uneasy. Village Chief Zephyr knelt down and bowed to the 2 elders. Abdullahi, Talia, I have wronged you. Please get up. Aunt Sonia sat dumbly on the ground, her vitality gone compared to their first meeting. At this moment, coughing and banging sounds came from below the cellar. Several people pulled open the cellar door, and a middle-aged Carlo crawled out with difficulty, collapsing on the ground coughing continuously. He couldn't hold on any longer. In the choice between keeping secrets and his life, he chose to save his life. Even though he would still face judgment and possibly execution upon coming out, it was much better than suffocating to death. Jackson and others immediately took control of him. After the thick smoke dissipated, several people went back down into the cellar again. The stone door was already open. Good grief. Inside was almost like a small processing workshop. There were Carlo-y counterfeit items piled in the corners, almost indistinguishable from the real ones. It was hard to imagine what the entire grotto would become if Jackson hadn't noticed the problem with the mural that day. When the villagers truly saw the evidence, they understood that the grottos were their valuable assets and needed to be well protected. In Jackson's mind, the system prompt sounded timely. System task. Prove the innocence of Augustine Guh. Completed. Task reward has been distributed. Please use it as you wish. Chapter 206. Village Chief Zephyr's Confession. Why? Aunt Sonia punched Village Chief Zephyr repeatedly. She couldn't understand why the person lying next to her would do such things. Now, their family was completely torn apart. They had just taken a family photo that morning, but now it felt like a farewell. Arsene and everyone else were also curious as to why Village Chief Zephyr, who had guarded the grottos for his entire life, ended up doing this. Village Chief Zephyr said bitterly, I have let you all down. It's all because of money. I was bewitched. As he spoke, it seemed he was lost in his own memories. It was 3 years ago. My son had just been accepted into university, and our whole family was extremely happy. But when I learned about the tuition fees and living expenses for my child, my hair almost turned white overnight with worry. Tuition plus 1 year's living and travel expenses amounted to several thousand yuan, and over 3 years, that's more than 10,000 yuan. As a farmer who depends on the weather for income, I earned very little. To provide for my child's education, we didn't have much savings at home. Where could we get such a large sum of money? I thought that once the child went to university, everything would gradually get better, but it turned out to be the beginning of hardships. The child's Megan gave me her dowry, a pair of jade bracelets passed down through generations of our ancestors, and asked me to pawn them for the child's studies. To my surprise, when I went to the city to inquire, they only offered 200 yuan for the pair of bracelets. With no other options, I considered selling blood. Maybe I could earn some money that way. Someone told me there was a place in the city where I could sell blood for money. After going there, that person drew several bags of blood for me and gave me 300 yuan, along with a bit of food. On my way back with the money, I suddenly felt dizzy and fell to the ground unconscious. When I woke up, I found myself saved by someone. That person knew I urgently needed money and that I was a grotto guard. He showed me a way out. He said he had friends who needed Carlo-y things from inside the grottos, and if I could find a way to get these things from inside the grottos, he would give me a large sum of money. After saying that, he immediately handed me 2,000 yuan, but I didn't dare accept it. He didn't make things difficult for me and told me to go home and think about it. When I got home, I told Sonia that the bracelets were quite valuable, and they needed to appraise them before giving us a price. After wrestling with my conscience for a long time, seeing my child happily packing up to go to school and the happiness of the whole family, I couldn't bring myself to say we didn't have the money. So, I returned to the city and found that Carlo again, telling him I would only do it once and stop after that. He gave me 1,000 yuan and asked me to only take his friend up to the grottos once. I agreed. Just taking them up to the grottos once meant earning 1,000 yuan. It seemed like a good deal. Later, I took him a few more times, and he took Carlo-y pictures of the Buddha statues. Finally, the tuition and living expenses for my child were accumulated. This matter was too serious. I dared not tell my family. I just said it was the money from the sale of the jade bracelets. My child happily went off to study in the south while I continued deeper down the wrong path. There was no turning back. The various costs of the child studying in the south were too high. Even working nonstop wouldn't be enough to support them. I could only compromise my conscience to work for them. Actually, I planned to stop once I had enough money for my child's studies, but it wasn't within my control anymore. They kept pushing me forward. If I didn't comply, they had countless ways to deal with me. Now it's all over. I'm finally free. Village Chief Zephyr spoke of this painful memory with tears streaming down his face. Over the past 3 years, he was always on edge, afraid of being exposed. Now that everything was spoken out loud, he could finally feel relieved. All the truths finally came to light, yet it seemed only part of the story had been revealed. Who was the person secretly in contact with Village Chief Zephyr? Where did the artifacts end up? Many unresolved issues still awaited resolution. Arsene quickly led people to seal off the cellar and immediately reported to local law enforcement. Village Chief Zephyr and the forger were controlled. Before leaving, Jackson requested a private meeting with Village Chief Zephyr. How did you discover it? Village Chief Zephyr asked first before Jackson could speak. He knew this time, Jackson deserved much credit for his discovery. If it weren't for his persistent reminders, others might never have noticed. Jackson paused for a second. Last night, I personally met Brother Augustine, who mentioned that he followed someone else up there. That person possibly discovered him and slipped away, leading to him being caught. He described the person as fond of stroking his beard when happy, walking with his hands behind his back, hunched over, and occasionally coughing. Initially, I hadn't suspected you, but your series of actions before entering the room aroused my suspicion. Later, I carefully observed your yard, which has indeed been expanded and renovated in the last 2 years. Village Chief Zephyr laughed without anger. Young Carlo, losing to you, I have no regrets. Jackson also smiled. The net of heaven is wide but not without meshes. There is a divine will in the universe. At this moment, he suddenly felt a strong sense of mission. Heaven had given him the powerful tools like the system and the X-ray vision. With so Carlo-y advantages, perhaps he could do more meaningful things. If it weren't for his X-ray vision, the future of the Mogeo grottos would be unpredictable. The greed and ugliness of who Carlo nature are beyond others' imagination. Even someone as amiable as Village Chief Zephyr could do such terrifying things to satisfy his desires, let alone those who have ill intentions from the start. Putting himself in Zephyr's shoes, if Jackson were in the same position, facing an uncertain life and a child who couldn't afford college, he might also turn terrifying and vicious under life's pressure. They had no right to judge Village Chief Zephyr from a moral high ground. As a father, he was not wrong. In society, besides him, millions of people were pushed forward by life, unable to break free from the shackles of fate. Only by making society better, people happier, and life richer can tragedies be avoided. Jackson looked at him, and the old and young both saw each other's emotions in their eyes. Village Chief Zephyr felt regret and sorrow, but mostly relief. Jackson felt sympathy and compassion, but mostly pity. Give me your son's address. Once the photos are developed, I'll send them to him. This is the last thing I can do for you. Village Chief Zephyr gazed deeply at him. Thank you. Jackson took the address that Village Chief Zephyr wrote down and prepared to leave. Wait. Village Chief Zephyr suddenly called him back, having made a decision. Jackson turned around, puzzled. They go through great trouble to ship goods. It's always once every 6 months. They just moved a batch recently. The Carlo who contacted me lives at number 32 East Street in the county town, with a full beard. Every time goods are shipped, he comes over to pick them up. If you look for him now, maybe it's still in time. After tomorrow, if news leaks, it may be too late. Thank you. Jackson knew the importance of this information, thanked him, and hurriedly went to tell Arsene and the others. Chapter 207. Truth Talus Carlo, Honest Confession. Arsene had already contacted the local police officers, and, upon receiving this news, the group hurriedly headed for the county town. Fortunately, there was a government-funded minibus available. Otherwise, if they had relied on donkey carts and horse carriages, it would have been too late. Faxon was definitely going to go because he was the one who knew the situation best, and he was also resourceful. Arsene directly instructed him to travel with the police officers. On the way, Faxon recounted what he knew to the local police officers. The awkward part was that these police officers were just community officers, not specialized in investigating cultural relics crimes. They were adept at handling fights and petty thefts, but this case was beyond their expertise. However, once they understood the gravity of the matter, they immediately reported it up the chain of Comcarlet. The National Public Security System had a dedicated investigative unit for cultural relics crime, which would arrive shortly to handle the case. Before then, they only needed to maintain order and gather as much information as possible to assist the Cultural Relics Police in solving the case. The group arrived at number 32 East Street in the county town. Because the police officers were in uniform, to avoid alarming anyone prematurely, Faxon volunteered to go ahead and investigate. At this moment, the advantage of having X-ray vision became evident. He calmly scanned the house at number 32 East Street. He quickly found a Carlo with a full beard, who was likely the bearded Carlo mentioned by village head Zephyr. This Carlo was hurriedly packing things, looking nervous and as if preparing to flee. It seemed he had gotten wind of the situation. After all, he had engaged in such risky business. Caution was natural. Seeing the Carlo carrying a suitcase towards the back door of the house, Faxon didn't have time to think. He sprinted toward the back door, surprising the nearby police officers who weren't sure what was happening and quickly followed. Faxon ran swiftly and Carlo aged to block the Carlo just as he was about to exit. He performed a flying side kick, knocking the Carlo to the ground and then restraining him. Within a minute, the police officers arrived and secured him with handcuffs. The contents of the Carlo's suitcase, gold, silver, valuables, and money, scattered across the floor. No one expected the capture to be so smooth. After bringing the Carlo back to the police station, the first round of interrogation began promptly. The bearded Carlo, Otis, was very cautious, refusing to admit anything and claiming he was merely a traveling merchant, unaware of why they had arrested him. Village head Zephyr had already identified this Carlo as the bearded individual he had met with, but Otis remained obstinate. He understood that admitting his guilt would mean dire consequences, and without solid evidence besides village head Zephyr's testimony, the police couldn't do much yet. The situation once again reached an impasse. Perhaps that batch of goods had already been sent away. Though everyone felt anxious, they were powerless. Helplessly, Faxon decided to use his previously rewarded truth, Talis Carlo. Although he was reluctant to use this precious reward on such a person, for the sake of those artifacts, he had no choice. He had only received the truth Talis Carlo twice, using it each time in a critical moment. Faxon discussed with the police officers and wanted to sit in on their interrogation since he had played a significant role in the arrest. The police officers agreed and took him into the interrogation room. Seizing the opportunity, Faxon used the truth Talis Carlo on Otis. Otis, tell the truth. Who did you meet for this batch of goods? Where were they being transported? Don't think you can get away by staying silent. An experienced officer was interrogating. Otis had been lying on the table, seemingly unfazed by the questioning. This time, however, he suddenly reacted, looking terrified. His mouth opened involuntarily, and he started speaking rapidly. I've always been in touch with truck driver Duke. He was responsible for disguising the goods and transporting them overland to Fujian province, where someone would receive them. Upon seeing his reaction, the police officers eagerly wrote down every word. The veteran officer pressed further. When was your last meeting, and how Carlo-y days has Duke been on the road? Otis looked possessed, gripping his throat tightly, but still unable to hold back his truthful answers. We met 3 days ago to send off a batch of goods, and he's already 2 days into the journey. The police officers present felt as if they were in a fantasy world, mainly because everything was progressing too smoothly. They even worried it might be a deception. But watching Otis's terrified expression convinced them that it wasn't fake. Everyone was bewildered as to why he suddenly cooperated. They continued asking questions, and Otis gave honest answers without further resistance. According to his description, fortunately, Duke was traveling by land, which was not so fast, and it should take another day before he reached Fujian province. There was still time. Regardless of whether what he said was true or not, they had to try to find out. With even a glimmer of hope to save those artifacts, they couldn't give up. Only Jackson knew this was true. That night, the Cultural Relics police who flew from Tianzhou arrived. Jackson represented the research institute and went to pick them up with a local officer to brief the Cultural Relics police on the situation. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be an old acquaintance. Comrade Luo? How could it be you? Lenore exclaimed in surprise. She hadn't expected to meet Jackson here. Officer Sienna? Ascari? It's really you two? What a coincidence. I've been in Dunhuang for some time now, learning artifact restoration from my teacher, and didn't expect to get involved in this case. That's great. With you here, we have one more ace up our sleeve. You can't just stand aside. You must help us as much as you can, Lenore smiled. Jackson awkwardly shook his head. I only know restoration. When it comes to tracing clues, you are the professionals. Comrade Luo is too modest. You're no ordinary artifact expert. Lenore and Ascari held Jackson in high regard. After the auction incident, they had delved deeper into Jackson's background and realized how truly outstanding he was. The accompanying officer also hadn't expected that Jackson would know these two Cultural Relics police. This was excellent. It saved them a lot of trouble. Without wasting time, the four quickly briefed Lenore and Ascari on the specifics of the case. Hearing about Otis's sudden confession, Lenore suspected he might be using a diversionary tactic to protect the real person who took the artifacts. So they reinterrogated Otis. The truth Talis Carlo's effect lasted 12 hours, and Otis's answers were naturally the same, regardless of how they questioned him. In fact, Otis was also at his wit's end. He wanted to lie but found himself unable to do so. What he thought and what he spoke were completely different. He suspected he was under a spell or something. Otherwise, why would he suddenly turn like this? The police station seemed haunted. Until dawn, Otis was interrogated multiple times with identical answers each time. Lenore and Ascari had no other leads for now, and could only follow up on Otis's confession. Chapter 208. Swap Talis Carlo, fainting. As time passed, the time left for them was getting less and less. Erin made a quick decision. She flew to Fujian province first to cooperate with the local police to intercept the vehicle transporting the relics. Jonathantles was stayed behind to assist the local police with other matters, and also to prevent Otis from creating diversions. Erin going to Fujian alone made Jonathantles uneasy, but he had to stay and handle follow-up matters. In the end, Jackson volunteered to accompany Erin to Fujian. Not only could he authenticate relics and knew the inside story, but his martial arts skills were also commendable. With him around, people felt inexplicably reassured. The two of them didn't have time to inform anyone. They directly boarded the nearest flight to Fujian. Meanwhile, the public security system contacted the local authorities in Fujian, requesting their cooperation in intercepting the transport vehicle. However, they did not place all their hopes on this. Police resources were limited, and oversights could happen. Intercepting it would be better, but if not, they had alternative plans. During the interrogation, Erin noticed that bearded Otis mentioned a place called Chang'an Dock. He said he overheard Duke talking about it while drinking. They had reason to believe that this batch of goods by Duke might be transported to Qingan Dock. If they arrived before he handed them over, there was hope to stop him. They could only hope that everything Otis said was true. By the time the two landed in Fujian, it was already 3 in the afternoon, and the airport was still over 2 hours away from Qingan Dock. The local police had some preliminary arrangements, but they dared not act too hastily to avoid alarming the suspects. Also, they hadn't detected any suspicious vehicles yet, making the situation increasingly tense. When Aaron and Jackson reached Qingan Dock, it was around 5 in the evening. Perhaps the transport vehicle had quietly changed its appearance, loaded the items into containers, and was ready to leave soon. They surmised that these items being shipped from Fujian's port were likely destined for foreign countries, possibly Japan. There were definitely issues with the dock carloagement since these relics wouldn't have been exported without inspection otherwise. Therefore, they couldn't risk alerting the suspects prematurely. Aaron led the team, framing the checks as routine inspections, and ordered every container opened. Though slow, it was their only option at the moment. While Aaron quickly inspected the containers, Bald Duke was negotiating with the dock carloader. I'm sure I've been targeted by the police. They are investigating me. Along the way, I changed routes several times and switched vehicles twice just to get the goods here safely. It's almost done. Don't mess up now. These are Mr. Nash's goods. Duke added a hint of urgent intimidation. Don't worry. Your cargo has been expedited and placed at the top of the list. We'll arrange its departure immediately. At their current inspection speed, by the time they finish, your goods will already be far out at sea. His gaze fell on the dock outside the window, and a contemptuous smile curled on his lips. Good. Please thank you on behalf of Mr. Nash. Once this batch successfully leaves, we'll all benefit. Duke smiled approvingly. Both men appeared confident in their success. Jackson didn't join the blind search but borrowed a staff bike, aimlessly riding around the dock. At least it seemed so to outsiders. In reality, he was using his X-ray vision to locate which container held the relics. After circling multiple times, he finally checked all the containers. Nothing. Hadn't the goods arrived yet? Or were they already shipped out? He knew Otis hadn't lied, so Duke would surely come. Just when he was stumped, he noticed a ship carrying containers preparing to depart. A glance revealed something that nearly drove him mad. Relics. The entire container was filled with artifacts, not just those from Mogeo caves, but also several large tripods and other items. They were about to be gone. Finding help was too late, and he couldn't explain how he knew. After multiple layers of questioning and approvals, the culprits would be long gone. Moreover, someone at the dock might deliberately let them pass, worsening the situation. The crisis was dire. In a flash, an idea struck him. Previously, when he saved Jonathan's while using Time Rewind, the system rewarded him with a swap Talus Carlo. It was time to use it. Use the swap Talus Carlo? Yes. As soon as Jackson spoke, he suddenly collapsed. Before losing consciousness, he cursed under his breath. Damn system. It didn't warn him that using the swap Talus Carlo would overload his body. The system said casually, Host, who told you to think of exchanging 2 Carlo-y items? Unfortunately, Jackson had fainted and didn't hear it at all. At the dock, everything seemed normal. Aaron was anxiously leading the team in the ongoing inspection. No one noticed that inside an empty container at the dock, a full box of goods suddenly appeared. Meanwhile, the ship leaving the dock was noticeably lighter, and the captain was puzzled why the ship's speed suddenly increased. Aaron finally led her team to inspect this container. The moment the container was opened, the accompanying staff were stunned. This wasn't supposed to be empty? How did it have goods inside? Subsequently, the police officers discovered that this container held exactly the artifacts they had been pursuing, filling up the entire container. Instantly, everyone was dumbfounded. When this news was reported, the entire dock was in an uproar. Those who hadn't participated in the crime felt relieved, while those involved panicked like ants on a hot pan. Jonathan Lau and the dock carloader felt as if the sky had fallen. They didn't have time to figure out why the artifacts, which were supposed to be at sea, would suddenly reappear at the dock. They couldn't run either. All they could do was hurriedly destroy evidence that could incriminate them to reduce their punishment. The staff who knew the inside story were equally bewildered. They had personally moved the artifacts into the containers and watched them leave. How could they reappear at the dock? Was it a trick of fate? The police found the evidence and justification they needed, immediately sending people to seal off the dock and control all personnel. During the inspection of the dock, the unconscious Jackson was discovered and sent to the hospital for examination. After the examination, this container of artifacts turned out to include not only murals and Buddha statues from Dunhuang, but also a batch of bronze artifacts and burial objects from some unknown tomb. Aaron quickly contacted the headquarters in Tianjin and the local authorities in Dunhuang to send people to handle these artifacts. Chapter 209. Being Suspected, Inventory of Antiquities. Let's talk about Jackson. When he woke up in the hospital, he was a bit dazed, only later realizing that he had accidentally exhausted himself and fainted while swapping that batch of goods. How are you? Feeling better? Said the Wakarlo in white as she approached. Why are you here? Did they find the goods? Jackson struggled to sit up, urgently asking. Don't worry so much, you're getting in for infusion. Tell me first, why did you faint on the ground? The Wakarlo in white asked in return, without answering him directly. Jackson thought to himself, why would she ask this? Is she trying to get something out of me? I just rode my bike too fast and got dizzy, Jackson mumbled vaguely. The Wakarlo in white said thoughtfully, is that so? I thought. Thought what? That you were a god from heaven, specifically coming to save these antiquities. The Wakarlo in white said half seriously, half jokingly. Ha ha ha, Officer Sienna, do you have a fantasy disorder? If I were a god from heaven, I wouldn't have fainted on the ground and needed you to rescue me. Jackson laughed heartily as if he had heard something amusing, but inside he was startled. It seemed his abilities this time caused suspicion in Sienna, and he must be more careful in the future. If you're not a god from heaven, it's hard for me to explain why everything goes unexpectedly smoothly whenever we meet. Do you know what? They found that batch of antiquities. Sienna looked at him with puzzlement. That's great news. Jackson pretended to be calm. But we've interrogated all the staff involved, and they gave an unexpected answer. They clearly loaded the cargo onto the ship, which set sail, but suddenly the items appeared in an empty container at the dock. While speaking, Sienna kept her eyes on Jackson, carefully observing his micro-expressions. They must have created confusion to mislead us, Jackson said indifferently. I thought so too, but everyone's stories are consistent. Even their supervisor said they clearly had someone ship the cargo early, so how could it reappear at the dock? Don't you find it strange? It's fine as long as the antiquities are found. Don't overthink it. Maybe some staff members switched containers out of frustration. Jackson didn't expect that doing a good deed once would put him at risk of being exposed. He would need to be more cautious. You're right. Finding them is the best outcome. Sienna finally let him off the hook, but still couldn't shake her suspicions. Thank you so much this time. You cracked a big case, protecting these antiquities and getting me promoted. Sienna peeled an orange and handed it to him. What are you thanking me for? I just accompanied you, and you ended up taking care of me. It's embarrassing. Jackson naturally took the orange and popped a slice into his mouth. Congratulations. Don't say that. I always feel that without you, things wouldn't go so smoothly. Although Sienna suspected his identity, she genuinely felt grateful each time they met. She shouldn't doubt Jackson. After all, he saved 3 of them last time. But as a police officer, she couldn't help feeling that there was something unusual about him. After finishing his 4 infusion, Jackson could be discharged from the hospital. To avoid troubling others, I originally wanted to request an antiquities expert from headquarters to verify the authenticity and origin of these items. However, when they heard you were with me, they said you could handle it and sent no one. So I'll trouble you again, Sienna said, somewhat embarrassed. I'll take the job. Even if they hadn't asked him, he planned to check anyway. This was what he exchanged for, even fainting in the process. It was truly bizarre. He had to prove his innocence regarding something he saved himself. Jackson felt unprecedentedly aggrieved, but couldn't express it. They returned to the dock, where the container full of antiquities remained untouched due to the absence of an expert. Sienna assigned him a secretary to handle records and documentation, and a few strong policemen to assist with moving items. She had Carlo other duties and left the antiquities to Jackson. The policemen were somewhat surprised. Wasn't this young Carlo the one who fainted at the dock yesterday and was carried away? An expert on antiquities? Can he really handle it? Jackson noticed their distrust and immediately instructed them to start moving. Starting with the Dunhuang relics, as each item was moved out by a few people, he would immediately announce its origin. The little secretary, beside him, was responsible for recording the name of each relic and labeling it, which facilitated the subsequent arrangement of the relics. His speed was incredibly fast. As soon as they brought out an item, he could instantly point out its origin, stunning everyone present. Whether he was right or wrong, his demeanor was not that of an ordinary person. For instance, when they just lifted out an item, Jackson glanced at it and directly said, Cave 158, 1 mural. Yes, these were all genuine articles, without a doubt. By doing this, not only did he list the items but also mark their original origins, greatly facilitating the restoration work of the Research Institute staff. After all, he had personally examined all the caves and identified all the counterfeit relics, so he had some discernment. But in others' eyes, this skill was simply mind-blowing. How does he know everything? The little secretary's eyes were filled with stars, wondering who this Carlo was. So cool, not only good-looking but also so knowledgeable. She wondered if he was married yet, and whether she had any chance with him. A police officer who liked the little secretary felt a bit jealous. This weakling, all he knows is a bit about relics, looking like he doesn't have an ounce of muscle. What's there to be so arrogant about? After inventorying over 30 Dunhuang relics, they moved on to the tomb area. First up were 3 large tripods, which required 4 police officers working together to barely lift one of them. Seeing how difficult they were moving it, Jackson asked, Do you need my help? The slightly jealous young police officer said sourly, You're a cultural expert. You can't compare with us rough guys. Just stay where you are. Implying, with your frail look, unable to carry anything, just stay put. Jackson, always defiant, decided he must show them otherwise when someone doubted him. Chapter 210. A donation of 10 million and inheritance. He walked directly to another ding, an ancient Chinese ritual bronze vessel, beside the few people. The police officers looked at each other, wondering if their assumptions were correct. Could this seemingly weak young Carlo really lift the ding all by himself? First, Jackson rolled up his sleeves. Then he embraced the body of the ding with both hands and lifted it effortlessly as if it weighed nothing. The 5 people stood there in stupefaction. The young secretary's eyes almost sparkled with hearts as she said excitedly, Comrade Luo, you are just too strong. It took 4 of them to lift one ding, but you did it all alone. Jackson remained silent and carried the ding outside before taking out a magnifying glass to study it. He had shown off so impressively that he couldn't feel more comfortable inside. These 4 weaklings dared not look down on him anymore. The 4 people behind him, who were still hugging the ding, found themselves at a loss whether to lift it or not, feeling extremely embarrassed. Especially that little police officer who had previously criticized Jackson. His face was flushed red, burying his head like an ostrich. Finally, they could only awkwardly drag the ding out and place it beside Jackson. Now the few people became completely subdued, obediently moving the dings and not daring to speak a word. Meanwhile, Jackson studied the 3 dings. Bronzeware refers to utensils, tools, ritual vessels, etc., processed and made from bronze as the main material. In ancient times, bronzeware symbolized identity and class. Only nobles could use them. As funeral objects for ancient tombs, the ding had strict burial regulations based on rank. Dings can be either round with 3 legs or square with 4 legs, and can be classified as covered or uncovered. These 3 dings are uncovered square dings. In ancient times, only the descendants of the Zhou dynasty could use an even number of dings as burial items. According to regulations, the descendants used 12 dings, which is an even number. 9 dings would indicate a vassal lord's rank. Ministers and high-ranking officials should have 5 or 7 dings as burial items. Common soldiers or low-ranking officials would have 1 or 3 dings. Of course, apart from the bronze dings, other burial items include bronze chime bells, gold and silver artifacts, jade, etc. These 3 dings likely belonged to a lower-ranked official during the Shangzhou period. Sure enough, as a set of chime bells and stone chimes, along with some pottery ritual objects were carefully moved out by the police officers, it verified Jackson's guess. This tomb probably belonged to a Shangzhou-era lower-ranked official, without overly elaborate specifications or ceremonies. However, due to the long passage of time and lack of identification items, the tomb owner's identity cannot be determined. Once the origin of these items is traced, they can be returned to the local museum for handling. After Jackson completed inventory of all items, the Arsene and others from Dunhuang arrived in the evening and confirmed that these relics belonged to the Dunhuang Mogeo Grottos. Arsene would personally escort these relics back to Dunhuang. After bidding farewell to Sienna Zephyr, Jackson flew back to Dunhuang first. Sienna Zephyr still had Carloy matters to handle. They agreed to meet again in Tianzhou. Although this case of stolen relics involved some strange circumstances, it could be considered having a perfect ending. Not only did they recover the stolen relics, but they also caught big fish such as the Doc Carloger and a Carlo named Duke. Unfortunately, they refused to confess who ordered them to transport these relics. Of course, Jackson had no more Truth Talus Carlos left to use. Sienna Zephyr discovered that the destination of the departing ship was Japan, and part of the staff confessed that they repeatedly assisted with this type of operation in exchange for generous bonuses. Even though Duke and the Doc Carloger did not confess, the police had already locked onto several Japanese antique collectors operating within the country. This incident must be connected to them. Within Dunhuang territory, Ascari obtained some information from the forger. Who would have thought that this skilled forger turned out to be Japanese? Although he could speak Chinese, his heavy accent immediately raised suspicions. Further investigation revealed that he was indeed purely Japanese. Unknown benefits might have convinced him to leave his homeland and come to this foreign country to persistently forge relics day after day in this dark cellar. To say the least, this Japanese forger possessed exceptional skills, nearly fooling experts like Arsene. It is clear that this matter is closely tied to Japan. The previous batches of relics transported away definitely ended up in Japan. China will not let this slide. Xuanhuan village chief and big-bearded Otis cannot escape responsibility. They will either be executed or receive life imprisonment, a serious crime indeed. Duke and the Carloger also won't get away. This incident once again illustrates how unpredictable Hu Carlo nature can be. In the face of profit, Carloy people have no moral Dishan. Note, the term Dishan, meaning bottom line or moral Dishan, has been omitted in translation as it appeared twice unintentionally. Faxon was truly worried about the Carloy cultural relics within the borders of Huagua, China. Several consecutive cases involving artifacts had left a deep impression on him. He felt that he needed to do something to honor his Meganland in this land. Back in Dunhuang, he recounted the events of the past couple of days to Daryl and Barney, who were deeply shaken. They never expected that relic traffickers and people from Xiao Ribbon Gua, a derogatory term for Japan, had become so rampant. For the first time, Faxon realized the importance of cultural heritage preservation. It wasn't just empty talk. Only by increasing public awareness of the importance of protecting cultural relics could China prevent them from being continuously stolen. When the working class couldn't even guarantee their basic sustenance, talking about culture and artifact was not timely. He accompanied Arsene and others to restore the returned artifacts and return them to their original positions. Daryl and Faxon's group had almost completed their learning and research, and it was time for them to go back. Before leaving, Faxon donated a sum of money to the Mogeo Grottos in his own name, totaling 10 million yuan. Though it wasn't much, it could alleviate the urgent needs. This money would be used for various expenses related to the protection of the Mogeo Grottos. Firstly, it would increase the number of grotto guardians who would take turns guarding day and night. This money would improve the lives of the grotto guardians, providing higher wages sufficient for supporting their families. Additionally, it would enhance the living and working conditions of the researchers at the institute, who worked tirelessly in the desert. Faxon handed the money directly to Arsene for Carloigement, and he felt very confident in him. Arsene didn't expect that this boy, who usually ate and lived with everyone, did all kinds of dirty and tiring work without complaint, and had no heirs at all, turned out to be from a wealthy family and could casually donate 10 million. With tears in his eyes, Arsene accepted the donation and bowed gratefully to Faxon for his generosity. They really needed this money. Nowadays, the Mogeo Grottos was like a bottomless pit, requiring substantial maintenance funds, which government allocations alone could hardly cover. This incident was a perfect example. Child, thank you. Arsene, I admire you and these comrades on the front line very much, but I cannot join you. This is just my way to express my admiration. Every year, I will send 1 million yuan to your account, until the day comes when the Mogeo Grottos can sustain itself and become a holy place sought after by all of Huagua and even the world. I believe that day won't be too far. I believe it too. Arsene smiled. Everyone saw in this old Carlo and young Carlo a kind of spiritual inheritance. Chapter 211, Private Exhibition, Andersa's Stubbornness. After returning to Tianzhou City, Jackson was once again commended by Nathaniel for his contributions to the protection of antiques. He quietly kept his achievements to himself and began to focus on researching artifacts. His private collection had grown quite impressive. Apart from the valuable items he collected personally, it also included precious heirlooms passed down by the Luo family, making it an extraordinarily large collection. Even their current residence could be considered an antique in its entirety. From its exterior to its interior decoration, every detail was exquisite. Jackson never thought he would one day live in such a magnificent world. Barney leaked information about Carloy of his private treasures to a few acquaintances, and Adon and others expressed their desire to visit his private collection. Jackson started preparing for his own private exhibition, held at the Luo residence. The exhibits were categorized and displayed in showcases according to different classifications. Since everything was being exhibited, Jackson decided to invite a group of friends to come and view the collection together. It would be like hosting a private party. Unexpectedly, this event attracted Carloy influential figures. Several individuals from the Antiques Association wanted to participate and asked Synopsis to plead on their behalf. The museum director. Also, Augustinish, his master Jeffrey, and others. Even York's academic friends wanted to come for a visit upon hearing about it. The entire family's heritage was indeed not simple. In no time, what started as a small gathering grew into a large affair. Jackson roughly counted and found that the list of those wanting to attend numbered over 150 people. Well, there was nothing else to do but host them with all available resources. Fortunately, the spacious 3-compound quadrangle courtyard could accommodate Carlowy guests. However, there were Carlowy things to be mindful of on the day of the event. After all, these were priceless treasures. On the day of the party, Jackson specially hired a chef to prepare meals at home. His family only took care of receiving guests. Masters Jonathan and Synopsis and other acquaintances also warmly helped entertain guests. Carlowy were friends from their circle. Through this party, Jackson truly got to know quite a few people, all heavyweights in the antique circle. Even Anders, who had been hostile toward him when joining the association last time, came. The two greeted each other politely on the surface. But what they really thought was unknown. Due to the large number of attendees, today's viewing was a non-contact exhibition, and random touching was prohibited. This was explicitly reminded by someone. These items were all valuable, and without surveillance, any mishap would be unclear. Thus, it was said to protect the artifacts, but also everyone else. Even the dignitaries understood, and it was already great just to see them. One young Carlo, however, insisted on drawing attention to himself. Anders, seemingly deliberately or unintentionally, remarked, "What's the point if these things are locked in cabinets and can't be handled? And without handling them, who knows if they're real or fake?" Instantly, the bustling exhibition hall fell silent. Most people wore an expression that said, "Are you alright? Was this person fine?" It was already a favor to show these items. Why so decarlating? Did this person have issues? How could someone as wealthy as this person with sea yellow wood beams put out fake items? Besides, even Masters Jonathan and Xiang recognized these items. A few insiders noticed the dignitaries' faces darken visibly, especially Synopsis. Anders. Barney quickly scolded loudly. Apologize immediately. Jackson was no longer the penniless young Carlo to be bullied easily. Behind him stood the Luo family. His reputation was now renowned throughout Tianzhou City and even Huaguo. What did Anders have to offer? To be allowed to view these items was already generous. This kid truly lacked tact. As his elder brother, Barney felt obliged to remind him, originally for his own good. After all, he watched him grow up. But Anders, clouded by arrogance, had spent nearly a year living, studying, and interacting closely with Jackson. He believed Barney was now siding with Jackson, asking him to apologize. On what basis? He hadn't made any mistake. This kind of viewing was no different from going to a museum where handling was forbidden, unable to distinguish authenticity, thus having no fun. "I didn't say anything wrong," Anders stubbornly retorted. Barney thought this boy really chose the stick over the wine. Before Jackson could respond, Synopsis suddenly snapped, "Anders, I always thought you were smart, but your recent behavior is bewildering. You're unsuitable here, leave first." Although Synopsis did not speak harshly or shout loudly at Anders, for someone as easygoing as him, such words already indicated displeasure. Sometimes, one doesn't need to shout to make someone feel embarrassed and unable to hold their head high. Anders felt this way. He hadn't expected even Grandpa Xiang, who usually took good care of him, to speak like that, clearly trampling on his dignity. He was so embarrassed that his face turned bright red, like a boiled shrimp, and without saying a word, squeezed out of the crowd. Everyone started whispering, feeling that he had brought shame upon himself. Actually, Anders was also a pitiful person. His father and grandfather were also big shots in the circle early on and good friends with Synopsis and others. However, 10 years ago, when they went to Yun province to explore tombs, they went missing and never came back. Anders was raised by his Megan and Grand Megan, which inevitably made him somewhat petty. Also, because of the previous experiences of his father and grandfather, his Grand Megan and Megan specially asked Synopsis to teach Anders about antiques, not following the old path of his grandfather and father. This child showed some talent, and Synopsis was very satisfied with him and taught him earnestly for Carlowy years. But compared to Jackson, his talent was nothing. His hostility towards Jackson stemmed from this. In the past, whenever Synopsis or other elders of the Xiang family talked about him, they praised his talent and diligence, predicting he would have a bright future. But at some point, the person being praised quietly changed to this college student named Jackson. He envied him madly. Jackson had a complete family, extraordinary talent, and high education, effortlessly gaining everyone's recognition and easily taking away everything he had worked hard for. That's why he deliberately targeted Jackson last time, and was eager to come see his private collection exhibition this time when he heard about it from the association. Deep down, he knew that Jackson was very capable to be able to open a private collection exhibition at such a young age, attracting so Carlowy influential people. But he just couldn't admit that he was inferior to him. That's why he spoke without thinking. Chapter 212, Bigwig. After Anders left with a disheveled appearance, this small interlude was considered over. Everyone resumed the tour as if nothing had happened. Although Master Synopsis didn't say anything on the surface, criticizing his beloved disciple still affected his mood. He left alone and sat down in the courtyard. Daryl noticed that he wasn't in good spirits and followed him out. "Junior brother, you've done enough. Cultivating someone for 10 years can only produce results like this. There's no need to dwell on it." Daryl consoled him. "Senior brother, I just feel that this child's character is too petty and narrow-minded. His path ahead might be very difficult," Synopsis said after sipping some tea. "Who would have thought that someone as enlightened as Alvis would have such a descendant?" Daryl sighed. "Yes, every time I think of how Alvis took care of us back then, I can't bear to be harsh on this boy. His current arrogant personality also has something to do with me," Synopsis sighed. "That's a good thing. He should realize that there are others better than him in this world. Jackson's talent and mindset far surpass him by miles. Hopefully, he will recognize his shortcomings and grow up sooner." Jackson overheard their conversation. He hadn't expected that Anders had a connection with these two people, but he wouldn't tolerate him because of that. Today, he let it go considering Synopsis took the initiative to intervene. If it happens again, he will teach Anders what it means to adapt to circumstances. Jackson's first private exhibition was a great success. Once the viewing time ended, a banquet was set up in the second courtyard. Everyone feasted and talked about antiques. Concluding this visit, Jackson's private debut was very successful. His reputation quickly spread throughout the antique circle. After all, this field highly values heritage. Though young, Jackson's collection was a dream Carloy antique enthusiasts could never achieve in their lifetimes. Muriel finished her investigation in Fujian province and Dunhuang and returned to Tianzhou City. Due to disrupting Abdul's operation previously and effortlessly striking a significant artifact crime syndicate this time, even catching several big fish, she was promoted to team leader. She honestly reported her encounters to her superiors and elaborated on Jackson's various assists. Her superior, being imaginative, felt since this person was so capable, skilled in martial arts, knowledgeable about artifacts, and helped them multiple times, he must be filled with patriotism. Such a person should be recruited into their cultural relics inspection team. Muriel helplessly spread Jackson's praises, making the leadership realize how formidable Jackson was. As a top-tier figure, why would he come and work for them unless they offered billions? He didn't give up. Instead, he proposed having Jackson nominally join the inspection team so they could more easily ask for help when needed. This could save a lot of money since hiring experts often involved both expense and hassle. Muriel wanted this too. She felt Jackson brought luck. Everything went smoother with him around. So she directly approached Jackson and unexpectedly got an enthusiastic agreement from him. Muriel immediately understood. He truly loved relics and wanted to protect China's cultural heritage. Otherwise, he had no reason to do something without benefits. Why waste his precious time? Muriel regarded Jackson with admiration for the first time. Previously, she saw him as a kind, smart person, but now she found him great, almost heroic. Her eyes shone with appreciation. On his first mission with the inspection team, Jackson caught a major fish. Muriel traced from the Fujian incident to two Japanese businessmen in Tianzhou, named Nash and Kawagwa, whom she had met at the underground auction. These two regularly moved in China under the guise of business, but no one knew what they did behind the scenes. This time, even under the threat of execution, the Doc Carloger refused to confess. Duke was similarly unyielding. They weren't trying to protect Nash. Rather, their families were controlled by him. They couldn't let their whole family be ruined. No one is born with lips sealed. Only powerful leverage could keep someone quiet. My family is in grave danger, and you tell me to protect relics? How can dead objects compare to my own family? Many things are difficult to define as right or wrong. Everyone has what they consider most important in their heart. Muriel was also a tough person. By tracing the direction of the ships and some clues at the docks, she found a tangled web of connections leading back to these two Japanese men. Thus, she began secretly monitoring their activities. Soon, Muriel received a piece of information. Nash would be hosting an important guest at Hongyun building. This guest was likely his protector. She made some arrangements but was still missing one crucial person. This person couldn't be from the police system as it might alert Nash. But this person needed to know martial arts to prevent Nash from making desperate moves. Actually, Muriel had Carloy suitable candidates around her, yet inexplicably, she called Jackson. Jackson naturally did not refuse. Under Muriel's deployment, he disguised himself as a waiter and smoothly entered Hongyun building. They were scheduled to meet at 9 p.m., quite late. It could be due to fewer people around at night, or simply because nights provided more opportunities. Nash arrived first. Jackson, wearing a waiter's cap and tie, bowed his head and served him dishes. Nash, preoccupied with his thoughts, didn't notice him and waved him away. Jackson stepped out and stood by the door, keeping an eye on everything around with his toaster eye. About 20 minutes later, a Carlo wearing a hat and mask, fully covered, came up. By his build, he seemed middle-aged. He walked step by step to the private room where Jackson was stationed. Jackson lowered his head and opened the door for him. The Carlo glanced at Jackson, then walked in without a word. Jackson calmly closed the door, but inside, a storm was raging. His fists clenched tightly. Though masked, under Jackson's toaster eye, nothing could be hidden. He clearly saw that this Carlo was a high-ranking official from the Cultural Relics Bureau, something like the deputy director or third incom Carlet. How did he recognize him? Due to recent incidents, the Cultural Relics Bureau had awarded him banners and commendations multiple times. That Carlo might have felt somewhat familiar with him but didn't pay much attention and went inside. Jackson forced himself to calm down. He needed solid evidence to nail them down. Chapter 213, Language Skills. As the Carlo entered, Jamal Duban greeted him warmly. To everyone's surprise, the Carlo spoke fluent Japanese. Jackson did not understand what they were saying, but he was sure that there was something suspicious about this Carlo. For the first time, Jackson regretted not learning more foreign languages. If he had, he would have known what they were talking about. After exchanging pleasantries, the two began to eat normally. The Carlo also took off his mask, revealing himself to be an undisguised leader of the Cultural Relics Bureau. Once Jackson confirmed this, he quickly notified Lenore's team. He recounted everything he had seen and heard to Lenore, but said that he had unintentionally seen the Carlo's appearance instead of mentioning using a clairvoyant eye. Upon learning that Jamal had secretly met with a leader from the Cultural Relics Bureau, Lenore was stunned for a few seconds. No wonder Chinese cultural relics had been leaking abroad severely in recent years despite repeated orders from above to stop it. There were moles within the higher-ups. Moreover, this mole was apparently not just anyone. He was a leader of China's Cultural Relics Bureau who spoke fluent Japanese. She didn't have time to report to her superiors. To prevent this big fish from slipping away, she led her team to surround the private room immediately. They captured Jamal and this leader on the spot. Officer Sienna, I hope you can provide solid evidence, or I won't let this go easily. Mr. Jamal and I are merely acquaintances. Meeting after work for a drink should be no problem, right? I didn't accept any bribes nor offered him any favors. Isn't it normal for friends to meet? Jamie argued. Jamal hurriedly played along. Mr. Su and I are just ordinary friends. Isn't your country always proud of its friendly relations? Mr. Su, may I ask why you needed to wear a mask and had to conceal yourself when meeting friends? Mr. Jamal, don't make me remind you of your business dealings. You've purchased Carloy Chinese relics multiple times. What do you intend to do with them? Lenore questioned. Jamie retorted without backing down. Officer Sienna, as you see, even you misunderstand my friendship with Mr. Jamal, so I had to cover up to avoid misunderstanding. Mr. Jamal is not the person you think he is. He loves Chinese culture and cherishes this land. Our friendship is purely platonic. Jamal added, in your words, I'm like a mute eating horse chestnuts, unable to explain myself. I'm just an ordinary business Carlo who came to China, fell in love with the culture, and started purchasing antiques. Your laws don't forbid Japanese people from buying Chinese antiques, right? I've paid a fair price. The two seem to play good cop bad cop, deflecting blame onto each other. Lenore lost patience. Mr. Jamal, you are suspected of stealing Chinese relics, and I am arresting you according to the law. Mr. Jamie, same goes for you. Meeting in such a sensitive situation leaves no choice but to bring both of you in. This is defamation. When did I steal any relics? I paid in full for everything I bought, Jamal shouted. Jamie remained calm, rising and allowing himself to be handcuffed by their officers. If Officer Sienna has suspicions, I should cooperate naturally. Lenore emerged with a gloomy face. Jackson quietly pulled her aside. No confidence? These two are slippery as loaches. We found no substantial evidence at the scene. Jamal does seem suspicious, but if we don't find proof within 48 hours, we'll have to release them. Lenore said dejectedly. Don't lose heart, Officer Sienna. I guarantee these two are up to something. Keep digging, especially into Jamie's background. He seems too complex. Also, keep surveillance around their residences. We might find something unexpected. Jackson's instincts were usually accurate. I got it. Thank you for today. When this is over, I'll treat you to dinner. Lenore chuckled at Jackson's promise. For some reason, she always felt exceptionally reassured with Jackson around, believing everything would resolve itself. Still, Jackson was uneasy. Jamie was too calm, which indicated he had something to rely on. He still had a duplicate card obtained while preventing Abdul from selling relics before, which he hadn't used yet. This incident revealed one of his shortcomings, language proficiency. Apart from English, his knowledge of other languages was quite limited. Had he understood their conversation earlier, perhaps things would have unfolded differently. Thus, early next morning, Jackson went to Kiana's workplace. Kiana is a diplomat proficient in 3 languages. She is from the first generation of diplomats, and she has quite a few competent subordinates. For instance, she once mentioned a young Carlo who had exceptional language talent, being proficient in 8 languages: Japanese, Chinese, English, Russian, French, Carlo, Portuguese, and Spanish. Moreover, he learned languages very quickly, truly a born linguist. Jackson's purpose this time was precisely him. He wanted to replicate this person's language skills. Xiaohang, how do you have the leisure to come over today? Anything special? You're usually so busy that I don't see you for months. This was the first time Jackson had visited her at work. Kiana teased. My dear auntie, please don't tease me. I came here today because I want to meet the genius you spoke of who can speak 8 languages. I have some work-related matters and want to discuss them with him, Jackson pleaded. All right, I'll call him over. You two can chat. Kiana then left the office. After a short while, a young Carlo knocked on the door and came in. He indeed looked young but should be older than Jackson. He seemed rather sincere. Hello, my name is Jackson. I came to bother you uninvited today because I have some questions about languages that I'd like to consult you, Jackson greeted, standing up and extending his hand. The Carlo hesitated for a second, then extended his hand and shook his hand. Hello, my name is Basil. They exchanged pleasantries for a moment before Jackson got straight to the point and asked him some questions related to Japanese. Actually, they weren't profound questions at all. The Carlo felt somewhat confused, thinking anyone who knew Japanese would know these questions. Why did Jackson need to come specifically to ask him? But what could Jackson do? To replicate someone's skills, he had to meet them in person. And to meet them, he needed a reason, especially since they were strangers. Finally, after an awkward conversation, it ended. Just as Basil was about to leave, Jackson seized the opportunity to replicate his language skills. Chapter 2:14. Falling into the net, current situation of Xena. The moment Jackson used the copy card, Carlo-y things that did not belong to him were added to his mind. He drank some water and stayed calm for a few seconds. Once his brain adapted, when he recalled the conversation between Nash and Jamie last night again, this time, he easily understood what they were talking about. Mr. Jinxiang, the matter in Dunhuang has been exposed, but Chinese police have not traced it back to me yet. We must send that batch of goods away as soon as possible. Delays can lead to changes. This was Nash's statement. Mr. Nash, do you know how dangerous your actions today were? I hope next time you will not be so reckless, meeting me like this on a whim. I will help you clear the goods from your hands. You should not take any more action recently. Be careful not to get noticed. Jamie sounded slightly displeased. Yes, Mr. Jinxiang, I would like to ask you to agree to something for me. What is it? Just in case, something happens to me, please help look after my family in Japan. I will keep this matter confidential. Yes, Mr. Nash, don't overthink it. The great Japanese empire will protect you. This was roughly the conversation between them. Jackson extracted 2 useful points based on this information. Firstly, they have a batch of goods ready to be sent out. Secondly, Jamie is likely a Japanese person or a spy trained by Japan. The reason being, after understanding Japanese, when he recalled their conversation, Jackson found that Jamie's Japanese was as good as a native speaker, very fluent with no trace of accent. Upon obtaining the information, Jackson immediately called Lenore. Officer Sienna, I heard their conversation last night and noted it down. After consulting professionals, here's the rough situation. Nash has a batch of goods, which Jamie agreed to help export. Also, Jamie is likely Japanese or a spy trained by Japan, possibly even higher rank than Nash. Jackson blurted out everything he knew. Lenore believed him completely without conditions. She started investigating right away, not letting go of any clues. Since Jackson had helped to such an extent, it would be too unfair if she couldn't find anything helpful. In the end, the existence of the goods was indeed discovered. It turned out Nash, an odd talent, waterproofed these antiques and hid them in the pond under a rockery in his own yard. After identifying by Jackson, these artifacts belong to burial jades from the Ming and Zephyr dynasties, probably obtained from a tomb robber who sold them to Nash. Jade carvings from the Ming and Zephyr dynasties are closely associated with paintings, calligraphy, and craft carvings of that period. They inherited various grinding techniques and skills from previous generations, with significant development and improvement. Their carving methods emphasize volume and pursue meticulous brushwork skills. The jade quality, variety, and application scope were unprecedented and unsurpassed. Ming and Zephyr dynasty jade carvings exhibit diverse forms and designs, with craftsmen skillfully drawing inspiration from achievements in painting, sculpture, and decorative arts. They integrate traditional carving techniques such as incised lines, raised lines, pierced work, and color highlights, along with artistic styles from different eras. Absorbing influences from foreign art and blending them innovatively, they created and developed highly artistic and ornamental jade-making techniques, reflecting distinctive features of the era and achieving high artistic proficiency. Thus, they possess considerable collection value. Finding these jade carvings basically nailed the charge against Nash. There was no denying it. However, regardless of how Lenore investigated, there was no breakthrough concerning Jamie, neither from his identity nor through his friends or family, leading to no clues. But she trusted Jackson's judgment. One could only say that Jamie did things perfectly with no loopholes, making him hard to handle. From Nash's side, nothing useful was admitted either. Faced with evidence, Nash confessed his crimes, but refused to admit any relationship with Jamie, insisting they were just ordinary friends who shared a common interest in antiques. Lenore knew he was protecting Jamie. Jamie remained clear-headed during various interrogations, speaking tactfully, revealing nothing valuable. Without evidence, Jamie could not be detained further and had to be released. Lenore watched the big tiger, Jamie, about to return to the wild with no way to stop him. Officer Sienna, until we meet again, Jamie bowed politely, always maintaining gentle Carloli Carloners. During these 48 hours, regardless of their interrogation, Jamie maintained his composure, never wavering even after being informed that Nash had confessed. He just looked surprised and said regretfully, "I didn't expect he would really do such a thing." Facing such a calm and rational criminal, Lenore was at a loss and could only watch him leave. Jackson stopped worrying after informing Lenore. He had done his best to help. It was enough for the salary he received from the Cultural Relics Inspection Team. If nothing came of it, there was nothing more he could do. After returning from Dunhuang, he finally found some time to spend with Xena. Xena had grown rapidly over the past year. Due to the Jade advertisement she filmed for Bonnie, her image became very positive. Later, she helped the TV station film a few small advertisements and now was quite famous, with a solid fanbase. She was even invited to participate in a TV drama. Over the past 6 months, she played several roles, all to good audience reactions. The Yun family put up Xena's endorsement photos in their store, which made business boom. Actually, they were initially invited to go together since they obviously looked like a golden couple. But Jackson was busy in Dunhuang and couldn't make it, so only Xena went. Besides filming advertisements and TV dramas, Xena also opened a few clothing stores using her savings and last year's bonus. Girls loved dressing up, and Xena loved experimenting with her style. Most of the clothes in her stores were styles she picked herself, Carloe of which were exclusive designs. By putting up promotional photos outside, business boomed. Now she was quite well known, no longer worrying if she matched Jackson. This proved once again that only by becoming strong could one be fearless. Love should be balanced, where both parties are equally excellent. If either side constantly feels inferior or grovels, the relationship won't last long. Jonathan now, it was just right, both able to be themselves while always thinking of each other. With winter break coming up soon, Xena accepted a new drama called Angus, playing a supporting female role. Chapter 215, Conflict on Set. Jackson was very surprised when he learned that Xena had taken the role in Liv's drama. He knew all too well how this show had, upon airing, swept the nation and become a timeless classic. So much so that no one dared to remake it for decades to come. It was already quite an achievement for Xena to land a pivotal supporting role. Over the past year, she seemed to have found her passion, dedicating herself wholeheartedly to learning acting. Jackson had watched her portray several minor characters, impressed by her natural and seamless performances. She showed real talent. With her abilities, she could have easily been a lead. However, the investors had already selected the 2 leading actresses, leaving even the director and screenwriter powerless to change that. Xena's character was Jinsua, a maid to one of the lead actresses, which was also an important part. Having some free time, Jackson personally drove Xena to the set. Being an actor wasn't easy. It was barely 5 in the morning, and they needed to arrive early for makeup and preparation. Upon entering the set, several people greeted her. "Jonathan Yun, you're here? Xena, is this your boyfriend?" Someone asked upon seeing their affectionate behavior. Xena nodded shyly. Some people recognized Jackson. "Isn't this the guy who appeared in the newspapers?" After exchanging pleasantries, they finally made it onto the set. Due to Xena's beauty and kind nature, everyone in the production crew liked her. At the moment, the actors were being made up. The budget for this production was limited, lacking the massive investments seen in later times. There were only 2 or 3 makeup artists. One took care of all extras while the others focused on the main cast. Unlike later productions where every actor had a dedicated makeup artist always on standby. Since Xena arrived first, the makeup artist naturally started with her. Seeing it was still dark and breakfast time, Jackson figured everyone hadn't eaten yet. He went out to an early opening breakfast shop and ordered dozens of soy milk cups, 10 steamer baskets of baozi, and a few baskets of Carlo too. After confirming the food would be ready soon, he instructed them to deliver everything to the set. This should be enough, he thought as he walked back, nearly bumping into a Carlo running past. She muttered something under her breath before rushing into the set. Jackson paid it no mind and continued walking. As he approached the entrance, he heard loud arguing. Concerned about Xena, he quickened his pace. "How dare you? Don't you know I'm the lead actress? I need to be on set right away. If you delay me, I'll get the director to fire you." The Carlo's domineering voice echoed. Jackson realized this was the same Carlo he almost bumped into earlier. She was yelling at Xena's makeup artist. There were only 2 makeup artists, one working on the other lead actress and another on Xena. Naturally, Xena's makeup artist got caught in the crossfire because Xena wasn't the lead. The makeup artist quickly apologized. Maisie, since you haven't arrived, Xena got here first, so I started with her. Just give me 5 minutes, and I'll finish her hairstyle, then move on to yours immediately. It won't delay anything. Unexpectedly, this explanation only fueled her anger. What do you mean? Blaming me for being late? I was only 10 minutes late, and the director said nothing. Who are you to talk? I didn't mean it that way, the makeup artist nearly cried. Then what did you mean? Do you think I don't matter? Finish my makeup now. The Carlo flew into a rage, slapping the makeup artist, shocking everyone present. Sherry had a notorious temper and had already upset most of the crew within the first week of filming, relying on her relationship with the investors. Xena usually preferred not to get involved, thinking it better to avoid trouble. But Sherry had gone too far. Stepping forward, she shielded the makeup artist. Sister Xiaoru, you can go first, don't blame her. Jackson hadn't expected such complicated interpersonal issues on set, wondering if Xena had faced similar bullying before. Sherry glared at Xena. What do you mean, let? This spot was always mine. What's your rush as a maid? Xena had never encountered such irrational behavior. Being spoiled, she had a temper too. The director said whoever arrives first gets done first. So what if I'm a maid? There's still a first come first served rule. You're late, and you have the nerve to hit someone? Sherry saw this as an excuse to escalate further. She had long been irritated by Xena. She often heard from the crew that, in fact, the director and producer initially favored Xena for the lead role. They felt her appearance was striking and radiant, her acting was mature, and as a student from Tianzhou University, she was smart and quick-witted, adding value to the show. If it weren't for the investors specifically choosing her for one of the lead roles, Sherry might not even have gotten a role as a maid. After rehearsing together for a week, she had to admit inwardly that Xena was prettier than her, acted better, and had solid diction skills. She never forgot her lines and often nailed scenes on the first try, unlike Sherry who always needed retakes and faced implicit criticism from the director. Precisely because of this, she disliked Xena even more. So what if I hit someone? I'll hit you too. Saying this, Sherry raised her hand to strike again. In an instant, Sherry's hand was tightly gripped by Jackson. He didn't want to get involved in these internal conflicts among women, but Sherry had crossed the line. He couldn't let Xena endure such humiliation. Working with someone like her was simply disgusting. If things got worse, maybe giving up this job wasn't such a bad idea. As the argument escalated, the staff quickly fetched the director to mediate. Seeing Jackson approach, Xena felt slightly calmer and took refuge behind him. Who are you? Let go of your dirty hands. Sherry tried her best but couldn't break free from Jackson's grip. Witnessing this, other actors waiting for makeup also chimed in. Xiaoru, be lenient where you can. We're all having a hard time. We're all here just to earn a living. Why create such a fuss? That's right. We're all waiting here too. The other lead actress added. You being late doesn't mean no one can comment. You're embarrassing yourself. You're all bullying me. I'll tell President Xuanhuan and get all of you replaced, Sherry shouted indignantly. Director Chen Jai had just walked in when he heard Sherry's words, feeling a headache coming on. Chapter 216. I'll give you 10 million. Kirk is a rather principled director, but he suffers from the disadvantage of being young. He has good scripts at hand, yet no one is willing to invest in him for fear of losing money. This drama, Pearl Maiden, took him a lot of effort to get Mr. Xuanhuan, a coal boss, to invest. However, the only condition was that he should designate 2 female leads. One is Mr. Xuanhuan's daughter, and the other is Sherry, his mistress. Actually, these two are far from Kirk's ideal choices, even polar opposites. Starting with appearance, Mr. Xuanhuan's daughter looks quite ordinary and isn't fit to be the leading lady. Although Sherry does have some charm, her temperament doesn't match the character of the lead. Kirk didn't want to compromise, but he had been idle for over a year. Without income, life would be unsustainable. To support his team and make a living, he had to give in to capital interests and accepted the 2 women as the leads as recommended by Mr. Xuanhuan. Fortunately, there are still Carlo-y outstanding roles in Pearl Maiden, for which he could cast actors according to his standards. He thought everything would go smoothly. Unexpectedly, within just 1 week after filming began, those 2 women started causing trouble frequently. Not only was their acting subpar, but they also exhibited snobbish behavior. Sherry's remarks made everyone in the makeup room angry, leaving them speechless and infuriated Director Chin, so much that he almost exploded with rage. He suspected his judgment in believing such people could produce good results. Just fire me too then. Kirk's tone was calm, but it hinted an imminent storm. Seeing the director arrived and took charge, Jackson let go of Sherry. Sherry turned back shedding tears. Director Chin, look at them, bullying me all alone. Do you think anyone can bully you when you're worth 1,000 troops? Sherry, my patience with you has reached its limit. This place isn't your home where you can do whatever you want. After finishing, Kirk took out his phone and called investor Mr. Xuanhuan. Mr. Xuanhuan Ja can stay, but Sherry must be replaced. She's not suitable for our production anymore. Mr. Xuanhuan was still sleeping. Upon hearing Kirk wanted to replace Sherry, he immediately woke up. This couldn't be allowed. Sherry was his favorite companion. The reason he invested 8 million wasn't for profit because he knew nothing about it. He purely wanted to entertain his daughter and mistress. So, replacing Sherry meant this investment would lose its significance. What if Sherry got upset with him? Also, this investment might not make money anyway. What? Absolutely not. If you dare to replace her, I'll withdraw my funds immediately. Kirk, do you think my money is so easy to come by? Mr. Xuanhuan shouted loudly over the phone. Everyone on set heard the deafening sound and became nervous. Now all eyes were on Kirk. A fierce internal struggle raged in Kirk's heart, and eventually, emotion overcame reason. He loved this show and didn't want it to turn out mediocre. Initially, if Sherry listened obediently, the show could proceed. However, during this week, he questioned life every day. They shot one scene repeatedly without any progress. It took endless tries for each scene, showing no professionalism and fearing hardship, dirt, and fatigue. If this continued, the 8 million invested by Jonathan Ming wouldn't be enough to complete the entire show. Then this drama would be utterly ruined. He finally chose to give up. Then withdraw your funds. I'm not serving you anymore. Kirk retorted defiantly and hung up. Everyone on set was stunned. Some were at a loss, some bewildered, all looking at Kirk. Wasn't this show going to be filmed? Sherry never expected Kirk to be so stubborn, challenging Mr. Jonathan head-on and stopping the shoot. Mr. Jonathan's daughter flew into a rage, grabbing the makeup box on the table and threw it at Sherry's head. Sherry, you bitch. All this is your fault. Because of you, I can't act either. She hit precisely, creating a bloody wound on Sherry's head. Sherry, scared of blood, fainted upon touching the blood on her head. Staff rushed to help and sent Sherry to the hospital. Jackson shielded Xena behind him. Mr. Jonathan's daughter glared angrily at Kirk, ripped off her hair accessory and threw it on the ground, cursing a few words before leaving. Other actors on set looked at Kirk. With a face full of apologies, Kirk said, "You all have seen and heard what happened. As the director of this movie, I really can't accept this kind of filming quality. It's better not to film under such conditions. I am truly sorry to have wasted all of your time. However, rest assured that I will pay you every cent of the compensation for this period." Kirk finished by apologizing with a bow. Everyone felt a bit uncomfortable, apart from Sherry and the other two. Actually, everyone else in this crew was pretty good. They could learn a lot from each other. Kirk had excellent judgment in choosing people. Xena was also very reluctant to leave. During this week of filming, Kirk gave her a lot of professional guidance, which was enlightening. She wasn't from the acting major, so this guidance was incredibly helpful. Jackson could tell that director Kirk was a principled person. People like him would surely produce great works. Most importantly, Xena really liked it. Director Chun, how much investment does this show need? Jackson asked as he stepped forward. Seeing him protecting Xena, Kirk assumed he was her boyfriend and didn't think too much about it. At least 8 million. Jonathan Ming's previous investment was 8 million. To ordinary people, this figure was undoubtedly astronomical. But for Jackson, it was just a drop in the ocean. Since Xena liked it, he would fund it to ensure she could do what she loved without any worries. I'll give you 10 million, but the condition is that Xena must be the leading actress. When Jackson said this, everyone on set was dumbstruck, even more shocked than when Kirk mentioned withdrawing funding from Jonathan Ming. This young Carlo looked so young. Did he really say he wanted to invest 10 million? Was this some kind of joke? Who would spend 10 million on making a drama when they could do something profitable with it themselves? These days weren't like the future when actors earned huge salaries and made a fortune. Now they only made enough to get by, slightly better than ordinary people. Did you say you want to invest 10 million? Kirk looked at Jackson in disbelief. Xena's eyes lit up. Yes, in her distress, she had forgotten about Jackson. He could definitely provide the investment. She had great confidence in this drama. If produced well, it would definitely be a huge success. Chapter 217. Heading to Guang Province. Jackson nodded. Yes. Kirk looked incredulous. It's 10 million, not 1 million, nor 100,000. I didn't hear wrong, 10 million. I can transfer it now, but there's a condition, do you agree? Jackson remained calm. How could Kirk disagree? Xena was already among the actresses he wanted as leading ladies. He hastily said, I agree. The crew on set all sighed in relief. They hadn't expected this turn of events. The TV show could still be filmed. Moreover, they had no objections to having Xena as the new lead actress and even viewed the show more favorably. Congratulations, Jonathan Yun. Congratulations, Xena. This is your first time as a leading lady, right? Sister Xena, your boyfriend is so cool. Everyone congratulated her happily. Xena blushed and thanked each one of them. Director, there's someone outside delivering food, saying it's the breakfast we ordered. An assistant ran over and asked, who ordered breakfast? Kirk knew he hadn't. It's me. Coming to work so early, I figured everyone hasn't had breakfast, so I bought some hot meals for everyone. Jackson raised his hand. Haha, such good treatment. Thank you so much. Everyone expressed their gratitude. Kirk also thanked him repeatedly. Thanks a lot. You're welcome, it's nothing. He did this so Xena could have something hot to eat after leaving the warm bed early and rushing here without eating. It wasn't until the staff helped carry in several large phone boxes that everyone knew what Jackson's little gift entailed. Goodness, had he taken over an entire breakfast shop? Everyone help yourselves, plenty of buns, steamed rolls, and soy milk. Kirk, understanding well, hurriedly invited all the staff members to join for breakfast while thanking this new investor. He finally believed that Jackson genuinely intended to invest. He didn't see it coming. Must be from a wealthy family? Everyone, stop what you're doing and come get breakfast. Our film crew has a new investor, Mr. Luo. Let's give him a round of applause. Kirk led the applause. Thunderous applause rang out on set. All right, everyone, hurry up and eat before it gets cold. Jackson was never adept at such social occasions. Eating steaming hot buns, people discussed this new investor, hoping this wouldn't cause any more trouble and everything would go smoothly this time. Kirk was the most anxious. Once the money is secured, he can finally breathe easy. As long as the investment isn't confirmed, he couldn't relax. Jackson understood his concerns. After work, he drove with Kirk to the bank to witness the transfer himself. Seeing the money added to his account, Kirk's worries were finally lifted. What a dramatic day, but thankfully it ended well. Losing Sherry and Jonathan Ming's withdrawal was offset by Xena and Jackson's 10 million investment, which was 2 million more than Jonathan Ming's. The production could now be slightly more comfortable. Moreover, Jackson assured him to spend wherever necessary, not to worry about costs as long as it's not lining private pockets, but focused on improving the show's quality, promising additional funding if needed later. This put Kirk's mind at ease. He feared running out of funds, and thus economized everywhere. Many employees privately called him a miser, but he had no choice, trying to present the best outcome, only cutting back where necessary, using resources wisely. Now, with sufficient funds, he wouldn't hold back anymore. Investors have spoken. When needed, he should spend generously, not sparing. After sending Sherry and her agent away, almost everything shot in the past week needed reshooting. With a new lead actress and numerous adjustments, finding another co-lead also became urgent. Xena needed to adapt to her new role and the revised script. Kirk decided to reorganize for a week before resuming shooting. Naturally, no one objected. Xena also needed to travel south since her store was out of stock. During late autumn, Jack accompanied her to southern Guang province, where they placed orders for down jackets and wool coats, which sold very well, especially the down jackets. In the south, winters are mild, so these thick down jackets weren't into Carlet. She carloaged to clear a batch of inventory for the carlofacturer and made a nice profit herself. Winters in the north are bitterly cold and lightweight. Warm down jackets are a must-have for office workers, both stylish and practical. Don't doubt it. Carlo-y northerners have disposable income, willing to pay for quality, even if a single jacket costs half a month's salary. Xena's few stores had sold out of down jackets in the middle of the season, and the carlofacturer on the other side had raised prices once. Xena, finding it troublesome to negotiate from afar, let them raise the prices, as the increase wasn't too significant. Unexpectedly, the stores were nearly sold out again recently. However, this time the carlofacturer wanted to squeeze her, delaying shipments and coming up with various excuses like increased material costs and more expensive duck down, essentially hinting at another price hike. Xena immediately understood their intention. After several rounds of this, she was no longer willing to tolerate it. She decided to visit Nanshan province personally to place orders with a different carlofacturer. She didn't believe that she couldn't find goods without them. At year-end, Jack's store was also busy. Jackson volunteered to accompany Xena on this trip to Nanshan province. Since returning to this era, he had only been to Fusheng province and had yet to visit the rapidly developing coastal cities like Guang province. Many people were venturing into these regions for opportunities. They often referred to those who headed south to Guang province. It would be good to see it for himself. The two set off immediately and landed in Guang province that evening. Upon arriving in Guang province, they noticed the stark contrast with the inland areas. The bustling nightlife and vibrant atmosphere were striking. Neon-lit advertising signs, overgrown ruins, and low-rise residential buildings all made the scene especially picturesque at nightfall. That evening, they found a guest house to stay overnight. Without a marriage certificate, they naturally had to take separate rooms. Jackson also worried about losing control with his beloved nearby, so it was better out of sight, out of mind. Seeing his frustrated expression, Xena chuckled. They did indulge in affectionate embraces, but hadn't crossed the final boundary yet. Both were busy, with limited alone time, and were self-disciplined individuals. The next morning, they visited a nearby tea house to try Guang province's distinctive morning tea. Speaking of breakfast, no one could rival the locals here. Breakfast stalls in other parts of China were just small stands or shops, while in Guang province, breakfast could be enjoyed in restaurants. The variety was astounding, offering every flavor imaginable, leaving one overwhelmed. They simply tried shrimp dumplings, barbecue pork buns, crab roe buns, rice noodle rolls, and wonton soup, then took a taxi directly to the wholesale clothing market where Xena planned to purchase stock. Chapter 218. Rivals meet, eyes red with envy. This place was filled with greenhouses and roadside stalls, all selling clothes, which could be seen everywhere. They found a few shops wholesale down jackets and carefully checked the goods, inquired about prices, and compared them meticulously before choosing a more reliable one. Winter was already halfway through, so the wholesale price of down jackets would not rise. Instead, it was slightly lower than early winter. The boss of the shop Xena previously shipped from might have thought she was an inexperienced young girl who was easy to bully, so he kept raising the price. This time, Jackson supervised the negotiations and agreed on the shipping price. After paying the invoice, the boss promised to ship the goods as soon as possible in the afternoon. After finishing these tasks, the two had the leisure to tour around Guang province. Xena discovered another small business opportunity. Many girls in Guang province wore exquisite makeup. Although Xena herself didn't need such adornments, these products would definitely sell well back in the north. She ordered a batch of cosmetics, preparing to sell them along with women's clothing. Everything was decided by her alone, while Jackson accompanied her throughout. It had to be admitted that Xena had a bit of a business mind and good judgment. Taking this rare leisurely moment, they walked like ordinary couples on holiday through the streets of Guang province. Jackson carried the luggage the whole time, while Xena enjoyed shopping and eating, quite contentedly. However, Jackson didn't expect to have such a connection with Lauren, even bumping into her here in Guang province. Lauren was sprinting down the street at that moment, seemingly chasing after a suspect. Sensing something, she turned back and immediately saw Jackson. She instinctively ignored the girl beside him. Jackson, help quickly. Jackson knew she must be in trouble, so without thinking, he tossed his bag to Xena and immediately ran after her. Everything happened in a flash. Xena could only carloage to utter, "Oh," as she watched Jackson run away. Although she knew he had something important, for some reason, her heart suddenly felt sour. Bald head, black backpack, dark blue pants. Running full speed, Jackson was much faster than Lauren, who could only shout loudly as Jackson ran further ahead. Following Lauren's description, Jackson soon caught up with the suspect who was dodging here and there. Unfortunately, the Carlo quickly ducked into a row of alleys. Did this stump Jackson? Of course not. While running, he quickly locked onto the Carlo using his X-ray vision and approached calmly. "Hello." Jackson extended his hand, greeting with a cat-catching mouse smile. The Carlo hadn't expected to be found even hiding in a pile of garbage. Trying the same trick again, he got up and attempted to flee once more. Jackson simply picked him up like a chick, carrying him back. He finally rejoined Lauren's team after a while. "Comrade Hewitt, how is it always you? We are truly fated. Our leader really had foresight inviting you as support." Ascari greeted with a laugh as he cuffed the suspect. Jackson laughed too. "Who knows if you've put a tracker on me? I bump into you wherever I go. Do we have something like that?" Haha. Lauren also felt it was fate. "By the way, why did you come to Guang province this time?" "My partner does some small business, and I came to Guang province with her to restock inventory." Jackson patted off dust from his trousers. Lauren's heart skipped a beat. From just that brief glance, she knew Jackson and the beautiful girl beside him were definitely close. But now hearing it confirmed from his mouth made her feel genuinely sad. She had long realized her feelings for Jackson, perhaps starting from the first time he saved her, or maybe it grew over the Carlo-y times they interacted. Anyway, she harbored unusual feelings for this Carlo who was 3 years younger than her. She had never dared to ask if he was dating someone because if she did, it would mean no chance for her. So she could only retreat to being friends. She gave a smile more sorrowful than crying. Really? When are you leaving? We're taking an early morning flight tomorrow. What about you? Our mission ends, and we estimate we'll leave early tomorrow too, but by train due to budget constraints, Ascari complained. Captain Sienna, since it's rare to meet friends here, why don't you gather tonight? We'll take this guy away. Ascari noticed Lauren's special feeling towards Jackson and intentionally created this chance for them to talk. The usually fierce Captain Sienna only seemed shy when she saw Jackson. What was dating scary for? What if things didn't work out? Embarrassed, Lauren cursed Ascari in her heart. Damn Ascari, wasn't he making things worse for her? Comrade Hewitt and his partner are together. I won't disturb them, she said. Captain Sienna, Ascari is right. You should balance work and rest. Every time I see you, you're busy working. I heard there's a fun night market tonight. Let's go together. You and my girlfriend are both girls, so you'll have more to talk about. Jackson really didn't pick up on all that. After all, who could have thought this fiery policewoman Carlo would fancy him, a much younger guy? He genuinely wanted to find a companion for Xena. Captain Sienna couldn't refuse anymore, or it would seem too deliberate. Well, okay. It just so happened that it was quitting time. The two returned to where they had left Xena, while the others took the suspect back to the police station. Captain Sienna quickly adjusted her mindset and started chatting and laughing with Jackson. This trip was mainly due to the discovery of a gang of tomb raiders here. The higher-ups sent us over to investigate. Didn't expect to find another fugitive. We tried Carlo-y ways to track him down. We spent the whole afternoon running through alleys, tiring ourselves out. Luckily, I ran into you. I'm really exhausted. Captain Sienna patted her arms as she spoke. With heaven's net vast yet not without a mesh, your hard work paid off. Serving the people, no complaints, Captain Sienna laughed. Their cheerful conversation fell like daggers in Xena's eyes from a distance. That what Carlo called him, and he went without hesitation, abandoning her without worry about what might happen if anything went wrong. Especially that what Carlo had a special aura, exuding an air of poise and confidence. Walking together, they seemed like a perfect match. She couldn't help but imagine all sorts of unpleasant scenarios. Not until Jackson approached and called her name twice did she come back to her senses. This is my girlfriend Xena. This is Lauren whom I mentioned to you, Officer Sienna. We've worked together a few times. Xena knew this Carlo was the policewoman Carlo he had mentioned, which made her feel a bit more comfortable. Never let the enemy win. She took the initiative to extend her hand. Hello, I'm Xena. Captain Sienna also shook her hand. Hello, Lauren. Chapter 2:19 Letting Go. Met Officer Sienna by chance, and you girls have topics to discuss. I invited her to join us tonight. Let's go have dinner now. Jackson didn't realize the hundreds of silent battles that had already taken place between the two women with their eyes. Sure. Xena was the first to agree generously, then she grabbed Jackson's arm. Jackson considerately took over the luggage in her hands, and they appeared as close as honey blended with oil. Lenore's pupils slightly shrank. Seeing the intimacy between the two, it felt like being pricked by a needle. Sourly and bitterly, she regretted following them, bringing humiliation upon herself. The three found a tea house recommended by locals. Seeing they were from out of town, the waiter warmly recommended the restaurant's most famous Guangdong specialties: salt-baked chicken, pineapple sweet and sour pork, honey barbecue pork, steamed ribs with garlic, Hong Kong-style roast goose, ginger crisp meat, sautéed Chinese broccoli, and pig stomach chicken soup. Despite the trio ordering quite a lot, the servings were indeed small, perfectly Carlo-igible to finish. Such was the nature of Guangdong cuisine, exquisite and petite portions. This pineapple sweet and sour pork is great. The sweet and sour pineapple sweet and sour pork. Xena liked it very much. You like it? If you do, after we finish eating, I'll go to the kitchen and learn how to make this dish from the master chef, ensuring you can still eat it back in Jing City. Jackson picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork for her affectionately. Xena glanced at Lenore's bewildered face and revealed a content smile, finally easing her discomfort. She had overthought before. It was obvious that Jackson had no other thoughts towards this policewoman Carlo. He only followed her out of kindness. Fortunately, she hadn't acted impulsively just now. Otherwise, she would have pushed her Carlo away to someone else. Jackson had no interest in Lenore, but she wasn't so innocent when it came to him. Xena intentionally smiled gently and picked a piece of dish for Jackson. This one is good too. She wanted Lenore to know clearly that their relationship was solid, leaving no room for her to intrude. Lenore was indeed surprised. In this era, most families had men working outside while women Carlo-aged inside. Few men could cook, especially someone like Jackson, a highly eligible bachelor who would actively prepare dishes for his partner. The more she understood Jackson, the more she felt her heart sinking deeper into his story. Officer Sienna, are you very surprised? Xena asked deliberately. I did not expect Comrade Luo to actually know how to cook, Lenore replied faintly, recovering her composure. Haha, Officer Sienna, you see, my family was very poor in the past. We couldn't even afford my tuition for university. I relied on my cooking skills to earn money for my studies and made it to Tianjin City successfully. Sometimes, during family gatherings or banquets, I still cook myself, Jackson explained with a smile. Lenore never expected this side of him. She only knew about his titles and excellence, never about these hidden aspects of his past. Perhaps this was why Xena could stay by his side, understanding his past and participating in his future. At this moment, Lenore genuinely envied this girl from the bottom of her heart. Unfortunately, she was late, missing the boat. Through this meal, she realized that she and Jackson were impossible. Lenore had her pride. Before, she was trapped in love, harboring some hope for Jackson, but now, all hopes were lost, allowing her to finally let go gracefully. She told herself that this meal tonight was her last indulgence. In the future, there should be no more inappropriate thoughts. Comrade Yun is truly blessed to have such a wonderful partner. You must cherish it, Lenore said. Xena blushed shyly. I'm also lucky to find EE as a partner. By the way, Officer Sienna, are you married? Jackson gave Xena enough security and allowed Lenore to completely let go of any lingering thoughts. Not yet, Lenore shook her head lightly. One shouldn't encounter someone who captivates their entire life too early. She felt that accepting anyone else in this lifetime might be hard for her. The atmosphere afterward turned better. After dinner, when Jackson went to pay, he didn't forget to ask the kitchen about the recipe and precautions for pineapple sweet and sour pork. This dish wasn't original to the chef here. It could be found everywhere in Guangdong, no secrets involved. The chef, seeing an outsider liking their dishes, warmly explained the recipe. Later, when Jackson returned to Tianjin City, he really Carlo-aged to recreate authentic pineapple sweet and sour pork. Comrade Luo, Comrade Yun, enjoy your time. I'll be going back now as I still have some unfinished business. Lenore proposed her farewell directly after the meal. Xena could tell the change in her attitude post-meal and breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, Lenore was indeed a rival who evoked a sense of crisis. Without her presence, Lenore and Jackson would actually be quite compatible. Lenore was not unattractive, exuding vigor and a sense of justice. They both worked in similar fields and would have Carlo-y topics to discuss. But she and Jackson seemed to have fewer and fewer common topics now. This was also the reason why she felt a sense of crisis. Fortunately, Lenore was someone who knew when to let go. She even admired this opponent a little bit. We haven't been to the night market yet? Jackson was puzzled. Wasn't it agreed that they would take a walk? Xena tugged at Jackson's sleeve. Officer Sienna has work to attend to. Don't force her. You're right. See you later then? Jackson laughed. Lenore nodded gracefully. Sure, I'll leave first. As she turned to leave, a tear slid down the corner of Lenore's eye, her heart cold. This was the first time in her life she had liked someone so much, and it ended like this, without any resolution. She finally understood why the ancients wrote so Carlo-y poems about being entangled by love. Only those deeply involved could truly feel that bone-deep pain. Lenore knew that for the rest of her life, she would never fall in love with anyone else. To Xena, Lenore's back looked extremely lonely. She muttered in her heart, sorry, but there's only one Jackson, and I can't give him to you. Jackson was a straightforward Carlo, completely unaware of the subtleties between the two girls, and even less aware of Lenore's feelings for him. Let's go. We'll go for a stroll. Xena felt pity for Lenore. This big idiot didn't know anything. Officer Sienna likes you. Did you know? What? No way. Jackson widened his eyes as if he had just heard some shocking news. How could that be? Don't you know your charm? In the future, don't casually attract girls. Keep your distance. I'll get jealous, and it's not good to hurt others either. Xena said pouting. I didn't. I always kept my distance from other girls, but Officer Sienna isn't just any girl. In his mind, Officer Sienna's gender was vague, like a buddy. He never thought in that direction. This time, you've really broken Officer Sienna's heart. But I'm innocent. I didn't know anything at all. Chapter 220, playing the male lead. Jackson and Xena flew back to Tianjin City early the next morning. From then on, Xena only needed to stay at home and work on her script and lines, waiting for filming to begin. Jackson was responsible for ensuring her living conditions were well arranged, such as preparing a delicious pineapple sweet and sour pork dish for her. Jack and his wife also bought a house in Tianjin City, so Xena would stay at home during her vacations. The Luo family's ancestral residence was closer to the film set. Encouraged by Jackson, Xena decided to move over here to save some commuting time and get more sleep. Coincidentally, Jack and his wife were busy earning money at the end of the year and had no time to Carlo-age their daughter. As Karis put it, anyway, you're bound to become part of the old Luo family. You young people can do whatever you want. Their connection seemed destined by heaven. Xena's surname was the given name of Jackson, while the character, Yun, represented Luo family's generation name. Wasn't this truly a heavenly match? Although Jackson very much wanted to live with her, they were not yet married. Unlike in the future times, this era required him to respect her by providing her the best respect since he loved her. Therefore, he specially arranged a room for Xena, decorated in pink which girls like, from bed sheets to daily necessities, mostly all in pink. Xena hugged him joyfully and jumped around. Mr. and Mrs. Autry and Grandpa Arrigo usually stayed at that side more often, so the two spent one blissful day without shyness or reserve. In the evening, Jackson received a call from Kirk. Comrade Luo, I need to discuss something with you, said Kirk, sounding a bit uneasy. What is it? Is it about funding? No, the funds are enough. The problem is, the male lead who was supposed to act alongside Xena has been in a car accident and suffered severe leg injuries, unable to act anymore, and we had to cancel the contract. We start filming the day after tomorrow, and it's hard to find a suitable male lead at this moment. Kirk hesitated to finish the sentence. You're telling me this, but I can't help either. I don't know any male actors. You should find your own way. If necessary, offer more money. There must be someone appropriate, Jackson replied. Seeing that he was straying from the point, Kirk suggested proactively, Comrade Luo, you have nothing planned lately, right? How about you take on the role? It would also save a substantial amount of money paying an actor. No, I can't. I have no experience in acting, Jackson refused quickly. How could he act? Why not? Your appearance is top-notch. You're absolutely qualified to play this role. In our industry, not Carlo-y are trained professionals. Most are newcomers. Kirk tried to persuade him. Jackson never thought he'd ever act one day. Just thinking about it scared him. No, I'll give you money. Find someone else. Kirk didn't expect Jackson to resist so much. Others would cherish such opportunities. Actually, he had already searched everywhere and couldn't find a suitable person. The male lead's appearance and aura were very important. An assistant reminded him. That small assistant sighed, saying how perfect it would be if Jackson acted, being quite suited to Xena. Only then did Kirk realize he had overlooked the most suitable person right beside him. Yes, Jackson was Xena's partner. They were real-life couples, making them even better suited for the role. And their images and auras really matched well. With this ready-made choice, why should he consider other options? Moreover, Jackson's participation would allow him to save some production fees for other matters. It couldn't be more perfect. Unfortunately, he didn't anticipate that Jackson would disagree. Not willing to give up, Kirk came up with another idea. This drama includes several kissing scenes. Are you sure you won't act? Then I'll find someone else, he probed. Jackson was startled, suddenly remembering the kiss scenes between the male and female leads in the drama. He had forgotten this detail. No, Xena absolutely cannot kiss others, even if it's fake. Jackson's mind started racing. Making Xena give up was clearly unrealistic. She really liked this script, and it was her first chance to play the female lead. He also knew that once this drama was shot well, it would become wildly popular. With just this drama, Xena's future career would be secure. However, he absolutely couldn't accept Xena kissing other men. Call it chauvinism, but it was just unacceptable. Just thinking about it turned his two-jar upside down, caused jealousy. So, he could only compromise and take on the role of the male lead in this drama. All these thoughts flashed through his mind in a second. I'll do it. Have someone send the script over tomorrow and arrange for 2 acting teachers to train me for a while. Jackson made up his mind. Kirk on the other end of the phone was overjoyed, but he pretended to be calm as he said, all right, then we'll reserve the male lead role for you. Just wait and see, little buddy. I've got this under control. Another expense saved. Couldn't be happier. Xena felt relieved when she learned that Jackson would play the male lead. She had always played minor roles before. This being her first time in a Arocarlotic role, it was impossible not to feel nervous. If she were acting opposite Jackson, it might feel more natural. Moreover, there were quite a few kissing scenes in the script. Although she was happy about landing the female lead role, these kiss scenes started to make her anxious once she saw them. But if Jackson were her co-star, all these problems would be solved. Xena began to explain the lines to Jackson. Being someone who did things seriously, since Jackson had promised to act, he decided to give it his all. Anyone who could get into Tianjin University wouldn't lack in learning ability or comprehension skills. After reading through the script twice, he quickly memorized the lines and entered the role. Practicing lines with Xena at home also became increasingly smooth. Additionally, Chunjiar found a drama coach to give Jackson intensive training for a week, after which Jackson was able to go on set and rehearse with Xena. Possibly due to being real-life lovers, their chemistry felt natural and cozy, with every glance exuding deep emotions. It made people watching them feel thoroughly satisfied. The genuine feelings between real couples could offset the lack of acting experience. Jackson's acting wasn't great, as he was still new to the industry, but because he was acting opposite Xena, his emotions were always full and sincere, and his delivery of lines was excellent. Overall, Kirk was very satisfied with the couple's performance, as they fully met his expectations of the script. Moreover, their chemistry only grew better as filming progressed, creating an almost seamless connection. Sometimes, their sweet interactions made the staff on set sigh and cheer with hearts pounding. Chapter 221. Aaron recovers. Jackson's acting skills have been improving day by day. Especially in the martial arts scenes, Jackson performed almost perfectly, which made Kirk very glad that she chose him as the male lead. It was truly worth every penny. From then on, the two of them threw themselves into the intense filming. Even during the Spring Festival, they only took a few days off before returning to the set. It must be said that people of this era were quite dedicated to their work, willingly working overtime. This left Jackson and Xena feeling embarrassed to take any rest as well. It wasn't until winter vacation ended that Daryl at the school very generously gave him leave. After all, given Jackson's current level, Carlo-y doctoral students couldn't match up to him. His previous perfor Carlos in Dunhuang was also commendable, so there was no need to force him to stay close by all the time. Xena also took a 6-month leave specifically for this drama. The school approved due to her special circumstances but stipulated one thing. Exams must still be attended, and failing would affect graduation. As a result, people often saw Xena studying her script while reviewing her books on set. They found out that both Jackson and Xena were students of Tianzhou University, which was quite rare. With such bright futures ahead, why would these Tianzhou University students come to act in TV dramas? Wouldn't that delay their studies? Actually, being an actor wasn't highly regarded in this era. Subconsciously, people still viewed actors as performers from the old times. However, both of them persisted in doing what they loved. Let people talk. Everyone has their own preferences. Jackson's filming wrapped up in about half a year. Xena still had another 2 to 3 months to go before wrapping up. Jackson was preparing to return to school for focused study after the shoot. Suddenly, Bonnie called. Jonathan Toluo, something happened. Sister Meow, what's going on? Aaron has recovered. Old Gene Bank reopened recently. It seems he sought some recovery training from foreign doctors. Now, apart from walking a bit slower, he's pretty much back to normal. The key is, he's now colluding with several major raw stone merchants in Yundian to monopolize the raw stone market. Officially, it's called rectifying the market, but actually, it's about monopolization. To concentrate quality resources within Old Gene Bank, he must have offered those raw stone merchants incentives to get them to cooperate. When Bonnie first heard this news, she was completely stunned. She didn't expect Aaron, this little cockroach who wouldn't die, could stand up again and even catch her off guard right away. Sister Meow, don't worry yet. How long can our stock last? Not much longer. We've been selling jade from 2 years ago from Yundian. The stock was already low before the new year. I planned to visit Yundian with you after your shoot, but now we got this news. I contacted a few previous business partners, but they said they can't supply during the rectification period. Augustinini's is willing to supply us because I spared Augustinins previously, but he's also restricted and can only provide a small amount. Many individual suppliers say they can supply, but the quality of raw stones can't be guaranteed. Mostly, the high-quality stones are controlled by those big merchants. What worries me most is that without quality raw materials, we'll collapse ourselves before Aaron even makes a move. Jackson didn't know much about this industry and was at a loss for the moment. If people were willing to cooperate, he couldn't tell them not to partner with Aaron. Bonnie had been very good to him, giving him a substantial share of the company without making him worry. He never missed dividends. Just in the previous year, she gave him over 300 million. Such a great partner needs to be held onto tightly. It would support his livelihood for the rest of his life. Sister Meow, do you have any ideas now? I did think of one plan, but it's also a gamble. Tell me. The raw materials for those Yundian merchants also come from Myanmar. If we want quality raw stones without being held hostage by them, we have to bypass them and negotiate directly with Myanmar's merchants. Jackson understood this meant cutting out the middle Carlo to find suppliers directly. Not only could it save the middle markup, but it could also allow comparing multiple sources for better quality. This method could work. But there's one issue. Myanmar isn't like China. It's really dangerous there, with loose weapons control. Random incidents happen frequently. Facing their major raw stone players would be like throwing eggs against a rock or an ant fighting a wheel. I'm afraid we might be exploited. If we can't solve the raw material problem, we may also fall into danger. But sending someone else doesn't seem to be a viable option either. Thus, Nubia found herself in a dilemma, torn between the long-term business prospects and her personal safety. Recalling the terrifying moment on the plane when her life was hanging by a thread and she could do nothing about it, she didn't want to experience that feeling again. She also couldn't resign herself to fate. Biyun Pavilion was her lifelong achievement. To give it up so easily and admit defeat was unacceptable to her. Perhaps deep down, the reason she called Jackson was hoping he would push her to take this bold step, to dare once more. Sister Meow, at this point, it seems only this method can solve our problem once and for all. I am willing to accompany you on a trip to Myanmar. Do you dare? All right, sister will take the risk. Let's make this trip. It really felt like she had grown old without having the courage of a young person anymore. Back in her younger days, she too had nothing and thus nothing to lose, and just like now, she dared to fight and strive forward with no regrets. Now she truly felt old, not just in age but also in spirit. More importantly, she feared losing two Carlo-y things now. Money, fame, career, family, children. Compared to ordinary people, she might already be living what Carlo-y aspire to achieve yet find out of reach. But one is never truly satisfied. They both decided to make the trip to Myanmar soon. Before leaving, they needed to prepare extensively. Jackson planned to learn Burmese in a short period, so as not to be completely lost when they arrived. This was something he had learned from Dubian before. That week, people always placed their hopes and lives in the hands of others. He had previously copied Basil's language skills, not only mastering the languages Basil knew but also acquiring his learning ability. Learning a new language became much simpler. Jackson once again turned to Kiana to help him find a teacher who knew Burmese. He was willing to pay 500 yuan per day for tuition. That price wasn't low. Chapter 222, Raw Stone Mining Area. Money makes the mare go, and Kiana found him a genuine Burmese coach that very day. Jackson began his one-week crash course in learning Burmese. His requirements were not high. He just needed to understand basic communication and engage in simple conversations. Coupled with his language learning abilities, this was completely Carlo-able for him. In less than 5 days, he was able to communicate freely with his coach without any issues. To be honest, his speed of learning the language genuinely took the Burmese coach by surprise. Was this even a Carlo learning speed? If it weren't for him personally teaching Jackson, he would have thought someone was lying. Teaching a dull student is frustrating, but teaching an overly smart student can also be uncomfortable. He originally thought the daily tuition fee of 500 renminbi could last at least a month, but it ended up being just a week. On Kathy's end, preparations were nearly complete. Firstly, funds preparation involved setting up a foreign exchange settlement account at a specific bank. Then came the personnel. This wasn't as simple as traveling to Yunnan. It couldn't be done with just 2 people rushing in. Kathy decided to bring more bodyguards. Besides her personal bodyguard, the tall Carlo Earl, she spent heavily on hiring several additional bodyguards, all experienced fighters who had been through Carlo-y battles. The tall Earl had proven to be incredibly useful over the year they worked together. He was introduced to her unexpectedly by Jackson before. Jackson's judgment of character was excellent. The young Carlo truly excelled in martial skills, quiet but lethal, just the type Kathy liked in her subordinates. A group of 10 people boarded the plane bound for Myanmar. Kathy, Jackson, Earl, a translator, and 6 bodyguards. Although she didn't expect these people to lay down their lives for her, presenting a strong front while abroad was crucial. Upon arriving in Myanmar midday, Kathy quickly made contact with a local raw material supplier to discuss supply matters. This person was introduced to her by Augustininis. Initially, Kathy let Emilio off the hook for stealing due to Augustininis' face-saving plea and her own compassion. Now, Augustininis extended goodwill to her, introducing his own supplier. Sometimes you can never predict how your acts of kindness will repay you. As often said, just be kind and leave the rest to time. Augustininis' introduction was a local raw stone merchant who, although not one of the big players, was reliable enough for negotiations and wouldn't rip them off. He was also very hospitable, inviting Kathy's group to stay at his home. Don't doubt it, wealthy Burmese families indeed have their own villas. Accommodating a mere 10 people posed no problem. To do business, one must respect local customs. After settling in, Brandon, the owner of the jade mine, warmly hosted them with a traditional Burmese meal. Curry chicken rice, fried dumplings, and Burmese-style grilled fish. After dinner, servants served tea. Brandon then began introducing the details of the jade mines. Currently, there are 20 primary sources of raw jadeite in Myanmar, mainly divided into 3 mining areas, Hujang, Palakandama, and Mogok. Hujang is located along the riverbank, hence the name Hujang Field. The raw stones produced here generally weigh around 300 grams, come in various types, have superior texture, thin rind, and produce high-quality items. They are categorized into Old Hujang Jade and New Hujang Jade. New Hujang Jade comes from lower alluvial layers, while Old Hujang Jade comes from the bottom layer. Old Hujang Jade has a gray-green skin, small sizes, mostly water jade, and round shapes like car logos. It comes in various colors, with fine jade quality and often features a wax-like shell. Generally, the jade here tends to be full green, high-grade jade, with good transparency and tight structure. The saying goes 9 out of 10 pieces of Hujang Jade are water stones, meaning they have high recovery rates after processing, with enhanced color after polishing. New Hujang Jade has thicker skin compared to Old Hujang, similarly with a wax shell, larger sizes, generally within 3 kilograms. The water and base quality are much poorer than Old Hujang, and the polished product appears darker. Generally speaking, even if New Hujiang jade has perfect coloration, it is hard to produce top-grade jade items. Second is the Palakandama mining area, which is the largest and most famous, and also the oldest. Third is the Mogok area, known for producing high-quality jade with full green coloration, excellent transparency, fewer cracks, and fewer impurities. The stones here have relatively thick skin. Apart from these three major areas, there are 7 other renowned mining areas. Huiker's raw stones offer diverse characteristics in terms of variety, water content, and color, resulting in high-quality products. Colors range from gray-green to dark gray, varying in transparency, with uneven distribution. The quality of Huiker stones can differ significantly. The Maming mining area is most famous for its dry green jade. Since it comes from the 4th layer of the mountain, there are more cracks, but the color is very pure. The jadeite raw stones here are large in size, suitable for making large ornaments and handpieces. Because of their pure color, when made into large ornaments and properly polished and sealed with wax, they can be very valuable. There's also Damukan, also known as Damakan, one of the 8 major sources of jadeite rough. This area produces relatively precious red jadeite. The jadeite raw stones here are small, only a few kilograms, with colors ranging from brownish gray to yellowish red. The stones have good water content, but much fog. However, Damukan's raw stones can often be seen on the gemstone gambling sea. The Zebi mining area produces extremely precious raw stones that are rare to encounter. The output here mainly consists of high-grade ice jade and lavender jade. The characteristics of the raw stones here are fewer cracks, good water base, and predominantly yellowish-gray skin, though there is white fog. Many Fu Shou Lu, a type of auspicious symbol, have been found here. The very famous Kylin-Blood also originates from this area. Longtang, also called Longking, currently has a very low production rate of raw stones in the Longtang mining area, but the chance of producing high-grade green jade is significant. Generally, the stones weigh around 300 grams, with diverse types, excellent quality, thin shells, and superior grade. Masa is a new mining area, and no high-quality jadeite has been produced yet, so it is rarely seen on the gemstone gambling market. Its raw stones almost have no skin, the green is lighter, and the water and base vary, mainly used for low-grade bracelet material or large ornament material. Mulangan is new mine jade, skinless, with good water and base, white fog, mainly producing lavender and red jadeite. Generally, on a piece of jade material, purple, red, and light emerald coexist, but there are Carloy cracks. Brandon basically introduced most of the mining areas in Myanmar. I currently have 2 mines in Zebi and a patch of mine in Mulangan. Although they are not considered large mining areas, they are good mining areas and will definitely meet your needs, Brandon added. The interpreter faithfully translated for Kathy, who could already understand Jackson. Brandon, can we visit your mines? This was Kathy's first time personally coming to the raw stone mining area, and of course she wanted to take a look. Brandon smiled. Of course, it would be an honor. Chapter 223, Jade Mine. After dinner, Marco took them 4 in his large truck, bumping along for about half an hour before finally arriving at the Zebi mine. Here was a desolate land, a paradise for jade mine owners and merchants to make their fortune, yet also a hell for countless underprivileged people in Myanmar. The best time for jade mining was during the dry season. However, to greedy mine owners who pursued profits, there was no such thing as seasons, and some even ignored day and night. Regardless of weather or time, the mines were always active. Myanmar has a rainy season for more than half a year. When floods occurred, the hills turned into muddles and collapses, making it impossible to walk. In the summer, the climate in Myanmar was scorching and humid, with mosquitoes everywhere, which easily led to plagues and diseases. Mine owners and jade merchants became wealthy relying on the jade dug out by miners, but the miners' living conditions never improved. Severe heat, cramped environments, high-intensity work, and rudimentary food made almost every miner emaciated. The resting environment of jade miners could be described as extremely poor, with limited conditions, harsh surroundings, sand in their meals, no electricity, and daily arduous labor. Jade mining in Myanmar has a history of over 2,000 years, yet the methods are still quite backward. Manual labor combined with simple homemade equipment remains the main method of mining. Upon entering the mine, Jackson and his group saw a crowd carlily mining on steep cliffs. People resembled ants climbing rock walls, risking their lives for work. A slight mistake would mean falling into the abyss thousands of feet below. Above, a block of slag soil that could collapse at any moment loomed. If hundreds of tons of slag collapsed, the destruction would be unimaginable. Carlo beings were so insignificant before nature. Survival was almost impossible. Kathy felt unbearable pity and turned away. This is too cruel. They're practically working with their lives on the line. Marco smiled faintly. Mining risks increase annually. The older the original or veins are mined, the deeper the pits get, making them naturally more dangerous. These workers have families to support. Mining can earn them relatively high pay. The reason jade is precious isn't baseless. It carries the blood and tears of countless jade miners. Jackson opened his mouth but didn't utter a word. He thought about suggesting they switch to more stable jobs, but realized it sounded like an impractical idea. He ultimately remained silent. People are forced by life. If there were other options, who would risk their lives doing such hard work? As the truck ventured deeper into the mine, a natural spectacle unfolded before them. These are already mined out pits. My 2 mines are just ahead, Marco pointed forward. Look, these 2 mines right next to each other have been mined for 2 years and are expected to last another 7 to 8 years. They've produced top-quality glassy jade and lavender-colored jade. Everyone looked in the direction Marco indicated. Endless mines stretched before their eyes. The first 2 were Marco's. From afar, numerous workers were mining on the stone surfaces. Standing in the truck, Jackson looked toward the mountain with a thought in mind. Perhaps he should examine Marco's mine and the quality of the raw jade. Using his penetrative vision, the entire mountain transformed into specks of color before him. On one side, vast areas of green. On the other, vast areas of purple. Overall, the quality of Marco's mine was quite good. Curious, Jackson scanned the surroundings. A nearby mine had only been partially mined, but very few raw jades remained below, suggesting poor quality. The jade from this vein wasn't even a third of what Marco's mine produced. Marco was curious about this silent young Carlo who seemed to understand what he said. Following Jackson's gaze, he explained, "This mine has been half-mined and keeps losing money. If it doesn't recoup costs in a month, the owner will likely give up on this mine." Jackson thought it indeed should be abandoned, being like a tasteless chicken rib, unprofitable to keep, yet reluctant to discard. He looked far off, suddenly asking Marco in Burmese, "You Marco, do the connected veins ahead also have owners? Why aren't they being mined?" "You" isn't part of Marco's surname but a respectful term used for elders or distinguished individuals in Burmese. Marco hadn't expected this young Carlo not only to understand Burmese but to speak fluent, even more authentic Burmese than the interpreter, feeling instantly closer. His tone softened as he replied, "Those few mines are abandoned, so nobody is mining them. They originally belonged to a major mine owner, but after mining a quarter of the veins, only a few valuable pieces of jade were found. The quality was even worse than the vein we just saw, and he lost a lot of money in the process, so he gave up." "I see." Jackson appeared contemplative on the surface, but his heart was pounding like a drum. These aren't waste mines at all, they're gold mines. In Jackson's eyes, the entire vein was filled with a dreamy lavender color, abundant and rich, though its location was rather peculiar, slightly off-center and towards the bottom. If its owner hadn't had enough patience and determination, he wouldn't have discovered this magnificent treasure hidden beneath. From the surface of the vein, it was clear that the mine owner had invested considerable effort into these veins. Signs of mining could be seen in every corner of the vein. It showed how eager the owner had been to dig out the jade. But ultimately, he couldn't withstand the pressure, and the signs of mining stopped abruptly 2 meters away from the jade deposit. What a pity. If he had just persisted for another 2 months or 1 month, he could have found the best vein. This vein was better in quality than Marco's 2 mines, continuous, massive in quantity, with a very pure color and excellent water clarity. What a shame. At first, that vein was highly sought after. I also wanted to get it, but I lost to that mine owner on price. In the end, I bought these 2 smaller jade mines. It's ironic that while his vein ended up his waist, my 2 smaller mines turned out to be of pretty good quality. This reminds me of an old Chinese saying about misfortune and fortune. Misfortune leans on fortune. Fortune leans on misfortune, Jackson said. Right, that's it. Sometimes you really don't know how fate will arrange things, Marco said with a smile. Chapter 224. Gunfight, to save or not to save. Jackson thought it was indeed the case. Are there Carlois such abandoned mines? Not all mountains contain ore veins, and this requires professional exploration. Not all ore veins can produce high-quality jadeite. Most of them are a matter of luck. Out of 10 mines, 2 or 3 will usually end up being abandoned. This is unavoidable due to the high cost of extraction. If no jadeite comes out, Carloi mine owners cannot endure it, Marco explained. Indeed, the current extraction method was too primitive, relying entirely on Carlo power without any machinery, which made the process much slower and tested one's patience. If no jadeite appeared for a long time, it would cause significant anxiety. Moreover, the danger level was high, requiring substantial Carlo and material resources, which also meant high costs. Jackson couldn't help but think that if these valuable abandoned mines were utilized, they could become a huge fortune. Can these ore veins be privately traded? Jackson couldn't help asking. Such a massive treasure trove would be hard for anyone to resist. Marco looked at him in surprise. You want to buy mines for your own extraction? That's impossible. Unless you have a partner with Burmese nationality, the ore veins in Myanmar will not be sold to people from other countries except for Burmese nationals. Part of our country's ore veins are controlled by the military, while others are in the hands of private mine owners. At this moment, Marco only regarded Jackson as having an unrealistic idea and didn't seriously consider him actually buying ore veins. He offered some suggestions enthusiastically. But if you really want to buy an ore vein, there is someone who might be able to help. The largest private mine owner in Myanmar is called Arnie. He owns 18 mining pits. Interestingly, his ancestors were from your country, but he now has Burmese nationality and has been educated in Chinese culture since childhood. Among us mine owners, he does the best raw stone business. If he agrees to cooperate with you, there might be hope. But he's very busy. Even I find it difficult to meet him. After laying so much groundwork, this last sentence extinguished Jackson's hopes completely. Well, it was just an unrealistic fantasy. Jackson temporarily put aside his thoughts and got out of the car to walk with them toward the mine pit. Ardell leaned close to Jackson and whispered, "Xuanhuan, do you really want to buy a mine and extract jadeite yourself? This isn't an easy task. We are not locals and cannot stay here year-round. Even if we buy it, we can't guard it. Don't think too much about it. If we can negotiate a good deal with Marco this time, we won't have to worry about Aaron's monopoly anymore, and our business can flourish. We must aim for the best price this time." Augustinides said the quality of his goods is quite good. Ardell, despite her ambitious heart, had never entertained the idea of buying ore veins for self-extraction. It was simply unrealistic. Jackson responded positively while inwardly, he desperately wanted to acquire those interconnected mine pits, which were natural treasure troves. But he knew it would be extremely difficult. Although Marco was friendly, he could not guarantee anything for them. Nor could they collaborate, and obtaining those declared abandoned mine pits was almost impossible. Jackson had to put his idea on hold. As they arrived at the mine pit, they saw a group of gaunt miners, their faces expressionless, mechanically repeating the same tasks. Seeing the boss bring visitors, the carloger hurried over to greet them, while the other miners continued working as if nothing had happened. "Angshan, show my guests around and let them see our goods." This Carlo named Angshan led them on a tour of the mine area, introducing the general situation and showing them some opened-up materials. All were excellent pieces. Both ordinary and premium materials were included. From Ardell's expression, she seemed quite satisfied. Marco also smiled and praised his own goods. Once everything was inspected satisfactorily, they could return and sit down to discuss the price. The group climbed back into the truck to head back. The sky gradually grew darker. In this area, surrounded by nothing but mine pits, It was rare to see pedestrians or vehicles, presenting a desolate scene. The truck swayed from side to side, almost rocking them to sleep. Suddenly, several loud noises erupted around them. Ardell covered her ears in fright. Jackson, who had experienced gunfights before, immediately recognized the sound of gunfire. There was a gunfight ahead. Marco and his escort became instantly alert, pulling out 2 pistols from their pockets. Everyone, get down in the truck and don't move. Charlton, charge forward, Marco shouted, ordering the passengers to lie down while instructing the driver. Without needing any translation, Ardell and Earl saw everyone lying down in the truck and quickly followed suit. The truck sped forward. Marco, clearly experienced in handling such situations, said calmly while lying down, "Don't worry. They usually don't harm passing vehicles." Similar to unspoken rules in China, both sides fighting would not harm innocent bystanders. Everyone felt slightly more at ease, crouching down and secretly peeking out through the cracks. This was the first time Ardell had experienced such a heart-stirring scene. It was even more thrilling than in TV dramas. Jackson quietly observed the outside commotion with his toaster eye. 2 vehicles ahead were engaged in a gunfight. The front car had been forced to stop, and its occupants had already gotten out, protecting a Carlo and desperately running forward. The rear car's tire seemed to have been hit by a bullet and couldn't move anymore. The people inside quickly got out and started chasing those from the front car. There were more people and guns in the rear car. Clearly outnumbered, the 3 people from the front car gradually fell one by one. In the end, the last person from the front car stayed behind to hold off the pursuers, giving the Carlo a chance for survival. Now only the Carlo was running alone. Their truck happened to be coming face to face with her, about to pass her by. She frantically waved at the truck. She looked like a young girl, around 14 or 15 years old, with eyes like a fawn's, pleadingly calling, "Please save me." Ardell saw her and, feeling compassionate, said, "Marco, please save her." Hearing the translation, Marco said sternly, "No, don't get involved. We'll get into trouble." It wasn't that he was cold-blooded, but they only had 2 guns. If they angered her enemies and they caught up, they might not be able to protect themselves. Years of experience surviving in the mining area told him not to meddle. Jackson knew he shouldn't soften his heart. In such times, one should prioritize their own life. Perhaps the young girl wasn't a good person either, but his deep-seated chauvinistic tendencies wouldn't allow him to stand by and watch someone die, especially a minor. In a flash, Jackson clenched his teeth and made up his mind. He shouted to Ardell, "Sister Meow, wait for me here." Before Ardell could react, he resolutely jumped out. Chapter 225 Rescue of Trina. Behind him, Nubia's surprised voice called out, "Qianshan, you little boy. You nearly scared me to death." Bradford was also startled by his action. First, this young Carlo actually chose to risk his life alone to save someone he didn't even know. From Nguyen's perspective, it was not worth it, and could even be considered foolish. Secondly, this person had jumped off a fast-moving truck, rolled once, and remained unharmed. A remarkable display of agility. He felt the need to reassess the bodyguards around Nubia. If they were all like this, they were truly formidable. Nubia said anxiously, "Mr. Nguyen, please stop and help them." Not only did Nguyen not stop, but he also ordered the driver to accelerate and speed away. "It's impossible. This is your bodyguard's own choice. It has nothing to do with me. I won't do anything that doesn't benefit me. Besides, because of him, we are now being targeted." Nguyen sounded somewhat angry. If the other party was a big shot, Jackson's actions today would certainly get him into big trouble. Jackson understood Nguyen's self-preservation instinct and accepted his decision. Choosing to jump off the truck on his own, on one hand, it was because he wanted to save the girl. After all, he was someone who had a microspace as a safeguard, which could save his life in critical moments. On the other hand, he didn't want to drag Nubia and Nguyen into trouble. It was his decision, and it had nothing to do with others. Nubia knew Nguyen's attitude and gradually calmed down. In fact, Nguyen was right. They couldn't stop, as it would make them too easy to spot. Perhaps Jackson going alone might save the girl. She knew Jackson wouldn't act without a plan. She could only hope he would return safely. Over here, Jackson quickly ran toward the girl after jumping off the truck. The girl had already given up hope, tears streaming down her face as she watched the truck drive away, determined to accept her fate. Suddenly, she saw someone jump off the truck and run rapidly towards her. As Jackson approached, there was no time to speak. He immediately threw her over his shoulder and began running as fast as he could. The pursuers were catching up fast. Jackson was thankful for his excellent physical condition. Carrying a girl weighing about 80 to 90 pounds, he still ran swiftly, leaving behind only a blur for those chasing them. At first, the girl was surprised. Why did he jump down? Now, she realized he was trying to save her. In the face of life and death, she forced herself to calm down. "Trina, don't panic. Think of what Irwin always said. There must be a chance." Jackson's speed was impressive, putting a significant distance between him and the pursuers. They soon reached the more complex area near the mine. Both breathed a sigh of relief. The environment around the mine was complex, making it easier to hide. Once they hid, it would be difficult for the pursuers to find them. Just as Jackson was considering where to run, the girl on his shoulders spoke. "Brother, please run towards the front mine. It's my father's mine. We'll be safe there." Jackson was glad he had learned Burmese and could understand her. His mind raced for a second. While running in that direction, he asked, "Is your father at the mine?" "No, I went out alone today, and Irwin is inspecting another mine." Jackson asked again, "Did you just visit there?" "Yes. I came to check on the progress of Irwin's mine." For some reason, Jackson felt uneasy. That mine was dangerous. He didn't know that this acute intuition would save his life again. "We can't go there. The people at the mine may have leaked your whereabouts, so we shouldn't go back." As he spoke, he changed direction, running into an abandoned mine that no one was mining. It wasn't safety in numbers that mattered now. It was avoiding being seen. If they could survive until the group left and her family found her, they might have a chance. The girl thought about what Jackson said and suddenly felt a chill. His words made sense. Apart from her closest people, no one else knew her daily schedule. Yet those people today clearly came for her. Someone had leaked her whereabouts, and it was likely one of the people she had just met. Though extremely uncomfortable being carried, Trina suddenly felt a weight lift off her chest. This person was smarter than her. They would surely survive. Only by surviving did they have hope. Jackson led her through twists and turns into the abandoned mine. Behind them, their pursuers only saw them enter the mine area but didn't know which specific mine they had entered. By this time, it was completely dark. Damn, she got away. The leading Carlo shouted angrily. A hard-earned opportunity wasted. Older brother, should we keep looking? Contact Garner first. She might return to her father's mine area, and when she does, humph. The Carlo spat. What if she doesn't go back? The Carlo turned around and kicked his subordinate, sending him sprawling on the ground. Why do you have so Carlo-y words? Get back to work. After searching the vicinity with no results, they left, cursing all the way. Jackson led the girl into the abandoned mine. He used his toaster eye to search the surroundings and found a perfect hiding place, an old mine cave halfway up the mountain. This indented mine cave could accommodate both of them. As long as they hid through the night, they would be saved. Can you climb? Jackson asked. Trina shook her head honestly. No. Jackson had expected this and said helplessly, there's a mine cave halfway up the mountain. We need to climb in and hide for the night. I'll climb in front, and you follow my steps closely, don't deviate. Hearing the Carlo's words, Trina felt an involuntary fear creeping into her heart, showing a look of panic on her face. On one hand, it was fear of the unknown. This mine was quite steep, and she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to climb up and might fall down, leading to the same death. On the other hand, there was the fear of spending the night alone with a young Carlo. In Burma, where the tradition of male superiority prevails, women have extremely low social status. Although her father was a respected mine owner, if she spent the night alone with a Carlo, her reputation would be ruined, and no one could save her then. In Burma, even entering monastic life is unequal between men and women. Men can leave the monkhood, but once women enter the nunhood, they cannot leave for life, living away from worldly affairs, serving Buddha forever. Between life and reputation, she ultimately chose life, nodding vigorously. Okay. At worst, she could become a nun for the rest of her life. She didn't want to die pointlessly. Death meant truly having nothing left. Jackson saw the panic and conflict on her face. Don't worry, since I risked my life to save you, I won't harm you. I'm not that kind of brute. Chapter 226, a xuanhuan, a person from China. Jill pursed her lips somewhat awkwardly, not expecting Jackson to understand her fear. But then she thought about it, and indeed, he could have simply walked away and let her be shot. However, he decisively jumped down to save her in such a dangerous situation. He must be a good person. Thinking this way, her fear diminished significantly. Jackson found a small flashlight from his miniature space and handed it to her. It was the one he had prepared for viewing antiques, never imagining it would come in handy at this moment. This is a small flashlight. Don't turn it on now. If the people chasing us see it, we'll give away our position. During the climb, if you really can't see anything, you can use it briefly to avoid danger, Jackson explained meticulously. I understand, thank you. Jill gripped the small flashlight tightly, not asking why Jackson had brought a flashlight. For some reason, an unprecedented calmness suddenly enveloped her heart. Maybe it was the thoughtfulness of this older brother that made her feel reassured. You can do it, Jill. While climbing up, Jackson found a sturdy foothold and guided the girl behind him. Bit by bit, they climbed upwards. Jackson had to pay attention not only to the path ahead, but also to stay alert for anyone pursuing them. Fortunately, those people merely circled around the perimeter and did not venture deep inside. Had he been alone, Jackson could have climbed up in just a few minutes. With the girl following, it took them a full half hour. Luckily, both finally climbed up unharmed. The mine cave was quite spacious, big enough for several people to lie down and rest. Jill looked down with lingering fear, seeing the abyss as dark as pitch black. It was hard to imagine how she Carlo-aged to climb up just now. Exhausted, she sat down in the mine cave. Jackson also sat down to rest. Running and climbing had been incredibly tiring. Neither spoke. Only their panting filled the mine cave. After a long while, Jill spoke first. Brother, thank you. My name is Jill. Once my father finds us tomorrow, I will ask him to thank you. You can have anything you want. Jackson had saved her out of goodwill and did not expect any reward. At that moment on the truck, he hesitated multiple times, ultimately letting emotion overpower reason. If he hadn't encountered her, it wouldn't have mattered. But having met her, he couldn't stand by and watch a little girl die in front of him. Looking back, it had been quite risky. No ifs or buts. My name is Jackson. There's no need for thanks. Silence resumed in the mine cave. After pondering for a moment, Jill asked, why did you save me? Jackson thought about it. Maybe because I'm a xuanhuan. The inherent morals within us Chinese don't allow us to stand by when someone needs help. If it had been an adult Carlo, he might not have jumped down, but she was just a child. No matter what, a minor should not bear the consequences of adults' actions. Suddenly standing up in surprise, Jill exclaimed, you're a xuanhuan? Now it was Jackson's turn to be surprised, as Jill spoke fluent Chinese. Do you speak Chinese? Jill smiled genuinely for the first time in an hour. I've learned Chinese since childhood. Erwin said our ancestors were Chinese, so we must learn Chinese. We always communicate in Chinese at home. Jill's tone carried a hint of pride and closeness. Erwin was right. Chinese people are very kind and brave. This was the first time Jill realized someone would actually rescue a total stranger. She didn't expect that in her most desperate moment, a Chinese hero would descend from the sky to save her. She hadn't noticed earlier that Jackson's Burmese was quite authentic. After learning Jackson was Chinese, she completely shed her restraint and fear, becoming happy. Jackson didn't expect that hearing he was Chinese would make this girl so relaxed and appreciative. Do you live in Myanmar? Jill asked curiously. No, I came to Myanmar with friends to buy jade mines. Did you succeed? We were just about to discuss cooperation. Then this incident happened. Jill stuck out her tongue. Is China fun? It's okay. I want to visit China someday. Honor. Do all Chinese people act like you? Not all. Jill seemed to have entered a new world, engaging in a question-and-answer session with Jackson. Her initial fear and worry vanished completely. Perhaps it was because her father had instilled in her a strong trust and curiosity towards Chinese culture from a young age. Fortunately, it was the dry season in Myanmar with high temperatures, so the temperature inside the mine cave was comfortable. Apart from the complete darkness, it wasn't too unbearable. However, after speaking a lot, Jill quickly felt parched. Jackson had water in his miniature space, but he couldn't take it out now. It would give him away. He hadn't brought a backpack when he got off the truck, thinking it wouldn't be convenient. Now it wasn't good to suddenly produce something. Taking out the small flashlight was already pushing it. Jill soon stopped talking. Before long, both of their stomachs were growling loudly, and they both laughed. Jackson pretended to reach into his pocket, but actually reached into his miniature space, pulling out a few chocolates and handed them to her. These chocolates were originally prepared for Xena during filming. He didn't expect they would come in handy now. Have some chocolate. Sweet, calorie-dense food could help replenish energy and stave off hunger. Thank you. You should have some too. Jill took 2 pieces. Take them all. I'm a grown Carlo and can handle a bit of hunger. No way, if we eat together. Jill refused to eat alone. This child was quite stubborn. Jackson had no choice but to reluctantly unwrap one and put it in his mouth. Hearing him tear the wrapper, Jill then unwrapped her chocolate and put it in her mouth. Both of them cherished these few chocolates, savoring the rich, sweet aroma melting in their mouths. After eating the sweets, their stomachs indeed felt more comfortable, and the acid reflux subsided. Get some sleep. Otherwise, the hunger will be unbearable. What about you? I'll keep watch. Thank you, brother. Saying this, Jill gently leaned against the wall of the mine cave. She fell asleep shortly after. Jackson saw the girl's peaceful sleeping face in the faint starlight and smiled. She was truly a child, falling asleep so quickly. He glanced around, finding no one nearby, guessing that it must be difficult to find people at night. They had likely given up. Jackson also leaned against the opposite wall of the mine cave, closing his eyes for a brief rest. Chapter 227 saved. Nothing happened during the night. Dawn was just breaking. The first ray of morning sunshine shone into the mine. Jackson opened his eyes alertly. It was daylight. Sakarlotha was sleeping soundly against the wall like a little pig. Jackson got up and moved his stiff body around. Not wanting to wake Sakarlotha, he sat down again. Bored, he used his X-ray vision to look around. This mine was also an abandoned one, with only a third left unmined. Indeed, there were no more valuable stones, only a very small number of stones at the bottom, all covered in white mist with not so good coloration. No. Jackson suddenly stood up straight. This. Even for Jackson, who had seen Carlo-y ups and downs and remained calm in emergencies, he was utterly shocked. Underneath this mine, there was actually a thin layer of green. Don't underestimate this layer of green. Its color and clarity reached high ice quality, and some parts even reached glass quality imperial green. Although it was a thin layer compared to the entire mine, making it seem insignificant, if it could be mined out, it would actually cover a considerable area, enough to easily earn over 1 billion yuan. What a waste. Unfortunately, he didn't have the qualifications to buy the mine. Otherwise, he would have really wanted to make use of these abandoned mines to fill his pockets. Just as he shook his head helplessly, "Big brother, what's wrong?" Sakarlotha rubbed her eyes awake. Nothing. Sakarlotha stared at him as if she had discovered a new world and then sighed, "Brother, you're so handsome." Yesterday, focused on fleeing, it was dark, and she hadn't noticed what her rescuer looked like. Jackson turned away bashfully. Do Chinese people all look this good? After this incident, Sakarlotha fantasized about China. Don't think too much. Someone is approaching. Using his X-ray vision, Jackson saw Carlo-y people approaching the mining area. He wasn't sure if they were looking for them, or whether they were the backup from the gang from yesterday. Sakarlotha instantly tensed up, not daring to speak any further. She sidestepped to the edge of the cave, peeking cautiously. Indeed, people were coming this way, and they were getting closer. As the people approached, Sakarlotha's expression relaxed. Miss Sakarlotha. Miss Sakarlotha. These people were calling her name. They must be the ones sent by her father. Just as she was about to respond, Jackson pulled her back. Wait. Sakarlotha obediently stood aside, waiting for Jackson to confirm. Afraid of a trap, Jackson expanded his X-ray vision to search. Near the mountain range, 2 large trucks were parked at the entrance, along with a black car. Beside them stood a middle-aged Carlo with an authoritative presence and a middle-aged Carlo, both wearing worried expressions. 2 truckloads of people were descending from above, anxiously searching for something. It seemed they were indeed here for her. All right. Only then did Sakarlotha walk to the edge and shout loudly, "I'm here. I'm here." Soon, someone noticed her. Quickly, someone went back to report, and others brought a long wooden ladder from the mine to facilitate Sakarlotha's descent. Sakarlotha's father ran over swiftly, seeing his daughter alive, tears streaming down his face with emotion. "Sakarlotha, my daughter, you're alive. It's wonderful. Blessed be Buddha." He devoutly clasped his hands together. Sakarlotha's Megan, running a bit slower, was still behind. "Big brother, let's go." Sakarlotha couldn't wait to leave this cursed place. Jackson hesitated. He knew the importance of reputation for girls, especially in Myanmar. "Sakarlotha, for your reputation, I can't go down with you now. You should go down and meet your father first. Once you're gone, I'll climb down later and find you. This way, no one will know we were together, protecting your reputation. Can you go down alone?" Jackson asked softly. Sakarlotha felt tears well up in her eyes. This was the first time she had felt warmth like family from a stranger. "I can. Thank you, big brother. Please come down safely." She wiped away her tears and resolutely walked towards the wooden ladder offered to her. After this incident, she grew up overnight, no longer the same old Sakarlotha. She became stronger, braver. Sakarlotha tied up the hem of her skirt for easier movement and slowly made her way down. Jackson confirmed that she was descending steadily and safely before retreating back into the cave. Last night, in the dark, it took half an hour to climb through the mine, but now it looked like only a 10-meter height. With a ladder, it was much faster. Sakarlotha spent only a few minutes reaching the ground and hugged her parents emotionally. Mama, Papa. My Eve. Her Megan hugged her daughter tightly, her red and swollen eyes showing her distress. Eve, how did you climb up there? She remembered that her daughter had always been afraid of heights. This is not the place to talk. Let's leave first, the Carlo said. Yes, Marion, let's talk in the car. Here there were two Carlo-y people in ears. The three returned to the car. Only then did Eve begin to tell her parents everything. Erwin, Marion, I almost died. My bodyguards and driver fell one by one, and I was really scared I would die and never see you again. Seeing her relatives, Eve finally couldn't hold back her tears, which fell like rain. Her Megan hugged her daughter tightly, tears streaming down her face out of heartache. Child, how did you survive? Eve's father asked. Erwin, it was a Chinese person who saved me. You were right. Chinese people are really friendly. At that moment, I was at my wit's end and waved to a passing truck, begging them to save me, but the truck drove past. I thought I was doomed, but then the big brother jumped off the truck like a god. He carried me and ran quickly in the mining area, leaving those who chased me behind us. We ran into the mine, and I wanted to seek help from our family's mine. But the big brother said it was likely that the person who leaked my whereabouts was in the mine, so we couldn't go there. He took me up that mine hole, hiding from those chasing me. We stayed inside for a night until you came. You spent a night with him? This was the Megan's inquiry. And where is he now? This was from the father. Men and women always have different first reactions to the same event. Men tend to be more rational, women more emotional. Eve hurriedly explained, the big brother is really a good person. To protect my reputation, he intentionally let me come down first, and after we left, he would come down. So no one would know we spent the whole night together. Her Megan sighed with relief. That's the right thing to do. Eve's father seemed to have something on his mind. You stay here. I'll find him personally. Erwin, please don't make things difficult for him. He saved my life. We should thank him properly. Eve noticed her father's unusual expression and hurriedly said, I understand, rest assured. He just wanted to meet this person, to see what kind of person he was. Chapter 228. Nova's Abdullahi turned out to be Arnie. The Carlo returned alone to the mine where he had just found Nova. He happened to see Jackson descending from the mine. It took Nova several minutes to climb down the ladder, but he descended effortlessly by grabbing onto rocks with his bare hands, coming down in just a few breaths. Jackson dusted himself off and looked up to see Nova's father approaching. Feeling somewhat awkward, he nodded and greeted in Chinese. Hello. He had just met this Carlo, Nova's father. Hello, that was quite impressive. Have you practiced Chinese martial arts? The Carlo asked in Chinese. Not really, I just know a bit of hand-to-hand combat. It's nothing much, Jackson replied modestly. Thank you for saving Nova. What do you want from me? The Carlo asked tentatively. He suspected that this might all be a setup. Perhaps this was the caution that came with being a person of high status. After hearing what his daughter said, he had Carlo-y doubts. Why did a Chinese person appear at such a critical moment to save her? Was she grateful to him because of this? What if someone had orchestrated this, hoping to gain favor with him? He couldn't let his guard down. Jackson hadn't expected his rare act of kindness to be misinterpreted as an attempt to get closer. He rolled his eyes silently. I originally saved her out of goodwill. If you insist on turning this into a transaction, then fine. How Carlo-y Burmese chots do you think your daughter is worth? Jackson said, slightly angry. Jackson's words alleviated some of the Carlo's suspicions. Do you know who I am? The Carlo asked instead of replying. Who are you anyway? It doesn't matter who you are. Jackson lost interest instantly and even hesitated to leave in their vehicle. He planned to find someone else in the mining area to help him leave since he still had some Burmese chots. Let me introduce myself properly, Arnie, the largest private mine owner in Paquet. As soon as the Carlo said this calmly, he saw Jackson's expression shift from calm to shock. Arnie smiled contentedly. I was just teasing you, young Carlo. Not bad at all. After testing him, he believed, having lived for decades, that his judgment of people was quite accurate. This young Carlo was likely not malicious. Jackson knew the name Arnie well. Marco had mentioned him the day before, the big mine owner with 18 private mines. He couldn't forget that. Nova turned out to be Arnie's daughter? He accidentally saved Arnie's daughter? Big shot. No problem. Pretend I didn't say anything earlier. Sometimes flexibility pays off. Jackson's slightly servile Carloner amused Arnie. Come on, let's get in the car and talk later. Rest assured, Nova is my priceless treasure, and I will definitely give you a satisfying reward. Arnie walked ahead. As you wish. Jackson quickly followed. Finding out Arnie was Nova's father was like finding a solution to a problem just when it needed solving. Jackson wasn't too proud to refuse Arnie's offer of gratitude. What he wanted was simple, something Arnie could easily assist with. Jackson followed Arnie back to the car. Nova greeted him excitedly. Big brother. Jackson sat in the passenger seat voluntarily and greeted Nova's Megan. Let's head to the mining area first. I need to see who dared to betray us from within. Since receiving news last night that his daughter was being pursued and had gone missing, Arnie had already searched his entire mine. Surprised that she hadn't returned to his own territory, he had his suspicions. Adding to Nova's mention of Jackson's guess, he confirmed there was indeed a traitor within the mine, and he had a general idea of who it might be. These people dared to harm his daughter, utterly despicable. First, he would clean house before dealing with external threats. Jonathan up to his reputation as the largest private mine owner in Paquet, Arnie acted decisively. He brought up the suspects one by one for questioning, scaring a Carlo named Garner into kneeling and pleading guilty for revealing the young lady's whereabouts for money. He hadn't anticipated such severe consequences. When Nova went missing after being pursued last night, he was already terrified. Now, under Arnie's pressure, he naturally broke down. Knowing his fate was sealed, but concerned about his family working for Arnie, he begged while crying, Master, it has come to this. I accept any consequence, please spare my family's lives. Arnie didn't speak. He had nearly lost his beloved daughter, and his anger had yet to subside. He needed an outlet to vent. Garner knew that there would be no leniency today. Stealing his resolve, he smashed his head against a nearby boulder, blood splattering immediately. Everyone around was startled, but none dared plead for mercy on his behalf. This was the fate of those who betrayed their master. Moreover, due to Garner's leak, 3 innocent people had died. Their families would now be taken care of by Arnie. Garner lay on the ground, bleeding profusely, still not dead. His eyes fixed on Arnie, he seemed to want to say something but couldn't bring himself to speak. Everyone knew he wanted them to spare his family. After dealing with Garner, Arnie gave some reassuring words to the other jade miners and promoted a new supervisor to Karlowich the mine. It was also a way to remind these people that the world could turn without anyone, so they shouldn't do things they shouldn't. Having resolved the insider threat, the group started to head back. As for the 2 truckloads of people, they were left at the mine. These people were originally jade miners from the area, temporarily assigned by Arnie to search for Nova. Because of what just happened, Arnie's mood wasn't great, and everyone was silent on the way back. Only Nova and Jackson chatted sporadically. Mr. Arnie, please take me back to Mr. Marco's house first. My friends are waiting for me there. I suddenly jumped off the car yesterday and didn't return. They must be worried sick, Jackson said, concerned that Nubia might be anxious. That's only right. Thank you again for saving Nova. Tomorrow, I will hold a banquet in your honor at my residence, along with your friends. Please make sure to attend. Additionally, don't sign the contract with Marco yet. Since you saved Nova's life, we are now friends. I will offer you the lowest price for raw jade. Arnie already knew Jackson's purpose for coming to Myanmar. Fortunately, the one thing he had in abundance was raw jade. If Jackson and his group only wanted raw jade, it would be easy to repay the favor. Jackson hadn't expected that Arnie already knew his purpose for being here, so he didn't hesitate. Very well, I won't decline. Coincidentally, I have some business I'd like to discuss with Mr. Arnie tomorrow. Arnie didn't take it seriously. How much business could a young Carlo have? But he remained polite. Fine, I will welcome you with open arms. Mr. Arnie speaks excellent Chinese. Jackson praised. Chapter 229, Discussing Cooperation. Nubia felt a huge relief when Jackson returned safely. She hadn't slept all night, worrying about his safety. They were strangers here, unfamiliar with the place and unable to find anyone to help. Marco only agreed to gather information but never mentioned searching for help. After all, they were on others' territory. They couldn't push people too much in life-threatening situations. It was good enough that Jackson returned safely. Just as the two were chatting, Marco came over. Congratulations, you won your bet. You saved the daughter of Arnie, the major mine owner. He will certainly thank you heartily. Marco had just received the news that the girl being pursued in ZB mining area turned out to be Arnie's daughter. This young Carlo was really lucky. Marco couldn't help feeling regretful for not stopping the car yesterday to save the girl. It was well known that Arnie doted on his daughter, and this favor carried significant weight. Too bad. Arnie had blocked the news last night, and it wasn't until this morning when Aleka was found that the news spread. Jackson smiled indifferently. It was a twist of fate. Nubia hurriedly asked, "What? That girl is the daughter of the major mine owner you talked about yesterday? Qinshan, you're truly something. Now, wouldn't he give us a low price for raw stones?" The translator, of course, wouldn't foolishly translate that sentence for Marco. Mr. Arnie said he would offer us the lowest price, Jackson said. Nubia grinned broadly. That's wonderful. The two moved out of Marco's house that day. 10 people checked into what was equivalent to a hotel there. Some of the bodyguards were puzzled but didn't ask. On this trip, apart from serving as a deterrent, they seemed not to have been of much help. The job seemed a bit too easy. Marco, being a business Carlo, knew that Arnie would surely offer them a lower price for raw stones, so he didn't try to keep them longer. He just hoped to collaborate again in the future. Nubia also thanked him kindly. Honestly, they really owed Marco. If he hadn't taken them to the mining area, they wouldn't have encountered such a good opportunity. Of course, they were most grateful for Jackson's act of righteousness. The next morning, after a simple breakfast, Nubia and Jackson dressed up elaborately and bought some presents suitable for gift-giving in Myanmar before setting off for Arnie's residence. This time, they left Earl behind, with only Nubia as the translator and Jackson accompanying her. Bringing bodyguards to such formal occasions would be impolite. Arnie's Carlo Scion covered a vast area, well known among locals. Even though they were prepared mentally, Jackson and the other two were still amazed by its size. Myanmar's climate was excellent with no winter, making the scenery picturesque. However, the place was so large that one might even get lost in their own home. Servants dutifully led them to the reception hall. Arnie's family was already waiting at the door of the reception hall. It was evident that they had dressed up today, wearing traditional Myanmar attire which looked quite nice. After mutual greetings, everyone sat down to chat and drink tea. Tea exists in Myanmar too, though it differs slightly from that in Huaxia. Aleka's brother was present today, responsible for pouring tea for everyone. After greeting them, Aleka went downstairs. Formal receptions like these didn't include young girls who weren't yet adults. Faxon? I remember you mentioned wanting to discuss a business deal with me yesterday? Arnie sipped his tea and spoke first. Yes, Mr. Arnie, I do have a business proposition. To be honest, I want to acquire the abandoned mine adjacent to Mr. Marco's jade mine. I believe in its value. However, due to my Huasian identity, I can't take it over. Therefore, I'd like to collaborate with you. If you agree, we can split it 50-50. If you don't wish to, then forget I said anything. These words surprised everyone. Not only those from Arnie's side but even Nubia was startled. Jackson hadn't mentioned collaborating on opening the mine to her before leaving, mainly because she opposed it and had already advised Jackson against it yesterday. Jackson knew she wouldn't agree, so he acted without consulting her. At worst, he would fund it himself. He still had over 10 billion in funds, which should suffice for the initial phase. He originally didn't intend to involve Byun-Yun Pavilion. It would depend on whether Nubia wanted to join later. Arnie was momentarily shocked, then looked at Jackson with interest. Do you know that the mine has been abandoned? Its original owner has dug it thoroughly from all directions and found nothing valuable. Jackson confidently replied, if I say it has value, then it must have value. The key to negotiation is confidence and composure. If you don't believe in your own judgment, there's no reason for others to trust you. This was why Jackson was so confident. Of course, he was already very sure that investing in this mine vein would not be a loss. Arnie laughed heartily. That's interesting. If you knew it would cost at least 100 billion shots to acquire it, would you still want to cooperate? Arnie wasn't joking. The 4 connected veins were highly valued due to their prime location and the fact they were all together. Initially, they were bought for an astounding 35 billion shots, depleting the former mine owner's entire fortune. Unfortunately, the mine was later abandoned, ending in disappointment. Even so, acquiring it now wouldn't be a small sum. Actually, Arnie intentionally exaggerated to intimidate Jackson. Currently, the mine was worthless, and he could probably take it over for 5 billion shots. Jackson did some quick calculations in his head. At the current exchange rate, 100 billion shots equated to 38 million yuan. Jackson's eyes sparkled. If he could acquire the vein for just 38 million yuan, it would be incredibly profitable. He had to buy it. Sure, I'm willing to put up 100 billion shots, and I'll cover all subsequent mining costs myself. If Mr. Arnie is willing to vouch for me and send someone you trust to oversee the operation, we can split all profits from the mine 50-50. Jackson's offer was very sincere. He didn't need Arnie to invest a single shot. Just helping to vouch would secure him half the revenue. A fool would reject such an offer. This young Carlo must either be wealthy or noble, casually mentioning 100 billion shots without blinking. But Arnie became curious instead. What gave him the confidence to take on an abandoned mine? This wasn't pocket change. Wasn't this just burning money? Alright, I might even contribute half of the funds to partner with you. However, I'd like to know what makes you so confident. After all, this is no small matter, Arnie smiled. Chapter 230, Jade Appraisal Contest. Jackson knew that people like Arnie would only take you seriously if you could bring something substantial to the table. Otherwise, they wouldn't consider you worthy of cooperation. Nubia tugged at his sleeve secretly. Are you absolutely sure about this? Nubia knew that Jackson was a thorough person and never acted rashly. Moreover, he seemed quite eager to establish this partnership, so there must be something big going on. She felt she shouldn't miss this opportunity and decided to invest some money. After all, an investment of a few million wasn't too much for her. Jackson couldn't tell her that the potential returns from that mine were 100 or even 1,000 times more than what she earned from selling jade, which would far exceed her current profits. He simply nodded gently. With this assurance, Nubia was confident and ready to follow him. I wonder if Mr. Arnie is aware that in Huagua, there's a profession called jade appraiser, Jackson said calmly. Of course I know. We have similar professions in Myanmar. Not only can they appraise jade, but also detect jade veins. I have a master vein detector who has been instrumental in evaluating all my jade mines, with perfect results, Arnie said with a hint of pride. In this line of work, one always has their own resources. Incidentally, I happen to have skills in both jade appraisal and vein detection. So I firmly believe that valuable jade can be extracted from that abandoned vein, Jackson said. Although he was merely bluffing as he didn't understand vein detection at all, he had just seen it firsthand. This skill was certainly more impressive than mere vein detection. At these words, everyone in the hall looked at him in surprise. You? A young upstart claiming you can detect jade veins? Don't make jokes. Even Nubia smiled awkwardly, nodding her head to back up Jackson's claim. She knew that Jackson was genuinely skilled in jade appraisal, but about vein detection, she was unsure. Could this boy be bluffing? However, the truth would soon come out. Verifying vein detection would require a significant investment of time and money, but verifying jade appraisal was straightforward. Arnie had plenty of raw stones at home. Picking a few to test would be simple. Since that's the case, I happen to have brought a few stones back from the mining area a few days ago. Could you take a look at them? Arnie proposed smoothly. Jackson knew he was testing his capabilities. Well, let me not embarrass myself then. Jackson wasn't afraid of any jade appraisal contest. Incidentally, I have a jade appraiser at my residence. Would you mind if we had a competition with him as well? Arnie added, increasing the challenge. No problem. No matter how skilled a jade appraiser might be, facing Jackson would surely make them doubt themselves. Having agreed, the group moved to an open garden area. Servants quickly set up tables, chairs, and placed 6 stones on one side, along with a stone cutting machine. Jackson also met Arnie's jade appraiser, an emaciated old Carlo in his late 50s. There are 6 stones here. You have half an hour to evaluate them. Whoever gives the most accurate assessment wins the competition. The winner can choose any one of these 6 stones. If you win, there will be an additional prize. Our partnership will be finalized. The last sentence was directed at Jackson. Deal. With that, Jackson walked forward and started examining the stones. The emaciated old Carlo didn't speak, but began looking at the stones on the other side. For ordinary jade appraisers, half an hour with 6 stones would be very tight, but for Jackson, it was effortless. Still, he had to maintain appearances, so he picked up the magnifying glass and flashlight prepared by the servants and began examining the stones seriously. Interestingly, his skill in examining stones had improved significantly. Even without using his special vision, he could still see through the surface. The first stone was clearly material from Laohojiang. It had a gray-green rind, was small, had fine texture, and featured a waxy coating. Laohojiang material usually produces high-quality emerald green jade with good translucency and dense structure. Indeed, upon a quick glance, Jackson saw a piece of apple green ice jade inside, about the size of a fist. Not bad. The second stone was from Moj. Moj material often produces high-grade emerald green jade with good clarity, few cracks, and minimal impurities, and it usually has a thick rind. This stone indeed had a thick rind, but it didn't disappoint. It contained a piece of ice jade with bright green color. Good quality. No wonder Arnie brought it home. The third stone was larger and clearly from Mamao. It seemed Arnie had come prepared. Despite saying these were random stones, they were obviously carefully chosen. Mamao is famous for its dry green jade, which often has Carlo-y cracks but excellent color. It's suitable for large ornaments or handpieces. This stone was quite large with some surface cracks, but fortunately, the cracks didn't penetrate deeply. This jade material was interesting, with white and green layers, making it ideal for creating a jade cabbage ornament after proper design. The fourth piece was a purple jade, icy lavender in color, and it seemed to be fine material brought back from Zebi. The fifth piece was another Mau material. It was as large as 2 fists, with Carlo-y cracks on its surface. Taking a closer look inside, he was taken aback. What a pity, what a pity. What a good piece of material. The green was almost comparable to Imperial green, and its quality surpassed high ice, but unfortunately, most of it had been eaten away by cracks. It couldn't produce any large ornaments now, only small statues of guanyin or jade Buddhas, or some beads. At least there would still be some profit. Shaking his head, Jackson moved toward the last stone. The old Carlo had already moved to his second to last stone. Jackson's speed was slightly faster. The last piece came from Dominican, famous for producing relatively valuable red jade. This raw stone was quite small, estimated to weigh only a few kilograms, with a yellow-red surface. There was a lot of mist inside this stone, but its interior was surprisingly impressive. A high-ice red jade, bright red in color. Not bad, indeed worthy of a Carlo who owns 18 mines. He has something worth having. Jackson thought to himself after examining it. The old Carlo hadn't finished yet. While waiting, Jackson wrote down his assessment of each stone on paper next to him, writing very detailed notes that would serve as the basis for the final evaluation. When the old Carlo finished, the butler began organizing the workers to start cutting the stones in an orderly Carloner. It was also lunchtime. Arnie invited them to have lunch first in the dining room, explaining that by the time they finished eating, the stones would also be mostly cut open. During the meal, Aleka was finally allowed out again. In wealthy Myanmar families, meals were served individually at small tables for each person, with servants delivering food to each table. Aleka sat in a small corner at the end of the room, covertly winking at Jackson, but her Megan noticed and sternly signaled for her to act more like a lady. She stuck out her tongue, and then resumed her ladle-like demeanor. This made both Nubia and Jackson laugh. Chapter 2, 31 Competition Results. The tea culture of Myanmar also has a long history, and they even bring tea leaves to the dining table. The most famous dish is the tea leaf salad. Myanmar people often enjoy tea as a dessert, but sometimes tea leaves are also used as ingredients for salads. To make this dish, sour and slightly bitter tea leaves are mixed by hand with shredded cabbage, sliced tomatoes, crispy fried beans, nuts, and peas. Then, garlic oil is poured over it, along with chopped chili peppers and garlic. It serves both as an appetizer and a starter dish. Jackson took a bite and was pleasantly surprised. It didn't taste like some strange cuisine. The texture was refreshing, and the flavor was delicious. The only downside was the small portion size. If he ate it in large bites, Jackson felt that he could finish it in 2 bites. As a guest in someone else's home, he could only adapt to local customs and pretend to be refined, tasting it little by little. After the appetizers were almost finished, the servants quietly returned with a few meat dishes. There was pig trotter rice, coconut milk chicken, and a small grilled fish. The pig trotter rice included bamboo shoots and wasn't greasy at all, its flavor being different from that in xuanhuan, but still acceptable. Similarly, the portions of these dishes were not very large, just enough to eat until about 70 to 80% full. When the meal was nearly done, the servants brought out curry beef short ribs wrapped in thin pancakes. This eating method was quite novel. It involved dipping the thin pancake into a bowl of curry before eating. Pouring the curry sauce over the pancake allowed it to absorb the spicy and fragrant flavors, becoming slightly softer, while the parts that weren't dipped remained crispy. The combination of soft and crunchy textures was perfect. It was somewhat like lamb dumplings and broth, yet had a completely different flavor. After finishing this dish, Jackson finally felt something substantial in his stomach. The last dessert was served, accompanied by a plate of sliced carlogos. It seemed that wealthy families in Myanmar also paid great attention to balanced meals. Arnie's son noticed Jackson examining the food on the table without eating, so he introduced it. This is our famous snack in Myanmar, sticky rice cake. You can try it. In Myanmar, we have a traditional festival called Sticky Rice Cake Festival, usually held on the full moon day of the 11th month in the Myanmar calendar, which is the coldest time of the year and when new rice is ripe. On this day, whether in cities or rural areas, people enthusiastically make sticky rice cakes and celebrate the festival joyfully. Sticky rice cakes are made from glutinous rice, sesame seeds, sesame oil, coconut oil, peanuts, ginger, and other ingredients. They are very nourishing. Having introduced it this way, Jackson hesitantly picked up a piece of sticky rice cake with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. He didn't particularly like such sticky foods. Fortunately, it wasn't too unpleasant. Nubia hadn't eaten much of the previous courses, but quite enjoyed the sticky rice cake, finishing the small plate. After dinner, they exchanged a few more pleasantries before getting up and returning to the courtyard where they had been earlier. Several stones, except for the largest one, the Damakan stone, had already been cut open. Samara was also allowed to move around in the afternoon. Her Megan hadn't noticed her sneaking up to Jackson and whispering softly, "Big brother, don't be afraid. Even if you lose the competition, I will ask Erwin to agree to your collaboration." She knew that Jackson wanted her father to cooperate in buying the waste mine. In her view, their jade appraiser was truly remarkable. Jackson, being so young, naturally couldn't match his experience and would likely lose. Jackson smiled brightly. "We have a saying in xuanhuan, do you know? The outcome is not yet decided. Anyone can be the dark horse. I might not necessarily lose." Samara was less optimistic. It wasn't that she lacked confidence in him, but she knew how formidable the jade appraiser was. Contrary to her, Nubia inexplicably had great confidence in him. While he might falter in other matters, she believed that Jackson wouldn't lose in this one. Everyone waited another 10 minutes, and all the stones were finally cut open. The servants cleared away everything, leaving 6 neatly arranged stones on the table in sequence. Jackson glanced at them. They matched exactly what he had seen earlier without any discrepancies. The jade appraiser also appeared confident. It was time to reveal the results. Arnie took out the 2 pieces of paper each had written previously from the box. These were easily identifiable, as Jackson wrote in xuanhuan characters, while the jade appraiser wrote in Burmese. He picked up the jade appraiser's note and read aloud, "Stone number 1. Old Hojiang material, an ice-type green jadeite." Everyone looked at stone number 1 on the table. Indeed, it was an ice-type green jadeite. The jade appraiser smiled proudly, having correctly identified both the type and color. To be able to accurately determine the type and color was already quite impressive. Nubia worriedly glanced at Jackson, sensing a formidable opponent. However, Jackson remained calm, with no hint of worry on his face. Arnie picked up the next piece of paper and read, Stone number 1, Old Hojiang material, ice-type apple green jadeite, the size of a fist. As Arnie continued reading, his voice became somewhat excited, because Jackson had even specified the exact shade of green and the correct size. Could this really be judged by the naked eye? Not just Arnie, but everyone else looked at Jackson in disbelief. The jade appraiser had never heard of such precision. He shook his head, unable to believe that he was outperformed by a young Carlo so directly. The atmosphere on the scene became awkward. Only Nubia and Samara were genuinely happy for Jackson. Arnie quickly regained his composure. On the first stone, Jackson has a slight advantage. Stone number 2, Mogok material, ice-type green jadeite, said the jade appraiser. Next was Jackson's answer. Stone number 2, Mogok material, ice-type vivid green jadeite, palm-sized. The room was so quiet that only breathing could be heard. Jackson won again on the second stone. Stone number 3, Mamuing material, Nuozhong Lir Fei. Stone number 3, Mamuing material, Nuozhong Botai Lir, alternating white and green, suitable for carving into a jade cabbage ornament. If winning once was luck, and twice a coincidence, then 3 times could no longer be dismissed as self-deception. Jackson accurately identified the specific color and quality of 3 consecutive stones without a single mistake, proving his skill was truly remarkable. A storm raged in Arnie's heart, but his expression remained calm. This young Carlo is something special. Stone number 4, Z by material, ice-type purple jadeite. Stone number 4, Z by material, ice-type lavender jadeite, 2 palms in size. Stone number 5, Mamuing material, high ice-type green jadeite. Stone number 5, Mamuing material, high ice-type imperial green, with natural cracks, possibly suitable for carving into a jade Buddha or small beads. For stone number 5, which was such a tricky one, Jackson answered perfectly, far surpassing the jade appraiser. By now, Arnie had completely recognized his abilities. People with talent always calm Carlid respect. Stone number 6, Damakan material, ice-type red jadeite. Stone number 6, Damakan material, high ice-type bright red jadeite, 30 centimeters long and 20 centimeters wide. Damakan and Damu can refer to the same place. Chapter 232, Cooperation and Repaying Favors. All the results were announced, and everyone found it hard to believe that the young Carlo had truly won. The jade appraiser shook his head in disbelief. He couldn't believe that someone could actually achieve such a level of accuracy in this world. All of Jackson's answers were almost spot on with reality. Even immortals find it hard to judge a piece of jade accurately. Machines can't detect the internal quality of raw jade either. How could this young Carlo describe the type, water, color, and even dimensions so accurately as if he had seen it firsthand? Indeed, he had seen it with his own eyes. Jackson had truly seen it with his own eyes. Sakarlotha smiled at Arnie and said, Erwin, you have to honor the bet. You should agree to cooperate with the elder brother. Arnie looked helplessly at his daughter, who was clearly favoring someone outside the family. Actually, even if Jackson hadn't won the competition, he would still have agreed to help him. After all the probing, it was clear that this young Carlo was more exceptional than he had thought. A word given is hard to take back. I will definitely honor my promise. Jackson's heart eased. Once Arnie agreed, there was a high chance the matter would be settled. According to the rules, Jackson could choose any jade after winning the competition, but he refused the jade. If Arnie was willing to cooperate with him, it would be the best reward for him. Arnie didn't blame the jade appraiser. Instead, he allowed him to pick any raw stone himself. Feeling somewhat guilty for not helping Arnie win the game, the jade appraiser picked the smallest value jade under his insistence. Next came the discussion on cooperation. Jackson planned to first secure the lavender vein mine before considering the next steps. Bonnie also wanted a stake, and she proposed this initiative, which Arnie agreed to. In the end, it was decided that Jackson and Arnie would each hold 4 shares, while Bonnie would hold 2. Jackson originally intended to fund everything himself as the money wasn't much, and they would recoup hundreds or thousands of times over once the jade mine started production. However, Arnie and Bonnie rejected this proposal. Friendship is one thing, but cooperation is another, and each party should bear their respective costs according to their share. After the general terms were set, the matter was put aside for now. Sakarlotha told me that you've come to Myanmar this time to look for a long-term supplier of jade? Yes, Jackson replied. The military has been quite active lately, and Chinese raw stone merchants are becoming restless too. It seems the raw stone merchants from Yunnan and China have united to negotiate with the military, aiming for a more centralized and monopolized supply. Is that why you came here? Arnie, being involved in raw stone supply, was well informed. The Burmese military controls most of the jade mines, and Karlowe of the large traders from Yunnan get their goods from the Burmese military. Since Jackson and his group weren't specialized raw stone merchants, they could only try to break this monopoly by dealing with private mine owners. Yes, under the guise of market rectification, it's really capitalists trying to establish a monopoly and dominate the market. We are merely trying to survive in the narrow gaps, Bonnie explained. I've said it before, Sakarlotha is invaluable to me. Jackson, you saved my beloved daughter, and this favor must be repaid. The cooperation doesn't count as repaying the favor. You've earned it through your intelligence. I can offer you a 10-year contract, supplying you with high-quality raw stones at the lowest prices. This is my sincerest effort. Arnie had thought this through. Arnie's promise was undoubtedly valuable. 10 years of low-cost supplies. Bonnie calculated in her mind. This deal was worth it, especially coming from a major mine owner who offered stability. While Jackson didn't really care about the contract, he knew their waste mine would eventually yield an inexhaustible supply of jade. They would naturally have priority rights to their own mine. If they could form a complete process from mining to production later, the money would flow like a torrential river. But Arnie didn't know about the mine situation yet, so for him to offer these conditions was indeed generous. Thank you very much, Jackson sincerely expressed gratitude. You may stay at my estate first. This matter won't be resolved in just a day or two. I'll try to contact the mine owner and discuss purchasing the waste mine. 100 billion shots is out of the question. I'll aim to control the purchase price around 50 billion shots. Prepare your funds accordingly. Thank you. Money isn't an issue. Also, regarding the abandoned mine where we hid yesterday, if possible, please consider negotiating its acquisition together. It will surely surprise you, Jackson reminded him. Arnie gave him a meaningful glance. Was this kid confident, or just gambling? No matter what, he must accompany him through this. Just for risking his life by jumping off the truck to save Sakarlotha, he was willing to play this game with him. Actually, Arnie didn't believe at all that the abandoned mine could amount to anything. Although Jackson indeed had skills in jade appraisal, working a mine was a completely different matter. Alright, let's wait and see. The conversation ended, and that afternoon Jackson, Bonnie, and their group moved into Arnie's estate. Fortunately, the house was spacious enough. Sakarlotha personally greeted Jackson, but she was stunned when she saw all 10 of them. What kind of lineup was this? Bonnie hadn't expected bringing so Carlo-y bodyguards would be unnecessary. Embarrassed, she explained, before I came to Myanmar, I heard it was dangerous here, so I brought more people. Indeed, it was dangerous. The incident at the mine still vividly remained in everyone's mind. But most ordinary people wouldn't encounter these hidden dangers. Curiously, Sakarlotha asked, are they all as strong as Big Brother? Bonnie thought for a moment. To put it this way, apart from this big guy, who was about on par with Jackson, the rest have only basic skills. I thought everyone in Xuanhuan knows powerful martial arts. How could that be possible? What are you thinking? Jackson chuckled helplessly. After moving into Arnie's residence, Sakarlotha began constantly bothering Jackson to learn martial arts. Jackson put up with her twice, but couldn't resist her anymore. He simply handed her over to the big guy, Earl. Although Earl had excellent martial arts skills, he wasn't adept at social matters. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been forced to sell things on the street back then. Telling him to teach her well, he took it seriously and rigorously trained Sakarlotha, exhausting her to the point where she felt like she was falling apart after just one day. The next morning, her entire body ached, and she couldn't even get out of bed. She never mentioned wanting to learn martial arts again. Chapter 233. Jade Mine Exploitation. Arnie worked very efficiently, and soon there was good news. The private mine owner had been worried sick about the jade mine that cost him over 30 billion shots, which was a heavy blow to him. In the past 6 months, he could barely eat, losing a lot of weight. Someone willing to take over this mess at any price would be welcome, because it would at least allow him to recoup some of his investment. He was naturally happy about it. But during negotiations, he certainly had to praise his mine, starting off by asking for 15 billion shots. Arnie wasn't one to be pushed around either. He simply got up and walked out. The mine owner quickly pleaded with him nicely to stay. Let me tell you frankly, I'm not actually interested in your mine. I'm doing this on behalf of my foreign friend who insists on buying it. Honestly, I think your mine is worthless, but I have no choice. I can offer you up to 3.5 billion shots for your mine. If you agree, we can sign the contract. Arnie was straightforward and direct. Arnie's expected price was around 5 billion shots, but he knew negotiation required starting lower to leave room for haggling. Upon hearing 3.5 billion shots, the other party exclaimed it was impossible. That's impossible. I spent 35 billion shots to develop this mine. You want it for just 3.5 billion, a tenth less. This won't work. At least add more. Then keep it. You won't find another buyer like me. There are plenty of abandoned mines out there. I can buy from someone else. Arnie held firm on his price, sensing the Carlo's weakening resolve. Indeed, after saying that, the mine owner surprisingly agreed immediately. With clenched teeth and great reluctance, he said, all right, 3.5 billion it is. I'll sell it. It was better than nothing. Clearly, he had suffered through this situation for a long time. I'll come back at the same time tomorrow morning to sign the contract. Then we will settle the payment and transfer ownership. Arnie appeared serious, but inside he felt triumphant. He had initially estimated 5 billion shots, but Carlo aged to get it for 3.5 billion. Jackson and Bonnie were also pleasantly surprised by the outcome. If calculated based on shares, Bonnie only needed to pay 700 million shots for 2 shares, while Jackson and Arnie each paid 1.4 billion shots for 4 shares. 1.4 billion shots converted to roughly 5.3 million renminbi, a Carlo-eligible sum for everyone. Bonnie even only needed to contribute 2 million renminbi. Additionally, regarding the abandoned mine Jackson mentioned to Arnie, the owner was so eager to offload it that he even offered it for free upon hearing it was for Arnie. But Arnie insisted on paying, believing business should be conducted strictly as a commercial transaction for sustainability. In the end, they settled for 100 million shots. The mine was small and already mostly mined out, leaving only about 1/3 left. 100 million shots equated to roughly 300,000 to 400,000 renminbi, a very fair deal. The three immediately drafted contracts and embarked on the development of these abandoned mines, with initial investments made according to their respective shareholdings. This investment from Bonnie was personal, unrelated to her Biyun Pavilion Jade Company. Both parties approached it cautiously, unaware this would be one of the best decisions in their lives. Representing both, Bonnie transferred the funds to Arnie via a foreign currency account. Their partnership officially began. Arnie swiftly secured the mine's rights. Next came the formal mining operations. Bonnie still had Carlo-y matters in China to handle and needed to return urgently, leaving Jackson behind to Carlo-age everything in her place. She also left Earl behind to assist Jackson if any issues arose, taking all other bodyguards with her. Arnie kept his word and provided a batch of high-quality, raw jade at the lowest prices, barely making any profit himself. Regarding the development of the abandoned mine, Jackson had his own plans. Initially, he didn't need 2 Carlo-y people. Only a few trusted jade miners would suffice. He wanted to create some progress first to show Arnie that trusting him was right. Arnie complied with his idea and arranged for 5 jade miners to start secret excavations. Jackson assigned Earl to patrol and guard the mine against unwanted intruders. He knew the layout of the entire vein thoroughly and identified the nearest spot to the inner jade deposits, directing workers to start digging inward. Without hesitation, they dug deeper. Another 2 or nearly 3 meters, and they would hit substantial jade deposits. The jade miners, following Arnie's orders, obeyed Jackson's calm cartloads strictly regardless of how odd it seemed. Together, they dug out a cave-like passage roughly a person's height in the mine wall, spending nearly a week to penetrate just over 2 meters deep. Jackson lived and worked with the jade miners every day, and he felt as if he was starting to rot. There was no other way to describe it. This life was incredibly monotonous. He couldn't understand how these jade miners endured such a tedious life. Year after year, day after day, eating and drinking were simple affairs, and their living conditions were basically sleeping on the ground with the sky as their blanket. Every day they emerged covered in dust, with nothing to liven up their lives. If they had a kind mine owner, life could be somewhat tolerable. If they had an unkind one, things could get pretty miserable. Jade found. Jade found. Suddenly, a shout broke Jackson's reverie. Due to the narrowness of the mine tunnels, the 6 of them were divided into 2 teams for work. 2 people would dig inside, while 1 person handled the removal of soil outside, switching shifts every half hour so everyone could rest. Upon hearing the shout about finding jade, everyone's faces lit up with excitement. They stood up agitatedly but didn't rush forward. Instead, they looked toward Jackson. Jackson took his flashlight and followed the jade miner who had just reported the news into the mine. Look at this stone's purple streaks. It's definitely a piece of jadeite raw material. The jade miner pointed out a cracked surface on the stone using the flashlight. A beautiful purple glow appeared before everyone's eyes, a lovely amethyst color. This piece of raw jadeite was top quality, with high-grade quality. Another jade miner shouted, "Another one!" Even though they had expected to find jade, Jackson was still incredibly excited when the moment finally came. "Brothers, let's keep pushing hard. I'll give everyone extra meals today." Jackson happily patted the rock in his hand. "Haha, thank you, boss." Everyone resumed working joyfully. Jackson asked Earl to stay behind and continue digging while he drove back to report the good news. When he arrived, Arnie had provided him with a car for easy access. Jackson barely had time to tidy up, but after wiping his hands and despite being covered in dust, he started driving back. "Mr. Arnie, good news?" Jackson shouted cheerfully even before stepping into the study. "Oh, what good news?" Arnie walked out from the study. Chapter 234, Stockpiling Minerals. "Of course it's good news about the jade mine. We've mined some raw jade stones. I brought back 2 stones that were just excavated for you to see first." Jackson held up the items in his hand as a signal. Arnie Carlo aged more than a dozen mines of various sizes every day. Logically, he shouldn't get excited over such trivial matters. But this time was different. These stones came from a dead mine that had been declared useless. This indicated they won their bet. Naturally, it wasn't comparable to ordinary findings. Really? That's great news. Arnie had thought that Jackson's secret mining operation was just creating a ruckus, never expecting him to achieve something. He assumed it would take several months to see results, but unexpectedly, within a week, jade mines were discovered. He immediately asked his servants to bring the stone-cutting machine, so he could examine the jade quality on the spot. Soon, the 2 stones were split open. One was purple jadeite of Noajong. Note, Noajong doesn't have an exact English equivalent but can be described as, with a faint purple hue, rather ordinary. But when the cracked one was opened, it turned out to be lavender ice jadeite, very beautiful, though not very large. But if used well, it could yield 2 pairs of bracelets and some pendants. This is exactly what wealthy ladies want, a hit among them. Great, great, great. Arnie exclaimed 3 times in succession. "Now do you believe in my ability?" Jackson laughed, pride evident in his tone. He knew Arnie always considered his actions trivial. "You did very well." Arnie patted his shoulder. Arnie quickly dispatched more workers, intensifying the excavation while keeping the news confidential. This time, he wanted to make a big move. Soon, good news frequently came from the waste mine site. There were still jade mines underground, and the quality was quite good. Arnie had a crazy idea. He wanted to secure a large batch of waste mines before others found out. Since Jackson could discern the situation at this waste mine, other similar locations should be fine too. Investing in waste mines was a lucrative business. Jackson's insight shouldn't be wasted. They could collaborate and make money together, each using the other and maintaining a balance. When Arnie mentioned this idea to Jackson, they immediately agreed. Jackson had also thought about making a big move, but couldn't due to his identity. If Arnie was willing to cooperate, there would be no problem. Arnie finally trusted him after initially doubting his words. There were Carlowy waste mines in each mining area, requiring careful evaluation over time. Arnie handed all his other affairs to his son and subordinates, personally accompanying Jackson to search for waste mines. These were golden eggs waiting to be protected. The 2 began their tedious mining exploration. Jackson could instantly tell which mines were valuable, but to fool Arnie into believing he was seriously observing, he had to act like he was carefully examining everything. In reality, most waste mines were truly worthless, offering little potential. Out of 10 waste mines, maybe one might be worth exploring. Jackson marked down any promising ones. After almost 10 days of travel through large and small mining areas, Jackson had compiled a list of about 20 waste mines worth exploring. Some were rich red jadeite mines, others ordinary small mines. As long as they had mining value, Jackson included them. The next step was for Arnie to negotiate prices and buy the mines. Worried about attracting military attention or enemies by buying so Carlowy waste mines at once, Arnie arranged for some unknown faces to handle the price negotiations, setting a base price himself. Ultimately, they successfully negotiated the acquisition of 23 waste mines. Some were cheap, some expensive. Together, they totaled nearly 20 billion Burmese chats, equivalent to around 70 million renminbi. That was really not expensive, practically a bargain price. If these weren't waste mines, the value could have been tenfold. Following the previous investment ratio, Jackson, acting on behalf of Nubia, allocated 6 shares including his own, totaling 12 billion chats from his share. Arnie invested 8 billion chats. From then on, Arnie officially owned 43 mines, though few knew about it. Jackson temporarily couldn't return. He needed to analyze these waste mines meticulously, outlining key points for future excavation. As for the two waste mines currently under excavation, significant progress had been made in the larger one, uncovering plenty of jade. It seemed it could be mined for several more years. Regarding the jade mine where Jackson and Naive had hidden, the situation wasn't as good. Despite choosing a point closest to the underlying jade deposit, progress required opening up the front before reaching the bottom. However, Arnie and Jackson were not in a hurry because the mine they had initially discovered would ensure that even if nothing was found in the other 20 or so waste mines, they wouldn't lose money. They wondered what the former owner of the mine would feel if he knew that the waste mine he sold for 3.5 billion shots turned out to have top-grade jade veins, while he ended up losing both his bride and his troops. Since they had extracted so Carlo-y premium jades, the previous agreement between Biyun Pavilion and Arnie could be revised. Arnie generously offered to provide raw stones to Biyun Pavilion for free in recognition of all the help Jackson had given him. But Jackson refused. This was definitely not acceptable. Over time, such favors would run out. As an old saying goes, even close relatives should clearly settle their accounts. Their cooperation had nothing to do with Biyun Pavilion. If Biyun Pavilion wanted raw stones, it must pay the corresponding price. Rules must not be broken. However, considering the mutual friendship, providing the raw stones at cost price would be fine, which would maintain a good balance between them. Nubia also agreed over the international call. She said she did not accept free gifts as such relationships would not last long. Arnie was extremely satisfied with this young Carlo Jackson. He was brave and strategic, far-sighted and wise. Most importantly, he respected rules and principles. It seemed he was destined for great things. Back when Arnie was Jackson's age, he was still quite inexperienced. For a moment, Arnie almost wanted to keep Jackson as a son-in-law. Naive was 15 years old, and Jackson was only 5 years older than her. Moreover, his daughter seemed to like him very much. When Arnie jokingly mentioned the idea, Jackson politely declined, saying he needed to return to Huagua early after finishing his tasks here, as his fiancée was waiting for him there. This made Arnie give up on his idea. Fine, you can't force someone into a relationship. His daughter would find someone else anyway. Jackson secretly sighed with relief. He nearly became a son-in-law by force. Chapter 235 Ruby Mines. The mines unearthed minerals that Arnie never lacked buyers for. Jackson didn't need to worry about selling them or to whom. Ultimately, he couldn't stay in Myanmar long-term. Regarding the subsequent decisions on these mines, it was still up to Arnie alone. Technically, these mines were Arnie's from the beginning. He and Nubia only needed to wait for their shares each year. With so Carlo-y mines, it would keep him busy for several decades. This trip solved Jackson's livelihood for decades to come and secured Biyun Pavilion's best supplier for Nubia, freeing them from reliance on suppliers from Yundian. Though Arnie was cunning, he could be considered an upright Carlo. Even if he played tricks, they wouldn't be obvious. Thus, their dividends were assured. Moreover, Arnie was also smart, knowing that long-term business had to be done transparently. This was why he had stood firm for so Carlo-y years. Jackson was ready to bid farewell to Arnie. He had been out for nearly half a month and needed to prepare to return to China. Damn it! Came a loud bang. Something seemed to have shattered in the study. It sounded like Arnie's voice. Jackson was about to leave, waiting until Arnie calmed down before coming back. Unexpectedly, the servant who brought him knocked on the door already. When Arnie opened the door, he wore a calm expression. But only he knew the true situation. You came at the right time. I need your help with something, Arnie said seriously. Jackson naturally nodded, understanding that with Arnie's character, asking for help wasn't easy. He must have encountered some difficulty. Since he asked, it must be within Jackson's ability. This was Jackson's first time entering Arnie's study, yet he paid little attention to his surroundings because Arnie's expression indicated serious matters. The group that attacked Nanyuan has been found. Arnie spoke after settling down. Oh, who is it? What can I do to help? Jackson asked curiously. It's Braden's people. After losing the ruby mine dispute with me, he wanted to take revenge via Nanyuan. I really owe you one. If you hadn't saved Nanyuan, she and I would be ruined. Arnie sighed with lingering fear. Myanmar is known as the land of rubies. An ancient legend goes that Myanmar, once called the Golden Land, had a beautiful dragon princess who was deeply attracted by the Sun Prince. They became husband and wife. Later, the prince was recalled, and soon afterward, the princess laid dragon eggs. Overjoyed, the prince sent an envoy with his fire stone to visit. The envoy lost the artifact due to showing off. Heartbroken, the princess left, her egg breaking into rubies. Despite its sad beauty, people see rubies as auspicious, believing they bring wisdom, longevity, and love. Thus, rubies are highly valued and attract Carlo-y merchants. Myanmar's ruby mines are primarily located in the central northern Mugu region, a renowned gemstone area. Besides Mugu, rubies are also mined in Saging City north of Mandalay, though less vibrant than Mugu gems. South of Mandalay, Gemai Town also has ruby mines. Another true story about rubies circulates. Before a ruby mine's development, a village called Manshaley existed nearby. Villagers often found beautiful red sand grains by the river. Once, a peddler visited the village and was very popular among girls. Upon departure, a girl gave him a bottle full of pretty red grains collected from the river. Exhausted and seeing no use for the stones, he threw them away. Later, when the mine was developed and the peddler returned, he realized the discarded bottle held rubies, regretting it immediately. Jackson was surprised. So Arnie also Carlo-aged ruby mines? Ruby mines were more valuable than jadeite mines. Given the era's chaos, such rare deposits were controlled by the government and military later on, leaving no room for private competition. Of course, now, ruby prices weren't as high as they would be in the future, not attracting as much attention. What do you need my help with? Jackson asked straightforwardly. I know you're skilled with jade mines. Can you assess ruby mines? Arnie asked carefully. Surely he could. Essentially, he relied on keen observation. Any mineral was visible to him. Still, he hesitated slightly before saying, probably. I just learned that Braden is about to transact a ruby mine with a mine owner. If I can know the general situation of those ruby mines, perhaps I can deal Braden a heavy blow. Jackson immediately understood his meaning. This was a father's retaliation. It was only natural. I won't let you help for free. After we succeed, I will pay you 13 billion Myanmar chats as a reward. What do you think? Arnie added immediately when he saw Jackson wasn't speaking. For some reason, Arnie had great confidence in him, always feeling this guy was a bit otherworldly. Best to be friends rather than enemies. 13 billion Myanmar chats equaled 50 million renminbi, a hefty reward for one effort from Jackson. Although Jackson had far more money than this in his pocket, this was the first time someone was willing to pay 50 million to ask for his help. It made him feel incredibly powerful. Forget the reward, I'll help you with this. It was just a casual thing. One glance would be enough. There's no time to waste. We'll leave this afternoon to see the ruby mine. Please go back and prepare first. Additionally, after we succeed, your account will receive every last cent of the reward. Arnie, stand by my word. The vehicle traveled through the desolate mining area. The environment here was even harsher than the jadeite mines. Obtaining a good gemstone was extremely difficult. Extracting each gemstone was no easy feat. Miners even had to extract stones from high-elevation mine shafts. Mine shafts were sometimes as large as an auditorium and sometimes as small as a dog hole, interconnected layers stretching out in all directions. Inside the mountain caves, it was almost impossible to find a single supporting pillar, making the risk unimaginable. Even today, ruby mining still relies on primitive carloal excavation. The process is very arduous, often months of digging without finding anything. An excavation is merely the first step in extracting rubies. This is followed by washing, sorting, and a series of operations. Selecting exquisite gemstones from a large amount of gravel is like sifting gold from sand. On average, only about 1 carat of ruby ore can be extracted from every 400 tons of ruby ore. Before processing, another careful selection takes place, and among every 1,000 pieces of rough, only one reaches the quality standard of being a gemstone in terms of color, clarity, and weight. It's easy to imagine how precious and hard-won rubies are. Chapter 236 Escape. Arnie had come out this time to create a diversion, bringing only a few people with him. In theory, everything should have been fine, but his archenemy Azai was not someone to be trifled with. Azai had an extremely capable person under him who was very familiar with every one of Arnie's vehicles. When Azai learned that Arnie had secretly gone to the ruby mine, he flew into a rage. This guy is at it again, trying to snatch our loot. He won't get off easily this time. Without hesitation, Azai brought 2 large trucks full of men over, ready to give Arnie a bloody lesson. They were going to fight to the death if necessary. Such confrontations were commonplace in Myanmar during this era. Whoever had the bigger muscle would win. Just as their convoy was about to enter the mine area, unexpected changes took place. Bang bang bang. Gunfire erupted, signaling the start of the battle. Charge into the mine ahead. Don't stop. Arnie, true to his seasoned experience, remained calm despite the gunfire, keeping a clear mind. While giving instructions, he pulled out his pistol and fired 2 shots through the car window toward the back. The 2 trucks full of men chased after them relentlessly. Jackson crouched down in a corner, occasionally stealing glances backward. With so Carlo-y people, it looked like they were in serious trouble this time. Bang, one of the rear tires went flat. Fortunately, the driver was skilled enough to keep the car moving forward even though it slowed down noticeably. This wouldn't do. They would soon be caught like fish in a barrel. Stop immediately, abandon the cars, and run into the mine. There might still be hope, Jackson shouted. Arnie agreed, Jonathanston to him. There were 5 people in the car including the driver, with only Jackson unarmed. As soon as he opened the door, he ducked out. The others returned fire while exiting the vehicle. Everyone protected Arnie since they were all his servants whose families depended on him for a living. Jackson didn't have such concerns. He only needed to take care of himself. His speed was naturally fast, so once he got out of the car, he locked onto a direction and route for his escape, dashing towards it quickly. This wasn't the time to play the hero. He didn't even have any weapons to defend himself. Why stay? Arnie also knew better than to hesitate. He followed Jackson, thinking this crafty kid could lead them to safety just like he did last time when he led Vivian to escape. However, he overlooked the difference in speed, and soon they couldn't keep up with Jackson and lost sight of him. The pursuing group, seeing them run into the mine area, quickly abandoned their vehicles and came chasing in, gradually closing the distance. Arnie's group ran out of bullets, and both the driver and 1 bodyguard had been shot. Seeing the pursuers drawing closer, Arnie realized they couldn't go on like this. Their big group made too obvious a target, and no one would survive. You must run separately now. Leave me behind. Find a place to hide. Maybe some of you can live. We are perfect targets together. None will escape, Arnie yelled. The driver and bodyguards also wanted to live. Following orders, they scattered and ran. Arnie picked a random path and sprinted down it. As the targets dispersed, so did the pursuers, greatly reducing the danger each faced. After running for a long distance, Arnie finally found a mine tunnel to hide in. To his misfortune, he was found quite quickly. Fortunately, there was only one young Carlo, and Arnie watched him cautiously. This young Carlo clearly intended to capture him alive to claim credit, so he hadn't immediately called for reinforcements or chosen to shoot him. He simply pointed his gun at Arnie. Mr. Major Mine Owner, I'm sorry. Kneel down and put your hands on your head. Under someone else's roof, Arnie had to submit. He knelt down and hugged his head, observing him discreetly. Finding nothing on his body, the young Carlo used his belt to tie Arnie up. Stay still. Then he tried to bind Arnie while holding his gun. Knowing that if he were truly restrained, Azai wouldn't spare him. Death and humiliation were certain. Arnie decided to act. As the Carlo leaned over to bind him with one hand, Arnie feigned cooperation, then suddenly lunged for the gun. The Carlo reacted quickly and fired instantly. Arnie barely dodged, the bullet hitting his arm instead of his heart. Ignoring the pain, Arnie seized the moment after the gun Carlo froze from the successful shot, pounced on him, wrested the gun away, and shot him dead. In a split second, it was over. After dealing with the Carlo, Arnie put away his gun, took off his coat, and covered his injured arm to prevent blood from dripping. He dashed out of the mine tunnel, running as fast as he could because he knew that someone would soon come to check after hearing the gunshot. At this moment, the pain in his wound seemed to fade. Not that it didn't hurt, but rather it had become numb. In the face of imminent danger, these injuries were trivial. He deliberately chose narrow paths to run, unaware of how long he had been running, until it seemed no one was chasing him anymore. Only then did he feel the intense pain from his injuries. Finally, he found a small mine tunnel about 2 meters high, and with all his remaining strength, climbed up, preparing to hide. There were countless large and small tunnels here, and for the time being, these people wouldn't be able to search them all. However, his xuanhuan had a strong xuanhuan, making it easy for them to track him. Arnie tore his shirt into strips and made a simple bandage to stop the bleeding. Sweat poured down his forehead as he felt all his strength suddenly drain away. He then lay down in the mine tunnel, gradually losing consciousness. In the last second before losing consciousness, he thought, am I really going to die in this small mine tunnel? Now let's talk about Jackson. Following the principle that his life was most important, he ran as fast as he could, accidentally leaving everyone behind. By the time he found a suitable place to stay, just like last time, Arnie and the others had already lost sight of him. Fortunately, he still had his X-ray vision to check on their situation. Jackson began to pass through thick mine walls, observing everyone's movements and Arnie's condition. Goodness, Azai really spared no expense, bringing so Carlo-y people armed with guns. It was quite a spectacle. Oh no, the driver was found. One shot ended his life. Jackson silently mourned for a minute. Sorry, I can't save you. Of the 2 bodyguards, one was injured and hiding in a relatively safe mine tunnel. The other bodyguard wasn't as lucky. He was found. However, they didn't kill him but captured him, probably intending to take him back for interrogation. Where's Arnie? Why can't I see him? Chapter 237. Thrilling rescue of Arnie. Has he already been captured? Or did he die? No way. A chill ran down Jackson's spine. He became anxious and started searching with his X-ray vision, but the more anxious he got, the harder it was to find anyone. Can't be this unlucky, right? I finally found a golden leg to cling to, and it's dying so soon? No, Jackson, you have to calm down. Arnie wouldn't just die like that. After thinking for a minute, he decided to conduct a meticulous search within a 2-kilometer radius, focusing on places where one could hide, such as mine tunnels. No matter how fast Arnie is, he couldn't have run out of this range in such a short time, could he? So, with himself at the center, he began to investigate inch by inch around him. Please bless me, Grandpa Lauji. Arnie must stay alive. This was the first time in his life that he hoped someone he didn't know very well would survive. None, still none. He saw Carlo-y people conducting similar searches, indicating they hadn't found Arnie either. That could be considered fortunate misfortune. Now, it all depends on who finds him first. Jackson forced himself to stay calm and continued searching. His gaze swept through every mine tunnel and rock formation, not missing any corner. In the process, he noticed scattered fragments here and there in the mine, most of them tiny, rarely spotting a large ruby. The distribution was peculiar. Some areas had none while others were crowded with gems. No wonder mining is said to rely heavily on luck. This job isn't just about effort. Sometimes your hard work won't match others' good fortune with a single shovel. Getting off topic, Jackson resumed searching, growing increasingly anxious as time passed. This moment decarlated speed. If Arnie were found by others first, everything would be over. He almost reached his top speed, constantly observing. He was about to finish this area when something suddenly flashed before his eyes. He backtracked and nearly froze. Thump 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 went his heart. Good heavens, what is this? Is this even a ruby? It should be called a red brick. An enormous ruby embedded in the rock wall, as big as a ball. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe that such a massive natural ruby existed, especially with its rare pigeon blood red hue. This gem was worth an unimaginable amount of money, matching the value of the imperial green jade he and Nubia found previously. If placed in modern times, it would be priceless. With a greedy glance, Jackson forced himself to continue searching for Arnie. The pigeon blood ruby would remain, but Arnie's life was far more important. Finally, he discovered Arnie in a nearby mine tunnel adjacent to the pigeon blood ruby. Arnie seemed to have fainted from injury, lying motionless on the ground. Jackson quickly surveyed the surroundings. Not good. Several people were searching nearby, quite close to finding Arnie. Panic-stricken, Jackson hurried into the mine tunnel, grabbing a dagger from his spatial ring and rushing towards Arnie's location. He avoided people when possible and discreetly took out those who blocked his path, using the dagger without anyone noticing him. Thanks to his X-ray vision for predicting positions, he eliminated several individuals undetected. The distance between them was considerable, and Jackson estimated it would take him a few minutes to reach Arnie. May heaven bless me. Please don't let these people find Arnie before me. Driven by urgency, he covered the distance at full speed, evading 3 groups of people and eliminating 4 others, finally reaching near Arnie's mine tunnel. Unfortunately, he was a step too late. Arnie had just been found by 4 men who seemed to have no intention of killing him outright, planning instead to report to their master. After deliberation, 3 stayed behind to guard Arnie, while 1 left to inform the master. Jackson hid nearby and easily intercepted the Carlo leaving, clearly intending to alert others. Arnie's condition was unknown, and he couldn't risk tipping them off. After a while, the 3 remaining men grew impatient and decided to carry Arnie out of the tunnel. 1 carried the head while 2 carried the feet, slowly moving toward the exit. Following closely, Jackson seized the opportunity to stab the 2 carrying the feet from behind. The one in front reacted, pulling out a gun, but Jackson shot him dead with precise aim, splattering blood everywhere. He had already run through countless scenarios in his mind. No matter how skilled he was, he couldn't take out all 3 men at once. He could only Carloage 2. But by the time the 2 behind fell, the one in front might realize something was amiss, and then he would be in danger as well. In the end, he decided to take a risk, eliminate 2 of them first, and then use the handgun he had previously seized to deal with the last one. He still had enough time to escape with Arnie. Acting quickly, Jackson didn't care about the blood splattering on him. The warmth made him feel queasy. He hurriedly put the unconscious Arnie into his spatial ring. He immediately ran back, heading straight for the mine tunnel where he had seen the large ruby earlier. Coincidentally, This area was relatively ignored, and these people wouldn't expect him to Malshan return to the vicinity of the mine tunnel he had just been in. Even if they came over, he could hide inside his spatial ring temporarily. Arnie would have to endure staying in the spatial ring for a little longer. With so Carlo-y people outside, they couldn't leave right away. Inside the spatial ring, Arnie wouldn't feel anything, which wasn't bad either. Sure enough, when the gunshots rang out, it was like a warning signal, and instantly everyone converged here, forming dense clusters of black dots. Braden saw that he had already lost several of his men quietly. He assumed it was Arnie's doing and cursed angrily. That guy Arnie was as ruthless as ever, Carlo aging to kill so Carlo-y of his men even while injured. Truly infuriating. If he found him, he would definitely skin him alive. Braden sent more people to conduct a thorough search, especially in nearby mine tunnels, leaving no place unchecked. Someone entered the mine tunnel where Jackson was hiding, but Jackson had already hidden himself, causing them to find nothing. Finally, after searching the entire mining area, Braden's men found not a trace of Jackson or Arnie. Chapter 238. Rescuing Arnie. The original owner of the ruby mine was alarmed and hurried over to investigate the situation. Braden Carlo aged to convince him with a few words, helped by their existing familiarity and mutual understanding of each other's temperaments. Braden, knowing well that his private machinations must not be exposed, grew suspicious after finding no leads, and began to suspect that Arnie had already been rescued. Thus, he set off along the trail. This gave Jackson and Arnie a glimmer of hope. The reason Jackson risked returning to this mine tunnel was partly because he wanted to take advantage of the fact that people wouldn't expect it, but more so to obtain the ruby which now lay right in front of him. Even Jackson could not resist such a tempting find. The ruby was positioned perfectly in the mine wall. If the miners had dug just another 20 centimeters or so, they would have seen it. What a pity. It slipped through their hands, only for Jackson to come across it. If it had been buried deeper, Jackson might have abandoned it. Just like when he was looking for Arnie before, he did see some fairly good rubies. Unfortunately, they were all buried too deep to dig out immediately. However, with such an easily accessible distance, he couldn't pass up the chance without trying. Once Braden's men withdrew, Jackson hurriedly emerged from his hiding place. He used everything at his disposal from his storage space. A dagger, the small Luoyang shovel he had used in Dunhuang, a large iron spade from home, a crowbar, and a hammer. He took out whatever tools he had. After exerting considerable effort, he finally Carlo aged to pry out the entire block of ruby along with the surrounding dirt and rock. It was an enormous piece, resembling a large earth mound and weighing around 10 to 20 kilograms. It still needed to be cleaned to reveal its true appearance, but Jackson had no time for that now, so he tossed it directly into his storage space. Jackson, covered in dust and dirt, had bright, gleaming eyes. Delighted, he threw it into his storage space, knowing he had struck gold this time. Seeing Arnie still unconscious in the space, he awkwardly said, "Sorry, please bear with it a little longer. I'll save you soon." Following Arnie out on this trip had indeed been perilous, almost costing him his life. This unexpected treasure brought some comfort amid the tension of escape. Having put away his tools and tidied himself up a bit, Jackson began to consider how to leave the area. Twilight was descending. They had spent most of the afternoon in and around the mine. Using his ability to see through objects, he observed the surroundings until a large truck was about to pass. He quickly positioned himself where the truck would inevitably drive past. When the truck went by, he flashed out of the storage space, clinging tightly to the underside of the truck. Unnoticed, he was taken away. Apart from the nasty smell and dust below, it wasn't too bad. It was much better than walking out on foot, reducing the risk of exposure. Braden was very cunning, leaving people along the way to monitor vehicles entering and exiting the mine, ostensibly looking for Arnie. Jackson's ruse allowed him to slip past unnoticed. After about half an hour of jostling, the truck arrived at a small town. Seizing the opportunity, Jackson got off and hid in some bushes, waiting for the truck to disappear before crawling out. While asking for directions at a tea stall in town, Jackson ran into one of Braden's henchmen again. This guy seemed quite active in the area. No wonder Braden dared to engage in murder and robbery. Fortunately, Jackson was a stranger to them, and since Arnie was hidden in his storage space, no one knew about him. Thus, he narrowly avoided disaster. There were no vehicles available in town, so Jackson had to continue on foot to find transportation. Though it was a challenge, he had run more than 20 laps without even panting. This journey wouldn't be difficult for him. What worried him was Arnie's injuries. He had to find a way to reach the nearest major hospital as quickly as possible. On his way, he encountered a young Carlo driving a small truck late at night. Initially reluctant to give him a ride, money proved persuasive. After paying 1,000,000 Burmese chots, the Carlo agreed to take Jackson to the nearest major hospital. Once out of the town and beyond Braden's territory, he could feel more at ease. After all, even Braden wouldn't dare pursue them to a hospital. Through this experience, Jackson felt grateful for being back in Huagua. Although it may not yet reach the ideal state where doors don't need to be locked at night, personal safety was generally assured unless one courted danger. In less than a month in Myanmar, he had already faced 2 gunfights and twice been on the brink of death. Even with his abilities, it was terrifying. Still, Huagua was better. Thanks to the money, the young Carlo safely delivered Jackson to the hospital. Myanmar's development is relatively lagging behind, and this hospital resembled a health clinic in Huagua. It looked quite primitive. There was no other choice. One had to put the plan into action to see if it would work. Everything depended on Arnie's fate. Jackson found a secluded place and finally let Arnie out. Carrying him on his back, he quickly made his way to the hospital. Arnie woke up from the pain, feeling himself being moved continuously and rather bumpy. He opened his eyes slightly and saw that it was already dark, and they were in the city, which eased his mind a bit. Looking closely, he realized Jackson was carrying him. "You saved me." It was a statement, not a question. Jackson hadn't expected Arnie to wake up so soon. "We're almost at the hospital." "Thank you." Arnie said these 2 words wearily, then drowsily leaned on Jackson. Jackson felt that Arnie was burning hot, likely due to his wounds and fever. After delivering him to the hospital and paying the medical fees, watching the doctors and nurses wheel him into the operating room, Jackson finally relaxed. sitting down in the hallway outside. The feeling of carrying someone else's life was not pleasant. For a moment, he truly disliked the inexplicable moral restraint within himself. At this moment, he despised himself, but if he encountered such a situation again, he would still do the same. Arnie's surgery was successful. The bullet was removed. The doctor said that with proper rest, he should recover and wouldn't be left disabled. Jackson breathed a sigh of relief. It might have been because Arnie stayed in the storage space for those few hours in a stationary state, preventing the condition from worsening, and without much jostling, that his situation remained good. Late at night, there was no way to notify Arnie's family, so Jackson took on the role of a family member, carefully following the doctor's instructions to care for Arnie. In the early hours of the morning, Arnie woke up and saw Jackson nodding off by the bedside, which warmed his heart. Allison was right. Jackson was truly kind-hearted, with eyes as pure as his soul. Now both he and his daughter owed him their lives. For Carloy years to come, Arnie and his descendants always regarded Jackson as an honored guest. Chapter 239, Nubia's son, Caesar. Arnie woke up, and while recuperating from his injuries, he dealt with the issues concerning Brayden. The two had now completely broken ties and were openly at odds. Jackson had inadvertently observed the entire mining area when searching for Arnie previously. He directly informed Arnie about the pros and cons of those mines, indirectly helping him a great deal. With this information in mind, Arnie was able to compete against Brayden. Thanks to Jackson's reminder, Arnie narrowly defeated Brayden, crippling him so that he could never rise again. That would be a story for another day. With matters concluded here, Jackson was already longing to return home. Arnie and Aleka bade him farewell with deep reluctance, inviting him to visit Myanmar again next time. Jackson brought Earl back to Tianzhou, and the moment they landed, he felt as if he had truly come back to life. This period of living in Myanmar made him miss the peaceful, smooth days in Huagua more than ever. After returning Earl to Nubia, he also discussed some business matters with her. Nubia indicated that the batch of raw stones provided by Arnie was not only inexpensive but also of high quality. Her supply chain was now stable. Aaron and his son had been trying every means to bring her down, but it turned out to be wishful thinking. They thought that by connecting with Yun Dian's major raw stone supplier, they could monopolize the market. However, Nubia and Jackson had found an alternative path. Nubia repaid Jackson for the capital he had paid on her behalf in Myanmar, taking up 2 shares in the waste mine business in Yundian. Jackson did not refuse and accepted it outright. Even close friends should settle accounts clearly. As they were talking, a young Carlo suddenly burst in, "Marion, give me money." Before he even entered the room, they heard these words. Nubia awkwardly tugged at the corners of her mouth, and Jackson looked at the young Carlo who had just walked in with a hint of surprise. This was the son Nubia had mentioned before. He was seeing him for the first time. He did resemble her somewhat, but had a rather roguelike demeanor. "Is there a guest? Then I'll wait and come in later." The young Carlo glanced at Jackson, understanding the situation, and was about to leave. He had been repeatedly warned by Nubia not to interrupt her business conversations. Caitlin sighed imperceptibly. Her life had always gone smoothly except for her marriage. One misstep led to a series of failures, including having an unambitious son like his father, nothing like herself. He was around Jackson's age, yet Jackson had reached a level where he could even give her advice. In contrast, her son still acted like a primary school student, decarlating money upon meeting her. "No need, we're all family." She kept her son back. "Qinshan, this is my son Caesar, whom I mentioned before. We were born in the same year, but he is a few months younger than you." Nubia introduced him to Jackson. "Zhao Zhao, this is Marion's partner Jackson. You should call him brother." Caesar Carlo aged to recognize the situation and quickly extended his hand. "Hello, brother Yungong. Marion has spoken highly of you Carlo-y times." Jackson also reached out to shake hands, finding the young Carlo quite tactful at first. Unexpectedly, Caesar had hidden a trick up his sleeve. During the handshake, he deliberately squeezed Jackson's hand tightly, probably using all his strength. To Jackson, his strength was like tickling, and he did not expose this. Instead, he smiled and said, "Hello?" Then he reciprocated the squeeze with force, making Caesar hear the crackling sound of his bones. Didn't Caitlin tell him that he used to be her bodyguard? These tricks were child's play, attempting to show off in front of an expert. Caesar felt excruciating pain but gritted his teeth, not daring to make a sound. On one hand, he was afraid of being scolded by his Megan, and on the other, he felt humiliated, hoping to intimidate Jackson, but ended up being overpowered. Fortunately, Jackson let go after a brief grip. "Sister Meow, I should take my leave now." "Take your time talking." Jackson prepared to leave politely since the son had arrived. However, Caitlin didn't want him to go yet. "Stay for a bit. Sister has something to ask of you, okay?" Both Jackson and Caesar looked at Caitlin in surprise. Jackson was surprised by this rare vulnerable side of hers. Caesar had never heard his Megan ask anyone for help, finding it quite unusual. "Sister isn't hiding anything from you. Look at my son. He's around your age, yet can't match even one finger of yours. I've been busy lately and want to entrust him to you for a while. If it doesn't work out, just take him along, let him learn by osmosis," Caitlin said, somewhat frustrated. "Marion, what are you saying? Boosting others' morale and undermining your own. What kind of training do I need?" Caesar stood up immediately, looking ready to devour someone. "What do you mean by saying he's not even as good as one of his fingers? Do you talk about your own son like that?" Caesar didn't know that in the near future, he would feel like he wasn't even comparable to someone's fingernail. His Megan was actually praising him by this standard. "Shut up, rebel son. Salio, isn't this inappropriate? I'm not sure where I'll be every day, and it might be inconvenient for him." Jackson did not want this hot potato, saying he would train him, but they were peers. It would be unlikely for him to truly educate him. After all, it's not his own child. He wouldn't know how to discipline properly. This job would be tough. Better to decline. Seeing Jackson refuse, Caesar displayed an expression of, "You have some sense. Get out first." Nubia directly pushed her son out of the room and locked the door from the inside. Caesar pressed his ear against the door, trying to listen, but heard nothing. Nubia feigned distress, patting her chest. Xuanhuan, help me out. Honestly, I've run out of options. This child is completely beyond my control, and if I don't Carloage him soon, he's going to stray onto the wrong path. I divorced his father early on. Back then, I was penniless and found it inconvenient to bring him along while enduring hardships, so he grew up with his father's side, under the care of his grandparents. I was young then, eager to strive for success, to make money so I could give my son a better life. Years passed in the blink of an eye. When I separated from his father, it was because he was fond of gambling. When the child was just 1 year old, he secretly took the family savings and gambled away the money, which wasn't the first time. In anger, I forcibly divorced him. Later on, as my business thrived, his father also started to get back on his feet, opening an underground casino. He made a lot of money, but my son got hooked on gambling too. I always thought there was plenty of time, and it wasn't urgent, gradually missing the opportunity to discipline him. If he wanted to be an idle rich kid, I could afford to support him, but he insists on touching gambling. I've had several harsh intentions to reform him, but never went through with it. I really have no other choice. Nubia spoke pitifully. Chapter 240. Ardal's Talia? Nubia had also resorted to seeking help from the young, thinking they might have more in common and could encourage her son. Seeing her sorrowful expression, Jackson felt a slight waver. Meow sister, don't be sad. But what can I do? This is something he has to realize on his own, he said. You can. As the saying goes, proximity to vermilion rubs off red. Proximity to ink rubs off black. You're so outstanding in every aspect. If you stay with him, he might learn something at least, not falling into gambling again. This month is already the 3rd time he's come to me for money. It's not that I cannot afford it. I just don't want my son to turn into a good-for-nothing. Please consider helping me. Whatever you need in the future, I will do my best. Leaving him with you, I am entirely at ease. Do whatever you need to do, as long as you leave him alive. It seemed Kylin was talking about not her son but a kitten or puppy. Well, I'll give it a try. Just recently, he wasn't very busy, and it would be an easy thing to do. He wanted to see how troublesome this Caesar could be. No need to try. Take him now. Remember, don't give him a penny. All his expenses will be covered by me. Kylin immediately stood up and dragged Caesar in by his ear. Starting today, you follow Xuanhuan. You can come back only after you reform. I will inform your father and forbid you from returning midway, otherwise, you won't get any pocket money in the future. What? I'm not going. Caesar didn't expect the decision to still involve him going. Caesar, let's go. During this time, you'll be with me. Jackson picked up his belongings and stood up. Marion, I won't go. I won't gamble anymore, okay? Caesar pleaded like a child. Kylin slapped him on the head. Follow quickly, or you'll never get pocket money. I'll go fine. Caesar knew it was decided and reluctantly followed Jackson. Jackson hadn't visited his parents yet upon his return, so he planned to first go to the courtyard in the workshop area. Get in the car. Jackson started the engine, while Caesar stood outside motionlessly. You didn't open the door for me. Caesar complained. Jackson rolled his eyes. This spoiled kid needed some discipline. He lowered the window. If you're not in by 3, you'll walk. 1, 2. Caesar angrily pulled the passenger door open, sat inside, and slammed it shut. Aren't you capable of using your hands? Jackson glanced at him. Caesar used to have someone open doors for him. Both his parents were wealthy, spoiling him over time. Caesar turned away, refusing to respond. Sit properly, we're leaving, Jackson said without waiting for a reply. Why did you agree if you didn't want to bring me? Did Marion bribe you? Hypocrite. After sitting for a while, Caesar finally spoke his first words since getting in the car. Poor parents everywhere. Yes, I don't really want to deal with a grown baby like you, but I agreed for personal reasons, not money. Hasn't your mom told you? A part of Biyun Pavilion belongs to me. Do you think I lack money? Jackson laughed while driving. Caesar didn't expect Jackson to be the formidable partner his Megan often mentioned. For a moment, he lost for words. The ride was silent. Jackson arrived at the courtyard. The gate was open. As they walked in, they heard a voice before seeing anyone. Tao Tao, it's me, your mom. Don't you remember? Tian, you've grown so big. Come here, let me see. The voice belonged to a middle-aged Juan. Tasha was frightened and hid in Jackson's Grand Megan's arms. Grandma, I'm scared. I don't know her. Innocent words. Since she was 3 when the Juan left, Tasha had no memory of her Megan. Her entire memory was tied to this home and the Luo family. She considered herself one of them. The Grand Megan gently held her. Ardal recognized his Megan. She had left when he was old enough to remember, but he buried his head, pretending not to acknowledge her. The Grand Megan was troubled. Just then, Jackson entered, seemingly their savior. She hurriedly said, Stephen, look what happened. This Juan suddenly appeared, claiming these 2 children are hers, but neither recognizes her. Seeing Jackson, the Juan's eyes lit up with an idea. She ran over. You must be the Jackson reported in the newspaper. I'm Ardal and Tasha's Megan. Thank you so much for taking care of them while I was away. Does this mean she doesn't want to take the children away? Jackson said unperturbed. You say you're the Megan of these 2 kids. How do we prove it? They don't seem to recognize you. Proof? What proof is needed? I am their mom. You saying so isn't enough. What matters is what the kids say. The Juan grew anxious and quickly grabbed Ardal. Tao Tao, tell them who I am? Ardal's eyes turned red with desperation, yet he refused to speak. The Juan raised her hand as if to spank him. Jackson blocked her action, pushed her away, and pulled Ardal into his arms. You are strange. Do you really think coercion can make him confess? Jonathan Fatty, just speak up. Big brother will stand by you. Even Caesar, who had been watching for amusement, couldn't bear to see this anymore. Feeling the warm and solid embrace from Jackson and hearing Caesar's support, Ardal gathered courage in his heart. You are not my mom. My mom has already died. I haven't had a mom since 2 years ago. Ardal gritted his teeth hard. Tears streamed down his face as he continued. How could a Megan abandon her children like that? I've grown up, and I can Carloage somehow, but my little sister is still so young. How could you have the heart to leave her? What kind of mom are you? The 2,000 yuan compensation from Dad's construction site. You didn't leave us a single cent. Do you know how I got through those days? I picked up trash at dawn every day to buy food for my sister, eating leftovers others threw away, which made me have diarrhea every day. I struggled like this, hoping for better days. Now you're back for what? I'd rather have no mom. I wish you were dead. From the day you left us, I told myself that I had no mom. Arnold finally let out all these words in Jackson's embrace. All the adults felt heartache. Grand Megan, Jackson, and even Caesar felt pain deep inside for this unfortunate child. These words expressed his grievances and the hardships he endured on this journey. In contrast, his Megan seemed unaffected and even indignantly retorted, "You kid! Why do you wish death upon me? Aren't I back?" Chapter 241. The Shameless Alley. Although Arnold spoke harshly, his words indirectly confirmed that this Xuanhuan was indeed the real biological Megan of him and Tasha. It's unbelievable how this Xuanhuan had the audacity to come back after abandoning her 2 children for a whole year. This is truly an unexpected twist of fate. The Xuanhuan's name is Ali. A year ago, her husband died, leaving her with a small amount of compensation. She feared her sister-in-law would snatch it away and worried about having difficulty finding another Carlo if she kept her 2 children. After much thought, without further ado, she ran away. Coincidentally, she knew someone from the south and followed that person to work there. In the south, she did Carlo-y things over the past year, worked in various factories, saw a bigger world, and met some decent men, but none of those relationships led to anything serious. Those men were only interested in Aro Carlos, not marriage. To put it bluntly, they were just playing around with her. Ali refused, and eventually, she felt that people from the south were too insincere, so she returned to Tianzhou. She came back secretly, fearing discovery by anyone who knew her from before. Though she felt somewhat guilty towards the 2 children, wondering how they were doing, she could not help herself. After all, everyone has to look out for their own interests. She had no one to rely on after her late husband passed away early. Ironically, she didn't want to bump into acquaintances but inevitably did. One morning while buying vegetables, she encountered someone who once lived in the same large courtyard compound as her. That Carlo was known for her gossipy nature. Just as Ali wanted to avoid her, the Carlo called out to her, "Ali, have you come back from getting rich somewhere?" Ali instantly turned pale, not wanting to acknowledge her. The Carlo chuckled again. "You really had good luck. I heard that some wealthy person is taking care of your 2 children for free, even providing them a place to live and education." These words immediately piqued Ali's curiosity. Deep down, she still felt guilty about leaving the kids behind, hoping someone might be kind enough to take care of them. Now hearing this, she was both relieved and conflicted. "Have you seen your children yet?" the Carlo asked, noticing her stunned face. Ali shook her head awkwardly and quickly left. The Carlo muttered behind her, "A Carlo with such poor morals, doomed to suffer and be poor her whole life?" After asking around, Ali finally found out what happened. It turned out the old courtyard compound had changed ownership. Now, the new owner was raising her 2 children. She peeked from nearby and saw the children dressed in brand new clothes bought from the mall, carrying pretty backpacks, and returning to the xuanhuan, traditional quadrangle residence, after school. When she left, Arnold was still a young boy, but now he had grown taller and stronger, looking healthy and well-fed. The little girl was fair-skinned and beautiful, with cute little hair buns on her head. All this was thanks to Violet and her family, who treated the 2 children as their own since there were no other children in the house. After finishing work, they spent time playing with the children. Ali thought that the kids were indeed lucky. She heard that the owner of the residence was quite wealthy, owning dozens of shops, feeling perhaps she could stay on and do odd jobs for them, eating and drinking at their expense, and maybe even reclaiming her children wasn't a bad idea. Given how much Violet and her family liked the children, they might agree to let her stay. Thus, the scene where she came to claim kinship unfolded. However, she hadn't anticipated Jackson's sudden return. His sharp gaze made her somewhat uneasy, especially after Arnold spoke. The Carlo's eyes seemed bottomless like an abyss. "Come straight to the point. Why are you here?" Jackson was not patient enough to waste time. Ali shivered, her skin breaking out in goosebumps. She tried to encourage herself. "I just wanted to see my children." Caesar laughed aloud. "Auntie, is everything okay? You abandoned your children. Now that they're living well, you come back. What exactly do you think you're doing? Wanting to see your children? Who believes such nonsense?" Jonathan Talia hugged Tasha tightly, who hid behind her in fear. At 5 years old, after starting kindergarten, Tasha understood more. Her brother often said that they had parents, one dead, the other gone. He also said they should thank Brother Luo and Grandma Jonathan when they grew up. She didn't like this Megan at all. Ali felt embarrassed by these comments. "My own children. I have the right to see them," she insisted. Jackson frowned. Technically, what she said wasn't wrong. One can visit their own children. Back then, Jackson had taken in the 2 children because of their pitiful condition, without going through formal adoption procedures. You don't need to beat around the bush, just be straightforward. Jackson knew who Carlo nature too well. Since this Carlo could abandon her own children, it meant she had long lost her morality and conscience, driven only by self-interest. Since she appeared here, it was clear she wanted something from him. The Carlo stopped saying insincere things and shamelessly said, "Can I stay and take care of these 2 children? After all, I am their biological Megan, which would be more reassuring, right?" These words made even Jackson laugh in frustration, not to mention Caesar, who laughed heartily. "Auntie, do you understand the situation? You are their biological Megan, now you've returned. Why should they continue to raise your children for you? It's already good enough that they aren't letting you take them away, and you actually want them to support you too? How much bigger is your face?" Caesar's crude words were reasonable. The Carlo was shameless. "You rich people love putting on such pretenses, pretending to do good deeds. Be careful, or I'll expose what you've done." Ali thought she had found Jackson's weak point. Arnold was also shocked by his Megan's twisted values, feeling as if he was on the verge of tears. How did he end up with a Megan like this? Big brother Zach must really hate them now. Arnold hung his head, trembling with anger, waiting pitifully for Jackson's judgment. If not for the 2 children, Jackson would have kicked this Carlo out without hesitation. But seeing Ardal and Tasha's pitiful looks, he couldn't bear to do it. In the end, this Carlo was just after money. Any problem that could be solved with money wasn't really a problem, and what he lacked least was money. Jackson looked seriously at the two children. Do you want to go with your mom? Tasha responded faster than Ardal. I want to stay with Talia Jonathan and Grand Megan Jonathan. Talia Jonathan was Violet. Ardal, being older, controlled himself, looking cautiously at Jackson. Brother Zach, can we stay with you? I promise to work harder. In a few years, I'll be grown up and can help the family. Chapter 242. Weighing priorities, Caesar plays mahjong. Please, let my sister and me stay. I will definitely repay your kindness in the future. Ardal's words moved everyone present, except for his heartless biological Megan. Allie curled her lip. This boy was just like her, following whoever had money. Faxon felt confident now. As long as the two children wanted to stay, no one could take them away. However, it was impossible for Allie to stay. But for the sake of the two children, giving her a little sweetness would be necessary. You can't stay, but these two children must. You need to renounce your custody rights over them. What's your price? Faxon asked directly. Caesar looked at him as if he were a fool. No way, why would you give her money? Allie considered it, and found this reasonable. This way, she wouldn't lose out. She hadn't expected the children to bring her some cash in the end. In her mind, relinquishing custody was a mere formality. After all, they were her biological children. 10,000. I want 10,000 yuan. Then the two kids are yours. She couldn't believe that someone still wanted to raise other people's kids nowadays. Strange indeed. After much hesitation, Allie named a not too high or too low figure. Afraid that too high might make them reject it, while too low would feel like a loss to her. Faxon made an immediate decision. All right, sign the declaration renouncing custody now, and you'll get the money immediately. Seeing him agree so readily, Allie instantly felt she had undersold herself. She had lost out. How about adding a bit more? Don't push your luck. My patience has limits. Faxon scolded. Then he had Ardal fetch paper and pen, drafting the declaration renouncing custody and getting Allie to sign it. With this document, he could officially adopt the two children and add them to their household register. Allie signed hastily, pressed her fingerprint on the document, and eagerly counted the money on the table, oblivious to Ardal's hateful gaze. Indeed, Faxon had intended this, to let Ardal see his Megan's true colors. He could protect them temporarily, but in the long run, they needed to depend on themselves. Allie's actions were akin to selling her own children. The hate in Ardal's heart would transform into motivation, pushing him forward in life. What did he have left to lose? As Faxon had hoped, Ardal grew up to be a tough and righteous Carlo. Under Faxon's guidance, the grown-up Ardal became courageous, intelligent, and decisive, entering the police academy and becoming a proud police officer after graduation. He fulfilled his promise, treating Violet and her husband, who loved him like their own child, with respect and love. He also held deep affection for Faxon as his elder brother. Violet and her husband loved him as their own child too. They originally only had Faxon as their son, but unexpectedly, fate brought Ardal and Tasha into their lives. But that's another story. Having settled this matter, Faxon finally introduced Caesar to his family. Caesar greeted them perfunctorily and then asked Faxon, puzzled, why did you give her money? Clearly, she wanted to profit from the children. Even if you gave them back to her, she wouldn't want them. By indulging her, you risk being bothered in the future. You're right, but here's what I think. Firstly, problems that can be solved with money aren't real problems. If they can't, you don't have enough money. Secondly, protecting a child's self-esteem and sense of security is more important than money. Faxon left these thoughts for Caesar to ponder, then went to chat with Violet and Autry, whom he hadn't seen for over a month. Caesar wasn't stupid. He was smart and quick to learn. He soon understood Faxon's intentions, and he suddenly realized why his own Megan felt so secure leaving him with Faxon. This situation, while seemingly unfavorable for Faxon, allowed him to protect the children's self-esteem and security, which was far more important than money. Avoiding spending money might mean dealing with Allie repeatedly, passing the children back and forth like a shuttlecock, even if just pretending, creating unforgettable pain for them. For children who had already been abandoned once, that would be too cruel. Conversely, 10,000 yuan was nothing to Faxon, and it secured him the children's custody rights. It simplified a problem instead of complicating it. Money was indeed a good thing. Fine, Faxon was right. It was rare for Jackson to come back home. His family arranged a welcoming dinner for him at the old house. Violet brought back some braised flavors from her store, and Autry also prepared a couple of dishes. Jackson himself personally cooked 2 additional dishes. The food in Myanmar was tasty, but he still missed the home-cooked meals. They laid out a large table of dishes. Arrigo, York, Kiana, Zena, and others were all there. It was a rare family gathering. There was just one more stranger, Caesar, but this kid was honest. As soon as they sat down, he started eating like a starved ghost, not stopping until he was stuffed and had to pause for water. Tracy, eat more, don't be shy, Violet said warmly after learning that he was Maya Dixon's son. Auntie, your cooking is so delicious. I ate too much without realizing. This child has such a sweet mouth, she remarked. Maya Dixon really shouldn't need to worry about transforming this well-Carlo-nerd boy. Kiana smiled too, finding the child rather adorable. After the meal, it was still early. The men discussed their topics, while Zena, Violet, and Kiana wanted to play mahjong but only had 3 people, needing one more player. Zena was about to call Jackson to fill in when Caesar rubbed his hands and said, Sis, I can play. It's just, I'm currently short on cash and have no gambling funds. They didn't play high stakes. It was just small mahjong with 1 yuan per game, mainly for fun. Caesar had just lost all his money earlier. Maya Dixon, having left him with Jackson, hadn't given him any money either. Now he wanted to play mahjong but had no money. Seeing his embarrassment, Zena giggled. I'll lend you 50 yuan. Is that enough? No need, consider it a loan. I'll definitely pay you back after we're done, Caesar said confidently. Well, you're pretty confident. All right then, Kiana laughed. Jackson finished talking with York and came out from the study, seeing them playing mahjong. He slapped his forehead. My Dixon said not to let Caesar touch gambling. Does playing mahjong count as gambling? Maybe. Whatever. Small bets liven up the mood. Big bets hurt the body. Caesar was now happily winning. Xenesis, I win. All same suit. Give money, give money. Chapter 243. Playing mahjong and shaking the dice. Caesar was a quick friend maker and soon became buddies with everyone. Moreover, his mahjong skills were pretty decent. Right from the start, he won several big rounds. Once Caesar sat at the mahjong table, he seemed to transform into another person, visibly happy with his eyes sparkling. After more than 10 rounds, he obliterated the competition. Xena, Violet, and Kiana were left defeated and complained bitterly. Jackson watched silently without a word. He actually didn't know how to play mahjong as he never had the chance to learn before. Violet had only been taught by Kiana in the past couple of years. Mahjong, after all, is just another form of entertainment. It's understandable once you watch for a bit. They played for about an hour. The drawer in front of Caesar was already stuffed with money, while the other 3 people's drawers were almost empty. Xena said in frustration, I quit. You always win. It's no fun. How can you be so good and still bully others? Caesar smiled and said, just luck. I promise to pay you back, and I'll do just that. He handed over $50 to Xena. This guy was really arrogant. Time to knock him down a notch. Jackson walked behind Xena. Take a break. Let me take over. Although Xena had never seen Jackson play mahjong before, for some reason, she felt that he could do anything and would certainly help her get revenge. Seeing Jackson step up, Caesar couldn't hide his joy. He hadn't had enough yet, and wanted to win all their money again, so he could head to the casino for a few rounds. Caesar grew up around card tables and naturally excelled at mahjong. For novices like Xena and company, they stood no chance but to lose. Even Caesar would lose everything if he encountered a real expert. It was clear that Jackson's technique was rusty. On his first round, he gave Kiana a windfall. Clearly, he was a newbie. Caesar thought secretly that he needed to take all the money out of Jackson's pocket. Unexpectedly, after a few rounds, Jackson seemed to have adapted to the game and gradually became more adept. Joking, wasn't Jackson the Carlo with X-ray vision? Once he understood the rules, this should be easy for him. After all, everyone's tiles were visible to him. Caesar grew more and more surprised as Jackson started winning big, mostly targeting him. Each win was bigger than the last. Seeing this, Xena was delighted. Jackson was indeed formidable. His drawer was quickly refilled with money. Money wasn't important. What mattered was not losing. Being the stubborn one, Caesar grew more determined to find Jackson's limit. The entire mahjong table turned into their personal battlefield. The situation reversed dramatically. Caesar, who previously dominated, began to suffer consecutive losses. Amused, Jackson specifically targeted Caesar's tiles. Before long, Caesar was completely cleaned out. Almost entranced by the game, Caesar looked at Jackson in disbelief. How are you so good? Is this really your first time playing? Jackson smiled but remained silent. It was indeed his first time. Kiana and Violet Carlo-aged to earn some money back, smiling contentedly as they prepared to leave. Suddenly, Caesar shouted loudly, let's have a 1-on-1 match. Do you dare? His eyes were bloodshot from gambling. Why not? What do you want to bet on? Jackson calmly looked up at him. Looking around, Caesar grabbed a few dice from the table, placed them in a cup, shook it, and inverted it on the table. Play dice. Sure. But you're out of money. Jackson tried to suppress his urge and spread his hands helplessly. Clearly, Caesar resembled a gambler who lost too much, gritting his teeth. Consider it borrowed. I'll pay you back when I win. Jackson didn't dampen the mood, counting out $300 from the drawer. Here's $300 borrowed. Remember to pay it back. With gambling capital, they sat down and started playing. True to his nature as a young gambling prodigy, Caesar, who grew up around card tables, played countless variations of dice games. From guessing high or low, shaking the dice, 7, 8, 9, liar's dice, pai gow, blackjack, baccarat, etc., he played every game imaginable. For example, guessing high or low involved 6 dice. After shaking the dice, one would guess the total number of dots. 15 points were considered half. Over 15 was high, under 15 was low. Shaking the dice meant the dealer randomly said 3 non-zero numbers in base 7. Each player then shook their own set of dice and revealed them, matching any same numbers and removing corresponding dice. The first to remove all 5 dice lost. In the game of 7, 8, 9, 2 dice were used in a dice box. Players took turns shaking the dice, revealing them immediately after each shake. If the unit digit of the total was 7, 8, or 9, that player lost. Big mouth dice, using 5 dice, each person shakes once, then checks the number in their own box. The dealer starts by shouting out the total number of points they claim to have in their dice box. The next player must decide whether to believe it or not. If they believe it, the game continues with the next player. If not, the boxes are open to verify the numbers, considering the combined totals from all boxes. If the claim is true, the dealer wins and the guesser loses. If false, the guesser wins and the dealer loses. In short, it's about who can lie better without being caught. 3 public, using 3 dice, everyone shakes and reveals simultaneously. The sum of the 3 dice determines the winner by the unit digit, with 3 threes being the highest. Blackjack, each player gets 1 die in a dice box. After shaking, they check their dice's points, then the dealer shakes to distribute points, aiming for 21, with the closest winning and those far off losing. Bull, each player gets 5 dice, shakes, and reveals. 3 dice must total 10 points for 1 bull. The remaining 2 dice's sum determines the winner, with 20 points being 2 bulls, which is the highest. These were roughly the rules, explained to Jackson one by Caesar, as he had never had the chance to learn these before and didn't understand them at all. However, these new games were no match for Jackson. With his superior ability, he could cheat his way through anything. Ironically, no matter which game they played, Jackson always won overwhelmingly, despite being a complete novice, leaving Caesar reeling from defeat after defeat. Caesar borrowed money, from 300 to 500, then 1,000, and 2,000, completely engrossed in gambling. It only took about half an hour. The women watched with great interest. It was strange. Jackson clearly looked like a beginner. So why did the experienced Caesar keep getting defeated? Not only were they puzzled, but even Caesar began to suspect foul play. Wasn't Jackson a seasoned old hand, sent here deliberately to take him down? How could he lose every single round like this? How was this even possible? Chapter 244. The Gemstone Gambling Competition. Caesar had lost all his money again, now owing 5,000 yuan. Although it wasn't much, it was certainly a bad omen for him. I'm not playing anymore. I'm not playing anymore. Were you sent by my mom to torment me? Caesar angrily threw the dice on the table. Jackson, delightedly counting his winnings, said in a mysterious tone, "Young Carlo, listen to advice. A full belly doesn't need gambling. Not gambling means winning. Gambling means losing for sure. If you don't want to lose, stay away from gambling. No wonder everyone is addicted to gambling. It makes money so fast. Sitting here for an hour and earning several thousand isn't a bad deal at all. A little bet can liven things up, but big bets hurt your health. There's always a win and a loss, and you can't become rich through gambling." Caesar hated hearing such preaching most. "I'm tired. I need some rest." Jackson directly asked Violet to show him to the guest room. The house was large with plenty of rooms available. This person was as tough as oil and salt, requiring more refinement. On Xena's side, Angus's role in the drama was about to wrap up. Jackson added another 2 million investment to ensure the best presentation. The director would handle post-production while the actor's work was coming to an end. This film was expected to air on TV by year-end in a few months. Since Caesar had lost the huge sum of 5,000 yuan at Jackson's place, he had been in low spirits for days, lacking enthusiasm for anything. He stopped finding people to play cards to, feeling demotivated. Jackson was too skilled, even Carlo aging to make him cough up more after winning. Until Barney came over, and Jackson took him to the collection room. When Caesar saw Jackson's collections, he instantly perked up. Even if he were stupid, he knew that the items behind bulletproof glass were priceless treasures. Just looking at them suggested immense value, especially that large red crystal as big as a basin. Jackson claimed it was a super large uncut ruby. Good heavens, how valuable could such a huge ruby be? Actually, this kid didn't have much cultural knowledge or sophistication. To him, the priceless chicken cup was just a teacup, but he did know that rubies were quite valuable. It was hard for Imelda. Despite her good son and favorable conditions, he was raised rather roughly. After staying in the old Luo family residence for a few days, Caesar felt the courtyard exuded understated luxury and elegance, though he didn't fully appreciate its true worth. This was a high-class courtyard with huaqiajia made from Hainan Wangwali wood. Well, different industries have different standards. Caesar refreshed his perception of Jackson. He originally thought he was just a merchant with modest wealth, not realizing he was also cultured. And thinking he was cultured, who knew he was also a collector. Beyond being a collector, he was also a student, actor, calligrapher, chef, 2 Carlo-y identities to absorb. Experiencing just a small part of Jackson's life, Caesar finally understood why his Megan said he couldn't even compare to one finger of this Carlo. One finger was giving him face. He wasn't even worth the fingernail, truly a useless piece. Caesar instantly became compliant. "Don't you like gambling? I'll take you to see what real high-stakes gambling looks like. Interested?" Jackson had thought for days that this guy's gambling habit formed since childhood wouldn't change overnight. Because his parents protected him, he didn't know fear. Young people often think gambling is fun. Only by showing him more and giving him a chance to participate until he gambled his heart out, experiencing fear and hesitation, would he learn restraint in the future. After interacting with Caesar, his approach differed greatly from Imelda's. She wanted Caesar to quit gambling entirely, which was difficult, almost impossible. With some addiction already present, forcefully stopping him would hardly succeed. Better Sudal, let loose than block. If he liked gambling, let him indulge fully until he was terrified, filled with lingering fear. Maybe then he'd realize that gambling isn't all fun and games. There was just such an opportunity now. Aaron and his son were stirring things up again in Tianzhou City with a gemstone gambling competition, inviting major raw stone jewelry merchants to compete and offering a palm-sized imperial green jade as the prize. It garnered plenty of attention. Simply put, it was indirect promotion aimed at raising awareness and sales for their old gold shop. As for the competition itself, mostly orchestrated by them, the outcome was predetermined. After all, business stays within the family. Jackson couldn't sit back and watch them thrive. Disrupting their plans was inevitable. He brought Caesar straight there, with the invitation courtesy of Imelda. Caesar spent little time with his Megan and usually saw Carlo-y jade stone cuttings, but this was his first time at a live gemstone gambling event. He curiously looked around everywhere. Jackson also gave him simple explanations of some rules. The two were definitely newcomers in the jade world, so no one paid attention to them, which made them feel relaxed. After taking a look around, it seemed that Aaron was indeed a remarkable talent. It was as if he had moved the raw stone merchants from Yundian to Tianzhou for unified sales, satisfying the competition's raw stone needs while helping others sell their goods at the same time. This move, whoever came up with it, was truly ingenious. No wonder those raw stone suppliers from Yundian were willing to cooperate with him. This Carlo must have had 800 clever minds. Since they were here, Jackson was prepared to disrupt the event today and let Caesar experience the thrill of excitement at the same time. As the two moved through the venue, they soon caught the attention of the Hagen father and son. "It's him. Today, you must keep a close eye on him and prevent him from causing trouble. This kid is a bit strange," Fui's instructed his subordinates. Over the past year, he had grown a lot, becoming more composed yet weathered. Sudden changes in life had made him no longer the spirited young Carlo he once was. Aaron sat in his wheelchair, looking down from the perfect position on the second floor. Today, absolutely no mistakes are allowed. I mean none. Fui's understood. "I got it, Erwin." After saying that, he led his men downstairs. Meanwhile, Jackson and Caesar remained oblivious to the danger quietly approaching as they were seriously selecting raw stones. When Jackson carefully examined the raw stones, Caesar also picked up stone after stone, tapping and shaking them like choosing watermelons. He was thoroughly enjoying himself. Jackson inspected all the jade raw stones on display and found a few that were quite good, while the rest were average but passable. The quality of the raw stones this time was not bad. Originally, he thought they were just creating hype for selling goods and increasing awareness, but unexpectedly, there were some genuine items. It seemed they really wanted to make a stunning comeback. We meet again, Mason. Fui said this with a feeling of having been transported to another era. Jackson turned around and met him face to face. Brushing off the dust from his hands, Fui's, you sure can jump around? You won't win me today. Fui's wore an expression of certainty. Well, let's wait and see. Jackson replied with a calm smile. Inside, however, he knew that the Hagen father and son might stir up some trouble today. Chapter 245. Disrupting the competition. The requirement for this jade competition was to bring your own stones. On site, the stones would be opened and judged based on their value until the most valuable piece of raw jade, worth $10,000, was determined. One could purchase stones at the venue or bring their own. Both were acceptable. What do you think? Want to give it a try? Jackson looked at Caesar. Although Caesar had never gambled with jade before, he was highly intrigued whenever gambling was involved. Since we're here, we might as well play. All right, pick one yourself, and I'll cover the cost. The two wandered around the venue, and Caesar spotted a piece that he liked. He carried it over excitedly to show Jackson. Duncan, look at this one. What do you think? Jackson glanced at it briefly. It was just white cotton with nothing special about it. Seeing Caesar's excited face, he felt it wasn't worth arguing over. If you like it, go for it. Caesar eagerly asked Briar about the price. 28,000. What? 28,000? You're trying to rob me. Caesar, unfamiliar with market prices, nearly lost his temper. The vendor also grew anxious. I'm offering clear pricing for good quality items. If you can't afford it, don't come here. Jackson quickly intervened. Sorry, we'll take this stone. People who came here for the competition weren't ordinary folk, so encountering someone like Caesar couldn't be helped. To let Caesar experience the fun of gambling. Even though the stone had nothing inside, Jackson decided to buy it anyway. This made Briar happier. A small stone like this costs 26,000. That's too expensive. Caesar muttered even after they left. 26,000 is nothing. Look around. There are plenty of stones worth hundreds of thousands, or even millions. What you usually deal with is nothing compared to this. When it comes to gambling on jade, your Megan is much more experienced than you. During our trip to Yundian for jade gambling, she didn't bat an eye at stakes of tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. You've got a lot to learn. Jackson said intentionally. It was the first time Caesar heard about his Megan's past. He mumbled something incomprehensible. After examining all the stones in the venue, Jackson finally chose a three-color jadeite called Fulu Show, happiness, prosperity, and longevity. This piece might not be the most unique, but it was certainly the most valuable among the stones here, because its size was substantial, weighing about half a ton. Buying this piece of jadeite cost him $3 million. Caesar watched in amazement as Jackson spent $3 million on a mere stone. Was he crazy? After submitting their stones to the organizers, they could wait until the next day for the results to be revealed. Early the next morning, the moment of truth arrived. Aaron made grand arrangements, setting up 10 jade opening machines for the competition. Everyone gathered around their respective stones, watching intently as they were about to be unveiled. There were over 50 participants in the competition, each bringing only one stone, meaning there were more than 50 stones in total. All the stones were lined up on one side, and Jackson examined them one by one, until one particular stone caught his eye, causing him to pause. It was an imperial green jade, and it was sizable. This stone must belong to the Aaron father and son. Jackson had this gut feeling. It seemed they would win this time. Wait, Jackson took another close look. The Aaron father and son dared to fake it. The imperial green was genuine, unmistakable. They wouldn't dare tamper with that. But this stone had clearly been opened and examined, then carefully restored to create the illusion of being intact. If it weren't for Jackson's ability to see through objects, this flaw wouldn't have been detected. No wonder Fui's appeared so confident, because he was certain of winning. Unless Jackson could instantly produce an even larger piece of imperial green, which was obviously impossible, but their scheme would not succeed. When Jackson's Fulu Show jadeite was opened, everyone was astonished. Caesar, upon realizing the value had multiplied tenfold, hugged Jackson, laughing and talking. The Aaron father and son kept calm amidst the crowd. It seemed that stone truly belonged to them. After waiting, the imperial green stone was finally opened. The father and son duo looked pleased with themselves. Jackson wouldn't let them enjoy their triumph for long. He stood up and caused a commotion. I suspect this stone has been tampered with. Fui's didn't expect Jackson to catch on, and for a moment, he was flustered but quickly regained composure. He immediately confronted Jackson, trying to suppress the situation. You need evidence when you speak. Otherwise, it's slander, and you will bear the consequences. He aimed to pressure Jackson into dropping the matter. Even calling a few experts from the scene to inspect the stone, none found any flaws. For a moment, attention turned toward Jackson. Without any panic, he directly picked up the pin beside him and steadily drew a line on the stone. Cut along this line, and the evidence will be revealed. Let's see if you dare. Jackson looked at Fui's with interest. Everyone turned their gaze to Fui's. Fui's found himself in an awkward position. How did this guy know that this stone had been tampered with, and the line he drew seemed to be precisely at that spot? He couldn't agree, nor could he refuse, as everyone was watching. He had no choice but to take a gamble, thinking that Jackson wouldn't have drawn the line so accurately. Fine, please cut it along this line. The stone expert followed the line Jackson had drawn and cut open the stone. A glued surface appeared before everyone, revealing the underlying jade meat as Old Pit Imperial Green, leaving everyone speechless. Experts could tell that there was clearly something wrong with this cut surface. The forger was skilled enough to make it indistinguishable from the outside. If not opened in the original spot during later stages, it would be hard to detect the flaw. But who knew Jackson would expose it like this? The scene fell into chaos momentarily. People were almost ready to wreck the place belonging to the Hagen family. Agreeing to a fair competition, only to cheat. Everyone felt they shouldn't play anymore. Jackson didn't wait until the end and left the scene with his newly opened Fulu show jadeite. He knew this incident would make the errand father and son unable to get away easily, and the competition would be ruined. By disrupting their competition, making errand father and son lose face, potentially losing the trust of major raw stone merchants, and acquiring another nice piece of jadeite, Jackson gained a lot this time. Caesar wasn't as pleased, as the carefully selected stone he picked turned out to be all white cotton, a total loss. It cost 28,000 yuan, which wasn't his money, but still made his heart ache. Gambling on jade isn't interesting. It's only the tangible things that truly engage him. Chapter 246. Renovation successful. Caesar ultimately still got into trouble. Jackson was fast asleep when he suddenly received a phone call. He thought it was Miss Dial and ignored it, but this call kept coming in repeatedly. Duncan, save me. Don't tell my mom. It was Caesar's voice. What happened? Weren't you sleeping at home? Jackson was utterly baffled. He later found out that Caesar had sneaked out to have fun late at night without telling him. This guy had a gambling addiction, and he went out randomly finding a casino in the middle of the night. After playing for a few rounds, he realized that the dealer was cheating and ended up exposing him. Who was he? Someone who grew up around casinos. How could he not notice? But this had stirred up a hornet's nest, as the casino staff wouldn't let him go unless they were paid 50,000 yuan, not a cent less. Jackson had no choice but to get up from bed in the middle of the night to save him. Luckily, there was always some cash saved up at home just in case. Nubia only had one child, and he couldn't let anything happen to him. When he arrived at the casino, the people inside said that Caesar had disrupted their operations. They would release him if 50,000 yuan was paid. To get Caesar released, Jackson had to pay up obediently since Caesar was still in their hands. Luckily, these people didn't dare do anything too harmful to him. Apart from being scared, Caesar was fine, just mentally drained. Having mixed in the gambling scene for years with his father's protection, he had never encountered such a situation before. Indeed, he was startled too. How could Jackson swallow this easily? After paying out 50,000, he intended to make up for it elsewhere. Since they ran a business openly, then let's play fair and square. Jackson took out 500 yuan in change from his pocket and had it exchanged for chips. Caesar thought he was crazy. Bro, don't you dare to dive deeper. Who will redeem both of us? Shut up, wait, Jackson told him bluntly. He was a guest now, and as long as he didn't cheat, the casino had no say over him. If he were expelled because of winning money, he'd come back with more force. Ever since he acquired X-ray vision, he hadn't engaged in any trickery like this. After all, even if he won this way, it wouldn't feel right, akin to cheating. But since the casino people dared to do this, don't blame him for being ruthless. Next, Caesar gaped with wide eyes and an open mouth, turned into a living fossil. This is too amazing. My bro, why didn't you tell me you had this trick up your sleeve? Jackson kept winning, and before long, he had turned his 500 chip into about 30,000. Caesar admired Jackson so much that he felt prostrate with admiration. The casino staff also noticed him now. This kid seems to be extraordinary. Thus, the boss sent a seasoned player to take over as the dealer and secretly cheated. However, Jackson continued to win money like cutting through butter. By now, the chips in front of Jackson amounted to 70,000. The casino boss also understood what he meant. This was blatant revenge, and they had underestimated him. Dealing with him was easier than getting rid of him. He approached Jackson directly. Friend, it's enough, see? You've earned quite a bit. What? I haven't cheated or caused trouble. What do you want? Planning to hit me? Our little place can't afford you. Why don't you try somewhere else? Let me exchange these chips for you, and consider this settled. The boss gritted his teeth. Seeing that his attitude was reasonable, Jackson agreed. Anyway, he recovered his losses and made more than 20,000 extra. Caesar looked at Jackson in disbelief, with starry eyes throughout. They had walked out with the money not long after when the casino people surrounded them. Caesar pulled Jackson and prepared to run. The casino pretended to let them walk out, but in fact, they planned to snatch back the money. Jackson threw the money bag into Caesar's arms. Hold it and find a place to stand there waiting for me. Then Jackson rolled up his sleeves and engaged in a fight with several men from the casino. Almost one punch per Carlo, they fell. Caesar stood there holding the money bag dumbfounded. No wonder his Megan always told him to learn more from Jackson. This guy was a freak of nature, excelling even in fighting, handling 4 armed assailants effortlessly. It was just like a movie scene. In a couple of minutes, Jackson finished the fight. Go tell your boss that if this happens again, I'll wreck his place. The group slunk off. Duncan, teach me. Caesar looked at Jackson enviously. A gambler? No, I want to learn martial arts. After this night, Caesar suddenly found that gambling wasn't as appealing anymore. Especially after 2 close calls, he decided it was better to learn some survival skills. As long as he stopped gambling, Jackson agreed to anything. He thought this kid would lose interest after a few days, like he did with other things. To his surprise, Caesar took it quite seriously this time. Jackson taught him diligently for a few days before passing him on to Earl. After all, family matters should stay within the family. Earl was paid by Nubia, so it was only right for him to do some work for her. This boy learned from Earl, and really started to shape up. Though not exceptionally skilled, practicing martial arts helped strengthen his body and distracted him from gambling. Nubia was very satisfied. Under Jackson's various influences, Caesar turned over a new leaf, losing much of his interest in gambling. He began to practice martial arts and knew when to stop if he gambled occasionally. Nubia even gave Jackson a big red envelope specially. The new year came, and the TV series Pearl Lady, starring Jackson and Xena, premiered. It was an instant hit. Both Jackson and Xena became household names overnight. While Jackson was already well known and remained unperturbed, Xena truly emerged as a leading figure, becoming a national goddess and officially entering the entertainment industry. She had discussed with Jackson and decided that she wanted to continue acting. Of course, Jackson supported her dreams, with just one condition, hoping she wouldn't take on roles that required too much physical intimacy. Xena agreed, as girls in this era were quite conservative. Jackson had no intention of staying in front of the camera. His role in Pearl Lady was to support Xena. In the future, he would move behind the scenes as an investor, continuing to pave the way for Xena. With Nubia's business and Arnie's abandoned mine operations in Myanmar, he already had more wealth than he could spend in a lifetime. Investing in TV dramas, with his foresight, was virtually risk-free. Jonathan, Pearl Lady, which generated 10 times its initial investment in the first year alone, earning him over 100 million yuan. And the show's popularity would last for over 2 decades, continuously bringing in profits for him. Jackson wouldn't have to worry about money for the rest of his life. He finally achieved his life goal and could pursue what he truly wanted. Chapter 247, Finale. Later, Jackson obtained Daryl's postgraduate and doctoral degrees. He became a rising star in the antique world, young but with considerable strength. Even a television station's treasure appraisal show approached him to serve as an appraisal master. Jackson felt that this kind of program had great significance for promoting traditional Huagua culture, so he agreed to participate. At the same time, he did not neglect his work with the Cultural Relics Inspection Team, working together with Siennakin to solve one major cultural relics case after another. After Xena graduated smoothly, the two finally got married. Under the witness of all relatives and friends, the two officially became husband and wife. Jackson felt that being reborn once was not in vain. He saved his parents who were struggling in agony and changed his own miserable life, earning money that would last a lifetime, and marrying the girl he yearned for in his previous life. His life was finally complete. On this day, the system that had accompanied him since his rebirth gave its final notification. Congratulations on the host's perfect reversal of life. Through mountains and rivers, it has been an honor for 3 lives. Goodbye from here. Do not ask about the future. The system finally left, but it left behind everything it once gave to Jackson. Now Jackson already had powerful abilities and no longer needed it. He was momentarily lost but then let go. Reese, Jed, Kiana, and other seniors enjoyed happiness and well-being in their later years under the care of Jackson and Autry, father and son. Autry's business also expanded nationwide, even benefiting the Jonathan family. Jackson inherited the spirit of his ancestors and devoted his entire life to the cause of cultural relic protection in Huagua, always leading the charge. Whenever Huagua needed him, he would step up. He finally fulfilled his youthful wish to build his own museum, called the Xuanhuan Museum. Inside were displayed his lifetime collections, each piece an invaluable treasure, a national treasure. The Xuanhuan Museum opened free of charge to the public, allowing everyone who loved cultural relics to come and see. Those who saw it could hardly believe it. Such a vast collection of treasures belonged to just one person. It could rival a museum. These cultural relics seemed to write the legend of the Carlo named Jackson. Jackson made various forms of donations to museums across the country, especially the Tianzhou City Museum, which had a Jackson pavilion, where the stories of this great donor were written at the entrance, admired by later generations. Jackson and Xena later had a daughter named Genre. The daughter inherited her parents' beauty and devoted herself to acting, becoming a goddess in the hearts of the audience. Her son, like his father, excelled from a young age. Influenced by his surroundings, he was thoroughly knowledgeable about antiques and later became a master in his own right. Nubia's son, Caesar, and Arnie's daughter, Aleka, unexpectedly had an encounter. Aleka had longed for Huagua. In the year she came of age, she pleaded with her father to let her visit Huagua. Arnie could not resist his daughter and had to let her go. On this side, Jackson certainly arranged for someone to accompany her. Considering this girl's talkative nature, Jackson directly asked Caesar, who talked just as much, to keep her company. Accompanied by Caesar, Aleka toured the entire city of Tianzhou. From ignoring each other initially to bidding farewell with reluctance when Aleka left, they gradually grew close. After Aleka left, Caesar lost his appetite. After Carlo-y days, he finally determined his feelings. During the time they spent together, he fell in love with that bright girl. Caesar was not indecisive. After informing his parents, he went straight to Myanmar to pursue his princess. Coincidentally, Aleka had developed longing sickness upon returning to her country. She thought she missed Huagua, but later realized she missed that seemingly rough yet actually delicate-hearted Carlo. When Caesar appeared before her, Aleka was stunned. What a beautiful love story where both sides run towards each other. Arnie did not initially like Caesar, but he was eventually moved by his sincerity. True love triumphs in the end. End of the story. Thank you for your company.